When everyone is upgrading and competing, I quietly grind monsters in the newbie village. Just because the globally popular game is integrated with reality, any player who dies in the game will also disappear in real life. However, the player's abilities in the game can also be extracted into reality. As a reborn player, I know that I have to play the game cautiously. In the previous life, I became one of the top 100 strong players in the world by growing up with my sister. But in the end, my sister, who was obsessed with fame, gouged out my eyes. Now that I am reborn, I have decided to get rid of this burden. Just then, a cold voice sounded in my mind. Judgment I activated. You have obtained the authority of judgment. This sudden scene made me stunned for a moment. Then I closed my eyes and in the darkness, I saw an explanation. Judgment I activated, unique attribute, authority of judgment. The most real and ancient primary authority in the universe. Surpassing rules and order, you do not have divinity. So you cannot activate the authority for now. But the passive effect is effective. Passive effect of the authority. When entering the God Abandoned game, you will automatically obtain the highest grade talent. Seeing this, I was shocked. In the previous life, my talent was only at the jadeite level. However, in the God Abandoned game, there are 13 grades of talents, equipment, and skills, with the lowest being inferior and the highest being immortal. Thinking of this, I quickly entered the game because in the previous life, I was able to make it into the top 100 in the world with just a jadeite level talent. Now I have the opportunity to obtain a higher level talent, which is a bit unimaginable for me. Immediately, a gray-white light flashed. Welcome to the God Abandoned game. You will go to the abandoned land of the gods. Please choose your profession. After you choose a profession, you will randomly obtain a talent that matches the profession. Good luck. As soon as the voice fell, a roulette wheel appeared in front of me. The roulette wheel had many professions: warrior, mage, priest, archer, assassin. So I didn't hesitate and directly started selecting a random profession. In the next moment, the gray-white roulette wheel began to spin, and as the pointer kept turning, it finally stopped in an area marked with a question mark. Ding dong, congratulations! You have obtained the profession, Shadow, unique. Shadow, the only hidden profession. Born in the shadows, transformed into a shadow, the death god in the darkness. Profession passive 1, doubles the duration of invisibility. Profession passive 2, plus 1 level of invisibility. Profession passive 3, when launching an attack. If not in the enemy's line of sight, the damage of that attack doubles. Looking at the attributes of the panel in front of me, I was delighted to find that I had obtained a hidden profession, and the skills of this profession could greatly enhance my survival ability in the game. Now that the game is integrated with reality, if I continue to charge forward like before, I will only become an appetizer for powerful bosses. Immediately, I checked my initial skills. Initial skill, Shadow, inferior. Enter a 8-second invisibility state. Attacking will reveal yourself. Shadow Strike increases attack power by 30. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Initial skill, Backstab enhancement, inferior. Passive effect, damage increases by 10% when attacking from behind the target. Just as I was thinking about how to use the skills, the passive effect of the Authority of Judgment was activated, and the system randomly gave me a top-level talent. Ding dong! Congratulations on obtaining the talent, Infinite Evolution. Infinite Evolution, primary talent, gray-white quality. When you kill monsters in solo mode, there is a chance to obtain evolution points for evolving skills. Note, you can automatically obtain 5 evolution points every 24 hours. When you kill boss-level monsters in solo mode, you will always obtain evolution points. Current evolution points, 5 points. What the hell? Wasn't it an immortal level talent? Why is it a gray-white quality primary talent? Did the system trick me? Immediately, I frowned and used the talent Infinite Evolution to evolve the Shadow skill. Ding dong, you have consumed 1 evolution point. 4 points remaining. Initial skill, Shadow, upgraded from inferior to normal. Enter a 12-second invisibility state. Attacking will reveal yourself. Shadow Strike increases attack power to 60. Cooldown, 28 seconds. The duration of invisibility has increased, and the quality of the skill has also improved. This suddenly made me bright. This cooperation with the Shadow Profession's passive effect has reached 24 seconds of invisibility time. Continue to evolve. Ding dong, you have consumed 2 evolution points. Remaining 2 points. Initial skill, Shadow, normal upgrade to bronze. Enter a 16-second invisible state. Attacking will reveal yourself. The attack power of breaking invisibility is increased to 90. Cooldown time is 26 seconds. Now my invisibility duration has exceeded the skill cooldown time, and each time I break invisibility, I will have an additional 90 attack power. In the early stage of the God Abandoned game, the attack power of a mage, archer, warrior, and other professions can reach about 20 or 30 points. 90 points of attack power is equivalent to several times higher damage than others. In addition, The passive of my shadow profession doubles the damage when attacking in the absence of vision from the opponent. This additional 90 attack power is actually equivalent to 180 additional attack power. Is this the only advantage of the hidden profession? It's simply incredible. After all, in the previous life, I have never heard of skills being able to evolve. Whether it's equipment or skill books, the grade obtained from monsters is what it is, and it will never change. And now my original talent has completely exceeded common sense. Unlimited evolution. From now on, my skills will crush anyone. Next, I looked at the screen in front of me and entered your game code. I raised my hand and wrote 2 words. Shadow. Ding dong. Your code is Shadow. Entering the God-abandoned land. Immediately, my eyes went black, and then I appeared in the central square of a small town. Welcome to the God-abandoned land. This is a desolate land with countless monsters ravaging it. Please be careful. They are always ready to tear you apart and take away your life. Leaving the town and killing monsters will earn you tradable lifespan. But if you die in the game, half of your remaining lifespan, including tradable and non-tradable lifespan, will be deducted. In the God-abandoned land, there are a total of hundreds of millions of newbie towns. The newbie town is also commonly known as a safe zone. Each newbie town can accommodate up to 1,000 people. After it is full, the players who enter later will be assigned to other starting towns. However, the starting towns are distinguished based on regions and entry time. So the players in this shell town are all from the Zhanghai city of the Great Xia Kingdom. After checking the map information, I immediately opened my own attributes. Character attributes are crucial in any game. Seeing this, my eyebrows raised. The initial attribute bonus is unexpectedly high. You should know that in my previous life as a warrior, I only had 3 points of strength and 3 points of constitution as initial bonuses. Strength attribute affects physical attack power. Constitution attribute affects physical defense power and health points. Agility attribute affects movement speed, attack speed, and skill casting speed. Spirit attribute affects elemental attack power and elemental resistance. In the previous life, many people chose to add strength or spirit at the beginning to increase physical/magical attack power. But in fact, agility is the most important. The monsters in the God-abandoned game are extremely powerful. Even a small monster can easily slaughter newbie players. In the early stage, if you want to ensure survival, you must add agility. Regardless of the profession, only by having an advantage in speed can you have the possibility of killing monsters without taking damage. Many players have a natural misconception that damage is the most important, but you should know that in the God-abandoned game, death will deduct lifespan. So I directly allocated all 5 free attribute points to agility. At this time, a chubby guy next to me looked around in confusion, asking, "What is this place? What is the God-abandoned land? What profession? What code?" I just finished an all-nighter and laid down when I got home. Am I hallucinating? There was also a young man with glasses next to me who was a bit confused. I don't know either. I played PUBG all night and just fell asleep. The first batch of players who entered the abandoned game had doubts, which is normal, because entering the game only requires sleep. After entering the game, the body in reality will become a virtual image, which is also to prevent players from being killed in reality after entering the game, which greatly affects the progress of the game. At this time, I have arrived at the edge of the town. Once I cross the boundary, it is no longer a novice protection zone, so I didn't hesitate and directly activated my skills. In an instant, my figure merged into the surrounding environment. Soon, I arrived in a sparse forest and saw the silhouette of a creeper from a distance. Creeper, LV1. Grade, normal, advancing. This creeper is obviously digesting the lifespan of players it has killed. I squinted my eyes. After the monster hunts the lifespan from players, it takes time to advance. This creeper in front of me is obviously very greedy. It has already hunted 5 players and can find a safe place to advance, but it is still staying here, obviously wanting to kill more. In that case, give me your lifespan. Immediately, I found a hidden corner. After the invisibility time ended, I released Shadow again. There was a seamless connection between the 2 invisibility periods. I quietly approached the creeper with a scrap iron dagger in my hand, maintaining the invisibility state, and instantly attacked from behind the creeper. The scrap iron dagger appeared from the darkness and turned into a cold light, accurately landing on the back of the creeper's neck. The back of the neck is one of the weak points of the creeper. If the weak point is hit, the damage will be increased by 50%. Minus 372, weak point attack. Just one strike, and gray-white blood flowed out from the back of the creeper. It instantly collapsed to the ground. This shadow class is too powerful. Even I am shocked. The additional attack power of 90 doubles or triples the damage of the skill. Ding dong, you killed the creeper and gained 10 experience points.
In addition to that, on the reptilian corpse, there was also grayish mist coalescing into a fist-sized ball of light, which was the visualized lifespan that could be picked up. Qin Feng reached out and held the ball of grayish mist in his hand. You have gained 3 days of lifespan, tradable. You have gained 54 years and 155 days of lifespan, non-tradable. A system prompt came and Qin Feng shook his head. The 5 of them were killed. Each of them dropped at least 20 to 30 years of lifespan, which definitely adds up to over 100 years. Transit from the creeper popped out only 54 years. But it doesn't matter. Non-tradable lifespans, not much use for now. Qin Feng was well aware of this. When a person lived, they would consume non-tradable lifespan every second, nothing else for the time being. The only thing that mattered was the tradable lifespan. By consuming a tradable lifespan, one can extract equipment, skills, and professions into reality. But killing a small monster is only 3 days of tradable lifespan. It's too little. Can't extract any equipment skills at all. Keep looking for monsters. Qin Feng didn't ponder for too long. Around his body, there was a grayish-white mist that gradually absorbed into him. Immediately afterward, he reached out and picked up 2 more pieces of loot from underneath the crawler's corpse. An equipment and a skill book. Routing leather boots, inferior, quality, gray quality. Physical defense, 3, movement speed, 5%. Equipment, requirement, level E. Skill book, ice cone technique, normal, white quality. Mage skill book, learning, requirement, level E. Creepers are level 1 normal monsters. The loot dropped after killing it has a high probability of being of inferior quality and only a small probability of being ordinary. Dropping 2 at once, not bad luck. Too bad none of them are very useful to me. Qin Feng put the rotting leather boots on. He was a bit sad. The monster didn't provide him with evolution points, much less enough for him to upgrade. Qin Feng could only continue to sneak shadow and travel towards the depths of the woods. Right at this moment, within Shell Town, other players also began to go out and explore. Some of them formed small teams, and there were also some who were newborns and ran out with 1 or 2 people. Not long after, a pair of young couples arrived at the place where Qin Feng had just killed the creeper and caught a glimpse of the creeper's corpse. Someone killed the monster here. Looks like this game isn't that hard. I told you that you don't need to be so nervous. Haha. Sure you watch. A moment later, when a monster comes out, I'll take you clunking and killing. However, the couple did not realize. In the tree above their heads, a huge black shadow appeared. This couple, the man was called Miu Gang and the woman was called Guan Shuya. It was obvious that Miu Gang was a warrior and Guan Shuya was a priest, a very common team-milk combination. Just like Qin Feng and Qin Xiuyu in the last life. At this moment, Miu Gang was talking eloquently. This youth was 1 meter 8 tall and strong, and looked really secure, walking in front with a big grin. As for Guan Shuya, was actually not small at all. It was even more burly than Miu Gang. Holding an inferior priest scepter in her hand, she was vigilantly surveying the surroundings. Suddenly, whistling wind sounds came from above the duo's heads. The duo were quite alert and immediately raised their heads, but as a result, before they could see what was going on, they were entangled in 2 morose white tough spider threads and bound to a large tree on the side. A 2.5 meter tall pitch black 100-eyed spider, following a moory white spider silk, slowly fell down. Crap, what is this? Ah! Spider ah! Miu Gang and Guan Xiaoyu both screamed in terror. Feeder, LVE, great, bronze, not an ordinary monster, but a bronze level mini-boss. This was very attractive to Qin Feng. As long as he killed the boss level demonic creature, he would be able to harvest 100% of the evolution points. At this moment, Qin Feng was stealthily hiding in the shadows to the side. Bronze level feeder with a blood count of around 1500 to 2000. Totally not something an average newcomer can resist. It's death for as many people to come. And the most crucial thing is, there should be a lot of small spiders under the hands of this small boss. Qin Feng watched with cold eyes. There was absolutely no intention to step in to save anyone. Right at this moment, a sizzling sound came from the surrounding trees. Immediately afterward, there was a group of small black spiders that followed the cobwebs between the trees and rapidly approached towards that Miu Gang and Guan Shuya. Feeder sub spider, LVE, great, common. These were the children and grandchildren of the bronze-ranked magical creature feeder. Each of the child spiders had spider legs that were nearly a meter long and 4 pairs of compound eyes on their foreheads. Miu Gang and Guan Shuya were quickly targeted by more than a dozen child spiders. That Miu Gang, just now, was still bragging that he was fierce. As a result, by this time, it had completely gone weak in the legs. Both he and Guan Shuya were entangled in the spider's web and were temporarily unable to move. And with their low levels and attributes, it would take a long time for them to break free from their bonds. As they watched, the small spiders crawled in front of them and gnawed down towards them. Ah! Miu Gang and Guan Xiaoyu both screamed together. A series of damage numbers rose one after another from the top of their heads. In just a moment, the two were already dead. The lifespans that exploded out turned into balls of gray and white light, and were surrounded by 10 or so small spiders, which partook and absorbed them. Right at this moment, a flash of cold light flashed by. Qin Feng's agile figure slashed across one of the bronze level feeder's large eyes in a flash. Full 338, weakness attack. Steeply struck by a heavy blow, the bronze level feeder's hundreds of compound eyes instantly stared at Qin Feng. However, before it could spew out its spider silk, Qin Feng's figure had already silently stealthily disappeared, completely vanishing from in front of it. This bronze level nurse seemed to freeze. The surrounding small spiders that were partaking in the lifespan were unaffected and continued to compete for the couple's lifespan. It continued until 26 seconds later. Qin Feng's sneak shadow skill finished cooling down. He appeared in the other direction of the feeder, and the scrap iron short blade struck again, launching a weakness attack on one of the eyes of that huge demonic creature. Full 338, weakness attack. Qin Feng once again concealed his figure. It could be seen that the feeder still had a little more than half a point left in its blood bar. 3 more attacks are needed. Qin Feng retreated far away after scoring a hit with this attack. As expected, after receiving 2 sneak attacks in a row and failing to find the sneak attacker, the nurturer became enraged and started to spew out spider silk in all directions. With this kind of wide-range attack, even a team of 6 players would probably be wiped out on the spot. However, Qin Feng was prepared and was completely unharmed. After waiting for the sneak shadow skill to finish cooling down again, he once again returned to the front of the feeder. At this time, this bronze level mini-boss was already a bit annoyed and was twisting its body to prevent being sneak attacked. Unfortunately, the weaknesses on its body were too obvious. Qin Feng held the scrap iron short blade in his hand and struck again. Full 338, weakness attack. With another slash, the feeder's blood level dropped further. Qin Feng scored a hit and stealthed once again. This type of fight could be called a rope type of fight. However, these fiends could all be intelligent and could not keep stopping in place to take a beating. After only 1/3 of the blood bar was left, the bronze level feeder made a jump and actually climbed onto a side tree in one go. Still missing the last 2 attacks, Qin Feng did not panic. After the sneaky shadow skill had finished cooling down, he picked up a small stone on the ground. In the godforsaken game, all sorts of things on the map had attributes. For example, this fist-sized stone in his hand had 2 points of physical attack. Qin Feng found an angle and threw the stone towards the boss with force. Bam! The stone hit the soft abdomen of the nurse. Full 279, weakness attack. Since Qin Feng's main source of damage was subterranean shadows hidden breaking additional attack, so even if the stone was thrown and hit the enemy, the damage was ridiculously high. With one strike, Qin Feng once again stealthed. That feeder was already in a hurry. It quickly traveled through the woods, trying to escape. At the same time, the dozen or so sub-spiders, who had already finished partaking of the lifespans popped out by the couple players, went around trying to find Qin Feng's location. Unfortunately, before they could find Qin Feng had already appeared more than 20 meters away. Another small rock smashed out towards the fleeing nurse. This bronze level boss wasn't too strong or fast, and was mainly very large, so Qin Feng's attack was easy to hit. Full 279, weakness attack. You have killed the feeder, bronze level. You have gained 300 experience points. Congratulations on your promotion to level 2. Congratulations, you have gained 2 evolution points. Congratulations on opening the Showdown ranking list. You have gained 1 prestige point. At the same time, a system prompt rang out in the minds of all the players in Showdown. Player Shadow killed feeder, bronze level, and took the lead in leveling up to level 2. Showdown leveling rankings are now open. At this moment, Showdown already had over 300 players. These players, all of them, were from Jianghai City. Since it was morning, all of these players were in their 20s and 30s. There were almost no old people or children. Originally, they were all marveling at how they had come to such a strange place when it was clear that they had only fallen asleep. As a result, they suddenly heard this system prompt. Sister Pair and the others who were searching within the town, as well as Mule Gang and Guan Xiaoyu who had just been killed back in the town, were all stunned. Sister Pair's codename was Duck Pair. She and the 4 members of her team were searching everywhere within the town, not intending to let go of any corners. Unfortunately, there had been little to no luck. Just then, the system alert that Qin Feng had risen to level 2 and opened the town's leveling charts came, causing all 5 members of Duck Pair's team to be stunned. What's the situation? Sister Pair, this Shadow, he's the guy who just went out alone, right? It seems like he's level 2 so soon. Isn't the key thing that he killed a bronze level mini-boss? We can't even kill normal monsters in a group. He can kill a bronze boss alone. Are you kidding me? But this system hint can't be wrong. He went out and formed a group, didn't he? No. You guys look at the rankings. He's the only one on the rank list. On Shelltown's ranking leaderboard, there was currently only one Shadow name, alone on it. This made all 5 of Duck Pair's people incredulous. All this. Sister Pair froze on the spot with her longbow in hand. This strange game, how strong the demons were outside, she had experienced it. 5 people teamed up and went out, only to be violently killed by a level 1 normal small monster. They hadn't even knocked out half the blood of that small monster. But now, that Shadow, who she thought was out looking for death, had single-handedly killed a bronze-level boss. This isn't scientific. Sister Pierre was a bit skeptical. Niu Gang and Guan Xiaoya had just resurrected in the middle of the town. The system prompted them that half of their lifespan had been deducted. Originally, they still had 40 to 50 years left, but now they only had 20 years left. This made their faces a bit ugly. Guan Xiaoya's face was a bit pale. Niu Gang, you said that this lifespan deduction, could it be true? Niu Gang shook his head vigorously. Impossible. How in the world can there be such a mysterious thing? Guan Xiaoya looked complicated, but we obviously just fell asleep. How could we come to this place together? This is obviously not a dream. If it's a game, then this game is too real. Niu Gang was also a little unsure. Just then, a prompt about Qin Feng killing the feeder and rising to level 2 rang in the couple's heads. It caused them to be instantly startled. What the hell? That big spider that was 2.5 meters tall just now was actually killed? Who is this shadow? Surprisingly, he was able to kill that big spider? It's impossible. There were more than 10 small spiders under that big spider's hand. The two of them, Niu Gang and Guan Xiaoya, were a bit skeptical at once. In front of that big spider, the two of them were powerless to fight back. But that dark shadow, surprisingly, directly finished it off. And looking at the leaderboards, there was only one lone shadow. The two of them had to guess that that shadow had killed the feeder. I'm afraid it was a single kill. This made them cry out to hell even more. The number of players who came to the Divine Forsaken Land because they fell asleep was increasing. The number of players in Shell Town quickly came to 500. The town square was already filled with new players clad in black robes. There were new players who caught people and asked what was going on. Unfortunately, no one could answer this question. Most people were rather confused. However, there were some players that realized that things weren't simple. There was a young man with dyed blonde hair who was waving and shouting in the square. Folks, we all fell asleep and came to this so-called God's Forsaken Land. Right now, we can't leave the game yet. According to the hints, we will gain longevity by killing monsters, and death will have our lifespan. Regardless of whether it's true or not, let's play it safe and everyone should not go out alone. There are already quite a few players who have been killed by the demons outside and lost their lifespan. I suggest we form a team and go out to explore together. It's safer. Now brothers and sisters who want to go out with me, come and find me to sign up and register your occupation. This blonde-haired youth's words were listened to by some, while others were too lazy to listen. In the direction of the other exit of the town, there were 3 men and 3 women who had already formed a team. A burly and strong man at the head was lean and mighty. He was called Wang Man. One man looked at the center square of the town from afar, listened to the blonde youth shouting that came vaguely, and did not care. He said to the 5 people beside him, now this god abandonment game, we'd rather believe it than not. First treat it as a normal game. Go out and explore. As long as we can kill monsters and upgrade, then there's no harm for us. As for longevity, everyone just be careful not to die. I'm a holy shield warrior, and I initially have an invincibility skill that can block damage for you guys, so you just have to do your best to output. Wang Man's teammates were all hidden professions that were selected after Wang Man's observation. Such a combination was definitely strong enough. At the same time, within Shell Town, there were also some internet-addicted teenagers who usually grouped together to score points. Now they entered the god abandonment game together. Holy shit, with the emergence of this game, won't it allow us to show off our skills? Charge. We may not be too good at other things, but when it comes to games, hey, who's better than our 5 brothers? In this godforsaken game, the maximum number of players in a team is 6, and we're still 1 player short. Let's find a pretty girl. Aren't we missing a nurse? It wasn't just Shell Town. There were already thousands of towns now, with more and more players gathering. All of them were humans who had fallen asleep at this point in time, and their consciousness had been sent to the Divine Forsaken Land. It didn't matter if it was Dashio, North America, or the Western Ocean. People had just entered the Divine Forsaken game and were basically in a daze. Some of these players, already with the attitude that they would rather believe it, began to treat it with caution. Many strong people, in fact, had already pulled away from the others when they were just starting out. For example, the current Qin Feng, level 2, opened the leaderboards and gained 1 point of reputation. Qin Feng glanced at the system prompt and didn't pay much attention to it. Prestige was something that, of course, the more the better, and at a later stage, you could buy high-level props from NPCs based on your prestige. At this moment, Qin Feng stood stealthily in front of the corpse of the bronze-level feeder and prepared to harvest. First was the lifespan. Qin Feng reached out and inhaled the grayish-white ball of light floating on the corpse of the large spider. You have gained 46 days of lifespan, tradable. A small boss was comparable to the lifespan gain of more than a dozen normal small monsters. Under normal circumstances, this boss would have to be dealt with by several full squads joining forces, and that lifespan wouldn't be much for each person when divided evenly. However, Qin Feng killed the boss solo, and the harvest was naturally not expensive. Immediately afterward, Qin Feng pulled out 3 pieces of loot from under the boss's corpse. One of them, A skill book made Qin Feng's eyes light up. This is rich. Skill book, greedy hands, bronze, assassin skill book. After learning, it can be used on demonic corpses with a 20% total probability of obtaining an additional loot reward. Learning, requirement, level E. 20% probability. Doesn't seem high. But the key was, Qin Feng could evolve this skill. In addition to this skill book, this bronze level boss had also exploded 2 pieces of equipment. Qin Feng didn't check the equipment for now. I had 1 evolution point left, and this boss gave 2 points, totaling 3 points. This new skill, it can evolve twice. From now on, every time I kill a monster, there's a higher probability that I'll get an extra piece of loot. Qin Feng knew that he had taken off. This was because the skill Greedy Hands belonged to the category of rare skills and was only bronze ranked at the highest. In the previous generation, anyone who learned this skill could become an important member of the guild with a supreme status. Imagine, people had gone through a lot of trouble and finally killed the boss just by using Greedy Hands. It was possible for the boss to drop another extra reward. What kind of concept is that? The most important thing is that the loot that this skill is talking about includes tradable lifespans. I just wonder, does it include evolution points? Strictly speaking, evolution points were also the loot from Qin Feng's boss kills. So Qin Feng was a bit curious. Whatever, let's evolve the skill first and try it out, won't we know? Qin Feng gave the evolution command. You have consumed 1 evolution point. 2 points remain. Greedy Hands, bronze silver, assassin skill. Can be used on demonic corpses with a 20% 40% probability of obtaining an additional loot reward. The probability was directly doubled. The evolutionary effect of this skill brightened Qin Feng's eyes. Continue. There were still 2 evolution points left, all of which were consumed. You have consumed 2 evolution points. 0 points remaining. Greedy Hands, silver gold, assassin system skill. Can be used on demonic corpses with a 40% 70% probability of obtaining an additional loot reward. Silver to gold. The effect of the skill increased dramatically. Surprisingly, it had increased from 40% 40 probability to 70%. Then wouldn't it be 100% would-buy if it evolves again? Qin Feng's heart raced a bit. In the godforsaken game, this skill was only bronze level. However, Qin Feng was able to infinitely increase its effect through the original primary talent, infinite evolution. In the future, when I kill monsters, I'll be able to receive 100% would-buy double rewards. Even more than double. Qin Feng did not hesitate. Still maintaining stealth, he aimed at the feeder corpse in front of him and unleashed the Greedy Hand skill. There were still a total of 12 sub-spiders around the corpse of this boss, but were oblivious to the fact that Qin Feng was right next to them. As he released his skill, a large golden hand stretched out from the earth and grabbed towards the body of that feeder in the void. Skill Greedy Hand ruled successful. You have gained 2 evolution points. You have gained 46 days of lifespan, tradable. At the same time as the system prompt came, 3 other pieces of loot burst out from underneath the body of the feeder. Success. 70% success rate. Honestly, luckily it's not a twisted vine game. Qin Feng smiled contentedly. 2 evolution points. 46 days of tradable lifespan. All critical. As for the loot that exploded, it wasn't that important to Qin Feng. This was because the boss exploded 6 pieces of loot, and apart from the Greedy Hand skill book and an assassin's weapon, the other 4 pieces were not something Qin Feng could use. The stuff from the other professions. We'll go back to the town and sell them when the time comes. But at this stage, there's no one who can afford it, right? Qin Feng shook his head. The trading currency of the godforsaken game was tradable lifespans. Now that the game had just started, there were very few who could afford to pay the price. He looked towards the assassin weapon. Corrosive short knife, bronze, attack power, +3 with, agility, +4. Equipment requirement, level O. There was nothing to say, directly replacing the scrap iron short blade. Originally, Qin Feng had risen to level 2 and gained 2 points of full attributes, and his attack power was mentioned at 25 points. After replacing the corrosive short blade, Qin Feng's attack power, even more so, increased from 25 points to 50 points. It had directly doubled. Of course, Qin Feng's damage had not doubled. Of course, Qin Feng had not doubled his damage, because the largest portion of his damage was the additional hidden breaking attack from the sneaky shadow skill. The other 4 pieces of loot, there were 3 pieces of equipment and 1 skill book, but they weren't bronze level, but normal level. Start clearing the small monsters. Hopefully, I can come up with some evolution points. Next to the body of the feeder, there were still 12 sub-spiders, which Qin Feng did not intend to let go of. As he emerged from the shadows, he slashed across the abdomen of a spider and directly killed it with a single strike. By the time the other sub-spiders reacted, Qin Feng's figure had already disappeared once again. With the infinite stealth ability, Qin Feng didn't need to think about survivability at all in the early stages. Just as Qin Feng started brushing the monsters, Blue Star, Real World, Daxia, Jianghai Normal University, Qin Xiaoyu and her best friend, Chu Yan, were attending classes within the classroom. Suddenly, an unusual situation within the classroom caught everyone's attention, only to see a boy in the class, lying on the table and falling asleep. When he fell asleep, his body, unexpectedly, turned into a translucent vaporized state. Holy shit, Brother Wei. What happened to you, Brother Wei? The next roommate turned his eyes and realized that the boy's state had changed, and was startled. The roommate's shriek also attracted the attention of the whole class. The middle-aged Mediterranean teacher, who was passionately lecturing, also stopped lecturing and glanced over towards that boy, his face showing doubt. Many people gathered over and scared. The housemates, the teacher, soon all tried to reach their hands over and actually passed through the boy's body. It was as if the boy didn't exist at all. Such a scene caused the entire class to suck in a breath of cool air, looking shocked and nervous. So you, look at what's going on over there with Zhang Wei. Chu Yan, a short-haired girl, pulled Qin Xiuyu to look at the seats a few rows to the right front, her pair of beautiful eyes a little nervous. Qin Xiuyu frowned. She was wearing a long white dress, looking pure and flawless, and due to her not-so-low face value, there were quite a few suitors in the school. This was also one of the reasons why she viewed herself highly. After all, there were a lot of licking G's. At this moment, Qin Xiuyu's right front was already surrounded by people. She could only stand up, moving gently and gracefully. Unfortunately, she wasn't tall enough, and it wasn't until she stood on her tiptoes that she finally saw that in the seat in front of her right, there was a boy lying on the table asleep, his body turning into a semi-transparent illusory state. Check online. Qin Xiuyu resumed her seat, took out her cell phone, and immediately started searching. Soon, from some chat groups, she found some chat records forwarded by other groups, as well as some pictures. In those pictures, there were some sleeping people. The state was the same as that boy sleeping on his back. On the internet, countless speculations had already spread, but since no one had woken up from their sleep yet, there was no one who knew exactly what had happened. The classroom was an instant mess. The middle-aged Mediterranean teacher shouted, "Students, slow, this, the class will first go, sang, to this, the The teacher, SI, will communicate with the school leaders first." After saying this, that teacher left the classroom in a hurry, ready to call to find out the situation. The students inside the classroom, on the other hand, were talking and whispering. All of them took out their cell phones to take pictures and upload them, chatting feverishly on the internet. Qin Xiuyu and Chu Yan, who did not participate in the discussion, sat in their original seats and quickly swiped their cell phones. Soon, Qin Xiuyu frowned slightly. It seems like this seems to be a worldwide phenomenon. Especially in some countries, it's nighttime, and there are many people who fall asleep, and as long as they fall asleep, they will become in this state. Chu Yan was a little worried. What the hell is this situation? I have to contact my parents. Xiao, don't you ask your brother to see if he has encountered anything? Qin Xiuyu shook her head and said coldly, I'm not going to take the initiative to contact him. Chu Yan was helpless, but now that something like this has happened, there's no need to mess with your loved ones anymore, right? Qin Xiuyu laughed. Loved ones. He'll just be in charge of me. Is that considered a relative? Anyway, I'm too lazy to care about him unless he takes the initiative to apologize to me. If Qin Feng saw this scene, he was afraid that he would want to laugh. In her last life, Qin Xiuyu had exactly this attitude. She didn't just not take the initiative to contact Qin Feng. Even when Qin Feng texted her, she didn't reply, and she didn't answer her phone calls. It wasn't until the evening that Qin Feng personally came over to the school to look for her, begged for peace with her, apologized, and only then did he bring her home like an ancestor and enter the godforsaken game with her. But this life, it was completely different. She didn't want to contact Qin Feng. It was even more unlikely that Qin Feng would take the initiative to contact her. In Qin Feng's eyes, this sister that he had taken care of for more than a decade was equivalent to not existing anymore. From the moment she personally gouged out Qin Feng's eyes, Qin Feng could no longer recognize her as his sister. Bizarre phenomena continued to occur all over the world, all over the globe. Officials from various countries have researched and quickly released a statement that people will enter a translucent and illusory state as long as they fall asleep, and for the time being, they don't know the reason for this, and they are calling on people not to fall asleep as much as possible, and to wait for the experts to study the situation. So far, no sleeping people have woken up, so the people outside had no idea what was happening. And in the godforsaken land, in the middle of a small town, many of these players who had fallen asleep and entered the divine abandonment game began to act. They formed small teams and started going out to kill monsters. For the first time entering the divine abandonment game, if you want to go offline, there is a precondition that is to level up to level 3. Qin Feng kept killing in the dark woods. In the godforsaken game, upgrading was difficult. In the early stages, soloing was almost impossible. And if you were in a group, the experience and tradable lifespans would be split equally. So how could one not upgrade fast enough? In Shell Town, it wasn't until the 20th minute after Qin Feng opened the leaderboards that someone else finally rose to level 2. It was an elite hidden profession squad led by someone with the codename Wang Meng. 6 people, all leveled up to level 2 at the same time. They occupied the 2nd to 7th place in Showdown, the ranking list. As for the golden-haired youth, he brought several dozen players together to go out and hunt monsters. But they soon realized a horrible thing: they gathered together. No demons dared to come close at all, no matter what kind of demonic creature it was. When they saw this group of players from afar, they all turned around and ran away. As a result, this group of people didn't have much to gain at all. The only gain was perhaps that they familiarized themselves with the terrain outside the town. Evolution points. Finally, some points. When Qingfeng slashed and killed a level 1 creeper, he finally lit up when he heard the system prompt. Just now, he had killed the small spiders around the feeder, one after another. The 12 child spiders only gave him 2 evolution points, one of which was still touched with the greedy hand. It could be seen that if he didn't encounter a boss, it would be very difficult to rely on killing small monsters to gain evolution points. After finishing off those small spiders, he looked around for other magical creatures. As he always maintained stealth, Qingfeng came and went like the wind in the dark woods. He soon took out 5 more level 1 creepers. At this moment, the 5th creeper that he hacked to death finally gave him another 1 evolution point. It's ready to evolve. Qingfeng opened the attribute panel, continuing to evolve the greedy hand. You have consumed 3 evolution points, with 0 points remaining. Greedy hands, gold platinum, assassin skill, can be used on demonic corpses with a 70%, 110% probability of obtaining an additional loot reward. An evolutionary effect that completely exceeded expectations. Qingfeng knew that in the divine abandonment game, a probability of more than 100% win back would also take effect. The 100% probability of greedy hands meant a 100% chance of having an additional loot and the 100% probability of getting another loot, which was the 3rd loot. Very good. After the evolution was completed, Qingfeng unleashed greedy hands towards the creeper corpse in front of him. Still greedy hands ruled successful. You have gained 1 evolution point. You have gained 1 evolution point. You gained 3 days of lifespan, tradable. You gained 3 days of lifespan, tradable. You have gained 3 days of lifespan, tradable. You have gained 3 days of lifespan, tradable. Qingfeng's eyes lit up. This hand had directly triggered that 10% shi, allowing him to gain 2 additional rewards. Invincible. Qingfeng was shocked. These 2 evolution points, he wasn't going to use them for now. The same skill evolving for the 4th time surprisingly requires 5 evolution points instead of 4. It seems that the number of evolution points required is not an equidistant series. As for the exact pattern, we'll know when we evolve greedy hand once more. Qingfeng did not lack damage or survival for the time being. Even if he encountered a boss, he could deal with it relatively easily. All priority was given to evolving gain class skills that would allow him to develop faster. Greedy hands was the best choice. Qingfeng checked. I now have a tradable lifespan of 146 days. But to extract equipment and skills to reality, the tradable life consumed would be at least 2.5 years at the very least. 900 days to be exact. In addition, one still has to level up to level 10 first. Qingfeng maintained his stealth and continued to travel through the woods. Suddenly, he sensed the movement of a battle ahead. Quietly approaching over, Qingfeng was delighted in his heart. This was because what appeared in front of him was yet another bronze-ranked boss. And it was also a level 2 monster. Sprinter, LVR. Great, bronze. It was a humanoid reptilian creature with 6 legs, just like a reptilian, with no eyes on its head but a rotting mouth, 6 legs and moving extremely fast, at least twice as fast as a new player. New players who encountered this boss could be considered very unlucky, and had no chance of escaping. As for killing the sprinter, it was even more difficult than killing the feeder. When Qingfeng saw the sprinter, he subconsciously looked at his agility. Due to the Shadow's career bonus and the Bronze Grade Corrosive Short Knife's agility addition, Qingfeng's agility attribute had now reached 34 points. In the godforsaken game, doubling agility didn't mean that movement speed would also be doubled. Instead, there was a correlation formula. With an initial 10 points of agility, the usual movement speed is about 3 meters per second, and running at full speed can reach 9.5 meters per second. I now have 34 points of agility, while my usual shift speed is 5.83 meters per second, and running at full strength is 17 to 18 meters per second. Right now, Qingfeng's speed was almost twice as fast as some new players. Even so, it was only just about the same speed as a sprinter. It's enough. Can catch up with the sprinting one without worrying about it escaping. Qingfeng lurked in the shadows and looked towards the front. It was discovered that the sprinter was chasing after a team of players. One of the people at the head of that team was a burly man, holding an inferior shield, who was fending off the blaster's attacks while retreating. This burly man was the second-ranked player in Shelltown, codenamed Wine Man. Behind him, there were 5 hidden profession players who were releasing their skills and attacking the sprinters with a stony face. Unfortunately, regardless of whether it was an archer or a mage, the 2 long-range professions, the man and the woman, all of their attacks were having a hard time hitting the sprinter. While the sprinting man was charging left and right, relying on its corrupted claws and fangs, it quickly made one man, who was of the sacred shield warrior profession, dropped his blood level to half. It was important to know that the holy shield warrior's base candor was very high. Blood and defense were both more than 30% higher than other novice players. During the process of the team's ascension to level 2, it was one man who was at the front, and they hadn't encountered any situations that were too dangerous. But now, faced with this bronze level boss, one man obviously couldn't hold his own. On the other hand, the sprinter still had at least 90% ulti of its blood. At this moment, the young sharp-eyed archer in one man's team had missed 2 more attacks. His face was very ugly. No, this boss is too fast. It's hard to hit with long-range attacks. One man remained calm. Just keep attacking. If you can't kill it, you can also grind the blood and resurrect it to come back and kill it again. Unfortunately, one man's plan was a bit too optimistic. As the battle stalled, other magical creatures appeared in the woods to the side. Polluter, LVR. Great, ordinary. This is a level 2 ordinary demonic creature, also in humanoid form, but covered in dark brown sludge. It is a long-range attack demonic creature. In the woods, a full 3 polluters appeared, directly launching sludge attacks towards the back row of one man's team. Poof! A beautiful young girl holding a staff with an extremely good figure was violently smashed in the chest by a ball of sludge. This heavy blow caused the black robe on her chest to tremble in waves. Fu 32. Oh shucks, what a stench. That pretty young girl felt a foul stench come over her face. Disgusting. And that was only the beginning. A ball of sludge began to be thrown towards the team's back row output at a rapid pace. Those sludge had a fast trajectory, making it impossible for them to dodge. The point was, there was also a bronze level boss, sprinter, in front of them. If they ran around to avoid the long-range attacks, one man wouldn't even be able to block the sprinters for them once they were attacked by the sprinters. They would have to die in a few hits. For a while, one man's 6 were in danger. The blood level of the whole team was dropping rapidly. One man, Qin squinted his eyes and observed the team. To be honest, this person, he recognized. Of course, it wasn't now. Rather, it was before he was reborn. At that time, Qin was a strong player ranked in the top 100 globally. And although he was considered a dangler in the top 100, he was after all just an ordinary warrior profession. To be able to reach this achievement with an ordinary profession was already a legend. Countless people idolized Qin. Among them was this one man. After all, one man was a hidden profession holy shield warrior, and in terms of career bonuses and skills, he was much stronger than Qin, an ordinary warrior. However, one man's battle power was not comparable to Qin. This made him very convinced of Qin. As for the two sides knowing each other, it was because one man was the person in charge of representing the official daxia and cooperating with the divine beheading guild created by Qin. When Qin fought extra equipment and skill books on a regular basis, if the guild couldn't use them internally, he would hand them over to one man and sell them to the daxia officials in exchange for tradable lifespans. In my last life, I formed the guild to better protect Qin Xiuyu. In this life, there's no need. It's just that this person, one man, can still be befriended. Qin was now planning to convert all the excess equipment and skill books, all of them into tradable lifespans, and use them to improve himself. Then, it was important to find a stable sales channel. One man, this person, was still relatively reliable, and the official daxia represented behind him also had enough financial power. These monsters have to be killed anyway. In that case, help him out first. Qin did not intend to befriend the other party out of the blue. Just leave an impression on the other party first. He observed the situation and quickly arrived behind one of the polluters. Coldly, he launched a surprise attack. This polluter, who was frantically throwing sludge towards the pretty young girl holding a staff, couldn't even imagine that there was an assassin behind him. The short corrosive blade, which turned into a bit of a cold aura, landed on the back of the polluter's neck. Fu 441, weakness attack. A fatal blow. The polluter, in an instant, turned into a puddle of sludge and spilled onto the charred ground. You have killed polluter. LV2. You have gained 20 experience points. You gained E evolution point. You have gained a 4-day lifespan, tradable. The system prompt that rang in his head made Qin a bit surprised that this little monster could give evolution points. Good luck. Casually releases greedy hand. Skill greedy hands ruled successful. You have gained 4 days of life, tradable. Unfortunately, no evolution points. The probability of ordinary monsters giving evolution points was already low. The extra reward from the hand of greed was an additional judgment of 1 drop, which was equivalent to Qin killing another identical demonic creature instead of copying a reward. So it was normal that no evolution points were given. It's still only killing bosses that gives a steady gain of evolution points. Qin finished off a polluter and wasn't in a hurry. Before the demons and players in the field could react, he had already entered stealth once again. Whoo! As they watched one of the polluters suddenly turn into sludge and fall, one man and the others were stunned. They only saw a black figure that flashed by, and the polluter instantly fell to the ground. How is this possible? Even for a level 1 creeper, we had to surround it for more than 10 seconds before we could kill it. This level 2 polluter, it was even killed in seconds. For a moment, all 6 members of Wine Man's team were shocked. A polluter was killed. The pressure on Wine Man and their back row was instantly much less. The pretty girl holding the staff had excitement and thrill in her beautiful eyes. A big brother has come to help us. Could it be the shadow on the leaderboard? In fact, this young girl couldn't tell if she was pretty or not now. Her body and face were covered in sludge, and she had very little blood left. The only thing that was still so hot was her body, which made people look at her a few more times. Her slender legs kept moving, walking flexibly, looking lively and elastic. Hold on. Wine Man's skills finished cooling down. With a gloomy expression, he released his skill, Sacred Barrier. Golden light enveloped his lanky body, allowing him to enter an invincible state that lasted for 3 seconds, able to hold on for a few more moments under the hands of the dashers. The others also had room to dodge. With one last polluter, the long-range threat was much smaller. Nearly half a minute later, Qin Feng reappeared behind another polluter. Without warning, he instantly struck. Once again, the polluter was killed in seconds. No evolution points. Hand of Greed. Ho! Exploded a skill book. Qin Feng picked up the skill book that the polluter had exploded in his hand. He checked the skill book in his backpack. Fierce Poison Dart. Normal. Assassin skill. Throw a fierce poison dart with a maximum range of 12 meters. Adds 40 points of attack damage on hit, and a fierce poison status. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Learning, requirement, level R. Fierce poison, 30% attack damage per second. No weakness bonus. Lasts for 5 seconds, not stackable. Finally came an attack skill, and it was a mid-range, sustained damage skill. Even for an ordinary player, learning a skill like this in the early stages would increase the development speed in a straight line. Only, the probability of ordinary monsters dropping skill books was very low. Qin Feng had killed so many ordinary monsters, and the ones that exploded skill books were only twice. Once was the first creeper, which exploded the ice cone technique of the legal system. Then there was this time, which was still touched out by the greedy hand. Equipment and skill books, it's still bosses that have a higher burst rate. But for ordinary players, without the equipment and skill base, it's impossible to take down bosses, even the weakest bronze level bosses. Qin Feng thought in his heart. He didn't hesitate. He still had 3 evolution points on him and directly evolved the Fierce Poison Dart twice. Fierce Poison Dart, normal bronze, silver, assassin type skill. Throw a Fierce Poison Dart with a maximum range of 12, 13, 14 meters. Adds 40, 80, 120 points of attack damage on hit, and adds the Fierce Poison status. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Learning, requirements, level R. Fierce Poison, 30%, 40%, 50%, sustained damage per second. No weakness bonus. Lasts for 5 seconds, not stackable. After this skill evolved twice, the total damage directly more than doubled. Qin Feng's movements were quick, picking up the skill book, learning the skill book, and evolving the skill, all in one go. That last polluter had just turned around and was just about to spew out a sludge attack at Qin Feng, only for Qin Feng to be even faster. With a lift of his hand, a fierce poison dart flew out. It instantly hit the polluter's head. In the place of other newbie players, there was no way they could have this attack accuracy of his. However, Qin Feng had spent 9 years in the godforsaken game in his previous life, and his proficiency in long-range attacks had long been engraved in his bones. Casually throwing a fierce poison dart, he directly hit the head weakness. Fu 237, weakness attack. The damage figure doesn't look high. This is due to the fact that there is no hidden break, no backstrike, and even the opponent has already discovered Qin Feng, so the Shadow's professional passive didn't come into effect, and there is no double damage. However, after Qin Feng struck, he directly concealed himself. After that polluter was hit by the fierce poison dart, the entire thing turned green. 2 consecutive damage numbers popped out above his head. Fu 158, Fu 158. After taking 2 fierce poison sustained damage, that polluter finally died. This sustained damage is pretty high, and with me being invisible after launching my attack, this sustained damage, surprisingly, can eat into my profession passive and double the damage. Qin Feng was more sensitive to damage. Immediately, he discovered this. The Shadow's 3rd career passive was to double the damage dealt when not in the enemy's field of vision. He was invisible, so of course he wasn't considered to be in the enemy's field of view. Then, it was normal for the sustained damage to be doubled. Unfortunately, this last polluter, again, didn't explode anything. The only thing left on the scene was the last bronze level boss, the sprinter, which was the main event. And at this moment, one man was already sweating profusely. I can't hold on any longer. The middle-aged female priest in the team was releasing healing spells for him constantly, but unfortunately the effect was limited. Wine Man's blood bar was still getting closer to the bottom bit by bit. Obviously, although this team had already killed small monsters to level 2, they hadn't exploded any useful equipment or skill books, causing their fighting style to remain plain. It was at this moment. A figure, violently appeared behind the boss, sprinting one. At the moment when the sprinter launched an attack towards Wang Man, a fierce poison dart flew towards the sprinter's head, precisely hits the head. Full 845, weakness attack, hidden break, back strike, weakness attack, all full. One shot to the head. Wang Man and the others were getting nervous. When they glanced at the boss's blood bar and saw that it had dropped by half almost instantly, their eyes widened. Crap! Wang Man couldn't help but curse out a foul language. Their entire team, who had been fighting the sprinter for half a day, had hit less than 10% of its blood. As a result, this mysterious character, a skill directly took out half of the boss's blood, and that was just the base damage of the fierce poison dart. What came next was the most terrifying. 324, 324, 324, 324. As the sprinter's body turned green and 4 continuous damage numbers jumped out one after another, that sprinter didn't even have a chance to struggle, and in front of Wang Man, he directly collapsed. Of course, Wang Man and the others couldn't see the damage numbers of the others. They could only see the blood bar above the boss's head. That blood bar, which dropped a notch every time it jumped, made Wang Man's and their heartbeats beat along with it. They watched as the bronze boss that had almost caused their group to be destroyed was poisoned alive just like that. I'll go. This damage, is this still human? No. Is this really a player who entered the game at the same time as us? You guys didn't see the key. The key is, he was able to accurately hit the boss's head with a dart while the boss was moving around. That's right, it's hard for us to hit the boss with our long-range attacks, but he hit the weak points with his darts. Wang Man's 6 people all sucked in a breath of cool air. They watched as the boss exploded a bunch of loot, but obviously, they didn't have the authority to pick it up. In the Divine Abandonment game, the right to attribute the loot dropped by monsters belonged to the team or individual with the highest damage. Right now, 90% of the blood of this sprinter was taken out by Qin Feng. Rightfully so, Qin Feng had the right to all the loot. You have killed the sprinting man, bronze level. You have gained 600 experience points. Congratulations on your promotion to level 3. Congratulations, you have gained 2 evolution points. You have gained a 55-day lifespan, tradable. The moment the boss fell to the ground, a series of system prompts rang out in Qin Feng's head. After he threw that fierce poison dart, he released Subterranean Shadow again and re-entered stealth. The cooldown time for Sneaky Shadow is now 26 seconds, still a bit long. It kind of affects the efficiency of brushing monsters. However, it's still best to evolve the greedy hand first if I have the evolution points. Qin Feng thought to himself. He silently arrived next to the sprinter's corpse and picked up a bunch of loot. This scene, on the other hand, looked incredibly weird in the eyes of Wang Man's 6. The shadows of people were not even seen. The loot next to that boss's corpse suddenly disappeared. Friend, thanks a lot. Wang Man knew that the big brother was next to him, and with a serious and earnest expression, he clasped his fist in the air and sincerely thanked him. Thank me? Qin Feng said indifferently, his voice seeming to come from all directions. In the wilderness, don't trust others so easily. These words caused Wang Man to look aghast. I understand. Thanks for reminding big brother. In the Divine Abandonment game, only the town was a safe zone. As long as they were outside the town, players could also kill players, and once they died, whether it was tradable lifespan or non-tradable lifespan, half of it would fall off. Of course, the only thing that players could pick up was the tradable lifespan. As for the non-tradable lifespan, the player can't pick it up directly, unless they pass through the demonic creature, let the demonic creature absorb it, and then kill the demonic creature, in order to convert 50% Wuchi out of it. Obviously, if Qin Feng were to turn on Wang Man right now, he could easily finish them off. It just wasn't necessary, because it wouldn't explode anything at all. These guys, they were all too poor, and at this time, Wang Man also understood. If this big brother really had thoughts about them, he wouldn't have opened his mouth to remind them. This made Wang Man even more grateful. Then let's go first. We won't bother big brother to taste the equipment. My name is Wang Man. If big brother needs any help in the future, just look for me. Wang Man was very understanding, and after saying this, he intended to lead the others to leave. However, the pretty young girl behind him, who was covered in sludge, suddenly waved her hand towards the surroundings. Big brother, I'm Black Brush Big Lizzy. Can I add you as a friend? Hearing this young girl's self-reported code name, Qin Feng almost didn't laugh out loud. He actually knew this girl, of course, from his last life. She was called this code name because her real name was Lin Liu, her father's last name was Lin, and her mother's last name was Li, and thus, Hibilin Da Lizi came into being. This girl was indeed pretty, with a lively and cute personality, and her body was even hotter. As for her profession, she was a hidden profession prophet, which was quite a bit stronger than the average mage. In his last life, Qin Feng had even worked with her a few times. It seems that her opening was the same as her last life, and she directly teamed up with Wang Man, and then turned into an official member of Da Xiao. Qin Feng secretly shook his head. There was no need for him to befriend the other party now. Then he faintly said, sorry, I'm not interested in the Blackbringer Dahlias. That girl was not willing to add Qingfeng as a friend and tried to stalk her, but the middle-aged female priest in the group, with a helpless face, dragged her and turned around to leave. Looking at their backs, Qingfeng also felt a bit emotional. This one man's profession holy shield warrior. Meat is still meat. Moreover, that middle-aged female priest in the team is also a hidden profession oracle priest, with an initial healing amount that is twice that of a normal priest. Otherwise, this team wouldn't have been able to last this long. My attack, it looks like a spike, but it's limited by the cooldown time of Subterranean Shadow, causing the attacks to be spaced out for too long. From start to finish, it took almost 2 minutes to finish off this boss and the 3 polluters. 2 minutes of time. If it was an ordinary team, they would have been massacred under the hands of the sprinters long ago. Qingfeng shook his head, not thinking too much. This wave, he had a full harvest. When one man and the others left, Qingfeng released greedy hands towards the corpse of the blaster. Congratulations, you have gained 2 evolution points. You have gained a 55-day lifespan, tradable. A bronze boss gave Qingfeng a total of 4 evolution points, plus 110 days of tradable lifespan, and 5 pieces of loot. Not a bad haul. There are also 3 pieces of equipment and 2 skill books inside the drop. Only one of the equipment was something Qingfeng could use. In godforsaken games, there were so many professions that it was normal for things from other professions to pop up often. Sprinting leather, gators, bronze, assassin lineage equipment, physical, defense, 加9, full, elemental, resistance, 加5, cooldown speed, 正 15%. Equipment requirement, rank R. The defense and elemental resistance of this equipment was not of much use to Qingfeng, but the 15% of her cooldown speed is good. Put it on directly. The cooldown time of Sneak, Shadow, from 26 seconds, has been reduced to 22. 60 seconds, a good effect. In the godforsaken game, there was no cooldown reduction in the regular attributes, only cooldown speed. In the later stages, the cooldown speed attribute could basically be piled up to several 100%. For example, a 4% cooldown speed was equal to a 4 times faster cooldown, equal to 5 times the original, and a skill that originally had a 20-second cooldown now only needed 4 seconds. In short, final cooldown time 等于 base cooldown time, 1加 cooldown speed. Continue brushing the monsters. 1 more evolution point and I'll be able to evolve Greedy Hand to Emerald level. Qingfeng maintained his stealth and continued to go deeper towards the dark forest. Meanwhile, Qingfeng's tradable lifespan had reached 268 days. I still have quite a few equipment skill books of other professions on me. Once my backpack is full, I'll return to the town first and exchange things for tradable lifespans. At that time, we can consider extracting the equipment skills back to reality. It was no exaggeration to say Qingfeng's development speed was more than 100 times faster than his last life. From the sound of it, his last life's development speed was very, very slow. However, it couldn't be helped, because when the number of players in the town increased, the demons outside, too, would all gather. The difficulty for new players who wanted to hunt the demons would skyrocket. Instead, many player squads were hunted by hordes of demons and kept losing their lifespan. For example, in Shell Town, one man, with his hidden profession squad, had returned to an area closer to the town, where there would be no level 2 monsters, only level 1 monsters. What shocked them was that when they came back, they quickly saw a team of 6 players that were being surrounded by more than a dozen creepers. If one were to deal with a creeper alone, then many teams could kill it now. But, more than a dozen creepers? So many creepers? I'm playing Nima. A youth screamed and cursed in panic, followed by 3 reptilians pouncing on him, tearing and gnawing. Prepare for battle. One man's face became extremely grave as he unfolded the inferior large shield in his hand. Having just come all the way here, they had rested for a few minutes halfway through, and their blood and mana values were almost recovered. Originally, Lin Liu, the pretty girl holding a staff, was still dwelling on the fact that she had just not added Qingfeng as a friend. It must be because I'm covered in mud and Big Brother dislikes it. Oh, this girl was on the verge of crying. But before she could be sad for long, the scene in front of her shook her to the core, immediately holding her staff and preparing to go into battle. More than a dozen creepers. In a few seconds, a squad of 6 players was killed, all of them. Originally, one man was still preparing for battle with a grave expression. Result, the dozen or so creepers glanced back at their team, seemingly sensing that they were different from ordinary teams. All of them were a bit scared and turned around to leave. Of course, before leaving, they still absorbed all the non-tradable lifespans that those 6 players had exploded. Although it took time for magical creatures to digest lifespans, but absorbing the storage was quick. After that was done, more than a dozen creepers turned around and fled to the depths of the woods. Ran away? One man and the others froze. These devil creatures, totally out of the ordinary Moreover, the speed of those creepers was really a bit fast. Although they were not as good as the sprinters, they were not something one man and the others could catch up with. They want to run. We really can't catch up. These monsters, they still know how to bully. One man and Lin Liu, the 6 of them, all felt a bit unimaginable. Once again, there was an additional layer of awe towards this godforsaken game. The monsters within this game were not at all like the unusual online games that waited dully for players to kill them. Instead, they would form teams to hunt players, robbing players of their lifespan. As for what the demonic creatures robbed the player's lifespan to do, one man and the others didn't know for the time being, but this alone was already enough to make one's heart chill. Go! One man led the team and continued to advance. Soon after seeing another team of 6, there were already 3 dead, and the remaining 3 were fleeing for their lives. Unfortunately, their speed was too slow, and the 5 creepers behind them were in hot pursuit, attacking them non-stop, and they were about to finish them off. Arcane spell ball, triple shot. The 2 long-range from one man's team attacked the 5 crawlers from afar. Each hit a creeper, blasting away about 1/10 of its blood. Surround them, don't let them escape. One man charged forward with his shield and directly landed a jump smash with a bang, stunning all 5 of those creepers where they were. Around Shell Town, such things were happening everywhere. Originally, in people's impression, the demons that were supposed to be killed by them and turned into experience would actually join forces, gather, and in turn surround the players. The town square resurrection point. A white light flashed continuously, hardly stopping for a moment. The faces of every resurrected player became ugly. You have to rise to level 3 to return to reality. I originally thought it would be easy, but I didn't expect it. The monsters all know how to group up. This is going to take head to level up to 3. I have a question. If we never get to level 3, won't we be stuck here forever? Then in reality, won't we become vegetarians? No, we have to gather more people. If 6 people can team up, then 2 teams, 3 teams together. No way. Too many people will attract the boss. Just now there was a group of 40 people that attracted some kind of cursed one. A single skill seconded more than 30 of them. Countless people were emboldened. It was at this moment that they suddenly saw. On Shell Town's leveling charts, the top-ranked Dark Shadow leveled up to level 3. Holy shit, is this Shadow really this bullish? We're even struggling to kill a small monster, but he's upgrading so easily. Big Shadow seems to be soloing. After all, he's the only one on the list with such a high level. Definitely solo brushing. This is too fierce, isn't it? People were incredulous. By now, many people had left the town, deeply realizing how ferocious the demons were outside. In this situation, the Shadow was able to single brush and still upgrade all the way. How powerful was this? At this time, Sister Pair, codenamed Duck Pair, brought her teammates and once again resurrected from the square. This black short-sleeved girl's face was already as black as charcoal, because this was already her 3rd death. Her non-tradable lifespan, which originally had 80 years, now only had 10 years left, so it could be said that she had suffered a heavy loss. Although, currently, she didn't know if this lifespan was real or not, but it still gave her a heavy psychological pressure. The soft, long-haired girl who had been resurrected along with her now had her hands trembling a bit. Pair sister, what do we do now? The soft and sticky young girl glanced at her experience bar in worry. Their team had killed 4 creepers so far, and each of them only had less than 10 points of experience. And it was still too early for the 100 points of experience needed to level up to level 2, let alone level 3. Even these 4 creepers were all very difficult to kill, because, when they ran out of blood, they would run. Still, the pair sister in the lead had some means. After all, she was a hidden profession, and with the longbow in her hand, she was able to clean up the bloodied and escaping creepers. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be able to do away with these 4 creepers. All in all, no more deaths. The black short-sleeved young girl, Duck Pair, had a very ugly face when she suddenly saw the leaderboards, and the shadow level had risen to level 3. This situation made her eyes light up. All spread out first and spread the news. Duck Pair said in a deep voice, I'll offer 10 million RMB to let Shadow take me up to level 3. In short, return to reality first. He upgrades so fast, it should be easy to take me up, right? Thus, such a message quickly spread in Shell Town. There was a big lady who was willing to spend 10 million RMB to ask the Shadow big brother, who was number 1 on the leaderboards, to help bring her upgrades. Meanwhile, Qin Feng happened to be on his way back. After finishing off the sprinters, he went back to the dense forest and killed 10 or so creepers one after another, finally relying on the greedy hand to touch 1 evolution point. Directly evolve greedy hand. You have consumed 5 evolution points, with 0 points remaining. Greedy hands, platinum, emerald, assassin skill. It can be used on the corpses of magical creatures, with a 110%, 160% chance of obtaining an additional loot reward. The additional loot gained has a 20% total chance of being upgraded by a rank. The Hand of Greed, evolved to emerald level, surprisingly has an additional special effect. There was a 20% total probability that the additional loot would be 1 rank higher. Invincible. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. This effect could be said to be awesome. Wouldn't it be 100% higher rank if it continues to evolve? Killing bronze bosses allows you to harvest silver equipment. Kill silver bosses and you can touch gold equipment. Just in time, Qingfeng had now memorized the location of a boss. That boss was named the Cursed One, a demonic creature in the form of a dry tree man that seemed to have finished off dozens of players and was hiding somewhere in the dense forest, digesting its lifespan. Soon, that Cursed One would advance into a silver level boss. However, boss advancement takes some time. Anyway, no one can kill that boss at the moment, so I'll give it some time to advance. Let's go back and deal with the stuff first. Qingfeng looked at his backpack. He was now level 3.5 and his backpack, which only had 10 compartments, was already full. They were all equipment and skill books that didn't belong to his profession. To Qingfeng, these things were of no use and were best exchanged for tradable lifespan. However, to the other players in Showdown, these were all good items that could drastically increase their strength. For example, the mage skill book Ice Cone Technique, right? Once this skill was learned, hits could slow down the target and even have the probability of freezing the target. Of course, bosses had high control resistance and were difficult to control, but when used against small monsters, it's definitely a favorable weapon. On the way back to Shelltown, Qingfeng saw quite a few people along the way being chased to death by creepers. There was no expression fluctuation on his face. This kind of situation was only common in the early stages of the game. It wouldn't take long for people to realize that to deal with this kind of situation, all they needed to do was add agility. With high agility and speed, one wouldn't be chased to death, and it would be useless to come to as many creepers as possible. Moreover, if the crawlers wanted to escape, they would also be able to hunt them down with their speed. This was why Qingfeng wanted to add agility. As Qingfeng approached the Shelltown safe zone, he finally did not continue to be stealthy. However, he called up the system panel and enabled the face mask function. In the godforsaken game, player looks were the same as reality and could not be adjusted. I'm still an ordinary person in reality. No ability to extract for now. Can't expose my identity. Qingfeng was very clear about this. Once he exposed his identity, with his current status as the #1 in Shelltown, he would definitely have trouble coming to his door, or even kill him. This kind of thing, he had seen a lot of them in his previous life. After enabling the facial concealment function, he had an additional layer of black veil on his face that could not be seen through. On his body, he was wearing an initial black robe, and on his legs, he had brown sprinting leather leg guards, and his feet were still wearing rotting leather boots, and under the black veil, only his cold eyes were revealed. In Shelltown, these players who all came from Jianghai City, each one of them had a sad face. They wanted to rise to level 3 and return to reality. But right now, they couldn't even kill a single creeper. And once they encountered one, it was a group, so how could they fight? So, they all crowded inside the Shelltown and kept discussing ways. When Qingfeng returned, his cold image immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding players. The leg guards and shoes on his body, as well as the corrosive short knife on his hand, were clearly equipment dropped by the wild monsters outside. Especially the short blade and the leg guards, both of which were glowing with a faint bronze-colored light effect. They were clearly bronze-level equipment. Who is this person? So pretentious. People with 2 pieces of bronze equipment, can they not be pretentious? This wouldn't be the Shadow Big Brother, who is #1 on the leaderboards, would it? Shit, it seems to be true, doesn't it? Big Brother, someone has offered you 10 million RMB to upgrade. Big Brother, I don't need you to take me. I can give you 100,000 RMB. Just tell me how you soloed. As long as you're willing to take me, let me do whatever you want. People are still fledglings. For a while, quite a few people gathered around. There were those who wanted Qingfeng to bring them upgrades, and there were also those who asked him how he soloed. Unfortunately, Qingfeng ignored them all. He walked straight towards the town center square, then came to the edge of a dilapidated flower bed and sat down. He tapped on the stall function and set up the 10 pieces of equipment and skill books. Name of the store, equipment and skill sale, only for 10 minutes, buy as soon as you can. There were a lot of people in the town right now. Qingfeng estimated that 10 minutes was about right. Once this stall was out, it immediately attracted everyone around. Big Brother, it's really Shadow Big Brother. Cow Wall, Big Brother is actually selling equipment. There are even 2 pieces of bronze equipment. Did this kill a bronze level boss? I heard that the bronze leveled cursor killed Yellow Hair and his Sanshijia people back. Yeah, a bronze boss that fierce. Can anyone really kill it at this stage? For a while, players from all walks of life gathered. Soon there was a woman in grey vestments who brought her teammates over. She glanced at Qingfeng with slight curiosity. How do you sell this ice cone technique? The grey-robed woman looked up and immediately pursed her lips to inquire. Like Qingfeng, she had also turned on the facial masking function. However, Qingfeng recognized it. This woman should be the Grey Rose who was currently ranked 11th in the Shelltown rankings. What she was wearing should be an inferior vestment dropped by ordinary monsters, which matched her codename quite well. Qingfeng glanced at her and said, 100 days of tradable lifespan. Grey Rose frowned slightly. 100 days. That's too much. Can't afford it. Can it be cheaper? Qingfeng shook his head. not bothering to speak. The common level skill ice cone technique, which could greatly increase the speed of the pre-magic department's monster brushing, was already cheap at 100 days. Grey Rose asked immediately after, "Can I use cash?" Qin Feng said indifferently, "If you have a lot of cash, you can buy longevity from someone else first and then come back to trade with me. If no one offers a higher price, I can keep the item for you." Grey Rose lightly bit her lip. Wait a moment. She took her teammates aside and chatted in the team channel for a half a minute later. Grey Rose reappeared in front of Qin Feng. "Alright, 100-day lifespan, trade it." Qin Feng had a total of 268 days of lifespan since he swiped until now. Grey Rose, on the other hand, had risen to level 2 anyways, leading the team to kill at least 30 to 40 creepers. Only, the tradable lifespans that the creepers had exploded were equally divided between her and her teammates. At this moment, Grey Rose, on the other hand, had gathered all of her team's tradable lifespans and used them to purchase the Ice Pick technique so that she could develop faster. You sold Ice Cone technique, skill book, and you have gained 100 days of tradable life. Tradable life, 268 days, 368 days. The transaction had just been completed when suddenly a few people pushed their way through the crowd somewhat rudely and arrived in front of Qin Feng. At the head of the group was the ponytailed young girl in black short sleeves, Sister Pear, codenamed Duck Pear. This young girl had obviously ripped off the sleeves of the initial black robe sent by the system, so it had become short-sleeved and appeared relatively cool and lively. "Shadow?" Missy looked condescendingly at Qin Feng, who was sitting at the edge of the flower bed, and said condescendingly, "I'll give you a chance, just take me up to level 3. When I return to reality, I'll give you 10 million RMB. My dad is the chairman of the board of directors of Dajiang Industries, so don't worry about me not being able to afford it." When these words came out, the crowd clamored, 10 million. Just take her to level 3. The people around were shocked. This is too cool, isn't it? It sure isn't hard for a shadow big brother to bring someone to level 3. That's right, this is casually earning $10 million. But what people didn't expect was, Qin Feng, who was sitting by the flower bed, glanced at the short-sleeved girl without the slightest fluctuation in his emotions. "I refuse." No one could see that Qin Feng was sneering. When he first saw this Duck Pear before, Qin Feng didn't recognize it. After all, he had seen too many people in his last life. How could he remember them all? But upon hearing the words Dajiang Industry, Qin Feng remembered. The young lady in front of him was the daughter of the chairman of the board of directors of Great River Industries, Jiang Li. In her previous life, this woman had done a lot of ruthless things. For example, acquiring tradable lifespans with cash, only to return to reality. Not only did she not recognize the account, but she also pretended to give people cash and took the opportunity to kill them in reality. At least a dozen or so people suffered at her hands. At that time, the whole society was already in chaos. Killing people in reality was all too common. And with these tradable lifespans acquired by Jiang Li, coupled with the fact that she herself was a hidden profession, she quickly rose to prominence. Qin Feng remembered that it wasn't until the 4th or 5th year of the godforsaken game's arrival that Jiang Li was met with retribution. Of course, none of these things had anything to do with him. Because he brought Qin Xiuyu in his last life, the initial upgrade speed was not fast, and there was not much interaction with this Jiang Li. As for now, Qin Feng certainly wouldn't believe her bullshit. 10 million RMB. For the time being, this money is useful, but it also depends on whether or not you have the life to get it. At this point, although Qin Feng was stronger than everyone in the godforsaken game, in reality, he was still an ordinary person. The Dajiang Industry behind Jiang Li had raised a bunch of thugs in his own family. Qin Feng dared to take the cash. It could be said that taking it was death. What's more, cash will soon lose its usefulness in this world. The world's trading currency will soon be longevity. Thus, Qin Feng responded indifferently. He was simply too lazy to pay attention to Jiang Li in front of him. And Qin Feng's attitude caused that Jiang Li to freeze, as if he didn't expect that this person would completely ignore the temptation of $10 million. Jiang Li frowned. "Shadow, although you're quite strong in this game, right now, no one knows what's going on in this game. If you can follow me, I'll make sure that you'll be able to eat and drink in the future, and you'll have everything you need in terms of cars, houses, and women." Qin Feng waved his hand. "Get out of the way if you're not buying anything. Don't affect my business." "You!" Jiang Li was almost infuriated by him. Since she was a child, she was the baby in the palm of her family's hand. In the eyes of outsiders, she was the daughter of Dajiang Industry, doted on by the chairman of the board, who dared to bully her. It could be said that Jiang Li had never been treated like this. A flash of fierce light flashed in her eyes as she looked at Qin Feng, but she quickly hid it. She smiled. "Alright, since you're not willing, forget it." She turned around and left, her face turning gloomy again. Qin Feng watched her back as she left and did not care. Right now, at this time period, no one knows that tradable lifespans can be used to extract equipment skills to reality. No one knows that the divine abandonment game will cause the order of reality to collapse. The only thing that is fundamental to everything is one's own strength. As for Jiangli, her proud background in Dajiang industry would soon become meaningless. After leaving the central square of Shelltown, Jiangli was planning how she was going to find out Qin Feng's true identity. Just then, a youth with bare arms and a tattoo on his arm found Jiangli. Sister pair, my name is Mao Lijun. You can call me Old Mao. The youth smiled and said, I'm at level 2 now, and I know some tricks on how to upgrade. I can take you to upgrade. Does that $10 million still count? Hearing this, Jiangli raised her eyebrows. Tricks? What tricks? The youth codenamed Old Mao directly said, I don't tell ordinary people, but since it's sister pair who's doing it to show her sincerity, I can tell you that if you want to upgrade in this current situation, you must take the initial 5 attribute points and add them all to agility. In this way, the speed at which we run at full speed happens to be a bit faster than a creeper. Put it this way, you get it, right? Hearing this, Jiangli had a bit of a dawning realization, but soon this big miss frowned again, because she had already taken the very first 5 points of attributes and added them to strength. It was thought that high damage was everything. As a result, she didn't expect to be dumbfounded by the hordes of creepers killing her. Okay, you take me to upgrade. Soon Jiangli said very boldly, but you're not as strong as Shadow. I can give you 5 million, except take me to level 3 and return to reality to give you cash. Old Hare readily agreed, no problem. When he said this Old Hare was still thinking in his heart, although that Shadow is strong, his brain seems to be a bit problematic. Don't want such a simple $10 million. How stupid. Unfortunately, this guy didn't know what kind of person Jiangli was. This $5 million, where was it so easy to take? On Qin Feng's side, he quickly sold out everything. Compared to skill books, equipment was quite a bit cheaper. He still had 2 bronze level 1s, a warrior equipment and a priest equipment, both of which had relatively average attributes, so they were both sold for only 30 to 40 days of tradable life. As for the other inferior equipment and skill books, the prices were even lower. After selling all 10 pieces of equipment and skill books, Qin Feng harvested a total of nearly 300 days of tradable lifespan. Tradable life, 546 days. Not a bad haul. At this time, that cursed one should have advanced to silver level, right? Qin Feng closed his stall and left Shelltown. In a stealthy state, he quickly rushed over in the direction where the cursed one was. On the way, he saw a youth named Old Mao who was taking Jiangli out, preparing to take her to upgrade. As soon as Qin Feng took a look at this, he knew what would happen to that Old Mao. But of course, he didn't bother to remind the other party. To Qin Feng, as long as he didn't provoke himself, he didn't bother with anything else. More than 10 minutes later, Qin Feng went deeper into the dark dense forest, arriving at the place where he had seen the cursed one before. Sure enough, the boss had advanced to the silver level and was covered in gray mist. Surprisingly, it was still advancing. A silver to gold progression would take at least 7 or 8 hours. Too lazy to wait, Qin Feng decided to strike. There were plenty of gold bosses behind them. There was no need to wait here. Taking out the bosses first and becoming stronger was the right way to go. This place was full of crises. In the dense forest, there were demons everywhere. Only Qin Feng was able to come here with permanent stealth. He didn't hesitate and silently came behind the cursed one that was like a dry tree man, and the fierce poison dart instantly struck, directly hitting the boss's head. Silver bosses, the blood volume is 2 to 3 times that of bronze bosses. It's also a matter of 2 or 3 mighty poison darts. Qin Feng threw darts and stealthed. That cursed one instantly suffered heavy damage. Its blood bar dropped by nearly a quarter, and it was still taking toxin damage. But it turned around, but it didn't even see the shadow of a person. This made the cursed one let out a somewhat angry sound, raised its dry and thin arms, gray elemental energy in its hands, gathering, and then expanding. A large range attack skill with a diameter of more than 20 meters instantly erupted, flooding its surroundings. The cursed one belonged to a magic boss that was of the legal system. Most of the skills were ranged attacks with high damage. Qin Feng had already retreated as fast as he could after throwing the fierce poison dart. With his speed, he barely managed to get out of the boss's attack range before its skills erupted. That was close. If this gets exploded into, with my current blood and defense, there's only one way to die. Qin Feng's heartbeat was a bit fast as he looked at the wide range of gray mist erupting in front of him. This cursed one was the one who had killed more than 30 players and advanced to silver level in one go. It had even plundered enough lifespan for it to advance to gold, or even a higher grade. It was only a pity that it had met Qin Feng. When the opponent erupted in gray mist once, Qin Feng did not approach. Instead, he stayed away from the boss and waited for his mixed shadow skill to cool down. That cursed one kept raising his hand and releasing gray mist blast skills towards the surrounding air. These small skills, the range wasn't as big, but the threat to Qin Feng was also great. Once they hit Qin Feng was all but dead. Good thing, he was invisible the entire time, far away from the boss, and didn't encounter a single bit of danger. By the time Qin Feng's stealth had finished cooling down, The cursed one seemed to be a bit tired as well, releasing more than a dozen skills in a row, making it a bit unable to keep up with its mana value. The cursed one looked around with extreme vigilance and began to advance deeper into the dense forest. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind it, and another fierce poison dart hit its head. -659, weakness attack. -219, -219. Qin Feng's figure flashed away. Separated by about 10 meters, the dart accurately hit the boss's head. This long-range attack hit rate alone was completely unlike what other players could do. Qin Feng didn't dare to get too close, as he wouldn't be able to escape from the boss's ranged attacks in time. It could be said that right now, his paper strength was strong, but a large part of it had to do with the rich experience he had gained from crawling around for 9 years in his previous life. 2 fierce poison darts went down, and the blood bar above the boss's head had gradually dropped to only 1/3. This cursor couldn't see where the enemy was. It could only frantically advance deeper into the dense forest. A dry and skinny cursed one with long, thin hands that hung down to its knees was running away as fast as it could. If anyone saw this scene, I'm afraid they would be astonished. No one could imagine that a boss that had advanced to silver level would be chased by a player. One had to know that this boss had exterminated dozens of players in one fell swoop when it was at the bronze level. At this moment, a shadow, once again, appeared behind the cursed one. Fierce poison darts. Once again, the cursed one's body was colored green. Under the continuous damage of the poison, the cursed one's bloodline finally dropped to the bottom, and he finally died, his dry and thin body collapsing on the decayed and damp forest floor. You have killed the cursed one, silver level. You have gained 1800 experience points. Congratulations on your promotion to level 5. Congratulations, you have gained 4 evolution points. You have gained 124 days of lifespan, tradable. A large amount of experience value arrived, directly allowing Qin Feng to ascend 2 levels in a row to level 5. Moreover, the silver ranked boss gave Qin Feng 4 evolution points. Greedy hands. Qin Feng directly touched the corpse. Large golden hands poked out from the void and grabbed onto the dried up corpse of the cursed one. Still greedy hands ruled successful. You have gained 4 evolution points. You have gained 4 evolution points. You have gained 124 days of lifespan, tradable. You have gained 124 days of lifespan, tradable. 2 additional rewards were obtained directly. Just this one silver boss brought Qin Feng 12 evolution points and 372 days of tradable lifespan. And when Qin Feng used greedy hand, a golden light flashed under the boss's corpse. Is this out of the gold level? It's worthy of being an emerald grade greedy hand. Qin Feng knew that this was triggering the additional effect of the emerald grade greedy hand, with a 20% total probability of raising the additional loot by 1 grade. Cool was cool. However, Qin Feng was a bit depressed as he looked at the 7 or 8 pieces of loot under the boss's corpse. Now that the backpack only has 10 compartments, we can't just kill a boss and run back, right? It's also too much of a waste of time. I hope this cursor drops me a storage ring or something. That way there would be more grids. With anticipation, Qin Feng reached out and touched the pile of loot under the boss's corpse. Just as Qin Feng finished off the silver ranked boss and ascended to level 5. In the middle of Shell Town, countless people saw the leaderboards and were shocked on the spot. Level 3 and jumped straight to level 5. Did this kill some powerful boss? It was only more than 10 minutes ago that I saw the big guy selling his equipment. And then he went up another 2 levels so quickly? This is too outrageous, isn't it? My sister is 18 this year. I really hope that big brother will take a liking to my sister, so that I can also be a part of the light, and take me to level up. Oh come on. He can't even look at $10 million. Can he look at your sister? Small town center. Wine Man and Linley Fish's team of 6 had finally risen to level 3. They subconsciously looked at the leaderboard. Mi Xinhao. The sharp-eyed archer youth in the team exploded. We've only risen to level 3 and that big guy is level 5. Does that even let people live? Wine Man was also dumbfounded, but soon he shook his head and said gruffly, don't think about it for now. Let's each return to reality first and inform our relatives and friends about the divine abandonment game. The world is likely to be in turmoil, so at least let those close to us be prepared. Wine Man's identity was that of an armed police officer. The reason why he fell asleep in the morning was because he was on an overnight stakeout of a suspect last night, and had just returned from his shift to rest, when he didn't expect to enter the godforsaken game. Hearing Wine Man's words, Lin Liu and the others nodded their heads gravely. They each returned to reality. The bodies in the god abandonment game gradually became illusory until they disappeared. Just as countless people were shocked, Qin Feng also ushered in his great harvest. From this silver-ranked cursed one, he not only obtained 12 evolution points, but also 372 days of tradable lifespan. Even the non-tradable lifespan had directly gained over 200 years. I now have a non-tradable lifespan of 418 years and 271 days. It seems like that's quite a lot of lifespan. But in the advanced areas of the godforsaken game in the future, or in the reality after the first desolation spread, the rate of life expectancy passing will become faster and faster. Qin Feng shook his head, not thinking too much, he looked into his backpack. First, he looked at the gold-ranked equipment. Cursed ring, gold, universal for all professions. Full attribute, 加8. Dark, elemental, resistance, 加20. Weakness attack multiplier, 加0. Equipment, requirement, level 4. Full attribute ring. Qin Feng was still satisfied. 8 points of full attribute was equivalent to 32 points of attribute value. This ring was equivalent to the attributes that others could only obtain by leveling up by 3. Additional dark elemental resistance, useful against many magical creatures. Weakness attack multiplier, initially on 5 times, with this ring it's 1. 6 times, not bad. There was no such thing as a blitz attack in the godforsaken game. There was only the weakness attack multiplier for hitting a weak point. In other words, this weakness attack multiplier was somewhat similar to the blast damage of some online games. Immediately after, Qin Feng looked towards a skill book again. Compared to equipment, Qin Feng clearly preferred skill books. This was because he could infinitely evolve his skills. And at this moment, a silver-ranked skill book exploded by the cursed one, causing Qin Feng to light up in front of his eyes with incomparable surprise. Instant shadow slash, silver, assassin tier skill, blinks in one direction, up to 15 meters, and enters a state of invisibility, lasts for 5 seconds, inflicting 3 decapitations on all enemies in its path. Cooldown 10, 13 seconds. Learning, requirements, level 4. Chopping strike width, 2 meters. Each chopping strike adds 100 attack points and is 100% won by considered a back strike. Qin Feng took the skill book in his hands and learned it directly. If he had learned this skill just now, the time it would take him to kill that silver-ranked cursed one would be saved by half. Most importantly, not only did this skill allow him to remain invisible, but it was also a ranged damage skill. As for the cooldown, 12 seconds was the base cooldown of the skill, while 43 seconds was the cooldown that actually took effect. After all, Qin Feng carried a 15% cooldown speed attribute on him, an attack range of 15 meters long and 2 meters wide. It's especially cool to use to attack small monsters. Through evolution, it should be able to increase the range, however there's no rush first. Qin Feng focused his attention on the greedy hand. Having evolved the greedy hand 4 times before, it was now the 5th evolution. The evolution points required were 1 point, 2 points, 3 points, 5 points and 8 points. So the number of evolution points required for each evolution of the skill is equal to the sum of the first 2 evolutions. If I'm not wrong, the 6th evolution of each skill requires 13 evolution points. Qin Feng thought like this while consuming 8 evolution points to evolve Greedy Hand again. You have consumed 8 evolution points with 4 points remaining. Greedy Hands, Emerald, Diamond, Assassin type skill. It can be used on the corpses of magical creatures, and there is a 160%, 220% chance of obtaining an additional loot reward. The additional loot obtained has a 20%, 40% probability of being upgraded by 1 rank. Looking at the effects of the skill enhancement, Qin Feng all but sucked in a breath of cool air. Now every time you kill a monster, you're bound to get 2 more shares of loot. Killing 1 monster is equal to someone else killing 3. There's even a 20% 20 probability of 3 more rewards. There's also a 40% 40 probability of being upgraded by 1 rank. As this skill evolved, Qin Feng felt that it was becoming more and more perverse. When he looked at the conditions for the next evolution of Greedy Hand, he found that sure enough, the number of evolution points required for the next evolution was 13. If he didn't have Greedy Hands, I'm afraid Qin Feng would have to spend half a day on these 13 evolution points. But now, with Greedy Hand, as long as there was a boss, the evolution points would come easily. There are still 4 evolution points left. Let's boost the combat power first. Qin Feng realized that he just couldn't kill silver level bosses in seconds anymore. So the combat power needed to be boosted as well, or else something could easily happen when he encountered a higher level boss and the battle time stretched out. You have consumed 3 evolution points. 1 point remaining. Instant Shadow Chop, Silver, Gold, Platinum, blinks in one direction, up to 15, 18, 21 meters, and enters a state of invisibility, lasts for 5, 6, 7 seconds, inflicting 3, 4, 5 chops on all enemies in its path. Cooldown 12, 13 seconds. Chopping width 2, meters. Each chopping attack adds 100,150,200 attack points. Evolved Instant Shadow Chop. No cooldown reduction. It's a bit tough, but relying on instantaneous Shadow Chop alone, I'll be able to achieve infinite stealth. 3 chopping strikes, turned into 5 chopping strikes. This damage explodes. There was still 1 evolution point left, and there were no skills to evolve for the time being. Qin Feng looked at the remaining loot again. There was nothing he could use anymore. But there was still a silver level warrior skill book Battle Roar, which increased the team's attack and defense by 20 points after release. Once learned, this skill book could double the entire team's damage and candor in the early stages. If this was a warrior from the previous generation, having this skill in the early stages was simply unbeatable. But now, This skill book can only be sold. Qin Feng was a bit sad. He maintained his stealth and looked around. This dense forest was already a level 4 to 5 magical creature refreshment area. And that originally level 2 cursed one had risen from level 2 to level 4 due to digesting its lifespan. Before it exploded level 4 loot for Qin Feng. Not far away in the shadows of the woods, there were 3 rotting limb-catching creepers that were vigilantly surveying the dead bodies of the cursed ones. Before they could react, instant shadow slash. -725, -725, -725. Level 4 normal small monsters also had a blood level of around 1000 points. However, with an instantaneous shadow slash, Qin Feng's figure first manifested for about 0.1 seconds, then instantly penetrated more than 10 meters away. On the path, each of the 3 splice crawlers received 2 chop attacks and were killed instantly. You have killed the limb crawler, LV4. You have gained 80 experience points. You have gained 5 days of lifespan, tradable. A series of system prompts rang out in Qin Feng's head, easily decimating the 3 mini-monsters. He returned to the mini-monster corpses and unleashed Greedy Hands. Luckily, Greedy Hand isn't on cooldown. It's just that I can only touch each monster corpse once. It's a bit of a shame. If someone knew what Qin Feng was thinking, he was afraid that he would be scolded. You're still not happy with a 100% triple reward? You still want to touch it a few more times? Do you want to be ashamed? After learning the instantaneous shadow slash, Qin Feng's efficiency in brushing monsters was instantly raised. It looks like it'll only take 2 hours to rise to level 10. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth curled up slightly, right in the middle of Qin Feng's plan to hit level 10 and extract his abilities to reality. Blue Star Reality. Around the globe, there were finally people who had risen to level 3 one after another. And all of these people returned to reality at the first opportunity. Originally, there were more and more people who entered the godforsaken game because they fell asleep. In reality, their bodies turned into a semi-transparent illusory state, causing the people around them to panic. And there were even all sorts of remarks about the end of the world, which spread rapidly. But as level 3 players returned to reality one after another, the truth finally became known to the public. After falling asleep, our consciousness actually goes to a godforsaken place, a divine abandonment game. Just like an online game, you can get stronger by playing a game. I, Shuo Belwei, am truly invincible. Don't be too optimistic. It's rumored that most people are dying all the time now, with half of their lifespan being deducted every time they die. You can gain longevity by killing monsters in a game. Wouldn't that be a way to achieve eternal life? Who knows if this thing is real or not? Possibly allowing everyone on the planet to enter the game after falling asleep. Who can explain this power? It's true. There's an old den in my town who originally didn't have more than a few days to life. Went out to die a few times and died violently on the spot. All the players in the town received a death announcement. So I don't know if reality died too. Countless discussion posts appeared in countries around the globe and on major network forums. The God Abandonment game jumped to become a hot word on all websites around the world. Jianghai City, Jianghai Normal University. Qin Xiuyu and Chu Yan, who had already returned to the dormitory to rest, had of course learned about the divine abandonment game. In the dormitory, the 4 girls were passionately discussing about the divine abandonment game. The short-haired girl, Chu Yan, who was also Qin Xiuyu's bestie, was packing up her things while saying, "It's said that people in the same area who fall asleep at the same time will appear in the same newbie town. I have to go back and bring my parents, they haven't played the game before. I'm afraid they won't be able to adapt." One of the girls said helplessly, "Don't hitch yourself up. We can actually develop ourselves first and turn around and bring mom and dad." Another girl wearing glasses nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice. Right. There's no way for us to ensure normal development on our own. Qin Xiuyu glanced at her cell phone. In fact, she was waiting for an apology from Qin Feng. But, until now, there was no news from Qin Feng at all. This made Qin Xiuyu increasingly annoyed. After such a big deal, you still don't come to me to apologize, with such a big frame. But it was even more impossible for her to take the initiative to apologize to Qin Feng. Most importantly, Qin Xiuyu felt that it wasn't wrong at all for her to skip her exams and go to Song Fei's concert. In her opinion, how rare was Song Fei's concert? Where could it be compared to a district exam? You can make up the exam if you missed it. You can retake it. The concert didn't catch up. Then you'll forever miss a chance to get close to your brother. Fortunately, this time Chu Yan accompanied me. It's the closest I've gotten to my brother. Just thinking about Song Fei, Qin Xiuyu felt sweet. Song Fei's sentence, "I miss you guys" at the opening of the concert directly made Qin Xiuyu reminisce until now. I don't know. When will brother Song Fei enter the divine abandonment game? With brother's strength, he'll definitely work hard, and he'll definitely be strong in the game. It was funny to say. Right now, the vast majority of the older brother in Qin Xiuyu's mind was Song Fei, not Qin Feng. Qin Feng in his previous life didn't know this. Because of the emergence of the godforsaken game, Qin Feng even personally came to the school, found Qin Xiuyu, apologized and pleaded, and finally entered the game with her. And in this life, do what you like. However, now the situation, because of Qin Feng's choice, would also change. In the last life, although Qinfeng didn't come to Qin Xiuyu first after getting the news, because he was at work, he had always sent her messages to apologize and stabilize her. And this time, Qinfeng didn't care about her at all. Apologize? Eating rubber? So, Qin Xiuyu was likely to enter the godforsaken game early under these circumstances. But what did this have to do with Qinfeng? Suddenly, Xu Yan looked at her cell phone and said in surprise, "Sisters, look. Zhang Wei has actually risen to level 3 and has come out of the godforsaken game." Qin Xiuyu was a bit surprised. So powerful? Those who have risen to level 3 right now are definitely big brothers. As soon as the words fell out of her mouth, she picked up her cell phone and tweeted to Zhang Wei in the V-channel group. Zhang Wei was the boy who fell asleep on his desk during class. After appearing in the V-letter group, it instantly triggered the whole class to brag about it. Little Yo-Yo, at Zhang Wei big brother, is there any strategy to teach ah? The bragging from the entire class caused Zhang Wei to flutter a bit. In particular, Qin Xiu's speech made Zhang Wei's heart happy, secretly thinking, isn't this the best opportunity to pick up a girl? On weekdays, Qin Xiu's posture was not low. Zhang Wei was not Qin Xiuyu's Lake G. But if a girl came to his door, why not take her? So, Zhang Wei directly started to chat with Qin Xiuyu privately and bragged to her. Don't worry Xiuyu, as long as someone in the town rises to level 5, they will be able to light up the town's teleportation array. At that time, initial towns can teleport to each other. You find a town first, form a random team to upgrade. At that time, I'll come to you and take you flying. In addition to tell you a secret into the game initial attribute points, all add agility. Otherwise the speed is not fast enough, will be abused by the monsters. Seeing Zhang Wei's message, Qin Xiuyu was a bit puzzled. She asked, what if I'm a law profession? Do I need to add agility as well? Zhang Wei replied solemnly, yes. Agility isn't completely useless to the law system. It can speed up the speed of spell casting, and it's especially important in the early stages. Qin Xiuyu, got it. Looking at Qin Xiuyu's cute female avatar, Zhang Wei was a bit fluttery, even fantasizing about picking up Qin Xiuyu. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Xiuyu only had one brother Song Fei in her eyes. Other people, she is not interested at all. In her opinion, is just a tool person to bring her to upgrade. Qin Xiuyu thought of Qinfeng and secretly sneered. Not coming to me to apologize now. What a face for you. In that case, I'll go in first to upgrade, and when someone in Zhang Wei's side of town rises to level 5, Zhang Wei will be able to teleport over to take me. Qinfeng, by the time you enter the game, we won't know how many levels will be. She felt that with a big brother leading her, her upgrade speed would definitely be fast. Unbeknownst to her, Qinfeng had now risen to level 5. If Zhang Wei was a big brother, then what was Qinfeng? The initial town's teleportation array was 2A. Therefore, it was useless for a single town's teleportation array to light up. It had to be someone from the other towns who had also risen to level 5. This was the reason why Qinfeng didn't rush back to light up the teleportation array. Not to mention that for Qinfeng, he was planning to quickly brush up to level 10 and head to the main city, which was the true beginning of the godforsaken game. However, towns can teleport between each other for free. Can you recall which town Song Fei is in? Qinfeng thought with narrowed eyes while easily brushing monsters in the dark woods. Not long after the start of his last life, Qin Xiuyu was trying to go find Song Fei, but he was controlled by Qinfeng and wasn't allowed to go. Thanks to Qin Xiuyu's blessing, there was a Song Fei fan group at that time, and they learned about the initial town where Song Fei was located. It seems to be called Fluorescent Flame Town. Yes, wait and go to Flux Flame Town to upgrade and kill Song Fei once you see him. Qin Feng's eyes were filled with killing intent. The in-game hunt was just a prelude, aiming to make them fearful of going offline. The real hunt followed. Qin Feng glanced at Shell Town's leveling charts. Right now, he was the only one who had risen to level 6. Everyone else was stuck at level 3. Wanting to wait for players from other towns to rise to level 5 and open inter-town teleportation wasn't that fast. Keep brushing the monsters. Instantaneous shadow slash. -754, -754, -754. One by one, the ferocious and horrible demons in the eyes of the other players were instantly killed in seconds under Qin Feng's hands, and were turned into experience, bursting out with lifespans and loot. And in reality, Blue Star, Jianghai City. After Wang Meng returned to reality, he quickly drove to the bureau to report the situation to the top. What? You said that in your Shell Town, someone has risen to level 5? And it's a solo brush? His code name is Shadow. To rise to level 5 right now, wouldn't that be the world's #1? Inside the bureau, more than a dozen official high-ranking personnel all looked shocked after hearing Wang Meng's report. At this moment, some of the bigwigs from the official Jianghai City were all gathered together. Some of them usually played games as well. Right now, they were quite interested in this god abandonment game. Of course, as a Daxia official, the most important thing right now was to maintain stability. After hearing the report from Wang Meng, one of the officials frowned and said, Wang Meng, according to you, that Shadow was already level 3 half an hour ago, so how come he didn't come back to reality? Could it be that he doesn't have any relatives in reality and doesn't need to notify them? One man shook his head. I don't know then. Maybe he really doesn't. At this time, a clear and nice female voice came out. This shadow shouldn't be a traveler, right? Aren't travelers usually orphans who then quickly rise to prominence? The crowd was stunned. The crowd was stunned and looked over in unison, only to see that there was a beautiful policewoman, dressed in an elegant uniform, with a naturally dumb look on her face. Her legs were long and straight, and her figure was full, very eye-pleasing. Seeing the crowd looking at her, the pretty policewoman's pretty face blushed. Am I wrong? A ministerial official sighed. And you? I told you to read less novels in general. Don't make such jokes on such serious occasion. Oh. The policewoman spat out her tongue and stopped talking. The officials continued to discuss about the dark shadow. From one man's description, this shadow's character doesn't seem to be bad. That's right, even though his temper seems to be a bit strange. The fact that he was able to save one man and the others means that the person is fine. In that case, it seems that this shadow is necessary to befriend. The officials discussed for a moment and quickly made a decision to have one man and a you, both responsible for befriending that shadow in the game. The first was to find out the character of the shadow. The second was to find out as much as possible about the shadow's real identity. The third was to represent the officialdom and establish cooperation with the shadow. On the point of longevity, a message has been sent from above confirming the authenticity of the longevity data. There were some older ones who died after entering the godforsaken game. After subsequent data collection and comparison, it was confirmed that these deceased, who died multiple times in the godforsaken game, had their lifespans constantly halved. If the remaining lifespan is less than a day, once they die, they will be forced to deduct a day from their lifespan and thus die. So, this game is confirmed to be transcendent, and the countries of the world have taken the godforsaken game extremely seriously. The officials now had two busy directions. One was maintaining social stability. One was exploring the godforsaken game. Human lifespan, being controlled by a mysterious and bizarre game. This made the officials of various countries have to pay attention to this game. Of course, now the officials and everyone in the world only know that this game can affect lifespan. The really important thing is, as long as someone rises to level 10, they will get a system prompt. It would be possible to extract the levels, attributes, equipment, skills, and everything else within the game to reality by consuming the tradable lifespan. At that point, that would be the beginning of global chaos. More than an hour later, Chin Xiuyu forced herself to fall asleep within her dormitory and entered the godforsaken game. It was the same as the previous life. She chose a random occupation, obtained the hidden profession life sacrifice. This profession had a higher amount of healing than a normal priest and could maximize the survival environment of her teammates. In his previous life, Qin Feng was just an ordinary warrior and had been looked down upon by Qin Xiuyu because of it. Even though Qin Feng was a very strong warrior, Qin Xiuyu still didn't recognize Qin Feng. But how could she have known that Qin Feng only wanted to protect her in the game before choosing the warrior profession? In this life, without her Qin Xiuyu, Qin Feng directly obtained the only hidden profession Dark Shadow. The same hidden profession, the grades were different. Life sacrifice like this were ordinary hidden professions. Others might also obtain this type of profession. But Qin Feng's Dark Shadow possessed uniqueness. The strength was higher than normal hidden occupations. Great, I've obtained a hidden profession. So, surely I'm worthy of Brother Song Fei, right? Qin Xiuyu was overjoyed. Thinking of Qin Feng again, she frowned. What's going on with this person who hasn't looked for me to apologize until now? Good thing too, now that the godforsaken game has appeared. I'm a hidden profession, don't come begging me to bring you upgrades when the time comes. Qin Xiuyu, who had obtained a hidden profession, was now very inflated. Moreover, there was Zhang Wei, who had already promised to come and take her, making her even more confident. However, she had clearly misjudged the difficulty of the divine abandonment game. For her, it could definitely abuse her to death. Shell Tang. Qin Feng filled a backpack with loot and planned to go back and dispose of it. Luckily, I spared a storage backpack. Although it only has 5 compartments, it can still hold 5 pieces of loot. Within the divine abandonment game, players initially came with a 10-compartment backpack that hung on the left side of their waist. Now, Qin Feng also had a black cloth bag on the right side of his waist, with an additional 5-compartment location. Qin Feng did a little math. These things could be sold for at least 500 days of tradable life. One should know that after killing the silver boss Cursed One and brushing for such a long time, he had only managed to brush up to 600 days out of his lifespan. These 500 days were already considerable. Just as he was stealthily making his way back, he saw 2 figures. Jiangli of Great River Industries. Qin Feng passed by her without a sound. He heard her conversing with the youth from her team. Old Mao, Missy, having risen to level 3, it's time to fulfill your promise, right? Doc Pierre, don't worry, we, Dajiang Industry, can still short you this much money. We now go back to reality. You give you a cell phone number. You contact me on the line, right? You on the body of the tradable life are sold to me. Everyday life. I out of 10,000 to collect, sell or not sell. Old Mao, okay, haha. Youth Mao Lijun is just an ordinary profession, self-selected shooter, plus the opening added agility, so that his early leveling is relatively smooth. Now that he had brought Duck Pair to level 3, it was time to reap the rewards. Shadow, even though you've leveled up to 7, it's just a game. Be like me, grab the opportunity when you have it and turn your gaming abilities into cash. That's what makes you a truly smart person. Even if this game really affects longevity, that longevity can be brushed at any time. So what's the rush? Mao Lijun was smug, rejoicing over the 5 million more than 6 million that was about to arrive. In his life, he had never seen so much money before, and it made him very excited. Qin Feng was of course too lazy to pay attention to those two. Soon, once again, he returned to Shell Town. Keeping his stealthy state first, he headed to the basement of the central plaza and walked down the stairs to meet a teleportation portal in a petrified state. He reached out and touched it. Congratulations, you have lit up Shell Town's teleportation array. Shell Town, which has been connected to the other initial towns in Jianhai City, Great Seal Country, can be teleported once a day for free. Multiple teleportations require the consumption of tradable lifespans. You have gained 1 point of reputation. Only after it was done did Qin Feng return to the square. The black-robed assassin, who had reverted back to a veil covering his face, appeared within the sight of the town's players, drawing countless looks of envy, jealousy, and admiration. In Shell Town, Shadow was an existence that everyone looked up to. At a time when the majority of players couldn't even level up to level 3, this Shadow had already reached level 7. If it was just a normal online game, people would most likely just marvel and lament. But now, this divine abandonment game was a transcendent game linked to longevity. How could people not be envious and jealous? Under the envious gazes of countless people, Qin Feng returned to Shell Town and first activated the portal in the basement of the plaza, reaping 1 point of prestige. Then he returned to the plaza and opened the stall again. Originally, there were quite a few other people setting up stalls around this broken flower bed, but when they saw Qin Feng appear, people flocked towards and surrounded him. Big Brother has finally come. I've been preparing for 150 days of lifespan, just waiting for Big Brother to sell something. The last time Big Brother appeared and sold an ice cone technique, it allowed Grey Rose to rush straight to second on the rank list. It's just too fierce. Nonsense, Big Brother stuff. Can that be something ordinary? Many people gathered over in anticipation. People knew that there were a lot of things with ranks within the things Qin Feng sold. At this stage, many players could brush ordinary small monsters, but they couldn't kill bosses. They could save up their lifespan and brush the monsters to pop out inferior equipment and a small amount of ordinary equipment, but there was no way to obtain high-grade equipment and skill books. Buying from Qin Feng was the only way to do so. After all, they couldn't beat the bosses they encountered. In Qin Feng's hands, wherever there were good equipment and skill books, demand definitely exceeded supply. For example, the Silver Level Warrior skill book Battle Roar that was released by the Cursed One was directly sold for 300 days of life. This price really wasn't low. A skill book in exchange for almost a year of life expectancy. There were many warriors who also wanted to buy the Battle Roar, but couldn't afford the price, and could only watch enviously as a level 4 warrior bought the skill book away. 300 days of lifespan to buy a skill book. Is it worth it? Without money, it's torture to live as long as possible. It's better to exchange your lifespan for money. That's why you guys are short-sighted. When people buy this skill book and double their efficiency in brushing monsters, what is a mere 300 days of life expectancy? That's right, as long as you're strong enough. Not to mention 300 days. Even eternal life isn't impossible. In addition to this skill book, there were also some low-grade equipment and skill books. Inferior, ordinary, and bronze, there were all of them. Some of the ones with better attributes were priced higher, such as the footwear equipment that added movement speed, and the skill books with control effects and acceleration effects, all of which could be sold for 50 to 80 days of life. For the rest, the prices were lower, only 20 to 40 days. And in addition to selling things, Qin Feng also marked on the stall that he needed to acquire items like storage backpacks. It didn't take long. A beautiful young girl wearing a black vestment with a slender body and a staff hanging from her waist came in front of Qin Feng. It was the hidden profession of one man's team. The young girl seer codenamed Black Forest Big Plum. Prophet, belonging to the mage profession, could wear French equipment. Due to the profession passive, the seer was quite a bit more powerful than the average mage, mainly in terms of damage. Big brother, I have what you want. This pretty young girl playfully came to Qin Feng's side. Her eyes were soulful as she stretched out her small white hand and displayed a finger ring in front of Qin Feng. Qin Feng glanced at it. Space ring. Comes with 12 compartments of storage space. Does not take up the equipment slots of rings and backpacks. Seeing this, Qin Feng was a bit surprised. If it was a storage backpack, each player would carry a maximum of 3, meaning that 3 backpacks would be the upper limit. However, the spatial rings, which were special storage equipment, did not take up the slots of the backpack. In other words, it was extra storage space. Although this thing could explode from any monster, the explosion rate was extremely low. In the previous life, a space ring could be sold for at least 10 years of tradable life, which was more than 3,650 days. So Qingfeng asked, how do you plan to sell it? Black Brush Dolly said mysteriously, I don't want Big Brother's lifespan, I just want Big Brother's best friend. In addition, I want to ask Big Brother to join our team and kill a boss together. Qingfeng thought about it and sent out a friend request towards the young girl. Player Black Brim Big Plum has agreed to your friend request. Player Black Brush Big Plum has sent you a private chat. Qingfeng opened the private chat interface. He chatted privately with the girl for a while. He soon learned about the situation. It turned out that after Wang Meng went offline, he wasn't online for a while, so this pretty girl was a bit bored, so she wandered around brushing monsters, and ended up finding a gold level boss. She can't fight it by herself. She was going to wait for her teammates to come online and then go together. But on second thought, a gold level boss, even if her entire team was on board, she probably wouldn't be able to beat it. Previously, the bronze level sprinter had already left a deep impression on her. It just so happened that she had now met Qingfeng. She then planned to get acquainted with Qingfeng, and by the way, use that spatial finger ring in exchange for the opportunity to let Qingfeng help her out once. Qingfeng thought about it and asked, that gold level boss, what's its name? Black Brush Dolly shook his head. I was too far away to see it. But the gold level bloodstain is obvious. It's on a boat in the swamp. It looks ragged. A boat? Qingfeng nodded, his heart in the right place. He said to the young girl in private chat, I can help you fight it. And if the boss comes out with equipment and skill books you can use, I can give them to you. Everything else goes to me. How about it? The pretty young girl was a bit surprised. What about Captain Wang Meng and the others? Her intention was for Qingfeng to go with her team, fight the boss, and take what comes out who uses it. But that would be too much of a loss for Qingfeng. Qingfeng shook his head. Your team has all kinds of professions. If they don't come out with my assassins, won't I be working for nothing? After thinking about it, the black cloth Dali Z was right. A gold level boss was definitely not that easy to deal with. So she retreated and continued. Then let's do as you say. However, I have a request. If we get out Captain Wang Meng's equipment for them, just give a slight discount and sell it to us, can you? Qingfeng nodded. That's no problem. The pretty young girl nodded. Alright, then let's go when the captain and the others come online. Qingfeng saw that he had sold almost all of his stuff and shook his head. No need to wait. Just take me directly. I can kill it alone. When these words came out, the black brush Grey Plum froze. The young girl froze. One person killing a gold level boss. This was too inflated, right? In the eyes of the young girl, although Qingfeng had fast upgrades, high damage, and could be a god, the demonic bosses of this godforsaken game were also very strong. Especially, gold level bosses. There was no way to know what skills the opponent had. This big brother is so sure he can kill it alone. It's too much, isn't it? In fact, Qingfeng's words were certainly not nonsense. Upon hearing the young girl's description, Qingfeng knew that the gold level boss was a rare special boss golden ghost ship. This kind of boss would appear in any level segment. If it appeared near the initial town, its level should be level 5. Its blood volume and attack were similar to that of an unusual gold level boss, but it had many more skills and was extremely difficult to raid. Most critically, this boss would drop a very useful special item. That special prop, in the later stages, could not be bought with thousands of years of lifespan. Encountering the golden ghost ship so early in the initial town, what luck. Moreover, level 5 golden ghost ships are the best to fight. If it's a high-level golden ghost ship, the skill range and damage are extremely outrageous. A few minutes later, Qingfeng sold the last 2 items and left Shell Town with the young girl, Black Brush Big Plum. He tallied it up. This time, the items added up to a total of 650 days of lifespan sold, bringing the tradable lifespan he had accumulated to 2,174 days now. However, it wasn't enough. If he wanted to extract the levels, attributes, professions, and equipment skills from the godforsaken game to reality, these 6 or 7 years of lifespan were completely insufficient. It's not far from level 10. Until then, accumulate as much lifespan as possible. This unexpectedly discovered boss, the golden ghost ship, would be another turning point for Qingfeng. Once he killed it and popped out that special item, Qingfeng's development would be even faster. Qingfeng took the black brush dahlias and left the town together. The pretty young girl, whose real name was Linley Fish, still carried a kind of shock in the depths of her large pair of eyes. It was a bit hard for her to imagine how Qingfeng was going to kill a gold level boss single-handedly. A gold level boss, surely it would have a wide range attack, right? Even if he can be invisible, it's impossible for him to be unharmed. With his assassin's body, once he's attacked by the boss, he'll probably die violently. Suddenly, Qingfeng retreated to her side. You're a bit slow, Qingfeng said indifferently. Someone is following behind. The young girl's beautiful eyes widened. What then? Having someone following was obviously not a good thing. It would be hard if you were sneak attacked while fighting a boss. Qin Feng said, just keep walking. I'll go and come. Lin Liu didn't turn around. Her delicate body in a black vestment robe continued to walk forward on the scorched black land. Qin Feng, on the other hand, quietly concealed his figure. A few seconds later, Qin Feng backed up to the woods tens of meters away and caught a glimpse of the 5 players following him. Instantaneous shadow slash. His figure flashed through the dark woods. Blade light bloomed. -817, -821, -798. 4 damage numbers floated up in front of Qin Feng's eyes. The 4 stalkers died violently on the spot. There was still the last person, who saw the 4 instantly killed in seconds. His face changed slightly, and he just wanted to run away, only to have a fierce poison dart accurately hit the back of his head. -948, weakness attack. Killed in seconds on the spot. Unfortunately, these 5 guys were all poor. Qin Feng picked up all the tradable lifespans that they popped out, and it only added up to about 10 days. Consider it killing 2 small monsters. Qin Feng indifferently left the woods. Let's speed up. Qin Feng returned to Lin Liu's side in front of him. He directly reached out and picked her up by the waist and carried her on his shoulders. Ha! Lin Liu was a bit confused. This posture was so outrageous, like being captured back by the Mountain King to become a suppressive wife. But soon, she was shocked by Qin Feng's speed. The current Qin Feng, with a total of 72 points of agility, normally reached a speed of 8.5 meters per second, and when he ran at full speed, he could even reach 25 meters per second. That meant that 100 meters only took 4 seconds. This had already far exceeded the limits of what was once human. As long as I reach level 10, this attribute will be able to consume the tradable lifespan and extract it to reality. Let me have this attribute in reality as well. Qin Feng thought to himself. It had to be said that Lin Liu had a good figure. Her willow waist was slender and her legs were long and slender. Even though this was a game, it was the same in reality. In the Divine Abandonment game, a player's height, weight, and looks were no different from reality. This was another reason why people quickly thought that this godforsaken game was a transcendent game. It was a technology that was completely beyond the current stage of Blue Star's technological level to realize. At this moment, although Qin Feng couldn't bring Lin Liu along with him to be invisible, carrying her and sprinting at top speed was not something others could catch up with. Although I'm strong now, I don't have anti-stealth means and can only take out visible enemies. If someone follows me stealthily, I won't be able to detect it. He then had no choice but to carry Lin Liu and move forward as fast as he could, so that it would be impossible for whoever it was to catch up. Based on Lin Liu's tips, Qin Feng advanced through this dark forest. When he encountered small monsters, he casually killed them with a mighty poison dart in seconds. Lin Liu smacked his lips a little as he watched on. Qin Feng's strength was too strong. After a full 10 minutes or so, the duo finally arrived on a cliff. Standing on the cliff and looking forward, they could only see that below the small cliff that was more than 10 meters high was a swamp that was spreading with gray mist. In the middle of the swamp, there was a ship. A broken ship that vaguely shone with a golden color, and even from over 100 meters away, one could vaguely see the blood strip on that ship. That blood bar was long and inlaid with a golden border, the very symbol of a gold boss. It really is a golden ghost ship. Qin Feng's heartbeat accelerated a little when he saw the appearance of that broken ship. He sat Lin Liu down on the cliff. You wait here and watch out for sneak attacks yourself. I'll go deal with the boss. After saying this, without waiting for Lin Liu to reply, Qin Feng found a path to the side and walked down the cliff along it. As Qin Feng stepped into that swampy area, a system prompt rang out in his head. Due to the influence of the ghost ship, this area has turned into a berserk area. The rate of life loss in the area, 100 times. This swamp currently has 100 times the rate of lifespan loss. In other words, within this berserk region, as long as one stays for about 15 minutes, one would consume a full day's lifespan. Of course, this kind of temporary berserk area didn't have much of an impact. However, 3 months after the godforsaken game descended, the first desolation spread erupted, and the entire Blue Star reality would turn into a berserk region, and there were even more terrifying disaster regions and nightmare regions. By then, humanity's disaster would truly come. At this moment, this system prompt only caused Qin Feng to look at it a little bit, and then he didn't care about it. He had already entered a state of invisibility and was walking on the swamp. Even on the swamp, stealthy players wouldn't be able to create footprints or anything like that. Qin Feng advanced towards the center of the swamp. Not long after, the gray mist dispersed like clouds and the tattered ghost ship, close to 5 meters long, appeared in front of him. On top of the ghost ship, there was a skeleton that was about to fall apart, holding an oar in its hand. At the bow of the ship, there was a bell burning with golden ghost fire. Golden ghost ship, LV5. Great, gold, special. Existence countdown, 45 minutes and 25 seconds. Fortunately, there's 45 minutes. Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. This kind of special bosses, all of them had a time limit to appear. In a place, it would only exist for a certain period of time before disappearing. Right now, there was still 45 minutes left, which was enough time for Qingfeng to finish off this golden ghost ship. Start killing. Qingfeng glanced at the sneaky shadow skill, which had already cooled down, and directly launched an attack towards the golden ghost ship. Instantaneous shadow slash. -549, -549, -549. 5 damage numbers in succession instantly emerged from the ghost ship. Qingfeng's figure flickered away and then appeared again immediately afterward, and a round of fierce poison dart landed on the golden bell on the ghost ship. -621, weakness attack. -207, -207. The weakness of the ghost ship was not the oar-wielding skeletons on the ship, but the golden bell. After Qingfeng's 2 skills hit, he directly sneak-shadowed and retreated to the distance as fast as he could. Immediately afterward, he only saw the oar-wielding skeleton on that golden ghost ship, emitting a squeak 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 sound, and a pair of empty eye sockets lit up with ghostly flames. In the surrounding swamp, there was a sudden surge of water. There were dozens of torrential water jets that instantly erupted from around the ghost ship. Qingfeng knew very well that with his current fragile body, once he was hit by these water pillars, he would definitely die. Fortunately, he was prepared, immediately retreating after the sneak attack. Even so, there were water pillars erupting in front of and behind him, making him almost gah. The closer you get to the ghost ship, the denser the water columns become. Unless a warrior with a set of silver equipment, he wouldn't be able to resist a single blast from this water column. Qingfeng was calm and self-assured as he dodged one water column eruption after another by prejudging and positioning himself away from the ghost ship. Meanwhile, right after the water column eruptions, there was a rotting water ghost that crawled out from the swamp. There were 12 of these rotten water ghosts, and each one of them was at the level of a silver boss. And there was no reward for killing these rotting water ghosts. This was the most disgusting part of the golden ghost ship boss. If you don't kill the water ghosts, the 12 silver level monsters are enough to wipe out any team. If you killed the water ghosts, there was no reward for killing them, and you would waste a lot of time. The most horrible thing, the golden ghost ship would summon 12 rotten water ghosts every 3 minutes. If the team's output was insufficient, the rotting water ghosts would become more and more numerous, leading to the final demise of the team. As for the blood level of the golden ghost ship, even with Qingfeng's current damage, those 2 skills had only knocked out a tenth of it. It could be seen that its blood quantity was as much as 40 to 50,000. For players who generally dealt 20 to 30 points of damage with one skill now, it was simply a fool's errand to kill this golden ghost ship. Little Black, I'll die once in a while. Qingfeng dodged skills while opening Linley Fish's private chat and instructed her. You don't need to care about the boss during that time. Just wait for me to return. Hearing this private chat, Lin Liu was a bit dumbfounded. Who is Little Black? Qingfeng, aren't you Xiaohei? Linley Fish almost collapsed, but had nothing to say who made her take a LD called Black Brewing Big Plum. At the same time, in Shell Town, on the road leading to this swamp, there were several players looking around. Damn, do you really think I, Iron Man, am easy to bully? A middle-aged man wearing heavy armor with a cross scar on his face was searching around for Qingfeng with a gloomy face. This middle-aged man was codenamed Iron Man. Just now, the tracker that Qingfeng had killed in seconds was someone under him. When old me used to hack legends and take down Shabak after Shabak, this kid was still breastfeeding. Iron Man was very interested in Qingfeng. He had always wanted to follow Qingfeng, but as a result, Qingfeng had been stealthy when he left the town, making it impossible for him to find anyone. Finally, now he waited for his chance. Qingfeng had taken a sister out with him. After all, you're a young man, you can't resist bringing a sister so soon. Iron Man laughed. He felt that if Qingfeng could be invisible, that sister couldn't be invisible, right? As long as she followed behind, she could learn Qingfeng's secrets. As a result, he didn't expect that Qingfeng would turn around and kill all of his men. Now, Iron Man was leading about 20 people, spreading out in the direction Qingfeng was moving away from, looking for him non-stop. During this time, there were quite a few minions that were surrounded and killed by the demons, but Iron Man didn't care. As long as he could discover Qingfeng's secret, everything was worth it. Finally, boss, found the woman, on top of a cliff. There's a swamp in front, that shadow is soloing the boss. This discovery made Iron Man incomparably excited. He immediately had his men gather, a total of 20 or so people, and together they rushed towards that swamp. At this time, Qingfeng kept dodging the various water elemental attack skills released by the golden ghost ship, and at the right moment, he unleashed the instantaneous shadow slash and the fierce poison dart over and over again. Since the boss attacked too often, Qingfeng didn't have many chances to attack. By the time the boss was half-blooded, about 10 minutes had passed. In other words, basically every 2 minutes, Qingfeng could only find an opportunity to strike. Just as the golden ghost ship was left with half of its blood, the ghost fire bell on the bow suddenly rang out an invisible soul fluctuation that spread out towards the surroundings, spreading over 100 meters. When Qingfeng was touched by this soul fluctuation, he was instantly immobilized. Even if Qinfeng was in a state of invisibility, he was swept out by this soul fluctuation. In the next moment, a pillar of water violently erupted beneath his feet, enveloping him in it. Fu 1059. Directly killing Qinfeng in seconds. This was the Golden Ghost Ship Half-Blood's mechanic. A wide-range strong formulating body that lasted for 5 seconds. There was no way to avoid it. One could only resist it. And this would have been expected by Qinfeng. You have died. You have lost 326 years of life. Non-tradable. You are dead. You have lost 1087 days of lifespan. Tradable. Directly exploding half of the lifespan on his body. This loss could be said to be huge, but it had little impact. Qinfeng only had to return to pick up the exploded tradable lifespans. As for the non-tradable lifespan, even if he picked it back up from the demonic creature, he would still lose 50% wuxie. Of course, this loss was not important compared to the item that the ghost ship would burst out. Just as Qinfeng was dying back, Iron Man happened to arrive with his men. At a glance, he saw the scene where Qinfeng was killed and exploded his lifespan. Ha 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 ha, what a god's help. This stupid cop is so bloated. It really dares to take on a gold level boss solo? Brothers, let's go. Let's take over the boss and pick up the lifespan that shadow popped out on the way. Look at such a large grayish-white ball of light. At least several hundred days of tradable lifespan, right? Iron Man LED his minions and directly rushed towards the Golden Ghost ship. But just a few moments later, in the middle of the swamp, a full 30 to 40 silver level rotten water ghosts, together with the Golden Ghost ship's water pillars all over the place, directly annihilated those 24 people, on the spot. They didn't even manage to get close to the place where Qinfeng died. Grayish-white lifespan balls of light exploded everywhere in the swamp. Even Qinfeng had to die once to kill the special boss. Where was it so easy to be raided? Iron Man, who had died back in the town, and his men were all dumbfounded. Nima, why is this boss so fierce? How on earth did that shadow beat it by half a blood? The hell with it. Iron Man and his 23 men all transformed into white light and resurrected in Shell Town. Each of them had ugly faces. They had wanted to take over the gold level boss that Shadow had dealt with, but as a result, they had never expected that the boss would be so fierce. It's too damn outrageous. We just entered that swamp and we're surrounded by silver monsters, and that water column is spraying everywhere. There's no time to dodge. I can react, but I don't have enough speed. If that Shadow can dodge that water column, how agile should he be? He must have added agility to all of them, right? How can that be? Where did he get the damage from all the agility? How could he knock out half of the boss's blood? That's right, we've just been outputting for a while, but in the end, we've only hit a total of 3% of the boss's blood. He hit half blood alone. How on earth did he do that? Iron Man's face was gloomy. They had lost too much this time. According to Iron Man's theory, there was nothing wrong with dying and dropping a bit of non-tradable lifespan. The key was to make themselves strong enough before the non-tradable lifespan dropped out. But now, they belonged to pure delivery this time. Go, continue over. Tainan was naturally unwilling, and under the astonished gazes of quite a few people in Shell Town, he LED'd the team to continue their journey. This situation of theirs surprised quite a few people in the town. By now, it wasn't rare for so many people to be reunited together. As a result, there were other people who followed them, leaving the town all the way towards the swamp. However, Qinfeng was much faster than them. By the time Tainan LED'd the others to set off again, Qinfeng had already re-arrived at that swamp. Instantaneous shadow slash, fierce poison dart, continuing to fight the same way as before. He dealt with that Golden Ghost ship. After being half-blooded, the Golden Ghost ship had several more skills. One of them was a wide-range attack skill. When the skeleton or on the Golden Ghost ship made a stroke, a wave of water spread out in all directions. With Qinfeng's current attributes, being affected by that water wave would only lead to death. However, to Qinfeng, this thing was very good at dodging. When the water wave spreads over, one only needs to jump up. It's just that the spread of the water waves is not regular, sometimes fast and sometimes slow, requiring extremely high reaction speeds from the player. If the reaction speed is a little slower, close to the Golden Ghost ship within 100 meters, there is only one way to die. As for the boss's other skills, most of them were single skills. Since Qinfeng had been invisible, those skills wouldn't be released. Qinfeng only needed to dodge the ranged attacks. Just when the boss still had a quarter of its blood left, Iron Man finally arrived with his people again. They looked inside the swamp, at the lifespan light orbs all over the place, and immediately wanted to go in to kill Shadow and grab the boss. However, when they were about to leave the woods and step into the swamp, suddenly a lightning bolt flew out of the woods and landed on Iron Man and channeled towards several people around him. -39, -34, -36. This was the damage bracket of the vast majority of players at this stage. In order to stop anyone from bothering Qinfeng, Lin Liu hid in the woods and launched a sneak attack in the cold. Moreover, one man had brought what was originally an elite team and had known that agility was important in this game. Lin Liu's movement speed was much faster than ordinary players. The sneak attack hit, and when the other party turned back, Lin Liu immediately ran away. Qin Feng was circling around the golden ghost ship in the swamp and watched this scene from afar, not caring too much. In fact, even if those people came into the swamp, they would most likely die. Instantaneous shadow slash. Fierce poison dart. Qin Feng saw his chance and landed another set. And the boss was left with only the last 5,000 blood, and it looked like only 1/10 of it was left on the blood bar. Just as another group of players followed Iron Man and the others all the way to the edge of the swamp as well. Qin Feng just happened to make his last instantaneous shadow slash and passed through the golden ghost ship. 5 slashes bloomed in succession, slashing at the boss ship in quick succession. -549, -549, -549. You have killed the golden ghost ship, gold class. You have gained 4,800 experience points. Congratulations on your promotion to level 8. Congratulations, you have gained 7 evolution points. You have gained 216 days of lifespan, tradable. At the same time, a service-wide announcement resounded in the minds of all the players of the godforsaken game. Player Shadow, Showdown, has made the first kill of a gold level boss in the entire service, and has gained 3 reputation points. This announcement was played 3 times in a row. It caused all of the Divine Abandonment game players, whether domestic or foreign, to fall into a state of stagnation and shock. A gold boss. First kill. Crap. What the hell is this shadow? So fierce. Oh my god. I can't even beat a small monster. And people are doing gold level bosses. Which country's initial town is Shell Town? The one who first killed the gold level boss must be our great cold country's strongest Similac. Country 1. This shadow is definitely our Sakura country's expert. Players around the world who had entered the Divine Abandonment game were all shocked at this instant. Even in reality, anyone who had entered the godforsaken game had similarly heard the service-wide announcement. For example, one man. He had just finished reporting the situation and was on his way back when he heard this announcement and was dumbfounded. He had just said that the shadow could single-handedly take on a bronze boss. But suddenly, people were single-handedly killing gold-level bosses. Why is the gap between people so big? I'm leading a hidden profession squad that can barely fight bronze bosses now. And this shadow soloed gold? One man was instantly skeptical. Divine Forsaken Land. Just as countless players around the world were shocked, Qin Feng's expression did not change. After all, he had first killed some bosses in his last life, and even though he had brought a team together to raid them, he had triggered this kind of service-wide announcement many times. Gold, platinum, emerald and diamond level bosses. First kills were calculated according to the boss rank. For example, the first kill of a gold level boss is only calculated once. Now that Qin Feng had triggered it, there would be no first kill for anyone who killed a gold level boss later on. However, if it was a boss that had reached the epic level, it was famous and every kill would be announced throughout the entire service. This time, Qin Feng did not team up with Lin Liu, so on the announcement, it was just his name alone. When the last instantaneous shadow slash was released, the golden ghost ship fell apart, bursting out a floor of loot. Before Qin Feng could pick it up, a group of players rushed into the swamp. Guang, release your skills and find that guy. Finish him off and we'll have the gold boss drop reward all to ourselves. A tall and thin young man with pale skin, but he looked at the loot that the boss had popped out with glowing eyes, clearly wanting to grab it. A gold level boss. In other words, what was exploding on the ground was at least silver level equipment and skill books. There was even a golden glow, meaning that there was gold level loot. Immediately after that, a hunter player behind him raised his hand and summoned a spectral horned eagle. The horned eagle flew into the sky, a light blue energy ripple, spreading towards the surroundings. This energy ripple could be anti-hidden. According to the group of players' conception, they could find the stealthy shadow and kill it. However, when the spectral horned eagle lifted its wings and slapped out a light blue ripple, it failed to find any stealthy players. At this stage, the anti-cloaking skills that players could obtain had an anti-cloaking level of level 1, and Qin Feng, shadow profession, came with a E stealth level. Therefore, these players naturally couldn't discover Qin Feng. The loot on the ground, Qin Feng is not in a hurry. Anyway, there is a protection time of belonging. Others can't pick it up. Seeing those players summoning the spectral horned eagle, Qin Feng knew what they were planning to do. Still want to kill me to grab something. Overthinking it, Qin Feng secretly sneered. Like an invisible ghost, he wandered around the neighborhood. There were a total of 10 or so people on the other side. All of them gathered together and approached towards the vicinity of the corpse of the golden ghost ship. They guessed that Qin Feng had already run away. Otherwise, there was no reason why they wouldn't be able to find it even after releasing the ghostly horned eagle. Count him as smart. The tall and thin young man sneered and raised his hand. But don't be careless. Be ready to fight at any time. Boss loot belongs to us for 5 minutes of protection. After 5 minutes, this boss's loot belongs to us. The spectral horned eagle flew above their heads, an anti-hidden energy ripple spreading, giving them a sense of security. But suddenly, a figure flashed past from their field of vision. It was accompanied by countless slashes that blossomed together on the 10 or so of them. All they could see were eye-filling damage numbers floating up around them, before they went black and died on the spot. Instantaneous shadow slash. If the opponents had spread out, it would have been a bit troublesome for Qin to kill them. Since they were clustered together, Qin couldn't be blamed for being inappropriate. Kill them all. The blade flashed, and beside the scattered corpses of the golden ghost ship, there were 12 more grayish-white lifespan light orbs all of a sudden. The entire swamp was, finally, quiet. Say, where did that girl Lin Liu run off to? Qin looked around the swamp and didn't see any silhouettes. He didn't rush to use greedy hands on the corpse of the golden ghost ship, but opened the skill panel first. I had 6 evolution points before, and this boss gave me 7 points, which just about makes up 13 points. Evolve greedy hands. Greedy hands, diamond, epic, assassin type skill. There is a 220%, 300% probability of obtaining an additional loot reward. The additional loot obtained has a 100% win-by probability of being upgraded by Wu rank. Epic greedy hands. Direct qualitative change. A 100% boost of 1 rank. Isn't this invincible? Qin breathing became a little short. Even if he had been crawling around in the godforsaken game for 9 years, he had never heard of such an outrageous skill. There's nothing to say, just touch the corpse. You used the skill greedy hands. You have gained 7 evolution points. You have gained 7 evolution points. You have gained 7 evolution points. You have gained 216 days of lifespan, tradable. You have gained 216 days of lifespan, tradable. You've gained 216 days of life, tradable. You have gained 216 days of lifespan, tradable. You have gained 216 days of lifespan, tradable. A series of system prompts came, causing Qin's heart to race. In one go, 21 evolution points were directly obtained. 648 days of lifespan. Qin picked up all the tradable lifespans that everyone within the swamp had popped out, including the 1,000 or so days that he himself had popped out. Then he looked at his own tradable lifespan. 3,115 days. Another 21 evolution points. Continue evolving greedy hand. Qin tapped on the skill panel. However, when he was about to evolve greedy hands, he heard a system prompt. Skill greedy hands has reached epic level. Continuing to evolve requires 10 times the number of evolution points. Whether to consume 210 evolution points to evolve the skill. Qin chose no. 210 evolution points. Where did he get that many? Evolving from epic to legendary requires 10 times the number of evolution points. Wouldn't it take even more in the back then? Qin sighed. It was a good thing that he was gaining evolution points faster now. With the epic tier greedy hand, a gold tier boss was 28 evolution points. Since that's the case, evolution points can only be used to advance other skills. Qin shook his head and didn't move for the time being. Instead, he picked up all the loot that he had touched on the golden ghost ship and examined them one by one. The most important of them was naturally the special prop that Qin wanted. Ghost Fire Bell, special props. When carrying it, lifespan will not be dropped upon death. Cooldown time for this effect 1800. Then 565 seconds. Soul Sucking, passive. When you kill a demonic creature, the lifespan that explodes increases by 20% 20%. Soul Stunning, active. Shake the Ghost Fire Bell to inflict a 3-second immobilization effect on all enemies within a 100-meter range around you, with a cooldown of 600 seconds. This special prop was something that could not necessarily be bought with thousands of years of lifespan in the late stages of the godforsaken game. The most important effect was that soul sucking. Killing monsters and popping out lifespans increased by 20%. In the godforsaken game, the importance of tradable lifespan was self-evident. Not only did extracting abilities into reality require the consumption of tradable lifespans, there were many other aspects that needed to be used in the mid and late stages. In short, the more tradable lifespans there were, the stronger the player would naturally be. And this Ghost Fire Bell isn't considered equipment, it's just a prop. It doesn't take up the equipment bar, it only takes up a backpack grid, so it's very convenient to use. With the Ghost Fire Bell, there were sub-chances every half hour for the bearer to die without losing their lifespan. This was also an increased chance of tolerance for Qin. After all, although he could remain invisible all the time now, his body was still too brittle. Of course, there was another point that surprised Qin the most. Even if you kill the golden ghost ship, it doesn't drop the Ghost Fire Bells 100% back of the time. According to statistics, the drop rate of this thing is around 30% such. And this time, with the base drop, plus the 3 additional drops from the greedy hand, actually exploded 2 Ghost Fire Bells for me. In his previous life, no one had ever obtained 2 Ghost Fire Bells, so Qin didn't know if the effects of this thing could stack. He checked his detailed attributes. Finding the entry kill lifespan increase, he found that it clearly said 40% fortune. Crap, against the heavens. Qin was shocked. The effects of 2 Ghost Fire Bells could even stack. The tradable lifespan he harvested from brushing monsters next would increase by 40% fortune. It's a pity that in the Divine Abandonment game, the effect cooldowns of the same procs are shared. The passive effect of dying without losing lifespan, as long as it's triggered once, this passive of both Ghostly Flame Bells will go on cooldown together. Frightened Soul, active effect, same thing. Use it once, both will go on cooldown together. This was the basic setting of the Divine Abandonment game. Qingfeng had played for 9 years, so of course, he couldn't be clearer. Of course, even just the Soul Suck effect being able to stack was already very counterintuitive. Originally, Qingfeng's development speed was fast. Now it was even faster. Immediately after, Qingfeng continued to check the loot. Due to the effect of the Hand of Greed, it allowed him to harvest a full dozen pieces of loot after finishing off the Golden Ghost ship. Among them, 11 pieces of gold equipment and skill books, as well as 2 pieces of platinum grade equipment and 1 platinum grade skill book. Originally, the gold level boss drop was basically 2 to 4 pieces of silver equipment, with a small probability that gold equipment would come out. But now, due to the effect of the epic level greedy hands, any loot that the boss popped out would have its grade added by 1. Directly, 3 of the gold loots were raised to platinum level. Among these loots, the ones that could be used by the assassin profession, there were a total of 3. Qingfeng viewed them in turn. First was a platinum grade assassin's weapon. Ghost Ship Twin Blades, platinum, assassin lineage weapon. Attack power, 加 1C6, agility, 加 22, attack speed 正 24, 加 17, armor break. Equipment, requirement, level 5. Unique special effect. Each of your general attacks deals 2 damage. This special effect doesn't do much. After all, I use skill output all the time. However, this weapon's base attack power is high enough, and it also adds 22 points of agility. The attack speed, which also speeds up the skill release speed and reduces the skill aftershock, isn't completely useless. As for the armor breaking attribute, the gain is also high. Just now, when he dealt with the Golden Ghost ship, the damage dealt by his skills was obviously much lower than when he fought other demons. This was because the defense of this gold level boss was too high. The benefit of the armor breaking attribute was quite good. Qingfeng directly replaced this weapon. Immediately afterward, he checked the next piece of equipment. Ghost Fire Leather Armor, Gold, Physical Defense 加 25, Fire Elemental, Resistance 加 50, Damage Block 加 14, Life Steal 加 419. Equipment, Requirement, Level 5. A good piece of defense, especially the Damage Block attribute. Once this shirt is worn, most players at this stage, hitting me won't be able to break my defense at all. Moreover, I didn't add my constitution when I upgraded, and now I only have 350 points of blood. This dress directly added 419 points to me. After all, it was a gold level equipment. The attributes of one piece of equipment were higher than someone else's full set. Lastly, there was a skill book. Ghostly Blur, Gold Grade, Assassin Skill. Passively gains 15% light evasion rate. Triggering evasion immunizes you from all damage. Seeing this skill, Qingfeng's eyes lit up. Finally came an assassin's survival class skill. The evasion stream in the godforsaken game is not mainstream, but that's because the evasion rate is generally not stacked high. Even with 50% filter evasion, it's easy to die. But I can infinitely evolve my skills. Even if I only need to reach 80% batch evasion, the effect would be considerable. Qingfeng looked and saw that he still had 21 evolution points right now. Anyone else, faced with all these skills on their body, would definitely have a hard time deciding what skill to evolve first. But for Qingfeng, he quickly made a judgment. Continue pulling damage first. The higher the damage, the stronger the boss can be rated and the better the loot. Qingfeng temporarily ignored the newly learned Ghostly Blur. Instead, he chose to advance and chemicalize the instant Shadow Slash. You have consumed 3 加 5 evolution points, with the side points remaining. Instant Shadow Chop, Platinum, Emerald, Diamond, blinks in one direction, up to 21, 24, 27 meters, and enters stealth, lasts for 7, 8, 9 seconds, inflicting 5, 6, 7 chopping blows on all enemies in its path. Cooldown 12, 10, 43 seconds, chopping width 3, 13, 64, meters, adds 200,250,300 attack points to each chopping blow. Evolving the instantaneous shadow chop twice in a row made the damage of this skill at least double. Even if one wasn't in stealth and didn't break stealth, a skill that went down had 3,000 damage. If one breaks stealth and adds a backstab, the total damage of 7 chopping attacks can even reach 6 or 7,000. There were still 13 evolution points left, so Qingfeng chose to evolve an initial skill, Backstrike Enhancement. You have consumed 2 加 3 加 5 evolution points, with 3 points remaining. Initial skill, Backstroke Enhancement, Normal Bronze, Silver Gold. Passive effect, when launching an attack from behind the target, damage is increased by 15%, 20%, 25%, 30%. This was a stable damage boost, definitely the higher the better. After packing up these items, Qingfeng's battle power had increased by another notch. If he were to fight the golden ghost ship one more time, he would be able to do it in no more than 5 minutes, and there was a high probability that he wouldn't die. After all, his agility had increased by 20 to 30 points, and he was much faster, so he was capable of dodging even the full screen of a ghost ship with half-blood. Immediately afterward, Qin Feng looked at his backpack. In his backpack, there was also a platinum equipment and the platinum level skill book. The equipment was the archers and the skill book was the priests. Platinum grade items are not quite suitable to take out and sell for the time being. Keep it first. Qin Feng wasn't afraid that his greedy hand situation would be exposed. After all, as long as he was strong enough, what was there to be afraid of being exposed? The key was still that no one could afford platinum level stuff at this stage. This level of equipment could be sold for at least 5 or 6 years of lifespan. As for skill books, they were even more expensive. Selling 10 years of lifespan wasn't much. In addition to the platinum grade ones, there are 7 or 8 gold grade equipment and skill books that can be sold to Wine Man's team. Qin Feng thought about it. A mage skill book and a magic ring, which were given to Lin Liu. It was previously agreed that there was nothing wrong with giving her what came out of her. After all, Qin Feng had gotten a spatial ring from her, and to say the value of the spatial ring was quite a bit higher. In addition, the warrior, priest, and archer stuff could be sold to Wine Man's team at a 90% GOTY discount. They might not be able to afford it for the time being. However, Qin Feng believed in Wine Man's character and it was fine to owe them first. After all, Qin Feng had worked with him for several years in his last life and knew that there was nothing wrong with Wine Man as a person. A rough calculation showed that this added up to several thousand days of life again. The stuff was sorted out. Qin Feng left the swamp and opened Lin Liu's private chat channel. Little Black, where are you people? Lin Liu really couldn't stand the name Little Black anymore and regretted taking such a codename. However, she couldn't change her name in the godforsaken game, so she helplessly replied, I was caught up by Iron Man and the others and died back in the town. Luckily our team's tradable lifespan stayed with Uncle. The uncle she was talking about was Wine Man. Wine Man's survival ability was strong, and it was safer to give him the lifespan to avoid dying and dropping half of it. Alright, you wait for me to come back and give you something. Qin Feng entered stealth and returned towards Shell Town. Not long after, he happened to see Iron Man with more than 20 people, still rushing over in the direction of the swamp. Seeing these players, Qin Feng treated it as if he saw a bunch of wild monsters and directly killed them. At the same time, in another moonlight town whose rate belonged to Dashio Jianhai City, after obtaining the hidden profession life sacrifice, Qin Xiuyu had found a team in Moonlight Town that was struggling to upgrade outside. They were discussing about the matter of the world's first gold boss kill just now. I heard that Shell Town is the initial town of our Jianhai City. Doesn't that mean that shadow god is from our Jianhai City? The crowd murmured. Qin Xiuyu, as a priest, followed behind to heal and was secretly surprised when she heard her teammates chatting. Dark Shadow, this superstar who had killed the world's first gold level boss was actually from Jianhai City. This made Qin Xiuyu's eyes light up, and she secretly decided, when someone from our town rises to level 5, I'm going to go to Shell Town and look for the Dark Shadow God. She was quite disgusted with her current temporary teammates. It took half a day to kill a small monster, and even sometimes they were chased by wild monsters, woefully. She thought to herself, if she were to team up with that shadow, brushing monsters and upgrading would surely fly by, right? The first one to level up to level Liao Yingcun, each town would open the town rankings and gain 1 point of reputation. The first one to level up to level 5 would be able to light up the town's teleportation array, also gaining 1 point of prestige. It was just that right now, other than Qin Feng reaching level 8, there were no level 5 players in any other towns yet. A bunch of level 4 players were struggling to brush monsters and sprint to level 5. Only when someone from a town reached level 5 and lit up the teleportation array could that town interoperate with other towns. And there was one rule. A town in the Jianhai City area could only connect with towns in the Jianhai City area, and couldn't go to towns elsewhere. At this time, Qin Feng was on his way back to Shell Town when he encountered Tainan with 23 minions. Qin Feng realized that the group was quite vigilant and seemed to know that he had ranged damage skills and didn't gather together. However, Qin Feng was wielding the platinum grade ghost ship dual blaze, and even with a normal attack, he was able to take out a player with 2 slashes. He first found the best angle and did an instant shadow slash. -1225, -1219, -1231. Qin Feng transformed into a black shadow and instantly passed through the opposing crowd, bringing up more than 10 damage numbers. The instantaneous shadow slash, with just a single slash, had already killed that dozen of people in seconds. Then, Qin Feng didn't even bother to stealth, holding his ghost ship dual blades, and with great speed, he transformed into a ghostly killer, killing the remaining 10 or so people. Tainan and his men, one by one, were stunned in place. Quick, finish him off. One person beating so many of us, overthinking it. Watch out for his stealth. They watched as Shadow showed up and fought back. Only, after returning fire, they quickly became desperate. This godforsaken game didn't have an attack lock. Qin Feng's agility was too much higher than these people, and as long as he saw the opponent's skills with control, all of them were dodged perfectly. As for the attacks that landed on him, all of them only dealt single-digit damage. Many of them couldn't even break their defenses. Qin Feng's level was higher than theirs, and his equipment was better than theirs, especially his gold-grade Ghost Fire leather armor, which gave him crushing combat power in front of these players. Immediately, he killed Iron Man and the others, crying out, "Damn, don't come over, don't come over. He's too fast, can't hit and can't fight. How can I play this? Big brother, don't kill me. I have less than a year of life left." Qin Feng didn't have any thoughts of showing mercy at all. "Originally, I wanted to take over the boss, and when I was killed by the boss group, I didn't bother with you guys. But you guys followed up and came to make trouble, and you expect me to spare you." Qin Feng's figure, like a ghost, traveled through the dark woods. In the end, he took out 22 people, including Iron Man. When people scattered and escaped, there were still 2 people who managed to escape. It wasn't that Qin Feng couldn't catch up. Rather, these people fled in separate directions, and those 2 were farther away. So there was no need for Qin Feng to waste time chasing after them. It's a pity that the lifespans these people exploded added up to just over 30 days. So poor. Qin Feng shook his head. During the time he finished off these people, he also received a system alert. Due to the fact that he had actively killed too many people, it allowed him to gain a layer of the Slayer negative status. When Slayer Tier 1, death dropped 75% manhwa of current lifespan. At the second tier of Slayer, death dropped 87% of current lifespan. In other words, each tier of the Slayer status would cause the player to die the equivalent of 1 more death when they died. Only Qin Feng had the Ghost Flame Bell on him. Even if he accidentally died once, he wouldn't lose any of his lifespan. Therefore, Qin Feng didn't care about this Slayer negative status at all. Anyway, this status wouldn't lower his attributes or affect his development. As long as he didn't die twice in a row, it wouldn't affect him at all. Soon, Qin Feng returned to Shell Town. The Ghost Fire leather armor on his body, with a dark red flame pattern on a black base, was handsome and murderous, and had only just returned to the town when he caught the attention of everyone around him. "It's Shadow. Crap, this leather armor is too handsome, right? It's a gold level leather armor. I'm so envious. He really killed the gold boss solo. Oh, in my opinion, this guy must have gotten stuck in a bug in order to solo the boss." Laughing to death, "Upstairs you also go to give me a card to see." Under the envious and jealous gazes of countless people, Qin Feng arrived at the town's center square. Suddenly, a group of people came before Qin Feng in an extremely respectful manner. At the head of them was a tall and thin young man with pale skin. He was the one who had just brought his teammates with the spectral horned eagle to try to snatch the loot of the golden ghost ship, and as a result, the group of people had all been instantly secured back by Qin Feng. "Big brother Shadow, I'm really sorry." The tall and thin young man's posture was very low, and he came in front of Qin Feng. "Big brother, this is an assassin skill book that we just bought to make up our life expectancy. Please accept it, and pretend that nothing has happened to us, okay?" This situation made Qin Feng a bit surprised. He looked at the skill book that the other party handed over. Chisel Strike, Normal, Assassin Skill Book. A single skill that adds 20 attack points on hit and causes a 2-second stun. Cooldown 22 seconds. It's a control class skill book. Someone giving something away. Don't take it for nothing. Qin Feng casually took the skill book and said indifferently, "Okay." The skill book arrived and was directly learned. Immediately after, Qin Feng waved his hand and told them to get lost, finally meeting up with the long-awaited maiden, Lin Liu. However, Qin Feng did not know. The tall and thin youth codenamed Idle Cloud looked at his back as he left, and a touch of sinister evil surfaced in his eyes. "So what if you're strong in the godforsaken game? As long as I find you in reality, I'll be able to imprison you and make you a slave who collects lifespans for me. Wait for the other towns to light up their teleportation arrays, send the woman over, and try to find a way to find out information about him." Idle Cloud, whose real name was Dongfang Xian, was a notoriously rich second generation in the circles of Jianhai City. He thought with a cold smile. Just now, listening to this Shadow's voice, it's unfamiliar. Definitely not from the circle. Then that means this guy is a poor bastard. Have a professional beauty delivered to his door. I don't believe he won't fall for it. Qin Feng met Lin Liu. This young girl was wearing a black vestment robe. Her pair of soulful water-like eyes were looking left and right, and when she saw Qin Feng appear, she couldn't help but feel a little nervous. "Here you go." Qin Feng casually threw out a gold-grade mage skill book and the gold-grade mage equipment. Lin Liu was still a bit jittery, not knowing if Qin Feng would tell her that the boss didn't explode the mage equipment. As a result, she reached out and caught 2 gold level 1s. A fire-based ranged output skill with an additional attack of 150 points. A mage necklace, on the other hand, added 15 points of spirit, plus 3 points of mana recovery per second. All this, Lin Liu's mind buzzed. These 2 items, they were too good to be true, weren't they? Now, she was taking off straight away. Originally, Lin Liu was still thinking that Qingfeng but could give her a silver, leveled mana equipment or skill book, which would be pretty good, but she didn't expect 2 gold level. This skill, this necklace, it directly doubled my damage several times, and more than doubled my mana recovery. Originally, Lin Liu recovered 2 mana points per second. Now with that necklace, it was 5 points per second. The renewal ability skyrocketed. It could be said that her efficiency in brushing monsters now was already faster than the entire team brushing monsters before. Big brother, thank you so much. Lin Liu's beautiful eyes were filled with surprise and she was almost moved to tears. Qingfeng shook his head. No need to be polite, just following the agreement. Give me the spatial finger ring. Besides, this young girl had been chased by Tainan's man once in order to help Qingfeng. Even though Qingfeng didn't need her help, right? But one could tell that this young girl had a good personality and was worth befriending. Hearing Qingfeng's words, Lin Liu woke up as if from a dream and quickly handed over the 12-compartment space ring. Right, big brother. Lin Liu thought for a moment and added, just now when I was escaping in the woods, I found a hole in the ground that seems to be a relic entrance. Are you interested? A relic entrance? Qingfeng was a bit surprised. Before, there was an official rumor that this Lin Li fish is a koi carp. Now it seems as if it's true. First the golden ghost ship, then the relic entrance. Qingfeng looked at the beautiful young girl in front of him and felt that befriending this girl was really not a loss. Of course, Qingfeng thought about it. If he hadn't given any equipment just now, the news of this relic entrance, this girl might not have told him. Sincerity, it was mutual. Seems like, just these 2 gold-ranked items have bought her off. Qingfeng kind of wanted to laugh. He put the spatial ring on the little finger of his left hand. The storage space is finally 27 compartments. Qingfeng sighed in relief. The backpack grids in this godforsaken game were in short supply, and the initial town didn't have a place where supplies could be stored. With 27 compartments of space, it was convenient to do anything. Qingfeng said to Lin Liu, your captain isn't online yet. Let's wait for him to come and sell the stuff to you guys. I'm going to make a trip to the ruins you mentioned first. The young girl nodded. Good. Now Lin Liu was excited. Taking out the sheepskin map rolled up in her backpack, she marked a location for Qingfeng. This is the entrance to that relic. It's a stone slab on the ground. I originally wanted to move the slab and hide inside, but as a result, I just went in without taking a few steps. I heard ghostly cries coming from inside, so I was so scared that I fled out, or else I wouldn't have been caught up by Tainan and the others. Lin Liu said while describing the entrance with Qingfeng. Okay, got it. Qingfeng memorized that location. As a matter of fact, the terrain of every initial town and the outside was the same. These initial towns were completely replicated terrain. However, things like these kinds of relics and golden ghost ship bosses appeared randomly, with some towns having them and some not. Anyway, the town Qingfeng was in his last life didn't have them. Unexpectedly, this shell town unexpectedly had another relic and brushed the golden ghost ship. Qingfeng first bid farewell to Lin Liu. He entered stealth and left shell town once again. Was looking for a place to brush until level 10. Since there's a relic, there's no need to brush anything else. Clear the relic and you'll definitely reach level 10. There were 3 main types of relics that would appear in the initial town. One was the catacombs. One kind was the cursed ruins. There was also the temple of faith. There wasn't much to say about the catacombs. It was just a bunch of magical creatures inhabiting it. It was very difficult to clear. And there would basically be a gold boss at the end. Cursed ruins are cursed by the ancient gods and evil gods, and were once perhaps human beings who went mad or died and turned into ghosts and monsters. The demons in the temple of faith are all believers of the ancient gods and evil gods, and can be killed or not, but the map within the temple is very complex. The latter two, if successfully cleared, can obtain some special props or skill books. For example, Qingfeng's ancient god's eyeball, or eye of judgment, was actually from a temple of faith. Regardless of which kind of relic Lin Liu was talking about, Qingfeng wouldn't miss it, because, among these relics, even the small monsters were at least bronze-ranked or even silver-ranked existences. This meant massive amounts of evolution points for Qingfeng. With my current epic grey greedy hands, I can harvest 8 evolution points for killing even a bronze mini-boss. If it's a silver boss, it can even harvest 16 evolution points. Compared to killing high-grade bosses, killing a large number of small bosses reaped significantly more evolution points. Soon, Qingfeng maintained his stealthy state and arrived at the place that Lin Liu had marked on the map. In the grey-black weeds, a stone slab was indeed seen. Qingfeng removed it and the downward stairway passage appeared. As expected, as soon as this stone slab was moved away, a ghostly cry could be heard from the depths of this passage, like a sob. Qingfeng certainly did not carry fear. Entering the passage, he covered the stone slab. The surroundings instantly turned into darkness, except for a dim firelight coming from the front, illuminating the stone walls on both sides of the passage. Borrowing the dim firelight, Qingfeng quickly changed his face slightly, and, how are these murals on the stone walls exactly the same as that temple of faith in the previous life? This is the Temple of Faith, and I'm afraid that it's precisely the Temple of Faith of the Judgment Ancient God. In Qin Feng's body, there was the Eye of Judgment, which held the authority of judgment. The appearance of this divine temple here made Qin Feng feel very unusual. Go in and take a look. Qin Feng took a deep breath, maintained his stealthy state, and walked along the passageway, all the way forward. It was also while Qin Feng was exploring this mysterious temple of faith. The players in the various initial towns were frantically upgrading. Of course, when it came to comparing the speed of gaining experience points, they were definitely inferior to Qin Feng, who was killing bosses within the ruins. However, the others were, after all, at lower levels and required less experience to upgrade. Soon, there were people who had risen to level 5, lighting up the teleportation arrays of their respective towns. Each player, once a day, had a free teleportation opportunity to other initial towns. And so, within Shell Town, there were soon many players from other towns teleporting over. This was because the great god Shadow, who was the world's first to kill a gold boss, was in Shell Town. Within the town, there were more and more people. Why are there so many people here? Wine Man instantly became a bit confused when he came online again and saw that there were many times more players in Shell Town than before. After entering the Divine Abandonment game for the first time, one needed to ascend to level 3 before leaving, which was equivalent to going offline. If you wanted to go online again, as long as you closed your eyes for more than 10 seconds, an option would pop up asking if you wanted to go back to the Divine Forsaken Land. Wine Man was originally level 3 and ranked in the top 10 in Shell Town, but now, he had been squeezed into the 20s. Must hurry up. Wine Man quickly chatted privately to his teammates such as Black Brush Big Plum. It turned out that 2 of their team members still weren't online. One of them was the middle-aged female priest. Gotta recruit another priest. Wine Man gathered the other 3 together first. When he saw Lin Liu, he couldn't help but freeze because he saw that the girl had a necklace blooming with a faint golden color on her chest. Wine Man and the other 2 were confused. What are you? Lin Liu laughed, and only then did he tell what had happened with Dark Shadow. Finally, he added, it seems like Shadow still has the equipment skills for your profession over there. I'll contact him later and ask him to sell us the stuff. You can get a discount. Oh. One man cried and laughed. Silver level is fine. If this is gold level stuff, I'm afraid we can't afford it. The sharp-eyed archer youth in the team was a bit envious. It's great that I've actually made friends with Shadow Big Brother. If we can be friends with the big guy, we'll be able to eat and drink with him. Haha. Lin Liu looked at him with contempt. Look at you. You're counting on your big brother, right? Think about your own reasons. Do you usually work hard to brush monsters and practice leveling? The sharp-eyed archer youth rolled his eyes and didn't bother to pay attention to her. Although the 4 of them knew each other from the God-forsaken game, their relationship was already very good. Moreover, one man went back this time and checked their reality, so he knew something about them. The backgrounds were all over the top, so then they could be fixed. Immediately after, one man said, we need to find a priest to brush the monsters together first. First 5 people to brush. I have a coworker that's in the next town over. When someone in her town is level 5, she'll teleport over to join our team as well. Lin Liu was a bit strange. Where's Sister Wang? Sister Wang was the middle-aged female priest from their team before. Wang Man shook his head and said, Sister Wang is going to another town to find her son together, so I'd say we don't have any priests. They weren't like Qin Feng, who could brush alone. With a group brushing monsters, meat shields and grandmothers were needed. So, Wang Man started to set up a stall. But instead of selling something, he wrote on the stall, Team Recruitment, Required Profession Priest Department. There were a lot of such recruiting stalls, but because behind Wang Man stood Lin Li Fish, the light golden necklace on her chest instantly attracted a lot of people's attention. Gold level equipment. Many people were a bit skeptical, but just because of Lin Li Fish's face value, there were also some youth pastors who quickly came over to sign up. But as soon as they heard that they had to provide their real identities, and that they would also be filed with the officials afterwards, they all backed off. Just then, a long-haired girl walked over. It was the life sacrifice, Qin Xiuyu, who had already risen to level 3. Qin Xiuyu behaved politely. I am a hidden profession life sacrifice. Can I join your team? Wine Man glanced at her. His expression didn't change much. Life sacrifice. It was a hidden profession. It sounded good, but he wanted to find the kind that he could follow for a long time. So he had to confirm the reality of the other party's identity. And Qin Xiuyu did not object, and bluntly stated her identity. Jianghai Normal University, freshman student. My parents are both dead. There is only one older brother at home. Mom and dad adopted before. Not a real brother. Qin Xiuyu emphasized. One man nodded. Qin Xiuyu, okay, then it's you. Try out for the team first. Xiuyu joined the team. In fact, Qin Xiuyu originally wanted to take a Xiaoyu as her codename, but she came in late, so this codename had been taken by someone else and she didn't want to add a number to the back of the codename, so she added the word Ye. After entering the team, a smile appeared at the corner of Qin Xiuyu's mouth. As if she hadn't thought about it, She glanced at the gold-ranked necklace on Lin Liu's chest. The world's first kill of a gold-ranked boss was in Shell Town, taken down by Shadow. Then this necklace. There was a high probability that it was related to Dark Shadow. Such a development was naturally something Qin Feng didn't expect. In this life, he had risen too quickly, and the first kill of a gold-level boss had caused his codename Dark Shadow to spread across the globe. The fame was so great that it made Qin Xiuyu's heart flutter. At this moment, Qin Feng was within the Temple of Faith, and had been walking forward along the passageway, and soon arrived at a spacious hall. Inside the hall, there was nothing. There were only two bent and bowed humanoid demonic creatures, kneeling on each other's knees with their hands raised to the top of their heads, as if they were holding something up. The ghostly cries heard at the entrance were from these two humanoid demonic creatures. Ancient God Devotee, judged, LV10. Great, silver. Qin Feng maintained his stealthy state and arrived at this hall. Seeing those two believers kneeling on the ground, he directly unleashed an instantaneous shadow slash. Break stealth, back strike. All the damage bonuses that should be triggered were triggered except for the weakness attack. Weakness attacks can't be helped. Instantaneous shadow slash was a skill that had randomized the location of the slash, making it difficult to trigger the weakness attack just right, which was not something that could be compensated for by maneuvering, but instead, the basic bonus attack of this skill was very high. -1058, -1058. 7 damage numbers rose above the heads of each of the two devout believers. However, their blood bars had only been deducted by a small amount. After all, it was a level 10 silver boss, and its blood level was more than double that of the cursed one Qin Feng had killed earlier. Even the two devout believers combined already had more blood than the gold-ranked gold ghost ship. Originally, Qin Feng was still preparing to dodge his opponent's attacks. Result, those two pious believers kneeling on the ground, not only did they not launch an attack at Qin Feng, but instead, they reversed their direction and knelt down once again towards the place where Qin Feng was stealthily hiding. These two are the judged, and I possess the authority of judgment. Could it be that they won't attack me? Qin Feng was a bit surprised as an idea arose. In order to confirm this guess, he took the initiative to break out of stealth and keep his distance from those two devout believers. It turned out that those two godlike pious believers really did not attack him. Instead, after seeing him, they completely prostrated their upper bodies to the ground. Originally, Qin Feng wanted to kill these two and get evolution points and experience. But now this situation made Qin Feng a bit puzzled. Even after 9 years of crawling around in his last life, Qin Feng had never heard of such a situation. I'm afraid it's really because I have the authority of judgment. Qin Feng had a number in his heart. The appearance of such an odd temple of faith here might really be related to his eye of judgment. This temple, it had secrets. He thought about it and tried to speak. Do you guys know the way? Show me the way. Those two devout believers, after hearing his words, both seemed a bit confused, clearly not knowing what he was talking about. In fact, Qin Feng was aware that these demonic creatures in the gods' forsaken lands were actually beings from other civilizations. It was just that they had been eroded and corrupted, and all of them had become mentally deranged, and had even turned into beasts that only knew how to plunder lifespans from humans. These two in front of them seemed to have maintained some sanity. Just as Qin Feng was thinking so, these two devout believers suddenly became alert. A flash of ferocity steeply surfaced on their rotting faces as they violently turned around and pounced towards the entrance of this hall. Qin Feng heard the sound of messy footsteps coming from the passageway outside the hall. It seemed like some other player had arrived. Fu-hu! Fu-hu! Those two devout believers, two green flames coalesced in their hands and were thrown directly towards the far side of the passageway. Oh, crap, it's two silver bosses. We can't even deal with one. Two more. Run, run. A ball of green flames was thrown out by the two devout believers, and within the passageway, chaotic and panicked footsteps and shouts were heard. Qin Feng returned to his stealthy state. He came to the entrance of the hall and looked into the passageway, only to see that the entire passageway had been enveloped by a sea of green fire, and in the sea of fire, 6 players were too late to escape and were being burned to ashes. Grey Rose? Qin Feng saw a familiar-looking figure in the flames. It was clearly the matured royalty who had purchased the ice cone technique from him earlier, and he didn't expect her to have found this temple of faith as well. It was a pity that her team was not strong enough. 2 silver gatekeepers took her out. This passageway is too narrow. There's no place to dodge in the face of the flames of the devout believers. That's why if you find a boss normally, you should enter the hall first and leave yourself plenty of space to dodge. Qin Feng shook his head. He coldly watched as the 6 were burned to death by the green flames. Soon, 6 grayish-white lifespan balls of light appeared in the passageway. Qin Feng nonchalantly stepped forward to pick them up and found that they weren't bad, as more than 100 days of tradable lifespans actually exploded from the group. To Qin Feng's surprise, those 2 devout believers were not the least bit interested in these lifespans. After finishing off those 6 people, they returned to the hall and resumed prostrating on their knees towards the place where Qin Feng had just disappeared. Qin Feng ignored them for the time being. He searched around inside the hall, only to find that there were absolutely no more paths leading to other places. No way, this is it. 2 silver level mini-bosses. Qin Feng was incomparably puzzled. Exploring further would not yield any results. Qin Feng simply stepped in and finished off the 2 devout believers. Just as he expected, no matter how he struck, those 2 devout believers didn't have the slightest intention to fight back. They were killed by Qin Feng in this manner. You have killed ancient god devotee, judged, silver, level. You have gained 4,000 experience points. Congratulations on your promotion to level 9. Congratulations, you have gained 4 evolution points. You have gained 188 days of lifespan, tradable. After killing 2 devout believers, Qin Feng rose to level 9. He directly unleashed greedy hands on their corpses. Soon, Qin Feng finished dealing with the 2 silver mini-bosses. A total of 32 evolution points and 1,504 days of tradable lifespan. Epic greedy hand, too good to be true. And a total of 4 gold ranked items came out, plus about 10 silver ranked ones. Among them was a gold ranked necklace that was available to assassins. Believers, pendant, gold, assassins jewelry, agility 加15, cooldown speed 正 20%, equipment, requirement, level 8. Unique effect, summons a silver ranked devotee to fight for you with a cooldown of 600 seconds. This necklace has good attributes. The main thing was the 20% Toshi cooldown speed. After Qin Feng wore it, the cooldown of his sneak shadow skill was shortened from 22 seconds to 19 seconds. The cooldown of fierce poison dart from 3 seconds was shortened to 7 seconds. The cooldown of instant shadow slash, on the other hand, had been shortened from 4 seconds to 8 seconds. Brushing monsters is more efficient. Qin Feng thought to himself. As for the other loot, they were all level 8 to 10 equipment, and no one would even buy them at this stage. Let's put it away first. Qin Feng was about to leave. Suddenly, the floor in the middle of the hall steeply loosened. When those 2 devout believers were killed, it finally triggered the mechanism. This is an elevator? Qin Feng looked at it. In the middle of the hall, a circular stone disc protruded from the floor, something that Qin Feng had seen quite a lot of in his last life. He immediately stepped on it. Immediately afterward, the circular stone disc emitted a boom boom sound and surprisingly carried him downwards. In the middle of the hall, a circular pit appeared. When Qin Feng was sent down, immediately, there were 2 semicircular stone blocks that panned out from the side, blocking that pit hole. Everything was restored to its original state, just as if that circular stone disc elevator had never appeared. If anyone else came here, they would only be able to see the corpses of the 2 devotees and nothing else. Rumble! After a loud bang, the circular stone disc carrying Qin Feng fell to the ground. Crushed rocks and sand were loosened and spilled around Qin Feng. Qin Feng felt that the circular stone disc had carried him and descended at least 300 to 400 meters. Coming here, the surroundings were instead much brighter. On the stone walls on both sides, there were dimly lit torches at regular intervals, emitting light. Here, it really is a labyrinth. Qin Feng sighed after taking a look. This kind of maze, he had explored many of them in his previous life and was considered to be comfortable with it. However, it would still take quite a bit of time to fully explore it. Most importantly, inside the labyrinth was a lot of organs. With Qin Feng's current attributes, once he triggered those organs, he would almost be dead. Luckily, I just dropped this contraption. Qin Feng touched the believer pendant on his chest. Using the special effect, he summoned a silver-level devoted believer. A prostrate gray-skinned humanoid demonic creature coalesced in front of Qin Feng. Probe ahead. At Qin Feng's command, the devout believer began to crawl prostrate in front of Qin Feng and began to explore this underground labyrinth. With his little brother scouting the way, Qin Feng was much more relaxed. Idly, Qin Feng opened the skill panel and prepared to use the 32 evolution points he had just gained to continue evolving his skills. Deep within the Temple of Faith. 3 hours, according to my exploration speed, it should be about right. Based on the experience of his last life, the Temple of Faith was almost this much. If it was anyone else, they would be afraid that they wouldn't be able to get down without dying dozens or hundreds of times. However, Qin Feng was experienced enough to mention that he could summon silver-level devout believers to explore the path, so there was absolutely no chance of missing. At this moment, Qin Feng arrived at a passageway covered in starlight. The star blue light embellished the entire passageway into a path of starlight. The devout believers prostrated themselves in front, with Qin Feng in the back, all the way towards the end of the starlight passage. What appeared in front of him was an ancient bronze gate. Open the door. Qin Feng gave the order to the devout believer. The devout believer crept forward and pushed the door, only to realize that it couldn't be pushed at all. The bronze door, it didn't move at all. Qin Feng confirmed that there was nothing dangerous around. Only then did he go forward. Only a hand just touched the bronze door. It felt the whole door emanated movement, even began to open. As the gate slowly opened, Qin Feng stepped back, ready to fight at any time. But what appeared in front of him was a great hall of starlight. In the center of the great hall, there was an altar. Next to the altar, there stood a woman clad in a white robe with a white hood covering her, so she couldn't be seen what she looked like. The white-robed woman crossed her arms over her chest and bowed slightly towards that starlight altar. When the bronze gate opened, Qin Feng did not immediately enter, but instead looked at the white-robed woman. As a result, he found that he couldn't see any information about that woman at all. When Qin Feng appeared at the entrance of the hall, the white-robed woman slowly turned around, and the slender and seductive figure underneath that white robe slowly bent her knees, actually kneeling down on one knee towards Qin Feng. She lowered her head. She seemed to murmur something, and starlight flashed in her hands. In the next moment, her entire delicate body dissipated into starlight. This disappeared. Qin Feng frowned. Immediately, he noticed that on the altar of the Great Hall, an ancient treasure chest had appeared, surprisingly flickering with a brilliant golden light. If it's a golden treasure chest, it emits a light golden color. It's a bright gold colored treasure chest, meaning that epic props will be opened within the treasure chest. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. He didn't know what the identity of that mysterious woman just now was, but he thought it was related to his eye of judgment. Moreover, that woman seemed to be very respectful to Qin Feng. Anyway, it's better to be careful. Qin Feng did not act rashly. After seeing the treasure chest, he continued to order that silver-level summon, devout believer, towards the altar in the hall. All the way to that treasure chest, the pious devotee reached out and opened the treasure chest without any accidents. Soon, the pious devotee took a skill book obtained within the treasure chest, fetched it, and handed it over to Qin Feng. This skill book is Assassin Divine Skill. Qin Feng's pupils contracted. Graceful Deliverance, Epic Grade, Assassin Skill Book. Passive Effect, Weakness Hit Modifier plus 100% 100%. Weakness Attack Multiplier doubled. Slitting Throat, used actively, causes one's next attack to inflict a slitting throat effect, dealing 100% of that attack's damage per second for 3 seconds. Cooldown 60, 44, Soar, seconds. This skill, there was a passive effect and an active effect. The passive effect would be pretty unbelievable. The doubling of the weak attack multiplier is well understood. As for the weak hit modifier, let's use an analogy. A person's head and heart are both weak points, and other people have to hit the weak points accurately in order to trigger a weak point attack. But after learning Graceful Deliverance, it was equivalent to amplifying the opponent's weakness. The higher the weakness hit modifier value, the easier it was to hit the opponent's weakness. Even for Qin Feng, this passive effect was useful. At this stage, the ones he encountered were mainly humanoid demons, so hitting the head was easy, but later on, he would encounter a lot of netherworld stuff, for example a certain kind of demonic creature that had no head and its weakness was just a small glowing dot on its body. If you were a normal player, it would be impossible to hit the weak point. But with the passive effect of Graceful Deliverance, hitting that glowing dot is not difficult. This was because the system would automatically correct it so that the player's attack would be closer to the target's weak point. Weakness to hit correction plus 100% 100% was equivalent to doubling the opponent's weak spot. As for the active effect of this Graceful Deliverance, it's even more outrageous. Directly makes the next attack cause a throat-slitting effect, equivalent to a 3-second bleed. For example, after Qin Feng turned on Slit Throat, he slashed a random person and inflicted 300 points of damage. The effect of cut throat would then cause the opponent to take 300 points of additional damage per second for the next 3 seconds. In total, that's 300 by 4, equaling 1,200 points of damage. Simply put, the cut throat effect of Graceful Deliverance was to triple the damage next time, except that it took 3 seconds to fully hit. If it's a skill like Instantaneous Shadow Slash, where all 9 slashes are considered as a single attack, the damage of Slitting Throat would be stacked and counted. This one epic skill has increased my instant burst by several times. And this initial epic level skill, I can spend 10 evolution points to evolve it to legendary level. On Qin Feng's body right now, there were still only 3 evolution points. This was because within this underground labyrinth, there was not a single demonic creature, much to his surprise and disappointment. After all, within the previous labyrinths, all sorts of devout believers and fanatical believers were powerful magical creatures that blocked players from exploring. As for what was going on with this Temple of Faith, Qin Feng had no idea. Mostly, it's related to my Eye of Judgment. Qin Feng shook his head and didn't think much about it. It was useless to think too much about such things. If he saw that mysterious white-robed woman from just now next time, Qin Feng would definitely try to communicate with the other party. He missed it this time, but it didn't matter. The Assassin Divine Skill Graceful Deliverance had arrived, making Qin Feng's damage even more terrifying. Now that he had encountered a level 5 gold-ranked golden ghost ship again, he was afraid that an instantaneous Shadow Slash would kill him in seconds. A few minutes later, Qin Feng stood on the circular stone disc in the middle of the Starlight Great Hall, and was brought up by the circular stone disc to rise 500 to 600 meters before finally returning to the ground. After that circular stone disc brought him up, it directly turned into a layer of black scorched earth, as if it had never existed before. It's been so long, One man and the other should be online. Qingfeng mainly had backpack compartments on him that were almost full. That's why he had to sell everything on his body before setting out to practice. And when he contacted Lin Liu, he unexpectedly learned a message. Qin Xiuyu? Qingfeng frowned. Qingfeng was truly surprised that Qin Xiuyu would come to the Divine Forsaken Land right at this moment, and had even come to Shell Town and joined Wang Man's squad. Qingfeng understood Qin Xiuyu's thoughts almost instantly, wanting to come to find Dark Shadow and climb up the ladder. If not for that purpose, what's the point of coming to Shell Town? Still, she's a bit clever for being able to tell that I'm connected to Lin Liu. Qingfeng sneered. In his previous life, he had spent time with Qin Xiuyu, so he naturally knew what this sister of his was thinking. In the Divine Abandonment game, in the early stages, before Qingfeng had risen, Qin Xiuyu had been trying to find other strong teams to join, but they were all stopped by Qingfeng. Luckily, Qingfeng quickly rose to prominence in the God-forsaken game. Qin Xiuyu obediently followed Qingfeng after that. It seems that in this life, the timeline has changed a bit. Qingfeng was a bit surprised, but quickly calmed down. Since Qin Xiuyu was on one man's team, there was no need to sell them the priest equipment. Even if it was a coincidence, there was no way Qingfeng would give Qin Xiuyu any advantage. It was even more unlikely that he would show any signs of recognizing her. After all, there were too many people staring at the name Shadow right now. I haven't extracted the ability to reality yet. If I let people know my reality identity, there will be a lot of trouble, even enough to be fatal. However, as long as I reach level 10, I'll be able to at least extract the stealth skill. That way I'll have some ability to defend myself in reality as well. Even just a pistol was enough to take Qingfeng's life. Therefore, exposing it now would be looking for death. However, Qingfeng wasn't far from level 10, and soon, he would be able to extract his transcendent ability and descend into reality. More than 10 minutes later, Qingfeng returned to Shell Town. When he finished exploring that Temple of Faith, the time of Daxia had come to afternoon. In Jianhai City alone, there were a total of hundreds of initial towns activated. That is, hundreds of thousands of people had entered the God-forsaken game. It was just that Qingfeng was never expecting so many people within the Shell Town. As far as the eye could see, it was densely packed with people. And when Qingfeng's cool figure in ghost fire leather armor appeared, it even attracted the attention of everyone within the town. Dark Shadow, Brother Shadow, can we add a friend? You're Dark Shadow. I'm the chairman of the rending group in Jianhai City, and I intend to invite you to join our group. Brother Shadow, do you still need a little brother? I can call out 666. Big brother, this is my sister. She's a big fan of yours. She just wants to get to know you. With a single instantaneous shadow slash, Qingfeng flashed across a distance of 30 meters and entered a stealthy state that no one could detect. He first got rid of the people who had gathered to look for him. Then, he made an appointment with Lin Liu for a more secluded place before rushing over. Wang Man and Lin Liu's team of several people were all behind a ruined house, waiting for Qingfeng. Behind them was Qin Xiuyu. This young girl was very expectant and nervous, squeezing her right hand with her left hand for a while, and squeezing her left hand with her right hand for a while, looking around constantly. Qingfeng appeared in front of Lin Liu. His eyes swept over Qin Xiuyu with the eyes of a complete stranger. He didn't speak either. Straight away, he pulled out a bunch of things from his backpack. He first added one man's friend and then chatted privately. This is a gold level warrior equipment with good attributes. Price 300 days of life. I'll sell you 280 days. This is the gold level skill of an archer. The skill isn't really good. Price 550 days life expectancy. I'll sell you 520 days. This is... Qingfeng threw all the equipment that he had left behind earlier to Wang Man and marked the prices one by one. These prices were all very reasonable. Big brother, right now I only have a total of 925 days of lifespan on me. Wang Man smiled bitterly and said, I can't afford this much. It's fine. Oh it. Qingfeng said casually. All of these things, all added up to 2,200 days of life expectancy. And with the official financial strength, they could be paid back soon. Wang Man thought about it and nodded his head in agreement. Okay. Thanks for believing in me, big brother. He first traded the 900 days lifespan to Qingfeng and took the equipment and skill books away, thanking him again and again. With these equipment and skills, their team's monster brushing speed would be taken to the next level, and they would even be able to figure out how to deal with silver bosses. Crap, Shadow big brother is bull wow. I can actually use gold equipment this early. This gold level skill, it's too good, isn't it? My output has instantly increased by more than 3 times, and big brother also allows us to take credit. This is trusting us. Wang Man and the others were shocked and marveled. But soon, they found a problem. How come there's no priest stuff? These words caused Qin Xiuyu, who was waiting to be fed on the side, to freeze. No priest stuff. In response, Qingfeng didn't react at all. He silently turned invisible. The figure disappeared from in front of the crowd. In fact, it wasn't that Qingfeng didn't have priest stuff. In his backpack, There was also a gold-grade priest scepter and even a gold-grade skill book for priests. However, how could Qinfeng let such precious things go cheaply to Qin Xiuyu? Not only would Qinfeng not give her things, he even planned to find another priest to force his way into Wang Man's team so that they could kick Qin Xiuyu's ass. After all, Qinfeng subsequently planned to save time by selling a large number of equipment and skill books that he couldn't use through this official channel. To let Qin Xiuyu keep mixing with this team, sooner or later, it would affect his cooperation with the officials. However, right at this moment, Qinfeng received a system prompt. Player Xiaoyuya has applied to add you as a friend. Verification message. Hello big brother. I'm a priest on Wang Man's team. Qinfeng frowned. So polite to outsiders. Never looks impatient in front of me. So true, Qin Xiuyu. Qinfeng ignored her. Didn't agree, but didn't reject either. This was because there were too many players on Qinfeng's friend request list. Treating Qin Xiuyu like a stranger, just ignore the same. Among a bunch of players' names, picking her specifically to reject a friend. How big of a face does she have? At this moment, Qinfeng had already arrived at the town square. He was ready to teleport to Flame Town. Song Fei's initial town was Flame Town. This guy was in the next city yesterday for a concert, but after the concert ended, he came to Jianhai City and found 2 girls to play with for the night. When the Divine Abandonment game descended, this Song Fei was directly zoned to the initial town of Fluorescent Flame Town in the Jianhai City region. Since the town teleportation has been opened, Yu Song Fei must not be killed a few times first. Qinfeng indifferently smiled. In his previous life, even though it was Qin Xiuyu who gave him the water of soul wandering to drink, the culprit was still Song Fei. Qin Xiuyu being stupid was one thing. This Song Fei was the person Qinfeng was truly bound to kill. And to kill him in reality, you have to kill the other party in the game first, to kill them back. Otherwise, if you're online all the time, the other person is invincible in reality, and the game is in the safe zone, so Qinfeng can't kill the other person even if he's strong. Anyway, for Qinfeng, it's the same wherever he brushes monsters. When he arrived at Flame Town, he could kill Song Fei a few times in the process. Although he couldn't completely kill that guy, but it was possible to kill the other party offline first, thus finding a chance to get rid of him completely. Also, remember that Xiao Shua is also from Flux Flame Town. We can see if we can meet her. Gu Ishua, codenamed Lower Snowy Sky, was one of the administrations of Qinfeng's previous life's god beheading guild, occupation Whitebird Magus. Whitebird Magus was a very strong priest hidden profession. Bringing with him a white bird, he could assist in healing and enchanting gain statuses. Although Qin Xiuyu was also a hidden profession like sacrifice, this pampered young lady wasn't much of a fighter at all. In her last life, Qin Xiuyu had always just been behind Qinfeng, responsible for healing and adding status to him. There was always Qinfeng protecting her. But Gu Ishue was a powerful existence that had once soloed an epic boss. She was Qinfeng's left arm and right arm. If you meet her, pull her into Wang Man's team. If Gu Ishue were to enter the team, the one who would be squeezed out would naturally be the position of Qin Xiuyu, who was also of the priest lineage. Qinfeng did not want any variables to appear during his development. Qin Xiuyu was that variable. In short, Qinfeng didn't care what happened to her, as long as she didn't appear in front of him. In addition, making this request would also allow him to see Wang Man's reaction. In this life, Qinfeng was developing too fast and wasn't very clear about the current official attitude, so this time, he could also observe it in passing. Fluorescent Flame Town. This was an initial town within the Jianhai City region. Qinfeng stealthily used up his free teleportation for the day and arrived at this town silently. Compared to the bustling Shell Town, the Flame Town was much cooler. Inside the town, although there were many players coming and going, it wasn't crowded. There were some players yelling and setting up stalls in the square. There were also players who flashed with white light and appeared in the middle of the square. And naturally, the faces of these resurrected players were not very good. Qinfeng strolled around within the town. He didn't see Song Fei, nor did he see Gu Ishue. Just then, he heard a few freshly resurrected players chatting. Hurry up and go, don't get picked off. That silver level boss has less than half a blood left. Shit! Song Fei that GN raised, pulling so many sisters together. Who the hell can rob him? I really don't know. How can a small star have so many brainwashed fans? I'm not convinced. I have to kill that little white boy today. These few players spoke with righteous indignation while walking towards the outside of the town. Qinfeng was a bit surprised. Oh, there's a clue. So Song Fei is out there fighting a silver boss? And brought a bunch of sister brainwashed fans with him. The corner of Qinfeng's mouth curled slightly. It could be imagined that if there was no dark shadow appearance, if Qin Xiuyu had also descended on Flux Flame Town, she would probably be one of that group of sister brainwashed fans as well. Song Fei. This person wasn't a hidden profession, but rather, he manually chose the major profession in a very flirty manner. With a bunch of sister fans, he rose quickly in the early stages, but he lacked potential in the middle stages, not to mention the later stages. Lastly, I don't know where I learned that Qinfeng, who was one of the top 100 Yingcun, the world, had a sister, Qin Xiao, who used to be his fan. In any case, in this life, Qin Feng wouldn't let Song Fei live quickly. First, he would kill him offline. Then, after extracting his abilities to reality, he would directly launch an assassination on him. At this moment, Qin Feng followed the few righteously angry players and left the town area. He maintained his invisibility, and every time his invisibility was about to end, he found a hidden place and renewed his invisibility. After leaving the town, he first entered a dark forest, then came a gloomy valley. This is the level 5 demonic creature refreshment area, the Wailing Valley. The magical creatures here should be incendiaries and shackless. The incinerator was a long-range attacking magic creature with high fire elemental attacks. However, the attack method was rather single. It would just throw fireballs. As for the shackler, it was a melee physical attack demonic creature, with its hands and feet shackled, only relying on its mouth to tear. Regardless of the type of demon, the facial features were extremely bizarre. Cowardly players would even cry in fear, not daring to face these demons at all. Soon, when Qin Feng entered that gloomy valley, he heard the shouts and curses of many players. Interspersed with them were the shouts and curses of many women, all sounding quite young, but cursing one more ferocious than the other. Qin Feng quietly advanced. Soon after, he saw that in the middle of the valley ahead, there was a two-headed incinerator that was more than 3 meters tall, spewing blood-red flames in all directions. The two-headed incinerator was a silver-class boss. Its 3-meter-tall body was burning with blood-red flames, both heads were without eyes, and its mouth was split open, revealing an extremely crazy smile. It had 4 arms with flames bursting out of them, capable of attacking 4 targets at the same time. In the field, there were quite a few players who were surrounding the boss to launch attacks. Even the players were attacking each other. In the crowd, surrounded by many of his sister's fans, was Song Fei, who was wearing a black robe and holding a staff with a flirty face. His godforsaken game codename was Against the Heavens God of Law, which was very middle-aged. However, many of his sister's fans were all going crazy because of it. Only to see that around Song Fei, there were quite a few players who wanted to attack him, but they were all blocked by the sisters around him. Those sister fans, each and every one of them looked at death as if they were at home. Even if they had to sacrifice their lives, they wanted to protect their brother Song Fei. In the field, quite a few players' corpses had been left behind. There were those of the sisters and those who wanted to attack Song Fei. Song Fei, on the other hand, was with the other 5 sisters of his team, attacking that silver-level boss, the two-headed incinerator. That's right, Song Fei's team, including him, all 6 of them were mages. What? Tinks? Priests? Sorry, he doesn't need one. The sisters surrounding him were a purely natural human wall. As for the priests, he wouldn't even be harmed. What priests did he need? After entering the godforsaken game, Song Fei only needed to do one thing, and that was to cast skills, kill monsters, and harvest experience and lifespan. Although in the process, there were many sisters who died blocking damage for him. But what did that have to do with him? Song Fei was actually puzzled. It wasn't too late for him to enter the godforsaken game. After all, he had played with his 2 younger sisters all night long, just in time to fall asleep together in the morning after breakfast. Moreover, he had so many sisters to help him in Flux Flame Town. Originally, he thought that he must be considered a fast upgrader, but he didn't expect that Shadow in Shell Town to have an upgrade speed that blew him away. And he had also killed the gold level boss for the first time. That guy must have killed the gold boss with a bug, right? This silver level boss is so hard to kill. How can someone single brush a gold boss? However, overall, Song Fei was still very cool. With dozens of sisters escorting him, he could be said to be like a fish out of water in the godforsaken game. Although he was only an ordinary mage profession, Song Fei still rose to level 6 at an extremely fast speed. In Fluorescent Flame Town, he was the one who lit up the teleportation array. As long as I finish off this silver boss, I'll be able to level up to 7. That Shell Town's Shadow, it says it's been stopped at level 9 for a long time. Let me surpass him with a bang and become the number 1 person in the godforsaken game. With such thoughts in mind, Song Fei wanted to take down the two-headed incinerator in front of him no matter what. He brought along dozens of his sisters and surrounded the boss together. As for the other players around, they were also the targets of their hunt. As this situation went on, it was already a nail in the coffin for Song Fei to take down that silver-level boss. However, just when the two-headed fire burner only had a third of its blood left, a sudden change occurred. A figure wearing cold leather armor instantly appeared beside Song Fei, who was being protected by his sisters. The figure only appeared for an instant before disappearing from the scene. Immediately afterward, 9 slashes of light blossomed from Song Fei and several of his surrounding sisters. -1995, -2052, -2009. Song Fei only saw a cloud of damage numbers float up in front of his eyes, followed by a blackness in his vision. You have been killed by Shadow. You have lost 1,106 days of life, tradable. You have lost 18 years and 113 days of lifespan, non-tradable. A system prompt came, leaving Song Fei confused. When he opened his eyes again, he realized that he had returned to the square of Flux Flame Town. I died. Song Fei's face was unbelievable, seeing that the silver level boss still had 1/3 of its blood left and victory was imminent. But there was suddenly a shadowy figure that killed it. Impossible! How could the shadow come to our Flux Flame Town? There are so many initial towns in the Jianhai City area, but he came to me. He even met up with me and robbed my boss. Song Fei's greasy and feminine face revealed a constipated look. Right behind him, there were the 5 mage sisters of his team, who had also been killed back together. All of them were now in a daze as well. Oh, I died. Oh, how did brother die too? It was the shadow. But why did the shadow want to kill us and brother? It must be because he wanted to rob the silver level boss. Too bad. Actually playing sneak attack while brother wasn't paying attention. How despicable. Steamed shrimp head. Brother Song Fei, do we have to go back and take revenge now? I don't think we need to. The other sisters will avenge brother's death. The 5 sisters discussed while looking lovingly at Song Fei. Song Fei flirted his hair flirtatiously, a confident smile on his face. The assassin's stealthy sneak attack is indeed powerful, but once he shows up, he'll be our living target. Watch. He'll soon be killed back by our people. That's what he said. But soon, he realized that the situation was a bit not quite right, because there were more and more players resurrected in the square, and most of these resurrected players were actually his sister group around him. As more and more sisters were resurrected, Song Fei was a bit messed up. How is it possible? You've all been killed. This isn't scientific. It's even if that shadow sneak attacked once, but he still managed to let him slaughter you guys like pigs. Song Fei's face became ugly. The sisters who had resurrected over in the back were all in tears, chattering away. Brother Song Fei, I'm sorry. It's us who are too useless, but that shadow, he's too fast. My attacks couldn't hit him at all. Aha, and he seems to have the ability to dodge. A lot of our attacks clearly hit, but the message says that our attack was dodged. Even if the attacks hit, it's useless. My ice pick spell hit shadow, but it only dealt 2 points of damage. The situation was getting worse and worse. Even soon there wasn't a single member of Song Fei's sister group around that silver level boss 2-headed incinerator anymore. All of Song Fei's people had been killed back in the town by Qin Feng, within the Wailing Valley. After sneak attacking and killing Song Fei in seconds, Qin Feng didn't leave, but instead slaughtered those sister brainwashed fans of the other party in situ, killing them one by one and making them cry. Of course, there was one thing that these sisters were very good at. That was mouthfulness. They crazily cursed and berated Shadow, but they could only get by with their mouths, with their strength. They basically couldn't even touch Qin Feng. Even if they could barely touch him, Qin Feng still had a 75% secondary evasion probability and was immune to damage. The most important thing was, the defense of the gold-grade ghost fire leather armor was simply not something they could hit at the moment. Under the siege of dozens of sisters, Qin Feng was like nobody's business, slaughtering them all in just a minute or two. There were still some casual players around, who had joined forces to compete with Song Fei. These casual players were all dumbfounded at this time. It was important to realize that there were a total of 10 to 20 people in this team of loose players. However, during their confrontation with Song Fei, they had been taken out quite a few times, and some had even been taken out 2 or 3 times. So they deeply knew how terrifying, crazy, and desperate these sister groups that Song Fei had brought with him were. But now there was even an assassin who appeared and killed Crazy on the spot. Those sisters, one by one, could only be impotent and furious, being slaughtered like little Kun in the midst of stubborn insults. I go, this is also too fierce, right? Who is this assassin? It can't be Shadow, right? It must be the big guy who killed the world's first gold level boss. Who else could it be? I think so too. But why would the Shadow come to our Flux Flame Town? Everyone back off and give the boss to the big guy. The casual players were very discerning, and they retreated towards the back of the valley with feelings of adoration and admiration. Soon, only Qin Feng was left next to that boss. Faced with this situation, Qin Feng made a sneak shadow and entered a stealthy state, and just when the crowd thought that he was going to leave quietly, a fierce poison dart was slammed, instantly hitting on one of the heads of that 2-headed incinerator. Let the surrounding crowd were shocked by the picture appeared. Between that a fierce poison dart shot out, hit the boss head of the blood, but also instantly clear. For a moment, the more than 10 casuals who retreated to the side all looked dumbfounded. What the hell? A dart took the boss in seconds. The boss only has a third of its blood left. Seconds is normal, right? Do you want to hear what the hell you're talking about? Even a third of a silver boss's blood is still several thousand, so it's normal for it to take a second. Is this Shadow Big Brother? Originally, I thought the big guy was relying on a bug to brush the gold boss, but now it seems that this really isn't it. This damage, simply bunker. We are skill damage dozens, people are skill thousands, is our 100 times? Are we playing the same game? Using the king's value to play the league, right? People were all shocked, and each of them stared blankly at the 2-headed incinerator. Its bloodstain emptied and it fell to the ground with a bang. The corpse of the 2-headed incinerator burned with blood-red flames, leaving scorched black traces on the valley floor. Qin Feng's figure appeared next to the boss corpse. He was playing with the platinum-grade ghost ship Twin Blades in his hands, looking at the dozen or so casuals like they were hunting prey. Go! Hurry up! Damn! The big man won't want to kill us, right? Don't even look, it's killing us. Go go go! People were instantly chilled. More than 10 people instantly left the Wailing Valley and disappeared into the woods, fleeing faster than flying. There was no way. This god abandonment game. Death drops life expectancy. They didn't dare to gamble. Although the shadow appeared and took out Song Fei and the others, it didn't mean that the shadow big brother would be on the same side as them. From the situation just now, it was clear that if the shadow wanted to kill them, it would be just like slaughtering a dog. How could they not run? Watching the group flee, Qin Feng was in no hurry. He directly used the active effect of ghostly flame bell's frightened soul once. Jingle bell! The sound of the bell spread strangely, capable of immobilizing all enemies within a range of 100 meters around them. If there was a target in stealth state, they would be immobilized and then remove their stealth state. Fortunately, the sound of the bell spread and there was no one around. Qin Feng turned around and raised his hand to unleash greedy hands towards the corpse of the two-headed incinerator. Immediately, 3 additional rewards burst out from the corpse of this silver-ranked boss, shining with silver light and even a light golden glow. Qin Feng unhurriedly picked up all the items. Now that I have this backpack compartment, fighting a boss will take up most of it. Still have to level up to 10 and leave the initial town to free it up. Qin Feng shook his head. The experience value needed to level up from 9 to 10 was still quite a lot, and after finishing off this silver-ranked boss, he hadn't reached level 10, but was still a third short of it. If only the Hand of Greed could make the experience give a few extra shares as well. Qin Feng couldn't help but think. But then, the effect of the Hand of Greed would be too exaggerated. Of course, the most crucial gain this time was still the 16 evolution points. Qin Feng opened the skill interface and directly evolved Graceful Deliverance once. You have consumed 10 evolution points, with 9 points remaining. Graceful Deliverance, Epic, Legendary, Passive Effect, Weakness Attack Modifier plus 100% 100%. Weakness Attack Multiplier doubled. Active use, causes one's next attack to inflict a cutthroat effect, dealing 100% 150% of that attack's damage per second for 3 seconds. Cooldown 30, 22, 2 seconds 25, 18, 5 seconds. The weakness hit modifier was increased by another 100% to 200%. It was equivalent to making the target's weaknesses twice as large. These all enemies are big heads in front of me now. Huh. If it's enlarged even more, my instantaneous shadow slash will be able to eat weakness damage. Qin Feng sucked in a breath of cool air. The weakness attack multiplier hadn't been increased, but the damage of slash throat had been increased drastically, and the cooldown had been reduced from 30 seconds to 25 seconds. Originally, it was an additional 3x damage. Now it became an additional 4x damage. It's really possible to second a gold level boss. Qin Feng couldn't help but sigh with emotion. It was worthy of being an assassin god skill. This skill directly allowed him to reach another level of damage. An initial epic level skill is just awesome. For 10 evolution points, it can evolve to legendary level. But to go from legendary to mythic level, you actually need to consume 100 times the amount of evolution points. Originally, the second time you evolve a skill, it takes 2 evolution points. But from legendary to mythic, it directly requires 200 points. Qin Feng smacked his lips. It had to be said that these evolution points were really not enough in any amount. If we follow this rule, the epic greedy hand, evolving requires 210 evolution points, and by the time it's legendary, it'll require 3,400 points to evolve. Qin Feng had the feeling that he had a long way to go. But fortunately, now that the Hand of Greed was there, just waiting to leave the initial town, a few hundred evolution points were still relatively easy to brush up on. Qin Feng looked and still had 9 evolution points on him. So he consumed another 8 points and evolved Backstroke Enhancement once. You have consumed 8 evolution points and have 1 point left. Initial skill, Backstroke Enhancement, Gold Platinum. Passive effect, when launching an attack from behind the target, damage is increased by 30%, 30%. After that was done, Qin Feng then collected all the white lifespan light orbs in the field. In total, more than 1,400 days of tradable lifespans had been obtained. Plus the boss actually had several decades of non-tradable lifespan on it. Done. Back to the house. Qin Feng finished cleaning up the battlefield, entered stealth once again, and left the Wailing Valley. It was also at this time, Song Fei, who had been killed back in the town square, naturally couldn't swallow his breath. Soon after, the sister of one of his subordinates, who was an archer profession and had learned a skill, Eagle Eye, came to Song Fei. This sister came to Song Fei and said with great anticipation, "Brother Song Fei, my Eagle Eye skill can detect stealth." Another sister held a staff and volunteered, "Brother Song Fei, I've learned the ranged control skill, Ice, Wind and Snow. Even if it's that shadow, there's no way he can escape." Song Fei laughed out loud. "Alright, let's go. let's go finish off the shadow. There was the anti-cloaking skill. There were ranged control skills. What assassin was he afraid of? There were so many of them, first detecting them, then controlling them, and one person throwing a skill would be able to smash the other party to death. Immediately, there were a few sisters on the sidelines, spitting out that shadow, playing sneak attack on the basis of being an assassin, not speaking of martial virtues, daring to make a move against his brother. He must be made to pay for it. That's right. Later on, let's control shadow and let brother kill shadow, so that he knows what happens when he messes with our brother. These sisters, with one mouthful of brother, if Qin Feng heard them, he was afraid that he would spit it out. For a while, Song Fei led his many sisters and once again advanced towards the Wailing Valley. Song Fei led his group of sisters, and his party was vast and powerful. Many of the surrounding players saw this battle and stayed away from them. Holy shit, what does this little star want to go out for again? He, you don't know yet? Just now this one was killed back from outside. Cool. Wow. This guy has so many sisters protecting him. How can he be killed? The other party is Shadow. What do you think? I'm super. Shadow is awesome. But that Shadow is really daring to mess with this group. I think these women are not in their right mind. Many players were very shocked when they heard about it. Some people couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh when they saw the lineup in Song Fei's team. That Shadow is finished. I see that Song Fei's team has a hunter who can counter stealth. That's right, when I stealthily tried to sneak attack before, I was seen by that female hunter's eagle eyes. That Shadow stealth is a little brittle assassin if it's useless. And their team's mages, I remember that they have a lot of control skills. That Shadow is going to be cold. Quite a few people had a somewhat pitying look. However, they still followed from afar, wanting to see how this good show would end up in the end. Song Fei, with his sister group, was now also inflated with self-confidence. There were quite a few players following behind, but he didn't care. Very well. Song Fei sneered inwardly, with so many people witnessing. When I finish off that shadow, people will know that it's useless to be strong alone, especially an assassin. Crispy little assassin. How can you compare it to my noble master of law? Song Fei was still quite satisfied with his profession, although it was only an ordinary mage. But in his eyes, an ordinary mage was also stronger than any other hidden profession. For example, Shadow. He didn't know that Dark Shadow's occupation was Dark Shadow, but it was definitely a hidden occupation of the Assassin series. Hidden profession, so what? It will soon become my stepping stone. You first kill the gold boss, I first kill you. That's the food chain. That little sister, who knew the eagle eye skill, felt very honored now that she had come to Song Fei's side. With a proud face, she poked around towards the surroundings. When she had just fought the boss and Song Fei had been killed, her eagle eye skill had just ended, and she couldn't get any more mana to release the skill. This made her blame herself. With all my mana, I should have used it to keep eagle eyes up all the time. Brother Seinfeld died once. It's all because of me. Whoops. The younger sister was very self-condemning, but proud of being able to help Song Fei, and now that Song Fei was beside her, she couldn't wait to stick her body to his. But this sister was kind of not very pretty. Song Fei wasn't very interested in her either, which meant treating her as a tool person. Well, at least the tradable lifespans that people had scored were given to him unconditionally. How cool was that? Right at the same time that their group was heading towards the Wailing Valley, Qin Feng, who had returned while maintaining stealth, happened to see the group. So furious. Are they trying to go get revenge on me? Qin Feng laughed. He maintained his stealthy state, and due to the Jia-Yi stealth level that came with the shadow profession, it resulted in the fact that at this stage, it was impossible for anyone to see through his stealth. At this moment, Qin Feng had already arrived next to the condescending-faced Song Fei. He didn't directly strike either. Instead, he reached out his hand and tapped Song Fei twice on his shoulder. Whoo! Song Fei was startled and looked back, but he didn't see anyone's figure. Because this kind of reaching out and tapping on someone's shoulder by Qin Feng didn't count as launching an attack. It wouldn't allow him to break his invisibility. As soon as Song Fei turned back and didn't see anyone, a ghost-like voice came out of his ears. Notice you, you're going to die. The moment this man's voice came out, Song Fei immediately reacted. It was Shadow. Protect me. Song Fei was scared out of his wits. However, before the others around him could react, Qin Feng's figure flashed through the field, followed by the blade light of the instantaneous shadow slash, which blossomed on the bodies of Song Fei and the few sisters next to him. -2218, -2275, -2197. As soon as Qin Feng struck, he once again instantly secured Song Fei. Although Song Fei had applied a magic shield to himself in time, that magic shield only had a damage tolerance of 300 to 500 points, and was instantly shattered by Qin Feng's instantaneous shadow chop blade light. Not only that, Song Fei also keenly realized that compared to the last time he was next to a silver level boss, Qin Feng's damage had actually become higher again. Crap! Song Fei opened his eyes again and had returned to the town square. He was a bit confused. The entire person was as green as if he was constipated. Dying twice in a row had left him with only 500 days left out of the 2000 days or so of tradable lifespan he had saved up until now. All of this was still saved for him by his sisters, and all of it exploded. It must have been cheap for Shadow. How is this possible? Didn't you turn on Eagle Eye? You didn't see him approaching? Song Fei's eyes widened as he looked at the archer girl who had been revived together by his side. That girl was also dumbfounded. She panicked and said, I did turn on Eagle Eyes, but there was no one in my field of vision at all. I've been looking back and forth, and I don't even see anyone's shadow. This sister was now scared and uncomfortable. The hard part was that she had missed. Although she didn't know exactly what went wrong, she had once again killed her beloved brother Song Fei, and the fear was that, having made another mistake, would she be driven away by brother Song Fei. However, Song Fei didn't complain about this sister. After all, for this person to be red hot, she must be something, and in terms of treating her fans, she certainly wouldn't beat and scold them at every turn. He began to look for the reason. Why can't even Eagle Eye see Shadow? He couldn't help but ask in the team channel. Soon, a sister in the team who had been randomized to the assassin profession weekly said, I see that my attribute panel has stealth level in it. Could it be that Shadow has a higher stealth level? This caused that archer sister to immediately nod her head and say, Aha! I have it here as well. My Eagle Eye skill, with an anti-stealth level of 1, can only see a level 1 stealth target. If the opponent is a level 2 or higher stealth level, I won't be able to see it. This broke the case. Song Fei knew that he had messed with a terrifying existence with a level 2 stealth rank. This made his scalp go a little numb. This person comes without a shadow and goes without a trace. If he wants to kill me, how can I defend myself here? Song Fei was emboldened. Originally, he was still thinking of confronting the Dark Shadow, but now, when he learned that the Dark Shadow possessed a more advanced level of stealth, he didn't have any heart to deal with the Dark Shadow at all, because there was no way to catch the other party. The moment the other party appeared, he had to die. Even the Shadow had the time to tap him on the shoulder and give him a death notice. This sense of oppression, it was straight up drawn out. Qin Feng once again finished off Song Fei. There's quite a lot of lifespan on this bastard. Qin Feng did some math. The first time he finished off Song Fei, he got more than 1,000 days of lifespan. The second time he finished him off, he got more than 500 days of lifespan. In other words, this guy originally had more than 2,000 days of lifespan on him. But how come these sisters around here don't have any lifespan at all? Is this a case of having a bit of lifespan and giving it all to Song Fei? Qin Feng was a bit speechless. These women, they shouldn't think that this godforsaken game was really just a game, right? Of course, even if this lifespan was real, Qin Feng was skeptical that these sisters were afraid that they would still give all their lifespans to Song Fei. If it wasn't for their own non-tradable lifespans that they couldn't give, they were afraid that they would even give their own lifespans. Brainwashed fans are terrifying. Qin Feng shook his head, looking at the lifespan light orbs all over the ground. These all only had non-tradable lifespans left, adding up to a few hundred years. It was a pity that he couldn't pick them up, so he could only cheapen them for the demons around him. Soon, when Qin Feng returned to the town square, he didn't see Song Fei's figure. Even those sister groups were nowhere to be seen. Did they run away to another town? Or have they gone offline? Soon after, he stealthily poked around the town and learned that Song Fei had taken his sisters to other directions of the town to practice leveling. Although I know the direction they left in, I don't know where their destination is. Qin Feng felt a bit troubled. In this situation, even with his speed, it wasn't easy to find Song Fei in the middle of nowhere. But just then, he saw a familiar figure. It was a young girl dressed in a white priest's robe. The young girl was sidling past Qin Feng. A white owl-like bird crouched on her shoulder. The young girl was none other than Gu Yixue. That is, in his previous life, Qin Feng had created the Divine Beheading Guild, one of the core management. Regarding Gu Yixue, Qin Feng had long been incredibly familiar with her. However, in this life, the other party obviously did not recognize him yet. White Bird Maidis, on the contrary, possesses a wide-range detection ability. Let her help and forget about it. And by the way, get to know each other in this life. After a brief thought, Qin Feng appeared in front of Gu Yixue. Her godforsaken game codename was called Snowy Day. Qin Feng stopped in front of her. Beauty, a favor? Gu Yixue had fair skin and pure looks, especially those eyes, which were clear and transparent, giving off a feeling of pure desire. While her figure, on the other hand, was shrouded in white priestly robes, and could not be seen truly at the moment. Ah, you are Dark Shadow? Upon taking a good look at the man in front of her, Gu Yixue's small mouth opened slightly with a surprised look on her face. Then Qin Feng remembered that he seemed to be too famous in this life. The name Dark Shadow was now known by countless players around the globe. So, it wouldn't be right to say that Gu Yixue didn't know him now. At least she could recognize him at a glance yet. Right. Qin Feng nodded his head and didn't nag her, saying bluntly, I've heard that in your profession, you can search for targets over a wide range. Find me where Song Fei is, and as a reward, this gold grade staff will be sold to you cheaply. Qin Feng said as he displayed a gold gray priest staff that was dropped by the previous gold ghost ship boss. This gold priest staff was originally intended to be sold to one man with a brain. As a result, the priest of one man's team had become Qin Xiuyu. Then Qin Feng naturally couldn't give the item to her. It was just right to give it to Gu Yixue now. All this. Gu Yixue's eyes lit up when she saw the gold gray priest staff in front of her. Can I know? Where did you hear that I can do wide range searches? I didn't tell anyone about it. Qin Feng shook his head. Don't worry about that. Do you want this gold level weapon? Gu Yixue nodded repeatedly. Yes, but I probably can't afford it. Qin Feng, not even for 500 days. The original price is at least 700 or 800. Gu Yixue cocked her head. Oh, that just happens to be available. Deal then? Qin Feng, deal. Then find me the location of Song Fei. Gu Yixue hemmed and hawed, clicked on the trading interface, and put up her entire 500 days of lifespan. She was a cleric profession, and even though it was a hidden profession, the difficulty of soloing all the time wasn't low. The good thing was, her personal operation and game understanding pulled full weight, which was also the reason why she could become a core combat member of the Divine Beheading Guild in the later stages. This girl can definitely not just a supporting profession. Simply put, her milk was toxic. As she held the gold grade priest staff in her hand, she burst out giggling. Errand. Qin Feng stretched out his hand and waved it in front of her. Oh. The little girl woke up as if from a dream, not half embarrassed at all, and hemmed and hawed. Aren't you afraid that I'll take the stuff and leave without helping you, big brother? Qin Feng laughed. What? You powder, Song Fei. Gu Yixue narrowed her eyes. Big brother still knows that I don't fan Song Fei. You're not a friend of mine in reality, are you? But it doesn't sound like you are either. Qin Feng shrugged indifferently. You guess? Gu Yixue shook her head. Too lazy to guess. Go on. She waved her hand and directly made the small white owl resting on her shoulder fly into the sky. One of her eyes, then, turned snow white, which Qin Feng knew meant that she had switched her perspective to her white bird. The white bird soared in the sky, taking in the entire area of 10 or so kilometers around Flux Flame Town. And with Song Fei bringing so many sisters with him, the target was still very obvious. Soon, Gu Yixue got the coordinates of where the other party was and told Qin Feng the coordinates. After telling the coordinates, Gu Yixue continued. I can't guarantee that they won't move. By the time you go over there, they might have shifted. Qin Feng thought about it and said, add a friend. You continue to keep an eye on them and keep me updated on their location. Gu Yixue, big brother asked me to keep an eye on how long do I need to keep an eye on them? If it's too long She was obviously a bit scared. What if big brother asked her to stare for a day and a night? Just for a while. Qin Feng didn't bother to explain to her, threw out a friend request, turned around and walked towards the outside of the town, where Song Fei and the others were, and instantly went into stealth. Only then did Gu Yixue put her heart down. Just for a while, whatever then. Gu Yixue had a happy feeling just looking at the weapon in her hand. He giggled a bit, agreed to Qin Feng's friend request, and then proceeded to switch to the white bird perspective, staring at Song Fei and the others outside. Song Fei and the others were, indeed, moving all the time. He had brought his sister group with him, and were walking together along the edge of a barren river, advancing along the river's edge. Many of the demonic creatures along the way were easily taken out by them, as if they were destroying them. I don't have any enmity with that shadow. Since it robbed me of a silver level boss and killed me twice, it's almost enough, right? It's not as bad as chasing me all the way over here, right? Song Fei felt that he didn't have any grudges against the shadow, really. Song Fei was over here, leading his sister's fanbase all the way along the riverbank to clear out the demons. Many demons saw so many people and tried to run, but Song Fei and his sisters had added a lot of agility and were very fast, and when they rushed up in a swarm, the demons didn't even have time to run away before they were killed. Song Fei's side was refreshed. However, he didn't know that the shadows were rapidly coming towards his location. Based on Gu Yixue's guidance, Qin Feng ran towards the river where Song Fei was. Along the way, when he saw any demons, he casually struck out to resolve them. However, these demons weren't of a high level, so Qin Feng didn't gain much experience. Just as he arrived in front of a large tree, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Where did you get to, big brother? At this moment, Gu Yixue suddenly asked in a private chat. She had been staring at Song Fei, but couldn't see Qin Feng's position. After all, Qin Feng had been in stealth. Take a look. Are there any other big trees like this nearby? Qin Feng appeared out and pointed at the large tree in front of him. Gu Yixue, huh? The girl was a bit confused. Wasn't she looking for Song Fei? How come you're looking for the big tree again? Of course, it wasn't difficult for her. About 20 seconds later, she transmitted the news. The other two similar big trees nearby were within 100 meters from Qin Feng. Qin Feng turned around near these three large trees, then found some special symbols on the trunks of the large trees. Gu Yixue was curious. What is this symbol? Qin Feng, guess. Qin stretched out his hand and traced a circle on the symbol of one of the trees. Then he walked over to the other two large trees and similarly searched for two different symbols, reaching out and tracing them. As his fingers traced over those special symbols lit up. When the trunks of the three large trees all lit up with different symbols, only to see an emerald-colored treasure chest faintly appear in the middle of the three large trees. Gu Ishu's eyes glowed. Wow. Qin ignored her and came in front of the emerald-colored treasure chest's virtual shadow, waiting for it to completely solidify. I didn't expect to encounter the ancient god bestowing blessings right here in the novice village. A smile appeared on Qin's face. The ancient god bestowing blessings could potentially appear in any location in the gods' forsaken lands. It was basically some weird symbols. Just like now, the types of symbols on the three large trees added up to 30 to 40. And the combination of lighting up different symbols on each of the large trees would have different effects. There were those that would summon an evil demonic boss. And there were also those that would summon a bunch of demonic minions. There were also treasure chests and even some unique rewards. As for how the symbols were combined, for new players at this stage, they were completely in the figuring out stage. However, Qin was a reborn person. Between the 9 years of his last life, he had encountered too many ancient gods bestowing blessings. Moreover, there were quite a few other laws summarized by people on the internet forums in his last life. So now, Qin directly combined the best reward, the emerald grade treasure chest. If one were to rely on luck and combine the rewards of an emerald grade treasure chest, the probability would be less than 1 in 1,000. Open! When the emerald grade treasure chest in front of him solidified, Qin directly reached out to open it. This scene caused Gu Ishue, who was condescendingly overlooking the scene, to have a pair of eyes redden. Emerald grade treasure chest. Big brother is also too powerful. This one treasure chest, it must have at least 1,000 days of life, right? Isn't that tens of millions of RMB? Now that this is the case, there are already a lot of people in the outside world acquiring lifespans, and according to Qin's memories, the first day of tradable lifespans, the ratio is usually at 110,000 to 20,000. That is, a day of tradable lifespans could be sold for 10,000 to 20,000 cash. But this price was the price at the very beginning. On the second day it was 150,000 or more. The latter became more and more expensive, until the cash of all the countries around the globe completely lost its purchasing power. This is why the officialdom would be strong. In the early stages of the godforsaken game, the officials of various countries had acquired large quantities of tradable lifespans. To buy lifespans with cash, the officials printed unlimited money. Who could compare? I have to quickly write this down. Gu Ishue's heartbeat accelerated as she stared from the sky at those three trees with a deadly stare. To memorize the appearance of those three trees, she planned to use her scouting ability to find more of the wilderness. However, the ancient god's blessing appeared in a different location each time, and the symbols that appeared each time were also different, with tens of thousands of permutations and combinations. If this was Gu Ishue herself, the emerald treasure chest, Qin did not believe that this sister could have such luck. Can open a gold treasure chest has been extremely rare. The probability is still open a bunch of magical creatures. Fight half a day are not much reward of the kind. When Qin opened the emerald treasure chest, he reached out and took it. A system prompt came. You have opened the emerald level treasure chest. You have obtained the emerald grade skill book Blossom Curse. The moment he heard the system prompt, Qin was a bit confused. Blossom Curse? What skill is this? Qin hadn't even heard of this skill name in his last 9 years of life. He looked at a skill book he was holding in his hand, which was faintly emitting a faint emerald-colored light, with a demonic blood-red flower on the cover, with some bizarre lines on top of the flower that looked like a bizarre smiley face. View skill. Blossom Curse. Emerald grade. General purpose skill book. Using it on the corpse of a player who died within 15 seconds will cause a cursed flower to grow on the enemy's corpse. The cursed flower will continue to suck the target's tradable life until the target's tradable life is 0. No cooldown. Qin sucked in a breath of cool air after reading this skill introduction. This skill is too perverse. Can be used on a player's corpse after killing the player. Continuously sucks the target's tradable lifespan. Of course, Qin knew that the cursed flower that grew out of that corpse must have a blood bar. In other words, the flower could be destroyed by someone. However, wouldn't no one be able to destroy that flower if Qin just took out everyone around him? Song face good day has come. The corner of Qin's mouth curled up slightly. He directly learned the Blossom Curse, an emerald ranked skill. Normally, when a player was killed, he would only drop half of the tradable lifespan on his body. But with this skill, Qin could make all the tradable lifespans on the enemy explode every time he killed a player. All he needed to do was to guard the enemy's corpse and let the cursed flower absorb all of the opponent's tradable lifespans. One could imagine how many enemies' nightmares this skill would become. If that's the effect, then I do have an impression. In the last life, someone did get this skill, just I don't know the name of that skill. So it's called this. Qin once again entered a stealthy state after learning the skill. Over there, Gu Ishue was envious. but she hadn't forgotten her duties, always keeping an eye on Song Fei and the group of sisters. After Qin Feng obtained the blossoming curse skill, he continued to run towards the side of the river where Song Fei was. His speed was extremely fast. Running now, 100 meters would only take about 3 seconds. The distance between him and Song Fei became closer and closer and closer. At this moment, Song Fei was dealing with a level 7 bronze boss, Corrosive Demon Claw, by the river. Just as he wanted to strike and give the boss a final blow, suddenly a voice rang in his ears again. Just to inform you, you're going to die. Crap! Song Fei was startled on the spot and jumped up, running forward without looking back. As a result, a fierce poison dart instantly broke through the air and landed on the back of his head. -2115 Weakness Attack. Since Qin Feng's mighty poison dart skill was only silver ranked right now, the damage appeared to be inferior to the epic ranked instant shadow slash, but it was enough to use against Song Fei. This brittle little mage didn't have more than 1,000 blood in total. Not to mention, Qin Feng's fierce poison dart also had fierce poison sustained damage. Even if Song Fei had 5 times more blood, he wouldn't be able to resist Qin Feng's attack. You're fucking sick, aren't you? Song Fei's eyes went black, and his entire body fell into a somewhat maniacal state. He had actually been wondering just now if that dark shadow would come over to kill him. He felt that, without any grievances or hatred, the other party wouldn't go so far as to keep staring at him all the time. But now, sure enough, he had been killed by the dark shadow again. This made him feel that this shadow was more or less a big sickness. By what right did it just keep staring at him? Because I have more girls? Jealous of old me? Song Fei's entire being broke down a bit. Now he was finally sure that this shadow was just trying to mess with him. Even this guy would come to our Flux Flame Town just because of me. Song Fei knew that he hadn't offended the dark shadow on the surface, but he knew his charm. All along, with his 2.5 years of practicing, he had attracted a large number of his sister's fans. It's the woman you licked that's my fan. What the hell does that have to do with me? Song Fei couldn't help but think like this, and instantly became a bit tearful. If it was the original society, he wouldn't be afraid of this kind of thing. After all, Daxia had laws. But in the godforsaken game, Daxia's laws couldn't control anyone at all. After half a day, this shadow is a failed jerk-off who can't chase women and blames me. Song Fei let out a cold laugh, instantly looking down on Shadow by a few points. But no matter what he thought, his tradable lifespan once again dropped by half. Originally, it was 2,000 days, with more than 500 days remaining after dying twice. But this time when he went out, the sisters around him provided him with another 300 days of lifespan over, leaving him with a total of 800 days of tradable lifespan. It was just that. Song Fei quickly realized that his tradable lifespan seemed to be a bit of a problem. Originally 860 days, after dying and dropping half of it there should still be 430 days. But now, how come I have less than 400 days of life expectancy? And it's still decreasing? Song Fei was confused. He watched as his tradable lifespan dropped from 390 days, to 380 days, to 370 days again. It kept dropping. What the hell is going on? There's this kind of punishment for dying more? Soon, the sisters around him were also killed back by Qin Feng. One by one, they chirped and panicked. Brother is bad. That shadow released a skill, and the blood-red flower appeared on brother's corpse, as if it was absorbing something from brother. Hearing this, Song Fei sucked in a breath of cool air. A flower grew on my corpse. That flower is sucking my lifespan? Song Fei collapsed on the spot. He realized that the dark shadow's methods were even more vicious than he had imagined. At the scene of Song Fei's death, by the river, Qin Feng appeared alone. Song Fei and the 30-odd sisters beside him had all been turned into corpses. Having killed so many more people at once, the Slayer negative status on Qin Feng's body had directly stacked to 4 layers. At the 4th layer of Slayer, 875% of the current lifespan was dropped upon death. It was equivalent to dropping it all. This was definitely a very difficult negative status for other players. But to Qin Feng, it didn't matter. After all, he had the Ghost Flame Bell, which allowed him to not drop any of his lifespan when he died, completely cancelling out the Slayer's negative effect. By the river, corpses were everywhere. On every corpse, a blood-red flower bloomed. The blood bars of these flowers seemed to be based on the level of the target corpse. The flower on Song Fei's corpse has 3,600 points of blood, and his level is 6. The flowers on the other women's corpses are 1,600 blood for a level 4, and 2,500 blood for a level 5 should be the square of the level. For now, it wasn't too difficult for the other players to destroy the flower. But later on, after each player's damage leveled up, it would still be relatively simple to destroy the flower. Therefore, this emerald ranked skill, Blossom Curse, wasn't that invincible. But it was still that. As long as Qin Feng killed all the people, then it was impossible for anyone to destroy these blood-colored flowers. Qin Feng was a bit shocked by the 30-odd blood-red flowers that were sucking up the tradable lifespans of these players together. Another 1,000 days of life expectancy. These people have killed quite a few monsters. and this scene likewise fell into Gu Ishua's eyes. She switched to her white bird vision, and from the sky, she looked down from above, taking it all in. Whoa whoa whoa, this is shadow strength? One person annihilated a Song Fei regiment. The opponent is powerless to fight back. And what's with the red flowers on those corpses? They look so weird. Gu Ishua looked at this scene and seemed a bit scared. Her delicate body under her white robe couldn't help but shiver a little. This big man, he was too awesome. It was simply bad luck for Song Fei to provoke him. Damn it, get off the line. Song Fei, over here, had wanted to level up to Shi Yingcun, one go and catch up with Dark Shadow. As a result, he was killed 3 times in a row by Shadow. Although dying in the godforsaken game didn't drop levels, his tradable lifespan was all gone. When he was killed back, the flower of death sucked up his lifespan, and in just a minute, his tradable lifespan was sucked up. Even the non-tradable lifespan, there was very little left. If I keep getting killed, my lifespan will be gone. Song Fei realized the gravity of the matter. In fact, Song Fei still had an option. That was to teleport to another town to brush up on monsters. In that case, Qin Feng might not be able to find him somewhere. However, Song Fei couldn't stand this anger. He had practiced for 2.5 years with great difficulty to get to where he was today. How could he be bullied in a game? Beauties, let's go offline first. I'll go to reality to buy some lifespan and come back to exchange it for equipment. At that time, we'll come back to fight him when we're fully armed and our battle power has risen. Song Fei finished talking to his sister fans and went offline within Flux Flame Town. After hearing Song Fei's words, the dozens of sisters who had circled around him all went offline together as well. As they went offline, they were in pain and happy. The happy part was that they had actually gotten up close and personal with their idol, Song Fei. The pain, on the other hand, was that they had been sanctioned in the godforsaken game along with their idol, and had been killed indiscriminately by the shadows. Oh my god, I'm so lucky to be so close to Brother Seinfeld in the game. Oof, the way Brother Seinfeld releases his skills is so cool. Even though it's only in the game, it's so great to be able to follow Brother Seinfeld. Everything was going so well, but halfway through the game, that shadow came out, biting people like a mad dog. That shadow is a real psychopath. She must be jealous of her brother. It's okay. It seems like cash can buy longevity. Let's pool our money and buy some more for brother. At this time, most of these fanatical brainwashed fans of Song Fei were still not clear about what the lifespan in the Divine Abandonment game meant. After all, they had been staying with Song Fei after entering the game. They hadn't been informed of the outside reality, the confirmation of the lifespan that had been officially released by various countries. Because of this, they had no qualms about giving Song Fei all their lifespans. They didn't even complain when they were killed one after another. It was only after they returned to reality that they finally learned of the official news released by the Divine Abandonment game, which was a true transcendent game. The tradable lifespans and non-tradable lifespans were all real. Once the lifespan is zeroed, the player will die in reality. After receiving this news, these sisters were all struck by a bolt from the blue. How is this possible? Isn't this just a game? We were killed 3 times by that shadow, and our tradable lifespans are 0. The non-tradable lifespans are all just a few years away as well. I had over 70 years of lifespan, and I only have the last year or so left. No way. How can you lose so much after dying 3 times? I've killed a lot of other players and have a layer of Slayer status. Dying once is equal to losing 2 lifespans. Oh my god, I only have 2 years of life left as well. This lifespan is actually real. I don't believe it. These sisters, immediately, had a lot of regrets. They had thought that this was just a game. So within the game, they gave everything to Sun Fei, they helped Sun Fei, and even sacrificed themselves to block arrows for Sun Fei. However, as it turned out, the godforsaken game was real. When your lifespan goes to 0, you die. Even when they were fending off demons for Seinfeld, there were many sister fans who were surrounded by demons and died. There were also people who had killed many other players for Song Fei, and as a result, after being killed by Qin Feng 3 times in a row, even their non-tradable lifespans were left with only 1 or 2 years. Doesn't this mean that we only have 1 or 2 years left to live? These sisters were instantly dumbfounded. Most of them, all of them, had some regrets. Of course, there were also quite a few sister fans who had long been bewitched. As long as they could get close to Song Fei, even if they could only live for a year or 2, they still felt that it was worth it. At the same time, Song Fei himself began to go on a rampage to acquire lifespans. Buy. The price of tradable lifespans now costs more than 10,000 a day. Buy it for me. My current assets are only a little over 100 million. Damn it, all the other money has been taken by the brokerage firm. Forget it, more than 100 million is fine. First buy a few thousand days of tradable lifespan and fill up the equipment and skill books. I don't believe that shadow can still kill me. After, Song Fei chose to go offline. Qin Feng really couldn't kill him in the game, but he didn't realize that when he returned to reality, he was in real danger. Qin Feng returned to the square of Flux Flame Town and found Gu Ishuai who was waiting for him. If Song Fei goes online, you'll let me know. Gu Ishua nodded a bit nervously. Okay. She was clearly a bit scared. Ever since she had witnessed the scene where the shadow had slaughtered Song Fei and the group of sisters, Gu Ishua had developed a slight psychological shadow towards this shadow. The scene of corpses everywhere and red flowers blooming on the corpses gave her a numbing sensation. This is a gold level skill from the priest department. Do you want it? Qin Feng took out a skill book. This skill book was the output skill of a priest, Sword of Sanctification. Although it was a single output, the output was not bad and belonged to one of the few output skills of a priest. As soon as this skill book came out, Gu Ishua's beautiful eyes lit up. Want. Qin Feng directly said, 500 days lifespan. The little beauty immediately choked. She rubbed her small hands together and asked, a bit embarrassed, so what, big brother? Can I get credit? Qin Feng thought about it and said, if you promise me one thing, this skill book can be sold to you at half price. Gu Ishua stared at him and took 2 steps back. First things first, I don't sell my body. Qin Feng, what is this chick thinking? After Qin Feng's explanation, Gu Ishua realized that this terrifying big brother wanted her to join his friend's team. The ones Qin Feng was talking about were naturally Wine Man, Lin Liu and the others. In order to get Qin Xiuyu out of the team, Qin Feng naturally had to stuff their team with a powerful cleric player. Gu Ishua was just right. This little beauty cocked her head, considered for a moment and said, alright, but if they're too good, I'll have to complain to you, big brother. Qin Feng laughed, not so much, they're not bad. If one man heard him say this, he was afraid that he would vomit blood. Within the ordinary players, their team was considered top tier. In Qin Feng's eyes, this was just okay. After talking to Gu Ishua, Qin Feng started contacting Wine Man. One man, I've got someone here. Hidden profession Whitebird Magus, good strength. Does your team want it? Qin Feng originally thought that Wine Man might push back a bit, but he didn't expect. Wine Man's side quickly responded. Wine Man, big brother, you said the strength is good, so it's definitely not bad. Since you opened your mouth, then of course there's no problem. Qin Feng was not expecting this to go so smoothly, so he chatted privately. Okay, she's in Fluorescent Flame Town. There are fewer people brushing monsters over here, so take a look and see. Do you want to come over? Wine Man once again immediately replied, no problem. We're in this shell town. There's just too many players. We're trying to change places to practice leveling, so wait for us. We'll be right there. Hearing this, Qin Feng signaled with Gu Ishua and the two of them went to the side to wait. Shell Town. When Wine Man received a private chat from Qin Feng, his brows, which had been a bit furrowed, finally relaxed. As a matter of fact, even without Qin Feng's private chat, Wine Man was planning to switch, because Qin Xiuyu was simply too good. In theory, as a priest profession, one only needed to put in a good game and milk the team's blood well. But Qin Xiuyu, healing was always a handful. In the Divine Abandonment game, there was no lock-on for any skill, including healing skills. Sometimes, when Wine Man was moving to avoid demonic attacks, Qin Xiuyu could even put her healing skills askew, causing the whole team to fall into a crisis. Wine Man couldn't take it anymore. He was planning to change maps and change people. When Qin Feng found him, Wine Man was authorized by the official leadership, for the shadow of the request, can agree to all agree, and strive to have a good relationship with the shadow. Isn't this just like selling a favor? Xiaoyu, there are too many people in Shell Town now. Wine Man deliberated on the wording and said, we need to change the place to practice leveling. You're coming from another town, and the free teleportation times have already been used up, right? Qin Xiuyu froze when she heard this. Yes. She secretly rejoiced, thinking, Wine Man was going to subsidize the 100 days of lifespan she needed for the second teleportation. As a result, Wine Man said, it's like this, the town we are going to has our quarters, and it just happens to make up a team of 6. So, these words made Qin Xiuyu a bit confused. Okay, I understand. Qin Xiuyu had a bit of a hard time. This was going to dissuade her. This made her a bit sad, because she had added so many teams since she entered the game. None of them were as strong as Wine Man's side. On Wine Man's team, she only needed to paddle and mix it up a little bit to reap the experience and longevity. Wine Man finally said politely, anyway, you have me as a friend. If there's anything, just look for me. Okay, thank you big brother Wang. Qin Xiuyu sighed in relief. With Wine Man's words, her mind was alive again. All she was thinking about now was to get to know Dark Shadow through Wine Man's line. Unbeknownst to her, Wine Man was just being polite and courteous. He and Qin Xiuyu are not related to each other. This time they are separated. Who cares about her? He might help her with a favor, but if he needs to spend some time, how can Wine Man be free? As a matter of fact, Wine Man was able to endure the discomfort and take Qin Xiuyu to brush for so long, which is already considered a good temperament. After persuading Qin Xiuyu to leave, Wine Man chatted privately with Qin Feng and confirmed the town and location. With the remaining 3 teammates, he teleported over Luminescent Flame Town. Together with Gu Ishua, Qin Feng quickly waited for Wine Man and his 3 teammates. In addition to Lin Liu, there was a young sharp-eyed archer, plus a middle-aged man with the hidden profession card master. The hidden profession card master belonged to the French output profession, but could not hold a staff or learn regular French skills, so it was considered special. Wang Mang had just met Qin Feng and initiated a deal with him, gave Qin Feng 800 days of lifespan. Wang Mang smiled bitterly and said, I still owe you 500 days of lifespan. I'll give it to you later when our captain comes. It's really hard to earn longevity in this game. Captain? Qin Feng was a bit puzzled, but didn't think much about it. He nodded his head and accepted the 800 days of lifespan, then pulled Gu Ishuai to his side. Shizi Shishan. His name is Wang Mang. Get to know yourselves. At this moment, there was a beautiful female figure that ran out from the underground teleportation room of the plaza. The figure was wearing silver white light armor that wrapped tightly around her streamlined body. She had a long sword hanging from her waist, her long hair was flowing, her long legs were straight and slender, and her figure was very full. She looks a bit excited and expectant, and is the beautiful policewoman, and you, who looked a bit naturally dull during the meeting with Wang Mang before. She and Wang Mang, together, were responsible for the contact work with the shadow. When she ran over, there was simply a sense of waves. Qin Feng was quite surprised when he only glanced at her. It's really you? The only hidden profession, dragon swordsman, a top-tier powerhouse in the top 20 globally in the last generation, and one of the top pillars of the official daxia. But I remember, in the last life, this woman, she wasn't on the same team as Wang Mang. Qin Feng just froze, and that beautiful and delicate figure had already arrived in front of him. Shadow Big Brother, wow, it's really nice to meet you. My name is Yu. I adore you. And Yu stretched out her hand with a face of adoration. Qin Feng could not help but feel emotional. This was the first time he had encountered, in his last life, a godforsaken game powerhouse ranked above him. Thinking back to his last life, the godforsaken game's dragon swordsman Yu, codenamed Justice Enforcement, was the nightmare of many foreign hostile forces. Even if Qin Feng went one-on-one with her, he was no match for her. After all, Qin Feng's last life was just an ordinary warrior profession, while this Yu's profession was the only hidden dragon swordsman. It was on the same level as Qin Feng's current dark shadow. Now looking at Yu's worshipful appearance, Qin Feng was still a bit uncomfortable. However, considering that Yu was still just a level 5 little Kurami, Qin Feng was relieved. In this life, Qin Feng's development speed was too ahead of its time. Not only was he the only hidden profession, he also possessed the unheard of original primary talent. Even at Yu's level, he was left far behind by Qin Feng. Hello! Qin Feng didn't move and reached out to shake her hand. Shadow Big Brother, this development speed of yours is also too fast. Yu pursed her lips and laughed softly, her pretty face and eyes filled with reverence. I was saying before, could you be a traveler, or a reborn or something? He. Qin Feng's face, which was covered by a black veil, revealed a seemingly smiling expression. A traveler? A reborn person? This Yu's imagination was quite rich, but this beauty would never have imagined that Qin Feng had accounted for both. At this moment, Yu stretched out her hand towards Qin Feng again. Let's trade, Big Brother. Wang Mang still owes you 500 days of lifespan. I have it here. Qin Feng nodded his head. Obviously, this Yu had already acquired quite a few tradable lifespans on behalf of the Jianhai City officials. Her hidden profession, dragon swordsman, had a strong survivability. By placing the lifespans on her, the official must be relieved. Okay. Qin Feng nodded. Soon after, he received 500 days of lifespan from Yu. Yu looked at Qin Feng and said with a wink, if Big Brother has any equipment, feel free to sell it to us in the future. We'll take anything. Also, all of our official Jianhai City lifespans are on me. Big Brother shouldn't kill me, right? This girl looked naturally dumb, but she was actually very smart. With these words, she was obviously testing Qin Feng. If Qin Feng really couldn't help himself and killed her, it would naturally affect the subsequent official treatment of him. Although Qin Feng in this life didn't have to fear the officialdom, but there wasn't any reason to be crosswise either. After all, Qin Feng brushed monsters and practiced, and the equipment and skill books that popped out from fighting monsters still had to cooperate with the officials in order to sell them at the fastest speed. Establishing a long-term cooperation was much more profitable than doing a job and exploding a bit of longevity. Besides, God knows how much lifespan this woman has on her. Wouldn't it be a bloody loss if this slash only exploded a few days of lifespan? So Qin Feng nodded and didn't say anything. After throwing Gu Ishuai onto the other team, he turned around and left to go leveling. He looked at his experience value and was still a third short of level 10. No surprises, I'll be level Shi Yinchun, less than half an hour and return to reality to extract my abilities. On the other side, after Qin Xiuyu left Wang Mang's team, she went offline once first. Thanks to Wang Mang's blessing, she had nearly 200 days of tradable lifespan on her and planned to sell it for cash first. After all, at the current rate, 1 day of lifespan could be sold for 15,000 cash. She was naturally moved. However, when she returned to reality and habitually opened her cell phone's Vmail group, she ended up seeing a message that shocked and overwhelmed her. Oh my god, Shadow massacred Brother Songfei and killed 3 times? Qin Xiuyu was dumbfounded. She had teamed up with one man and the others for a while, so of course she knew that the lifespans of the godforsaken game were all real. Once the lifespan went to 0, people would die. So, when she learned that Songfei had actually been killed 3 times in a row, she had a feeling like her heart was being cut to pieces. Even if one originally had 100 years of non-tradable lifespan, after dying 3 times in a row, there's only a little over 12 years left. But why did Dark Shadow kill Brother Songfei? Qin Xiuyu couldn't figure it out. Originally, she was 100% on Songfei's side, but now, her heart was in a struggle. After all, she felt that there was a chance for her to befriend the Dark Shadow, Big Brother Shadow, but he's the world's first to kill a gold level boss. And looking at the chat in the group, he killed Songfei 3 times under the siege of dozens of people. His strength is too terrifying. Not to mention that Songfei has only just entered the game. How come he's hanging out with so many sisters? Qin Xiuyu had having a party without me kind of feeling. This caused her to feel some ghostly resentment towards Songfei. But no matter what she thought, after all, she had been a fan of Songfei for so long, and her mind was still a bit wobbly right now. Songfei, Shadow, which one was she going to choose? Due to first being talked out by one man and then hearing the news that Songfei had been killed 3 times, Qin Xiuyu's mood became terrible. Forget it, it's better to go sell the lifespan first. Originally, Qin Xiuyu wanted to contact her classmate Zhang Wei. This was because Zhang Wei had already contacted Qian's group before, and had sold tradable lifespans face-to-face with people at a ratio of 1:15. However, she saw that an administrator was appealing within Songfei's female fan group. Brother Songfei needs help now. Any sisters in Jianhai City can go to Brother and sell their tradable lifespans to him. The ratio is 1 to 10,000. Qi Meis, here's another chance to get rich and help your brother. Qin Xiuyu couldn't help herself when she saw this message. Brother Songfei is at the Grand River Plaza. No, I can't just stand by and watch Brother Songfei's lifespan drop off. Qin Xiuyu clenched her teeth and decided that a loss was a loss. She still had to sell her lifespan to Songfei. And at this moment, Qin Feng was close to his assassination plan. He was in the high-level demonic area of the fluorescent flame town, non-stop brushing monsters and practicing. Just a hair's breadth of experience away from level 10. Every initial town was an island surrounded by sea on all sides. The town was in the center of the island, and the closer to the coast, the higher the level of the demons. With Qin Feng's speed and damage, he came straight to the coastline of the island, killing the level 10 demons along the coast all the way. There were the tide riggers that unleashed water elemental spell attacks. There were diggers that could drill the ground and were invisible to the gods. There was also the crimson cloak that was shaped like a lobster and covered in armor. These small monsters, all of which couldn't hold up to a single skill from Qin Feng, turned into experience under Qin Feng's hand, contributing evolution points and lifespans. Although they didn't encounter any bosses along the way. But after half an hour, Qin Feng had already harvested quite a few evolution points with his epic greedy hand. Looking at the 13 evolution points in the attribute panel, Qin Feng opened the skill panel. Evolved backstroke enhancement once. You have consumed 13 evolution points, with 0 points remaining. Initial skill, backstroke enhancement, platinum, emerald. Passive effect, when launching an attack from behind the target, the damage is increased by 40%, 50%. From the 10% turn backstrike enhancement in the beginning to the current by 130 enhancement, the effect of this skill was becoming more and more significant. Immediately afterward, as Qin Feng finished off 2 red cloaked ones with an instantaneous shadow slash, he finally rose to level 10. Congratulations on reaching level 10. Your 4-dimensional attributes have increased by Jack 2. You have gained 5 free attribute points. You have unlocked career advancement. You are the first player to reach level 10 within Jianhai City. You have gained 7 reputation points. You are the first player to reach level 10 in Cun, the country of Daxia. And you have gained the full points of reputation. You are the first player in the world to reach level 10. You have gained 21 points. When there are 7 level 10 players within Jianhai City, the teleportation function to the Divine Forsaken Continent will be activated. The first level 10 player in the world. Even if Qin Feng spent 3 hours exploring the temple, he was still the first in the world. After all, he single brushes, seconds monsters, and brushes monsters with an efficiency that is unknown how many times faster than others. At this stage, even a top team like one man's would take at least half a minute to finish off a small monster, and the experience would still be shared equally amongst the team. So in terms of upgrading efficiency, how could they possibly match Qin Feng? Besides Qin Feng, the highest level in the world was only level 8. Sure enough, it's similar to the last life. In the last life, it wasn't until nightfall that the first level 10 player appeared. A player from North America. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth curled slightly. Many players, right now, were in deep water. Many teams were even unable to kill even a small monster, and were madly reunited. There weren't many players who could upgrade steadily, not to mention those who could efficiently brush monsters. And when Qingfeng rose to level 10, he directly triggered a service-wide announcement, once again, globally, setting off a fervor of discussion. Sure enough, it's Shadow again. The gold level first kill is him. And the first level Shi Yingcun, the world is also him. Big brother Shadow is too fierce. And I just heard that Biggie just killed a little starlet a couple times. Song Fei, right? I saw that he tweeted that he wanted to acquire lifespan. Laugh it up. This idiot wouldn't still want to take revenge on Big Shadow, would he? Song Fei relied on dozens of sisters to escort him to level 6, and he still wants to compete with Shadow. Within Daxia, on the forums and within the various towns, players were abuzz with discussion. No one was optimistic about the conflict between Shadow and Song Fei. As for the foreign players, they were even more impressed with the codename Shadow. Ashaba, this dark shadow is actually from Daxia. Kyuso, the highest ranked one in our Sakura country is only level 7 now. I can't accept it. Fark, my Smith's only hidden profession is only level 8 now. What's wrong with the Shadow? Of the inn. 5 billion people in Tianzhu, not one of them can catch up with Shadow. I heard that this Daxia person has been soloing all the time, so he upgrades fast. Impossible. This game's small monsters are so difficult to fight. How could someone single brush and still brush so fast? Countless people around the globe were shocked. Many people wanted to know just who this Shadow was, including the officials of Grand Xia. They were also secretly investigating. However, at the moment, no one knew the reality of the Shadow's identity. Fluorescent Flame Town. Qingfeng looked at the attribute panel after he had risen to level 10. Code name, Dark Shadow. Profession, Dark Shadow. Unique hidden. Level, 10. Non-tradable lifespan, 1,219 years and 128 days. Tradable lifespan, 7,455 days. Strength, 39. Physique, 39. Agility, 111. Spirit, 41. Reputation, 47. But the trading lifespan is only over 7,000 days. It's completely insufficient. Qingfeng sighed before going offline in place. After level 10, the experience value required for upgrading was more than 10 times that of before. And upgrading just by brushing small monsters was slow as hell. Not to mention that after level 10, one would also need to consume experience value for profession promotion. After career advancement, not only would the 4-dimensional attributes be increased, but more career-exclusive skills would be unlocked. It was especially important for hidden professions. The key to why hidden professions were strong was the exclusive skills that could be obtained after profession promotion. Next, either find a boss to kill, or wait for 6 more people to level up to 10 and leave the initial town. Before that, one can go back to reality to settle one thing. Qingfeng closed his eyes. His blurred figure in the coastal area of Flux Town slowly dissipated. Daxia, Jianghai City, an ordinary neighborhood, the 11th building of landscape impression, 11th floor. In a simple and refreshing bedroom, Qingfeng, who was originally translucent and floating on the bed, gradually had the tendency to condense into a solid body. Just as Qingfeng chose to go offline, he received a system prompt since he had already reached level 10. Whether or not to consume the tradable lifespan and extract the ability into reality. Yes, no. Qingfeng chose yes. A list of extractable abilities appeared before his eyes. Yin. Extract profession and level. Extract equipment. 3. Extract skills. 4. Extract bloodline. Temporarily unavailable. Waf. Extract divinity. Temporarily unavailable. The first is the extraction of occupation. In this regard, the godforsaken game treated everyone equally, regardless of whether it was an ordinary profession or a hidden profession. Extracting the profession's ability to reality required the consumption of 1,000 days of lifespan. Qingfeng did not hesitate and directly extracted the only hidden profession, Dark Shadow, to reality first. You have consumed 1,000 days of lifespan, tradable. You have extracted Dark Shadow, the only hidden profession. You have gained Dark Shadow, the only hidden profession. The profession passive has taken effect. Your strength +3, physique +3, agility +8, spirit +5. Immediately following that was the level. Extracting levels would mainly result in realistic attribute boosts, though one could not redistribute free attribute points. How it was distributed within the game, extracting it to reality would also fix that distribution. Before level 10, the consumption of extracting levels is fixed at 1,000 days of life per level. Then extract level 2 to reality. You consumed 1,000 by 2 days of lifespan, tradable. You extracted level XR. You leveled up to level 3 Yingcun, reality. Your strength +4, physique +4, agility +14, spirit +4. That left 4,455 days of life left. Next was the skill extraction that surprised Qingfeng the most. I have a talent that allows me to evolve skills. Originally, the higher the grade of the skill, the more lifespan it consumes to extract it, even exponentially. I didn't realize that the lifespan I consume to extract a skill is based on the initial rank of the skill. Take for example Sneaky Shadow. This skill, which had already been evolved by Qingfeng to the platinum grade, according to the algorithm, it would require tens of thousands of days of lifespan to extract it. But now, it only required the most basic 900 days. And the extracted skill was a platinum grade that was synchronized with the game. Subsequently, within the game, the skill continued to advance, and that skill in reality would also synchronize and advance, without the need to consume additional lifespan to extract it. Comfortable. Qin Feng quickly selected 2 skills to extract. You have consumed 900 days of lifespan, tradable, and extracted the skill Subterranean Shadow, platinum level. You have consumed 2262 days of lifespan, tradable, and extracted the skill Fierce Poison Dart, silver grade. With these 2 skills extracted, Qin Feng would only have 1292 days of lifespan left. The lifespan consumed was quite a lot. However, the benefits brought about were terrifying. Originally, Qin Feng was just an ordinary person in reality, but now, his 4-dimensional attributes had almost reached twice that of an average person. In particular, his speed had exceeded human limits. In reality, Qin Feng now had 32 points of agility, and it only took a little over 5 seconds to run 100 meters at full speed. It's a pity that the tradable lifespan isn't enough, but it doesn't matter. Right now, with this attribute, it's enough to kill Song Fei. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. To Qin Feng, who had experienced the end times for 9 years, he had long been used to seeing killings. There was no way he would give Song Fei any chance to rise. For the price of extracting an inferior skill, extracting a platinum level Subterranean Shadow is really a bargain for breaking bones. Combined with the career passive, the stealth time is doubled, and it's already possible to achieve infinite stealth. Together with the Fierce Poison Dart released at a maximum distance of 14 meters, it's completely possible to find an opportunity to finish off Seinfeld. The problem now was to find where Song Fei was. If it was the trajectory of his last life, Qin Feng really wouldn't be able to find the other party so easily. But right now, that Song Fei was on a rampage to acquire lifespans, and to trade lifespans, it had to be done in person. In other words, Song Fei's location in reality was equivalent to being exposed to the public. In this regard, Qin Feng already had a plan. Jianghai City, afternoon. Qin Feng was in his bedroom, gradually opening his eyes. When he finished his extraction, his body completely solidified. He reached out and clenched his fists, moving them slightly to get used to his attributes, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Departure. Just as he was about to act, suddenly his cell phone rang next to him. Qin Feng frowned, casually picking up the phone. He glanced at it and realized that it was his boss from the company he originally worked for, who was calling over. Hu Qibing. Remembering his last life, Qin Feng was late for work today and was scolded by this fat man. No! Qin Feng was naturally too lazy to pay attention. Smoothly hanging out the phone, he threw the phone towards the bed and just wanted to leave, only for it to ring again. It was still boss Hu Qibing. Qin Feng went up and hung up, pulling black, all in one go. But immediately after that, Hu Qibing sent him a message from Vimeo. Qin Feng, are you looking for death? Missy is looking for you and says she'll give you one last chance. If you still do not listen, you weigh the consequences. Qin Feng didn't even read the message, directly deleted the other party's V-signal, pull black. The entire world cleared up. Departure. Target, Song Fei. Location, Dajiang Plaza. Qin Feng, through his microblog, had already viewed that Song Fei was at the Great River Plaza in Jianghai City, personally showing up to acquire life expectancy. The Grand River Plaza, on the other hand, was only 7 or 8 kilometers away from Qin Feng's neighborhood. With Qin Feng's current speed, stealthily jogging over there, he would arrive in about 10 minutes or so. Qin Feng left his cell phone in his room. He then put on a gray mask, changed into a black jacket, and his figure instantly became illusory and transparent until it completely disappeared. This scene, if other people in reality were to see it, they would definitely be shocked on the spot, because this was the ability within the Divine Abandonment game that appeared in reality for the first time. Right now, other players were still not even aware that the abilities of the godforsaken game could be extracted into reality, and this meant that Song Fei was completely defenseless against Qin Feng's assassination. Jianghai City, Dajiang Plaza. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Song Fei's female fans in Jianghai City, who had gotten the news from Weibo, all rushed to the Grand River Plaza. Among them, there were quite a few female fans who had also played from the godforsaken game to the lifespan. All of them excitedly gathered over to sell it to Song Fei, thus gaining the opportunity to get close to Song Fei. In the crowd, under the isolation of more than 20 security guards and temporary fences, Song Fei, wearing a white vest and sunglasses, was crossing his legs and sitting in the middle of the indoor venue. Next to him, there was a single ponytailed teenage girl sitting. That young girl was wearing pink short sleeves, a short black skirt, and her legs were wrapped in black socks, making her look youthful and beautiful. It was clearly the chairman's daughter of Dajiang Industry, Jiang Li. Jiang Li had also been a fan of Song Fei, just not as fanatical as other female fans. When she learned that Song Fei wanted to acquire life expectancy, she took the initiative to contact and use Dajiang Plaza as a venue. On the one hand, she could get close to Song Fei and help Song Fei collect lifespans. On the other hand, when Song Fei ran out of money, she could also collect some lifespans. With Song Fei's fame, she could attract more people to come and sell their lives. At this moment, Jiangli was leaning against Song Fei, talking and laughing. This young lady smiled and asked, "Brother Song Fei, how many lifespans have you received?" Song Fei checked his own attributes. Miss Jiang already received more than 2,000 days of lifespan and spent $20 million. Jiangli pursed her lips. That and a lot of fans sending you life expectancy for free. So envious. Song Fei waved his hand and said with a smile, "It's not as big as your Dajiang industry, with its big family. I'm just making a small effort here." Jiangli modestly waved his hand, which is true. Then again, I heard that you were killed 3 times by the shadow in the divine abandonment game. Don't worry, I'm sending someone from my side to investigate about that shadow's true identity. Song Fei frowned. It's a bit difficult. Currently, we only know that he is male and located in Jianghai City, but nothing else. Jiangli smiled. People always have weaknesses. Money, beauty. I've already sent someone to Flux Flame Town to get in touch with him and give a figure. Not afraid that he won't agree. As long as he agrees, he has to come and get the money, right? When he comes to get the money, just show up and it will be up to him. Song Fei smiled. Indeed, it is a way. I heard that you, Dajiang industry, have already relied on this method to control several players and make them work for you for free. Jiangli covered her mouth and laughed lightly. They are all stupid, so vegetable that they can't even hit much longevity. If you can catch that shadow, the efficiency should be able to be brought up quite a bit. Song Fei nodded. When the time comes, be sure to inform me. Jiangli giggled. Don't worry, when we catch him, we'll definitely call brother Song Fei to come and beat him up hard to get rid of his anger. Suddenly, Jiangli's smile froze, because she saw that Song Fei in front of her. A bloody hole suddenly appeared on his forehead. A dark green bizarre dart, shot from nowhere, noiselessly penetrated Song Fei's forehead. Bam! Song Fei fell to the ground, blood flowing from his forehead, and a grayish-white lifespan ball of light actually coalesced on his corpse just like in the godforsaken game. Oh! Jiangli screamed in shock, rolling and crawling backward. Everyone around her was first silent for a moment, then a wave of screams erupted and the whole place was in chaos. Protect Missy! The security guards of Great River Industries reacted at the first opportunity and gathered towards Jiangli. The security captain glanced at Song Fei. He only saw that his entire body had fallen to the ground. The sunglasses he was wearing had fallen off. His eyes were staring in disbelief, and the bloody hole on his forehead was gurgling with blood. Suddenly, the lifespan light ball on his corpse disappeared. Obviously it was absorbed by someone, but next to that corpse, there was not a single shadow. The security personnel sucked in a breath of cool air. This damn thing can't be stealth, right? Go, go, go! Protect Missy and evacuate. Have you seen any suspicious characters? No? Why don't you call up the CCTV? The scene was a mess. Under the protection of more than 20 security guards, Jiangli quickly evacuated through a fire escape and quickly arrived outside of Dajiang Plaza. Just as she was trying to enter a black sedan, suddenly a dart came from above the back and penetrated through the back of her head. Precise and deadly. Bam! The chairman's daughter of the board of directors of Dajiang Industry fell outside the door of her own property just like that. I didn't expect that it was possible to buy one and get one free. Qin Feng was a bit surprised as he maintained his stealthy state. He heard Jiangli and Song Fei chatting. This Jiangli had hit on him, so how could he let the other party off the hook? It's not a good thing anyway, so I'll dispose of it together in passing. Unfortunately, there are hundreds of days of life bursting out of her as well, and there are security guards all around the corpse, so I can't get it. Dying in reality would likewise explode half of the tradable lifespan. Qin Feng only took advantage of the stealth and the chaos of the scene to absorb the 1046 days of tradable lifespan that exploded from Song Fei's body. The guy could never have imagined that the lifespan he had just paid to collect would be cheaper for Qin Feng. If only we had the Blossom Curse, we could absorb the other half as well. Qin Feng shook his head, a bit sad. The Emerald Grey Blossom Curse skill, extracting it to reality would require tens of thousands of days of lifespan. He couldn't really extract it now, so he could only call it quits. After fixing all of this, Qin Feng left silently, leaving behind a chaotic scene. And this assassination in broad daylight spread all over the country, and even the world, in an instant. Jianghai City, Dajiang Square. The female fans of Song Fei at the scene, the people who had come over to sell their life expectancy, were all in a state of panic and confusion. Some people were taking pictures with their cell phones. Some people screamed in terror. Some people scattered in all directions and ran wildly. In the crowd, Qin Xiuyu and Xu Yan were also completely stunned by this scene. Originally, Qin Xiuyu wanted to come over to sell her lifespan to Song Fei, but she didn't expect to witness the scene where Song Fei was suddenly killed. At this moment, Qin Xiuyu's worldview collapsed. File, go, quickly go. Xu Yan reacted quickly, hurriedly pulling Qin Xiuyu to take advantage of the chaos and leave. The entire Grand River Plaza was in chaos, and the images of the scene spread rapidly with many people's live broadcasts and recording screens. A few minutes later, immediately, official police officers arrived. Part of them blocked the scene. A part of them went to check the surveillance. There was also a part that started to analyze the dark green dart that was left behind at the scene. This dart, with unknown material and unknown origin, is very strange. Rather than being a product of our reality, it's more like something from the godforsaken game. The style is indeed similar, but how could something from the godforsaken game appear in reality? No results from the surveillance department. The attack came from a dead corner of the surveillance. We didn't see who it was. Have you questioned the people at the scene? Asked. There were people who were in the neighborhood, but they all said they didn't see any shadows of anyone. You guys look at the surveillance replay. There was a lifespan ball of light appearing on Seinfeld's body, and it suddenly disappeared. This couldn't be that someone was stealthily next to it and absorbed the ball of light. How can someone be stealthy? Wait, the assassin from the godforsaken game can be stealthy. The official police officers of Jianhai City were all confused. However, after investigating, they came to the most likely conclusion that the person who had laid hands on Song Fei and Jiang Li was most likely really in a state of invisibility. It can't be that the abilities of the godforsaken game can be unleashed in reality, right? Just kidding. I can be stealthy in the game. Why not in reality? Are there any conditions that need to be met? Since there were too many witnesses at the scene, Jianhai City officials couldn't hide the news at all even if they wanted to. Not to mention the fact that the entire globe was in chaos right now. The news of Song Fei's death spread out quickly. All over the globe, officials from various countries, after viewing some of the videos, immediately made the same conjecture. It was highly likely that the abilities of the God Abandonment game would be used in reality. In this regard, Qin Feng did not care. After all, soon by nightfall, there would be others who would have risen to level 10. This secret, by then, would no longer be a secret. Just as Song Fei's death was being rumored, the officials of Jianhai City were in a state of fear, and countless people were terrified. Qin Feng had returned to the landscape impression neighborhood. He changed his clothes, wearing mediocre sweatpants and short sleeves, grabbed his cell phone, and went to a noodle shop across the street from the neighborhood, ordering a bowl of noodles. In the Divine Abandonment game, players realistically consume energy even though they are in an invincible state. When you're hungry, you still have to eat. This was what Qin Feng found troublesome. Because of this, players couldn't stay in the game all the time. No matter what, they still had to return to reality and eat to replenish energy and water. Otherwise they would starve to death even if they had a long lifespan. While eating noodles, Qin Feng also heard some diners chatting about the godforsaken game, about Song Fei's death. They could never have imagined that the person who took out Song Fei was right in front of their eyes. After this meal, go back and keep looking for bosses to brush your life. Level 10 Inchun godforsaken game is just the beginning. Right at this moment, in a moving cab, Qin Xiuyu and Chu Yan were all a bit disoriented. Just now, the scene of Song Fei's forehead suddenly soaring with blood constantly reverberated in their minds. They couldn't imagine that they had only attended Song Fei's concert yesterday, but today they had witnessed the scene of Song Fei's broken soul. Chu Yan quickly swiped her cell phone, her body unable to stop shaking. Darts, stealth, why is it so much like the abilities of the godforsaken game? Xiuyu said it couldn't be Shadow who killed Song Fei, right? Qin Xiuyu did not reply. Song Fei's death made her world lose its color all of a sudden. All the way to the school, she became expressionless as she stepped out of the cab. Song Fei is dead. In this world, only strength is everything. Dark Shadow, I'm going to get close to him. Close to him. No one can stop me. Zhang Wei, take me to Qian's group and sell the 200 days of life first. I'm going to buy another suite and move out so that I won't be dragged down by Qin Feng. Also, Zhang Wei, you have an assassin skill book there? Give it to me. I want to give it to Shadow. Song Fei died. Now, Qin Xiuyu didn't have to agonize over who to choose, but the point was it a matter of who she chose or not? About half an hour later, Qin Feng finished eating, went home, and took a shower. He was about to lie down on his bed and continue into the godforsaken game. As a result, his cell phone kept popping up messages. Qin Feng looked at it. It was one of his female coworkers called Yang Xue. Xiao Yaya, Qin Feng, fatty, who is furious, saying that you've blacked out his cell phone and Vimeo, and if you don't come, you're going to be fired, and you won't be able to get your paycheck this month. This girl has a good character, just soft and weak, often bullied. In her last life, she was also a member of Qin Feng's god beheading guild. Qin Feng thought about it and returned a message. Don't mind him. You don't have to go to work either. So go into the god abandonment game to develop first. Yang Xueyao was a bit surprised to see Qin Feng's reply, then weakly typed a reply. Oh, Qin Feng, this godforsaken game. Have you gone in yet? I've heard that it's hard in there. And many people's lifespans are almost gone. Qin Feng replied, it doesn't matter what your profession is. Just add agility in the beginning. Xiao Yaya, good. Xiao Yaya, I heard that the life expectancy of the game output is very expensive now. Qin Feng, how is your development? Qin Feng casually returned, not much. this is almost spent. Xiaoyaya, wow, buy a car to buy a house, right? No wonder you're pulling the plug on Fatty Fu, hehe. This girl thought Qin Feng earned money and spent it all. The truth was that Qin Feng was too lazy to exchange his lifespan for money, but instead directly consumed his lifespan and extracted his abilities to reality. Furthermore, young Xiaoya didn't know. The reason why that Hu Qibing was furious wasn't because Qin Feng didn't work. Rather, it was because Qin Feng didn't accept the subterfuge of that big lady of the company. Qian Clan Group, Qian Shoushi. Qin Feng sneered. The media company he worked for was a subsidiary belonging to the Qian Group. Qian Shoushi, on the other hand, was the daughter of the chairman of the Qian Group. One day, Qian Shoushi saw Qin Feng and hinted to him that she wanted to play with him for a night. Anyone else would have been afraid of being ecstatic. Although Qian Shoushi wasn't too pretty and had a flat body, she was definitely considered a rich white beauty. However, Qin Feng had seen, the spade tattoo on Qian Shoushi's calf. In response, Qin Feng only wanted to say, C, pass, T, unity, M, beauty, B, virtue. For this woman, Qin Feng not only has no interest, but also feels disgusted. In fact, on weekdays, the company has spread some gossip about Qian Shoushi. What with 6 foreign middle-aged men into the hotel together? What drove a sports car carrying 3 African-American men out to have fun? When she saw Qin Feng in the back, she saw that he was handsome and wanted to play with him. If the godforsaken game hadn't descended, it would have been hard to predict the consequences of Qin Feng offending this Qian Shoushi. However, in the last life, the godforsaken game descended, causing Qian Shoushi to have to dismiss the idea of subterfuging Qin Feng. This woman didn't pay any more attention to Qin Feng, but left Daxia and traveled to North America, leading the formation of the top 3 North American Grand Guild, Alice's Wonderland. The Alice Guild, a great enemy of Daxia. Qian Shoushi's Qian Clan Group was one of the shareholders of the Alice Guild. Later, after contact, Qin Feng knew that Qian Shoushi had always been a fan of foreigners, thinking that foreign men were real men, and disdained Daxia men. Even towards Qin Feng, she held a completely teasing attitude. At this point in time, Qian Shoushi should be stuck at the Magic City Airport. Qin Feng fought back. The divine abandonment game descended, bringing global transportation to a brief standstill. Airport airplanes were grounded. It wasn't until a few days later that Qian Shoushi boarded a plane and left for North America. If we were in Jianghai, we could have disposed of her together today. But it won't take a few days. When I extract higher attributes, I can completely head to Magic City and finish her off before she leaves to eliminate any future problems. Otherwise, when she goes to North America, it won't be that easy to clean her up. Qin Feng listed Qian Shoushi as his next target. If Qian Shoushi died, the Alice in Wonderland Guild, which had caused big trouble for the God Beheading Guild and even the entire Daxiao in the previous life, would likely not even be established. After all, Qin Feng had heard rumors in his last life. The multiple founders of the Alice Guild all had an affair with Qian Shoushi. Once this woman died, those founders would naturally lose their ties with each other. As he was pondering, suddenly, Qin Feng's cell phone rang. When he picked it up, it was actually Qin Xiuyu. She actually took the initiative to call me. Qin Feng froze. After all, in his impression, it was simply impossible for this Qin Xiuyu to take the initiative to contact him. In his last life, he kept apologizing and begging for forgiveness, and even personally went to Qin Xiuyu's school before bringing her back together into the godforsaken game. And now, Qin Xiuyu actually broke the mold and took the initiative to call him. Qin Feng thought about it and still picked up. However, his voice was a bit cold. Hello? Qin Xiuyu's voice came coldly from the opposite side. Qin Feng, you can still pick up the phone. I thought you died in the godforsaken game since you're here. I'll let you know that I've made my own money and bought a suite, so don't you dare bother with me in the future. As soon as Qin Feng heard her tone, he knew that she was in a bad mood. Was it because she was fired by Wang Man? Or was it because Song Fei died? Whatever it was, it didn't matter. Qin Feng simply didn't bother with her. It doesn't matter to me what happens to you. Qin Xiuyu, haven't you always felt that I made you not free? Don't worry, in the future, I'll be too lazy to care about you, so you can do whatever you like. Qin Xiuyu obviously froze when she heard this. She didn't expect that her brother, who had always treated her so well, would speak to her in such a cold tone. However, she now made up her mind to set aside her relationship with Qin Feng. Bent on befriending Dark Shadow, she was also too lazy to care that much. So she said indifferently, you yourself know how depressing you've made me. This is what you said. From now on, there is no relationship between us. In the future, you don't care about me, and I won't look for you. We sever our relationship, and don't you come and inquire about where I live. Hearing Qin Xiuyu's words, Qin Feng smiled. Severing relations? There was such a good thing? Okay. Qin Feng returned a single word and directly hung up the phone. Then, he turned his cell phone off and turned around to lie on the sofa. As his figure gradually turned translucent, he once again entered the godforsaken game. Hearing the sound of the opposite party hanging out the phone, Qin Xiuyu had an indescribably complex feeling. The first was relaxation. She had always felt that it was too depressing and unfree for her to be governed by Qin, and now, she was finally relieved. With her own ability, together with Chu Yan, she bought a 3-room house and lived in it straight away. Although the formalities have not yet been done, but that is also sooner or later. From then on, one could live away from Qin. Now there won't be anyone to hold me back. I can do whatever I want. The feeling of freedom, it's so good. Next, just find a way to get to know Dark Shadow and get on good terms with him. Qin Xiuyu looked at her cell phone. Song Fei's death had spread around the world. Many people had speculated that he was most likely assassinated by Dark Shadow. It was just unknown how the Shadow was able to use the abilities of the God Abandonment game in reality. Chu Yan was by her side, looking at her with some worry. Isn't it not good for Xiuyu to sever ties with your brother? Otherwise, just find him and apologize. I see that he seems really angry this time. Qin Xiuyu shook her head. Let me apologize to him. Impossible. Let's go. When I get to know Dark Shadow, what else will happen to him? Soon, Qin Xiuyu and Chu Yan entered the godforsaken game together. They converged at Shell Town. Qin Xiuyu got a bronze-level assassin skill book stifling stick from Zhang Wei's hands. Then, with anticipation, she opened Wang Man's private chat window. Brother Wang, I have an assassin skill book here. Can I trouble you to help ask Brother Shadow if he needs it? You can give it to him if he wants it. Qin Xiuyu's mood was both nervous and proud. Nervous because this was her first time trying to communicate with Shadow. Proud because there were very few people who could have the chance to befriend a Dark Shadow at this stage. And she was one of them. As long as she could get along with the Shadow, in the future, in the new era where the godforsaken game had descended, she, Qin Xiuyu, would definitely be able to surpass countless others. However, right after she privately chatted with Wang Man, soon after, Wang Man replied back to her. Big brother said he doesn't need it. Keep it for yourself and sell it for money. Qin Xiuyu was dumbfounded on the spot. She never thought that this skill book with control effect, the Shadow actually don't want it. Refused so dryly. Qin Xiuyu simply did not expect that it would be this outcome. What's this? I sent him a skill book and he doesn't want it. Qin Xiuyu was confused. She was a bit unable to understand. Someone really didn't want something that was given for nothing. Chu Yan by the side saw her freeze and couldn't help but ask, Zio, what's the situation? Qin Xiuyu spoke about the situation, and Chu Yan and Zhang Wei were both stunned as well. Zhang Wei, what the hell? You don't want to give away skill books for nothing. This person is sick in the head, right? Chu Yan thought about it and comforted, Xiuyu, maybe he's already learned this skill. Let's brush some more monsters and see if we can pop some other skill books. Qin Xiuyu sighed, it can only be this way. A few minutes ago, Qin Feng returned to the game first. Before he could take a good look at the scene around him, he could already hear a mournful roar coming from his ears. I got offline at the beach. The surrounding demons didn't refresh so quickly, did they? Qin Feng was a bit surprised. When the darkness around him faded, he suddenly realized that there were several players right in front of him on the coastline, running away in all directions. And behind those several players, there was a monstrous demonic creature that was about 3 meters tall, chasing after them. Golden arthropod, LV8. Great, gold. That demonic creature was light golden in color, and its lower body was like a horse with 8 legs. However, the upper half of its body was actually like a centipede with dozens of hands, each of which held rusty iron knives and swords. Its head, on the other hand, was like a spider's head, with hundreds of compound eyes, staring the fleeing players in the eyes, incomparably bizarre. Only to see that the speed of that golden knuckles was extremely fast, almost instantly catching up with a warrior player. Iron knives and iron swords in his hands interlaced and chopped down, cutting that warrior player into dozens of large pieces in less than a second. Dark Shadow. One of the players was escaping, only to be surprised when he saw a figure appear in front of him. Qin Feng looked in search of the voice and saw a mature imperial lady wearing a fiery red vestment with an extremely hot body. She had black wavy hair and her beautiful eyes were looking at Qin Feng in surprise. It was the big wavy beauty Grey Rose who had bought Qin Feng's ice cone technique earlier. When Grey Rose saw Qin Feng, she was first delighted and then a bit nervous. Shadow, this boss can counter stealth, and our team's assassin was taken out by it. You must be careful if you want to fight it. Qin Feng didn't say anything. A gold level boss, fighting was definitely the way to go. After all, to him, this boss meant 28 evolution points. Golden arthropod, if I remember correctly, this boss anti-crypt level is level 2. Qin Feng squinted his eyes, but that didn't mean that Qin Feng didn't need stealth anymore. After all, his stealth broke stealth and did more damage. Subterranean shadow. Qin Feng's figure quickly disappeared. Grey Rose's beautiful eyes contained tension when she saw this scene. Her team was all scattered by that gold level boss. Fighting was definitely not an option, and she couldn't figure out if Qin Feng wanted to fight or run, so she could only run away with her head. Qin Feng stayed invisible and staggered past Grey Rose. When the two of them crossed paths, Grey Rose's beautiful eyes were clearly filled with worry. However, Qin Feng did not pay any attention to it. He headed towards the golden knuckle. Instantaneous shadow slash. His figure flickered and appeared, then instantly disappeared again, passing through that golden arthropod. 负1013, 负3042, weakness attack. 负1013. Sure enough, level 2 stealth will be seen through by this boss. My shadow profession effect. It didn't take effect. When launching an attack outside the target's field of view, the damage was doubled. This effect, when the opponent could see through the stealth, it wouldn't take effect. This also caused Qingfeng's damage to drop quite a bit. However, at the same time, due to the effect of the legendary Great Graceful Deliverance, the head and heart weaknesses of that golden arthropod were amplified by 200% too. Qingfeng's instantaneous shadow slash was judged to have hit the target's weaknesses in 3 out of the 9 slashes, causing triple the weakness damage. Worthy of being a legendary ranked skill. I also have to thank that Nini Lin Liu, otherwise, it wouldn't necessarily be possible to find that Temple of Faith. Qingfeng directly took out the golden arthropod's 13,000 blood with an instant shadow slash. This boss bloodline dropped by about 1/6 all of a sudden. Immediately after, Qingfeng turned around and fired a fierce poison dart, aimed at the opponent's head. That golden knuckle was still trying to dodge, but unfortunately, Qingfeng's agility was too high and the dart was fast, hitting accurately on the spot. 负1785, weakness attack. 负223, 负223. The mighty poison dart was only silver level now, and the damage magnitude just couldn't keep up with it at all. Of course, the most important thing was that in front of the golden knuckles, Qingfeng had less than double the professional damage bonus. Now that the boss was still facing him, he couldn't even eat 50% wuxi of the damage from backstrikes. Still have to professionally advance and gain a higher stealth level. Qingfeng fought silently. When he finished throwing his 2 skills, the 8 legs of that golden arthropod ran in unison and attacked towards him at an extremely fast speed. Running at full speed, it reached a speed of at least 30 meters per second. In just an instant, dozens of iron knives and swords in the hands of the golden arthropods fell towards Qingfeng like a raging wind and rain. Watch out! Seeing this, the gray rose in the distance subconsciously shouted, her brows revealing a look of worry. But immediately afterward, not only her, but also her teammates who had been dispersed by the boss in the surroundings, all stared in disbelief. They saw a scene that made them incredulous, only to see that under the boss's attack, Qingfeng unexpectedly side-dodged, backstabbed, and rolled, a series of actions, all in one go. Surprisingly, he had dodged dozens of attacks from the boss in a short period of time. Crap! What kind of speed is this? It's not just speed, he's reacting so fast, and he knows too much about the boss' attack style. That's right, in terms of speed, he's just about the same as the boss, but he just manages to dodge every attack of the boss. It's like he's fought this boss countless times. They didn't know that this was the basic skills that Qingfeng had practiced between 9 years in his last life. His profession in his last life was a warrior. A warrior, on the other hand, was not just a hard fighter. A truly top-tier warrior had to dodge the boss's key skills, and very often, couldn't even eat a single attack, or else it would bring about a crisis for the entire team. Especially, when the team's milkmaid was Qin Xiuyu. Raiding epic bosses, there were many boss wide-range skills. Qin Xiuyu was barely able to dodge those skills alone, and to have her take time to nurse Qingfeng, she simply couldn't do it. That's why in his last life, Qingfeng was often carried over alone. If one thought that Qingfeng just relied on a handful of stealth to abuse bosses, that would be a big mistake. With enough agility, even if stealth failed, with Qingfeng's stance, he could easily tease most bosses. Chop, charge, trample. With its hundreds of compound eyes, the golden arthropod was able to see through all targets that did not exceed level 2 stealth. Even Qingfeng could not escape its capture. However, no matter what kind of attacks this gold level boss launched, it was unable to hit Qingfeng. Compared to a special boss like the Golden Ghost Ship, this golden knuckle was significantly easier to deal with. Those attacks, Qingfeng even dodged with ease. Waiting for the skills to finish cooling down, directly backhand throw, each time can hit the boss 1/6 of the blood volume. A short minute or so later, under the shocked and incredulous gazes of the gray rose several people, that gold level boss even turned around to escape. But Qingfeng was too fast. The golden arthropod had only run more than 200 meters into the woods before Qingfeng caught up with it and completely decapitated it. You have killed golden arthropod, LV8 gold level. You have gained 6,400 experience points. You have gained 7 evolution points. You have gained 497 days of lifespan, tradable. While Grey Rose and the others didn't catch up, Qingfeng directly unleashed Greedy Hand. You have gained 7 evolution points. You have gained 7 evolution points. You have gained 7 evolution points. You have gained 497 days of lifespan, tradable. A series of system prompts came, giving Qingfeng a soothing feeling. A gold boss that gave 28 evolution points and nearly 2,000 days of tradable lifespan. The stacking effect of Greedy Hands and Ghostly Flame Bells allowed Qingfeng's development speed to far exceed that of an average player now. As for experience, level 9 to level 10 only required 10,000 experience. but level 10 to level 11 would require 100,000 experience. These 6,400 experience points were more than enough to upgrade Qinfeng. When Qinfeng examined the loot, his eyes directly lit up. Shield of Black Light, Platinum, Assassin System skill. When used actively, converts all of one's evasion rate into an injury immunity shield for 8 seconds. Cooldown 60 seconds. Required level 8. Conversion rate. Every 80% dodge converts 1 layer of damage avoiding shield. Evasion rate returns to normal when the shield is broken or the duration ends. Surprisingly, this skill book came out. After learning this skill, many bosses can be raided without injury, especially those on the Divine Forsaken continent. Qinfeng was quite surprised. Direct learning. Take the effect of Ghostly Blur that he had learned now and evolved it to epic level. He had a 75% 50% evasion probability passively. After using the Shield of Black Light, 3 layers of damage immunity shield would be obtained. In other words, no matter how high the opponent's damage was, Qinfeng would be immune to the first 3 attacks he received, not just when fighting bosses, but also when exploring ruins and maps. With this skill, I can even explore many high-level areas in advance. Qinfeng did not hesitate. He directly consumed 1+3 evolution points, a total of 5 points, to evolve this skill to epic level. Shield of Black Light, Platinum, Epic, Assassin tier skill. Immunity shield lasts for 8, 10, 12, 14 seconds. Conversion rate. Every 20%, 15%, 12%, 10% dodge converts 1 layer of damage avoiding shield. The epic level Black Light shield, when used, was able to convert 75% of Qinfeng's evasion into 2 layers of damage immunity shield. Continuing to evolve the Shield of Black Light requires 50 evolution points. That's enough for now. Qinfeng still had 22 evolution points left. First, he spent 3+5+8 for a total of 100 evolution points to evolve the Mighty Poison Dart 3 times. Mighty Poison Dart, Silver Emerald, maximum range 14-17 meters. Adds 120-240 attack points on hit. Fierce Poison, 50%, 80% sustained damage per second. No weakness bonus. Lasts for 5 seconds. Not stackable. Evolving the Fierce Poison Dart 3 times, the damage of this skill had at least doubled. Since the base cooldown of this skill was only 5 seconds, the sustained output was no weaker than the instantaneous Shadow Slash. There are still 6 evolution points left, so I can only put it away for now. In addition to the skill, the golden arthropod also exploded 2 pieces of equipment that Qinfeng could use. Ring of Lightness, Platinum Grade, Assassin's Jewelry. Agility加20, Movement Speed plus 20% 20%, Attack Speed 正 20%, Cooldown Speed 正 20%. Equipment Requirement Level 8. Thick Red Leather Gloves, Gold Grade, Assassin System Defense. Physical Defense 加18, Total Elemental Resistance 加15, Physique 加12, Life Steal 加588. Equipment Requirement Rank Youth. Once the 2 pieces of equipment were changed, Qinfeng's cooldown speed reached 55%. The original instant Shadow Slash with a cooldown of 12 seconds now only took 7 seconds. In addition, Qinfeng's physique, defense and life value were all higher. 51 points of physique, 106 points of physical defense, and 17 points of life value. With these attributes, even with the attack from this golden arthropod just now, one could take 2 or 3 hits without dying. As for the previous level 5 golden ghost ship, half-blooded full screen skills couldn't kill me. Not to mention, I have a 75% dodge rate passively. Qinfeng put away his backpack. Half of the few backpack compartments were filled up again. It wasn't until then that Grey Rose brought her remaining 3 teammates and chased after them. When she saw the corpse of the golden arthropod that had collapsed in front of Qinfeng, she had an indescribable shock. A big brother is a big brother. Really killed this boss solo. Grey Rose's pair of beautiful eyes revealed a look of adoration and anticipation. How about it, big brother? Is there any equipment skills I can use? I'll buy some. For mages, there's a gold skill book, Frost Catapult. Qinfeng swept his backpack and took out a skill book with an icy blue cover. Displaying it in front of her, group skill, releases ice balls, up to 10 projectiles for 800 days at 1 price. Loot dropped by level 8 bosses. The requirement to use it was between level 6 to 8. This Frost Catapult skill book was a level 7 skill book. The higher the level, the higher the value of the skill equipment would naturally be. The same gold level skill, the level 7 Frost Catapult, was over 40% fortune more damaging than the level 2 Frost Catapult. Of course, you can't learn the same skill twice. You can only overwrite the lower level with the higher level. 800 days. This is too expensive. Grey Rose had a bitter smile on her face. However, as she looked at the attributes of the skill book Qinfeng took out, she didn't quite want to give it up. After all, this Frost Catapult skill would greatly accelerate her leveling speed. When she encountered a large group of small monsters, this skill would explode in damage. In the end, after considering for half a minute, Grey Rose once again found her teammates and borrowed all of their lifespans. 800 days. Deal. You lost Frost Catapult, Gold level skill book. You have gained 800 days of lifespan, tradable. The system prompt came and Qingfeng turned around to leave. He planned to return to the town and release a message to acquire information on the locations of silver and gold ranked bosses. The silver rank gave 30 days and the gold rank gave 100 days. This way, Qingfeng would have a constant stream of bosses to kill and his development speed would be drawn full. It was also right after Qingfeng finished off the golden arthropod and sold the frost ejection that he received a private chat from Wine Man. What the hell? Qin Xiuyu is giving me a bronze skill book. Qingfeng was speechless and rejected it directly. Right now, outside, most were speculating that it was Shadow who killed Song Fei. According to Qin Xiuyu's character, if it was Qingfeng who killed Song Fei, Qin Xiuyu would definitely want to find Qingfeng to fight for his life. But if it was Shadow who killed Sun Fei, not only would Qin Xiuyu not be angry, but she would also send skill books. Could this double standard be any more obvious? Qin Xiuyu had always been this character. When Qingfeng treated her even better, she took it for granted. In her last life, Qin Xiuyu would get angry and make a scene with Qingfeng whenever she was a little less than desirable. Qingfeng had taken care of her for 9 years. Equipment, skills, lifespan, food, shelter, all of it was arranged for her, and she felt that she deserved it all. In the end, for the sake of Song Fei, she personally gouged out Qingfeng's eyes. The most outrageous thing is that she was so happy when she did it. You can remember the small favors of others for the rest of your life. No matter how good I am to you, you won't even put it in your heart. Qingfeng smiled faintly and coldly. Although Song Fei was dead, it would be impossible for him to re-accept Qin Xiuyu. After all, she was this character. Without Song Fei, there would still be Lin Fei, Li Fei, and Zhang Fei. It was impossible for Qingfeng to fall on the same person twice. Not dealing with her the same way he dealt with Song Fei was already for the sake of his dead parents. If I let you know that I'm the Shadow and that I killed Song Fei, you're afraid that you could curse me for 3 days and 3 nights without being relieved of your anger. But for Dark Shadow to actually give away skill books, Qingfeng shook his head and threw this person to the back of his mind. He now had quite a few more things in his backpack and was ready to go back to the town to sell them first and post a bounty for the boss coordinates in the meantime. So he tapped on Wine Man's private chat. Saying a sentence, he transformed it into text and sent it out. Wine Man, go back to the town, sell your stuff, and prepare for longevity. Wine Man immediately replied, alright. This guy was leading a team, looking for monsters and brushing monsters to upgrade outside of Flux Flame Town. After seeing Qingfeng's private chat, he immediately returned with his team. Midway, Wang Man suddenly asked, by the way, Song Fei is the big brother you killed, right? With this sudden question, someone else might have to weigh how to answer. But Qingfeng didn't hesitate at all and directly admitted, right. Wang Man was a friend of his, and hadn't been offline. So he must have known that during the time Song Fei was killed, Shadow had been offline. The motive and time of the crime were all sufficient. Now, since Wang Man had asked this, it meant that he had guessed most of it. Qingfeng was able to deny it, and the other party had no evidence anyway, but there was no need. It was just the right time to see the official reaction of Grand Xiao to this matter, a test run of sorts. Hearing Qingfeng's decisive admission, Wang Man was instead a bit surprised. After a long time, he returned, okay, we are a bit far from the town. It will take about 10 minutes to get back to the town. Please wait a little bit, big brother. Qingfeng smiled and said, it's fine. I'm even farther away. He had run all the way to the coastline in order to practice leveling fast and was more than 20 kilometers away from the town. With his speed, it would take about 15 minutes to run back. Along the way, Qingfeng encountered demons and casually struck out to kill them. He also gained more than 2,000 experience, 5 evolution points, and exploded several pieces of inferior and ordinary equipment and skill books, just so that by the time he returned to the town, his backpack compartment was completely full. Afterwards, Qingfeng made a location appointment with Wang Man and the others. He met up with them inside the basement of the abandoned church in Flux Town. Big brother is here. Wang Man and the others had been waiting here for 2 minutes. Seeing Qingfeng appear veiled and wearing equipment that shone with a faint golden color, for a moment, all of them were a bit nervous. Wearing a silver light armor, dragon swordsman and you had a silver longsword hanging from her slender will waist, and her long legs looked long and elastic under the coverage of the metal light armor. This beautiful policewoman's curvaceous and perfect body was even more displayed after she put on this set of swordsman armor. Moving her delicate and elegant figure, she took the lead and rushed to Qingfeng, staring at him with wide eyes, looking him up and down. Big brother, you admit that you killed Song Fei. Qingfeng smelled the oncoming fragrance of a young girl and smiled faintly. What? You want to arrest me? And you pointed to the top of her head. Look at my codename. Her codename in the godforsaken game was called Justice Enforcement. Qingfeng glanced at her codename, then sized up her delicate figure, and asked playfully, then, who do you think is righteous, Song Fei or I? Originally, and you was still a bit serious. But upon hearing Qingfeng ask this pretty policewoman suddenly smiled. Don't worry, We checked the surveillance recordings and know that both Songfei and Jiangli are plotting against you, and that Dajiang Industry has captured quite a number of players who are working for them, which is illegal detention. When Qin Feng heard this, he understood the current official attitude. Obviously, without being able to investigate his true identity, the officials simply couldn't arrest him even if they wanted to. It could only maintain cooperation with him for the time being. As for what would happen in the aftermath, Qin Feng was also unsure. After all, in his last life, when he cooperated with the officials, there was nothing black about it. But in this life, he had directly taken out Songfei and Jiangli, so that would more or less bring some variables. Officials can't encourage you to kill indiscriminately in reality, right? Let's just see how many variables my rebirth can bring to this godforsaken game era. Qin Feng thought faintly. The next step was to trade. Qin Feng displayed all of his backpack, gold and platinum grade equipment. Due to one man and the news official background, they wanted equipment and skill books regardless of occupation, and it was more convenient and faster for Qin Feng to sell things to them. Most importantly, official longevity, tube enough, platinum grade equipment, platinum grade skill books. When one man, and you and the others saw what Qin Feng took out, they were shocked. They knew that Qin Feng was fierce and had first killed a gold level boss. However, platinum level, the first kill of a boss of this level hadn't even come out yet. How could there be several platinum level items? Platinum level equipment skills. Let's see. Is there anything I can use? White Bird made this do issue. Her pretty little face also came up with an astonished look. She was wearing a white priest's robe that shone with a faint silver light, and her equally delicate figure gave off a feeling of holiness and flawlessness, completely different from a new style. It could be seen that during this period of time, one man had led the team to take out silver level bosses. Otherwise, they wouldn't have so many silver level equipment on them. However, compared to Qin Feng's inventory, the equipment they had on them was complete trash. For a moment, one man and the others were all stunned. Platinum level equipment, skill books, how on earth did this come about? Facing the doubts of one man and the others, Qin Feng casually said, luck was okay, found some treasure chests. He looked towards Gu Yixue, who had a curious baby look on her face. Little Shui knows that I even opened emerald grade skill books myself. Gu Yixue nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice. Aha. I personally watched the big brother open the emerald treasure chest, but this is a good number of platinum level things. You call this luck okay? This little beauty cried with envy. At this time, wearing a black vestment of the beautiful law profession, also known as Prophet Linley Fish, is leaning against the side of the crumbling stone pillars, long and slender legs crossed together. The body curve is perfect and seductive. She laughed, calling someone else is Little Snow, calling me is Little Black Lass. Qin Feng glanced at her. Who made you a big black brunette? It's fine if I don't call you Little Black. Just call Little Black. Lin Liu, one man's team, the three beautiful girls, all looked to be on good terms with Qin Feng. Among them, Gu Yixue was even on the team because of Qin Feng. In addition to one man and the three girls, there was also a sharp-eyed archer youth, as well as a middle-aged man, card master. These two looked at the gold and platinum level supplies that Qin Feng had taken out and were overcome with emotion. You really can't compare people to each other. Indeed, we went through a lot of trouble to take out a silver boss, but big brothers are opening platinum and emerald level treasure chests at will. The next step is to negotiate the price. One man is only a member of the armed police, while Yu is a squad leader. From the rank, Yu is the captain of the squad. However, this policewoman's sister's personality is a bit naturally dull, and she only knows how to be reckless when she fights. So in the godforsaken game, one man is the centerpiece of the battle. If anything else, it was Yu who was in charge. This platinum grade archer skill book, 2,500 days for a single bite. This platinum grade berserker weapon, 1,500 days a bite. This book, Qin Feng had been crawling around for 9 years and knew the prices of things like the back of his hand. Piece by piece, prices were offered. Among them, the price of the platinum grade things made one man and the others all suck in a breath of cool air. According to the current prices, a lifespan of 1 or 2,000 days is equivalent to $20 to $30 million in cash. The shadow really dared to set a price. However, one must know that the platinum grade is a unique item in the world. Even if someone could encounter the ancient god's blessing in the wild and luckily combine a platinum or emerald grade treasure chest, the number would be very, very small. $20 to $30 million in cash to buy a platinum level skill book or a platinum level equipment. At this stage, absolutely many consortiums, and even the official, are grabbing for it. In this era where the godforsaken game had descended and the rules of the world were about to change, any country, power, would want to get more battle power in their hands before it's too late. In the previous world, why did cash collapse? It was the official descent of the various countries that issued currencies that went on a rampage to acquire lifespans. When cash collapsed and lifespan became a brand new global hard currency, the countries of the world also gained the basis to gain a foothold in the new era because of the mass acquisition of lifespan. Qin Feng didn't know how many lifespans the New had on him right now, but it was definitely enough to buy him these platinum and gold level items. Qin Feng finished marking out the prices, did some math and said, a total of 25 pieces, totaling 16,500 days. I'll give you a discount, 1,000. Okay. And you directly nodded and agreed. Let the side of one man face depressed. No, and Captain. He said how much you will give, how much you shall not bargain under. And Yu's beautiful eyes showed surprise. Ha! This can still bargain? I think the price is quite fair. After saying that, she readily initiated a deal with Qin Feng. By the way, he also paid back what Wine Man and Du Ishui owed him before, being especially generous. Wine Man and the others looked on and all the corners of their mouths twitched. Qin Feng also didn't expect this sister to be so straightforward. In fact, he had left a little room for bargaining, but as a result, the girl had accepted it directly. Of course, they definitely couldn't lose money by buying these things over at this price. After all, equipment can be turned around and sold again. As for the skill books, how much could they speed up leveling after learning them? Now that the divine abandonment game had descended, leveling and strength was everything. A few moments later, the transaction was completed. Du Ishui got her hands on 2 pieces of gold-grade priest equipment and couldn't stop smiling. This girl, who had originally planned to brush alone, wasn't too happy to form a group. As a result, now, it was so fragrant, the equipment she needed. The official directly paid to buy it for her. Of course, these 2 pieces of gold equipment, she only had the right to use them, and when the equipment was changed, it had to be returned to the official, but this was cool enough. As for Qin Feng, 16,000 days of lifespan had arrived and was also part of a great harvest. When the tradable life expectancy exceeds 10,000 days, the default unit of display for life expectancy becomes years. If you want to check the exact number of days, you can check the details. There are 60 years of tradable lifespan now. Converted into days, that's 22,000 days. It could be said that this was a huge amount of money. If it was sold into cash now, it would be equivalent to $300 or $400 million. Even for the officials of Jianhai City, this was a large amount of expenditure. Only, the hidden gains that this transaction brought to the officials far exceeded 300 million. With this batch of equipment and skill books, how many teams would the Jianhai City officials be able to overdevelop? Let's go. Qin Feng intended to leave, and Yu reached out her small hand and pulled down his cuff. Wait a minute, Big River Industry side. There are several players imprisoned. We are planning to go rescue people out. Does Big Brother want to join the rescue together? Qin Feng was a bit surprised when he heard this. This was the official wanting to pull him in, planning to whitewash the fact that he had killed Song Fei. However, Qin Feng didn't have that kind of free time to rescue people. What's more, there was no way he would reveal his realistic identity at this stage. I'm an assassin and you're asking me to save people. Qin Feng shook his head, but here's a piece of advice. If you guys want to do it, hurry up. As soon as the divine abandonment game reaches level 10, you'll be able to extract the game's abilities into reality. You should understand what that means. Hearing Qin Feng's words, and Yu's pretty face changed slightly. She nodded somewhat nervously. Understood. Dajiang Industry, right now, is also acquiring lifespans. Once their people have risen to level 10 and extracted their game abilities, our actions will meet even more resistance. It's good that you understand. Let's go. Qin Feng finished speaking and turned around to leave. Anyway, in another 2 hours, the whole world would know about this matter. Telling the official this news in advance would be considered selling face. There was no harm in it. When he left, and you looked at where his silhouette disappeared, gravity surfaced on her pretty face. Wine Man, next, we'll have to practice separately. Right now, all 6 levels of our team are very high, and when we get together, when we encounter small monsters, we all kill them in seconds, with overflowing damage. But splitting up, with one person leading a team, can drastically increase our overall leveling efficiency. If we encounter a boss, we can reconnect to raid together. In short, let's all rise to level 10 first. Don't look at Anu as a bit of a natural nude. She was still very capable in business. Under her arrangements, the strength of the official players in Jianhai City would increase at a faster rate, thus taking better control of the situation. Qin Feng left the abandoned church basement. He came to the fluorescent flame town square and set up a stall. The name of the stall: 30 days to collect silver boss coordinates, 100 days to collect gold boss coordinates. He had only just sat down when a somewhat familiar player came to him. The visitor was an archer player. Qin Feng had met the very same shooter youth with Jiangli once before when he was in Shell Town, codenamed Old Mao. At first, Jiangli had offered Qin Feng $10 million to bring him upgrades, but Qin Feng had refused. As a result, this old hare ran over to contact Jiangli. With Jiangli upgraded, he thought that he would be able to get a huge sum of $5 million. As a result, when he went to get the money, he was tied up by Dajiang Industries stocks and brought back to the basement of a villa to be locked up. So, Mao Leijun was coerced and forced to give life expectancy to Dajiang Industry. If the life expectancy is less, no food, no drink. This Mao Leijun was practically in tears. He realized why the shadow didn't even want $10 million in the first place. It was too prescient. It's fucking killing. After being kidnapped by the Jiang industry, Mao Lijun compromised. He was even willing to become a lackey under Jiang Li, pulling 2 more people over for Jiang Li. At this time, he had accepted Jiang Li's mission and was waiting for Dark Shadow in this flame town. Shadow, old Mao, wearing a green leather armor, came to Qin Feng's stall, glanced at him and said with a smile, "Our Missy said that as long as you're willing to take Missy for an upgrade, Missy can give you $300 million, plus shares in Dajiang industry. How many times in life can there be this kind of opportunity? I advise you to cherish it." Hearing Mao Lijun's words, Qin Feng looked at him like a fool. This guy was afraid that he still didn't know that Jiang Li had GA. He only said one word, scram. Mao Lijun froze in place. He didn't expect that $300 million, plus shares of Dajiang industry. This couldn't impress Dark Shadow. Although he was very unwilling, he still ran away in ashes. He had just heard that Dark Shadow had taken out Song Fei in reality, and did so silently. How would he dare to stay and talk nonsense? However, he only knew that Song Fei was dead. He didn't know that Jiang Li was dead yet. After all, he was imprisoned in reality and had no access to outside information. And within the Divine Abandonment game, the only thing he heard others gossiping about was Song Fei's death. As for Jiang Li, who was she? After Mao Lijun left, he didn't completely die. He still wanted to find an opportunity to invite Shadow over. Otherwise he wouldn't be able to complete the mission and would be flogged. Just then, he heard a few people next to him whispering, "Holy shit, Shadow actually appeared. Didn't he just finish off Song Fei?" It's not just Song Fei. It's rumored that there's also a little beauty that was hotly beaten by him, directly GA. That's a waste, isn't it? Waste your sister. Rumor has it that the girl is the eldest miss of Dajiang industry. What is her name? Jiang Li. Originally intended to catch Shadow in reality and give her a life expectancy, but ended up being killed on the spot. How the hell did Shadow do that? God knows. It must be a problem with the godforsaken game this world. It's going to change. Let's upgrade as soon as possible. What? Jiang Li died? Hearing these people discussing it, Mao Lijun was struck by a bolt from the blue. He was frozen on the spot, with a feeling of disbelief. He didn't have much of a feeling when Song Fei died. After all, between Song Fei and him, there was nothing involved and they were far away. But Jiang Li, this was a woman that made Mao Lijun fearful. In a short period of time, Shadow killed Song Fei and also killed Jiang Li. Or assassination. Mao Lijun had a creepy feeling. Dark Shadow. Originally, he had laughed at Dark Shadow's stupidity, not wanting the $10 million he had been given for nothing. But it turned out that the clown was actually himself. It's a good thing I didn't mess with the Shadow. Mao Lijun was chilled. Death was originally very far away from him, but he never expected that Jiang Li, who was towering and bossing him around in front of him, would be directly killed. He took one last look at Qin Feng's figure and, somewhat trembling, hurriedly left. Qin Feng didn't care about Mao Lijun's appearance. To him, it was a minor hiccup. When he set up his stall, he noticed that the players within Flame Town were a bit scared and nervous when they saw him, and some of the girls didn't even dare to pass in front of him for fear of being noticed by him. It looked like a lot of people already knew that Song Fei had been killed by him. However, Qin Feng didn't care. At this point in time, there are already old people entering the game, but they've all been assigned to the towns in the back, so I definitely won't be able to see them here. In another 2 hours, there will be others who will have risen to level 10, and by then, they can prepare to head to the continent. Qin Feng was not in a hurry. Before traveling to the Divine Forsaken continent, one could first get a full set of gold and platinum equipment in the initial town. After all, once he went over there, there was too much Qin Feng could do. Not long after, 2 players wearing black robes arrived in front of Qin Feng's stall. I have the coordinates of the silver boss here. It was also at the same time that Qin Feng was preparing to brush more bosses. In Jianghai's next city, Magic City, the total population of Jianghai City was over 8 million. The population of Magic Metropolis, on the other hand, was 35 million. Up until now, the initial towns in the Jianghai City area totaling more than 700,000 people had entered the Divine Abandonment game. This number would surge at night, quickly surpassing 5 million, until all adults had entered the game. In comparison, the population of the Magic City was even larger. There were already more than 4,000 initial towns in the Magic Metropolis region, and they were still increasing at an extremely fast rate. Right in the middle of a town in the Magic City region, there was a team that was quite noticeable. It was a woman wearing wind-burnt leather armor, and beside her were 5 foreign men traveling with her, 3 of them white-skinned and 2 black-skinned. That woman, with all 5 of them, looked very close, talking and laughing. It was none other than the Qian clan's chairman's daughter, Qian Shushi. Originally, Qian Shushi was planning to take a plane to North America, but the godforsaken game came down and the flights were grounded. She then contacted 5 foreign men in the Magic City area, and together they entered the godforsaken game. Soon, she spent the group's money and bought a lot of lifespans, which were then exchanged for equipment and skill books, raising both her and the 5 foreign men, strength-wise. At this time, Qian Shushu walked in the town with those 5 men, looking at the players around her who shunned her, and smiled disdainfully. Look at these dacial men. Each one of them is as weak as a bedbug. Tony, it's still you North American men that have charisma. On the side, a white man with an airplane head, Tony, smiled and said, MS. Qian, you are discerning. We are naturally much stronger than these dacial men. We on the other hand are also very strong. Return to reality in a while. You can have a good experience. Qian Shushu giggled. Okay, I'm looking forward to it. At this moment, she thought of someone. Right. Qian Shushu suddenly said faintly. I just heard that useless thing Song Fei was killed. I played him once before and he was gone in a minute. What a waste. Jianhai City's Dark Shadow can kill Song Fei, so having him kill an ordinary person should be even easier, right? Everyone, I'm going to go offline and make a call first. Have someone contact Dark Shadow and help me kill someone in Jianhai City. The person she wants to kill. Naturally, it was Qin Feng. After all, Qin Feng had repeatedly rejected her invitation to play and completely disrespected her, making her very upset. In her opinion, it was the other party's honor for her to look at a dacial man, a mere employee of a subordinate company in the district. How dare he reject her? Since you don't give me face, then you go to hell. Of course, it's too wasteful to spend a large sum of money to kill you. The key is still to take this opportunity to make friends with the Dark Shadow, although he's a dacial man. But after all, he's the #1 in the world, so I begrudgingly can get to know him. The corner of Qian Shushu's mouth curled up slightly, thinking that she was strategizing. However, she didn't realize that the Qin Feng she wanted to kill was actually Dark Shadow. Letting someone go and hire Dark Shadow to assassinate Qin Feng, which was killing himself. Regarding this, Qin Feng naturally didn't know, just as he was preparing to go around hunting bosses. On the other side, Qin Xiuyu, who he had rejected as a gift, had fallen into a state of emo. Originally, she wanted to cut off and sever her relationship with Qin Feng and then evening out Dark Shadow. As a result, the situation was very different from what she had imagined. At this moment, Qin Xiuyu was in a terrible mood. Funny enough, when Qin Xiuyu severed her relationship with Qin Feng, it wasn't even as hard as it was now. Finally, the divine abandonment game reminded her that her body's hunger level in reality had reached 90% only, and she should eat. It was only then that she reacted and called Chu Yan to go offline with her. Originally, she wanted to order a takeaway. However, the descent of the god abandonment game had caused many stores to close and even run out of riders. It wasn't until then that Qin Xiuyu remembered Qin Feng. In the past at home, Qin Feng prepared delicious food for her every time, and it was all her favorite food. There was no need for her to do anything. She didn't even have to use her brain, just eat. But now, the relationship has been severed. For a while, Qin Xiuyu was a little less accustomed to it, but soon, she gritted her teeth. It's just eating. Nothing compared to freedom. And at this moment, Qin Feng had long since left Qin Xiuyu behind. After just over an hour, he had already received the coordinates of 4 silver level bosses and had traveled there successively, killing those 4 silver bosses in turn. Each kill brought him 16 evolution points. Counting the loot that greedy hands had groped out, and selling it all to the officials, the average gain from each silver class boss amounted to 3,000,000 days of tradable lifespan. More than an hour later, Qin Feng returned to Fluorescent Flame Town with a full load. He contacted the contact person arranged by the official and sold all the silver and gold ranked equipment skill books in his backpack to the other party. Looking at the inventory, tradable life, 105 years. That was close to 40,000 days of tradable life. It's possible to extract quite a few things, but there's no rush. Qin Feng checked his entire body's equipment. His entire body was now filled with at least gold-grade equipment. Weapons, platinum-grade ghost ship twin blades. Clothes, gold-grade ghost fire leather armor. Wrist guards, gold-grade thick red leather gloves. A necklace, believer's pendant, gold, and 2 rings, cursed ring, gold, and ring of lightness, platinum. After these 4 silver bosses were fought, Qin Feng replaced the originally bronze leg guards and inferior shoes on his body as well. Instantaneous, leather leg protectors, gold, assassin system defense, physical defense加15, full elemental resistance加14, cooldown speed 正 35%. Requirements, level 8, boots of stealth, gold, assassin's defense, stealth time 正 20%, movement speed while stealth 正 30%, stealth breaking attack加 15. Equipment requirement, rank 9. With these 2 pieces of equipment swapped out, Qin Feng's stealth ability was stronger. The cooldown speed was also increased from 55% Wutuhai to 70%. The original instant shadow slash with a 12-second cooldown now only took 8 seconds, further skyrocketing the output ability. The experience value is now 28,000. When we wait for 50,000 experience, we'll be able to make our first career advancement. Before traveling to the continent, it's necessary to advance the profession once so that the stealth level reaches level 3. Qin Feng planned in his mind. There were no platinum level bosses in the initial town, but after traveling to the continent, Qin Feng would definitely go for the first kill of a platinum level boss. The platinum level bosses, at the very least, all had a level 2 anti-crypt level, so if he didn't raise his stealth level by 1, Qin Feng would have some trouble dealing with platinum level bosses. After all, platinum level bosses were designed to be bosses for team raiders. It was unusual for it to be an existence that only 30 or 40 people would consider dealing with. It was at this moment, when Qin Feng returned to the town square, he was greeted by a thieving youth who ran over. "You're the shadow? I have an assassination order here. Will you take it?" "Don't worry, you won't be paid less." The youth lowered his voice and said furtively. Qin Feng glanced at him and turned around. As a result, the triangle-eyed youth was a bit anxious. "Wait, don't go. It's just killing an ordinary person named Qin Feng. I'll give you the address you even killed Song Fei. It's easy for you." The moment these words came out, Qin Feng stopped in his tracks. "Kill Qin Feng? Nice guy." Qin Feng glanced at the other party and asked, "This person messed with you and you offered so much money to kill him?" The triangular-eyed youth looked around and said quietly, "Don't worry about that. Anyway, the payoff won't be small. As long as it's accomplished, you'll be given 3,000 days of lifespan." 3,000 days, the current price was almost equal to $50 million. The other party was still bidding quite high. Obviously, it wasn't because Qin Feng was hard to kill, but because of Shadow's global #1 status. Interesting. Who wants to kill me? Or hired Shadow to kill me? Qin Feng kind of wanted to laugh, but in this current situation, it was obvious that someone was trying to harm him. The triangular-eyed youth in front of him, Qin Feng could be sure that he had never seen before, so this person should just be an errand boy. The one who really wanted to kill Qin Feng was someone else. At this time of the year, there aren't many people who have a beef with me and can still offer such a high price. If it was the identity of Dark Shadow, then there were quite a few people who had offended. But Qin Feng, this identity in reality, shouldn't be targeted this early. So, this was a grudge from before the godforsaken game descended. It's Qian Shoushi. Qin Feng quickly thought of her. Qian Clan's chairman's daughter. The woman who went crazy and partied with foreigners every day. As Qin Feng thought about it, this was the only woman who was and had the motive and financial resources to hire someone to kill her. Good lord, I haven't even gone to look for you yet. And you're looking for me first? Qin Feng felt outrageous. He was well aware of this woman's thoughts. This order was entirely just to get acquainted with Dark Shadow. As for getting rid of Qin Feng, it was a matter of passing. Otherwise, if he really wanted to kill him, even before the divine abandonment game descended, with Qian Shoushi's ability, it wasn't like she didn't have the means to do so. There was no need to wait until now, and spend as much as $50 million. After thinking about all this, Qin Feng looked at the triangular-eyed youth and said, "Alright, I'll take this order and pay half of the deposit first. In addition, I'll have the final say on when I do it." The triangular-eyed youth was pleasantly surprised at his words. "You've agreed? But for half of the deposit, I'll have to ask for instructions from above." Soon after, the triangular-eyed youth initiated a trade invitation. Sure enough, he put up 1,500 days of lifespan. To Qin Feng, this lifespan was nothing, but don't want it for nothing. Soon, the transaction was completed. Qin Feng revealed a playful smile as he secretly thought to himself, "I'll take the deposit first, but the one I'm going to kill isn't Qin Feng. It's you, Qian Shoushi." Despicable? Shameless? Qin Feng didn't even care about any of that. To him, he only needed to do two things. First, get stronger. Second, make all his enemies go to hell. After receiving 1,500 days of lifespan, the triangular-eyed youth sent over Qin Feng's address. "Landscape impression is really where I live." Qin Feng turned around and left without moving. Qian Shoushi was originally his next target. Now it seemed like it was time to take out this woman a little earlier. After all, in reality, the only one who would be a threat to Qin Feng was this woman. Immediately afterward, he continued to set up his stall and acquire boss coordinates. The time now, around 6 o'clock in the evening. Players in many places had already reached level 9, a step away from level 10. When the level 10 players in the Jianghai City area reached 7, Qin Feng would be the first to leave the initial town and head to the mainland. Compared to the daytime, the atmosphere within the town was clearly different now. Since Flame Town was a relatively early town, the local players' levels were all relatively high, and many regular small groups had already formed. A female player wearing silver armor, with a pair of long legs, took 3 steps and arrived in front of Qin Feng. "Big brother, I have a gold boss coordinate here. Do you accept it?" The female player's voice was quite nice. To be precise, it was a bit burnt. Qin Feng looked up and saw a good-looking female player whose profession should be of the warrior lineage. She was tall and her face value was not bad, a typical melon face, especially those eyes that looked like they could discharge electricity. Of course, the most noticeable thing was her codename Milk White Yukiko. One can only say that it's a talent. Qin Feng did not move and said, 100 days, see the boss payment. The female player pointed to the north direction of the town. Good. Come with me then. I'll take you there. The road is a bit far. Qinfeng got up. First of all, what's the name of the boss? The other party thought for a moment and said, call it something like Plague Surrounder. Is that okay? Qinfeng nodded. Okay. The Plague Surrounder was, indeed, a gold level boss and was relatively difficult to fight. Especially for a lone wolf like Qinfeng. It was a bit more difficult, because this boss possessed a highly poisonous aura. As long as one stayed within a certain range of it, they would continuously lose life value per second. Qinfeng had no recovery ability for the time being if he was soloing. To deal with this boss, it had to be taken out as fast as possible. Of course, Qinfeng had the confidence to do just that. Hearing Qinfeng say that he could, the long-legged girl asked with a bit of hesitation, can you do it alone? Should I bring a nurse? That boss has ranged toxin damage. Qinfeng shook his head. No, you just lead the way. If he wanted to bring a nursemaid, Qinfeng would just call Gu Ishuai over directly. The White Bird Maid's healing and assisting abilities definitely far exceeded those of an ordinary priest. However, as long as the damage was high enough to spike the boss, what priest was needed? With the damage of the Plague Surrounder, it wasn't enough to pose too much of a threat to Qinfeng, as long as he didn't eat its single skill. Soon, Milky Snowy LED the way in front. Qinfeng followed behind. It had to be said that this woman's walk was very flavorful. One word, enchanting. Following the river outside the town all the way, the duo soon came to the entrance of a cave. Milk White Snowy pointed inside the cave. The boss is inside the cave. The small monsters have all been cleared by my team's people, but the boss can't be beaten. I'll take you in. She continued to walk ahead. Inside the cave, there were some stones that emitted a faint light source, set into the stone walls, allowing one to barely see the way inside the cave. Soon, it came to a wide cave the size of a soccer field. Qinfeng saw that there was a gray-brown dry tree trunk that appeared in the middle of the cave. That dry tree trunk, which was surrounded by a grayish-brown gas for 50 meters, would receive toxin damage of 1% of its life value per second once it got close. If I remember correctly, this kind of toxin damage can be dodged. Then the 75% 70 dodge of ghostly blur would be useful. Qinfeng slightly recalled the boss's skills. He traded with the Milky White Yukiko and gave her 100 days of life before planning to strike. However, right at this moment, Milk White Yukiko called out to him with some hesitation. Hey, big brother. There's something. Remind you actually this is a trap. As long as you start the fight, someone will soon come to kill you. I remember they have a level 2 anti-hiding prop. Qinfeng had already hidden his figure. Hearing this, his voice came out from within the cave in front of him. Doesn't matter. Milk White Yuko said helplessly. That's not the point. The key is that in the plan, I will stop those people and then take the opportunity to get acquainted with Big Brother, and finally find a chance to probe into your reality. Qinfeng was a bit speechless. What kind of bullshit plan is this? Milk White Yuko, Big Brother, I've shown my cards to you. Don't hold a grudge against me. Find the guy behind me. It looked like Qinfeng taking out Songfei still had some deterrent effect. At least this woman would not dare to provoke Qinfeng, but instead, explained the situation honestly with Qinfeng. Qinfeng returned over. Appearing next to her, he asked her, who's behind you? This female warrior held a long knife in her hand and looked a bit torn, but eventually made up her mind. It's Dongfang Xian. God-forsaken game LD Idol Cloud said he was killed by Big Brother you once. Big Brother, if you can kill Songfei, surely you can kill him as well? I'm so showdown with you. You can't sell me out. It's best to kill off Dongfang Xian, or I'll be miserable. Dongfang Xian. Idol Cloud. Qinfeng remembered, slightly impressed. Wasn't this the one, the leader of the group of players who wanted to rob him of the golden ghost ship boss? Returning back to give him a chisel strike skill book, pretending to seek forgiveness, only to engage in this kind of small action behind his back? In my last life, I don't think I've heard of this guy. Either he didn't develop, or he was killed off in the early stages. Think about it. In the early stages of this game, he goes around grabbing monsters and messing with people. It's weird if he doesn't get killed. Another name was added to Qinfeng's death list. He said to Milk White Yuko, then you'll trick their people into coming over. Qinfeng hadn't killed anyone within the game in quite a while. The Blossom Curse wasn't even used. It would be best if more people came over, so Qinfeng could still harvest some more lifespan. Okay, Big Brother. Milky Snow quickly nodded her head in agreement. Immediately afterward, Qinfeng killed that level 10 gold class boss, the Plague Surrounder. Due to the need to quickly resolve the battle, Qinfeng directly turned on the active effect of Graceful Deliverance, receiving instantaneous shadow slash. Countless slashes of light erupted and bloomed on that dry tree trunk in an instant. -2118, -2118, -6345. Weakness attack. In the center of the Plague Surrounder's trunk, there was a bizarre smiley face, and the two eye marks on the smiley face were both weaknesses. Due to the weakness amplification effect of Graceful Deliverance, a third of the times this instant shadow slash hit the weak points, And the active effect of the legendary grade Enchanted Deliverance was cutthroat. It inflicted 150% manhwa extra damage per second for 3 seconds. It was equivalent to a total of 450% manhwa extra damage. After 3 seconds of Qin Feng's Enchanted Deliverance加 instantaneous Shadow Slash, the boss's blood bar was already only 1/3 left, and one skill dealt more than 8 total damage. The female warrior Milky Yuko, who saw this scene, instantly contracted her pupils. What the hell? A skill that knocks out 2/3 of the blood of a gold level boss. Is this still human? Seeing this explosive scene, the girl could hardly believe her eyes. A gold level boss. It was said that when this boss was found, on Dongfang Xian's side, 3 teams with 18 people were found to come over. As a result, just half a minute into the fight, the group was wiped out. The tanks couldn't resist, the nanny couldn't nurse. The boss's sustained toxin damage is too high. The most important thing is, 3 squads of 18 people, together to siege the boss, until the final group destroyed, only to knock out less than 5% of the boss's blood. And now, as soon as the shadow struck, the boss's blood level plummeted by 2/3? Are we playing the same fucking game? Milk White Yuko's expletives came out, looking at the boss's blood bar. Her beautiful eyes widened. But what she didn't know was, after Qin Feng released a skill for just 3 seconds, he had already retreated back from the boss, moving away to 50 meters away from the boss. The active effect of Graceful Deliverance now had a cooldown of 25 seconds. With the 75% manhwa cooldown speed bonus, the final cooldown was 3 seconds. In other words, after waiting another 3 seconds, Qin Feng would be able to finish off that boss. However, Qin Feng wasn't in a hurry. He stealthily hid to the side and waited for Dongfang Xian's people to come over to deliver the kill. As for the boss, which itself was just a tree trunk, with Qin Feng stealthy and unable to find his target, the boss just kept spraying poison in place. All sorts of green and gray poisonous mist emerged from the tree trunk, spreading towards the surroundings. There were also some poisonous liquids that erupted, spilling into the surroundings in puddles. These damages, even if Qin Feng ate them now, he would either die or be injured. Not to mention other players. If they really wanted to kill the plague surrounders, they would have to have at least a full set of silver equipment, and the nurse's skills would have to be more numerous. Otherwise it would be impossible for them to fight it off head-on. Right now, those players, not to mention silver equipment, hadn't even seen a few pieces of bronze equipment. Most of the players' ordinary equipment are not complete. With this, they still wanted to come and fight a gold level boss. Soon, outside the cave passage, there was a series of messy footsteps. It should be the other side's prepared people coming. All get ready. Enter the cave and kill the boss. Anyone who blocks, kill without pardon. The voice of the person at the head was a bit familiar. Qin Feng stealthily stepped aside and took a look through the dim light inside the cave and was happy. It was actually Tainan. This guy is still hanging out with Dongfang Xian. By the looks of it, was killed by me a few times and still not convinced. But their plan was to have Yuko from Milk White help me stop the group and take the opportunity to get close to me. Qin Feng was still a bit perplexed. This Milk White Yukiko, is that strong in battle? Iron Man had brought more than a dozen people in. Could she really stop them? Soon Qin Feng knew. He only saw this woman reach out and pull out a large shield, stopping in front of Iron Man and the others. Holy shit, a gold level shield. This defense, no wonder. Qin Feng was a bit shocked. At this stage, it was impossible for this woman to kill a gold level boss. Most likely she had encountered the ancient god's blessing in the wild and opened a gold level treasure chest. When Tainan led his men to rush over, they saw the milky white Yuko blocking the front. The attacks launched towards her were all blocked by her gold grade shield. Each time, they could only knock off at most 5 life points from her, and most of the attacks couldn't even break the defense. As for her, she was now level 7, and as a warrior with a blood count of over 2000, it would take at least a minute or two for Iron Man and the others to kill her. Mainly, this passage was too narrow, not that many people could attack her at the same time. Qin Feng was also too lazy to think about it. When Tainan and the others appeared, they appeared directly behind the milky white Shuezi. In a stealthy state, a shot of instantaneous Shadow Slash was fired. Right now, Qin Feng's instant Shadow Slash cooldown was only 6 seconds or so, and by the time Tainan and the others came over, it would have already cooled down. Immediately afterward, he saw countless flashes of blade light in the passageway. The other party, more than 10 people, happened to be crowded in this channel. Was Qin Feng a skill? Take it all. -2412, -6597, weakness attack. -1978. Qin Feng looked back and only saw a screen full of damage numbers. The vast majority of them, however, died after jumping a single damage number. Only one Iron Man, with higher blood and defense, ate an instantaneous shadow chopping strike surprisingly didn't die. Only, Qin Feng had a total of 9 chopping strikes with this skill. Just instantly, Iron Man and more than a dozen others were annihilated. Blossom Curse. At this stage, Qin Feng was completely invincible in in-game PvP. After dealing with it, He raised his hand to release Blossom Curse on Iron Man and the others. Scarlet flowers, one by one, blossomed out from the corpses in the field and began to suck out their tradable lifespans. Big brother, add a friend. I'll explain it to Dongfang Xian later. Milk White Yuko put away her shield and gasped, pleading. She had a creepy feeling as she looked at the scarlet flowers all over the place. The invisible man in front of her was too terrifying. At this moment, she was a bit thankful. If she really listened to Dongfang Xian and approached Shadow, trying to probe his reality information, it was likely that her end would be miserable. In fact, she was originally prepared to listen to Dongfang Xian, but when she saw the tragic situation where Song Fei was killed, and instantly wimped out, the godforsaken game, if it could only give people a lifespan, then she wasn't too worried. But now it was all rumored that the abilities of the godforsaken game were likely to be used in reality. Facing a world's #1 assassin who came and went without a trace, who could not be afraid? Okay. Qin Feng agreed to the friend request. I'll ask you later about Dongfang Xian's location in reality. Just tell me in private chat. Milky, Snowy sighed in relief. Okay, I'll be waiting. Big brother can also find me if he needs service. It's free. Qin Feng almost didn't strain himself when he heard this. What the hell is this woman a kun? No wonder it burns so much. But then again, this kind of woman, for some geeks, is indeed more lethal, bludgeoning and deadly. Graceful deliverance, instantaneous shadow chop. Qin Feng returned to the boss room, bypassing the puddles of green venom sprayed out by the plague surrounder, and unleashed a continuous technique. This boss had a third of its blood left. Qin Feng had been in a stealthy state, so it kept spraying poison in place, and the surrounding area of 50 meters was filled with poisonous mist and venom. Fortunately, Qin Feng's output was explosive. 2 instantaneous shadow slashes before and after directly killed it. You have killed the plague surrounder. LV 10 gold level. You have gained 10,000 experience points. You have gained 7 evolution points. You have gained 555 days of lifespan, tradable. You have gained 555 days of lifespan, tradable. The piece of grey-brown tree root fell to the ground, bursting out a pile of loot. What a poor bastard. Qin Feng couldn't help but spit. Of course, he wasn't talking about this boss, but Iron Man's dozen or so people. This gold level boss, all of them hadn't used the Hand of Greed yet, and all of them had given 555 days of tradable lifespan. As for Iron Man's people, Qin Feng had used the Blossom Curse to drain their lifespans, adding up to just over 300 days. As for the non-tradable lifespans, this group of people should also be almost out, right? It's all like this, they don't brush the monsters peacefully, and they still run out to mess with the service. For this group of people, Qin Feng naturally did not have half a bit of pity. Only after sending the Milky White Yuko away did he return to the boss corpse and unleash greedy hands. Qin Feng was still looking forward to the drops of the gold level bosses. This was because platinum level items were almost bound to drop. When a bunch of loot around the boss was touched out, Qin Feng picked it up and was instantly enlightened. It's been quite a while since I've seen an assassin skill book. This is finally another book. Qin Feng checked the skill book in his hand. To the darkest hour, platinum level, assassin skill. Explode dark light with the blade in your hand, blinding all enemies within range. Cooldown 60, 34, 3 seconds. Required level, 10. Range, 20 meters. Base duration, 10 seconds. The higher the mental attribute of the target, the shorter the duration. Simply put, it was a blinding skill. Doesn't this just match my occupational trait? As long as I blind the enemy, even if I'm not in a stealthy state, I can still trigger double damage. Of course, this blindness state could be dispelled. If it was for PvP, one had to pay attention to whether or not the opponent had a group dispelling skill nurse, or a paladin or priest type of support profession. If you use it to fight a boss, it's still better. Even if the boss spirit attribute will be higher, against the same level of the boss, lasts for 3 or 5 seconds or no problem. There is only one thing to note. Bosses were resistant to the same negative effects, and if the first blinding lasted 5 seconds, the second would likely only last 3 seconds, and the third would be even shorter. Steady. Qin Feng learned the darkest hour skill. In addition to that, he also fished out a higher graded platinum assassin's weapon from the plague surrounds corpse. Blade of Plague, platinum, assassin type weapon. Attack power 加216, agility 加 sword 2, weakness attack multiplier 加0. 3. Equipment requirement, rank 10. Unique effect, any of your attacks will have a toxin attached to it, which explodes after 3 seconds, dealing 50% of that attack's damage. The effect of this unique special effect was equivalent to increasing any damage by 50% wuke. It only took 3 seconds to clear. In comparison, Qin Feng's previous Ghost Ship Twin Blades, the only special effect was to deal 2 damage per general attack. Currently, I'm not playing a pulse attack stream. Switch directly to Plague Blade. Qin Feng switched weapons. As for the platinum grade Ghost Ship Twin Blades, they were already artifact level weapons for other assassins. At this stage, having a platinum grade weapon would allow other assassins to at least triple, if not triple, their output. Selling it for 3,000 days won't be a problem. Qin Feng looked at the remaining loot. There were no more assassins that could be used, so he put them all away. Immediately after that were the evolution points. The previous 4 silver ranked bosses, along with this gold ranked plague surrounder, as well as sometimes killing some small monsters along the way, had allowed Qin Feng's evolution points to accumulate to 98 points. The damage is sufficient for now, and there's no rush for the darkest hour to evolve. We can save up first and continue evolving the epic grade greedy hand to legendary grade. Qin Feng checked the list of skills. Latent shadow, platinum, 13 points required to evolve. Backstroke enhancement, emerald, 21 points needed to evolve. Greedy hands, epic, 210 points required to evolve. Fierce dart, emerald, 13 points needed to evolve. Instant shadow slash, epic, 210 points required for evolution. Ghostly blur, epic, 80 points required for evolution. Graceful deliverance, legendary, 200 points needed to evolve. Shield of black light, epic, evolution requires 50 points. In addition, there were still the blossoming curse, chisel strike, and darkest hour skills that hadn't evolved. Continue brushing the monsters. The number of bosses in each initial town was relatively limited. Qin Feng didn't continue collecting boss coordinates anymore. The bosses of the fluorescent flame town had already been killed, and it would be a long time before they were refreshed. Short of over 10,000 experience, let's just brush the small monsters directly. Qin Feng switched to the plague blade, with a higher agility attribute and faster speed, and arrived at the coastline in 10 minutes or so. Continue brushing the level 10 demons. Each little monster had 100 points of experience, counting up, killing 100 or so of them would gather 50,000 experience, enough for his first career advancement. Unfortunately, the demons in this godforsaken game don't refresh infinitely fast like in unusual online games. Otherwise, one could upgrade in minutes. It wasn't difficult to find magic items on the map. For example, the crimson cloaked one in lobster form was hard to spot with the naked eye alone, and was basically trapped in the sand. That is, Qin Feng was alone. In the eyes of these things, all of them belonged to being good bullies. As long as they passed by the neighborhood, there would be demons sneaking closer. Since they were close, they naturally couldn't leave and were directly killed by Qin Feng with a single slash. Just like that, it was until 8:30 p.m. Qin Feng finally gathered 50,000 experience. It would take 100,000 experience to level up to 11, so there was no rush for now. In contrast, this 50,000 experience, used for the first profession advance, the increase in strength was even more obvious. Your shadow profession has advanced. Currently, 0 rank, first rank. Professional attribute bonus, strength 3-9, physique 3-9, agility 8-24, spirit 5-15. Occupational passive 1, stealth duration doubled. Added, ability to use stealth skills while in stealth state. Profession passive R, 加1+2 stealth level. Professional passive 3, if you are not in the enemy's field of view when launching an attack, the damage of that attack will be doubled, 2x damage 3x damage. Relying on upgrading and improving equipment and skills alone won't get you far in the godforsaken game. Because it is difficult to level up, equipment and skills and more cap exists. Waiting until after level 10. Career advancement was also a crucial part of strength enhancement. Originally, Qin Feng's shadow profession attribute bonuses were strength 3, physique 3, agility 8 and spirit 5. When he advanced to the first rank, his attribute bonuses were tripled. And even more crucial, were the 3 career passive boosts. Finally, seamless stealth. Qin Feng was somewhat surprised when he saw the added effect of the first career passive. Originally, all stealth skills could not be used during the duration of the stealth. In other words, even if the duration of stealth was greater than the cooldown time, the stealth skill could only continue to be released after the stealth ended. But now, Qin Feng could release his stealth skill while he was in stealth. In other words, he was now permanently invisible as long as he did not launch an attack. As the only hidden profession, the Shadow's early stages might seem rather average, but its later abilities are definitely not weak. Qin Feng was still quite optimistic about the prospects of this profession. This profession had advanced once, and it had indeed added 1 stealth level, and not only that, the damage of attacks launched outside the field of view had also been increased from twice the original damage to 3 times. The damage is even higher. Just in time to head to the continent and find a platinum level boss first kill. Qin Feng glanced at the time. It was 8:30 p.m., and at this point in time, there were already quite a few players who had risen to level 10. However, what surprised Qin Feng was that the ones who had risen to level 10 first besides him were not the North American players from his last life's memories. Instead, it was players from Jianghai City, and there were several level 10s at once. Of course, these level 10 players were all familiar faces. Not bad. It seems like I sold so many equipment and skill books to my own advantage. The faster the players in Jianghai City upgrade, the sooner I can head to the mainland. Qin Feng smiled. Just as his profession advancement was completed, a prompt came from the system. The number of level 10 players in the Jianhai City region had reached 7. The passageway to the Divine Forsaken Continent was finally opened. Any player who had reached level 10 could return to the town and teleport one way to the Divine Forsaken Continent. It was on Qin Feng's way back to the town. The entire world had already changed drastically in this short period of time. Within Jianhai City, counting Qin Feng, there were exactly 7 players who had risen to level 10. It looked like Qin Feng was level 10 just like them, but had 50,000 more experience than them to use for career advancement. This 50,000 experience was something that many players wouldn't necessarily be able to brush up on in a day or two. Therefore, Qin Feng's development was actually several times that of the other players. At the same time, in various other regions around the globe, there were also players who had risen to level 10. In North America, downtown Los Angeles Chicken, a former shooting game professional player, was the first to arrive at level 10 and announced the shocking news. The equipment, skills, and levels of the godforsaken game. Surprisingly, they could all consume tradable lifespans and be extracted to reality. And immediately afterward, a blonde female singer from the Western Kingdom also rose to level 10 and announced the same news. On top of that, there were also Tianzhu, Cherry Blossom Nation, the Hen Nation, Kangaroo Nation, and Woolly Bear Nation all over the globe spreading the same news. It instantly ignited the globe. Fark Squid, godforsaking the game's ability to extract it into reality. There's this good thing. When I'm level 10, I'll immediately start $0 purchase right away. In that case, that little star named Songfei from Daxia before was indeed killed by Shadow. That's right, Shadow was the first to level up to 10 and must have extracted the stealth skill. That's too scary. Then if he wants to kill someone, isn't it just random? Quickly extract the anti-cloaking skill. Without the anti-crypt ability, this world is going to become an assassin's world. How is it possible for everyone to have anti-crypt? We have to be in a group. Wait, why did the Shadow want to kill Seinfeld? It's rumored that it was because of the conflict that arose from robbing a boss in the game. For a while, millions of people around the globe were thrown into a state of panic. Officials from all countries initiated some emergency actions. The most important, of course, was still for the official police and military to all enter the Divine Abandonment game and level up as fast as possible. With a large number of pre-acquisition of tradable lifespans, the officials of all countries now still have a certain degree of control, and will not lose control in a short period of time. At this moment of global panic, on the side of Daxia, there is a piece of news coming out. Jianhai City, Dajiang Industry, due to the suspicion of illegal detention, casino, organ trading, etc., was cracked down according to the law. At the same time, there was Song Fei, who had repeatedly had sex with underage female fans, and even abetted fans to suck up to them. And the reason why Dark Shadow wanted to kill Song Fei and Jiang Li was because he was officially commissioned to do so by the clouds. Qin Feng was a bit speechless when he was on his way back to the town, looking for Milk White's Yuko to chat a little and learned about this matter. The official is really good at whitewashing me. Is it to make it easier to work with me in the future? Qin Feng mourned for Song Fei and Jiang Li. But then again, the charges that the officials had placed on Song Fei and Dajiang Industry might not be something that they hadn't done. And it was likely that they had really done these things, only that they hadn't blown it up before. All in all, the two were already in the past tense. Regardless of whether it was Song Fei, or the rather powerful Dajiang Industry in the previous life, all of them had become history when this life had just started. The officials even took the initiative to come forward and whitewash Qin Feng. Dao Fangxian is now level 7. He's not going to go offline yet. Alright, when he goes offline, you can contact me again and tell me his location at the same time. Qin Feng finished talking to Milk White's Snowy and closed the private chat window. He maintained his stealth and returned to the town to the teleportation room underneath the plaza. Now, his stealth was even silkier. There was no need to find any location like before. He just waited for the cooldown of the Sneak Shadow skill to end and used it directly to refresh the duration of his stealth, easily realizing permanent stealth. When he arrived at the teleportation room, he saw quite a few players coming and going, but didn't see any other level 10 players. In Jianhai City, there were currently 7 people who had risen to level 10. Grey Rose, Du Ishua, Lin Liu, and One Man's teams, Sharp Eye Archer and Card Master. As for One Man and Yu, the 2 officials, they were instead delayed because there were more things to do, but it was thought that it wouldn't take long for them to rise to level 10. They'll all have to rush back from the leveling point after they've risen to level 10. The speed is definitely slower than me. Qin Feng had no intention of waiting for these people. Instead, he directly came to the teleportation array and chose to head to the Divine Forsaken Continent. Quite a few things on my body haven't been sold yet, but that's okay. Once we arrive at the continent, we'll be able to look for a refuge and store our things in it, which will be much more convenient. Now inside this teleportation room, a special teleportation array appeared. In addition to the teleportation array between towns, there was also one that only level 10 players could use, the continent teleportation array. On the small town teleportation array, many players were queuing up. The continental teleportation array, on the other hand, was naturally unattended. Qinfeng stepped forward and directly launched, whether or not to travel to the divine Forsaken continent. Yes, no. Qinfeng chose yes, as a burst of white light lit up and surrounded him. The glow of that teleportation array activation directly attracted the attention of everyone around him. Crap, the continental teleportation array has activated. Didn't see anyone? Who teleported? Nonsense. Of course it's Shadow Big Brother. That's not right. I have a level 2 anti-crypt level now. How come I can't see him? Stupid. It means Biggie's stealth level is over level 2. In the eyes of a group of players who were envious and jealous, the continental teleportation array activated, teleporting the stealthy Qinfeng directly away. It was important to realize that the vast majority of players nowadays were basically only level 3 to 5. A few players were able to level 6 to 8. As for those who could rise to level 10, there were only 100 or so in the world. In the eyes of the general public, not to mention level 10, even if they were level 6 or 7, they would be considered big brothers. The spirit Forsaken continent. This was a boundless and vast broken world. In the middle of the ruins of a city in the east, a white teleportation light flashed, and a shadowless and invisible existence arrived. It was a city ruin that was hundreds of kilometers in circumference. Sure enough, it's the same as the previous world. It's the ruins of Jianhai City that I'm familiar with. Qinfeng maintained his invisibility and appeared in the center of this city ruin. He looked around and saw the familiar scene with some emotion. It was filled with the remains of dilapidated buildings. Wandering magical creatures could be seen vaguely amongst the ruins. And in the center of the ruins was a huge statue that was over 10 meters tall, an eyeless stone man. In fact, this was an epic boss. Only that the activation conditions had not been met at the moment. Players from every city that came to the divine Forsaken continent would appear in the ruins of their respective cities. And the geographical locations of these city ruins were also highly consistent with the locations of the cities in reality. Regarding what exactly the divine Forsaken continent was, there had been too many speculations from too many people in the 9 years of the previous life, but none of the claims could be confirmed. The ruins of Jianhai City. This is the place that housed millions of players for the next 9 years, and was used as a base by millions of Jianhai City players. God-forsaken game, no warehouses, rarely even see NPCs. If you want to store items and develop your guild, you need a base, or a refuge. The ruins of Jianhai City are the best refuge. It's the refuge of my Zenith guild. Qinfeng did not dawdle in place and quickly ran over towards the northwest direction of the city ruins. In this life, he intended to monopolize the shelter with the best location and the most space. Not long after he left, next to the statue of the eyeless stone man in the center of the city ruins, several more white lights lit up. Gu Ishua, Lin Liu, and the others teleported over together. While this ruin is huge, it was rumored that Big Brother Shadow had teleported over a few minutes ago. I wonder where he went. Be careful, Snowy, there's a monster next to you. Due to not being clear about the situation in the divine Forsaken continent, Gu Ishua, Lin Liu, one man, and the others all made an appointment to teleport over together. As expected, their 6-member team, just after teleporting to the center of the ruins, 2 stone statue-like fiends appeared behind them, pouncing towards them. Earthshaker, LV11, Great, Ordinary. Although they were 2 small monsters, Wine Man and the others did not dare to be careless at all. Raise your shield. Wine Man, wearing gold level armor and holding a silver level shield, stopped in front of those 2 Earthshakers on the spot. The others were lined up behind him. The white all on Du Ishu's shoulder flew out on the spot, releasing a white light that landed on Wine Man, adding a layer of defense enhancement to him. Boom! Boom! The 2 humanoid stone statues Earthshakers came roaring in, and as they approached Wine Man, they directly stomped on the ground, surprisingly sending Wine Man flying directly. At the same time, 2 heavy fists landed on Wine Man's body with a bang. Fu 512, Fu 498. 2 shocking damage numbers emerged from Wine Man's body. It caused Du Ishu's brows to knit slightly. She slightly raised her hand, and the gold great staff in her hand released a ray of light and began to heal Wine Man. At the same time, a fire-ranged skill with 150 points of additional attack came out of Lin Liu's hand, and the fireball descended from the sky, hitting both Earthshakers at the same time. Fu 428, Fu 428. This damage from Lin Li Fish was considered top tier within the current players. After all, a small portion of the equipment on her body was gold or even platinum level equipment from Qinfeng. But to compare it to Qinfeng, it was still more than 1 notch worse. A skill went down, only hitting the small monster with about 1/10 of its blood. This monster eats control. I'll control them. The team's card maker uncle said in a deep voice, Xiaogu, have your all fly into the sky to take a look around and check the surrounding terrain to make sure there are no other monsters nearby. Gu Ishua nodded, and the Snow White all quickly flew into the sky. A minute or so later, they finished off 2 small monsters with some difficulty. The scouting from Gu Ishua made them all look a bit ugly. So, this place has no safe zone at all. There are monsters everywhere, and the fight we just had has attracted the attention of some monsters. For a while, One man and the others all realized that the Divine Abandonment game was not at all like an ordinary online game. It was a fucking survival game. Compared to One Man and the others, Qin Feng was much more relaxed. His stealth level of 3 allowed him to easily navigate through the monsters. The monsters within the ruins of Jianhai City aren't too strong. The anti-cloaking level is only level 2 at most. When we first get a foothold within the ruins and find a good shelter, then we'll explore within the ruins and find some bosses to finish off. Of course, Qin Feng didn't waste his skill CD. When he passed by some monsters, he directly fired an instantaneous shadow slash. Even without the active effect of graceful deliverance, the total damage of the instantaneous shadow slashes 9 slashes could reach as much as 20 to 30,000. Against these small monsters, it was a complete second kill. Right now, there were no other players in the entire ruin. There were monsters everywhere. To Qin Feng, it was a complete paradise. He advanced all the way towards his target location, killing normal monsters in seconds all the way, his greedy hand barely stopping. By the time he arrived at the target location more than 20 kilometers away, the number of evolution points on his body had grown from 98 to 115. Moreover, he had also picked up a higher grade sneaky shadow skill. Skills with the same name had a fixed grade. For example, the skill latent shadow was a fixed inferior quality, but there were also different grades for the same skill. For example, what Qin Feng had obtained now was the level 10 sneaky shadow. Learning this skill book will override my original level 1 latent shadow, but correspondingly, in order to make the real-life latent shadow rise to level 10 as well, one would need to make up for more tradable lifespans. With a bit of an experimental nature, Qin Feng learned the skill book. You have learned latent shadow, level 10. Your latent shadow, level 1, is overwritten. Latent shadow, platinum, requires level 110 to enter a state of invisibility that lasts 24-36 seconds. Break stealth attack 1 6 300. Cooldown 22 seconds. The cooldown hadn't been reduced, but the duration of the stealth and the stealth breaking attack had been increased drastically. Fortunately, even though it's an inferior skill book, I've long since evolved my latent shadow to platinum level, so after overriding it, this skill is still platinum level. Qin Feng looked at his attribute panel again. There's 110 years of lifespan now, which is 40,000 days out. Let's extract the ability at once when we go to deal with Dongfang Xian. Qin Feng closed the attribute panel. He hit his figure and looked at a residential ruin that appeared before him. No one knew that underneath this ruin, there was an underground palace that covered an area of more than 1,200 acres. This underground palace was about as big as the Jianhai Normal University in reality, and there were thousands of rooms for resting alone, and even dozens of hall areas. If one could occupy this underground palace, no matter how much equipment or wealth, it could all fit. In the godforsaken game, there existed many such ready-made shelters. The official name was called hideouts. Of course, players could also find a way to build their own. It was just that the materials needed to be used would be particularly high. Wanting to build a sanctuary of thousands of acres was even harder than heaven. However, the bigger the hideout you want to occupy, the stronger the guardian you need to defeat. I still remember that in my last life, after I founded the Zenith Guild, it was only after gathering 3 squads of 18 people and rising to level 15 that I came to take down this palace. Without hesitating, Qin Feng directly found a staircase in this ruin and walked down the stairs. The target, a level 15 platinum boss. There were also quite a few small monsters, and even mini-bosses ranging from level 12 to 15 on the way. The underground palace that was meant for a powerful team, Qin Feng planned to explore it alone. As Qin Feng walked along the stairs, turning downwards for a good 15 meters, the surroundings were already nothing but pitch black. Suddenly, a stone door opened ahead. When the hideout was unoccupied, this stone door would open when anyone came over. But when there were players occupying it, the only way for others to open this stone door would be to violently destroy it. Summon, devout believer. Qin Feng was at the stone doorway and used a gold-grade devotee pendant to summon a silver-grade devotee. Guard the doorway. The duration of this silver-grade pious believer, as a summon, was unlimited. As long as it wasn't killed, it would always exist. It couldn't be better used to guard the door. Then, Qin Feng stealthily entered the stone door and heard a system prompt. You have arrived at the land of pure souls, hideout. Defeat the area guardian and you will take possession of this area. What met Qin Feng's eyes was a spacious hall. Inside the hall, there were more than a dozen level 12 normal mini-monsters roaming around. Spirit of surge, spirit of overload, spirit of incineration. These were all bodies of consciousness formed by the convergence of elemental energies. Hour of darkness. Qin Feng directly unleashed his skill as the plague blade in his hand released a black flash of light, causing all the surrounding small monsters to fall into a blind state. First, an instantaneous shadow slash resolved 7 or 8 of them in a straight line. Then, taking advantage of the fact that these small monsters were all blinded and throwing elemental attacks everywhere, Qin Feng accurately avoided the attacks and waved the plague blade in his hand, launching normal attacks on these small monsters. With the 3 bonuses of profession, weakness and backstrike, even with a normal attack, Qin was able to slash a weakness and deal nearly 3000 damage, killing these level 12 monsters in seconds. If it was any other player, even an elite player squad like Wine Man would be in extreme danger if they encountered so many elemental mini-monsters in an enclosed space. But Qin perfectly resolved a total of 15 elemental small monsters in an instant. Loot, lifespan light orbs, exploded all over the hall. According to the number of monsters in this hideout, by the time I'm done clearing out the demons in this place, I should have enough evolution points to evolve the greedy hand one more time. Qin was quite excited about this. There was a qualitative change when a skill went from epic to legendary. One didn't know what other effects could this greedy hand evolve to when it reached legendary rank. Just as Qin was preparing to kill his way through this underground palace, outside, Wine Man and the others were already within the ruins of the city, being whisked away by the demons all over the place. Go this way. There don't seem to be that many monsters over here. Let's hide and not make any noise. Wait, so many demonic corpses in this courtyard. With Du Issue as White all leading the way, the group of 6 quickly arrived at the area Qin had just passed by. Because the demons in this area had just been killed by Qin. Looking down from the sky, this area was clean. When Wine Man's 6 people escaped over together, they ended up seeing pieces of demonic corpses in the ruins over here. At once, the 6 were shocked. These demonic creatures that could whisk them away, in front of the shadow, they were slaughtered like chickens. Originally, they knew that dark shadow was strong, but it was completely unexpected that it could be so strong to such an exaggerated extent. There are no monsters in this neighborhood for the time being. Let's slow down first. Du Issue pursed her lips and said, causing the crowd to breathe a sigh of relief. And you looked at the demonic corpses all over the place and was very emotional, worthy of being a shadow big brother. I thought we were strong enough, but as a result, we can actually only hide and shiver at Big Brother's crotch. Hearing her words, the other 5 people's faces became a bit odd. One man coughed, Captain M, ahem, pay attention to the wording. And you widened her beautiful eyes. Is my description not apt? Buffered against this area that Qin had cleared, Wine Man's 6 finally caught their breath. It's too much. This divine abandoned continent. Why are there so many monsters? Luckily, Big Brother cleared this area. Otherwise, we're afraid we'll all have to die to go back. I think it's better for the 6 of us not to open up the land first. Wait for our respective team members to level up to 10. Then come up and act together. I'm a bit curious. If we die here, where will we be resurrected? The crowd chatted for a while, already in awe of the city ruins. Just now, those dozens of demonic creatures came surging in. If not for their fast running, they would all be corpses by now. Originally, each of the 6 had LED separate groups, bringing a number of official players to upgrade. When they were able to come to the continent, they got together first and came over to explore the road. Unexpectedly, this place was so dangerous. At this moment, Du Issue switched her viewpoint to her white all once again. They all flew up into the sky and took a closer look at this nearby area, causing Du Issue to once again suck in a breath of cool air. This monster really is a piece of death. Too fierce. Oh, wait, there are a few corpses underneath the front, all of which still have a gray glow. Is there loot that the big guy didn't pick up? Du Issue was surprised. And you heard this and guessed. It's because the backpack compartment isn't enough, right? Shadow was only supposed to be 1 person. With this killing efficiency, there must be a lot of things that won't fit. Du Issue nodded. There are a few gray things that we haven't picked up. Should we go over there? Wine Man said, wait a bit. I'll contact Shadow. Qin was clearing demonic objects all the way through the land of pure souls. When he was clearing to the 4th room, he received a private chat from Wine Man. Big brother, we saw that you didn't pick up some things outside. How about we pick them up and pay you according to the price? Qin quickly replied back, okay. Since he had a spatial finger ring and later exploded a 7-compartment storage backpack, he had a total of 34 compartments of storage space. However, for Qin, who had the greedy hand, the 34-compartment backpack wasn't even quite enough. Killing all the way over, there were 5 pieces of grayish-white inferior equipment that he didn't pick up. As a matter of fact, anyone who could level up to 10 and come to the Divine Forsaken Continent wouldn't lack inferior equipment. As for the inferior skill books, Qin had picked them all up, and some of them were still useful. Those 5 pieces of inferior equipment, since Wine Man wanted them and had to pay for them, let's give them to him. I'll contact you guys again in an hour. There's a batch of equipment for sale. Qin said this and closed the private chat window. He continued to clear the land of pure souls. His backpack was already full, and along the way, the loot popped out by the demons was all over the place, but he didn't care. After all, as long as he finished off that platinum level boss, the entire underground palace would belong to him. As for before that, if someone came to the entrance of the palace, Qin was able to get an early warning. After all, there were silver level devotees guarding the entrance. Even if a stealthy player came over and wanted to enter the land of pure souls, he would have to open the stone door first, and he would also be discovered by the pious believer. As Qingfeng continued to clear the monsters, one man and the others went offline first. Regarding the situation of the Divine Spirit Forsaken Continent, they needed to report upwards, not only to the Jianghai city officials, but also to the higher-level officials of the Great Summer Country. After the greater part of an hour, not only Jianghai city, but also the globe, many other cities, had also opened their channels to the Divine Abandoned Continent. However, what came out of the players who had teleported to the continent was not good news, but bad news one after another. Our Mordor players arrived at the continent as a city in ruins. So did our Kaohang players. But it's not the same city ruins. It seems like players from every city have a different landing point on the mainland. The city ruins are full of monsters. I've already died twice. I can't take it anymore. I can only go offline first. We have to wait for more people before we can open up the land. Otherwise it's just monster abuse. I'm a bit curious. What's the situation with the world's #1 shadow? Seeing as he's still level 10, it must not be going well either, right? At this moment, Qingfeng had already cleared all the small monsters within the underground palace of the land of pure souls. A total of more than 40 halls, plus 1,000 small rooms, had all been cleared by him. He had killed over 400 small monsters alone. There were also 4 bronze level bosses and 2 silver level bosses. Altogether, not only did they provide Qingfeng with more than 80,000 experience, they also allowed his evolution points to soar all the way up to 205 points. With this 80, 000 jia experience, the average player wouldn't be able to brush it for a few days and nights. After all, the average player wouldn't dare to provoke a large number of demons, and could only slowly find a single one to kill, the efficiency of which could be imagined. 5 points short of evolving Greedy Hand. Just in time, just to finish off that platinum level guard boss, Qingfeng heard a sound of converging elements, like the sound of electricity, coming from the direction of the center of the entire underground palace. This place, Qingfeng had stayed in his last life for 9 years. It couldn't be more familiar. He turned several intersections with ease and headed towards the center. Soon, it came to a large room that was originally closed. This room was about 30 meters in length and width, with an altar in the center, and on the altar, there was an elemental demonic creature surrounded by lightning, taking on a human form and covered in purple lightning. Soul Purifier, Faithful, LV15. Grade, Platinum. Description, the guardian of the land of pure souls. Defeat it and you will become the master of the land of pure souls. The highest level of the demons within the city ruins was level 15. This Soul Purifier Faithful was already the highest ranked demonic creature within the city ruins, and the highest grade boss. I'm at level 10 now. There's a certain amount of damage attenuation against this boss, but it doesn't have much of an impact. If I remember correctly, this boss has a total of 750,000 blood and is divided into 3 stages in total. Most importantly, this boss has a level 2 anti-hiding ability. That's why Qingfeng had to raise his stealth level to level 3 before coming for this guy. In my last life, this boss's single lightning damage was so high that my warrior's full set of gold equipment could barely resist it. But now I don't even need to resist its single skill. Qingfeng turned the plague blade in his hand, and his entire body, like a ghost, instantly entered the room. Graceful Deliverance, Instantaneous Shadow Slash, -3576, -3549, -9669, Weakness Attack. When Qingfeng released this skill, he transformed into a shadow and passed through the boss before entering stealth once again, only to see the thunder-covered Soul Purifier Faithful, with thunder and lightning flowing in its blue eyes. Before it could react, 9 damage numbers had already emerged one after another above its head. Moreover, its entire figure was colored with a layer of green. The next second, -5364, -5323, -14503. 9 more higher damage numbers emerged from the top of the boss's head. This was the active effect of Graceful Deliverance, which dealt throat-slashing damage and would last for 3 seconds. The Soul Purifier Faithful, on its thunderous body, continued to blossom with slashes as damage numbers continued to emerge from the top of its head. It tried to counterattack at the first opportunity, but it couldn't find where the person attacking it was. The single high-damage lightning attack that was supposed to be released could not be released due to the lack of a target. It could only raise its arms formed by lightning and burst out with a wide-range attack skill. There were hundreds of thunderbolts that coalesced from the overhead ceiling and then fell towards the ground. These thunderbolts, from coalescing to splitting down, only took less than 0.3 seconds. Once hit, with Qingfeng's current defense and lightning resistance, he would surely die. Moreover, when facing these lightning attacks, Qingfeng's 75% evasion wasn't good. This was because any skill, any attack from a platinum level boss or above, had a hit modifier. The Soul Purifier's hit modifier is definitely above 100%. That is to say, the hit rate against anyone is at least doubled. For example, Qingfeng, now at 75% secondary evasion, then the hit rate of a normal monster attacking him would only be 25%. But the Soul Purifier, a boss, would attack him with a hit rate of 50% wushi or even higher. After all, in his last life, Qin Feng had only fought this boss once, and didn't know much about its specific attributes. They were all rough estimates. Luckily, Qin Feng's current agility attribute had reached 182 points after his career progression and changing to the Plague Blade. The running speed at full burst exceeded 40 meters per second. As long as one paid attention and dodged away before the lightning fully coalesced, one could avoid being hit by these lightning bolts. This skill, for all players at this stage, was almost impossible to accomplish. Even if they were given double the agility, it would be impossible for them to avoid this wave of thunder attacks completely without any mistakes. But for Qin Feng, 9 years of combat experience had long since allowed him to develop the habit of dodging skills. There were later stage bosses that were even more outrageous than this. This thing's offense was nothing at all. In our last life, we relied on luck and the priest's shield to barely carry through this skill. But this time, I won't give the boss any chance. 2 seconds, 3 seconds, on the 3rd second of the battle, the damage from slitting throat, and the special effects of Plague Blade erupted, directly knocking out the boss's first stage, 250,000 blood. When the Soul Purifier's blood dropped by a third, a layer of thunder shield appeared on its body, and at the same time, in the sky around it, 3 balls of thunder and lightning light appeared, flying in a non-stop circle. 3 thunder chains, from above those 3 thunder lightning spheres, linked onto the pure soulmancer. Boss blood lock. Those 3 balls of thunder light had to be taken out first. In his last life, this stage had also caused the Team LED by Qin Feng to be exterminated once. After being wiped out once, Qin Xiuyu was frantically upset and said that she didn't want to continue. So Qin Feng didn't bring her. As a result, without her after a one-time pass, although the experience, but Qin Xiuyu itself is really not much use. She's going to die if she has to dodge skills. Milk. Does she have hands? Fierce poison dart. Qin Feng waited for Sneaky Shadow to finish cooling down, and casually threw out a fierce poison dart, which accurately hit the lightning ball of light that was encircling in mid-air. After throwing the dart, Qin Feng continued to stealth. While Qin Feng was stealthing, the Soul Purifier boss always launched ranged attacks. However, to Qin Feng, dodging those thunderbolts was simply a reaction engraved in his bones. It wasn't even half as difficult. One dart flew out. Instantaneous shadow slash erupted again and again, soon destroying those 3 flying lightning balls of light. The boss went down to the 2nd stage. Graceful deliverance. Instantaneous shadow slash. Shadow-like slashes blossomed on the thunder-entangled boss, and another damage figure erupted. 3 seconds later, the boss went straight down to the 3rd stage. One after another, the thunder electric circles, centered on the boss, kept spreading towards the surroundings. This skill, in the last life, it was only by having all the members collect a set of thunder elemental resistance equipment, along with the 4 priests shielding and returning blood, that they were able to barely carry it through. But in this life, Qin Feng directly performed an instantaneous shadow slash, dodged to the ceiling of the temple, and grabbed a beam with one hand, perfectly avoiding all the lightning circles. It had to be said that the difficulty of this boss was still very high, but Qin Feng had already prepared the appropriate countermeasures long before the start of the fight. A short 5 minutes after the start of the battle, the boss furiously released thunder attacks. Qin Feng opens his shield of black light, transforming his entire body's evasion into a 7-layer damage immunity shield. Then a graceful deliverance plus instantaneous shadow chop passes through the boss, instantly decimating the last 1/3 of its blood strip. The boss's thunderous attacks that landed on him were all perfectly resisted by the shield of black light. 3 seconds later, Soul Purifier Phasel's thunderous body turned into a ball of electricity that scattered on the ground, and the system prompt resounded in the minds of all players around the globe. Player Dark Shadow, Jianhai City, is the world's first to kill a platinum level boss, gaining 10 points of reputation. When this system prompt spread, all players around the globe were instantly shocked. There were quite a few players just now discussing Dark Shadow, thinking that Dark Shadow's development wasn't going well either. As a result, this was a platinum level first kill. Crap, a platinum level first kill. Another solo kill. Nima, this is too outrageous, isn't it? I've only just arrived on the continent, and I'm still in the city ruins unlimited extinction, and this person single killed a platinum level boss. We're besieging a gold ranked boss coin spreader and we've already been annihilated 3 times, and Shadow Big Brother directly single killed the platinum. What level of talent is this? Fark, it's Dashia's Shadow again? Who knows his true identity? I suggest that we throw a nuclear egg directly at Jianhai City in Dashia. Good suggestion, don't suggest it next time. Do you really think that Dashia is easy to mess with? Haha, 1 for you, 1 for me. Let's all destroy together. Just as the system prompt for Qin Feng's first kill of the platinum boss came out, in Shell Town, Qin Xiuyu just happened to be cut in 2 by a silver ranked boss holding a giant axe, which swept over with an axe and stopped him in his tracks. You have died. You have lost 14 years of life, non-tradable. You are dead. You have lost 2 days of your life, non-tradable. When Chin Xiuyu was resurrected in Shelltown, he was filled with a trance, died again and again. In the team channel, a teammate's tirade was heard. Shelby nurse, the boss has such a big axe, you can't dodge it. Chin Xiuyu was already upset, and when she heard her teammate's tirade, she was not happy. Who is Shelby scolding? You're the T, you don't pull the boss. Blame me for not dodging skills. I hide you MB. Teammates angry. Damn this ranged attack skills. How can I pull? MDZZ. Player level 8 Gale quit the team. Within the team, there were soon only 3 people left again. Chin Xiuyu, Chu Yan, and Zhang Wei. They had just been practicing and encountered a silver boss during the brushing process. And this was the second time they had been taken out. Zhang Wei couldn't even top it anymore. He said, the system prompted me to get hungry. I'll go offline to eat first. The remaining Chu Yan was in a team with Chin Xiuyu, and not long after, she was also killed by the boss and resurrected in the town square. The short-haired girl Chu Yan was an archer. She walked through the crowd and came beside Chin Xiuyu, helplessly saying, Xiao, why don't we upgrade first? Otherwise, our lifespans are almost dead. Good. Chin Xiuyu was on the verge of crying. Why is this game so difficult? Then, seeing that Shadow first killed the platinum level boss, Chin Xiuyu's psyche became even more unbalanced. On what grounds? The teammates she met were all rookies. The land of the pure soul. Other players, they only heard the first kill announcement once, but on Qin Fei's side, what came was a series of system prompts. You have killed Soul Purifier, Phasal, Platinum level. You have gained 48,000 experience points. Congratulations on your promotion to level 11. Your 4-dimensional attributes just 4. You have gained 10 free attribute points. Congratulations, you have gained 20 evolution points. You have gained 1,520 days of lifespan, tradable. You have gained 1,520 days of lifespan, tradable. You have achieved the world's first kill of a platinum level boss. You have gained 10 reputation points. Congratulations on becoming the owner of the land of pure souls. A series of system prompts came, causing Qin Feng to breathe a sigh of relief. After an hour of back and forth, it was finally completed. From now on, Qin Feng would have a base in this divine spirit forsaken continent. And, most importantly, this hiding place was, likewise, something that could be extracted into reality. When Qin Feng was the owner of the land of pure souls, he could extract the land of pure souls to reality and open the magical defense boundary in it. With the existence of defensive boundaries, even airplanes and tanks would not be able to breach the land of the pure soul. As for the nuclear egg, others didn't know. Qin Feng knew it clearly. When the divine abandonment game descended, all the weapons of mass destruction in reality had begun to be corrupted. In particular, the most lethal nuclear eggs were basically rendered inoperable on the first day. Airplanes, tanks, and the like could barely last a month or two. Of course, to extract the land of pure souls into reality, it would require a tradable lifespan of more than 1,300 years. In his previous life, Qin Feng had already extracted it and used it as the base of the God Beheading Guild in reality. Regarding the familiar land of pure souls, Qin Feng did not pay too much attention to it. Instead, he first checked up on this harvest. The first thing was ascending to level 11. After level 10, each upgrade gives 4 full attribute points and 10 free attribute points. Continue allocating to agility. Qin Feng planned to add agility until level 20. With infinite stealth, many of the godforsaken game's bosses could actually be harmless, as long as the speed and reaction were fast enough. So agility was still the most important in the early stages for Qin Feng. Gold bosses only give 7 evolution points. I didn't realize that platinum bosses directly give 20 evolution points. Match it with Hand of Greed. Qin Feng looked at his current evolution points, which totaled 225 points. It was enough to evolve Greedy Hand once. Before unleashing Greedy Hands on the Soul Purifier, Qin Feng evolved this skill once. You have consumed 210 evolution points, with 15 points remaining. Greedy Hands, Epic, Legendary, Assassin type skill. There is a 300%, 500% probability of obtaining an additional loot reward. The additional loot obtained has a 100% win-by probability of being upgraded by Wu rank. New passive effect. You gain 100 squares of greedy space, which can be used to store items. The effect of the completed evolution brightened Qin Feng's eyes. The extra loot has changed from 3 to 5. It also comes with a 100 space storage space. The latter was something Qin Feng hadn't expected, and the effect would make the process of brushing monsters outside a lot easier for him in the future. When the Greedy Hand advanced, Qin Feng then released his skill towards the Soul Purifier corpse. At once, 5 pieces of extra loot burst out from the boss's shattered Thunderbolt corpse, the most basic of which were all platinum grade, with several emerald grade pieces interspersed amongst them. Among them, there was an emerald grade assassin's leather armor and an emerald grade assassin's necklace, with equipment requirements of level 13 and level 15 respectively. There was also an emerald grade assassin skill book with a learning level of level 14. I can't change it yet, store it at home. These level 13 to 15 loot, Qingfeng did not intend to deal with them for the time being, waiting for some time. Anyway, right now, the entire 200 odd acres of land of Pure Soul's palace belonged to him, and he could put whatever he wanted in here without worrying about it being taken away or lost. Believers come in, pick up all the loot in the palace and pile it up. Qingfeng had just cleared the palace of elemental demons and dropped quite a few things. Whether it was equipment or skill books, he didn't pick them up and didn't even look at them. Now it was just time for the devout believer to come in and organize all those things together. Meanwhile, Qingfeng already had a plan for his next development. Once we come to the continent, we can look for some bloodline monsters and obtain our first bloodline pedigree. This was another important part of a player's strength in the godforsaken game. In the game, there were a variety of different bloodline monsters that players could obtain different bloodlines after killing them. Each type of bloodline had a different effect. In this life, the most suitable bloodline for me would be the Spirit Swallower. Spirit Swallower bloodline. After obtaining this bloodline, one would gain the ability to devour one's own skills, and the higher the grade of the devoured skill, the more powerful the attributes and effects provided by the bloodline would be. In this life, I can infinitely evolve skills. Many low-grade skills, low-end skills, are completely useless to me. But if I evolve them to the epic level and then devour them with my Spirit Swallower bloodline, my bloodline attributes will reach an extremely terrifying level. It was important to realize that in the Divine Abandonment game, every epic level skill was extremely precious. Under normal circumstances, who would be willing to use their Spirit Swallower bloodline to swallow an epic level skill? Skills that were swallowed could not be used and could not be learned subsequently. But Qingfeng's current life was different. Many trash skills, or skills with duplicate effects, even if they evolved to epic level, they were still inferior to the initial epic level skills. There were thousands of assassin skills. Qingfeng couldn't use all of the active attack skills. It was enough to pick the best of them and keep them. When we get the Spirit Swallower's lineage, we can go on a rampage to acquire skill books and make another fierce wave of boosts. Qingfeng thought to himself. At this moment, his private chat lit up. Milky Noe, congratulations big brother on your first kill of the platinum level boss. I have some good news here. Dongfang Xian. He's hungry and has finally gotten offline. He's said to be eating at the Jiangnan restaurant, along with quite a few people from his family. Their family acquired quite a few lifespans and are preparing to bring them into the game to convert their battle power. This girl sent out a voice. Her voice was still so burnt. Qingfeng finally smiled when he heard this. Not bad. It seems that this Dongfang Xian family has brought quite a few lifespans with them. This time, when we return to reality, we can extract the lifespan from those people along with the Blossom Curse, and not a single day will be wasted. P.S. First of all, thank you big brothers to read, and secondly, set a plus rules. Every 3,000 gifts plus a chapter of gifts, don't spend money on gifts, just free power generation on it. Just need to look at the advertisement on the line. Each person up to 3 times a day. The author bacteria rely on this to eat. Kneeling thanks. Thank you. I'm sorry for the inconvenience. Of course, Dongfang Xian and his family's dinner definitely didn't end that quickly. Qingfeng was also in no hurry. Before returning to reality, he would first deal with a wave of loot, and by the way, consume the evolution points he had just touched with his greedy hands. By then, more abilities could be extracted into reality. From the Soul Purifier, Qingfeng had touched a total of 100 evolution points. Together with what was just left, there were 115 points left. It's possible to evolve most of the skills that didn't reach epic level. Qingfeng scanned the list of skills. There wasn't much to say. Evolve them one by one. Consume 42 evolution points to evolve Sneak Shadow 3 times to epic level. Stealth duration 36 seconds, 60 seconds. Break stealth attack 300-500. Cooldown 22 seconds 15-5 seconds. Then, consume 34 evolution points to evolve Backstroke enhancement twice to epic level, increasing the backstroke damage increase from 50% Wuqi to 70%. There were still 39 evolution points remaining. Qingfeng deliberated for a moment and didn't evolve the current Emerald Grade Mighty Poison Dart. Instead, he first consumed 3 evolution points and evolved the Blossoming Curse twice, from Emerald to Diamond, and then to the Epic Grade Blossom Curse. It could be used on the corpses of players within 60 seconds of death, and had a new effect added to it. It can destroy corpses. Qingfeng froze. This effect, it didn't seem to be useful within the game, but outside the game, it seemed to be a little bit useful. He didn't think about it that much. Immediately afterward, he evolved the Hour of Darkness 3 times. You have consumed 1+3 evolution points, with 30 points remaining. Hour of Supreme Darkness, Platinum, Emerald, Diamond, Epic, Bursts of Dark Light, blinding all enemies within range. Cooldown 60, 34, 3 seconds. Range, 20, 30, 40, 50 meters. Base duration, 10, 12, 14, 16 seconds. The higher the target's mental attributes, the shorter the duration. The remaining 30 evolution points were just enough to evolve the Blossom Curse from Epic to Legendary again. Should I evolve it? Qingfeng thought about it. This skill was opened from the emerald treasure chest of the ancient god's blessing. In his previous life, he had never even heard of the name and had only vaguely heard of the effects, which showed its rarity. At least there were no books of this skill to buy in the market at all. Since it's a rare skill, it's better to continue evolving it. Every legendary skill has its own uniqueness. It might have some useful special effects. Qingfeng finally decided to evolve. You have consumed 30 evolution points, with 0 points remaining. Blossom Curse, epic, legendary, generalized skill. Used on the corpse of a player within 60,300 seconds of death, continuously sucking up tradable lifespans. Added, also sucks 50% wuchi of the target's remaining non-tradable lifespan. Added, can suck up scattered untradeable lifespan orbs. Crap. Qingfeng couldn't help but burst out in foul language. This thing, outrageous. While absorbing all of the target's tradable lifespans, it could also absorb 50% wuchi of the opponent's non-tradable lifespans. Even the scattered non-tradable lifespans could be absorbed. Although non-tradable lifespans can't be used to extract skills into reality. But in the future, when you go to a high-level area and your lifespan passes 100 or 10,000 times faster, you will be prioritizing the consumption of non-tradable lifespan. With this skill, there is no shortage of non-tradable lifespans. The evolution points were consumed. Qingfeng then notified Wine Man and gave him a nearby coordinate. Of course, it wasn't near the entrance to the land of pure souls, but a place 500 meters away from the surrounding area. There weren't any demons in that place for the time being. The items to be sold this time included the loot dropped by the plague surrounders, as well as the items dropped by the mini-bosses within the land of pure souls. The 100-compartment backpack that comes with this greedy hand is so useful. Put all these things on your body and there still have empty space. Qingfeng nodded in satisfaction. Alone, he traveled to the coordinate point. Soon, inside the bedroom of a ruined residential house, Wang Man, and you and the 6 of them met Qingfeng, who was still veiled. Old rules, I'll make an offer. You guys cannot accept what you don't accept. Qingfeng started listing things. First were the silver, gold, and platinum grade things. This batch of things had a total value of 18,000 heavenly tradable lifespans, and you was still as forthcoming as before, receiving it all. After all of Qingfeng's prices were fair. After receiving the items, this dragon swordsman girl smiled so much that her eyes narrowed into crescent moons. Now, our Jianhai city's development speed is fast again. In fact, the Magic Capital Air Force, the 46th Artillery Regiment, so many official corps have asked us for equipment. It's just that right now, we can't interoperate between different cities and don't have a trading channel. Brother Shadow, thank you. And you looked towards Qingfeng with joy in her beautiful eyes. It's fine. Help each other out. Also, there are some inferior, ordinary and bronze items. Want them? Qingfeng asked as he continued to take the pile out. As they watched him start pulling out things again, all 6 of them, and you, were stunned. Why are there so many of your backpack grids? The silver, gold and platinum supplies that Qingfeng had just taken out were too much for a new to fit alone. And he still had one man help him along before he could put them down. As a result, Qingfeng actually took out a bunch of 30 more ordinary and bronze items. Big brother, are you Doraemon? Gu Ishue had a curious look on her face and actually ran up and touched Qingfeng's stomach. Qingfeng had a question mark on his face. In the end, not only you and Wine Man, but even Gu Ishue, Lin Liu, Sharp-Eyed Archer, and Uncle Card Master had their backpacks filled with stuff. Luckily, death in this godforsaken game would not drop the items in the backpack. Friendly reminder, under the stone statue in the middle of the city ruins, there's a staircase that goes down to have a teleportation array to return to the initial town. But to go back, the first time you have to consume 500 days of life expectancy to come back again instead of no consumption. Use your own discretion. Qingfeng reminded them when he saw that they didn't dare to go kill monsters even in this place. After saying that, he turned around and left. After the stuff was dealt with, it was time to return to reality. When he left, as Anu looked at his hidden figure, a pair of beautiful eyes let out a radiance and lowered her voice in the team channel, saying with some excitement, look at you guys, I told you that Big Brother is probably a reborn. Otherwise, how would he know such hidden information? One man patted his head, Captain M, stop it, I'm a little scared. Uncle Card Master also smiled, that's right, don't be too sensitive. We were just driven away by the demons at that time. Or else we would have been able to find it if we searched around that neighborhood. It's normal for the shadow to just be able to be invisible, so it's more familiar with the terrain than us. Once Anu heard this, he fell into deep thought. Suddenly, she came up with, you guys, if I go as to lure the shadow, what's the success rate? The group of people were dumbfounded, just as Anu and the others were trying to figure out how to return to the initial town. Qingfeng had already returned to the land of the pure soul. He closed the stone door at the entrance tightly. If any other players come over, this stone door will look like a wall. It's almost impossible to realize that this place is the entrance to an underground palace. Even if a genius does attack the stone door, this stone door has a durability of 1 million, it's impossible to breach it in a short period of time turnaround, and you can look for some material scrolls to reinforce the stone door. Qin Feng entered the land of the pure soul and looked at the familiar palace scene without being too touched. Instead, he went offline in place. Does it consume tradable lifespans to extract abilities into reality? Yes, no. Qin Feng chose yes. At this point, Qin Feng had a total of 203 years of tradable lifespan on him, which would allow him to have a wave of great enhancements in reality. Converted into days, it totaled 74,304 days. Extract the level and profession advancement abilities first. This time, Qin Feng wasn't that troublesome. Due to the relatively large number of tradable lifespans on his body, he directly chose to batch synchronize. Level synchronization, profession advancement synchronization. Consuming a total of 27,000 days of lifespan, Qin Feng's realistic leveling and profession advancement were directly synchronized with the in-game, immediately followed by skills. I've extracted Subterranean Shadow before, but it's a level 1 Subterranean Shadow. To replenish it to a level 10 Latent Shadow, it will consume a little over 1,946 days. Qin Feng started ticking off skills to extract from the list. Consume 1,000 days to patch Latent Shadow to level 10. Consume 900 days to extract Backstroke Enhancement. Consume 1,000 days and extract Greedy Hands. Consume 3,200 days and extract Instant Shadow Slash. Consume 5,366 days, extract Ghostly Blur. Consumed 16,099 days, extracted Blossom Curse. Consume 11,313 days to extract Shield of Black Light. Note, calculated by formula based on skill level, initial grade, not blindly written. With these skills extracted, Qin Feng's tradable lifespan was left at 7,480 days. The tradable lifespan is still a bit short. Otherwise, it could be directly synchronized. Qin Feng shook his head. The only skills he hadn't extracted for the time being were the Darkest Hour, 12,649 days required for extraction, Graceful Deliverance, 59,032 days required for extraction, plus a Chiseling Strike that didn't have much use. As for why Graceful Deliverance required so much, because it was the initial epic level skill. Looking at the remaining lifespan, Qin Feng chose to extract 2 pieces of equipment. One was the gold grade Boots of Concealment that added stealth time and movement speed while stealthing, and consumed 3,600 days to extract. Another was the gold grade Believer's Pendant, which added cooldown speed and could also summon a silver grade Believer. It might be useful. Extraction consumed 1,394 days. The extraction of equipment consumed half as many lifespans as the extraction of skills of the same level and grade. After all, it was a consumable item. Skills, on the other hand, were permanent and it was normal to consume twice as much. In the end, there are only 486 days of tradable lifespan left, but the difference between my battle power in reality now and in the game isn't that big anymore. Still need to earn more life expectancy and strive for the next time I go offline, I can fully synchronize. When Qin Feng finished extracting his figure, he appeared in the small bedroom of his house. Really counting, this landscape impression house was still under Qin Xiuyu's name. It seems a bit far-fetched to save up more than 1,300 years of lifespan to extract the land of the pure soul. Qian sure knows about this place. It's better to go first for insurance purposes. Qin Feng looked at the familiar bedroom and did not stay. He raised his hand and directly used Greedy Hand. Don't get me wrong, there were no corpses in this room. Qin Feng just opened the 100 compartments of storage space that came with the Greedy Hand. Currently, there were no demons in reality, so Greedy Hand wasn't much use, but the 100 cells of storage space was still very cool. The 100 compartments of space in the game were expressed as 100 cubic meters in reality and were calculated separately from the in-game space. Qin Feng directly threw in all of his own things in the room, even including the bed. Go away. Qin Feng entered stealth. He still didn't have his cell phone with him. He directly came to the window and leapt down from outside the 11th floor. No one knew about a stealthy figure soaring in the night. As he neared the ground, Qin Feng made an instantaneous shadow chop and darted out towards the roadside flower bed without attracting anyone's attention. Although he hadn't extracted all of his equipment. However, Qin Feng's running speed in reality reached more than 30 meters per second at the fastest. Jiangnan Hotel, 15 kilometers from this neighborhood. It'll take less than 10 minutes to get there. Qin Feng certainly couldn't take a taxi. In fact, his current speed could be much faster than taking a taxi. And at this moment, the Jiangnan Hotel had already been chartered by the Dongfang family. The Dongfang family, which was considered one of the native families of Jianghai City, had risen for decades and had been passed down for 3 generations, and by now, Dongfang CM was the most favored young generation within the family. In the largest private room of the Jiangnan Hotel, Dongfang CM, as well as some of the older and uncle generations of the Dongfang family, were all gathered together. They were eating while discussing about the godforsaken game. Originally, in the Eastern family, Dongfang CM couldn't even say much. After all, he was a junior. But now, godforsaken game descended. Dongfang CM's level, equipment, and battle power in the Divine Abandonment game were the highest amongst the entire family's core staff. Although many old men had also entered the God-forsaken game, they didn't understand the game at all, much less combat. Several of them were directly taken out twice by demons and almost had heart attacks. In the end, they still spent a lot of money to find someone to bring them to level 3, which allowed them to get offline and leave the game. It could be imagined that many of the older players, once they fell asleep and entered the God-forsaken game, there was no possibility of living anymore. Even if they don't go out and get stuck in the town, after 2 or 3 days, their real bodies will not be able to cope, and they will die of hunger and thirst. This was the true cruelty of the God Abandonment game. It was the first day, and many people had yet to experience it. But the truth is, even the young and middle-aged people, there were already quite a few people who had fallen into despair. For example, people like Tainan, who couldn't die anymore and didn't have a few days left in their lifespan, had already become lifespan beggars in Shelltown. At this time, Dongfang Xian was at the dinner table, somewhat complacent. The Divine Abandonment game had descended, and it was the era of young people like him. Moreover, their Oriental family, the industry in Jianhai City, is tens of billions of dollars, involving various industries, and now most of the liquid assets have been converted into tradable lifespans. On Dongfang Xian's body, he was carrying 25,000 days of tradable lifespan, so he could be considered to be spirited. My intention is to let my family's sons and daughters go in and buy equipment and skill books, rise to level 10 at the fastest speed and gain a lead so that we can take our place in the future era. There's also another thing. Regarding the shadow, I've sent a reliable woman from my side to approach the shadow, and have added a friend with him. Wait for an opportunity to set out Dark Shadow's real identity. Then we can make our move. If we can control Shadow in reality, we can make him work for our Eastern family. Our Oriental family will truly rise. It was also at the time when Dongfang Xian was making his impassioned speech. The 2 black-suited security guards guarding the outside of this private room steeply blossomed, with blade light and blood soared to the ground. Bam! Bam! 2 corpses strangled by the blade light fell miserably in front of the entrance of the largest private room of the Jiangnan Hotel. The soundproofing effect of this private room was quite good, and the people inside didn't notice the abnormality outside the door at all. After finishing off the duo with an instantaneous shadow slash, Qin Feng stealthily stood at the entrance of the private room. His agility attribute was very high. Instead, he heard Dongfang Xian's impassioned speech inside. Our reliable woman. Qin Feng couldn't help but want to laugh. That Dongfang Xian was completely unaware that the so-called reliable woman in his mouth had long since fallen back. However, they actually have matching guns on them. Qin Feng inspected the 2 corpses and did not act rashly for the time being. Although he had ghostly blur and shield of black light, they weren't 100% evasive after all. He also hadn't extracted his defenses to reality. Once he was hit in the heart or head by a firearm, he would surely die. I wonder what the situation is like inside the private room. Even if I have stealth, I might still be killed by a blind cat hitting a dead rat with a random gun. It's better to play it safe. Qin Feng returned to reality this time with many more means. He raised his hand and directly used his equipment special effect to summon devout believers. A dry, thin and long gray figure, creeping and crawling, appeared at the entrance of this Jiangnan hotel. Silver level, pious devotee, sharp claws in melee, green flames in long range. Moreover, as a silver level boss, the pious believer had a strong wound-bearing ability, and even if it was attacked by a firearm, it could withstand it for a long time. Go in. Qin Feng gave an order. He himself stealthily retreated to the corner of the wall, above which there was a camera that he had long since destroyed. Bam! The core members of the Eastern clan, from the older generation, to the middle-aged generation, to the younger generation, totaling more than 40 people, were mostly gathered here. Their levels ranged from level 3 to level 8. None of them had risen to level 10 and were able to extract their abilities to reality. The dry, skinny, and long devotee barged right in through the front door, crashing through the valuable wooden gate, instantly triggering a series of screams. Among the screams were men and women, old and young, all of whom were startled. Unbridled. Who's lying down? What is this thing? Don't come over. This can't be a monster from the godforsaken game, right? Oh my god, help, help. Bang 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 bang. A series of gunshots rang out from within the large private room, but unfortunately, all that came out were the screams of the humans. In reality, even if these people had guns, their defense ability was extremely poor and vulnerable to the extreme. For a silver level devotee, a random claw would be able to finish one off. A mouthful of green flame sprayed out would be able to burn a piece of them to death. Since Qin Feng made his move, he had no intention of leaving any survivors behind. When the gunshots from the private room were heard, the Oriental family bodyguards who were guarding the Jiangnan Hotel's main gate were finally startled as well. But it was obvious. The number of these bodyguards was not large. Originally, an Oriental family gathering of this size would have to be protected by at least 30 to 50 people together. But now, there were only about 10 people, all of whom were loyal to the Eastern family. As for the other bodyguards, the damn godforsaken game had descended. Who would still give you bodyguards? These remaining dozen or so were also older in seniority, and they were only willing to stay after the Eastern family promised to pay them with tradable lifespans. And all of them have poor in-game career talent. Those who really had a high career and talent would have already entered the game and swiped monsters on their own. There was no need for the charity of these family consortiums. When the dozen or so bodyguards rushed up, they were all holding machetes, iron rods and other weapons in their hands, not as advanced as guns. But when they came to the door of the private room, they looked inside. They were all stunned. Some even vomited on the spot. Go! Go! What kind of monster is that? It's dead. It's dead. Wait, there's lifespan in there. A huge mass of lifespan. At least tens of thousands. Hurry up and go. There's that monster inside. You still have lifespan. Don't you want to die? A group of talents just ran up the stairs, only to take a look at the situation inside the private room, and immediately turned around and woefully wanted to escape. However, instantaneous shadow chop. Qin, hidden in the darkness of the corner, immediately struck out. A figure flew and chopped, and the field blossomed with sword light. Even the shattered camera mirror was splattered with scarlet blood. In just 2 minutes, this elegant Jiangnan hotel had become a place like hell. But immediately afterward, as the devout believers returned to Qin Feng's side, Qin Feng raised his hand and directly dismissed them. The dry and thin gray eerie figure slowly dissipated until it disappeared. Immediately afterward, a scarlet flower appeared in the field. Qin Feng walked stealthily through the sea of corpses and blood as if he were walking idly. Wherever he went, the flowers of death bloomed. These flowers of death not only absorbed the tradable lifespans of everyone in the arena, but also had the effect of destroying corpses. All the bloodstains and corpses splattered out in the field were turned into wisps of white smoke during the absorption process of the flower of death. What a bumper harvest! The corner of Qin Feng's mouth curled slightly. That Dongfang Xian had 25,000 days of tradable lifespan on him. Originally, only half of it had exploded out. However, when the scarlet flowers bloomed on his corpse, the rest of his tradable lifespan was also sucked up by Qin Feng. Qin Feng slowly walked into the private room. Seeing that Dongfang Xian had long since been disemboweled, his head was directly plucked off by the devout believer and thrown next to a plate of Australian lobster, side by side with an Australian lobster head. He was wide-eyed and dead. This guy didn't even know, until he died, which part of the process had gone wrong, much less that he was killed by the shadow. Few people had ever seen a devotee. Perhaps it was only Grey Rose and her teammates who could remember that it had something to do with Qin Feng when they saw it. As for the others, who knows what this is? Dongfang Xian's last thought before he died was, how did the monsters from the God Abandonment game invade reality? Just another 2 minutes passed. The flower of death dissipated from within the Jiangnan hotel. Hotel staff were in the back kitchen, vaguely heard the commotion outside. Originally did not come out after all. The Oriental family dinner, errands, these outsiders how dared to run around. But after a while, they felt that something was not quite right. When they came out, all of them were dumbfounded, only to see the tables, chairs, vases inside the private room were all broken and in a mess. And on the corridor outside the private room and the private room, there was eerie white smoke that slowly lingered and dissipated. Where are the people? Where are so many people from the Eastern clan? The destruction of the corpses from the Blossom Curse had left not the slightest trace related to the corpses at the scene. As for the originator, Qin Feng, he had long since left the Jiangnan hotel. This time, a great harvest. Everyone's tradable lifespans have been absorbed by me. There's even 50% of their non-tradable lifespans. Qin Feng realized that he had really evolved right by spending 30 evolution points to evolve the Blossom Curse to legendary level. After leaving the Jiangnan hotel, Qin Feng first stealthily found a corner and checked his harvest from the trip. Tradable lifespan got a total of 74 years, which translates to 27,000 days. Non-tradable lifespan sucked up to over 480 years through the Blossom Curse. Qin Feng felt that the non-tradable lifespans of these people were just too little. One should know that he had taken out a total of more than 40, nearly 50 people in this wave. However, considering that within these people, there were already a portion of old men, adding to the fact that they had all entered the godforsaken game and had risen to level 3 and come out, all of them had died multiple times during the upgrading process, blowing up most of the non-tradable lifespans. Even so, Qin Feng's harvest from this trip was huge. He had just traded within you and sold so much equipment for less than 20,000 days. This trip out, he had casually gotten 27,000 days. This cost effectiveness was completely beyond expectation. As for the non-tradable lifespan on him, it had even accumulated to 2,327 years. What a wealth-giving boy. Qin Feng smiled. He took one last look at the Jiangnan hotel, listened to the sound of sirens coming from afar, and left silently. This time out, the effect of the Blossom Curse took great credit. Not only was the harvest extremely lucrative, with the scarlet flower, the corpses, bloodstains, and so on, of everyone in the scene were all removed and vaporized into a white mist. All the core members of the Oriental family, as well as more than 10 bodyguards, were as if they had evaporated. Even when the police came over, they couldn't find any traces. As for the consequences triggered by the disappearance of the Eastern family, Qin Feng didn't bother at all. This kind of thing would become more and more frequent in the future. For the Daxia police, the probability was defined as a disappearance and they wouldn't care anymore. And even if they guessed that it was related to the Dark Shadow, there was no evidence at all. Qin Feng remembered that the chaos in the early stages had lasted for several days. Many people simply did not dare to leave the game, and did not dare to go out to kill monsters, only dared to cower in the safe zone, and occasionally offline to eat, drink, and rest in a hurry. Until now, the hidden profession search officers that the Daxia officials either cultivated or gathered together extracted their professional abilities into reality before they were able to barely arrest the criminals effectively. Thus, the situation was slightly stabilized. Of course, in the face of Qin Feng's extremely thorough means of destroying corpses, even the occupational ability of the search officers could not get any clues, unless at a later stage, one could obtain some skills that possessed the ability to backtrack, in order to see what had happened at that time. But these kinds of skills involving time and space of a kind were almost impossible to appear in the first few years. Next target, Qian Shusher. The headquarters of the Qian clan group was relocated to North America long before the godforsaken game descended, and the board of directors is also in North America. There's only one Qian Shusher that can be dealt with at the moment. Just take her out first. However, from Jianghai City to Magic City, a distance of close to 300 kilometers, it would take me 2 to 3 hours to go there on foot. It's too much of a waste of time. Gotta find a way to get a mount. Qin Feng thought to himself. He stealthily walked on the streets of Jianghai City, the cold wind blowing at night, and he didn't see a few shadows of people along the way. Many hotels and restaurants were closed. Not even a single takeaway rider could be seen on the road. Qin Feng didn't go looking for a big hotel, but first found a random BUB and checked in. Because the economic system of the big hotels was now operating slowly, it was not as good as a BUB, and the transaction was convenient. Of course, Qin Feng didn't have his cell phone with him, so he could only pay with his lifespan. It directly gave 1 hour of lifespan. It seemed very little, but it had already made the BUB owner's wife ecstatic. Boss, please come inside. 1 hour of lifespan, at the current value of 130,000, was already equivalent to $1,250. At this point in time, the officials had already stepped into print money, and the value of cash would collapse more and more until a whole new economic system based on longevity was established. Qin Feng stayed in the BUB. After casually eating a bowl of instant noodles and washing up, he re-entered the game. With regards to food, Qin Feng wasn't in a hurry. There would soon be a special food source. Until then, just eat casually. When he closed his eyes for 10 seconds, his body sitting on the sofa gradually faded and became translucent. Welcome back to the godforsaken game. A prompt came from Qin Feng's mind. He opened his eyes and appeared within the palace of the land of pure souls that belonged to him. Within the dimly lit palace, the sound of dripping water was faintly heard, making it seem morose and damp. His plan was to clear the ruins of Jianghai City while there were still a lot of magical creatures within the ruins now, so that he could upgrade the fastest. Moreover, within the ruins, there are still some silver and gold level bosses, and the drops are not bad, so he can sell some lifespan. But when he went online, a sudden private chat disrupted his plans. And you, big brother, just now Blackie found a tomb entrance in the city ruins, but there's a gold level grudge ghost at the entrance. We can't beat it, we've memorized the coordinates. Do you want to go and try? Qin Feng was stunned. Xiaohei? It's the black brigand Big Plum big brother called her Xiaohei, so we all called her Xiaohei, haha. And you sat and laughed out loud herself. So it was Linli Fish. It was her again. Qin Feng was puzzled. How did she find out? And you lamented, didn't Big Brother tell us to go back to initial town? On our way back, we made a slight detour to avoid the small monsters, and while walking, we suddenly realized that there was someone missing. Only after looking for half a day did we realize that Xiaohei stepped on a pit and fell down. Due to the special area of the catacombs, the group chat could not be used. We walked along the pit. We saw a level 12 gold boss chasing after us to cut. Fortunately, we ran fast. Now we're back in Shell Town. I'll give you the coordinates if Big Brother wants to go to the catacombs. Qin Feng couldn't help but sigh. A koi is a koi. Walking through the ruins of a city, you can find a tomb even when you step on it. One must know that tombs were wild opportunities that appeared randomly, just like the Temple of Faith and the cursed ruins. If one was able to pass through and kill the boss at the bottom of the level, the rewards were very generous. There would even be some special rewards, including the mount that Qin Feng wanted right now. There was a chance that it would come out as well. So Qin Feng responded, alright, give me the coordinates. And you excitedly replied, aha, if something comes out that Big Brother can't use, remember to sell it to us, haha. That was her purpose. Right now, she had enough tradable lifespans on her. As long as Qin Feng got more equipment skill books, the faster they would improve. Therefore, the coordinates of this tomb, she directly gave them to Qin Feng for free, not even thinking about trading them for something. Qin Feng got the coordinates and was still a bit surprised at how generous this Enyu was. Just like making friends with people like this. So Qin Feng left the land of the pure soul, towards the city ruins given by the other party, located 4 kilometers away. He stealthily rushed over. He cleared a few waves of demons along the way, collecting the loot as he went. He soon arrived at the coordinate point given by Enyu and saw a well in the courtyard of the ruins. This entrance is a well? This well can even walk and fall in. Qin Feng was stunned. He couldn't help but feel that that woman, Lin Liu, was truly a talented person. Qin Feng jumped into the well with a leap. He observed that the well wasn't deep, and there were protruding bricks on the side of the well that allowed one to climb upwards. However, as soon as one entered the well, they entered the confines of the tomb. You have arrived at the tomb of resentment. Your remote communication will be blocked. Qin Feng didn't care. When he arrived at the bottom of the well, a 3-meter wide passageway appeared in front of him, which was illuminated by faint glow-in-the-dark stones on both sides. Qin Feng maintained his stealthy state and moved forward silently. After advancing 100 meters, Qin Feng saw a rotting obese demonic creature holding a machete, guarding in front of a dilapidated gate. Spiteful Ghost, LV Shar. Great, Gold. This boss was over 2 meters tall, extremely stout. The 2 machetes in his hands looked rusty, and his body was filled with a rotting aura, just like a large lump of meat piled up with blood and flesh. It was this gatekeeper boss that made Enyu and the girls run away. Qin Feng believed that with their character, they must have tried it. After all, they also had gold equipment and gold skills on them now, so it was impossible for them to run away at the sight of one side. But obviously, they failed in their attempt. Spiteful Ghost. This boss hasn't been touched much, but looking at the form, it should be a physical attack type with exceptionally large attack power and attack range. One man can't resist it. Qin Feng made a slight guess. The equipment and skill books he had sold didn't really have too many things that added defense. If one man didn't have enough defense, if he was attacked by the boss and lost his blood too quickly, then even if the nurse was strong, she wouldn't be able to save him. Of course, being killed in seconds is still not so bad. After all, one man Holy Shield Warrior. Now there is at least 4 or 5,000 blood. Should be by the boss cut a knife. It dropped more than half blood. Feel unable to resist, directly slipped away. However, for Qin Feng, there was no need to consider whether he could carry it or not, because Graceful Deliverance, Instant Shadow Slash. Qin Feng turned on the active effect of Graceful Deliverance, holding the plague blade in his hand as he instantly stormed up. A blade light blossomed from the rotting lump of flesh body of that gold-level grievous ghost holding 2 machetes. -3987, -13555, Weakness Attack. -3987. A total of 9 slashes of light, bringing up 9 damage numbers, rose above the rotting hunk's head. Qin Feng was a bit surprised when he took a look at it. This boss has high defense. Now that my subterranean shadow skill is epic level, the hidden breaking attack reaches 535 points, which is much higher than before. Even if I attack a platinum level soul purifier, the single chopping damage of the instantaneous shadow chop can now be nearly 5,000 points. As a result, hitting this fat man is only less than 4,000. It was good that the impact wasn't too great. Now that Qin Feng had almost his entire body of epic level skills, all stacked together, that effect had exploded. Epic level skills, hitting a gold level boss. Isn't that like chopping up a melon and chopping up a vegetable? After a round of instantaneous shadow slash, Qin Feng directly maintained his stealthy state and retreated to a faraway place. This boss had a total blood volume of around 120,000 tons. The slash damage from Graceful Deliverance only jumped twice before killing the grievous ghost that was frantically slashing around on the spot. Huge piles of rotting meat exploded in the center of the field, spilling out all over the ground. Qin Feng remained stealthy, separated from the boss corpse by more than 30 meters. It wasn't until more than 10 seconds later that Qin Feng slowly approached the past. There was no way. He had suffered a lot in his last life and was cautious in everything he did. There were some bosses that would self-detonate after they died, and many people had suffered from this. And there were even teams that had managed to finish off the boss with great difficulty, only to have the boss corpse self-detonate and be directly destroyed as a group. The items that were painstakingly exploded were picked up by other players passing by. Greedy Hand. Qin Feng opened his hand of greed towards the corpse of the grieving ghost. A large golden hand, as if reaching out from the void, made a vain grab on the spiteful ghost corpse that was scattered into pieces of meat. Immediately, 5 additional loots burst out. There were a full 7 rays of platinum-colored light alone. Among them, there was actually a skill book and an equipment that Qin Feng could use. Dark Knight Winged Blade, Platinum level, Assassin skill. Attach dark power to the sharp blade, inflicting dark elemental damage to all enemies within 5 meters of the surrounding area, with an additional 500 points of dark elemental attack. Cooldown 15, 7 seconds. Required level, 11. This was an elemental output skill for the assassin profession. For my shadow profession, the base 4-dimensional attribute bonuses are 3, Sai, Bai, and 5 points respectively. Spirit bonus, it's a bit higher than strength. That's why my base spell attacks are all higher than my base physical attacks right now. But the Plague Blade, which is a normal physical weapon, has a physical attack power attached to it. If I use the Plague Blade to unleash my spell spike skill, the damage is going to be quite a bit lower. However, it was, after all, a level 11 and initially platinum ranked skill, and the additional attack was quite high. Let's see if it's advanced to epic level. Qin Feng gave the command. You have consumed 1+3 evolution points, leaving 30 points remaining. Dark Knight Ring Blade, Platinum, Emerald, Diamond, Epic. Inflicts dark elemental damage on all enemies within 57912 meters around, attaching 500 750 1000 1300 dark elemental attack points. Cooldown 5, 7 seconds. Required level 11. After the evolution of the skill, the range was expanded from 5 meters to 12 meters, definitely belonging to the metamorphosis. And the additional attack was raised from 500 points to 1300 points. After all, it's a ranged attack, not a single attack. This additional attack isn't too strong. The total damage of a single release isn't comparable to the instantaneous shadow chop, but it's a divine skill to use to clear small monsters. Although the instantaneous shadow chop had a 5-meter chopping range, it was ultimately a straight line skill. Oftentimes, it wasn't able to clear an area of small monsters, but Dark Ring Blade was different. The 12-meter range of dark elemental damage around itself was equivalent to a circular range of 24 meters in diameter. If Qin Feng had learned this skill before, the speed of clearing the land of pure souls would be twice as fast. After learning this skill, Qin Feng then looked towards his next platinum-ranked assassin equipment. Resentment Leather Armor, Platinum, 加 55 Physical Defense, 加 45 Elemental Resistance, 加 4 Damage Block, 加 777 Lifesteal. Requirements, Level 2. Resentment, gain 30 base attack points when attacked. Once he had risen to level 12, the level 5 gold grade Ghostfire Leather Armor on Qin Feng could be replaced. That grudge special effect didn't do much, but it was better than nothing. Not to mention that this leather armor had high base defense, resistance and block. As for the other loot dropped by the boss, it totaled about 20 pieces. Selling them all would be another 10,000 days of life. Knowing that he killed this gold level boss Grievous Ghost, the lifespan given by the Grievous Ghost was only 1,000 days at the beginning of the year. And even if he touched the extra rewards 5 times with his greedy hands, it would only add up to 6,300 days. We can go into the tomb. Hopefully something good will come that can produce a mount would be the best. Qin Feng arrived in front of the worn-out stone door and reached out to push it open. At that very moment, Qin Xiuyu, who was in Shell Town, was already in a state of bewilderment and despair. As the game time passed, many of the players in the initial towns were facing increasingly difficult situations. Even in Shell Town, where thousands of players had gathered, there were now many players who had fallen into a state of doubt. Qin Xiuyu was one of them. She resurrected from the center of the town in a bit of a daze, listening to the cacophony of players around her. I died again. Where did this initial town get so many bosses? Some people say that the wild monsters will advance after absorbing our lifespans. They're all evolved from small monsters, aren't they? Our team was on the verge of killing a silver level boss, but that boss turned around and ran away, and even though he ran away, he even swung into other silver bosses and wiped us out. Oh, there is no big brother to do me a favor. I only have 1 day left to life. If I die again, I will really die, but I am still short of 20 points of experience to upgrade. Boss 1, I'm Tainan. Don't you remember me? I've done some work for you before. I don't have any life left. I know you bought a lot of life. Can you lend it to me for a few days first? Recruit an elite squad. Teleport to the new town behind us together for free after 12 o'clock and go kill the small monsters. Inside the town, players came and went. Almost everyone was downcast and had dark clouds on their faces. There were a lot of players in Shell Town, and many of the small monsters had been killed off, but for some reason, a lot of silver, and even gold level bosses had appeared. These bosses were simply not something that ordinary players could deal with. Ordinary creepers, killing one gives you 3 days of life. It sounds like this game is giving players life expectancy. In fact, players died, and all of their original decades of non-tradable lifespans were lost for the most part. Qin Xiuyu is the same. She died again. The tradable lifespan was 0. The non-tradable lifespan was also only 2.5 years left. If she died a few more times, she wouldn't be far from death. As a last resort, she had just gone offline once more and found quite a few of her previous Lake G's in Vimeo. What? In the past, I chased you and didn't agree, but now you're asking me to bring you upgrades? Take you to upgrade? Not no. Accompany me to sleep 1 night. I will take you 1 hour. Now come over to me. The address is. Laughing to death. I'm a platinum level talent. I've already taken off. What kind of women do you want in the future? Get the hell away from me. Those who licked Ji either rejected her or even scolded her. Either they didn't reply, looking like they were all still in the game. This made Qin Xiu doubt life. The fact that she was a hidden profession and had a gold level talent, it was reasonable to say that surviving wouldn't be a problem. But her skills were just too good. Other than Qin Feng from her last life, who would take her? Who else would be willing to team up with her? If it was an unusual online game, there would definitely be a lot of licking G's chasing after him to take him. But this godforsaken game, it's tied to longevity, and you can even extract abilities into reality. Who would bring a drag queen? So Qin Xiu realized that when it really came to this kind of life and death moment, she didn't seem to have anyone she could rely on. Zhang Wei, who had brought her along earlier, had also formed another team. Even her best friend Chu Yan doesn't want to die anymore, and chose to go offline first, waiting for 12 o'clock to teleport to her parents' town, to find some small monsters to kill in peace and quiet. The wilderness of Shell Town was no longer something that ordinary people could go to. Qin Feng, how is he? At this point, Qin Xiuyu finally remembered this brother of hers. No matter what, he definitely won't leave me behind. Go back and look for him. She was now really out of options. Looking at the last only 2.5 years of non-tradable life left, she decided to go back to her home in Mountain and Sea Impression to look for Qin Feng. Just when most of the players were living in dire straits, Qin Feng, on the other hand, was on a roll. Within the Tomb of Resentment, he killed all the way to the depths of the tomb. There were quite a few small monsters within the tomb. There were white bone skeletons with only bones left in their bodies. There were half-body creepers with only half of their bodies left. There were also stitchers that were pieced together from pieces of flesh. The levels were all between level 10 to 12. Qin Feng's experience value rose rapidly as he killed his way down. Originally, leveling up from 11 to 12 required even more experience value, but as long as there were enough small monsters to manage, Qin Feng's upgrade speed wouldn't even slow down. What's more, he had learned the wide-range attack skill Dark Ringed Blade. The speed of clearing small monsters was even faster. Every time he arrived at a new tomb room, he directly held the Plague Blade in his stealthy state and slashed away at the surroundings. Dark Blade light, spreading out from his body, instantly enveloped the surrounding area of 12 meters. Those level 10 to 12 small monsters were simply a slash and a second. We should be halfway there by now. Summon a devotee and explore the other path to see. There were quite a few forked paths within the catacombs, most of which were dead ends. Every time he encountered such a situation, Qin Feng would let the devout believer take another path, and when he encountered a small monster, he would directly let the believer kill it. Although the devotee was only a level 8 demonic creature, it was after all a silver level summon. Encountering some small monsters was still a casual kill. At the current speed, in another 10 minutes, we'll be able to get through this tomb. I hope there's a platinum boss at the end. That way the past treasure chest will be platinum grade. Qin Feng continued to advance with anticipation. At the same time, outside of Shell Town, more than 10 kilometers away, a devil tendon crawler that had been advanced and strengthened into a gold level boss, that giant humanoid demonic creature with bulging muscles and crawling on all four limbs, was chopped down by a sword chi and collapsed on the ground with a loud bang. In front of the corpse of that boss, there were the figures of 6 people standing. It was clearly one man, and you and the 6 of them, worthy of being captain, and this damage is too fierce. Immediately, there was a young police officer with a longbow on his back who came forward with a pleasing face and complimented towards Yu. His name was manhwa, and his father was a certain director of Jianghai City. All along, he had been used Lake Ji. After the God Abandonment game descended, manhwa chose to randomize his occupation, but instead of obtaining a hidden occupation, he was given the randomization of archer, which made him very depressed. Learning that Yu was actually a hidden profession dragon swordsman, manhwa looked even more attentively than before. Hearing this man's compliments, Yu ignored him. Instead, she spoke to one man. This gold boss, it's still only a level 8, and we've been killing it for more than 10 minutes. I really don't know how Big Brother killed the platinum boss alone. Wang Meng hadn't even replied. manhwa immediately said, an obscene assassin. Doesn't he just rely on sneaking around and grinding the boss to death? It's not destined to make it to the top. Yu didn't even return her head. What do you know? manhwa was unconvinced, and after thinking about it, he added, I heard that the Magic City Police have a chaser who now has a level 3 anti-crypt level. In my opinion, why don't we find a way, set a trap, find out the identity of the shadow in reality and control it? This kind of person can only be used for our official use in order to feel at ease. Otherwise the kind of thing that happened with Song Fei and Jiang Li will happen again in the future. And it's hard not to wipe his ass every time we do it. Hearing this, Yu frowned and glanced at him. Are you mistaken? Right now, it's not that he's begging us to wipe his ass. It's that we have to wipe his ass in order to ensure that our stance is the same as his and thus cooperate with him. The first kill of a global gold boss, the first kill of a platinum boss, and all of them were single kills. A person of this level You don't pull together and cooperate, you go and offend? Has your brain been eaten by reptiles? After being chided by Anu, manhwa had a depressed look on his face. He was a bit puzzled. Wasn't it just a brittle assassin? As long as the anti-crypt level was up to date, was he still afraid that he wouldn't be able to restrain his opponent? How could he be officially afraid of the shadow? And Anu simply ignored this person. Disperse. Keep looking for the boss. Anu waved his hand, causing the other official people around him to disperse, including manhwa. After the people left, Anu went forward and picked up the items dropped by the boss. A priest's gold equipment, a silver equipment, and a silver skill book. Ugh. Big Brother casually made a move and sold off several gold, even platinum items. Just how many bosses has he killed? Or maybe his talent is treasure hunting. All these things were open from opening treasure chests. Anu was puzzled. At this time, one man ran up and asked with a bit of hesitation, actually, we can't figure out Shadow's character right now. What if he follows up and kills again? Do we continue to give him a good aftermath? The top will also have opinions. Anu shook her head. No matter what the above thinks, I insist on working with Shadow. Even if the top refuses to give him a good aftermath, I will personally wipe his ass. One man, Lin Liu, Gu Ishua, sharp-eyed archer, card master uncle, deep in the catacombs of resentment. Qin Feng advanced all the way and cleared more than 200 small monsters, including several bronze bosses and silver bosses. The experience value came to level 11.5. It wasn't very far from level 12 anymore. Finally, he came to the deepest part of the tomb and saw a golden coffin. The final reward for this tomb exploration was inside that coffin. However, opening the coffin, there would definitely be a boss is all. Go! Qin Feng summoned the devout believer and commanded it to go up and open the coffin lid. A gust of morose white mist surged out from it, condensing and coalescing into a dried corpse wrapped in bandages. Son of resentment, LV Sheho. Great, gold, grudge your sister. Qin Feng was furious when he saw that it was just a gold level boss. Without even waiting for its form to fully coalesce, holding the plague blade, he enjoyed relief on the spot, plus an instantaneous shadow chop. 9 slashes of light instantly bloomed from that bandaged dryad. 9 damage numbers burst out. Roar! The spiteful sun suffered an attack and instantly lost half of its blood. Just a second later, 9 even higher damage numbers burst out above this bastard's head again, and he was instantly killed in seconds. Roar, you sister! Half the time, this bastard is even more fragile than the spiteful ghost at the door. Qin Feng shook his head. He knew that this kind of more fragile bosses tended to pose a stronger threat to players because it meant that their attacks had more means and higher damage. But to him, it didn't matter. The gold level stuff was all seconds anyway. After finishing off the Son of Spite, he wasn't in a hurry, but took his time and waited. There's the Son of Spite. Who says there's no Father of Spite? This godforsaken game had a lot of potholes. Sometimes demonic creatures that seemed like final bosses were simply appetizers. This Tomb of Resentment, Qin Feng had never seen it in his last life, so he didn't know what it would end up being. After waiting for about half a minute, there was no movement inside the tomb. Only then did Qin Feng let the devout followers come forward and drag the corpse of the Son of Resentment to the corner. Greedy hand. Touching a hand first, it smoothly exploded a bunch of loot. Unfortunately, Qin Feng looked at the 6 platinum items, but none of them were used by assassins. What Son of Spite? Poor review. Qin Feng shook his head. Immediately afterward, he ordered the pious devotee to go up and check out that coffin. Just as the pious devotee reached over, poked his head out, and took a look at it. Boom! A pillar of morose white light violently erupted from within the coffin, directly smashing the pious devotee's head. -12988. Weakness attack. The pious devotee, silver level, you summoned has been killed. Qin Feng received a system alert and breathed a sigh of relief. It was fortunate that he had let the pious devotee go up and take a look, or else he would be the one whose head was now being rushed. Unfortunately, there was no other subsequent movement after that column of eerie white light erupted. The platinum level Father of Resentment that Qin Feng was expecting did not appear, much to his dismay. Looks like we can only open the gold level rewards. Qin Feng waited for a while when the cooldown of the devout believers' summon ended and summoned one out again. The same summon, without special instructions, could only exist at most one at a time. After summoning the pious devotee, Qin Feng once again had the devotee come forward. The dry, thin, grayish humanoid devotee faithfully came to the side of the coffin and reached out to open it once more. Boom! A column of sun-white light erupted and another devout believer was killed. Almost got it. Qin Feng's eyes jumped. If this were someone else, they wouldn't have to die several times. Qin Feng never expected that brushing the monsters would go smoothly, but it ended up getting him stuck here at opening the treasure box. Can't waste time in this place. Must find a way to get the treasure chest. Even if I die once, I have the ghost fire bells and won't lose anything. Qin Feng didn't continue to wait for the pious believer's call. Instead, He opened the shield of black light and personally came in front of the coffin. Reaching out, the result was no reaction. Just twice. Qin Feng thought about it. This preliminary trap, engaging in it twice was already a bit outrageous. It deserved to be no more than that. Only then did he poke his head out and look towards the inside of the trap. Gold level treasure chest. Open it. He reached out his hand and opened the treasure chest. Inside the treasure chest, a faint golden light shone out. What appeared in front of Qin Feng was an off-white bell. This is a mount bell? It really came out as a mount? Qin Feng was stunned. Just now, he was thinking that it would be great if this tune gave out a mount. As a result, it really came out. Is this because I'm too lucky? Or is it Lin Liu's reason? After all, this tune was discovered by Lin Liu by chance. Qin Feng had to admit that this woman had some metaphysical components in it. In any case, Qin Feng's first mount had arrived. Although I don't know what it'll be, as long as it's a mount, it'll always allow me to hurry several times faster. Come! Qin Feng reached out and picked up the mount bell into his hand. Mount bell, ghostly, nocturnal wolf. Upon use, summons a ghostly nocturnal wolf, LV12, that can help in battle or be ridden. Required level Shar. Ghostly, night-walking wolf. Qin Feng was a bit surprised. This thing was one of the fastest mounts among the mounts that could be obtained in the early stages. Not bad, earned a lot. It's a pity that it needs to be level 12 to use it. So I'll have to brush some monsters and level up to level 12 first. Qin Feng returned along the original path. At the same time, landscape impression neighborhood, 11th building, 11th floor. Qin Xiuyu rushed back to her home overnight, wanting to find Qin Feng to save her life. But as a result, when she entered the door and searched around, she was directly dumbfounded. Qin Feng was gone. Not only was Qin Feng gone, even Qin Feng's bed, table, clothes and so on, they were all gone. Where is everyone? Qin Xiuyu froze, looking at the empty Qin Feng's room in disbelief. She froze for a few seconds, quickly took out her cell phone and called the result. The system prompted to turn off the phone. After searching for half a day, she found Qin Feng's cell phone in the trash and found that it was already in a crashed state, completely unusable. She realized that she had to accept a fact. The connection between her and Qin Feng was completely lost. Qin Feng left the grave of resentment. From the bottom of that well, he rushed out of it with a direct instantaneous shadow slash and returned to the ground. He glanced at his experience bar. Still a small half to level 12. Brush up on leveling first. The next thing that would be a big boost for him was finding the spirit swallower bloodline monster. But this thing, as Qin Feng remembered, was not refreshed around the ruins of Jianghai City. First, I'll level up to level 15, turn on intercity teleportation, and go look for it in the magic city ruins. Since he was a warrior in his previous life, Qin Feng didn't know the details of the spirit swallower. He probably only remembered some news that spirit swallowers had appeared around the magic city ruins, with the specific location being the Terror Sea ship outside the magic city ruins. If it wasn't found in the Terror Sea ship, then it would have to let the official step in and help inquire about the news. Of course, at this stage, other players couldn't survive in the city ruins, let alone leave the city ruins. Qin Feng rushed all the way towards what he remembered, the largest gathering place of demons in the ruins of Jianghai City. It was the ruins of a gladiatorial arena. Located in the northern part of the ruins of Jianghai City, it covered a large area, equivalent to the size of 4 or 5 soccer fields. There were even 2 levels of grounds underground, in which the environment was intricate and the number of magical creatures were numerous. Any other player, once they came to this place, they would basically be dead. But for Qin Feng, there was no threat at all in his infinite stealthy state. Here, it's a paradise for the strong. Qin Feng took out several waves of demons along the way, and after a few minutes, he arrived at the gladiatorial ruins. Raising his head, he saw that between the broken walls, there were several Severers roaming around, rummaging around for trash in the ruins. Suddenly, a dark and sharp blade light instantly cut through a circle of the surrounding area. -4728, -4697, -4712. The dark elemental energy attached to the blade light directly sliced those amputees in half, collapsing and dying on the spot. Qin Feng's figure appeared from the shadows. It immediately went into stealth again. Several rays of light rose continuously from the corpses of the amputee, dropping sporadic loot. This kind of level 11 and 12 small monsters had an experience value of only 100 out of 100. Fortunately, there were a large number of small monsters in this place, and no one had grabbed them from Qin Feng at the current stage. Immediately, he started the cool brush mode. First, clean up the magical creatures on the ground of the gladiatorial ruins. Then the first underground level. Finally, the second underground level. Qin Feng was like a dancer in the darkness, becoming a nightmare for all the demons in this area. Even if there were bronze, silver and gold level bosses, they couldn't block his blows. Experience, lifespan, and evolution points were all pocketed by Qin Feng with his greedy hands. Time passed, until the sun rose in the outside world. The divine abandoned continent was still a dim scene. There was no sun, no moon, only a gray foggy light that spilled onto the earth, casting a layer of ragged shadows over the entire world. In the ruined gladiatorial arena of Jianhai City, Qin rode the ghost night-walking wolf and walked out from the ruins. The entire ruins of the gladiatorial arena had been cleared by him alone. It would take a long time for the demons to refresh. Right at this moment, a small group of players came to this area in company. There were 6 players, both male and female, all observing the surroundings vigilantly. Suddenly, the scene that appeared before them shocked them. Hiss! Why are there so many small monster corpses in this place? A team has gotten there first. Holy shit! This is too fierce, isn't it? At a glance, there must be hundreds of little monster corpses here, right? The 6 people's eyes widened and their breathing became rapid. One after another, they ran past Qin. None of them realized Qin presence. It was because Qin ghostly, night-walking wolf, it also possessed the ability of stealth. Ghostly nocturnal wolf, LV-3, Great, Gold, Strength, 168, Physique, 175, Agility, 211, Spirit, 155. The mount will be upgraded by gaining the same experience as its owner. If the mount bell is traded, the mount's level will be restored to its initial state. Sprint, activated when used as a mount, movement speed is increased by 245% to 245. Activated when used as a mount, movement speed is increased by 245% to 245. Nocturnal, will be permanently in a level 1 stealth state at night. Attacks will break the stealth state with an additional 120 points of stealth breaking attacks. After revealing itself, it takes 60 seconds to become invisible again. Continuous pounce on a single target 3 times in a row, adding 267 physical attack points to each attack. Cooldown, 12 seconds. Wolf Howl, adds 35 attack power, physical defense, and full elemental resistance to friendly units for 1800 seconds. Cooldown 600 seconds. When Qin first summoned this mount, its level was level 12. After following him to fight in the gladiatorial ruins until now, it had risen to level 13. And its attributes and combat power had increased. The key was that this mount also had stealth ability. Although it could only be invisible at night, as long as it didn't attack it could be permanently invisible. And the effect was already quite unbelievable. This night walking skill, it has an average role within the game, but in reality, the effect is heaven-defying. Qin definitely wanted to extract this mount bell into reality. However, this gold grade mount bell, which was a special item, required a lifespan for extraction that was 10 times that of equipment of the same grade. It was almost at 30 to 50,000 days. Wait until night, you can ride the ghost wolf to the magic capital. According to its current attributes, its fastest speed reaches 150 meters per second, and even if it runs at a normal speed, 100 meters per second can be easily reached. Qin ignored the 6 players who passed by and were in shock. He rode the stealthy ghost night-walking wolf and continued walking towards the direction of the place of pure souls. Only Qin himself could see it. Under his seat was a translucent ghost wolf that was 1.5 meters tall, covered in gray-black fur, with a pair of ghostly blue eyes that were filled with wildness and killing intent. Just this ghostly nocturnal wolf alone could casually slaughter players at this stage. Qin glanced at the leveling chart. When he was level 12, he opened the leveling chart for the Jianhai City region. At this moment, he was alone at level 13 and ranked first. Even the second place behind him was still only level 10. It seemed like there was only a 3-level gap, but in reality, no one else could catch up for days. And Qin's gains from brushing last night were even better. In addition to leveling up from 11 to 13, the tradable lifespan had risen from over 30,000 days to nearly 90,000 days, or 245 years. There were also evolution points, which reached 255 points. As for equipment and skill books, they had all been upgraded as well. Just as Qin was planning to open his skill bar and evolve his skills, a huge rumble suddenly emanated from the eastern part of the city's ruins. Even the ground that Qin was on trembled several times. Qin glanced over from afar and was instantly a bit surprised. Who's such a tiger that they actually opened up the Iron Virgin? Iron Virgin, this was the name of a platinum level boss. The actual name was called Steel Virgin. It was a terrifying boss that had given all Jianhai City players a deep impression in the previous generation. Its rating difficulty was actually similar to that of Soul Purifier, Phasal. However, because it was fought in a public place, the number of people who grabbed the boss was particularly high. In his last life, this boss took half a day to be taken down. Of course, Qin had already quietly taken down the Soul Purifier at that time, so he didn't participate in the siege of the Holy Maiden of Steel. The other players in Jianhai City had died a combined total of several thousand times because of this boss. A few were taken out by the boss. Most of them were taken out by the players themselves. This was because, by taking out the Holy Maiden of Steel, a hideout called Church Sanctuary would be obtained. If I remember correctly, there should be quite a few people establishing guilds by now. But in the last life, the Iron Virgin was only opened on the 3rd day. Qin looked from afar. He only saw a steel female statue that was about 10 meters tall, standing amidst the ruins, and due to the distance, he couldn't see the lower half of her body for the time being. As for the upper half of her body, it was completely made of steel, and her hands did not have fingers, but 2 iron flywheels that were sharp and filled with killing intent. On the face of the woman formed by steel, there was a strange and cruel smile, which seemed to never change. On the chest, there were 2 fire-breathing devices. Of course, fire-breathing that was a skill that could only be used in the second stage of the Holy Maiden of Steel. Since someone opened it, then this boss, I'll take it. The corners of Qin Feng's mouth curled up slightly, and he immediately changed direction, riding the ghostly nocturnal wolf as fast as he could, furiously dashing towards where the Holy Maiden of Steel was. Along the way, Qin Feng wasn't idle either. He directly opened the skill interface and started evolving his skills. This time, after emptying the ruins of the gladiatorial arena, Qin Feng took out 2 gold bosses along the way. One of the bosses had popped him a nice gold level skill book. Qin Feng directly consumed 11 evolution points to evolve this skill to epic level. Quiet Concealment, Gold, Platinum, Jade, Diamond, Epic, enters a state of invisibility in situ, and as long as it does not launch an attack or does not move, it will be permanently in a state of invisibility. If an attack is launched, 300,400,600,800 points of stealth breaking attack are added. Cooldown 120,110,100,8060, 7 seconds. Required level 13. This was another stealth skill. The difference is that the stealth of this stealth skill cannot be moved. As long as one does not move, they are permanently in stealth. Having this skill meant that Qin Feng had one more means of explosion. When fighting a boss, he could launch an attack in the stealth state first, then release Quiet Concealment and launch the next attack immediately after to deal that 800 points of broken stealth damage. You know, this 800 points of broken stealth attack addition, after all aspects of the addition, is 2 or 3,000 final damage. The only one flaw was that the skill's cooldown time was a bit long. However, this skill is simply invincible in reality. Turn 1 on when entering the game, and as long as I don't exit the game, I'll always be in a state of invisibility. In conjunction with entering the game, the body in reality was in the unselectable state. This also meant that, with this skill, in the future, as long as Qin Feng entered the game, the reality of him would be just like disappearing. He wouldn't exist in this world at all. In addition to Quiet Concealment, Qin Feng also found several low-grade assassin skill books. However, only one book, Kick, can interrupt the target's spell casting, was slightly useful, and the other skills were basically useless. Of course, Qin Feng had learned all of them, and these types of skills could be mentioned at the epic level when he obtained the Spirit Swallower bloodline, allowing the bloodline to devour them and provide stronger bloodline attributes. After evolving Quiet Concealment, Qin Feng evolved 2 other skills. Fierce Poison Dart, Emerald, Diamond, Epic, maximum range 17, 18, 20 meters. Adds 240,300,400 points of attack damage on hit and Fierce Poison status. Fierce Poison, 80%, 90%, 100% sustained damage per second, no weakness bonus, lasts for 5 seconds, cannot be stacked. The Fierce Poison Dart evolved to epic level, consuming 34 evolution points. And finally, it consumed 200 evolution points to evolve the Graceful Deliverance, which was already legendary grade, to mythic grade. Graceful Deliverance, legendary, mythic, weakness attack modifier plus 200%, 300%. Weakness attack multiplier doubled. Rank 5. Active use, causes one's next attack to inflict a cutthroat effect, dealing 150%, 200% of that attack's damage per second for 3 seconds. Cooldown 25, 22, 2 seconds, 15, 9, 7 seconds. This skill reached mythic level, although it appeared to have changed very little. However, Qin Feng was aware that this skill, finally, had undergone a metamorphosis. With this 300% 3 by weakness attack modifier, for Qin Feng, whoever he casually looked at other than certain special magical creatures would have weaknesses all over their body. In the case of a player, the weaknesses were the heart and head. Once expanded by 300% 3 by, it directly covered their entire body. Qin Feng's instant shadow chop skill did not eat weaknesses, but because the weakness is enlarged to 4 times its original size, anywhere you hit is a weakness. With the legendary grade enchantment Deliverance, Qin Feng's instantaneous shadow chop had a 1/3 probability of hitting the target's weakness on average. This chopping position was something he couldn't control, so it could only be calculated by the system as a random probability. But now, the mythic grade enchantment was relieved. With his instantaneous shadow slash, at least 8 out of 9 slashes would be weakness damage. This was a qualitative change. After evolving enchantment Deliverance, Qin Feng had 10 evolution points remaining, which he temporarily put aside for the time being. Then it was time to check his equipment. First was a white bone necklace that he carried around his neck. Deceiver pendant, platinum, assassin's jewelry, physical attack power, 加 45, strength 加20 physique 加20 equipment requirement level 3 unique special effect 加1 stealth level. After putting on this necklace, Qinfeng could only replace the believer's pendant. However, the believer's pendant belonged to the summoning class of equipment. When needed, it could be switched back by dressing up and summoning it. And when taking off the believer's pendant, the already summoned devout believers would not disappear. This deceiver pendant, the special effect directly added 1 stealth level to Qinfeng. It brought his stealth level to level 4. The skill comes with 1 stealth level, this deceiver pendant adds 1 level, and the shadow profession adds 2 levels, for a total of 4 stealth levels. But the downside was that this deceiver pendant didn't add a cooldown speed. After replacing the believer pendant that added 20% total cooldown speed, Qinfeng's cooldown speed dropped a bit, however the impact was not significant. In comparison, it was definitely the level 1 stealth rank that was a bit more important, not to mention that the physical attack power and strength added by this necklace would increase the damage. There was also a piece of equipment for the helmet area. Veil of Shadows, Gold, Assassin Equipment, Physique 加5, Spirit 加5, Dodge Rate 正 32%. Equipment, Requirement, Level 12. This equipment didn't add defense, didn't add elemental resistance, and only added 5 points of Constitution and Spirit, which was kind of mean. However, that 32% evasion wasn't bad. My Ghostly Blur skill comes with 75% 75 evasion. Stacking the 32% evasion from Shadow Veil, the final evasion is 83%. In the Divine Abandonment game, the evasion probabilities from different sources were not directly added together. Instead, they are stacked and multiplied. Final dodge rate 等于1 dodge A, 星号1 dodge B, 星号1 dodge C. The dodge rate of a single source will never exceed 100% 100%. So no matter how much dodge is stacked, the dodge probability can never reach 100% of course, except for certain special skill effect states. In addition, the skill Shield of Black Light could convert the evasion rate into the number of times of immunity. Qinfeng tried it and realized the number of times this skill's damage immunity shield is actually calculated on a per skill, separate basis. This made Qinfeng a bit surprised. If it was counted by final evasion, then 83% evasion could be converted into 8 layers of damage immune shields. But if it was counted separately per skill, then it would be 7 layers plus 3 layers, totaling 10 layers of damage avoidance shield. This also meant that Shield of Black Light was a skill with a high ceiling. Of course, this skill with a high cap on the number of damage avoidance. There were also means of restraining it. Many professions such as archers, mages, swordsmen, warriors, and so on, had many high-frequency means of attack. In the later stages of PvP, a single skill can clear dozens of damage-free layers. It's just that at this stage, Qinfeng carrying this Shield of Black Light is mainly used for raiding bosses. In the later stages, it was also used for soloing at special times. In the case of 1 against many, the effect of the damage immune shield wasn't as good as evasion. When Qinfeng finished evolving his skills and checking his equipment, he had already ridden the stealthy ghost Nightwalker Wolf and approached, within a few hundred meters of the Holy Maiden of Steel. The Saintess of Steel, which was more than 10 meters tall, looked incomparably mighty, and her hands kept flinging huge iron wheels, constantly cutting through the surrounding players. A series of shouting, noisy and commanding voices came from the front. The ghostly nocturnal wolf carried Qinfeng and leapt onto the roof of a nearby residential ruin. A group of 30 to 40 players were seen in the ruins of the square in front of them, besieging the Saintess of Steel. You want to fight the Iron Virgin now? Too inflated. Qinfeng did not directly strike, but planned to observe first. The Holy Maiden of Steel was a level 15 platinum boss. In terms of true difficulty, for the team, it was slightly inferior to the Soul Purifier Phasal. But at this stage, apart from Qinfeng, other players want to raid a platinum level boss. The hardware is definitely not qualified. For those who are really qualified to fight a platinum boss, at most Wine Man's team is now barely qualified because they have eaten a lot of Qinfeng's benefits from the equipment he sold. But for ordinary players, a team of 6 people, don't even think about fighting platinum bosses. Platinum level bosses and above are all challenges for teams of players. Therefore, there must be at least 6 or 7 top teams like Wine Man's to be able to challenge platinum bosses. At this stage, the world combined couldn't even gather that many elites. Oh, it's him. Right at this moment, Qinfeng saw from afar in the middle of the field, there was a knight player holding a lance, who was riding a panther-like war beast, holding a shield and resisting the boss's attacks at the crouch right below the Iron Maiden. Because the distance was too far, Qinfeng could not see the player's head code, much less his face. However, Qinfeng still recognized that person's identity right away. Chang Wuming, codename Huiyou Wuda, president of the Knight Templar Guild. The reason why he was so familiar was because, in his last life, Qinfeng had fought this person for 9 years, without being able to distinguish between a winner and a loser. Both guilds competed in the wilderness, grabbed each other's bosses, and killed each other an unknown number of times. As for Chang Wuming's profession, it was the hidden profession Templar Knight. So after reaching level 10 and consuming 1000 days of tradable life and creating a guild, he named the guild Knight Templar. The Iron Virgin of the previous life was taken by the Templar Knights Guild. Therefore, the Templar Knights Guild has the second largest hideout within the ruins of Jianghai City, the Church Sanctuary. In Jianghai City, there were the West Chopper and East Church Sanctuaries, controlling the western and eastern regions of the Jianghai City ruins, respectively. Knight Templar, this guild. Qin Feng was just smiling. This guild, accurately speaking, in its later stages were relying on a few top-tier warriors to hold it together, and its guild members, basically, were the black slaves of those few top-tier warriors. Because, when this guild recruited its members at the very beginning, it signed a membership contract with its members. The guild would guarantee the basic survival needs of its members, but the tax rate for life within the guild was as high as 50% wuxi. In other words, a Templar's guild member who fought outside to 100 days of longevity would need to surrender 50 days to the guild. Generally speaking, it was those players who had potential, but were weak in the early stages and had problems surviving, who would choose to join this guild. Moreover, the standard of this guild's intake wasn't low. General players were not yet qualified to join. After all, this guild would guarantee the basic survival of its members, and in the early stages, it would be a big expense, even if it couldn't make ends meet. If it wasn't for that, a guild with such a high tax rate wouldn't be able to take in anyone at all. Once you join the guild, you have to sign an agreement that you are not allowed to quit the guild for at least 3 years. It could be said that the black slaves were utilized to the extreme. Since it's you guys, I'll save you some time. It's impossible to beat the Iron Virgin to send you guys home quickly anyway. The ghostly nocturnal wolf, carrying Qin Feng, leapt down towards the downstairs plaza. His hidden form arrived in the middle of the field at an extremely fast speed, and with a backhanded grip on his blade, the plague blade cut a black light around him. Dark Ring Blade, -17014, Weakness Attack, -15788, Weakness Attack. The mythic rank enchantment Deliverance made the Dark Knight Ring Blades all eat weakness attacks. As a skill went down, a burst of white light instantly rose up around them. What with the warriors, mages, and priests instantly falling in a large swath. You have killed player self-inflicted weapon. You have killed player Su Jiujiu. You have killed player Xiao Yuya. You've killed player Don't Eat Cheese. You have killed player Tulips Don't Smell as Good as Your Sister's Towel. This sudden turn of events left Chang Wuming, who was resisting the boss in front of him, in a state of shock. Originally, he was fighting the boss properly and the boss attack was resisted, but as a result, after a ring of blade light, half of his team members blacked out. Who is it? Shadow? We have no grudges against you. Why are you killing our people? Chen Wuming rode his leopard war beast and looked around in shock, but he didn't see any suspicious figure, and the coldness went straight to the sky. Since this person was at the boss's crouch, he was farther away and didn't eat Qin Feng's attack, so he didn't die. After he shouted like this, in his ears, a faint voice suddenly came. I don't eat beef. The words had not yet fallen. Chen Wuming, along with the panther, blossomed with sword light from top to bottom, blood splattered, and he was chopped into 8 pieces on the spot. Along with Chen Nameless, there were also other Knight Templar Guild members in the surroundings who were decapitated. However, their stations surrounding the boss were rather spread out. Qin Feng did not finish off everyone. There were still 3 or 4 players who immediately scattered and fled when they saw their target. Qin Feng did not pursue, because there was no need. His main target was the platinum level boss that was 3 stories tall, the Holy Maiden of Steel. This was a steel giant made purely of steel. The lower half of its body had no legs, but was instead a pile of iron base, held up by magical energy and suspended in mid-air. That bizarre and cruel and merciless smile was enough to make a small child cry. Blossom Curse! Qin Feng raised his hand and released the Blossom Curse towards all the corpses around him, including Chang Wuming. The remaining tradable lifespans on their bodies, even including 50% wuqi of their non-tradable lifespans, began to be sucked over by the cursed flower. Due to the fact that within the Divine Abandonment game, it was the player's consciousness that came in, so their bodies within the game belonged to be molded by the system. Even if they were resurrected, the body would still exist for a certain amount of time. CNMD, what does it have to do with me if you don't eat beef? Did I stuff beef in your mouth? Chang Wuming resurrected in the middle of the ruins of Jianghai City with a face of anger and suffocation. He knew that Shadow's words were saying to him, I'll kill you for no reason. And this location where he was resurrected was already more than 10 kilometers away from the Holy Maiden of Steel. With their speed, it was almost impossible for them to quickly rush over there. Not to mention, even if they did, what could they do? They had killed so many of them with a single skill, and that damage, more than 10,000 ah. Every one of them had been killed in seconds, but they also owed Shadow several lives. Originally, Chang Wuming and the others felt that this time, they had been unlucky. However, they didn't expect that even more bad luck was yet to come. As Qin Feng's Blossom Curse was released, the system prompt of a reduced lifespan reached Chen Nameless and the others' minds. This caused him and the guild members behind him to all turn pale. This time, Not only did they die losing half of their lifespan, even more so, they had been subjected to some sort of terrifying skill that continued to suck out their lifespans. Even the non-tradable lifespans were being sucked up additionally. After a moment, the sucking stopped, and they realized that they had lost all of their tradable lifespans in this death, and even 75% of their non-tradable lifespans. According to the guild members who hadn't yet been killed at the scene peering from afar and reporting back, Nameless Chung learned that on all of their corpses, bizarre scarlet and blood-colored flowers had grown. This caused a series of cries of pain and angry curses to be heard within the Knight Templar Guild channel. But facing the shadow, none of them had any recourse. So many of them had been killed, and they hadn't even seen Shadow's shadow, let alone taking revenge. If they really wanted to take revenge, it would only result in being killed by the other party once, twice, countless times again. On Chang Wuming's side, he was completely incapable of having any thoughts of revenge. However, on Qin Fei's side, he casually glanced at the system prompts during the process of absorbing his lifespan. As a result, he saw a familiar codename Xiao Yuya. She joined the Knight Templar? Qin Feng looked at the system prompt with an expressionless face. Through the Blossom Curse, he had absorbed 4 days of the other party's tradable lifespan and more than a year of non-tradable lifespan. This meant that the other party now had very little lifespan left. It should be that he had gotten so mixed up that he couldn't mix anymore. So he chose to join the Knight Templar Guild as a black slave. In that case, her survival could be guaranteed, but with 50% Wuqi of her lifespan gains to be surrendered to the guild, it would be almost impossible for her to develop and rise on her own. In this regard, Qin Feng naturally had no feelings whatsoever. Letting go of the helping complex and respecting the fate of her people, Qin Feng merely swept his eyes at that codename before refocusing his attention on the Holy Maiden of Steel in front of him. There's nothing difficult about the first stage of this boss. The difficulty is in the second stage after Half-Blood, especially for me. After Qin Feng finished off Chang Wuming and the others, he went invisible and kept a distance of 10 meters away from the boss. That Holy Maiden of Steel didn't disengage from the battle after a large number of players around it died, but started releasing ranged attacks after losing its main target. Its arms, which presented iron wheels, began to rotate along with its head and upper body, and surprisingly began to draw circles. The iron wheels of both arms, cutting a circle around the surrounding 10 meters, turned 3 times in a row. When this skill appeared, even if Chang Wuming's Templar Knight was still there, he simply couldn't resist it. However, Qin Feng backed off early, waiting for the instantaneous shadow chop to finish cooling down. He took advantage of the temporary detachment from the combat state and switched the weapon in his hand to the ghost ship twin blades, directly releasing the instantaneous shadow chop. Swish! He transformed into a residual shadow and instantly slashed through the towering body of the Holy Maiden of Steel. Blade light bloomed and erupted on the Holy Maiden of Steel. -7551 Weakness Attack. -7527 Weakness Attack. -7536 Weakness Attack. Worthy of being an Iron Virgin, this defense exceeds other bosses of the same level by too much. Qin Feng calmly observed the boss's blood level. 1 instantaneous shadow slash, 9 slashes, all hitting the weak points, took out more than 60,000 blood of the boss. To the boss, that was around 15% of its blood. It could be seen that the Holy Maiden of Steel had a total of around 400,000 life value. This amount of blood was quite a bit lower than the Soul Purifier Phasal, but due to its higher defense, its candor was not lower than the Soul Purifier in the slightest. The most crucial point was still, the Holy Maiden of Steel would have anti-damage for almost the entire time when its blood level dropped below half, and it was 100% won by anti-damage. This was the Saint of Steel's biggest difficulty. Because of this, Qin Feng had no intention of using the active effect of Graceful Deliverance. This skill's slash throat sustained damage could currently increase Qin Feng's damage by 6 times, but a situation where his damage was too high would directly cause the boss to enter the second stage, thus triggering a counter-injury effect that would bounce Qin Feng himself to death. Instantaneous Shadow slash 9 times. Every time Instantaneous Shadow slash triggers cut throat, I'll receive 9 counter-injuries. Black Light Shield can barely resist it, but the cooldown can't keep up with it. This was why, before Qin Feng started fighting the boss, he had to replace the Plague Blade with the Ghost Ship Twin Blades. If it was the Plague Blade, then any attack would generate an additional damage from a Toxin Burst after 3 seconds. This damage would fully bounce back to Qin Feng himself, but the Ghost Ship Twin Blades didn't have this trouble. Including the slitting throat damage from Graceful Deliverance, Qin Feng had no choice but to discard it when fighting this boss. However, during the second stage, every time the Iron Virgin releases a skill, the anti-injury effect will briefly expire. Just go ahead and launch an attack while it's in between attacks, and you'll be able to avoid the counter-injury. Qin Feng had a detailed plan in his mind and was in no hurry at all. After an instantaneous shadow slash, he stealthily disappeared towards the back, quietly watching the boss release various ranged skills in place and waiting for the next attack. At that moment, more players in the surroundings were attracted by the commotion caused by the Holy Maiden of Steel. Qin Feng was on his way to clear the gladiatorial ruins to brush his levels. Within Jianhai City, More and more players who had leveled up to level 10 had arrived among the city ruins of the divine Forsaken continent. Since the number of people was getting bigger and bigger, they were slowly clearing out quite a few magical creatures within the city ruins. The commotion made by the Iron Virgin now attracted dozens of players from the neighborhood. They didn't dare to approach for the time being. They were all scattered in the ruins hundreds of meters away, watching the boss's movements, not daring to show up at all. Once they showed up, they would become the target of the Holy Maiden of Steel's attack. Who's fighting the boss, and why haven't I seen a single shadow? I heard it's shadow. This boss was opened by the Knight Templar, and suddenly, the shadow sharked all of them. The shadow is fighting the boss now. One skill took out so much of the boss's blood. That's 15%, right? Wouldn't that be 6 or 7 skills to take out this platinum level boss? MD must be too talented. If I had his talent, I'd be able to take off too. Just as people were chatting, Qin Feng appeared from time to time and gave the Holy Maiden of Steel a hit. After just over 10 seconds, 2 instantaneous shadow slashes in succession caused the boss's blood level to fall to 51% webtoon. Next attack, if I use instantaneous shadow slash again, I'll eat the counter damage. But it can be resisted once with the shield of black light first. Qin Feng calmly responded. Right after the instantaneous shadow slash cools down, he opens the shield of black light. The action of turning on the shield of black light caused him to break out of stealth, but he soon released quiet concealment to enter stealth again. Starting in place, instant shadow slash, -7975, weakness attack, -8031, weakness attack, -0, counter attack -8055. After 2 hits from the instantaneous shadow slash, on that Holy Maiden of Steel, some thorns and iron thorns suddenly appeared, reaching out from within the body of Steel, due to Tranquil Concealment's higher concealment breaking attack. So this time, the instantaneous shadow slash damage was a few hundred points higher than the previous one. Unfortunately, after the boss entered the half-blooded second stage, the 7 slashes behind it, all of which failed to deal damage, bounced back to Qin Feng in full. Luckily, Qin Feng had 10 layers of damage immunity from the shield of black light on his body, so he was able to be spared. Immediately afterward, the bizarre and cruel smile on the Holy Maiden of Steel's face directly turned into a painfully twisted expression. All over its body, thorns and iron thorns stabbed out. The 2 fire-breathing cannon tubes in its chest also stretched out, ready to spew out flames. However, after completing these changes, the boss suddenly did not move. In the immobile state, it had an anti-injury state that existed forever. Qin Feng was patient as he stealthily waited on the sidelines. If it doesn't move all the time, I'll have to take the initiative to show up and rely on the number of damage waivers to fight slowly. But if another player goes to mess with it, I'll be able to resolve the fight faster. No one knew what Qin Feng was thinking. When the surrounding players saw that the boss wasn't moving, they all started whispering, a bit puzzled. Why isn't this boss moving? Could it be that Shadow is dead? It's possible, after all, this boss just had some changes. Maybe some means to finish off Shadow. But if he's dead, where's the corpse? And the lifespan that popped out? It's not possible that the corpse is also invisible, right? It had to be said that these players had a rich imagination. At this moment, there was a 6-member squad that arrived near the Holy Maiden of Steel. At the head of the group was a masked samurai player, holding a katana and wearing gold-grade lockjaw armor. His eyes were sharp and he looked spirited, majestic and very confident. There were 3 other players that had been crouching here for a moment. Seeing that masked warrior arrive, they immediately greeted him respectfully. Brother Security, you're here. We've been observing for a long time. This boss is just those few skills we've memorized in addition. This boss suddenly didn't move, and the body has changed a bit, so there might be new skills. The masked warrior player nodded faintly. Before, it was Shadow who was fighting this boss. The masked warrior codenamed Safety First reached out and snapped his fingers. Bunny, turn on red eyes and see if Shadow is still around. A teenage girl player behind him nodded. The young girl raised her hand and summoned a rabbit. That rabbit sneakily jumped up towards the roof of the residential ruins, and both of its eyes turned blood red as it observed towards the surroundings. 1 minute later, the summoner girl Bunny wearing a vestment and holding a staff said, I didn't find Shadow's location. It should be gone. The masked warrior sighed in relief. Bunny's anti-crypt level has a level 3. If Bunny didn't find anyone, the person is most likely not there, but it's better to keep an eye out at all times. And if the Shadow comes, remind me immediately. Level 3 anti-crypt level. It was indeed very high at the moment. This teenage summoner named Little Rabbit summoned the tracing blood rabbit that came with a level 1 anti-crypt level, then carried a necklace on her body that added a level 1 anti-crypt level, and also learned a sharp scrying passive skill, adding 1 level of anti-concealment level. Originally, they wanted to buy more anti-concealment props, but the anti-concealment related items on the market now were extremely rare. Just that necklace was still bought at a great price. After all, in this environment, everyone didn't want to die. The threat posed by stealth assassins was so great that any team would be equipped with a professional anti-stealth person. However, they didn't realize that Qin Feng's stealth level had reached level 4. It wasn't long. The masked samurai codenamed Safety First, holding a katana, walked out from the ruins of the residence and approached towards the holy Maiden of Steel. This scene left many of the surrounding players stunned. Crap, that guy is looking for death. It's not like he's trying to take on the boss solo, right? Wait, I've seen that guy take out a gold level boss without injury when he was still in the initial town. What the hell? Is that Big Brother Safety First? I heard that his profession is soul wielder. He can dodge 100% by after every roll. It's rumored that this Big Brother used to be one of the world's top soul game anchors, and his operational response pulls full weight. Under the crowd's shocked and expectant gazes, the soul martial artist Safety First, holding a katana, had arrived in front of the Holy Maiden of Steel, facing this 3-story tall platinum level terrifying boss directly. Before that soul martial artist could even get close, the Holy Maiden of Steel had already wielded the iron wheels of her left and right hands, slashing down towards the soul warrior in succession. In the back, amongst the ruins of the residence, teenage summoner Bunny, as well as her teammates, all looked at the masked soul martial artist with anticipation. This platinum level boss, Big Brother Safety, can definitely deal with it. That's right, this boss moves very slowly. With Big Brother's strength, he can casually react. As long as we can dodge by rolling, Big Brother's next attack will be able to ignore 50% ulti defense. It won't take long to finish off the boss. Front, that soul martial artist directly rolled in the face of Iron Virgin's attack. Roll, dodge, roll, dodge. After dodging the Iron Virgin's 2 iron wheel chopping attacks, the soul martial artist's eyes were calm, and his hand held a silver gray katana as he struck out boldly. Eat my gaping moon shadow. He held the katana in his hand, and under the various status enhancement increases, he swung out 3 consecutive slashes towards the Iron Virgin. 3 swings of ghostly blue blade light instantly landed on the iron base of the Iron Virgin. 负零 counter wound 988，负零 counter wound 976，负零 counter wound 1002。Before the soul martial artist could react, his blood bar had already gone to 0 and he died violently on the spot. Ah! The appearance of this scene caused the surrounding players to be instantly stunned. Just as the soul martial artist was safety first and was killed by the Iron Virgin's counter-injury rebound, Qin had long since taken advantage of the boss to strike. However, the surrounding players could only see a residual shadow slice through the field, followed by the chest core on the boss's body, which was subjected to a series of blade-like chopping blows. The blood bar above the bosses had instantly dropped another 15% or so, and when that soul martial artist died violently, the Holy Maiden of Steel regained her composure and stopped launching attacks. Not only that, but even moved slowly towards the church sanctuary behind her. Obviously, in the face of an enemy that it couldn't see through stealth, this boss didn't frantically release ranged skills. As long as it didn't launch an attack, the Holy Maiden of Steel was in a 100% won by anti-injury invincible state. Qin maintained his stealthy state and followed closely behind. This soul wielder can counter itself to death in one set, and the damage is pretty high. After all, the passive of this profession of soul warrior, ignoring 50% of the target's defense after dodging, has a significant effect on Iron Virgins. But with this occupational trait of his, he can't hit Iron Virgins at all. Qin secretly shook his head. He knew that soul martial artists had an occupational ability of having 0.3 seconds of 100% evasion time after each roll. And after successfully dodging, the next attack could ignore 50% ulti of the target's defense. However, it was obvious that this person was being skyrocketed by the Iron Virgin. When Iron Maiden attacked, this person could only roll and dodge, and had no chance to attack. When Iron Maiden stopped attacking, this person's attack would be fully rebounded. It could be said to be extremely difficult. Crap, the boss is dead. Nima, it seems like it's a counter-injury. Something's not right. That shadow is still there. And it hit the boss with another large tube of blood inside the team channel. Soul wielder safety first immediately said in shock. Impossible. Why did I hit the boss for no damage at all? And the damage was all bounced back. Then Shadow was able to take 1 tube of blood at a time. Teenage Summoner Bunny was also shocked. My tracing blood rabbit didn't see anyone at all, and his stealth level is already at least level 4. Just then, Qin Feng's skills finished cooling down. He no longer waited for the other players around him to make a move because it looked like no one else would dare to do so. He could only show himself and lure the boss into attacking. Shield of Black Light. Qin Feng turned on the Shield of Black Light and his ghostly figure in spiteful leather armor finally appeared in front of all the surrounding players. At the same time, it also attracted the attention of that Holy Maiden of Steel. Ka-ching! Ka-ching! The Holy Maiden of Steel instantly turned back, its arms driving iron wheels as it chopped down towards Qin Feng. Just as it launched its attack, Qin Feng held the ghost ship twin blades and directly fired a darkness ring blade. The dark blades, sweeping around him, landed on the core of the Holy Maiden of Steel's weakness. Fu 9000, weakness, attack. This was followed by an instantaneous shadow slash, which erupted into an offensive attack while perfectly dodging the opponent's chopping attack. The Holy Maiden of Steel's blood bar once again dropped by a fraction. However, At the same time, the boss disappeared towards Qin Feng's figure. The chest's fire-breathing cannon tube finally activated, instantly spewing out 2 black flames. Qin Feng was hit even though he was in stealth mode. Luckily, he had a 10-layer damage avoidance shield from the shield of black light on him. After having 7 layers of damage immunity shield consumed, Qin Feng quickly retreated back out of the opponent's attack range. The frequency of this fire-breathing damage is too high. Even if it's slowed down by 0.5 seconds, my damage immunity shield layers won't be enough. Luckily I'm fast enough. Qin Feng patiently waited for the cooldown of the shield of black light. This skill had a cooldown of more than 30 seconds, meaning that it would take Qin Feng more than 30 seconds to launch an attack. It was at this moment Qin Feng suddenly realized that there was a person sneakily approaching the place where the soul martial artist had just died. Obviously, it was trying to pick up the lifespan light orb that the soul martial artist had dropped. Just as that person was about to approach the light orb, a fierce poison dart, coldly flying from the side, pierced into his head. -11989, weakness attack. Killed in seconds on the spot. Immediately after that, there were 2 blood-red cursed flowers that bloomed above those 2 corpses. However, whenever Qin Feng saw a lifespan orb of light, it would be impossible for someone else to steal it. He turned back to deal with the man and once again became invisible. In the next moment, his figure appeared in front of the Holy Maiden of Steel's eyes again, and in a repeat of the same trick. When that boss launched its fire-breathing attack, Qin Feng's instantaneous shadow slash landed in full on the boss. All the surrounding players, watching this scene, were stunned. They only saw that the shadow figure kept appearing everywhere in the field, flickering and flickering at an extremely fast speed. Once it appeared, either someone died or the boss was taken out with a large blood bar. I'm going. This shadow is too fierce, right? What exactly is this means? Originally, I didn't know how Shadow got the first kill, but now I'm convinced. I thought our boss, Soul Wielder, was already strong enough to kill a gold level boss in half an hour. But I didn't realize that there's something even more fierce. More than fierce? It's so much more than that. This is the real big brother. Regardless of whether it was the players under the Soul Wielder, the other onlookers, or the few Knight Templar Guild members who hadn't been killed and had hidden themselves, they were all dumbfounded by now. Originally, people only knew that Shadow was strong, but just how strong, no one knew. There weren't many players who could see Qin Feng kill a boss with their own eyes until now. Grey Rose counted as one, but that was still back in Newbie Town. Milky Snowy had also seen it, but that Plague Surrounder was only a gold boss. As for the others, even Wang Meng and the others, they hadn't seen Qin Feng fight much. Thus, at this moment, when they saw the scene of Qin Feng single-handedly challenging the Holy Maiden of Steel, the surrounding players all stared in shock as if they had seen a god. Not to mention the Holy Maiden of Steel. Even a silver boss or gold boss could cause the average player to be constantly annihilated. Even if a Soul Wielder was safety first and was able to single-handedly kill a gold level boss without injury, in front of the Holy Maiden of Steel, she was instantly killed in seconds. It was such a terrifying platinum boss that had no power to fight back in front of the Shadow. The surrounding players were all stunned, so naturally, it was impossible for anyone to dare make a move to harass Qin Feng. And when Qin Feng next appeared, let that Iron Virgin frantically unleash Iron Will Chopping Strike. The black flames in his chest spewed out when Qin Feng, with the shield of black light, hardened himself against the opponent's flames, holding his twin swords, and sent an instant shadow chop, directly emptying the last bit of the boss's blood bar. You have killed Holy Maiden of Steel, Platinum level. You have gained 48,000 experience points. Congratulations, you have become the owner of the Church Sanctuary. You have become the owner of both the Land of Pure Souls and the Church Sanctuary. Please choose one of them to keep. Note, unreserved status as the owner of a hideout will be transformed into a hideout key, tradable. Other players using the hideout key will become the owner of that hideout. As the Iron Virgin fell to the ground with a loud bang, smashing down a piece of the surrounding dwellings, system prompts came one after another in Qin Feng's mind. It was impossible for the same player to own 2 hideouts at the same time. Therefore, Qin Feng had to choose one hideout and retain the identity of the owner. The other hideout would become a tradable hideout key. This key, only the officials can afford it at this stage. It's reasonable to trade with them for a 2,000-year lifespan, right? Qin Feng naturally chose the Land of Pure Souls to keep, relinquishing the identity of the owner of the Church Sanctuary and obtaining the Church Sanctuary hideout key. At the same time, Qin Feng came underneath the hill-like Iron Virgin corpse and unleashed his greedy hands. Due to the sheer size of this boss, the vision of all the surrounding players was blocked. No one saw that underneath the corpse of this platinum grade boss, a pile of platinum-colored rays of light lit up with several emerald streams of light interspersed among them. Qin Feng already possessed several pieces of emerald grade items. Previously, when he first killed the platinum grade boss Soul Purifier, Phasal, 3 of the assassin's items alone had dropped. However, at that time, Qin Feng wasn't leveled up, so he didn't use them. At this moment, this Holy Maiden of Steel had exploded 2 more assassin's items for Qin Feng. Gift of the Black Flame Spiked Bone Leather Armor, Emerald, Assassin type equipment. Physical Defense 加95 Full Elemental Resistance 加120 Damage Resistance 加77 Physique 加77 Equipment Requirement Rank Kasan Rite of Black Flame When attacking and being attacked, it will inflict one layer of Black Flame status on the target, stacking up to 5 layers. Each layer of Black Flame status will weaken the target's defense and elemental resistance by 7%. Note, the weakening effect is less effective on bosses above the Emerald level. Emerald grade equipment was not a concept with the previous equipment. The basic attributes of the equipment alone were more than 70% higher than Platinum grade equipment of the same level. This physical defense, this elemental resistance, plus 77 points of damage resistance and constitution. Just this leather armor alone provides more defense than other people's full sets of defenses. And it also comes with the Rite of Black Flame effect, which weakens the target's defense and elemental resistance. Without much ado, Qingfeng directly replaced the Resentment leather armor. This Rite of Black Flame leather armor is better than the one from the Soul Purifier before. The level 13 Assassin leather armor that the Soul Purifier exploded, the special effect is to boost Thunder elemental resistance by 200 points. It might be useful in special circumstances. Normally it's still more appropriate for the gift of the Black Flame. Immediately after that was an Emerald Grade skill book. Assassin's Intuition, Emerald Grade. You can observe the silhouettes of stealthy units to a certain extent. Gain her anti-stealth rating. Requires level 5. This skill book was an anti-cloaking skill. After Qingfeng learned it, he directly pulled it up to legendary level. Originally, after he came out of the gladiatorial ruins, he had evolved the enchantment deliverance and other skills, and still had 10 evolution points remaining. Taking out the Holy Maiden of Steel had given him 120 evolution points. A total of 130 points remained. You have consumed 1加2加30 evolution points, leaving 97 points remaining. Assassin's Intuition, Emerald, Diamond, Epic, Legendary. You can observe the silhouettes of stealthy units to a certain extent. Gain 加 C for 5 anti-cloaking rating. Legendary level added effect. You can more keenly perceive where your target's weaknesses lie. Weakness attack modifier 正 50%. When this skill evolved to legendary level, Qingfeng's anti-crypt level directly reached level 5. This made Qingfeng a bit depressed. I'm an assassin and my anti-crypt level is higher than my stealth level. Looks like I'll have to learn a skill that adds stealth level and evolve it a bit to make it work. The most outrageous thing was that this skill had a new effect when it reached the legendary level. A sharper perception of the target's weakness. Another 50% weakness attack modifier has been added. Originally, the vast majority of targets were already big-headed in front of Qingfeng. Now that another 50% wushi had been added, stacked with the passive of graceful deliverance, the total was 350% 3 wushi. Weaknesses expanded by say 5 times. I'm hitting the opposite weakness with my eyes closed. Qingfeng couldn't help but think that there were quite a few more skills that added weakness attack modifiers. If they were all learned, would they be able to expand the opponent's weaknesses tenfold, or even 100-fold? At that time, if I throw a dart into the sky, I'll be able to automatically track the opponent's weakness. It was the equivalent of a headlock. Without the talent infinite evolution, Qingfeng couldn't imagine it anyway. The attribute weakness attack correction could actually be stacked to such a high level. The final effect was outrageous just thinking about it. There are still 97 evolution points left. Let's evolve Ghostly Blur to legendary first. Qingfeng chose to evolve the Ghost Shadow Blur, which had already reached the epic level. You have consumed 80 evolution points, with 17 points remaining. Ghost Shadow Blur, epic, legendary, passively gains 75% 80% evasion rate. Triggering evasion immunizes you from all damage. Rank 5. It looks like it only adds 10% to the evasion rate. In reality, the effect was to reduce the opponent's base hit rate from 20% to 10%. When dealing with low-grade demons and average players, such a high evasion rate was already enough to make Qingfeng invincible. Combined with the high defense of the Emerald grade gift of Black Flame Spiked Bone Leather Armor, players and magical creatures below the Platinum grade at this stage were no longer a threat to him at all. In addition to these, the Holy Maiden of Steel had also exploded some equipment from other professions, both Emerald and Platinum grade. These were things that no one could wear at all at the moment. After all, they were all level 13 to 15 items, and it would be much earlier to wait for others to reach this level. Qingfeng wasn't in a hurry to deal with these things. He first put away all the loot, took the church sanctuary hideout key with him, and stealthily left the scene. He contacted Wang Man. There's a batch of equipment and skill books for sale to you guys. Plus there's another good one. When are you free? Wang Man quickly replied back. If you have something, we're free anytime, haha. You wait a bit. Give us the coordinates. We'll be right there. Qingfeng sent Wang Man the coordinates and mounted the ghost, Nightwalking Wolf, stealthing with his mount as he rushed to his destination. It was a hidden location outside the church sanctuary hideout. When Qingfeng came over, he saw that there were 7 or 8 other clusters piled up in this small alleyway. The clusters were small level 12 monsters, and each one of them was a super obese demonic creature. Stacked together, they were like a mountain of meat, and with the effect of defense stacking, each cluster was 2 to 3 times meatier than an ordinary leveled monster. If an ordinary player squad met them, it would definitely be a bloodbath. However, for Qingfeng, an instantaneous shadow slash directly resolved them all. After finishing off this pile of demons, Qingfeng didn't wait in place but cleaned up the other small monsters around him. It wasn't until more than 10 minutes later that Wine Man, and you, and the girls rushed over together. Although it was just a trade, because of their previous experience, they knew that Qingfeng had a lot of backpack compartments, so they directly came over together as a team. Last they bought something that their backpacks couldn't fit. Meeting again, Qingfeng realized that Wine Man's equipment and their battle power had increased quite a bit. The leader, Wine Man, in addition to the 2 pieces of platinum level equipment on his body, which was bought from Qingfeng here, the rest of the parts of the equipment had also basically all been gold level. Of course, Qingfeng knew that their gold equipment, all of which had been fought in the novice town, were of a lower grade. The difference in attributes compared to what Qingfeng had on him was still huge. If the whole body equipment was added together, the gap would be even greater. Great God, you've risen to level of Yingcun, one night. That's too fierce, isn't it? As soon as she saw Qingfeng, and you ran over in a frenzy, a pair of beautiful eyes filled with admiration. Qingfeng glanced at this seemingly naturally dull policewoman and smiled. It could be seen that this girl was becoming more and more adoring of him. This only hidden profession dragon swordsman, the profession passive effect is that every ordinary attack, there is a certain probability of triggering dragon flame, and after the subsequent profession advancement, one can also trigger dragon roar, dragon flame, and dragon roar through the general attack, dragon armor, dragon scale and other effects. In the end, it was even possible to summon various dragon's void shadows with probability through normal attacks. She was wearing a gold-grade battle armor, making her whole body look more heroic and extraordinary, with a kind of battlefield female general's kind of heroism and spontaneity. Just a silver-grade longsword hanging between her slender willow waist, slightly out of place. The whole body are gold, on the weapon or silver. Visible this sister look a little crooked. One man also sighed, with a look of emotion. We brushed all night, and we're still halfway to level 11. Your speed is too fast. And you didn't wait for him to finish and immediately reached out to interrupt. Don't talk nonsense. What kind of person says that a man's speed is fast? The crowd was stunned. And you looked at Qingfeng with a smile. Great God, you say right? Qingfeng was defeated by this woman. He didn't bullshit with the other party. He directly laid out the equipment skill books to be sold. I've marked up the prices of the stuff, so take them directly if you want them. There's also a good thing for sale. You guys know about the hideout, right? Hideout. And you sniffed and immediately nodded. We've heard about it. There is no safe zone in the ruins of Jianghai City, but groups of players can occupy hideouts and use them as bases. We can store our equipment and other supplies in the hideout. In addition, the hideout can also launch a magic defense boundary at critical moments to ward off foreign invasion. This girl's pair of beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. Great God, you're not saying that you have hideouts for sale, are you? Qingfeng nodded. This hideout of mine isn't small. It was just taken down by fighting a platinum level boss. The news of the hideout that you learned about. It should be a small hideout that other people obtained by fighting a gold boss, right? And you nodded her head repeatedly. That's right. But we in Jianghai City haven't found any hideouts officially. It's the Magic City side. The officials have already knocked down a medium hideout, so we know about this stuff. Qingfeng said, in that case, then you should know the value of the hideout. This is the Church Sanctuary hideout key. After using it, you can become the owner of the Church Sanctuary hideout. This hideout covers an area of 800 acres. You guys can go back and discuss what price you can offer, and I will consider whether or not to sell it to you. The moment he said this, Wang Man, and you and the others all stared wide-eyed. 800 acres. They were dumbfounded. One must know that the official hiding place laid down by the magic metropolis was only as big as a soccer field in total, which translated to a little more than 10 acres. That would have already made them envious. But the shadow here surprisingly laid down a hideout of 800 acres. The larger the hideout, the stronger the defense force, and the stronger the infrastructure in it. 800 acres of hideout is enough for all members of the Jianghai City government to have their own rooms in it. And you and the others were all stunned. However, on second thought, the shadow had killed a platinum level boss to obtain this hideout. So it was only logical that this hideout could be this big. But how much are you going to sell such a large hideout? And you deliberated on the wording and asked carefully. She understood that this hideout, right now, was not only wanted by the officials, but also by other forces from all sides. And there were too many people who wanted it. Qingfeng did not explicitly say so, but said, you go back and discuss what price you can give first. I'll see what you guys offer first. In fact, Qingfeng had only pretty much estimated, based on his last life, that the hideout could be sold for a 2,000-year lifespan, converted down to 73 days. But the truth was that contraptions like the hideout would actually rarely be sold, because this was an organization's safe house base, especially in the early stages. It was equivalent to the existence of a solid gold soup. In the ruins of a city without safe zones, the importance of a hideout was self-evident. Good. And you nodded with a grave expression. Only then did she start checking out Qin Feng's other things. In the end, at a price of 45,000 heavenly lifespans, the equipment supplies that Qin Feng was going to sell were purchased. Qin Feng was selling all the equipment skill books that were below level 13. As for the level 13 to 15 ones, they were all still kept for the time being. Anyway, he could store everything in the land of pure souls and wasn't afraid that the grids wouldn't fit. Tradable lifespan, it's now 372 years. Non-tradable lifespan, on the other hand, is 2,724 years. Qin Feng was quite satisfied with the current development speed. However, I'm afraid that these tradable lifespans wouldn't allow him to extract all of his in-game abilities to reality yet. Enchantment Deliverance costs more than 50,000. The Mount Bell also costs 30 to 50,000. That adds up to 80,000 or 90,000 days. There's also Emerald Grade equipment that requires a lot of lifespan to extract to reality. However, as long as the church sanctuary was sold, Qin Feng would have enough lifespan to even extract the land of pure souls, a hideout, to reality as well. Extracting the hideout to reality has strong defenses and safety can be guaranteed. It's just that to live in the hideout, some essential living facilities must be added. What with lights, appliances, beds, cupboards and so on. All of these did not need the help of outsiders. Qin Feng only needed to find an NPC and spend some of his lifespan to take care of it all. Right, great God. And you suddenly thought of something and then asked, just now we received news that in one of the newbie towns in our Jianhai city, there is a situation where 7 gold level bosses have gathered together, and a lot of people have already been killed by the bosses. I would like to ask, great God, do you want to go over there and deal with it? Our officials are willing to give 10 years of life as payment. 7 gold level bosses gathered together. This situation made Qin Feng a bit surprised and his heart beat a bit faster. It couldn't be the ancient god Slate, could it? Generally speaking, boss level demons were mutually exclusive and were unlikely to stay together. There was a high possibility that the 7 gold level bosses were gathered together because next to those 7 gold level bosses, there was an ancient god stone slab being guarded. If it's really an ancient god Slate, then it's comfortable. This thing, it was a very obvious boost to a player's battle power. Moreover, each ancient god slab was something that could be used all the way to the late game. Must go and take a look. Qin Feng made a decision, so he nodded towards Anu. Alright, I can go and take a look. Which town? Hearing Qin Feng say so, Anu immediately replied, Dark Moon Town. By the way, he launched another trade request to Qin Feng. Lifespan for nothing. Don't take it for nothing. Looking at the 10 years of life expectancy that Anu had put up, Qin Feng felt a bit emotional. Why don't you say that this girl is honest? Originally 7 gold level bosses gathered together, Qin Feng to kill, can harvest a lot of loot, sell 40 or 50 years or something no problem. This girl also gave him 10 years of life as a reward, really polite. Of course, this 10-year life expectancy is mostly the meaning of the Jianhai city officials, who must finish off the 7 golden bosses. Otherwise, it would be too dangerous for the people of Dark Moon Town to practice outside. I'll go then. Qin Feng collected the 10-year lifespan and nodded to Anu before concealing his figure and advancing towards the center of the ruins of Jianhai city. Under the gray sky, the night-walking wolf carried Qin Feng, keeping his stealthy state, running at full speed at a terrifying speed of 400 to 500 kilometers per hour. After a few minutes, it arrived at the center of the ruins of Jianhai city. Right in the center, there was still that 10-meter tall statue of an eyeless stone man. Around that statue, there were quite a few level 10 players from Jianhai city, who were teaming up, or even grouping up, intending to set off to clear the ruins of the magical upgrades within the ruins. This place was the default resurrection point for players above level 10, and the number of players was certainly high. Moreover, this place was a non-safety zone. Many players were wary of each other. As Qin Feng passed by, he saw the group of people from the Knight Templar Guild that he had killed and returned to. In the crowd, he did see that familiar figure. Qin Xiuyu had joined the Knight Templar. After being killed back, she was now looking worried. Unfortunately, Qin Feng didn't even give her a second glance. He just swept a glance at the group and stealthily passed by. If you teleport back to the town from the ruins of the city, the lifespan required to teleport back for the first time, 500 days, the second time, 1000 days, and the third time, 2000 days each time, will be doubled. After 10 times, it's 1024 times, so if there's nothing necessary, you really can't go back. This was why Qin Feng hadn't gone back before. He knew very well that as time passed, many of the initial town's small monsters would evolve into bosses, making the number of bosses even higher. If he went back and killed those bosses indiscriminately, he might earn evolution points faster. However, there was no need for that, because if he kept going back to the town in the early stages, then when he really needed to go back later, he was afraid that he would have to consume tens or hundreds of thousands of days of lifespan. In the initial town, sometimes something truly valuable and unrepeatable would appear. For example, this time, there was the possibility of the ancient god stone tablet. Evolution points, I can brush them in the continent as well. But something like the ancient god slate, once it appears, it must not be missed. In order to save the lifespan consumed by teleporting back to the town, Qingfeng could only come back to the novice town at such times. Moreover, in the godforsaken game, the experience and lifespan gained from killing demonic creatures that are 5 levels below one's own will begin to decay. As for evolution points, I've also passed by before to take out some small monsters that were more than 5 levels lower than me in passing, and I've never gotten any evolution points. Evidently, if the level of the magical creature is too low, the evolution points given will also decay. In this situation, there was even less need for Qingfeng to return to the novice town to brush up on monsters. Dark Moon Town. This is a town that only exists at a relatively late stage, right? Qingfeng didn't have much of an impression of this town. Soon, he went down the stairs to the teleportation array located underground, stood in it, and typed the words Dark Moon within the dialog box that popped up. Consume 500 days of life. Teleport. After a flash of white light in front of his eyes, Qingfeng appeared in Dark Moon Town. When he walked out of the teleportation room, he realized that the town was quite crowded. There were official Jianhai City personnel setting up stalls and acquiring lifespans at a 150:000 ratio. There were also other corporate forces acquiring lifespans at a much different ratio. There were players seeking to team up. There were players begging. There were players quarreling. The entire town was bustling with activity within the safety zone. There were even some public service organizations that were helping some elderly people with weak combat power by bringing them up to level 3, thus allowing them to get offline before they died of hunger and thirst because they were trapped within the game. Of course, this organization wasn't taking people completely free of charge. Granny, according to the agreement, we brought you up to level 3. During the upgrading process, Granny, you got a share of 72 days of lifespan, now traded to us. There were a few young men that were bringing old crone back from outside the town. As a result, the crone was relieved when she returned to the safe zone, and then cursed, I don't know what kind of bullshit deal. Aren't you guys a public service organization, helping us upgrade? As a result, you still want money from me, an old woman, shameless? After saying this, that old crone went offline in place, leaving the few young men who had brought people with them in a daze. Bringing her up to level 3, even if she doesn't give her life expectancy as agreed, she still scolds us. This old bastard just pretended to be amiable, but turned his face away. From now on, we should ask them where they live in reality, and if we don't pay them, we'll just go to reality and explode the gold coins. 72 days of lifespan, according to the current ratio, that's 3 million in cash. It was normal that some people would renege on their debts. However, the purchasing power of cash nowadays was not as good as it used to be. Qingfeng naturally didn't bother with them. The arrival of the God Abandonment game had completely changed the lifestyles of everyone around the globe. All sorts of outrageous things would happen. Qingfeng glanced at the coordinates that Anu had sent him, maintained his stealth and mounted his night-walking wolf, and like a gust of wind, ran out towards the north of the town. At the same time, just north of Dark Moon Town, Qin Xiuyu's best friend, short-haired girl Chu Yan, she was with 3 companions, grouped up with her father and mother, beside a river, carefully searching for demons. Chu Yan and her companions were the members of the public welfare organization Dream Sand River. Chu Yan, Xiao Yao, did she really join the Knight Templar Guild? I heard that guild taxes its members very highly. In the team, a girl wearing glasses asked with some concern. She was also in the same dormitory as Chu Yan and Qin Xiuyu. Hearing her ask this, the short-haired little beauty Chu Yan sighed. Yeah, I asked her to join Dream Sand River with us, but she wasn't willing. But she's level 10 now, and it was someone from the Knight Templar who brought her up. Hearing this, a young boy in the group snorted. The boy said disdainfully, even if you bring her up to level 10, you're just using her as a tool. The Knight Templar's membership contract, once you sign it, is for 3 years, and when you sign it, it's a 3-year black slave. If you don't have the ability to kill small monsters, slowly save your life expectancy, just like us, only kill small monsters, retreat and call out to others when you encounter a boss, isn't it also quite good? At least life expectancy and experience value can grow steadily, and won't be constrained by the guild. Chu Yan sniffed, helplessly and bitterly smiled, but Xiuyu, she feels that she is not ordinary. After all, it is a hidden profession in this regard. It is indeed stronger than us. The crowd was silent. Wait, there's a shackle in front of us. Chu Yan, you quickly slow it down. A faceless humanoid demonic creature with its body wrapped in chains appeared not far ahead of them. Chu Yan's profession was archer. She had learned a skill frost arrow. Seeing this, she immediately stepped forward, bent her bow, and an arrow covered in cold ice was instantly shot out towards the shackled one. Although it didn't hit the shackler's head, it still hit its body, causing a 30% surge slowdown effect on it. At that instant, the crowd swarmed towards the shackler and attacked. Behind the four of them were Chu Yan's father and mother with some concern on their faces. They were in their middle age and had worked hard all their lives, but they did not expect to encounter the divine abandonment game descent. Chu Yan was worried about them, so she let them not go out in the town first before bringing people over to bring them. Unexpectedly, this side of Dark Moon Town, there was a Dream Sand River Public Welfare Guild. It was just right to join it. Chu Yan understood that for an ordinary person like her, being able to stay alive and slowly kill small monsters to regain blood in the godforsaken game was already very good. By the way, she could also bring other old people who didn't know how to play the game and didn't have much battle power to upgrade while doing so. But Qin Xiuyu was unwilling. They could only go their separate ways. At this time, among the four of Chu Yan, there were physical outputs, legal outputs, tanks and milkmaids, and the four of them worked together to deal with an ordinary small monster, the shackled one, which was still relatively easy. Very quickly, the little monster was finished off, just as the young boys within the team went forward, intending to absorb the lifespan that the small monster had burst out of the ground. Suddenly, a series of shadowy arrows shot out from the woods not far away, hitting that young boy's head precisely. -429 Weakness Attack. -456 Weakness Attack. -452 Weakness Attack. The young boy died on the spot and fell to the ground. Not only did he not get the life expectancy from the little monster, but even his own life expectancy was blown out. A string of arrogant laughter came out immediately afterward. Crap, this Shelby is so brittle. One arrow and it's gone. Nonsense. What kind of bull can there be in Dream Sand River? It's all loot color. Indeed. Who would want to bring those old undead ones if they're somewhat capable? 6 players wearing silver and bronze equipment, all of whom had turned on their facial masking functions, walked out from the woods, their eyes teasingly looking at the remaining Chu Yan and the 5 of them. You few. Hand over all the life expectancy on your bodies. Chu Yan and the others' faces became a bit ugly. They knew that they had met a robber. Either they lost all of their tradable lifespans, either they would lose half of both tradable and non-tradable lifespans. But the point was, there was no way for them to show how many tradable lifespans they had. If they gave less, the other party thought that they hadn't given all of it and would still kill them all the same. Chu Yan swept a glance at the other party, frowned and said, officially, killing in the wild is expressly forbidden. Aren't you guys afraid of being wanted? A youth at the head of the other party had a black dragon tattooed on his arm. Hearing her say this black dragon tattooed youth snorted, screw the officials. Do you guys know who I am? Do they know who I am? Cut the crap. I'll give you 3 seconds. However, this person hadn't even finished speaking. Swish! A shadowy blade light instantly appeared from the field, chopping outwards in a circular shape, directly slicing off the heads of the tattooed man's several people, instantly, flying high into the air. The 6 robbers died violently on the spot, their bodies collapsing. Immediately after, Chu Yan and the others saw that there were some blood-colored flowers that appeared on the corpses of those 6 people, appearing bizarre and terrifying. Holy shit! Who was it? Who seconded them? This is too fierce, right? Vomit! Behind Chu Yan, the crowd was shocked, while her mother vomited with regurgitation. They were trembling and were all a bit scared. Thank you, Xia. Chu Yan, however, gathered her courage and shouted towards the air. For a long time, there was no one around to respond to her. Only the blood-colored flowers on the ground slowly dissipated after, sucking all 6 of those people's corpses dry. Seems like it seems to be Shadow. In the team channel, Chu Yan couldn't help but guess and say, he seems to be quite nice. The girl with glasses looked a bit worshipful and excited. Shadow? How did Shadow come to our town? Young fat man is also excited, straight shivering. Think about it. Only the Shadow Big Brother can be so fierce. I can actually meet the Shadow Big Brother. Chu Yan said helplessly. Which eye did you see? He didn't show up at all. At this moment, Qin Feng had long since moved away from them. Just now, he was purely passing by. The reason why he made a move was not because he saw Chu Yan. In fact, Qin Feng didn't even look closely at who this group of people were. His speed was too fast. In just a blink of an eye, the night-walking wolf ran out hundreds of meters with him. On the way, he just saw a few players in front of him with the Slayer symbol behind their head LDS, so he casually struck out and mocked them up as minions. My Slayer status, it's almost at tier 5. If it reaches the 5th level, there's a probability of attracting that NPC at this stage. I don't want to see that guy. For Slayers, just killing other Slayers would lower one's own kill value. Therefore, Qin Feng was only trying to lower his own kill value to avoid being targeted by that guy in the early stages. Until he finished killing and moved away from the scene without a shadow. He didn't even realize that he had just saved the Chu Yan. Dark Moon Town. The youth with the black dragon tattoo was resurrected in the center of the town along with his 5 teammates. These 6 people's faces all became extremely ugly. This was because they all carried the Slayer status on them. coupled with the fact that they had been sucked by Qin Feng's Blossom Curse. All of the tradable lifespans on their bodies had all been zeroed out. And when they were killed with 2 layers of Slayer status, their non-tradable lifespans were halved and halved again, and in the end, they would have to be sucked up by Qin Feng for another half. The youth with the black dragon tattoo originally had 8 years of non-tradable lifespan left. When he resurrected over, he shivered a little and realized that he only had less than half a year left in his non-tradable lifespan. Holy shit, the system prompted that we were killed by the shadow? Why would the world's #1 shadow appear in this remote town? It's over. Why did I explode so many lifespans? I can trade life expectancy all gone. Wait, we have Slayer status on us. Get offline, get offline. When they reacted, it was already too late. Within the town, there was already an official team that had sneered and surrounded them after seeing the Slayer symbol on them. Remembered their code names. Black Dragon is also dragon and turkey flavored potpourri. Although we don't know their real life identities for now, let's first memorize them within the list and make them wanted within the game. Officially banning players from the town from killing each other. It was only natural that they would take action. After being marked wanted, once they were encountered by the officials, it was natural to hunt them down. On top of that, the officials also had some special hidden professions that could help hunt down targets within the game. In this way, there was still a certain deterrent to players. However, there were currently too many gamers and too few official personnel, resulting in a lot of players who had committed crimes and were still arrogant outside. Of course, this would not matter at all to Qin Feng. With his strength, it was simply impossible for him to be restrained by the officials. A short 2 minutes later, Qin Feng arrived next to a valley surrounded by a stagnant water lake, and here was where the 7 gold level bosses were located. Only just after entering this valley, in Qin Feng's ears, a distant and mysterious whisper was heard. This whisper is really an ancient god slate, but it seems like it's a cursed slate. The entrance to the valley. There were 6 official players squatting here, who were supposed to be here to warn other players, lest any player mistakenly enter the valley and be taken out by the 7 gold level bosses that had gathered together, causing losses. When Qin Feng rode by on his ghostly nocturnal wolf, they were completely unaware of it. We're too miserable, right? Being assigned to guard this shithole of a place. All the good time spent practicing is wasted. Ugh. What do you guys say? Can Shadow finish off those bosses inside? I don't think so. Didn't Director die and the others just try? It was hard to kill one, but it came back to life. Doesn't matter. Anyway, gave Shadow 10 years of life to solve it. It's his business if he can't. Haha, an infinite resurrection boss. He really dares to take it. Qin Feng naturally lazily ignored this group of people. As he passed by, he didn't even look at them and went straight into the valley. While on the way, and you had already told him the general situation. A certain official director Dai who didn't want to disclose his name also belonged to the ones who liked to play the game. And at the moment, in addition to Wine Main's team, this director Dai had the strongest team in Jianghai City. Before asking Qin Feng for help, this director Dai had brought people to this valley to try. They sent a very fast night player on a mount to attract the attention of 6 other bosses, then spent nearly half an hour gathering fire to take out a lone gold boss. They had succeeded, but that boss was resurrected almost immediately after being taken out, and after the resurrection, all 7 bosses' battle power surged in a short period of time, destroying them in a group. And used exact words were, in order to minimize their losses, they don't plan to raid anymore. So if you don't feel sure about it, great god, you can also refuse. Of course Qin Feng would not refuse. The ancient god slate, it would be strange if it was that easy to get to. If it was just the 7 gold level bosses alone, with the current strength of the officials, as long as they were willing to spend some time and spare some losses, there was definitely a way to take them down. But the point was, it was so hard for people to take down one. And as a result, they even resurrected it. It looks like there is some hidden mechanism. As for what exactly it is, we can only see it when we get there. Qin Feng had something in mind. The ancient god slabs that were created were swarm bosses. Sometimes those swarm bosses were all stealthy, and the stealth level was so high that players were taken out when they passed by, and they didn't even know what took them out. Sometimes the bosses on the surface are just blindfolds, and the real bosses are summoning wizards hidden somewhere, which leads to infinite resurrections of the bosses that the player kills. Soon, Qin Feng entered the valley. He arrived next to the stagnant water lake surrounded by the valley and saw the 7 gold level bosses. Each of the gold level bosses emitted a black aura like burning black flames, and surrounded by black mist, they appeared eerie and terrifying. And these bosses, their names were prefixed with cursed. Cursed head swapper, gold grade. Cursed flat red man, gold grade. Cursed digger, gold grade. They were strangely shaped, with 5 humanoid heads and the other 2 being bestial, with dry, thin bodies, twisted limbs, and layers of wrinkles on their skin, giving people a physical and psychological discomfort just by looking at them. It is indeed a swarm boss created by the ancient god slate. Haven't seen where the ancient god slate is for now. Maybe at the bottom of the lake. In any case, have to settle these bosses first. Qin Feng observed a little. As a result, he didn't see any useful clues coming, so he decided to try killing these bosses at the same time first. Cursed gold level bosses would be stronger than normal gold bosses. Of course, because they were cursed, while one aspect was strengthened, another aspect would be weakened. Currently, Qingfeng didn't know what the 7 bosses were like. However, my current battle power crushes gold bosses of this level. Even if the blood and defense are enhanced, they won't be much stronger. But one needs to be wary of whether or not there will be words like anti-injury. Qingfeng maintained his stealth and did not approach. Instead, he switched to the believer's pendant in a hidden corner and summoned the silver level pious believer. After summoning the devout believer, Qingfeng switched back to the deceiver pendant with higher attributes. Go! Qingfeng gave an order. The pious devotee then ran towards the 7-headed boss in front. From afar, he threw out green flames and smashed them towards those 7-headed bosses. -229, -233, -267. A series of scorching damage numbers jumped up from the bosses' heads. The ranged damage from the devout believers, although not high, had already been tried and tested, and those 7 bosses didn't have any anti-damage type of wordings. Boom! Boom! When the pious believers launched their attacks, those 7 bosses, one after another, counterattacked. 2 of the cursed gold level bosses just sprayed out 2 piles of black slime from afar, and finished off the pious believer, who was only silver level, on the spot. But immediately afterward, since there's no counter damage, Lian, die! Qingfeng personally struck out, stealthily stepping forward and slicing through the 7 bosses as a staggering shadow, a blade light blossoming on their twisted and dry bodies. Instantaneous shadow slash. -14297, weakness attack. -14519, weakness attack. -13888, weakness attack. Under the effect of the mythic grade graceful deliverance, each of these bosses was a big-headed sun in Qingfeng's eyes. Any way you put your skills, they were all weakness attacks. The instantaneous shadow slash's super high damage directly emptied the 7 bosses' bloodlines. However, Qingfeng was not careless. After all, and you had said that these bosses seemed to be able to be revived. At least one of them could be revived. As expected, when Qingfeng backed up to a short distance away, he saw that the 7 bosses, after being finished off, all dispersed into a cloud of black mist. Not only were there no corpses, there wasn't even any loot. The most horrifying thing was that the 7 masses of black mist quickly converged and coalesced into 7 gold level bosses. If other players, such as that director Dai, saw this situation, they were afraid that their hearts would be cold. The boss that was so hard to kill, not only didn't drop anything, but also resurrected. Who would be able to withstand that? But Qingfeng here, after he carefully observed, he realized that these 7 resurrected bosses all had some differences from just now. A brand new symbol has appeared in different locations on their bodies. There are 7 symbols in total. The meanings are heaven, calamity, ancient, god, Yu, Tu, and S. These symbols were, in fact, words from the ancient god's language. Even Qingfeng did not recognize all of them, but it just so happened that Heavenly Calamity Ancient God Utos, a name that he had also come into contact with many times in his previous life, was a powerful ancient god from the history of the godforsaken game. So he instantly recognized what those 7 symbols represented. It means that these 7 bosses need to be killed in order. Qingfeng wasn't quite sure. After all, every ancient god slate that created a swarm of bosses had a different mechanism. Luckily for Qingfeng, killing the bosses wasn't too difficult and could be attempted at will. For other players, the process of trying to obtain the ancient god tablet and exploring the mechanics was extremely painful. Sometimes the same bosses had to be killed an unknown number of times. If their strength was slightly worse and their luck wasn't too good, they wouldn't be able to understand the research for 10 days and half a month. But for Qingfeng, killing bosses, isn't that a matter of one skill? 1 minute later, Qingfeng consecutively killed 2 gold bosses, that is, in the order of the characters of the ancient god of heavenly calamity Utos. But those 2 gold level bosses still resurrected immediately afterward. This made Qingfeng a bit puzzled. It doesn't seem to be the order. Anyway, he could stealth. Failing the test, he directly turned invisible and started exploring the surrounding map. However, after exploring around the dead water lakes, he didn't find anything suspicious. Not long after, he thought of a point that he had overlooked. Wait, the inside of this lake hasn't been explored yet. Qingfeng came to the shore of the lake. He found that the water surface of the lake was as smooth as a mirror, and he couldn't see anything in the water at all. Qingfeng had no choice but to release the shield of black light first. As he raised his hand, his entire body's evasion rate transformed into 10 layers of black barriers that surrounded his torso, protecting him. Immediately after that, he jumped into the water. Seeing in the middle of the bottom of the lake, there was an ancient stone tablet that was locked in place. It was exactly what the ancient god's stone tablet looked like. And around that stone tablet, there were 7 other stone tablets, each of which had a symbol exactly the same as the symbols on those 7 bosses. To kill the gold boss with the same symbol near the corresponding stone monument, thus unblocking that stone monument, Qingfeng did as he thought. Soon, he lured the first gold boss into the middle of the lake, next to the stone monument corresponding to its symbol. This boss was a cursed flat red man, with a dry and thin body that continuously spewed black-green slime in the water, launching attacks towards Qingfeng remotely. The other bosses were temporarily lured elsewhere by Qingfeng, having the ghostly nocturnal wolf step in. Almost there. Kill! Qingfeng turned around with an instantaneous shadow slash, directly killing that cursed flat red man again. This time, the boss finally exploded with loot and gave Qingfeng experience and evolution points. Not bad, seems like the right thought process. When that boss was killed, the symbols on its body lit up with a black glow, echoing the same symbols on the stone monument under the water. It directly caused that stone tablet to shatter. The chains of the ancient god's tablet in the middle were finally broken in one of its parts. More than 10 minutes later, Qingfeng did as he had done and pulled the other 6 bosses to kill them near the corresponding stone tablet. At this point, he could confirm the boss mechanism of this ancient god stone tablet. You have to kill those 7 bosses at the same time before the symbols of the heavenly calamity ancient god will appear on the bosses. Then pull them next to these stone tablets and kill them correspondingly. If this were to be researched by an official, it wouldn't be possible to do it without 10 days and half a month, and the losses would be extremely heavy. Qingfeng shook his head. The most important thing was that it was too difficult for other players to fight bosses. Raiding gold level bosses alone was extremely difficult, and those who could currently fight them were no more than 10 teams in the entire Jianhai city. Not to mention having to deal with 7 bosses at the same time, but also having to fulfill various conditions. It's even harder. But for Qingfeng, from the time he came to this valley, in just about 15 minutes, he had already taken care of all the decryption. These 7 bosses, all of them were level 10 gold level bosses. When he finished them all, he harvested a large amount of experience, lifespan and evolution points. It directly rose to level 14. Even the evolution points went up by 294 points in one go. Counting the remaining ones from before, I now have 325 evolution points. Currently, Instant Shadow Slash is my main output skill. In that case, let's first spend 210 evolution points to evolve this skill to Legendary level and see. The current epic level Instantaneous Shadow Slash, combined with the active effect of Graceful Deliverance, Slash Throat, was already able to deal a total of 500,000 to 600,000 base damage. What effect would it have if it evolved further? You have consumed 210 evolution points, with 115 points remaining. Instant Shadow Chop, Epic, Legendary, links in one direction, up to 30-40 meters, and enters a state of invisibility, lasts 12-15 seconds, inflicting 9 chops on all enemies in its path. Cooldown 12-8 seconds. Rank 4, chopping width, 56 meters. Adds 500-700 attack points per chopping strike. Added, each time chopping strike hits, you gain 1 layer of shield equal to 100% of your life value limit, stacking up to 9 layers. Shield lasts up to 60 seconds. Distance is longer, width is wider, and range is greater. The number of beheadings has not been increased, but a new effect was added. Each time a chop hit, it gained 1 layer of shield on itself, which was equivalent to double the amount of blood. Holy shit! Doesn't this mean that if I go down with an instantaneous shadow chop, as long as all 9 chop strikes hit, my effective blood quantity instantly becomes 10 times the original? Qingfeng was stunned. He knew that the godforsaken game's legendary level skills would all possess unique effects, and the effect of this instantaneous shadow slash directly made his survivability pull full stop. Of course, there were some skills in godforsaken games that had additional damage to shields, and even a very few skills that could penetrate shields, but the former had little impact, and the latter couldn't possibly appear on normal skills, at least not until the epic level. The margin of error for fighting many bosses is also higher. Qingfeng was quite satisfied with the effect. The only pity was that the instantaneous shadow slash didn't add a lot of damage from epic to legendary level. However, with Qingfeng's current battle power, he wasn't very short on damage either. There are still over 100 evolution points. Keep them for now and save up for more one-time evolutions. Qingfeng now had enough battle power and decided to always keep some evolution points on him. At critical moments, he could evolve depending on the situation and be more flexible in dealing with different situations. After evolving the instantaneous shadow slash, Qingfeng's attention was then focused on the ancient god tablet that was gradually unsealing. After the seals of the 7 surrounding stone tablets had all been unsealed, the pitch-black chains entwined around the ancient god tablet in the center gradually disintegrated as well. After waiting for a moment, Qingfeng reached out to hold the ancient stone tablet that was about the size of a laptop. The moment he entered his hand, a chaotic murmur of whispers and murmurs resounded in Qingfeng's mind. Congratulations, you have obtained the cursed tablet of the ancient god of natural disasters. Cursed tablet of the ancient god of natural disasters. This tablet contains the power of a curse originating from the ancient god of natural disasters Utos. Active use. Attach a curse to any piece of equipment. The curse will provide a random gain phrase based on the characteristics of the equipment and your profession, but will also gain a negative phrase. After killing a certain number of demons with the ancient god slate, the number of times it can be used will be reset. It can be used again on any equipment, but the same curse slate can only curse one piece of equipment at the same time. When you use it again, you can choose to keep the old effect, or keep the new effect. The ancient god slate is divided into two types of blessed slate and cursed slate. The former is purely to add gain words to the equipment, but the effect is relatively weak. The latter, on the other hand, added a curse to the equipment, and would have both a gain affix and a negative affix. The effect of an ancient god slate can even double the attributes of an equipment phrase, and with luck, it's even possible to brush out a powerful phrase that changes the characteristics of the profession. And as long as it's carried to kill monsters, it can also be reused, and can be infinitely refreshed if you feel that the affix is unsatisfactory. Qin Feng obtained this ancient god slate and immediately opened his equipment list. Try the effect first. Qin Feng's gaze rested on the gift of Black Flame Spiked Bone Leather Armor. This was an emerald grade equipment that came with the right of Black Flame effect, which could weaken the target's defense and elemental resistance by up to 35%. 35. Use Cursed Slate. Qin Feng's command was given, only to see the ancient god stone tablet in his hand. A burst of black mist immediately gushed out, murmuring whispers faintly emanating from the black mist, interspersed with morose white celestial plate power, encircling the emerald grade leather armor on Qin Feng's body. You have attached the Curse of Utos to the gift of Black Flame Spiked Bone Leather Armor. Curse of Utos. Gain word. The maximum number of stacks of the Black Flame status has been increased to 15. Negative. Equipment base attributes reduced by 31%. 31. Do you want to keep the curse? Yes, no. Qin Feng glanced at it and was a bit shocked. Black Flame status. The maximum number of stacked layers increased to 15. 7% weakening of defense and elemental resistance per layer. That s 101% for 15 layers. In other words, with this effect, I can weaken the boss's defense and elemental resistance to negative numbers. It was worthy of being Ancient God's Tablet's game phrase. The original maximum 35% Sergio weakened defense had now become 101%. This effect was completely incomparable. However, this negative affix slightly hurts. The basic attributes of this equipment, 95 physical defense, 120 points of total resistance, also with 77 points of damage resistance and constitution. All four of these attributes will be reduced by 31%. Sergio. Qin Feng thought about it and decided to keep it. After all, he was an assassin. At this stage, with the protection of the Shield of Black Light, his defense attributes were not particularly important. What's more,
with the instant Shadow Slash that had just evolved to legendary level and could provide him with a shield of up to 900% of his life value, there was even less need to worry about survival. And after Qin Feng used the Ancient God Slate once, that Ancient God Slate turned into an ordinary stone block. It looked plain and ordinary. However, as long as you carry the stone slab to kill monsters next, you will be able to keep sucking in the death power of the demons to fill the stone slab. It can be used once after killing roughly 300 monsters. When the time comes, we can try again to see if we can swipe out a better gain phrase. The original 35% defense weakening was raised to 105%. This effect, when said out loud, was enough to shock all players, but Qin Feng wasn't even particularly satisfied. From this, it could be seen how much of a boost the Ancient God Slate could give to a player. Of course, a cursed slate could only curse one piece of equipment at most. If Qin Feng used it on other equipment and kept it, then this curse on the gift of Black Flame would expire. That's what the words say. However, there's no rule that says an equipment can only have one curse or blessing. In other words, for every additional Ancient God Slate, there was one more powerful phrase from the Ancient Gods on the player, with no upper limit. Because of this, something like an Ancient God Slate was definitely the more the better. There was only one thing to keep in mind. Some ancient gods don't have a harmonious relationship with each other, or even conflicts. This can also lead to certain ancient god slabs that, between them, will have conflicting effects. Of course, this was something that needed to be considered after obtaining more ancient god slabs. For now, the benefits that the ancient god slabs brought to Qin Feng were incalculable. After that was done, Qin Feng collected all the loot from the entire field. Then he sent a message to Inu, the bosses are all done. I'm going to go practice, so feel free. Qin Feng had planned it out. Today, he would keep practicing until the evening, and wait until the evening when the ghostly nocturnal wolf could become invisible in reality. At that time, ride to Magic City and go find Xianshishir to dispose of it. This woman, who had put her idea on Qin Feng's head, and was also the only one who was a threat to his reality, naturally, it was impossible to let her go. I should just be able to level up to 15 after brushing the ruins in Zhanghai City until nightfall. Qin Feng estimated and was quite satisfied. After all, by that time, according to the pace of the previous life, no one had risen to level 11 yet in the world. In the Divine Abandonment game, the later one got, the harder it was to upgrade. Sometimes, it might seem like there was only a difference of one level, but that experience was already a massive difference. In terms of experience, the total experience Qin Feng had now gained was already tens of times that of most other level 10 players. after receiving Qin Feng's message, and you then notified those 6 official players guarding the mouth of the valley. Those 6 players were instantly dumbfounded when they went to check and realized that the 7 gold bosses in the valley were really not even corpses anymore. Just now, we were still skeptical that Shadow could finish off these 7 bosses. As a result, it's only been more than 10 minutes and these 7 bosses are already gone? I sup. We didn't even realize he had come. And don't these bosses respawn? How did he do that? For a moment, these 6 official players felt a deep shock. The 2 words shadow finally took on a different meaning in their minds. Time flew by. Right in the middle of the godforsaken game descending, the world changed drastically. On the Grand Xia side, night fell. The divine forsaken continent, the ruins of the magic city. There was a female player codenamed Ace of Spades who was hiding in the ruins of a residential area with 5 foreign men, observing a battle ahead. In that battle, it was 18 Daxia players who were besieging a gold-level boss. This female player, Ace of Spades, was dressed in a revealing outfit and had a spade tattoo on her calf. She was teasingly looking at the 3 Daxia squads outside. If Qin Feng was here, he would be able to recognize this woman as Qian Shishir with a glance. Of course, Qian Shishir and the 5 foreign men all had their facial masking turned on. If they were not familiar with them, they would naturally not be able to recognize their identities. At this moment, Qian Shishir looked at the gold boss battlefield outside and laughed. The Daxia men are really weaklings. For such a gold boss, 18 people were deployed, afraid of death to a certain extent. Beloved money, don't say that. The airplane-headed white man, Tony, smiled gently and gentlemanly. They are working hard for us. We need to thank them for giving us this boss drop. Qian Shishir laughed. Giggle, you are so polite. Since Magic City had a larger population than Jianghai City, therefore, there were already thousands of level 10 players within this city of magic metropolis ruins, and even the size range of the ruins was several times larger than the Jianghai City ruins. These players, all of them, were working hard to sprint to level 11. However, the fastest progressing among them was only half the experience of a level 10 right now, and were the ones who hadn't made their career advancement yet. They couldn't be blamed for upgrading so slowly, nor could it be said that the number of demons was too low. Instead, the demons in this godforsaken game were intelligent and didn't just wait around to be killed. If they couldn't beat them, they would run. They would run when they saw many people from afar. Oftentimes, they would play sneak attack, and would even team up to hunt players. All of this, to the godforsaken game players leveling has brought great trouble. Want to efficiently brush leveling? Basically not much possible. 10 or so minutes later, in a hidden place in the ruins of Magic City, Qian Shishir, who was hiding in the shadows, frowned. The output of these Daxia swine is too low. A broken gold boss took so long to fight? Tony, a white man wearing heavy armor and holding a halberd, smiled and said, it's almost over, let's prepare to receive their gifts. As the words fell, Tony led Qian Shishir and the others, a total of 6 people, to jump out from hiding. With the equipment and skill advantage given by Qian Shishir, they almost crushed the remaining 10 or so Daxia players, destroying them and killing them back. Holy shit, it's the Spades Regiment. It's over. Why is the Spade Regiment next to us? Hurry up and go, take as many as you can. Damn vomit. How could there be such a beast, bringing foreigners to kill their own people? The field was filled with pandemonium and corpses were constantly falling to the ground. Wastes deserve to be killed. Who let you be Daxia people? LOL. Qian Shishir walked leisurely through the field, looking around at the slain Daxia players with a disdainful face. She had the capital of the Qin group backing her up and had collected a lot of lifespans, and was always at the forefront when it came to equipment and skill books. Let's play on the Magic City side first. I've heard that we're officially wanted in Daxia. Although our real identities aren't exposed, to be on the safe side, it's better to leave Daxia early and head to North America. At that time, we can form a guild that specializes in killing Daxia swine. However, the complacent Qian Shishir didn't realize that her time to die would come. Finally, level 15. It's almost nighttime outside, right? Among the ruins of Jianghai City. At the ruins of the northern city gate, Qin Feng rode a ghost night-walking wolf and slowly walked out of the ruins. Behind him was the ruins of Jianghai City that was hundreds of kilometers in circumference. The scope of this ruin was about the same size as Jianghai City in reality. And in front of him was a gray, boundless wilderness. We can prepare to go to the magic capital. But before that, we have to get the Book of Divine Authorization first. The Book of Divine Mandate was something that everyone theoretically needed after the descent of the Divine Abandonment game. Qin Feng had come back reborn, knowing full well that it would be the end times and that the order of life would change greatly in the future. But why hadn't he stocked up on essential supplies like food and water in advance? This is because there was the existence of the Book of Divine Authorization. On the Divine Forsaken continent, outside every abandoned city, there was a Tower of Divine Authority, and inside the Tower of Divine Authority, there would be a resident NPC. As long as you pass the challenge, you can exchange your lifespan with that NPC for different types of Books of Divine Authorization. The Book of Divine Authorization, in its simplest understanding, is a kind of 3D printer. Input lifespan. Output materials. Different categories of the Book of Divine Authorization have different lists of outputable supplies, from dietary, living materials, medicine, and so on. However, all the categories of supplies were those that already existed in the current Blue Star. As long as the supplies originally existed in Blue Star, they could all be printed through the Book of Divine Authorization. The prerequisite was the consumption of lifespan. For Chin Feng, the more important ones were the Books of Divine Authorization for dietary and living materials. He couldn't keep eating instant noodles when he ate in the future, could he? It wasn't safe to eat outside. Moreover, after extracting the land of pure soul's hideout to reality, he would also need the Book of Divine Authorization to output generators, lights, tables, chairs, beds, and other means of living. The Book of Divine Authorization. Chin Feng looked at the boundless wilderness in front of him and was somewhat silent. This was something that consumed the player's lifespan. Yet, it was vital to the player. During the 9 years of his previous life, countless people speculated that the existence of this Book of Divine Mandate was just a means used by some gods to harvest or consume players' lifespans, using lifespans as materials to create all sorts of supplies that we humans need. This is truly a means that only deities can possess. Chin Feng shook his head and didn't think much about it. He opened his friends list and prepared to shake people to go for the challenge of the Tower of Divine Power. Of course, the reason for shaking someone wasn't because he couldn't beat it alone. Rather, it was inside the Tower of Divine Power outside the ruins of Jianghai City. The NPC guarding the tower was very sinister and cunning. If it's too easy to pass his challenge, buying the Book of Divine Authorities from him will be very expensive. But if it's too tough to pass, the category of the Book of Divine Authorization that can be bought from him will be reduced. One must perform moderately well in order to purchase the most categories of divine instruction books at the most suitable price. Chin Feng thought back. In his last life, when he went to challenge the Tower of Divine Authority, he didn't bring Qin Xiaoyu with him. This was because that NPC was cunning and very perverted at the same time, and as long as there were female players among the challengers, the difficulty of the challenge would skyrocket. Six-fingered male witch vickery. Based on the research that some players had done on this NPC in his previous life, Chin Feng had also learned a little bit about this guy. It was probably that, in the world where Vickery lived, 6 fingers were seen as an ominous symbol, and this NPC had been discriminated against by everyone around him since he was a child, especially the women, who viewed him as a flood beast. When he was spat upon by the woman he adored, the guy went psycho. What happened after that, no one knows. And now, this NPC named Vickery was extremely misogynistic towards women. As the NPC guarding the Tower of Divine Power, Vickery's misogyny towards women made him enjoy seeing the scene of women being brutally killed. Thus, once a female participated in a challenge, the difficulty of the challenge would more than double. Even if the challenge was passed, the female player would need to spend a high price in order to purchase the Book of Divine Authorization from him. Therefore, in the previous generation, the vast majority of female players in Jianghai City had gone to the Tower of Divine Authority outside the ruins of other cities to challenge to obtain the Book of Divine Authorization. Thus, Chin Feng could not go to challenge the Tower of Divine Right alone, otherwise the price of purchasing the Book of Divine Authorization later on would be extremely expensive. At the same time, it wouldn't bring any female players over. Chin Feng opened Wang Mang's private chat trauma. Wang Mang, are you free on your side? Take you to get a good thing. Besides you, arrange for 4 other male players to come over. I'll be waiting for you at the northern city gate ruins. Wang Mang immediately replied, of course I'm free when Big Brother gives the word. But can't Captain and Little Black and Snowy Day go? Chin Feng replied, yes, it has to be male, not female. This special request made Wang Mang a bit confused. What's the situation? But he still obeyed. Success. Then Big Brother, wait a bit, I'll ask Director Dai for 2 people. It'll take about 20 minutes to get over there, hee. It's a bit far, huh? Sorry. It's fine. Chin Feng finished speaking and closed the chat window. Riding the ghost Nightwalker wolf, he began to move through the nearby scorched black land. It would take the other party 20 minutes to arrive, so of course Chin Feng wouldn't waste that time, so naturally, he had to find some magic creatures around to kill. Meanwhile, after ascending to level 15, the emerald grade necklace that Chin Feng had previously exploded from the soul purifier could finally be brought on. Heart of Faith R, emerald assassin type jewelry. Full attribute plus 25, thunder elemental resistance plus 180, cooldown speed plus 50%. Requirements, level 15. Blade of Pure Soul, unique effect, any attack you make will strip the target of 125 mana and add an additional attack of the same value. The attributes of this necklace were not bad. The best thing was the 50% cooldown speed, both of which were quite good for Chin Feng. As for the only special effect, Blade of the Pure Soul, it doesn't do much at the moment, after all, it's a PvP effect, and currently Chin Feng's PvP, whoever he encounters is killed in seconds, so what's the use of depriving mana value? Of course, if it was for other players, attaching an extra 125 attack points to each attack would definitely be a big boost. It was just that in Chin Feng's case, 125 points of basic attack wasn't too high. After all, the additional attacks of his skills were all 700, 800, or even thousands of points. Swapped out the Deceiver pendant. One less stealth level. But luckily, there's this skill book to learn. Chinfeng looked at a new skill in the skill bar. Dark Depths, Emerald level Assassin passive skill. When you enter the stealth state, you gain +1 stealth level, and for every 5 seconds that passes, raise your stealth level by 1. This skill provides a maximum of +3 stealth levels. Required level, 14. This was a passive skill that was likewise exploded for Chinfeng by the soul purifier Faisal. Chinfeng had just returned to the land of pure souls to take it out and learn it after he had risen all the way to level 15. Evolve and see. I wonder what the maximum stealth level can be added to. Chinfeng looked at the 188 evolution points left in the attribute panel and directly began to evolve this emerald level passive skill. You have consumed 33 evolution points, with 155 points remaining. Depths of Darkness, Emerald Diamond Epic Legendary passively gain +11112 stealth level, and for every 5443 seconds that passes, raise the stealth level by 1 level. This skill provides up to +3345 stealth levels. Required level, 14. Legendary level added effect. For every 1 stealth level you have, 200 points of stealth breaking attack will be added when breaking stealth. When this skill evolved to legendary level, Chinfeng was a bit dumbfounded. Adding up to 5 stealth levels? This is too fierce, isn't it? Counting the career passive level 2 stealth level plus the level 1 that comes with the stealth skill, I can reach a maximum of level 8 with this stealth level. Under normal circumstances, if one didn't take battle power into account, purely piling up stealth levels to level 8 would require at least an assassin player of around level 30 to have that much of a chance of reaching it. And Chinfeng now. This Dark Depths skill alone provided up to 5 levels of stealth level. Passive +2 stealth levels, +1 level every 3 seconds after stealth, reaching the highest level 5 after 9 seconds. At this point I'll have a stealth level of 8, with an additional 1600 points of stealth breaking attack. The effects added by the legendary level were also very cool. It was important to realize that Chinfeng now had 3 stealth skills. Epic level Sneaky Shadow skill with an additional 500 points of stealth breaking attack. Epic level Quiet Concealment skill with an additional 800 points of stealth breaking attack. As for the instant shadow slashes stealth, it was simply stealth and did not attach a stealth breaking attack. As for the Depths of Darkness skill stealth breaking attack, it was stackable with each of these 3 stealth skills. The stealth breaking attack of Subterranean Shadow was increased from 500 points to 2100 points. The stealth breaking attack of Quiet Concealment was raised from 800 points to 2400 points. The instantaneous Shadow Slash, which originally didn't have a stealth breaking attack, would also gain 1600 points of stealth breaking attack. My damage has gone up another notch. Moreover, now that I've risen to level 15, I can consider continuing my profession advancement when I get rid of Qianshishir in Mordor and come back. The first profession advance had allowed Chinfeng's shadow profession, with all 3 passive effects, to be enhanced by quite a bit. How many changes would the second career advancement bring? This was something that even Chinfeng himself didn't know. After all, in his previous life, he hadn't come into contact with the dark shadow profession. Based on the coordinates given by Chinfeng, Wang Mang brought the 4 official male players all the way to the northern city gate ruins. When they were about to arrive, they were all a bit shocked when they saw the piles of demonic corpses in the ruins. Worthy of being a shadow big brother, even if we were given these demons, we would have to kill them for several minutes. That's right, mainly these magical creatures, they can't fight but they can really run away. Shadow Big Brother won't have to consider this problem, after all, it's all one-hit kills. This upgrade speed is simply heaven-defying. We haven't even reached level 11, he's level 15. However, this Big Brother is so fierce, what else did he ask us to do? Don't talk nonsense, just listen to the command. Wang Mang brought 4 people over. 2 of them were his team's Sharp Eyes Archer and middle-aged Cardsmith. The other 2, who were asked to come over from Director Dai's side, for insurance purposes, were the 2 priests. Although these 2 priests weren't hidden professions, their levels and equipment skills weren't bad, and they were the godforsaken game masters that the officials had focused on training up. One of them was tall and close to 1 meter 9 in height. Although he was a priest, holding a staff, he was even more formidable than Wang Mang. His codename was Steady as an Old Dog. Steady as an old dog, Captain Wang, we're at the place, right? Haven't seen Shadow yet? Wang Mang raised his hand, signaling him to be at ease. He opened the private chat and asked Chinfeng. Quickly raising his head, he looked in the northwest direction. Shadow told us to go that way. See the spire on that hill? Our destination is that spire. Steady as an old dog sucked in a breath of cool air. That spire is at least 3 kilometers away, right? It is said that the demons outside the city are very fierce. Can the 5 of us get through it? Wang Mang patted him on the shoulder. You're so strong. Why are you more timid than anyone else? Let's go. Shadow said that all the demons on the road have been cleared by him. The crowd advanced. Steady as an old dog walked at the end, looking around all the way, looking very cautious. Wang Mang didn't think so either. They kept moving forward, and sure enough, in the thorny forest on the way, they saw some twisted and strange demonic corpses. These demons, all of them were level 15 or above. Sometimes even dozens of demonic corpses were piled up together. Wang Mang and the others were scared to death. If they were to move inside the thorn forest, they would be eaten up by the demons. However, as they traveled along, they really didn't see any living demons. This made Wang Mang and the others tsk. Finally, they went up the hill along the thorn forest and soon arrived near the ancient spire at the top of the small hill. Player Shadow applied to join the team. Captain Wang Mang received a system prompt. This caused Wang Mang to be a bit surprised. Hasn't Big Shadow always traveled solo? Why did he even add a team? When he clicked agree, Xin Feng's avatar with his face obscured appeared within their team's personnel list. Xin Feng directly said in the team channel, "The NPC I'm going to encounter next is a bit mean. The stronger I show, the more expensive the stuff he sells. In short, I'm going to be mediocre in battle for a while, so all of you just cheer up and take out a gold boss. As long as you pass the challenge, you can buy good stuff from the NPC and won't let you guys down." Hearing Xin Feng say that, Wang Mang and the others got a little nervous. No wonder Big Brother joined the team. So it's to disguise that he's not that strong in front of the NPC. But NPC? This godforsaken game, we've never seen an NPC until now. What does this NPC look like? Who cares, just listen to the Big Brother and kill the boss first. Wang Mang and the others are all eager to try. Only Steady as an old dog, cautious, holding a big fist nervously asked, "Wait Big Brother, a moment boss, have what skills?" "I need to avoid the skills the boss rushed me how to do." "Shadow, the boss is a long-range magic system, will not move. There is a fire-breathing skills, boss fire-breathing, close to the distance, clockwise around the turn will not be sprayed. There is also the dodge black oil, other skills are attacking the main tees. I will tell Wang Mang how to deal with it." Steady as an old dog asked again, "Right, how long do we need to fight for?" "In a while. I have to arrange if I have enough mana. And what if someone dies? What about sudden accidents?" Shadow. Seeing this, Wang Mang was a bit embarrassed and chatted privately with Xin Feng. "Don't mind me, Big Brother. Don't look at this guy's big head. When he acted in the past, 2 of his teammates were sacrificed due to sudden accidents, and since then he's been very cautious no matter what he does. It's fine, it's understandable. Don't say that you've encountered things. Even if it was an unusual player, it was the same in the godforsaken game. No amount of caution was too much." Xin Feng then went on the team channel and explained in detail about that gold-level boss fight that needed to be challenged. When he finished explaining, Wang Mang and the others, too, finally arrived at the entrance to the bottom floor of that spire. The Tower of Divine Right. Since Xin Feng had joined the party, when Wang Mang and the others arrived, they saw Xin Feng's figure wearing emerald-grade gift of black flame leather armor. The stealthy translucent figure stood at the entrance of the spire, holding a platinum-grade assassin's short knife, looking incomparably cold. That figure sent a bit of a chill down Steady as an old dog's spine. He had always heard about the shadow, but this time, it was the first time he had seen what the shadow looked like. After Xin Feng rejoined the 5 Wang Mang, he first made the ghostly nocturnal wolf stealthy to the side and released a wolf howl skill. It added 35 points of attack and defense to all 6. Subsequently, under Wang Mang's leadership, the group of 6 entered this Tower of Divine Right. When they arrived at a circular hall that was about 50 meters in diameter, a sorrowful and chilling old man's voice came from all directions. "Welcome, welcome, friends of the Blue Star. I'm sure the descent of the godforsaken game has made you all terrified, right? Jia. This is the Tower of Divine Power. As long as you can pass the challenges set by myself, you will be qualified to trade with me. Now start enjoying." As these eerie words fell, in the center of the circular hall, a black humanoid puppet appeared. Obsidian cranium splitting golem, LV 20. Grade, gold. Holy shit, level 20? Steady as an old dog was startled as soon as he saw that gold-level boss appear and nervously clutched the priest scepter in his hand. It was a black humanoid golem stone statue. It looked humanoid, but its head, however, was split in half, and the surface of its body was wrapped in a layer of black viscous liquid that looked hideous. During the battle, the black liquid would splash out towards the surroundings. When the boss released its skills, the black liquid would burn up. If someone is hit by the black liquid, must be dispersed in time, otherwise it is very easy to be burned to death. That burning damage, not the current stage of the priest, can come back up. Fortunately, the priest profession comes with the dispel skill. For insurance purposes, Wang Mang also called out 2 priests. As long as they were used properly, there wasn't much of a problem hitting this obsidian cranium splitting golem. On. With a large shield in one hand and a large axe in the other, Wang Mang rushed to the cracked face of the obsidian golem with a jumping slash. Just as Xin Feng was preparing to obtain the Book of Divine Authorization. Ruins of Jianghai City, center area. In a hidden alleyway. Slap. A slap came over and Xin Xiaoyu was knocked off her feet. In front of her, there were 3 condescending female players who were looking at her with disdain. "What kind of status are you, and you deserve to be near President Chen?" "That's right, if it wasn't for President Chen taking you in and letting you join the club, you would have lost your lifespan by now. Stay away from Chairman Chen for a long time in the future, or I'll beat you up once I see you." After the 3 girls finished speaking, they turned around and left in a condescending manner. Only Qin Xiaoyu was left alone, in this alleyway, clenching her teeth, tears welling up in her eyes. She had thought that by joining the Knight Templar Guild, she would be able to ensure her survival, and then try to gain more lifespan. As a result, within this Knight Templar Guild, there were numerous factions and small groups. The president, Chen Wuming, was only treating her as a tool person, trying to train her up to contribute more lifespan to the guild. She also just said a few words to Chen Wuming before some other female players looked away. They directly set her up in this alleyway and slapped her 2 big slaps as a warning. This made her think of a word: bullying. If it was before, Qin Xiaoyu knew that Qin Feng would definitely help her out. But now, she had severed her relationship with Qin Feng. Raising her eyes, Qin Xiaoyu realized that there was really no one who could help her now. Before, when she encountered something, she could still discuss it with Chu Yan, but now, Chu Yan had stayed in the town and joined the Public Welfare Guild, and there was no way that she could help her to fight against the War Guild's players. She looked at the backs of those 3 female players, strutting away, and finally regretted it a little. The most crucial thing was, she had signed a membership contract with this Knight Templar Guild for a full 3 years. The good news was that she was guaranteed to survive during these 3 years. The bad news was that she would have to survive in this environment for 3 years. In a somewhat desperate mood, Qin Xiaoyu opened her friends list and saw a name Wang Mang. Thinking of this official amiable uncle, Qin Xiaoyu treated it like a lifesaver and sent several messages in a row to complain. She didn't know if it was useful. No matter what, try it first. Maybe Wang Mang would help her. However, she sent several messages in a row, and after waiting for several minutes, Wang Mang didn't reply to her at all. This made her a bit depressed. It's all Qin Feng's fault. When I say sever ties, do you really sever ties? Don't you know that everything a girl says is backwards? Luckily, I'll be alive for the next 3 years. There will still be someone to take me to brush the monsters. Although I have to surrender 50% of my lifespan to the guild, I'll be able to have leftovers on my own, and I'm sure I'll develop faster than Chu Yan and the others. When I develop in the future, no one should come and get involved. Qin Feng? Get the hell away from me. Just keep a low profile back there and don't mess with those crazy women. Qin Xiaoyu clenched her teeth, but she didn't realize it. Things like bullying, it was always the case that the weaker a person was, the more they would be bullied. If tolerating could make people stop being bullied, then there would be no bullying in the world. And on Wang Meng's side, when he received the private chat prompt from Qin Xiaoyu, he happened to be in the critical moment of fighting the boss. You know, this was a gold level boss. And it was still a level 20 gold level boss. It was much fiercer than any opponent Wang Mang had encountered before. When Wang Mang received the series of private chats, he directly opened his friends list impatiently and set up a block for Xiaoyuya. Finally, the world cleared up. Wang Mang realized that even though Qin Feng had told them about the boss mechanism in advance, they were having a tough time fighting it. Because, in order to not show too much battle power, Qin Feng was basically paddling on the sidelines. Of course, even though Qin Feng was paddling and casually releasing trash skills towards the boss, his damage still took up 40% of the entire team's damage. This was already a result of him controlling himself. In fact, if he had encountered this boss anywhere else, Qin Feng would have been able to kill it in seconds with an instantaneous shadow slash. Most of the time, Qin Feng intentionally stuck himself in a corner, looking like he was trapped by the boss's skills, unable to attack the boss. With this acting skill, Wang Mang and the others were shocked to see it. Holy shit, those who don't know thought that Big Brother really only has this much damage. Big Brother said, after the boss will appear NPC, that NPC how perverted to see people under the dish off? The stronger the player, the more expensive the things they sell? It's indeed a bit perverted, but I'm a bit curious, how did Big Brother know about it? In response, Qin Feng could only say in the team channel, the godforsaken game has a lot of secrets, and there is a lot of information buried in the ruins usually. Ask yourself more often, have you made any effort to explore? Has the knowledge reserve grown? Hiss, I get it. Wang Mang sighed, listening to the king is like listening to the words. As one of the middle-aged cardmasters' thunder card was played and landed on the obsidian golem's cracked head, a thunderbolt swept over its entire body. Minus 1227, weakness attack. The last sliver of that boss's bloodstain was finally cleared. The black viscous liquid that had been sprayed all over the field evaporated into a black mist that lingered in the middle of the hall. The black flames spread throughout the hall were also completely extinguished. With Qin Feng's perfect acting skills, he didn't show anything out of the ordinary. As Wang Mang watched the boss's bloodstain return to zero, he finally breathed a sigh of complete relief, and under his nervousness, he had completely forgotten that he had just set up a private chat blocker for someone. If he couldn't remember, then he would never receive a message from that person. Of course, this was unimportant. What was important was that when the obsidian cranium-splitting golem was killed, a sorrowful jia laughter came from all directions, followed by the figure of a withered old man clad in a cloak, coalescing out from in front of them. When the withered-looking old man figure, clad in a black cloak appeared, Wang Meng's crowd gazed at it. They only saw that figure appear in the middle of the hall in front of them like a ghost. Covered by a black cloak and robe, it was impossible to see his exact face and figure, and one could only sense a dangerous aura from him. Players of Blue Star, congratulations, you are the first to pass my test. As long as you pay for your lifespan, you can exchange for the supplies you need from me, jia jia jia. The NPC laughed while stretching out his hand, unfolding a list of goods. Holy shit, 6 fingers? Steady as an old dog took a look and his eyes widened. The scene was a bit subtle when those words came out, and the black-robed NPC who had just stretched out his hand seemed to be radiating coldness all over his body. The next moment, a dark aura, boom, exploded out from Steady as an old dog's body, boom, boom. Minus 999,999. Steady as old dog's tall and sturdy body was instantly blown to smithereens. A ball of lifespan light coalesced from his crushed body. When Chinu saw this, the corner of his mouth twitched. It seems that this brother is not stable enough. On the Divine Forsaken continent, the important NPCs that would appear were basically other civilizations that had already acquired a strong divine nature. They came to the Divine Abandoned continent to provide various services to the Blue Star players while collecting the lifespans that the Blue Star players had fought for. At the same time, they needed to abide by a certain rule that had existed for ages. They couldn't be attacked by ordinary players. But they couldn't attack general players either. They could only set a taboo within the rules, and when a player violated that taboo, they could strike out to harm the player. Obviously, the taboo set by this old deng in front of him was that his 6 fingers could not be mentioned. Steady as an old dog was very steady, but he clearly had no experience in dealing with godforsaken game NPCs, and was shocked and fucked on the spot. Seeing this, the remaining 4 Wang Mang swallowed their saliva and silently picked up the tradable lifespan that Steady as old dog had exploded. Thus, there was one non-tradable lifespan orb left in the field, something that no one else could pick up. Chinu silently raised his hand again, and the cursed flower bloomed on that light ball, absorbing it. This situation caused the 4 Wang Mang to become a little short of breath. The light orb of non-tradable lifespan had always been something that only demons could absorb, and as a result, Dark Shadow had actually used a skill and absorbed it. Looking at that demonic flower of death, Wang Mang's 4 people were a little bit numb. Even that 6-fingered male witch Vickery seemed to be a bit surprised. However, as a high and cold NPC, he didn't bother to communicate too much with these lowly Blue Star players. Choose the book of divine authorization you need, trade your lives for something, and get the hell out. The 6-fingered male wizard was ill-tempered and said morosely as a list of goods appeared above his 6 fingers. Book of divine authorization? What the heck? Wang Mang's 4 were stunned, but with the previous experience of Steady as an old dog, they didn't dare to talk nonsense. One after another, they began to make eye contact and squeeze their eyebrows. Chinu was a bit speechless as he watched. He was not polite and directly clicked on the list of commodities, buying all the 9 books of divine instruction on it. For each book of divine instruction, the price was 1,000 days of tradable lifespan, which was nearly 3 years. This was considered the standard price. If there was a female in the team, the price would at least double, and the challenge of the boss would be much more difficult. The 9 books of divine instruction only added up to less than 25 years of lifespan, whereas Chinu now had 466 years of tradable lifespan, so this consumption was, well, a drop in the bucket. 9 books of divine authorization can fulfill my daily needs, but there's still an achievement in this tower of divine authority that needs to be completed. Chinu had yet to make his next move. Wang Mang and the others had already seen the books of divine authorization on the list of commodities, and all of them were wide-eyed for a moment. They couldn't hold back and started talking in the team channel. Holy shit, what the hell is this? You can consume your lifespan and create living materials in reality? All kinds of food, water, and drinks with these divine grants. I can damn well open a supermarket. Not only that, look at this book of divine authorization, Mechanical Maid, don't stop me, I'm going to buy 10 copies. Little brother, just a reminder, this book of divine authorization can be reused, just buy one. Idiot, can't I sell it after I buy it? You really can't, it says it's soulbound, little old me. Okay. Anyway, it's worthy of being Shadow's big brother, said he'd bring us here to get something good, so it's really something good. Nonsense, when has our big brother ever let us down? Wang Mang and the others were also carrying quite a few tradable lifespans. Of course, it was all focused on Wang Mang. All at once, the crowd began to trade up, purchasing the Book of Divine Authorization from the 6-fingered male witch. The Book of Divine Authorization was something that was in unlimited supply for this type of NPC. Anyway, the Book of Divine Authorization wasn't produced by these NPCs, they were just porters. In the end, the lifespan that the Book of Divine Authorization took away, to whose hands, even these NPCs were not clear. Of course, the tradable lifespans on Wang Mang and the others are not clear to them. The total number of tradable lifespans that Wang Mang has on his body isn't that much. Together, the 4 of them had only bought a total of 12 copies of the Book of Divine Authorization. I don't have enough lifespans with me right now, can I come back and continue to buy them? Wang Mang carefully asked 6-fingered male witch Vickery. When Vickery heard this, he jia laughed. Of course you can, however, each purchase requires a new challenge, so next time maybe it won't be at this price. Soon after, Chinu saw that Wang Mang had finished their transaction and didn't wait any longer. Directly speaking to six-fingered male wizard Vickery, he said, as I see the description of this tower of divine power, it is possible to complete a high difficulty challenge solo, thus gaining prestige. I would like to challenge the highest difficulty, is that okay? The moment these words came out, all four of Wang Meng's men went quiet. The six-fingered male wizard, Vickery, on the other hand, turned over, his black cloak-covered form facing towards Qin Feng, seemingly observing him. Not long after, an eerie and icy voice came out, Tisk. Just you? With what you just did, you can't even complete the lowest difficulty solo, and you still have the highest difficulty? Qin Feng smiled, try it. Highest difficulty, what difficulty is it? Vickery laughed morosely, difficulty is divided into 5 tiers, the highest being the 5th. The boss is still a gold level obsidian cracked skull golem, but attack, blood, defense and cooldown speed are increased by 500%. Qin Feng nodded, alright, I'll try. When these words came out, Wang Meng and the others sucked in a breath of cool air. A 500% increase in attack and blood would be fine, after all. They knew that with Qin Feng's true strength, it didn't seem too difficult to raid the obsidian split cranium puppet without any injuries. But, 500% increase in cooldown speed? In other words, the boss's speed of releasing skills was increased by 5 times to 6 times its original speed. Moreover, the defense was increased to 6 times the original, meaning that the boss would become especially needy. We were already sweating from dodging skills just now. With a 6 times faster skill release, Big Brother can't dodge it either, right? No, I believe Big Brother, since he's willing to try, it means Big Brother must have some certainty. Even if you can dodge the skills, with a boss with 6 times the blood and defense, how long will it take Big Brother to kill it? One mistake during that time and it's gone. If it were us, we wouldn't be able to do it in half an hour. Half an hour? Too optimistic? I'm afraid we won't be able to kill it in an hour. Even if it's a big guy, it'll take at least 10 minutes, right? Hearing Qin Feng's agreement, six-fingered male wizard Vickery laughed morosely. He said sorrowfully, just a reminder, if you die during the challenge, your dropped lifespan can go to me. Sure you want a challenge? Qin Feng naturally wouldn't back down, sure. When he confirmed, the withered figure of the six-fingered male witch Vickery, who was clad in black robes in front of him, slowly dissipated into a black mist and floated away towards the sky. Wang Meng's 4 were pushed to the side of the hall by a force. In the middle area of the hall of this tower of divine right, a barrier field appeared, enveloping Qin Feng alone. Immediately afterward, a black viscous liquid slowly coalesced in the middle of the hall. It was precisely that obsidian cranium-splitting golem. Qin Feng knew that this thing was one of Vickery's summoned creatures, and as for the 5 tiers of difficulty, it was the attribute bonus that Vickery, as the master of the summoned creature, could provide to the summoned creature. 500% was not Vickery's upper limit. Its true strength was far beyond what the current players could imagine. Of course, to Qin Feng, this guy was nothing because in his last life, this guy had already been killed by him. As long as a player obtained divinity, it was equivalent to obtaining the qualification to communicate with NPCs on par. It's rumored that there are many players who triggered some punishment conditions after obtaining divinity, and have disappeared ever since. There are rumors that they were sent to the game worlds of other civilizations and became NPCs guarding the Tower of Divinity. However, no punished player has ever returned. Therefore, no one knew if the rumor was true or not. At this moment, Qin Feng was holding the plague blade and standing alone in the field. The 4 of them, Wang Meng, who had been pushed outside the field, all looked at the field with incomparable nervousness. Even Wang Meng had rarely been able to see Qin Feng's battle scenes with his own eyes. The last time I saw him fight a boss was the last time. In the town, he helped us with the level 2 sprinters. But now it's a level 20 gold boss. Or an existence with 500% added to blood, defense, attack and cooldown speed. With this intensity, I'm afraid it's already higher than a platinum level boss, right? Definitely. Platinum bosses just have some mandatory mechanisms. The true value is definitely not comparable to this 5th level difficulty Tower of Divine Power challenge. I heard from my friends that it didn't take Shadow 2 minutes to finish off the platinum level Holy Maiden of Steel. But this boss in front of me has a much higher value. I'm afraid the blood volume alone is close to 1 million. Coupled with the 6 times faster skill release, even if Big Brother can solve it in 10 minutes, it's already very unbelievable. Wang Meng, the 4 of them, all had their heartbeats at their fastest. Their eyes widened as they looked towards the field. For Qin Feng's battle, they were unusually concerned. That 6-fingered male wizard Vickery, too, was flying in the sky, watching sorrowfully as the gold-level boss he had summoned formed. What kind of clown dares to participate in the highest difficulty challenge at will? A player from Blue Star, so impatient to die? It's only the early stages of the game, and they're actually inflated to this extent. Vickery sneered. When that obsidian-split cranium golem was halfway formed, a burst of black mist had already radiated out from his sleeve and wrapped around that obsidian-split cranium golem. It strengthened its life value, attack, defense and cooldown speed by 500%. The obsidian-split skull golem in this state was like a fire-breathing turret. Black viscous liquid, black fire jets, and all kinds of skills would be released at 6 times the speed, and even one skill release would be immediately followed by the next, so the average player wouldn't have any free time to launch an attack. Moreover, with 6 times the attacks, even Wang Meng can't withstand any of the boss's skills, not to mention an assassin. However, when that obsidian split skull golem was completely formed, Xin Feng's figure, which was hidden in the field. Since it was a solo challenge, Xin Feng had already exited Wang Meng's party. Therefore, Wang Meng and the others, too, could not see Xin Feng's figure. Suddenly, right at the moment when the obsidian split skull golem's blood bar lit up, a fierce poison dart had hit the boss's head that had split in half from behind. -8019, weakness attack. The moment the damage numbers appeared, Xin Feng's figure appeared in the field, but immediately afterward, his figure disappeared. Tranquil concealment, picking up graceful deliverance and instantaneous shadow slash. -10138, weakness attack. -11521, weakness attack. -13364, weakness attack. The damage of the instantaneous shadow slash was higher than ever. This was because each of Xin Feng's slashes, plus the toxin damage from the fierce poison dart, triggered the Rite of Black Flame effect on the leather armor. It weakened the target's defense and full elemental resistance by 7%. In just this instant, the boss took 10 damage and its defense was directly weakened to less than 30% of its original strength. Even if this thing was enhanced by 500% defense, at this moment, it was equivalent to nothing in front of Xin Feng. The first slash of instantaneous shadow slash, the damage was just over 10,000 damage, but with the ninth slash, the damage had already come to over 30,000. It's worthy of the gain effect brought about by the Ancient God Slate. If I didn't have the Ancient God Slate to raise the upper limit of the layers of Rite of Black Flame, my instantaneous shadow slash would have only dealt about 18,000 damage per slash at most. 9 chopping strikes dealt a total of around 200,000 damage. This strike caused the obsidian split skull golem's blood bar to steeply drop by a fifth. It could be seen that the total blood volume of this boss was indeed in the neighborhood of 1 million. After all, its base blood volume, which had just been roughly counted when Wang Meng's team was raiding, was between 150 to 180,000. With 5 times more, turning it into 6 times the original, wouldn't it be around 1 million? Crap, what the hell? A fifth of blood in one go? What kind of skill is this, big brother? It looks like a silver level instant shadow slash. But the instantaneous shadow slash I've seen only has 3 strikes? I can't tell how many times, it's too fast, but the boss had at least 7 or 8 strikes. Could this be the legendary instant shadow chop plus? This unbelievable scene made the 6-fingered male wizard Vickery, who was flying in the sky, all directly dumbfounded. This was because he had just seen Xin Feng's performance. This assassin, who looked particularly obscene, would never strike as long as there was a possibility of hitting a boss skill. And his stance was particularly stupid. Every time he was forced into a corner by the boss's skills, he couldn't make a move. Even if he did, it was only some not-so-strong skills that only dealt 2,000 or 3,000 points of damage each time. But now, Xin Feng's skill, which was godlike instantaneous shadow slash, directly dealt a whopping 200,000 points of damage. What the hell? Blue Star's player should have only just started developing. How could he have this damage? What level of talent does this person have? Vickery stared at the field with a deadly glare. However, immediately afterward, a scene that made Vickery and Wang Meng, among others, blow up even more appeared. Only 1 second after Xin Feng struck, Graceful Deliverance's active slash throat effect triggered. -20,276, weakness attack. -23,042, weakness attack. -26,728, weakness attack. Each of the 9 damage bursts of the cutthroat effect was twice as high as it had just been. The highest damage burst even reached over 60,000. In total, it added up to nearly 400,000 damage. The obsidian split skull golem's blood bar had directly dropped to about 40%. It was only at this point that the obsidian split skull golem reacted. After all, it was just a gold boss, its mechanics and whatnot really weren't strong. It began to spray out black viscous liquid towards the surroundings, and black flames burned up in all parts of the hall. However, Xin Feng turned on the shield of black light and was protected by an injury immunity shield, which, coupled with his super high agility, allowed him to dodge in the middle of the field at a speed of 30 to 40 meters per second, without taking any damage at all. Just 2 seconds after he struck, another burst of enchantment relief slitting throat damage emptied the obsidian cracked skull golem's last blood bar. That boss had only even released 2 skills. Under the terrifying sustained damage of slitting throat, it had already exploded into a pile of black rubble on the spot. Congratulations on completing the achievement, Tower of Divine Power Level 5 Difficulty Challenge. You have gained 5 reputation points. The completion of this achievement will be considered as your completion of the first 4 difficulty challenges. You have gained 1 + 2 + 3 + 4 reputation points. Congratulations on completing the Tower of Divine Power Single Player Challenge Global First Pass. You have gained 5 + 10 + 15 + 20 + 25 reputation points. Regardless of which Tower of Divine Power Challenge one was in, the achievement could only be completed once. But the achievements were divided into 5 tiers. From the first level of difficulty, to the 5th level of difficulty, the rewards increased in this way. Qin Feng directly challenged the highest difficulty. He directly obtained the prestige rewards of all the grades. Among them, the prestige reward for the global first pass was higher, but it was one time and only one person in the world could get it. In the previous life, the first passes for the 5 different levels of difficulty were completed by 5 different players respectively. But this time, Qin Feng had all of them wrapped up. As for the solo challenge achievement rewards, other players would be able to reach them later. As long as they were able to complete the challenge solo, they would be able to obtain the prestige rewards. It's just that this part of the reputation reward wasn't much, it only added up to 15 points. Qin Feng's first pass reward, on the other hand, directly gave 75 points. My reputation, I now have 147 points. After 100 points, you can buy high-level props from certain NPCs. I remember there was an NPC in the pre-magic city ruins that could buy nice things. Qin Feng took the completion on and the first pass reward, and directly kept his stealthy state and quietly left the Tower of Divine Power. Behind him was the exasperated 6-fingered male wizard Vickery. Just now, he thought that this assassin was a clown who came to send him to his death and provide him with longevity. As a result, he didn't expect. This assassin's damage was so explosive. The clown was actually himself. If I had known this, I should have charged you 10,000 no, 100,000 days of lifespan for each book of divine authorization. Vickery regretted it. But there was nothing he could do now to stop Qin Feng from leaving. After all, he was equivalent to being punished in this Tower of Divine Right and had no authority to leave this place. Just as Qin Feng finished off that obsidian cranium-splitting golem, a Tower of Divine Power challenge first pass reminder was sent out in the minds of all players around the world. This prompt caused countless players across the globe to be dumbfounded. Tower of Divine Right? What the hell is that? Oh my god, Shadow is ahead of all of us again. We don't even know what the Tower of Divine Power is, and he's completed the challenge first pass? I've never seen any tower-like structures in the ruins of the city I'm in. I know, outside the city. I have a level 3 stealth skill, I've gone out of the city to explore, and I've found the Tower of Divine Power. It's just that the gold bosses inside are fierce, I can't beat them solo. Outside the ruins of Jianghai City, inside the Tower of Divine Right, Wang Mang's 4 were also stunned. This 3 seconds? That's seconds? A gold level boss with 1 million blood? Where's the promised 5 times defense? Why is it so brittle? What kind of damage is this? I was just worried that Big Brother wouldn't be able to defeat this boss, but it was done in 3 seconds? For a while, Wang Mang and the others were all dumbfounded. Just then, Wang Mang's private chat window popped up. Justice execution, Wang Mang, what did you guys do over there? How did the great god get another first pass? What is this Tower of Divine Right? It was none other than policewoman in Yu. Since Qin Feng had emphasized beforehand, in Yu, Lin Liu and Gu Ishua were not involved in this operation. But they were curious too. Especially now, when they heard that Shadow Chief had passed some kind of Tower of Divine Power challenge, their hearts were like ants crawling. Wang Mang clicked on the private chat and bitterly smiled as he told Yu what had just happened. What? The Book of Divine Authorization? You can consume your lifespan to extract supplies into reality? And the Tower of Divine Authority challenge, single participant, highest difficulty Shadow 3 seconds to kill a gold boss with 6 times the battle power? Not to mention the official side of Jianghai City, which was once again shocked by Qin Feng's actions. After leaving the Tower of Divine Power, Qin Feng had ridden the ghost night-walking wolf and returned to within the land of pure souls at the fastest speed possible. During this time, he asked Yu in a private chat if the Jianghai City officials had discussed the price of the church sanctuary hideout. As a result, Yu replied while marveling that it might still take an hour or 2 more. Alright, I'll go offline to eat something, leave me a message when the discussion is done. Qin Feng was ready to go offline after replying this. Now that he still had 441 years of life left on him after buying the 9 books of divine authorization, he naturally wanted to extract more abilities and equipment into reality, especially the ghostly nocturnal wolf Mount Bell. In fact, Qin Feng had only gotten offline once during today's monster brushing, again eating a bowl of instant noodles. The system had reminded him several times now that his hunger level was too high in reality. Just as he was planning to extract his ability to go offline, the system suddenly prompted, "Danger detected in your reality environment. Please extract as many abilities as possible to deal with the danger." The following is the real-time screen. There is danger? The B&B owner's wife wants to rob her? When Qin Feng heard this prompt, his mood didn't even fluctuate in the slightest. He closed his eyes and a real-time picture of the B&B room was transmitted to his mind through the system, only to see that in reality, he had been sitting on the B&B couch in the game that he had entered. His body was still in a translucent unselectable state, and around him, the couch had surprisingly been removed and replaced by a large iron cage that held him in place. In the room, there were also 2 shirtless tattooed middle-aged men, each holding 2 machetes, who were smoking and chatting at the same time. These 2 men were talking and laughing. "It's so awesome, this Shadow, again, is the world's first pass. This man is so strong, how many lifespans can he fight in the divine abandonment game? Playing for thousands of days, it must be no problem to earn a few small goals in anger. Envious, I'd be fine if I were Shadow. Don't be so damn envious, let's just look forward to this kid in front of us. It's best to have a few hundred days of life, that's tens of millions of dollars of cash in hand, he. What if he resists? Resist? I will let his head open. It was a pity. These two men didn't realize that the youth they were attempting to rob was clearly the dark shadow they envied. Xinfeng saw the two middle-aged men who were squatting themselves in the outside world. After observing them slightly, he didn't care. It was just two unusual murderers from the godforsaken game era, nothing special. At this stage, those who have the ability to rise to level 10 and have the ability to extract abilities are simply not squatting for a robbery. Going into the game and killing a few monsters at random is much more rewarding than crouching for an unknown player. The only explanation is, these two guys, it was tougher to even kill monsters within the game. Currently, those who have risen to level 10 and can extract their abilities to reality, there are only about 100 of them in the entire Jianghai city. There are a lot of groups and officials who, after hoarding their lifespans, have cultivated some people in reality. The reality ceiling, however, depends on the power ceiling within the game. No amount of tradable lifespans they have will allow them to exceed the in-game strength limit. Therefore, Xinfeng only needed to maintain his absolute advantage within the game. Then in reality, he would definitely be the strongest one as well. Regardless of how many lifespans someone had that could be used to extract an ability, that ability was ultimately based on in-game strength. Xinfeng shook his head and closed his eyes, starting to extract the ability. He did some calculations first. The level doesn't need to go to level 15 first. Let's extract to level 13 first. Realistic leveling from 11 to 13 consumed 13, 7 and 16. 4 years respectively, totaling a little over 30 years. Then came the skills. You have consumed 161. 7 years of lifespan, tradable, and extracted the skill Graceful Deliverance, mythic level. You consumed 71. 12 years of lifespan, tradable, and extracted the skill Assassin's Intuition, legendary grade. You have consumed 36. 35 years of lifespan, tradable, and extracted the skill Dark Ring Blade, epic grade. You have consumed 23. 71 years of lifespan, tradable, to extract the skill Silent Concealment, epic grade. These 4 skills extracted consumed a total of 292. 88 years of Qin Feng's tradable lifespan. According to the current lifespan to cash ratio, lifespans could be sold for 20 million cash per year, and these lifespans would be worth a total of 6 billion. After these skills are extracted, I'm left with only 2 unextracted skills. A moment of darkness that can blind enemies around you, plus a depths of darkness that passively adds stealth levels. The former requires 34. 65 years to extract. The latter extraction required 73. 81 years. Xinfeng did not move for the time being because he had to extract the gold grade Mount Bell first, which still required 113. 89 years of life. Extract, Mount Bell. After he consumed these 100 years of lifespan and extracted the Mount Bell, the remaining tradable lifespan on his body was only 1 years. Still not enough lifespan. Because of this, Xinfeng chose to sell the church sanctuary hideout. Otherwise, if this thing stayed in his hands, the room for appreciation would be higher and higher. Selling a hideout won't have much of an impact, after all, I can obtain more hideouts. The ruins of the Magic City are even more expansive, and there are a total of 6 large hideouts similar to the Land of Pure Souls and the Church Sanctuary. Currently, they should all still be masterless lands. Xinfeng was not particularly familiar with the structure of the Magic City ruins. This was because when he arrived at the Magic City ruins in his last life, it was already after level 20. At that time, the 6 large hideouts in Magic Metropolis had all been occupied by organizations such as officials and guilds. As for what the platinum level bosses guarding the hideouts were, Xinfeng hadn't intentionally tried to understand them, but had only roughly heard about some of the players' idle chatter and gossip. With my current strength, touching a platinum level boss skill is still relatively simple. Even if I die once, there's still the ghost fire bell under the hood, so it's not a big problem. Of course, all of this was to be said after arriving in Magic City. Within the Divine Abandonment game, Xinfeng's level 15 meant that he could also teleport to the Magic Metropolis ruins while he was in the game. After depleting his lifespan to only 1 years, Xinfeng finally went offline. Inside the B&B room he was in, the 2 tattooed middle-aged men, who were holding machetes, were smoking cigarettes while chatting eloquently. Suddenly, one of them's eyes changed. Wait, this kid went offline. When the 2 of them cast their gazes on Xinfeng in the iron cage, they only saw Xinfeng's eyes open, and there was inexplicably more of a sharp knife in his hand. This small knife was something that Xinfeng had been carrying around since he first returned to reality. There was no way around it. In order to unleash the assassin's attack skills, one must equip daggers and short knives. The in-game weapons, for the time being, did not have that much lifespan to be extracted, so it was fine to carry a small knife with him. The 2 middle-aged men's complexions became vicious. Seeing the small knife in Xinfeng's hand, they just wanted to speak. Suddenly, A black blade light instantly flickered and appeared from around Qin Feng, spreading towards the surroundings. That knife light, directly from the height of Qin Feng's chest, spread in all directions. Poof! Poof! Those two middle-aged men, before they could even react, were already sliced from their chest area by the black blade light. Their eyes widened as their upper bodies directly fell to the ground, the machetes in their hands falling to the ground with two dang sounds. However, this was not the most terrifying. The most terrifying thing was that when Qin Feng swung out this darkness-ringed blade, that dark blade light slashed all 12 meters around him. The iron cage that had trapped Qin Feng was directly sliced into upper and lower halves with a single slash. Even this entire room of the B&B had a sharp crack appear on the wall. The entire room was all sliced into upper and lower halves. Poof! In the next room, a burly man who was exercising on top of the boss's wife just happened to have his head sliced open and flew up into the sky. Ah! The boss's wife screamed out in shock. She happened to avoid this horizontal slice from Qin Feng since she was lying on the bed. Originally, she had known these bigwigs in society and had let them come over, looking for a chance to rob the lodging Qin Feng. As a result, she never expected that the bigot was on top of her when suddenly heads flew up. She was splattered with blood and subconsciously screamed in horror. But soon, her screams came to an abrupt end. Because, Qin Feng followed up with a fierce poisonous dart through the wall, hitting her head and sending her to the west. Within Jianghai City, a small, ordinary residential building. With the flash of a black blade light, the entire third floor of the small building was sliced in half. The upper part of the small building gradually slid down and landed on the ground with a bang, smashing out a cloud of dust and dirt. In the darkness of the night, a shadowless and invisible figure, riding a similarly stealthy ghost nightwalker wolf, leapt high into the east. In that small building, on the other hand, 4 flowers of death were blooming, scarlet and demonic, drawing all the blood, flesh, and white bones of the 4 corpses. Not a single drop remained. And the commotion here didn't attract too many people's attention. Because, now in Jianghai City, there were blasting sounds, sirens, and even gunshots everywhere, and many places were in chaos. East of Jianghai City, on the highway leading to Magic City, it was a bit windy tonight. The sky was so dense with clouds that even the moonlight was obscured from time to time. If it were usual, this highway leading from Jianghai City to Magic City would be absolutely packed with vehicles. But now, only occasionally did a car drive by in a hurry. No one could see that a 3-meter-long stealthy ghost wolf was carrying a stealthy man in a black jacket, running wildly along this highway at an extremely fast speed. Even some vehicles on the road were overtaken by him one after another. This man, naturally, was Qin Feng. While he was on his way to the Magic City, he was holding a copy of the Book of Divine Authorities, Great Xiao Food, in his hands. At the Tower of Divine Authority NPC within the boundaries of Daxia, one could only buy the Book of Divine Authorization that could extract Daxia food. If one wanted to eat food from all over the world, then one would have to make a trip to the ruins of cities all over the world. Of course, at the moment, Qin Feng wasn't at a level where he could teleport across borders yet. Have some meat buns, marinated beef, and soy milk. Qin Feng rode the ghostly nocturnal wolf, flipped open the Book of Divine Authorization, and found the corresponding patterns within the pages. All of these things were the simplest Daxia food. The price tags were all from 3 minutes to 10 minutes of tradable lifespan. If converted into Daxia's real currency, this price was equivalent to $200 to $300. However, to Qin Feng, this already belonged to the category of being a bargain. Although there were still breakfast days open outside, no one could guarantee that there were problems with that food. After being pitted by Qin Xiaoyu in his last life, Qin Feng would definitely not be able to eat any food given by anyone else. It was what the Book of Divine Authorization exchanged for that was the most reassuring. Of course, due to the increase in Qin Feng's reality physique attribute, his body required more energy and naturally, the more food he needed. Luckily, these things exchanged from the Book of Divine Instruction wouldn't cost much lifespan in total. It was until half an hour later. Qin Feng looked at the bustling metropolis that appeared ahead, the Magic City, and slowly closed the Book of Divine Instruction. To dispose of Qian Shishir, we need to know where her reality is first. It's going to be a lot harder to find this woman than it is to find Song Fei. There's also no informant like Yukiko of Milk White, that woman, who can tell me her location. Trying to find a Qian Shishir in a magic city with a population of tens of millions of people was bound to be extremely difficult. And this woman, more than likely, was in hiding, tucked away in a safe place. If Qin Feng searched aimlessly, it would be impossible to find her human shadow until she left Magic City. Thus, Qin Feng first came to the vicinity of the high-speed train station in Magic City. Entering the empty subway station, he looked for a hidden corner. Quiet concealment. Entering the game. After turning on tranquil concealment, Qin Feng's figure was completely invisible and would never become visible as long as he didn't move or launch an attack. Entering the game in this state, Qin Feng wouldn't be detected by anyone and was in an unselectable invincible state. It was equivalent to completely disappearing from this world. When Qin Feng entered the Divine Abandonment game, he passed through the teleportation array at the very center of the ruins of Jianghai City, consuming 985 days of his lifespan and choosing to teleport to the ruins of the Magic City. The cost of this teleportation was that the farther the distance, the more expensive it was. Zhanghai City was adjacent to the Magic City, so it didn't cost too much. At the same time, Qin Feng opened his friends list again. Finding the thieving triangular-eyed youth who had contacted him earlier, he sent a private chat over. Divine Forsaken Continent, Magic City Ruins. What? Shadow contacted you? Qin Feng has been killed by him? Qian Shishir was a bit surprised as she listened to the incoming private chat. At this moment, she was with 5 foreign men, brushing monsters in the Evil Spirit Academy in the Magic City Ruins. The Evil Spirit Academy was an academy ruin that covered a vast area. At the same time, it was also one of the 6 major hideouts in the Magic City Ruins. Only to obtain the key to the Evil Spirit Academy's hideout, one needed to go deep into the 3 underground levels of the Evil Spirit Academy in order to find the platinum-level Evil Spirit boss that was entrenched in it. In this place, there were numerous magical creatures, and the key was that many of the Evil Spirit attribute magical creatures were completely immune to physical damage. So not many people came here to brush the monsters. Qian Shishir leading people to brush the monsters here was just enough to avoid the ears and eyes of most players. After all, she was now wanted and hunted down by the Magic City officials. Although her real identity wasn't exposed and her real location was safe, she had too much lifespan on her, so of course she didn't want to die. Currently, the tradable lifespan on Qian Shishir's body had accumulated to over 600 years. These Daxia people are really swine. 50,000 one-day lifespans don't even love to sell? It's still going to cost old lady even more money. Qian Shishir was a bit angry. She was now spending money to not receive much longevity. The price of lifespan was getting higher and higher, and as she watched the Qin clan group she was a part of, the capital she had accumulated in this world, all of its value was shrinking, she was also anxious. She couldn't wait to immediately convert all of her assets into lifespans. It was in this situation. She finally heard a piece of good news. She had once spent 3,000 days of her lifespan to commission Dark Shadow to assassinate a minor character. The lifespan that was worth 50 million at that time was now more than 100 million. This made Qian Shishir's heart ache as well. Good thing, now the results had finally come in. Qin Feng wonders if you'll regret it when you die? Tisk, that's not right either. If you were killed by the shadow, you should have died without a sound, no pain and not much time for regrets. What a pity. Qian Shishir laughed happily. Soon, she got a brand new piece of news. What? Shadow said that he has already come to Magic City? Both the game and reality have come? In reality, he's going to show me that Qin Feng's head? And then let me make the closing payment? Qian Shishir frowned. Although she was arrogant and domineering, she was not brain-dead. Dark Shadow, such a terrifying killer in reality, who knew what would happen once she met with him. Qian Shishir was afraid of death. Of course she didn't dare to meet with Qin Feng in reality. You tell him that you don't need to show me the head, just take a picture, I'll have someone give him the final payment. What? He said he doesn't have a cell phone? Lost his cell phone to avoid being followed? Qian Shishir was a bit speechless. In that case, she really wouldn't have any way to confirm whether or not the shadow had really killed Qin Feng. Although, she actually didn't care much about the death or life of that Qin Feng. But if the shadow hadn't done anything and she gave the final payment, wouldn't she look stupid? Not to mention, for Dark Shadow, Qian Shishir still had some longings and expectations. If she could establish a long-term cooperation with Dark Shadow, she would definitely be able to stand on top of the globe in the brand new era in the future. Realistically, meeting with him is not impossible. Qian Shishir thought of a way, pursed her lips, and smiled faintly. However, it is necessary to confirm that he is on the same side as me. Thinking of this, she opened her friends list and found a male player with the codename Skywalker and said a few words to him in a private chat. Divine Forsaken Continent. Magic City Ruins. Qin Feng maintained his stealthy state and rode a ghost night-walking wolf. He opened the private chat and saw the thieving triangular-eyed youth, sending him a coordinate. That was Qian Shishir's current in-game location. Want to meet me in-game first and give me the final payment directly? Faced with this request from the other party, Qin Feng seemed to have no reason to refuse. However, Qin Feng was a bit puzzled. This woman, didn't she confirm if he had really killed Qin Feng? Just give the final payment like that? Originally, it was about mentioning Qin Feng's head to her and meeting with her realistically, thus killing her off. It seems that this woman is a bit cautious. Qin Feng was not in a hurry. If he really couldn't find where this woman was, he would just share the information directly with the officials of Magic City. I remember in my last life, this woman flaunted herself in the ruins of Magic Metropolis for a long time before people arrived in North America, and she chose to migrate to the North American region within the game. Although it takes a lot of lifespan, it's not too difficult given her status. Here in the Magic City officials, this woman is wanted. Getting the officials to find someone was one way. However, Qin Feng did not intend to use this method directly. After all, after such a long time had passed, Qian Shishir must have a lot of lifespan on her. These lifespans, Qin Feng naturally wanted to get his hands on them personally. Killing people, taking lives. A very easy thing to do. If Qin Feng could do it himself, he naturally wouldn't be willing to pretend to be someone else's hand. In that case, let's meet her within the game, first. Qin Feng rode the ghost wolf and galloped towards the coordinates of the Evil Spirit Academy that he had received in his private chat. 10 or so minutes later, Qin Feng ran tens of kilometers through the vast ruins of the Magic City on his wolf, and finally arrived at the location of the Evil Spirit Academy. The place was gusty. Amidst the ruins of the buildings, many morose white dead trees loomed, and occasionally black crows stopped at the tops of the trees, observing the area of ruins with their deathly gray eyes. Qin Feng had only just come over when he saw from afar that there was a group of player figures at the ruins of a school building more than 100 meters away. He rushed over on his ghost wolf and arrived on the rooftop of a 3-story high ruin. Looking down from above, he saw that in the abandoned square outside the ruins of that school building, there were two parties facing each other. One of the parties was Qian Shishir, codenamed Ace of Spades. She and the 5 foreign men, all with their face masks turned on, were gathered together, facing the surrounding crowd with a sneer. On the other side, there were 2 official Magic City squads surrounding Qian Shishir. On the official side, the leader of the team was a young man with a Chinese character face who looked all righteous. It's him? Qin Feng glanced at the country-faced youth and narrowed his eyes slightly. Qiu Hanan, codenamed Skywalker, a famous mole in the previous life, providing intelligence for the Alice Guild until the 7th year of the godforsaken game's descent, when the guy revealed himself and was killed off, making a lot of noise. Qin Feng took another look at the situation in the field and quickly realized what was going on. Interesting. This Qian Shishir and Qiu Hanan have already hooked up so early? Deliberately luring the Magic City officials over while calling me over. Wanting to see where I stand now? It had to be said that this tactic of Qian Shishir's was very good, quite good. In this current situation, Qian Shishir's 6 people's battle power was obviously stronger. After all, recharging would make them stronger. As for the official 12, for the time being, they could only hold Qian Shishir and the others back, and currently did not dare to attack strongly. Both sides were sort of evenly matched, with Qian Shishir's side having a slight advantage, so both sides did not fight. And Qian Shishir's plan was simple. Before the official reinforcements arrived, if Qin Feng arrived, he would have to face a choice. Should I help Qian Shishir? If one helped Qian Shishir, then it would mean that the shadow would become hostile to the official. In that case, wouldn't both sides be on the same side? Qian Shishir would also be able to bring shadow into the fold more easily. If she doesn't help, Qian Shishir was afraid that she wouldn't choose to meet with shadow in reality. Interesting. Qin Feng saw this and immediately analyzed Qian Shishir's intentions. He was certain that if he didn't make a move now and kill those people from the officials, it would be very difficult for him to find Qian Shishir in reality on his own. Even if he pretended that he hadn't come yet, Qian Shishir wouldn't him a chance. After all, everyone knew that shadow was fast. The official people were looking for him. Would the shadow not have arrived yet? Since this is the case, let's show you my sincerity. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth curled. Riding the ghost wolf, he leapt down from the height of the 3rd floor. He was in a stealthy state, so no one could even notice his arrival. Holding the plague blade in his hand, he stuck a range and flung his hand to slash out a black blade light. Dark ring blade. Minus 42,288, weakness attack. Minus 42,357, weakness attack. A terrifying scarlet damage number rose above the heads of the 11 official players, and they fell to the ground on the spot. There was also an official player who wasn't within range, and before he could react, he was killed by a triple pounce from the Ghost Knight Wolf that swooped out from the side. You have killed player Skywalker. You have killed player Evening Rain. You have killed player. You have killed player. You have killed player. As a series of system prompts came, the 12 official players present, all of them died. Immediately afterward, the figures of Qin Feng and Ghost Wolf appeared in front of Qian Shishir's 6 people. This scene caused Qian Shishir, who had a black veil on her face, to light up. As for the 5 foreign men behind her, they all breathed a sigh of relief, and then all of them were a bit nervous and wary in their eyes when they saw the shadow appear. Are the official people of Magic City all poor? Qin Feng walked over and spat. He wasn't afraid of his voice being recognized by Qian Shishir as he had gotten a voice changer from the Book of Divine Instruction, which was cheap and easy to use. He came next to the corpse of the country-faced youth at the head of the other party and raised his leg to kick it, only to see that apart from this country-faced youth, the other 11 official members around him, the lifespan light orbs that burst out, were surprisingly only as big as a light bulb. This meant that those 11 official members, I'm afraid they all only had about 10 days of lifespan on them. It was still tradable and non-tradable combined. Only under the corpse of the leader of the country-faced youth, a large ball of life expectancy light burst out, and it was estimated to be around 6 or 7 years. Hearing Shadow's horse spitting, Qian Shishir laughed and walked up with a step and a twist of her but, officials, they like to concentrate their lifespan on the captain, only he alone burst out a lifespan, it's normal. Shadow, welcome to the Magic City. Qin Feng nodded faintly towards her. Then he stretched out his hand and absorbed the 6 or 7 years of lifespan light orb away in front of her. This time, Qin Feng did not use the blossoming curse skill to take away the other half of the tradable lifespan remaining on this person. This was because that half of the lifespan was still useful to keep. In addition, Qian Shishir said that this person exploded his lifespan because the official Magic City team liked to concentrate their lifespans on one person? This was completely and utterly wrong. As for the exact reason, Qin Feng was of course too lazy to bullshit with Qian Shishir, and next, he had to find a way to meet with her in reality. Right at this moment, the 5 foreign men who were following Qian Shishir, 3 of them were white and 2 of them were dark-skinned, led by the airplane-headed youth Tony, followed up. Seeing Qian Shishir talking happily with Shadow, these 5 men also put down their hearts. The leader, Tony, even smiled and extended his hand towards Qin Feng. "Hi, Mr. Shadow. Good to see you, bro." 5 foreign men, one after another, opened their mouths, wanting to deal with Qin Feng. After all, this was the world's #1 shadow, a terrifying existence that killed people invisibly. However, Qin Feng glanced at the 5 guys and did not reach out. Just when the atmosphere was a bit stagnant, Qin Feng suddenly said, "I can't understand what they're saying. They must be cursing me, right?" Before Qian Shishir could open her mouth to explain, Qin Feng suddenly struck out. Instantaneous Shadow Slash. With a short-range instantaneous Shadow Slash, he instantly flashed out a distance of 3 meters, enveloping all 5 of those foreign men. -39,155, weakness attack. -39,126, weakness attack. In an instant, all 5 foreign men fell to the ground in death. What's going on? Qian Shishir was just about to explain that these were her friends when this scene appeared, directly making her dumbfounded. Watching Tony and the other 5 teammates fall to the ground, Qian Shishir instantly felt that her mouth was a bit dry, almost thought that she had GA too. But soon she realized that Shadow didn't kill her. When the corpses of Tony's 5 fell to the ground, bursting out a small amount of lifespan to come, Qin Feng's stealthy figure once again appeared in front of her. Qian Shishir was a bit nervous at first and even subconsciously took 2 steps back. But soon, a smile reappeared on her face as she looked at Qin Feng with an appreciative and inexplicable smile in her eyes. So handsome. It's a pity that it's a Daxia turd who doesn't even understand English. Otherwise, it would be qualified to be my lifelong companion, she thought in her heart. But she didn't know. How many foreign players had Qin Feng dealt with in his last 9 years of life? Even if he wouldn't have originally, he would have learned long ago in this kind of environment. Not to mention that the higher a realistic player's spirit attribute was, the memory and speed of thought would increase, and players who could develop in the later stages couldn't learn a foreign language any easier. Therefore, it wasn't that Qin Feng didn't understand English. He just simply and roughly told the other party, "Don't come and get involved." At this moment, Qian Shishir watched as Shadow reappeared in front of her. Her mood was a bit tense and scared. But there was also some hidden excitement. This dark shadow was so strong. If she was able to control it in her hands, what kind of heights could she reach in this era? Thinking of this, Qian Shishir did not hesitate and directly initiated a trade request towards Qin Feng. Originally, the final payment for the assassination of Qin Feng was 1,500 days of lifespan. But Qian Shishir directly put on 10 years, more than doubling it. This is the final payment. Big Brother finished well, more than enough for an extra reward. Although Shadow took out Tony's 5. But she didn't have any blame at all. With Shadow's strength, was it hard for her to ask the other party to apologize? It was simply unrealistic. So there was no need to dwell on this matter, just pretend it never happened. And after Qin Feng had gotten his lifespan, he just nodded lightly and turned around as if he was ready to leave. He did not take the lead in suggesting that he wanted to meet with Qian Shishir. Otherwise, this woman was afraid that she would suspect this and that again. He was waiting for the other party to take the initiative. As expected, seeing that Shadow seemed to be planning to leave, Qian Shishir no longer doubted him. Immediately speaking, Big Brother wait. Originally, Qian Shishir was a bit cautious, worrying that the Dark Shadow was trying to come over to kill her and take the lifespan from her, so she did not intend to meet with the Dark Shadow in reality. But now, the Dark Shadow came over to meet her, and first directly took out the official 12 players, then took the final payment and was about to leave. Obviously, the other Shadow didn't put her at ease at all. It was just treating her as an employer. Therefore, Qian Shishir was relieved. She opened her mouth and called out to Qin Feng, "You have the strength and I have the money. Can we work together for a long time? I have a new assassination target here. If you're interested, how about coming to the party I'm organizing tonight? What are your needs, women? Good wine? You can ask for all of them. I will prepare them for you in advance." Coming. Qin Feng secretly sneered. This woman really couldn't hold back. If he really believed this woman's words and thought that going over there was all about enjoyment, then I'm afraid he wouldn't even know how to die. If she didn't have thoughts about Qin Feng, why would this woman need to meet him in reality? However, Qin Feng didn't intend to have any in-depth communication with her. As long as he met her, he would just kill her directly. So Qin Feng pretended to ponder for a moment and asked, "Who is the one to be assassinated? How much is the payoff?" Qian Shishir smiled and said, "I can't show you a picture here, so let's just meet and talk. As for the reward, I can only tell you that it will be several times more generous than this time." "Okay," Qin Feng said in a deep voice, "time and place. I'm not necessarily free." Qian Shishir laughed out, "Big Brother, let's add a friend first. Time and place, see when you're free, whichever time you're available? It could be seen that Qianshishir attached great importance to Dark Shadow. Since this was the case, Qin Feng did not bother to say more and said bluntly, now then. When you're ready, tell me the location. Good, won't keep Big Brother waiting. Qianshishir said this and went offline. Qin Feng was not idle. When Qianshishir went offline, he brushed up on this evil spirit academy. The demons in this evil spirit academy were all physically immune spectre-type monsters. Lonely Wanderer, Mori White Spectre, Apprentice's Soul. But to Qin Feng, these demons were just as easy to kill. This was because the Dark Ring Blade dealt dark elemental damage. For these level 13 to 15 demonic creatures, a single strike could completely finish them off. It was also while Qin Feng was waiting, inside a gold-level hideout in the ruins of the Magic City. The 12 official players codenamed Tianxingjian were resurrected here. After obtaining access to the hideout and binding it, the players' resurrection points would be transferred into the hideout. These 12 official players, who had been taken out by the shadow, all had their faces turned sour after being revived. Being killed wasn't a big deal. After all, in this godforsaken game, death couldn't be more common. But the key was, they learned through the system prompts that the player who had suddenly killed them in seconds was codenamed Shadow. The Shadow is against our officials? He's having an affair with the Ace of Spades? This was the subconscious thought of these officials. Among the crowd, only the captain named Xiuhanan, Skywalker, not only didn't feel shocked, but was relieved. Not bad. It looks like Dark Shadow is joining forces with Missy. In that case, I'll be able to follow along with the water in the future. I've dropped more than 7 years of my lifespan this time, so I'll turn around and find Missy to get it back. This country-faced middle-aged man, who looked righteous, thought faintly. However, on his surface, he was very shocked and grave. He looked around and said to the crowd, I'll contact the Jianghai city side now and ask them to ask what's going on with Dark Shadow Chinu. You take everyone to receive their lifespans first, there might be another action later. Good. A single ponytailed woman with the game code name Evening Night Shimmering Rain nodded her head with a normal expression, waved her hand, and led the group to leave. This official squad, 12 people, was split into 2 teams. 6 of them, with Tianxingjian as the squad leader, had the occupation of search officer, able to track down the murderer by searching the corpse. Since this profession was important to the official reality of Disxia in maintaining order, Tianxingjian's status had also risen. In these 2 days, Tianxingjian was basically being brought along to brush up his leveling, and his actual combat power within the game wasn't high, only slightly stronger than an ordinary hunter profession. As for the other 6, with Evening Night Shimmering Rain as the squad leader, the occupation was Demon Hunter. Demon Hunter was a hidden profession that wasn't exactly rare. Its ability was to passively inflict a fairly high amount of extra damage on magical creatures, and the weapon used was a bow. Evening Night Shimmering Rain, a relatively fast-developing powerhouse on the official side of Magic City, this gold-level hideout riverside ruin ship really couldn't be fought down without her. However, before the Divine Abandonment game descended, she was a newcomer to the Magic City Marine Police Bureau, having only just graduated not long ago. Therefore, she was currently temporarily under the command of Skywalker. Just now, she had been leading a team to patrol and brush monsters near the Evil Spirit Academy, and it was only when she heard Tianxingjian's order that she led her team there, and as a result, she was. Surprisingly, she was killed by Dark Shadow in seconds. This put Evening Night Shimmer in a bad mood. The gap between me and Shadow is actually this big? I didn't even see his human shadow before he killed me. This sister had a strong character, but dying at the hands of the Shadow, she had nothing to be unconvinced about. The difference was simply too great. But, this Shadow shouldn't really be colluding with the Ace of Spades, right? Evening Night Shimmering Rain was a bit worried. If that was the case, it would mean that the Daxia officials would have one more big enemy. Ace of Spades, that woman led a team in the Magic City ruins, arrogant and domineering, hunting players everywhere. Even the official government had many players die in her hands, and many others were robbed of bosses by her. There was no way in hell that the Great Summer officials would compromise with her. If Shadow sides with her, even if we die, we must find a way to get rid of him. The Evening Night Shimmering Rain's complexion became cold. Qin Feng sighed. While brushing monsters at the Evil Spirit Academy, he received a private chat from Wang Mang. Big brother, I heard that you went to the Magic City ruins and took out the officials? What's going on? Was there some kind of misunderstanding? Wang Mang didn't have the intention of raising an offense, he just wanted to know the situation. Qin Feng knew that after just taking out that group of official players, Magic City would have the Jianghai City side come over to inquire about the situation. But he didn't even bother to answer. He just said to Wang Mang, don't be in a hurry, you'll know later. Don't be anxious? When Wang Mang heard this, he was a bit tearless. Could he not be in a hurry? You are the Shadow. Doesn't the fact that the Shadow killed someone from the Mordor City officials mean that the Shadow is going to be hostile to the Mordor City officials? What about the Jianghai City officials who were friends with the Shadow? Are they going to fight Magic City too? This is naturally impossible. That's why. Wang Mang was too anxious. Shadow, at this critical moment, how come you become a Riddler? Wang Mang shook his head with a bitter smile, but there was no way around it. If Shadow didn't say anything, he couldn't possibly pursue it. For the Magic City side, they could only stall and wait for the subsequent development of things. Soon, Qin Feng here received a private chat from Qian Shishir. This girl came online, then from her friend channel, privately chatted an address to Qin Feng. Let me go to the harbor first? Qin Feng frowned. He had planned that when he learned the address where Qian Shishir was, he would stealthily kill her and finish off the person. Unexpectedly, the other party was very cautious. The harbor couldn't have a party, so the most likely thing was a cruise ship. Wait for me to arrive at the harbor and then send someone to pick me up there? In that case, she can at least keep track of my movements. It had to be said that Qian Shishir had done a pretty good job, but unfortunately, Qin Feng had come prepared. Devil's Capital Harbor. In a relatively remote and unnoticeable location, there was a speedboat that was parked next to a long trestle bridge. In the darkness of the night, a young man dressed in a black robe walked towards the end of the trestle bridge under the dim light, gradually approaching the speedboat. I'm looking for the ace of spades. The man arrived at the end of the trestle bridge and spoke a code word to a middle-aged boatman guarding the speedboat. The middle-aged boatman observed him slightly and didn't notice anything unusual. With the prepared message in his hand, he sent it out towards the outside. The person has arrived. Sir, please board the boat. The middle-aged boatman turned around and invited the black-robed youth on board. However, what he couldn't see was that the figure under the youth's black robe was trembling slightly. It was even more impossible for the boatman to know. Just as the speedboat was launched, the dark shadow that he really wanted to pick up was riding a stealthy ghost wolf, going down to the sea to follow him. In Qian Shishir's opinion, the identity of Shadow wasn't so big that he would secretly swim to find her, right? It must have gotten on that speedboat. In this way, Qian Shishir would be able to grasp Shadow's movements, but she never thought that. Qin Feng had a mount. And wolves can swim. The ghost wolf would too. The ghost wolf carried Qin Feng, moving forward quickly in the water. In this case, although it would cause some water waves, in the darkness, no one would notice. The most crucial thing was, the speed of the ghost wolf was much faster than that speedboat. Qin Feng kept moving in tandem with the speedboat. Soon, just as a brightly lit luxury yacht appeared within his vision, Qin Feng knew that his destination was there. Almost there. Qin Feng glanced at the speedboat and silently threw a fierce poison dart towards the propeller position of that speedboat. If it was an attack that didn't have a high power, the poison dart might not be able to destroy that propeller. But with Qin Feng's skill level and stealth-breaking attack, the dart directly hit the speedboat's propeller and destroyed one of its blades. The entire speedboat began to spin in place on the surface of the sea. The middle-aged boatman immediately reacted. Sir, please don't be nervous, the propeller might have touched something, I'll fix it. Just as the speedboat stopped on the surface of the sea, Qin Feng, riding the ghost wolf, had already boarded the luxury yacht that was organizing the party. As a matter of fact, the black-robed youth who boarded the boat was a random find by Qin Feng. Within the Magic City, there were now a large number of youths who no longer had much lifespan left, and in despair, Qin Feng casually giving 30 days of lifespan was enough to make their hearts flutter. Wasn't it just a matter of coming to the harbor, reporting a code word, and boarding the ship? That's how you get 30 days of life. He could live for another month. Right on the illuminated yacht, there was a luxurious room. Inside the room, Qian Shishir was wearing an ultra-low-cut black evening gown, with a crystal necklace around her neck, embellishing her entire being. She glanced at her cell phone and frowned. The speedboat propeller is broken? How come? She sent a message back, fix it as soon as possible, don't keep your guests waiting. After sending the message, she instructed towards a maid beside her wearing a black and white sexy maid outfit. What I explained to you, nothing went wrong, right? The maid curtly said, no problem missy. In these drinks, the kind of drugs you mentioned have been added. That honored guest will definitely be beastly tonight. Qian Shishir nodded with satisfaction. The grand party is about to begin. Shadow, you will fall in love with me. And then, you will become my loyal henchman. Just as Qian Shishir was looking forward to Shadow's arrival and thinking about the future, suddenly, a dark shadowy blade light instantly appeared and spread from outside the room. Towards the inside of this luxurious room, it cut across. Without a sound, a bloodstain appeared on the neck of that maid who was wearing a black and white maid outfit and carrying a tray of drinks, followed by her entire head falling down. However, when that black blade light touched Qian Shishir, it was suddenly blocked by a layer of shield on her body. When Qian Shishir did not die. When the roof and walls of the yacht room were sliced open and slid down towards the side, Qian Shishir saw an unexpected figure through the gap in the wall. It was Qin Feng, who had just wielded the darkness ring blade, and Qin Feng was also a bit surprised that Qian Shishir hadn't died, and gave her a somewhat unexpected glance. This glance made Qian Shishir recognize it. Qin Feng? Dark Shadow? The Dark Shadow was actually Qin Feng? Qian Shishir was shocked on the spot, her mind going blank. In this instant, Qian Shishir went numb. The sudden change had caused her to have a bit of a pig brain overload. What in the world was going on here? I invited Shadow. The Shadow should still be on that speedboat by now. But this person in front of me, he sliced through the yacht room and chopped off the maid's head with a single slash. This strength is definitely the shadow. How could it be Qin Feng? Could it be a disguise? But why did the shadow want to kill me? Qian Shishir was instantly emboldened. She knew that the only reason she was still alive right now was because of the crystal necklace on her. It was a gold-grade equipment that had been extracted from the godforsaken game to reality. In addition to attaching some basic attributes, it also provided a one-layer damage immunity shield. Extracting this necklace had cost her more than a decade of her life, and that was a fortune worth $200 to $300 million. But after all, this thing could save her life, so she still extracted it, and she didn't expect it to. That it would really come in handy. However, this necklace can only protect her. This necklace could only protect her once. Next, if the shadow killed her again, she no longer had any means. Although Qian Shishir, who was currently level 10 and had extracted some skills into reality, was too powerful than an ordinary person. But she knew that in front of Shadow, she was not even a little sheep. The most important thing was, why did Dark Shadow look like Qin Feng? Could it be that Dark Shadow's identity has always been Qin Feng? When I asked Dark Shadow to kill Qin Feng, I was actually asking him to kill himself, so he's on to me? Qian Shishir cried without tears on the spot when she made such a guess. She wasn't sure if that was the case, but she knew that there was only one way for her to stay alive right now. That was to pray for Qin Feng's forgiveness. Originally, she was still imagining that she would have a night of rain and clouds with Dark Shadow, the world's #1 superstar, tonight, but she never expected that what she was waiting for would be such a horrible scene. Yes, sorry. Big brother, no, Dad, I'm wrong. Let me go, really wrong. All my lifespan to you, in the future is your slave. I'll be your slave from now on. I'll do whatever you want to me. Any way you want to mistreat me. Qian Shishir was completely flustered. She knelt down on the spot in the direction where Qin Feng was. While kneeling, she also made an effort to squeeze her chest, trying to make that ditch more visible in front of Qin Feng. Looking at her ridiculous actions, Qin Feng was completely unmoved. Just thinking about this woman exercising in bed with a few pigs every day, who could be interested? ZZ. Only then did some of the metal walls and roofs cut by Qin Feng's darkness ring blade fall to the ground, while the other part scraped a scar on the ship's hull and then fell into the sea, stirring up large waves. This side of the movement, so that the yacht more than a dozen young models peripheral female, all startled, have to wear sexy swimsuit, from the party hall ran out to check. There were also several loaded bodyguards on board, also carrying guns, running up towards the top floor of the yacht. What made Qin Feng a bit surprised was that the airplane-headed white guy Tony who was playing with Qian Shishir within the game, was not on this boat. Still wants to get them all in one go. It seems that those 5 guys are just playmates that Qian Shishir temporarily found, and don't have her trust. Qin Feng didn't care too much. In Qian Shishir's desperate eyes, Qin Feng's figure disappeared. In the next moment, she felt a coldness in her neck and her vision skyward, which was her head rolling down to the ground before she completely lost consciousness. If begging for mercy worked, no one would have been killed in this world. Begging for mercy in front of Qin Feng was even more of a pipe dream. Qin Feng casually ripped the crystal necklace off her neck. You have obtained the Body Protector Crystal Pendant, Gold Grade. Body Protecting Crystal Pendant, Gold General Purpose Jewelry. Physique plus 10, Lifesteal plus 300. Equipment requirement, level 7. Unique special effect, every 300 seconds, 1 layer of damage immunity shield can be obtained, maximum 1 layer. This necklace, it was of little use to Qin Feng, but don't want it for nothing. Immediately afterward, the bodyguards on the luxury yacht rushed over. Who? Holy shit, is that Missy's head? Hiss, it's over, Missy is fucked. Be careful, the target is dark. Before this person could finish his words, another Dark Knight ring blade instantly slashed out. On the luxurious yacht in the dark night, a black blade light swung out in a ring shape, directly slicing those 7 or 8 bodyguards in half from their chests. Under the night sky, under the luxurious lights of the yacht, blood splattered out like art. Qin Feng didn't spare a single person on the entire yacht. Even those young models were all taken out by him, because some of them saw his face. Finally, Qin Feng found a random cell phone, unlocked it with the corpse's finger, and dialed the police. A series of sirens came from the direction of the harbor. Soon, several speedboats carrying a group of officials traveled over towards the luxury yacht. On the yacht, Zhou Hanan, a middle-aged Chinese-faced man with a righteous face, was explaining the situation with a grave expression. On the yacht, a mass murder case has occurred, and one of the deceased is the Qian Group's chairman's daughter. According to the person who called the police, the skills used by the murderer highly overlapped with the skills of the in-game Shadow, basically confirming the identity of the other party. This Shadow, first striking out at our Magic City officials in the game, and then killing so recklessly, this is provoking our country's laws. In a moment, I will release a search skill based on the information of the corpse. I've already applied for military reinforcements, and will launch a covering fire strike on the area where the murderer is located if necessary, to ensure that the target is killed. After he finished saying this in an impassioned manner, inside this man's heart, he was very shocked and regretful. Originally, he thought that Missy had hooked up with Dark Shadow, but he didn't expect that. Shen Shishir, who had worked with him for a long time, had been killed by Shadow. Yes. Behind him, and on several other speedboats, the official personnel responded with incomparable nervousness. On one of the boats, the demon hunter codenamed Evening Night's Light Rain, a member of the Marine Police Bureau named Lin Xingyue, also followed with 5 team members. They were equipped with firearms and were all godforsaken game powerhouses with a certain level of combat prowess. Even so, they were all very tense. Seeing this, Shohanen felt that the atmosphere was too serious, so he laughed and said, "But don't be too nervous, everyone. After the Shadow committed the crime, the odds are that he has already left, and it's impossible for him to stay in the same place and wait for death. Even if he can be stealthy, with my search officer skills, I can still search out his location and direction." Everyone breathed a slight sigh of relief, but their nervousness still caused their hands to shake involuntarily. Finally, several speedboats had arrived beside the yacht. More than 20 official personnel, one after another, boarded the yacht. One by one, they held pistols and looked around vigilantly, and when they saw a corpse on the deck that had been cut in half, they all had a feeling of their scalps going numb. "I'll go search, you guys guard the surrounding." Shohanen let out a deep breath. He was about to go forward and release the murderer's search skill on a corpse when suddenly, a fierce poison dart appeared from behind him and shot rapidly towards the back of his head. "Watch out!" At the critical moment, only Evening Night Shimmering Rain reacted. She subconsciously raised her pistol and pulled the trigger in the direction the dart was shot from. Poof! Bang 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 bang! Evening Night Shimmering Rain missed the person completely, but that search officer Chohanan, codenamed Skywalker, already had a bloody hole in his head and collapsed helplessly. Even though there were 2 priests who provided Chohanan with 2 layers of magical shields were useless. The opponent's damage was too high. A direct one-hit kill. Bang! Chohanan's tall body in uniform collapsed and smashed into a pool of blood. His eyes were wide open until his death, and it was hard to believe that he had died just like that. Why? This Shadow killed so many people and still dares to stay here? As long as the military launches a covering fire strike on this place, he'll be dead. How dare he? Chohanan completely lost consciousness when he couldn't think straight. As this search officer collapsed to the ground, the remaining 11 official personnel, led by Evening Night Shimmering Rain, acted quickly. Each of them looked grave. The 2 priests raised their hands to release their group shield skills. A layer of white radiance enveloped the 11 of them, able to help them withstand some of the damage. Immediately after that, the 2 fairies, in their hands, condensed fire elemental and thunder elemental energies respectively, ready to release their skills at all times. Right at this tense moment, suddenly, one after another scarlet and bizarre flowers bloomed out one after another from all the corpses on the yacht. Every corpse, every puddle of blood. Under the draw of these bizarre flowers, they all began to vaporize into a gust of white mist. As the scarlet flowers bloomed, the 11 people present, including Evening Night Shimmering Rain, all had a numbing sensation. At this moment, they felt as if they had arrived at the banks of the River of Forgetfulness, watching a flower of the underworld bloom and collect the souls of the dead. The bright and eerie red flowers embellished the entire yacht as if it was the place where life and death met. Wait, Chohanan, how? Right at this moment, Evening Night Shimmering Rain, who was wearing a marine police uniform, looked at Chohanan's corpse and suddenly froze. "Lin team, what's wrong?" a short-haired woman asked with a bit of shivering. While she asked, she was sweating coldly. Knowing that it was impossible to find the Dark Shadow's figure, she still held her pistol and kept looking left and right, her heartbeat already beating as fast as it could. How did Captain Cho explode so many lifespans? A lifespan ball of light that big, at least more than 3 years of lifespan, right? When Evening Night Shimmering Rain said this, everyone else also realized that something was wrong. Due to the Magic City officials, they had already struck a gold-level hideout Riverside Hulk within the ruins. Therefore, the Magic City officials had already begun to optimize their exploration and course of action. The tradable lifespans were pooled together and left on some specific personnel, currently known as standby personnel. These standby personnel usually stayed within the hideout and would not go out, thus avoiding the explosion of tradable lifespans upon death. Every time the official members who went out to brush monsters, practice levels, and raid bosses, they would only receive 10 days of tradable lifespans, thus reducing the potential loss of death. In this way, the official Magic City's losses from exploring and raiding bosses will be minimized. This rule applied to everyone who was currently in the Riverside Hulk hideout, including Chohanan. But now, Chohanan died, and surprisingly, more than 3 years of tradable lifespan had been exploded. Obviously, this was his private stash of lifespan. However, this person had been acting with the officials. Where did he get the chance to hide his lifespan privately? When the entire yacht was in full bloom with scarlet flowers, Evening Night Shimmering Rain looked around and sighed. It seems, the Shadow's target isn't us, it's just Captain Shio. Otherwise, with Shadow's strength, he could have killed us all in the first place, but he didn't. Moreover, the Shadow really does have the means to destroy corpses. This feeling of life and death being controlled by someone was something that Evening Weather had never felt before. As if the whole person was trapped in the mud. Shadow. This code name, as well as the scarlet flowers all over the yacht, brought her an unimaginably huge pressure. Under just such pressure, she was alert to her surroundings while gritting her teeth and thinking. So, what's so special about Chiohanen? Evening Night Shimmering Rain suddenly saw that after the scarlet flower vaporized all of Chiohanen's corpses, what was left in place? Surprisingly, there were 3 cell phones. Generally, they were usually equipped with 2 cell phones. But, Chiohanen had 3? Evening Night Shimmering Rain quickly stepped forward, picked up those 3 cell phones, and threw them to the people around them respectively. Check it. Soon, the results came out. What? Team Chio and Qianshishir have always been in contact? From before, he used his position to give Qianshishir a lot of convenience. After the godforsaken game descended, they contacted each other even more frequently. The prohibited drugs on this yacht are the ones Chiohanen helped to get over, intending to deal with Dark Shadow? Wait, judging from these contents of their contact, this Qianshishir seems to be the ace of spades in the game? When some of the contents of the cell phone were found out, Evening Night Weeping Rain and the 10 official members around them were all confused. Evening Night Shimmering Rain quickly connected everything from start to finish. Dark Shadow first contacted Qianshishir. Qianshishir wanted to use drugs to control Dark Shadow, but was afraid of being killed, so she asked Chiohanen to take us over to test Dark Shadow. As a result, Shadow killed us without mercy and gained Qianshishir's trust. When the Shadow came to the yacht, he first killed everyone on the yacht and then called the police himself. In order to ensure that Chiohanen would come, he deliberately left the boat full of corpses. In fact, we did use the satellite to detect a large number of corpses on this yacht before dispatching Chiohanen, because at present, he is the only search officer who has extracted the skill of searching corpses into reality. When we arrive, kill Chiohanen, and then destroy all the corpses to avoid us subsequently searching for him through the corpses. In the process, he killed all his enemies, collected all the lifespans, and in the end, he was able to avoid any conflict with the officials. Qianshishir is the wanted ace of spades, Chiohanen is the mole who colluded with ace of spades. Looking at it from another angle, Dark Shadow was completely fulfilling the wanted notice issued by the official this time. What reason did the government have to be hostile to Dark Shadow? After realizing all of this, Evening Night Shimmering Rain was really a bit numb. This Dark Shadow was definitely not just as simple as being strong. Luckily, it seems like the Shadow has no intention of going against us officials for the time being. Evening Night Weiyu was a bit thankful again. Thinking of this, she immediately went through the intercom and said something. The special forces, snipers, and even missiles ready to be launched from a nearby military base around the port of Mordor had subsided at any given moment. Originally, the officials were like an enemy, but after confirming that the Shadow was not an enemy, everyone was relieved. At this moment, all the corpses on the yacht had already evaporated into a morose white gas under the draw of the flower of death, permeated with the smell of death. Evening Night Shimmering Rain suddenly looked at the air around them, bit her lip and said, "Shadow, thank you for helping to take out the ace of spades. Also, I just fired 5 shots at you, I apologize." With that said, she lifted her pistol and loaded it. Aiming at her own thigh, she fired one shot after another. Bang, 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 bang. After 5 shots, her thighs were drenched in blood, and her entire body half-kneeled on the ground as she gritted her teeth and said, "Payback, payback." Team Lin. The short-haired woman next to her was startled and rushed over to assist her. For a while, the crowd gathered around. The 2 priests quickly released their skills, and a holy healing glow lit up on Late Night Weather's legs. "It's not necessary, right, Team Lin?" The short-haired woman lowered her voice and said with some heartache. Evening Night Weiyu shook her head. "We don't know what personality that Shadow has. In any case, everything is safe and sound." Hearing her say this, the surrounding people all came to a realization, and again, they all felt a bit stifled. They were official personnel. As a result, they actually needed to be so cautious with a folk expert? But, there was nothing they could do. Right now, the strength of the Shadow was clear to everyone, and no one wanted to be hostile with it when they had no malicious intent. In the middle of the dark night, Qin Feng disintegrated all the corpses on the yacht before turning around with the intention of leaving. Suddenly hearing the continuous gunshots and turning around to see the scene of Evening Night Shimmering Rain shooting and hitting herself, he was more or less surprised. Although there were priests who had extracted healing spells into reality, reality was not like a game where a few healing spells would result in full blood flow. For that leg wound that had been shot 5 times in a row, it would have to be healed at least until dawn. Although it was too much better than the previous medical treatment, it would also delay her time to brush monsters and practice within the game. Because injuries in reality would cause the attributes of her in-game character's role to drop drastically. Evening Night Shimmering Rain, real name Lin Xingyue, was the official leader of the Magic City in the last life. Shooting yourself 5 times in order to avoid hostility with me is quite a feat. Qin Feng smiled faintly. Without making a sound, he rode the ghost wolf and silently left the waters. When this matter ended, he had a full 659 years of extra tradable life on him. The vast majority of it came from Qianshishir. One should know that the last time Qin Feng extracted his abilities, he had only used a total of 400 years of life expectancy, so it was obvious how strong the capital power behind this Qianshishir was. It's finally possible to take in-game abilities and completely synchronize them to reality. In addition, the official side of Jianghai City should have already negotiated the price of the hideout, right? With regards to extracting the location of the Land of Pure Souls hideout, Xin Feng had already decided on it and was waiting to trade with the Jianghai City officials. At this moment, he left the Magic City harbor. Finding a random corner in the downtown area, he opened quiet concealment and returned to the game. When he closed his eyes, the first thing he came to was a dark space. This space was located in the sandwich between reality and the game. Whether one was going online or offline, one needed to pass through this space. It was also in this space that one could consume their lifespan and extract all aspects of their abilities within the game to reality. Level, synchronize. Skills, synchronize. Xin Feng extracted the levels and skills, all of them, so that his current battle power in reality, aside from his equipment, was completely synchronized with that within the game. Synchronizing level from level 13 to level 15 consumes 41 years. Extracting Darkest Hour, blinding skill, consuming 65 years. Extracting Depths of Darkness, passive stealth level increase, consuming 81 years. In total, 149. 6 years were spent. 509 years of tradable life left. For equipment, extract a Ring of Lightness. Ring of Lightness, a platinum-grade assassin's trinket, capable of adding a bit of movement speed and useful in reality. It costs 5 years of life. As for the other equipment, there was no need to extract it for the time being as it couldn't be used, and down the road, he would hit higher grade and more useful equipment, so he would just extract it then. In the end, Xin Feng had 5 years of lifespan remaining and returned to the godforsaken game. He appeared in the ruins of the Magic City, in the middle of the Evil Spirit Academy. Just as he went online, his private chat lit up. It was in you. Justice execution, great God, the price discussion above has come out, let's discuss it? She didn't mention what happened on the Magic City side at all. Xin Feng didn't say anything else and replied, okay, what price, tell me. And you tentatively asked, 1500? 1500 years, according to the current acquisition ratio, the official would have to pay 30 to 50 billion in cash to receive it. Moreover, lifespan was getting worse and worse to receive now. Because the populace wasn't stupid, seeing that the price of this lifespan was getting more and more expensive, no one would choose to sell all of it off at a time like this. Basically, they are only selling a little bit to fulfill the needs of real life. The key is still, not a lot of houses and so on, people do not sell cash, are directly asked to buy and sell with life expectancy. When Xin Feng heard Yu's offer, he directly said back, it's low. When Yu heard Xin Feng's rejection, she was not disappointed, but instead smiled, I told you, this price is definitely low. How about 2,000 years? The task given to me from above is to close the deal within 2,000, which is the highest price we can give. Hearing this, Xin Feng held his forehead. 15,000 jumped directly to 2,000? If the officials knew how this girl negotiated with him, they would be afraid to vomit blood. Okay, but I have to go back from the ruins of the Magic City, and you guys have to reimburse me for the round-trip traveling expenses, adding up to 6 years. 6 years was no small amount, even for Xin Feng. No problem. And you quickly sighed, it's a pity that I'm not at level 15, otherwise I'd definitely take the initiative to send 1,000 miles to the great god. Xin Feng heard this and had a question mark on his face. Sister, is this how the term send by 1,000 miles is used? Just as Xin Feng mounted the ghost wolf and prepared to rush back to the ruins of Jianghai City. Reality Blue Star. A top villa area in Magic City, basement. What? Didn't fire? A middle-aged woman in white sable, with a dignified and elegant demeanor, nobly sat on a mahogany seat with a curly-haired little teddy in her arms. Her posture was elegant and lofty, but when she heard the report coming from her cell phone, her complexion gradually became shadowy. Her name, Dongfang Yu. A person from the Dongfang family in Jianghai City. Only, she had married into the Magic City and had been living in the Magic City. Therefore, when the entire Dongfang family was uprooted by Xin Feng, this woman became the only fish that slipped through the net. Originally, this Dongfang Yu thought that the Dark Shadow had already died by killing officials and colluding with the Ace of Spades. I didn't expect that. The Shadow had killed the Ace of Spades, and even found out the officials' inner circle. In fact, it even did the government a huge favor. This made Dongfang Yu want to vomit blood. Ridiculous. That pariah killed our entire Eastern clan, should we just let it go? These pariahs, if they have a little bit of power and are lawless, they should be suppressed before it's too late. Although this noble woman was angry, she always maintained her noble and elegant posture, only the hand that was pinching the armrest of the mahogany seat was getting harder and harder. At this time, a teenager holding a whip walked out from the shadows in front of her and retreated to her side. The teenager was wearing a white shirt, but both the shirt and the whip were stained with blood. Mom, I have a plan to kill Shadow. The corners of this teenager's mouth curled slightly, and deep in his eyes, a perverted and evil smile was hidden. The teenager's name was Chu Nantian. It was Dongfang Yu's son. As a member of the Chu family, Chu Nantian grew up with whatever he wanted, but his parents' demands on him were also extremely perverted and strict. And the Chu family. was considered one of the top families in the entire magic. At this moment, regarding the news about the shadow, Dongfang Yu had gotten it from the military's network. Personally, I suggest that for this dark shadow, madam should look on the bright side. The attitude of the military side, the mainstream opinion is to pull together and cooperate. If we really want to be completely hostile with him, the consequences will be extremely serious, and no one can afford to take the responsibility. Listening to the grave voice coming from the other end of the cell phone, Dongfang Yu was simply too lazy to listen and coldly hung up the phone. She then raised her head and looked at her son Shunantian in front of her, faintly smiling as she asked, "Kill Dark Shadow? What methods do you have? You're not even old enough to enter the divine abandonment game right now." Shunantian acted relatively normal in front of his mother. He smiled and said, "Mom, although I can't enter the game yet, I can use my brain." "Then doesn't Shadow like to kill people? Let's just send some people to offend him, and then arrange the people who offend him to Dad's fireworks factory and prepare in advance. When Shadow goes to kill, we'll detonate the entire fireworks factory. At that time, the thousands of fireworks will be Shadow's funeral pyre, so that the whole world can witness his death together. Even if we fail, that Shadow won't be able to contact us at all." This plan came out. Dongfang Yu nodded in satisfaction. She said demurely and calmly, "It seems that we have educated you quite well, but for this matter, you should not get involved in the aftermath." She glanced at the bloodied whip on Shunantian's hand and asked, "How is it that Pariah still refuses to hand over his lifespan?" Shunantian sneered, "Surrendered 100 days, but I suspect she still has more on her." Dongfang Yu smiled faintly, "Not bad. I kindly bought her lifespan. Not only did she not sell it, but she also contradicted me. Since this is the case, let her properly recognize her status as an untouchable. Go ahead, Arthur, bite her to death. Remember, no meat. Pariah's meat, you'll get indigestion if you eat it." This middle-aged noblewoman patted the curly-haired teddy in her arms, and that curly-haired teddy, smelling the smell of blood, ran into the shadows of the basement. Immediately thereafter, a woman's mournful screams came out. Unfortunately, it was gagged by a foreign object, and the volume was not very loud. "I'll go first." In the midst of a suppressed whimpering miserable scream, Dongfang Yu calmly got up, her posture noble and elegant, and said to her son, "Turn around and give Arthur a bath." "Okay, Mom." Shunantian smiled. In his opinion, this era was truly the best era. Get a few people killed at random and no one would even notice. His only pity was that he was only 17 years old, and he couldn't enter the divine abandonment game for the time being. Divine abandonment land. The ruins of Jianghai City. Xin Feng rode the ghost wolf and quickly spent another 985 days of lifespan to teleport back from the ruins of the magic city. Teleportation between cities, consuming lifespans was fixed. However, the charge for this could be said to be extremely expensive. There was no way an average player would be willing to spend so many lifespans to teleport. When Xin Feng returned, he realized that on this side of the Jianghai City ruins, the number of players was indeed quite a bit less than on the Magic City side. He didn't care either. Opening the private chat window, he confirmed a coordinate with an Yu and rushed over first. This time, it wasn't just Wang Mang's team of 6 that met up with Xin Feng. Instead, it was an official team of 30 people. When Yu saw Xin Feng, she said with a bit of embarrassment, "Great God, don't mind how I have too much lifespan on me, the top is not at ease." "It's fine." Xin Feng naturally wouldn't care. Even if so many people were in a group, if they really fought, Xin Feng would be able to eliminate most of them with a single skill, easier than killing a chicken. Behind Yu, many official players were a bit nervous when they saw Xin Feng show up. Especially some of the female players were a bit excited, and a bit adoring. Unfortunately, Xin Feng only traded with Yu and then left. Having harvested 2,000 years of lifespan, he planned to directly extract the land of pure souls to reality. He found a place to go offline. Returning to the reality of the Magic City. The night was getting deeper and deeper. In the darkness, he rode his ghost wolf and stealthily arrived at a beach in the eastern part of Magic City. This place was one of the few areas in the world that had the lowest level of pollution after the desolation spread. After the spread of desolation, the higher the level of pollution in the area, the faster people's life expectancy passes, and in a few heavily polluted areas, it even reaches tens of thousands of times. You can imagine, the lower the level of pollution, the more suitable it is as a place to live. Whether or not to consume 1,315. 2 years of lifespan to extract the land of pure souls, hideout, into reality? Note, the hideout is an underground structure. Please make a location on the map. A system prompt came, and a 3D map surfaced in front of Qin Feng's eyes, the very area around him. He stretched out his hand, and on his fingers, the overall outline of a land of pure souls appeared, a vast area covering over 1,000 acres. He maneuvered on the map, quickly, determining the location. After extracting the hideout, all matter that originally overlapped with the hideout will be annihilated. Is it confirmed? Yes/no. Xin Feng did not hesitate and directly chose yes. The meaning of this tip was that once he chose to extract the hideout to this place, all the matter that was originally in this place would disappear. This included fiber optic cables, official roads, underground buildings, gravel and clay, and everything else. However, there weren't many modern amenities on this beach. During this initial period of chaos, it wouldn't attract too much attention, as Qin Feng's orders were given. A slight shaking occurred all around the surrounding area of the beach, and immediately afterward, a stone slab appeared on the beach in front of Qin Feng. Done. Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction. He stepped forward and removed the stone slab, and what appeared in front of him was a stone staircase that rotated downwards. The entire land of Pure Soul's hideout came with a magic defense boundary. Even if it was bombarded by missiles, there was absolutely no need to worry about being destroyed. Go! Qin Feng went down the stone staircase and rotated down the stairs before covering the slab. As he walked, he took out a book of divine authorization. 2 mechanical maids first. Qin Feng opened the book of divine authorization, mechanical maid. There were books of divine authorization that could be used both inside and outside the game, but there were some that could only be used outside the game. For example, this mechanical maid. Does it consume 74 years of life to create a mechanical maid, basic version? The basic version of the mechanical maid only has the function module of cleaning. You can spend your lifespan to unlock the other functions of the mechanical maid. How expensive? Qin Feng sighed. However, the presence of a mechanical maid could put everything in order at home. Especially this land of pure souls, which was more than 1,200 acres in size. Even if one were to hire a nanny, it wouldn't be possible for 1 or 2 nannies to clean it. What's more, compared to any nannies or the like, naturally, mechanical maids were more trustworthy and more functional, and they didn't need to eat, they only needed to be recharged. First create 5 mechanical maids. Then purchase kitchen modules, electrical modules, and furniture modules. Once these modules were purchased, they were automatically applied to all mechanical maids, and the prices weren't low, with some even reaching more than a decade. Luckily, Qin Feng had now not only synchronized his levels and skills with the in-game, he also had a lifespan overflow of 1,200 years. After spending a total of 57 years of lifespan, the mechanical maids under Qin Feng's command had all become all-round maids that could fulfill all the needs of life. Of course, there were some special functions that Qin Feng did not activate. As long as they were willing to pay for their lifespan, these mechanical maids could become as warm as real people, giving people a girlfriend-like experience, as well as changing into strange skins such as cat-eared ladies, fox demons, witches, chimeras, and so on. Of course, the price is expensive as all. Most of the skins are priced at 648 years of selling price, child's play. Even Qin Feng can't afford to part with it at all right now. In addition, if the girls want it, there are also mechanical maids, plus skins like vampire counts, elf princes and the like. After taking care of the mechanical maid, Qin Feng consumed another 40 to 50 years of his lifespan through the other divine grants books to create a lot of household appliances and furniture, which were piled up in a heap in the hall of the land of pure souls. Furnish all these electrical appliances and furniture. Qin Feng did not waste any time after giving instructions to the mechanical maids. He entered the game immediately afterward. Now that I've risen to level 15, I can prepare to go to the terrorist ghost ship outside the Magic City ruins and look for the level 20 bloodline monster, Spirit Swallower. However, the several large hideouts in the Magic City ruins are all still unclaimed lands. It's a bit of a shame not to take them. The Spirit Swallower could be found later, no one was robbing them anyway. But the hideouts were one less than one taken. Just as Qin Feng went online, Wang Mang was the first to chat privately. Big brother, something happened. Are you still in the ruins of Jianhai City? Inside the ruins there is suddenly a platinum level boss. The thief is fucking fierce, even ran to our resurrection point in the killing. It's already killed hundreds of people. We tried to surround it, but the boss is fast and stealthy. Even Blackie was killed by it once. Hearing Wang Mang's private chat, Qin Feng asked, what boss? Wang Mang immediately replied, it's called Headless Assassin, Charlotte. It's a female by the looks of her body, but it doesn't have a head. Qin Feng was a bit speechless. This guy still had time to look at people's body? Qin Feng didn't bullshit and directly said, give me the coordinates. In order to deal with Qian Shishir, he hadn't developed within the game for a while. It just so happened that there was a platinum level boss delivered to his door, so it was a waste of time not to kill it. Qin Feng also still had a bit of an impression of this boss. Only, this boss is gold level as I recall, right? Who sent it as platinum level? Qin Feng received the coordinates and while rushing towards his destination, he recalled the skills of this boss. This boss can be stealthy, the stealth level should be 3. After advancing to platinum level, the stealth level will increase, but it can't be more than level 5, which means it's within the range I can detect. Also, although this boss has a strong killing power, it's actually a brittle skin. As long as I find a chance to land a set, I should be able to kill it in seconds. By the way, it seems like there's a split skill? As for the boss's more specific abilities, Qin Feng couldn't quite remember. Let's go over and take a look first. Jianhai City ruins, at the center stone statue. Originally, a large number of players had gathered here every now and then. But now, there's no one here. Even if there were people, they were all hidden in the ruins of the surrounding buildings, not daring to probe at all. Because the platinum level boss, Headless Assassin Charo, was stealthily hiding in this neighborhood, looking for players to hunt. Within the walls of a ruined courtyard, there were more than a dozen players, gathered together, hiding here. They were shivering, and one by one, they lowered their voices to hurl curses. F***CK. What kind of heaven-defying boss is this? It's actually stealthy, level 3 anti-crypt can't even detect it. The boss is stealthy and has a high attack, 1 slash at a time. How can people fight this? Such a heavenly boss, even if the shadow came, he would be educated, right? Shoo, keep your voices down, don't lure the boss over. However, what this group of players didn't know was, a morose white figure that was in a stealthy state had already arrived in front of them. It was a humanoid demonic creature that was close to 5 meters tall, looking slender, especially those legs, which were even more slender. Most importantly, its hands and feet had no fingers, and in their place were sharp blades made up of white bones. Although, as Wang Mang said, this demonic creature's figure as a female was not bad. However, anyone who saw this demonic creature would not have a single thought that they shouldn't have. This was because underneath the surface of this boss's skin all over its body, it was as if there were a lot of worms wriggling around, extremely terrifying. Just as this group of players were shivering one by one, suddenly, a bright white blade light swept towards one of the players. Puff! That player's head flew up on the spot. Ah, crap! Get out of here, no, run! The players who had originally gathered together to bolster each other's courage were so frightened that they jumped up and dispersed towards the surroundings in a flurry. When Qin Feng arrived, he happened to see such a scene. However, Qin Feng had a level 5 anti-crypt level through his assassin intuition skill, seeing much more than the average player. Right within his field of vision, there were actually a total of 5 headless assassin Shera in the midst of these ruins. It's true that there's a split skill, but which one is real? Forget it, too lazy to carefully distinguish, just slaughter them all. Qin Feng flew on his ghost wolf. As he approached the stealthy body silhouette of the first headless assassin, Charo, Qin Feng jumped off his mount and directly graced Deliverance plus instant shadow slash while still in midair. Minus 32,857, weakness attack. Minus 32,452, weakness attack. Only to see 9 slashes of light blossom one after another on the stealthy headless demonic creature, which was instantly knocked out of its stealthy state. When the slash bleeding special effect appeared on its body, it meant that it was dead. Qin Feng maintained its stealthy state and landed firmly on the ground. However, when the headless demonic creature was knocked out of stealth, the boss blood bar instantly emptied by half, and this scene was seen by a fleeing player next to it. This person immediately realized that it was Dark Shadow coming. Brother Dark Shadow, save me. Qin Feng heard a familiar voice and with a glance, he was surprised to see Qin Xiaoyu. At this moment, she was wearing a bronze-ranked priest's robe and was being chased by a headless assassin, her face filled with panic. Upon seeing the Dark Shadow's figure that appeared in an instant, Qin Xiaoyu looked like she had grabbed a lifesaver and cried out for help. Qin Feng only glanced at it and felt bad luck. Who the hell is your brother? Qin Feng naturally ignored it. He looked on with cold eyes. Looking at the cooldown of graceful deliverance, there were still 9 seconds left to kill the next boss doppelganger in seconds. Just as Qin Feng stealthily stepped aside and waited for the skill to cool down, Qin Xiaoyu was running in panic. The boss doppelganger that had just been attacked by Qin Feng was carrying the cutthroat status and was about to be killed in the next second. But before it died, it caught a glimpse of Qin Xiaoyu. From afar, it threw out a morose white blade light. Poof! That Mora white blade light instantly penetrated Qin Xiaoyu's thigh, and at the same time, the headless assassin Shera alter ego that was chasing after her behind her, threw out its 2 long and slender arms. Cutting out 2 paths of morose white light, the white bone blades at the end of the arms stabbed into Qin Xiaoyu's body with an upward and downward motion. Her brittle little body was killed on the spot by a back and forth attack. A small ball of lifespan light emerged from her corpse. Even the boss seemed a bit confused. This lifespan was so small? Immediately afterward, headless assassin Shera's doppelganger flung her corpse away in disgust. The body of the young girl, which had been pierced through 3 holes, fell limply into the middle of the rubble. The next second, the boss doppelganger that was first attacked by Qin Feng was killed on the spot by the sustained damage of the cutthroat effect, turning into a morose white stream of light that exploded into pieces. When this doppelganger was dry shattered, a total of 4 nearby headless assassin, Charlotte, that 5-meter tall morose white slender figure, stopped their searching steps one after another. Turning towards Qin Feng's side, they then took large leaps and ran. But it was a pity. Even platinum-level bosses were simply unable to see through Qin Feng's stealth. Swish swish swish. Around the bodies of those 4 bosses, a layer of purple-black shields appeared in unison, and even stealth was no longer maintained, as all of them showed up, carefully observing their surroundings. Obviously, this boss realized that the powerful opponent that had just killed one of its doppelgangers was able to easily see through its stealth, so it didn't need to be stealthy anymore. As for the other players around, it was not put in its eyes at all. When these 4 boss figures appeared in unison, the players hiding in the surrounding ruins were all scared out of their wits. What the hell, there are 4 of these things. Not 4, 5. One of them just got killed by the big guy. This thing can be invisible. Every time it finds us, it's just one of its doppelgangers. No wonder it feels like it's everywhere. Just as the boss was alerted and the surrounding players were shocked, Qin Feng struck again. Graceful deliverance. Instantaneous shadow slash. He transformed into a shadow, weaving through the field as deadly slashes blossomed on the slender and tall bodies of two of the bosses. These four boss doppelgangers, in fact, stood in a very decentralized position, standing on the four corners of the square. There were also more than 30 meters between them. Under normal circumstances, there wasn't much skill at all at this stage that could cover any two of them. But what it didn't expect was, Qin Feng's instantaneous shadow slash had evolved to the legendary level. The farthest release distance reached 40 meters. Directly covering two of the doppelgangers, blade light surged out madly from within them. And when Qin Feng struck, the four boss doppelgangers simultaneously released ranged attack skills towards the surroundings. A path of Mori white blades cut through the ruins, cutting and shattering a ruined stone pillar and high wall, all of them. Unfortunately, it failed to capture Qin Feng's exact position. Qin Feng saw that it was about to release a skill, and after the instantaneous shadow slash, he directly maintained his stealthy state with a sliding shovel. The boss's blade light, which cut across from a height of about 1 meter, just swept against his face, perfectly avoiding it. In fact, Qin Feng did not know about this skill of the boss beforehand. Such a dodging skill relied entirely on his long experience and intuition. Minus 33,157, weakness attack. Minus 32,555, weakness attack. Above the heads of two of the bosses, a series of damage numbers emerged that only Qin Feng himself could see. As for the others, they could only see that their blood bars were half empty all of a sudden. That layer of purple-black shield, which could withstand tens of thousands of damage points, was quite difficult to deal with for the average player. However, in front of Qin Feng's terrifying output, it did not even manage to withstand a single chop and was instantly broken. 1 second later, these two boss doppelgangers instantly exploded and shattered. And the last two boss doppelgangers that weren't attacked, unexpectedly turned around in an instant, striding with their morose white and slender blade thighs, heading in different directions, running wildly away. Crap, ran away? A platinum-level boss, facing the Shadow Big Brother, actually ran away? This is the gold content of the global number 1? The surrounding players who hid and completely dared not show their heads sucked in a breath of cool air. Run? Qin Feng looked on and was in no hurry. He swept his eyes over the surrounding ruins. All the lifespan light orbs, they were all absorbed by the boss. But within the godforsaken game, none of the doppelgangers are able to absorb lifespan light orbs. That means that of the two remaining boss doppelgangers, one of them is definitely the boss itself. If it wasn't for the purpose of absorbing lifespan, this boss wouldn't even need to come out in person. Directly letting the four doppelgangers come out would be messy enough to kill and safe enough. But now, this boss never expected that it would encounter a terrifying assassin with infinite stealth and explosive damage. Qin Feng shook the mount bell. Summoning the ghost wolf, he rolled over onto the wolf, directly chasing towards one of the boss doppelgangers, running at an extremely terrifying speed along the eastern street of the ruins of Zhanghai City. The ghost night wolf's stealth level was only level 1. However, even players with an anti-cloaking level greater than level 1 could only see a ghostly black residual shadow running through it. This speed was much faster than that headless assassin, Charo. The boss doppelganger that escaped in this direction didn't even make it a kilometer before being caught up by Qin Feng. A graceful deliverance plus instantaneous shadow chop. 9 slashes, plus 1 second later, the slashing damage exploded. Another boss doppelganger exploded into a sky full of morose white debris. What bad luck, it's actually still a doppelganger. Qin Feng shook his head. Mounting the ghost wolf, he returned to chase after the last boss bilocation, or the boss proper. A few seconds later, Qin Feng returned to the center of the Zhanghai City ruins. It seemed that he had lost track of the last boss. However, he turned towards the sky in instantaneous shadow slash. He reached 40 meters in midair, overlooking the ruins in front of him, and with a glance, he saw the tall headless assassin, Charo. That boss had reverted to stealth and was running wildly towards the west of the city. Trying to escape the city? Qin Feng smiled faintly and fell from midair, landing accurately on the back of the ghost wolf that was leaping high. Go! Black streams of light travel through the ruins of the city. Amidst the shifting vision, Qin Feng quickly caught up with the boss. Headless assassin Shara, the 5-meter-tall morose white slender body with both hands and feet, was heading in the direction of the city's outskirts, running rapidly. Suddenly, just your name is Charo, huh? Qin Feng held the plague blade in his hand, and his body transformed into a shadow, penetrating through the boss. Instantaneous shadow slash. Boom! Amidst the ruins, the 5-meter-tall headless assassin, Charlotte, with its eerie white and slender body, collapsed to the ground with a loud bang, completely collapsing an abandoned clock tower. You have killed headless assassin Charlotte. You have gained 48,000 experience points. You have gained 20 evolution points. You have gained 1,520 days of lifespan, tradable. In addition to the 1,520 days of lifespan that the boss came with, a whole bunch of lifespan light orbs were also popped out, all of which this boss had just absorbed the lifespans of other players and hadn't had time to digest yet. At a glance, there were about 3,000 days of tradable lifespans, plus 300 to 500 years of non-tradable lifespans. However, Chinu did not rush forward to pick up the loot. Instead, he kept a certain distance from the boss corpse. First, he switched to the believer pendant and summoned the devout believer. Burn it! Chinu gave the command. The devout believer immediately opened its dried-up mouth and spewed out a green flame, which burned on the headless assassin's corpse. It actually erupted into a series of gibbering, mournful screams. Under the burning of the green flames, the thousands of long worms that had been wriggling under the headless assassin's skin were burnt to a crisp. Swarm parasite. This was something that Chinu was familiar with. If one did not have some vigilance and rashly approached this type of parasitized boss corpse, those long worm parasites would break out of the boss corpse's skin. Even if they were only parasitized by a single worm, the player would only die. Because, the swarm parasites can feed on the player's flesh and blood and split infinitely. It sounds horrible. But in reality, this thing has two fatal weaknesses, one is afraid of fire and the other can't survive in the air. It died out in less than 3 seconds after being exposed to the air. Chinu himself didn't have flame-type damage, but the devout believer had it. The greenish flames, after burning through at once, the headless assassin's body turned into a huge dry corpse. Only then did Chinu step forward and unleash greedy hands on it. A bunch of loot burst out, interspersed with several emerald rays. Chinu picked up all the things and turned around to leave. Not long after he left, there was a 6-man squad that cautiously chased after him in this direction. It was a big weighty beauty with black curly hair, Grey Rose. Old 4, go try and touch something. Grey Rose looked at the dried corpse of the headless assassin, her pretty face filled with anticipation. One of her team, an assassin player, cautiously stepped forward and quickly blushed. That's not right, boss. The system prompted me to say that this corpse has already been touched and can't be touched anymore. Ha! Grey Rose was confused. It turned out that this girl's team had also scored a bronze-level Greedy Hands book. There was a 20% probability of touching an additional loot from the corpse of a demonic creature. It was intended to come and take advantage of the situation. Result: it's been touched? Was it Shadow? The Shadow himself learned Greedy Hands? Grey Rose instantly had a bitter smile on her face. This big brother is also too omnipotent. Really doesn't give the slightest opportunity to take advantage of. Chinu rushed back towards the ruined center of Zhanghai City. Next, he was going to be based in the Magic City ruins. That was after all a much bigger city with more resources around it. After going over there, first take down this hideout of the Evil Spirit Academy. This hideout can be placed under my own name. A player, at most, could only have one hideout. However, Chinu could also create a guild and own another hideout in the guild's name. The church sanctuary that was sold to the official Zhanghai City before, that was after all in the ruins of Zhanghai City. Chinu had no need to get 2 hideouts in the same city. But in the Magic City ruins, he definitely still needed a landing spot. Evil Spirit Academy, this hideout isn't as hidden as the Land of Pure Souls, but the defensive strength of its magical defense boundary is more than twice as strong as other hideouts. This is the ruins of a magic academy, and deep within the academy is a magic boundary enhancement device. Chinu planned to, casually, build a guild. In the name of the guild, take this hideout. On his way to teleportation, Chinu looked at the harvest in his backpack. In total, there were about 20 pieces of loot, and 2 of the assassin's items were out, an emerald-ranked assassin's weapon, plus a platinum-ranked assassin's skill book. Mori White Bone Blade, emerald assassin-type weapon. Attack plus 388, plus 125 armor break. Strength plus 39, agility plus 48. Requirements, level 15. Unique effect: when dealing damage, your movement speed doubles for 5 seconds. And when the movement speed doubling effect is triggered, you will gain 30% evasion rate. This emerald-grade weapon, with an attack power that was almost 80% higher than the 216 points of the Plague Blade, also had armor break, strength and agility attached to it. And the special effects were also useful. If I had this special effect just now, I could have gotten away from the boss's attack range with my movement speed right after the instant shadow slash hit it. I wouldn't have needed to slide and shovel. Moreover, it seems that the boss from the Evil Spirit Academy requires an extremely high movement speed if you want to be harmless. Just right. Chinu switched out the Plague Blade. Although it had 0.3 less weakness attack multiplier, with the higher attack power and the additional strength and armor breaking attributes, Xinfeng's final total damage would not be lower than before. Even if it was lower, it was only lower in terms of special effects. Besides, the 50% burst poison damage of the Plague Blade after 3 seconds basically didn't come in handy for Chinu. Because of the graceful deliverance, even platinum level bosses simply couldn't survive for 3 seconds. Immediately after that, there was a platinum level assassin skill book. Shadow Blade, Platinum Grade. Throw a Dark Elemental Cohesive Shadow Blade, inflicting single Dark Elemental damage to a target within 20 meters, with an additional 600 points of Dark Elemental attack. On hit, dispels a random gain effect, no more than Platinum. Cooldown 12, 6. 49 seconds. Required level, 14. Single dark elemental damage, plus dispelling gain effects? Chinu directly studied it. This skill book was not categorized as a trash skill by him, because that dispelling effect was useful. Especially, a platinum level Shadow Blade can dispel gain effects that don't exceed platinum level. Then if I evolve to epic rank, legendary rank, wouldn't the dispelling ability be heaven defying? Chinu checked the panel. He now had 275 evolution points. Directly evolve Shadow Blade. You have consumed 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 50 evolution points, leaving 219 points remaining. Shadow Blade, Platinum Emerald Diamond Epic Legendary Shadow Blade attaches 60080010012001500 Dark Elemental attacks, and when it hits, it dispels a random gain effect, no more than legendary level. Cooldown 121111097, 3. 78 seconds. Required level, 14. Legendary level special effect. When hitting a weak point, 3 seconds of cooldown will be returned. Upon seeing the legendary grade special effect of this skill, Chinu was refreshed. Hit weakness, isn't it just a matter of having a hand? As long as you hit a weak spot, you'll return 3 seconds of cooldown on this skill. Wouldn't the final cooldown only be 0? 78 seconds? Counting the skill's release maneuver, hand raise and back swing, it was equivalent to the fact that this skill had no cooldown at all in Chinu hands. A single high damage plus dispelling skill with almost no cooldown. This was simply not a skill that could be obtained in the early mid-stage. Just as Chinu was checking his harvest. Zhanghai City Ruins. After the news of the headless assassin being killed was confirmed, the players in the ruins finally dared to venture out. Even elite players like Wang Mang were already drenched in sweat. The players who were spared from the disaster walked out of the ruins in 2s and 3s, and each one of them had the feeling that they had been robbed of their lives. Grandma, such a heaven-defying platinum boss, someone actually managed to kill it alone. Is this still human? The Shadow Great God is bullish. If it wasn't for the Great God, we don't know how many people would have to die in Zhanghai City. In fact, this boss is only strong in stealth. If we can see through the boss stealth, the same mess kill. Laugh it up. King of strong mouth, right? Why didn't I see you come out just now? Isn't that because I can't see through boss stealth? Did you guys notice that Shadow Big Brother was invisible almost the whole time, and he could see through the boss's invisibility, so he's at least a level 4 anti-invisibility, right? How on earth did he do that? You're asking me? If I knew, would I still be here chatting with you? There were too many witnesses to this battle. Originally, many people didn't have much of a concept of the Shadow's strength. Even if Chinu had killed the Holy Maiden of Steel in public, the influence couldn't be compared to this time. This time, that headless assassin had no concept of his power. This time, that headless assassin had taken out hundreds of players. No player was able to stop this headless assassin. Such a terrifying boss, in front of the Shadow, could only flee in a sorry state and was finally mercilessly finished off. With the comparison, people truly and profoundly understood the gap between them and the Shadow. In the crowd, Wang Meng said in the team channel with a bitter expression, "Originally, I thought that as long as we developed fiercely, we would be able to catch up with the Great God sooner or later. But now, I've completely lost confidence." And you, wearing a set of gold-grade armor with a silver-grade longsword still hanging on her waist, pursed her lips and smiled, "No way, no way. Does someone really think they can catch up with the Great God?" Wang Mang covered his face, still not letting people dream. On the other side, after learning that the headless assassin had been killed, Jin Xiaoyu finally rushed back online and sent a private chat to guild leader Chen Wuming. "What? You died again? Another 10 days of life expectancy?" Chen Wuming was about to collapse. Originally, he was collecting people to collect black slaves. In fact, many of the guild members, who were now self-sufficient, were generating income for the guild. But this little Yoya, it was simply outrageous. If it wasn't for the fact that the contract signed upon joining the guild was also binding on the guild, Chen Wuming would have kicked her out of the guild a long time ago. How could I have been so blind to accept such a money loser in the first place? A person who is such a dish, only a god can bring her, right? Can't you be a bit of a wimp if you know you're a vegetable? Forget it, we still need to make a hideout before it's too late. Let her stay in the hideout and don't go out. Let her do some chores, make the best use of it. Chen Wuming wanted to cry. If he knew that Chinu was among the top 100 in the world with Jin Xiaoyu in his last life, he would have to kneel down on the spot. More than 10 minutes later. Magic City Ruins, Evil Spirit Academy. Chinu rode the Ghost Wolf and re-entered the area. This time, he would be heading towards the 3rd underground level of the Evil Spirit Academy. Whether to consume 74 years of lifespan, tradable, and create the guild Shadow? Yes/no. Chinu chose yes. To create a guild, one needs 1,000 days of lifespan, or 74 years. Anyone could create it. Creating a guild consumes quite a bit. The guild name isn't taken, it's okay. As Chinu gave the order, he became the president of the Shadow Guild. After establishing the guild, he could open the guild management interface, set the guild tax rate, and open the guild chat channel. Of course, Chinu was the only one in the guild right now, and he had no intention of accepting anyone. He was just planning to occupy another hideout in the name of the guild. However, when Qin Feng entered the underground level of the Evil Spirit Academy, he realized that all the demons on this road had been cleared out. It shouldn't even be a boss fight, right? Qin Feng looked around. The Evil Spirit Academy area was still a masterless land, and that platinum-level boss Alienated Witch was definitely still there. Speed up. Qin Feng advanced all the way through the dimly lit basement of the academy. This place, he hadn't even been here in his last life. The Evil Spirit Academy in the last life was the hideout of the Heavenly Vault Guild. Even if there were guests visiting, they could only be in the Academy Hall. It's impossible to come to the core underground area. Could it be a team from the Heavenly Vault Guild? Qin Feng followed the passageway and went deeper into the second underground layer, all the way to the deepest third underground layer. Just as he descended into the third underground level, there was a heat wave that pummeled his face. Qin Feng realized that the third underground level of this Evil Spirit Academy was actually dotted with rivers of lava. Ancient rock bridges stretched across more than 10 meters above the magma rivers, leading step by step to the very core of this area. Qin Feng stepped on the rock bridges and realized that the rock bridges were all protected by magical defense boundaries, and attacks of normal strength could not damage these rock bridges. He traveled along the rock bridges, all the way forward. From afar, he had already borrowed the light of the magma fire and saw a number of players in the distance, fighting a humanoid demonic creature with a fiery body. Qin Feng maintained his stealthy state and quietly moved forward. Soon, he came to the vicinity of that magma platform. This rocky platform on the magma was about the size of 2 basketball courts, and in the center was a silver-level mini-boss flame dryad that was spewing fiery tongues of fire in all directions. Around the flame dryad, there were 8 or 9 players who were somewhat annoyingly surrounding the boss. Scrambled eggs. A silver mini-boss fighting for half a day, and I don't know where that little bitch ran off to. It should be in front, I can see her stealth, she can't run away. This chick is so damn slippery, drilling everywhere. Oh, to kill her really wants so easy. Shu family, that bitch how can be so generous, give us 30 years of life? Why is she a bitch? Watch what you say, he's the god of wealth. That's right, be careful what you say, don't offend people. I heard that the woman's mother's family in Zhanghai City, what is the Oriental family, the whole family has been slaughtered by the shadow. In case she is irritated, we can't have a good time. Don't talk nonsense, hurry to finish this boss, continue to chase. Be careful, that little bitch's attack comes with some kind of soul damage, the damage is very high, don't let her steal it. Since these players were not on the same team, so it was a direct and open chat. It was also completely unexpected that there would be a stealthy Qin Feng next to them, listening to all these words. Of course, if it was someone else, there was no use in hearing these words. But for Qin Feng, it was revealing a lot of information. The Chu family's mother-in-law? In Zhanghai City's mother's family, the Dongfang family? Soul damage? For a moment, Qin Feng connected a lot of things together. It's her? In his previous life, the Blade of the Yellow Springs, who made countless people scared, was ranked in the top 10 in terms of global strength and was called the #1 assassin by many. It was said that this player looked like a harmless lowly girl, but in reality, she was ruthless and extremely ferocious. It hadn't been long since the Divine Abandonment game had descended, and with her own strength, she had slaughtered and destroyed the entire Magic City Chu family. In addition, there's still someone in the Dongfang family who hasn't died, who married into the Magic City Chu family. No wonder I have not heard of any Oriental family in my last life. Now it seems that, for fear that it is also by this sister all slaughtered? It's just that compared to the Chu family, the Dongfang family is really insignificant, so I haven't heard of it. What a windfall! Qin Feng organized his thoughts. Originally, I thought that it was the Chu family that had offended the Yellow Springs Blade and was slaughtered by her. Now it seems like she was first hunted down by the Chu family? Then, it was only then that she slaughtered the Chu family first, and then in passing, slaughtered the affiliated Eastern family as well. Of course, the Yellow Springs Blade wasn't doing well for itself after doing this. Because the Chu family had a military and official background, after the incident, the Xia officials launched a manhunt for the Yellow Spring Blade. In the end, the world's #1 assassin was even killed by the Grand Xia officials. The incident also happened shortly before Qin Feng's rebirth. In the era of the godforsaken game, even the top 10 top-tier powerhouses in the world would find it difficult to resist a behemoth like the Grand Xia officials. This Yellow Springs Blade in particular is also a lone wolf. But it's also because her strength has not reached a truly heaven-defying level. The great summer officials, with resources and people, as long as there were members with strong enough talent and professions, there was no reason at all for the development to be worse than other soloists. It was normal for top-tier powerhouses to have rounded up the Yellow Spring Blades together. But Qin Feng's current life was different from the Yellow Springs Blade situation. He possessed the judgment authority and was far, far stronger than the Yellow Spring Blade in his last life. Not to mention a global top 10. If Qin Feng really waited for him to develop in this life, the top 100 global players in his last life combined wouldn't be a match for him alone. Not to mention Qin Feng's profession, which was shadow. This added to his deterrent power. After a few previous attempts, Qin Feng had already determined that all of the current Dasha officials simply didn't dare to offend him in any way. Since there are still leaks in the Eastern family, they definitely can't be spared. There's even less need to let go of these ones who are paid to do things. Qin Feng looked at the scene in front of him, where the 9 players were besieging the silver-level flame dryad, and it was obvious that they all had the Slayer logo behind their names. Watch for the right moment to enter the scene. Dark ringed blade. Dark blade light, instantly centered on Qin Feng, spread out towards the surroundings. Poof poof. Minus 37,263, weakness attack. Minus 10,677, block. Minus 34,890, weakness attack. Minus 0, dodge. 10 damage numbers that instantly popped up. 8 of the players, plus the silver-level flame dryad mini-boss, were all instantly killed by Qin Feng's single skill. Even if a warrior happened to have his block skill on, blocking more than half of the damage, he still couldn't block this blow. Only a young archer with a longbow happened to trigger dodge and became the only survivor in the field. It seems like it's still necessary to pull some hit modifiers. Otherwise, if someone else piles up evasion, it'll be a bit troublesome for me to kill them. Qin Feng looked at the only surviving youth archer and secretly thought to himself. As for that young archer, he was already stunned at the moment of the incident. Holy shit, what's going on? Big brothers, why are you all suddenly dead? Before he could react, Qin Feng had already arrived behind him and directly fired a chisel strike. Although it was an unevolved chisel strike skill, the Mori white bone blade in his hand, coming towards the back of the opponent's head, still dealt tens of thousands of weakness attack damage, directly killing it in seconds. The rocky platform that was still somewhat noisy was quiet all of a sudden. Qin Feng raised his hand, releasing Sneaky Shadow and re-entering his stealthy state. He first raised his hand and released Blossom Curse on all the corpses in the field. A scarlet red flower appeared on the corpses of 9 players. As Qin Feng absorbed their tradable and non-tradable lifespans together, he heard 2 extremely morose system prompts. Player Mantuga Big Bared Flower has less than 1 day of remaining lifespan and has been killed by you for real. Player All As Handsome As Me Our Protagonists has a remaining lifespan of less than 1 day and has been killed by you for real. Qin Feng was a bit surprised. These 2 were really unlucky. It looks like their non-tradable lifespans have pretty much fallen off. The tradable lifespans were several hundred days, but unfortunately, they were all sucked away by me. Under normal circumstances, even if a player had a hideout as a base, they would definitely set aside a certain amount of lifespan to avoid actually dying a violent death. This group of players was no different. However, the key was, Qin Feng's Blossom Curse could absorb all of their tradable lifespans. It could also absorb 50% of the remaining non-tradable lifespan. Even though these 2 originally had enough lifespans, after dying at Qin Feng's hands, they were still directly sucked to death by Qin Feng. From then on, those 2 completely disappeared from this world. In my eyes, as long as there is no more non-tradable lifespan, the other party is already dead. This was the role of non-tradable lifespans. In the Divine Abandonment game, the skills that could be used on corpses and deducted from the target's remaining tradable lifespan were several others besides Blossom Curse. There were even some special bosses that possessed such abilities. Once they ran out of non-tradable lifespans, when they encountered this kind of existence, there was only one way to die. Of course, skills like Qin Feng's current Blossom Curse, which could also absorb the target's non-tradable lifespan, Qin Feng hadn't even heard of in his last life. According to the rules of the Divine Abandonment game, inevitably, the untradable lifespan would become less and less in the later stages. But soon, players would all come into contact with the channel NPC that used tradable lifespans and converted them into non-tradable lifespans. Only the cost of this channel is a bit expensive is all. Those NPCs were unrelenting when it came to opportunities where they could screw people over. Greedy hands. Qin Feng killed the silver-level flame dryad. Since the mini-boss had already had most of its bloodstain knocked out when he arrived, the boss's drop attribution wasn't his. But that didn't matter. Qin Feng could greedy hand anyway. He directly unleashed it on the boss's corpse, obtaining an additional 6 loot drops and reaping 24 evolution points and nearly 10 years of tradable lifespan. They just said that the yellow spring blade is here? There's no telling where it is. Qin Feng maintained his stealthy state and looked around the rocky platform. Everywhere was illuminated by the magma river's fire, but he didn't see any figures. He didn't care too much about it either. With his current anti-stealth ability, the other party could not escape his detection as long as they appeared. Just as he was planning to move on and head to the most central boss room of the Evil Spirit Academy, a somewhat nervous young girl's voice suddenly came from behind him. Is it Shadow? I want to cooperate with you. Qin Feng was confused. He looked back but didn't see half a silhouette. On the entire rocky platform, there were only the corpses of those 9 players, and the Flame Dryad's corpse. There was no one else. But that young girl's voice was clearly coming from somewhere behind Qin Feng. Could it be that her stealth level is even higher than my level 5 anti-stealth level? Nope. If it's the Yellow Springs blade, her person should be right below the platform. If it was an ordinary person, they could really be deceived by the other party. Fortunately, Qin Feng had also learned about the skills of the Blade of the Yellow Springs, the only hidden profession, in his previous life. This only hidden profession comes with an exclusive weapon of the chain blade type, which can be transformed into the claw hook form. This weapon, inherently, can grab and absorb all kinds of obstacles for pulling and displacement type operations. It's not that her stealth level is higher than my anti-stealth level. Rather, it's hidden right underneath this rocky platform. Chin Feng quickly reacted. Normally, the lowest part of the third underground level of this evil spirit academy was the magma river. The rock bridge and the rock platform were both constructed more than 10 meters above the magma river. No normal person would think that someone could hide right below the rock platform and rock bridge. After all, that was equivalent to climbing on the ceiling. People weren't geckos, how could they do it? Only the blade of the Yellow Springs, with the help of an exclusive weapon, could grab onto the ceiling and have the entire person climb onto it. Chin Feng heard that the young girl's voice was a bit tense. He followed the direction, maintained his stealthy state, and left the rocky platform first. Along the rocky bridge, he came tens of meters away. When he looked back again, he saw that, below the rock platform, a petite figure wearing black leather armor was climbing right below the platform. The figure had short, black, neck-length hair that hung upside down due to her posture. Want to cooperate with me? Chin Feng squatted in place and narrowed his eyes. He did not reply back. Obviously, the other party wasn't able to see through his stealthy state. After all, Chin Feng's stealth level had now reached level 8. It should be just now, when she realized that there was no movement on the platform and secretly lay down on the side to take a look. Seeing so many corpses, she guessed it was me? Chin Feng was not surprised. After all, at this stage, those who could instantly kill those 9 players basically didn't exist other than him. However, Chin Feng did not expect this girl to open her mouth and say that she wanted to cooperate with him. The other party's voice sounded nervous. Chin Feng didn't care. After all, his identity was Shadow. It was normal that the other party would be nervous. Is it because you know that I slaughtered the Dongfang family and feel that you have a common enemy with me, so you want to cooperate with me? Chin Feng thought about it and said that it would be okay to talk to this girl. After all, if he wanted to take out the leaky fish of the Dongfang family, he would also need time to investigate the other party's location, and then return to reality to do it. If he could utilize this girl and finish off the enemy, wouldn't it save him time? So he returned to the platform. Who are you? Chin Feng asked in a calm tone. I am. The other party deliberated a little, then said, I'm the person who wanted to kill Dongfang Yu. Right now, Dongfang Yu has hired someone to hunt me down and is also hiring someone to hunt you down because you killed her mother's entire family. Probably because she felt that Chin Feng couldn't see her. So her tone, gradually became less tense. But she didn't realize that Chin Feng had long ago figured out her location if he wanted to kill her. A round of fierce poison dart or the newly learned Shadow Blade could easily finish her off. Chin Feng asked, how do you want to cooperate? The other party nervously said, I don't mean anything else, I just want us to add a friend. If there is any news about Dongfang Yu, we'll share it with each other. Also, I would like to ask for your advice. What are the things that I need to pay attention to in order to extract skills to kill people in reality? Sharing information was fairly normal. Asking for advice on killing people? Chin Feng held his forehead. From the other party's words, Chin Feng probably sort of understood. Right now, this blade of the Yellow Springs hadn't yet grown into a murderous fiend like in his last life. Instead, she was somewhat like a socially terrified neighborhood girl. She hadn't started taking revenge or killing people yet. Having a grudge against Dongfang Yu caused her a lot of pressure. So after she met this big brother of Dark Shadow, she gathered the courage to propose cooperation and ask for some advice since both sides shared a common enemy. Tell me first, what's going on with you and Dongfang Yu? Chin Feng didn't answer the other party, but instead asked a question. Soon after, the other party told it one by one. After half a day, this girl was hired by Dongfang Yu to hunt her down because she killed Dongfang Yu once within the game. She had robbed Dongfang Yu of more than 200 years of tradable lifespan. The reason why she wanted to kill Dongfang Yu was not because she was interested in the other party's lifespan. Rather, before the divine abandonment game had even descended, her mother was first killed by Dongfang Yu's car. Witnesses said that it wasn't a one-time crash, but repeated crushing. But then, Dongfang Yu directly paid someone to take the blame, and didn't receive a single bit of punishment. This made the sister's father unable to accept it. Personally looking for the door to ask for a statement results of the next day, her father's body in the Huangpu River was fished up, giving the argument his jumping river. At this time, it was just the time when the godforsaken game came down. So the girl started her revenge plan. Of course, Chin Feng wasn't very interested in her revenge plan and wouldn't be her 50. After hearing all of this, Chin Feng just had a thought. It seems like there's no harm in abducting this girl as a black slave laborer. Anyway, with her potential, just casually hurt her. She doesn't need me to protect her or anything, just need to give her some tips in terms of the game. If it was an ordinary person, Chin Feng couldn't possibly have any similar thoughts. For example, Lin Liu and Gu Yixue were not weak, but Chin Feng would not take them. This was because with Chin Feng's achievements in this life, he would definitely be targeted by countless people and forces. Once they got too close to others, they would have a weakness. It was only when one was alone that one could be invulnerable. Because of this, Chin Feng had no intention of getting too close to anyone. However, This Yellow Springs Blade girl was different. She herself was the only hidden profession, or an assassin type of profession, and her survivability was already pulled full circle. Chin Feng didn't even need to give her any material help. All that was needed was a little guidance and she could be completely put out to pasture. With the advantage of information from Chin Feng, not to say that it would allow her to surpass her previous life, at least it wouldn't be worse than her previous life. All in all, a hurting had to be highlighted. If Chin Feng helped too much, it would instead likely make her inferior to her previous life. In this case, even if this sister flipped over one day, Chin Feng had nothing substantial to lose. Chin Feng hadn't paid anything anyway. Once it succeeded, then it wasn't bad for Chin Feng to have one more person under his hand who could do the job, and it could save him a lot of time. This godforsaken game, there would be a lot of troublesome things in the future. It would be too much of a waste of time for Chin Feng to do everything himself. When Chin Feng thought like this, he instantly transformed into a weird uncle who abducted his little sister. In that case, we do have a common enemy. You come out first, let's add a friend first. Hearing Chin Feng say this, the other party seemed a bit hesitant. You won't kill me, right? Chin Feng said indifferently, if I wanted to kill you, you would have died long ago. Do you think I don't know where you are? He casually raised his hand. A fierce poison dart landed directly below the rocky platform, next to the petite figure's head. Ha! The girl was shocked. Under Chin Feng's obscene power, that sister carefully threw out the exclusive weapon chain blade in her hand, only to see that it was a miserable green chain with a blade at the end of it, and as the chain was flung out from the side of the rocky platform, the blade changed into a miserable green claw hook that snapped onto the edge of the platform. Stab! As the chain contracted, a petite figure in black leather armor jumped up from the side of the platform like a swing. At this moment, Chin Feng also took the initiative to cancel his stealth status. However, he didn't completely let his guard down, but released Shield of Black Light, a layer of black damage immunity shields that formed around him. Player Ghost Spirit has applied to add you as a friend. Verification message, 0. Chin Feng chose to agree to the friend application. Then he looked up, only to see that this was a young girl around 1 meter 5.5 tall, with a petite figure, and a short black neck-length hair that was slightly messy due to her flipping movements, and was reflected in the surrounding magma with a fiery red color. Seeing this hairstyle of hers, Chin Feng subconsciously recalled a long time ago, an anime image named Raimu. After jumping onto the platform, she put away the miserable green chain blade in her hand. A pair of bright eyes looked at Chin Feng in front of her with some curiosity and some constraint. It could be seen that there was curiosity about the world's #1 dark shadow, and there was also some admiration in the depths of her eyes. Due to her being officially wanted in her last life, Chin Feng had seen many photos and videos of this girl. If there was anything in common between the current her and the ferocious door-exterminating female assassin of the last life, it was only the hatred hidden deep in her eyes. Alright, friend added, you can go now. Chin Feng only slightly sized her up before turning around and rehiding his figure. To take revenge, the most important thing is strength. If you want to quickly increase your strength, don't order upgrades when you have experience and advance your profession to the second rank first. Although it requires a lot of experience value, several times more than what you need to upgrade, the improvement of career advancement for you is definitely greater than that of leveling up. Hearing this, Ghost Spirit froze slightly. She subconsciously glanced at her experience value. It was only just over halfway to level 10 now. Wouldn't it still take several days of brushing up to advance her profession to the second rank? However, Ghost Spirit obviously took this very seriously. Shadow, the reason why he's so strong is because he prioritized the points for career advancement? Since Shadow said it, let's believe him for once. Chin Feng stealthily advanced directly towards the deeper depths. Thanks. The Ghost Spirit chatted privately and said 2 words before turning around and leaving in the direction beyond this Evil Spirit Academy. Chin Feng didn't give her any more information or help for the time being. Let's see if she listens first. If she was willing to listen, Chin Feng could give her more pointers in terms of information so that her strength would increase at a faster rate. Next, take down the Evil Spirit Academy first. Chin Feng continued to go deeper all the way. In the 3rd underground level of this magma river-strewn Evil Spirit Academy, he traveled along a stone bridge. Soon, more physically immune fiends were encountered, as well as magically transformed fiends like the Flame Dryads. If before, Chin Feng only had a darkness ring blade that could harm physically immune grievous spirit-type demons, but now, the almost cooldown-free Shadow Blade had become Chin Feng's main output skill. When he saw a grievous spirit type of physically immune demonic creature, he would directly fire a Shadow Blade, hitting the weak point and instantly killing the small monsters in seconds. Just after he continued on for more than 10 minutes, he took out at least 100 small monsters along the way. The experience is almost there. Once I finish off that final platinum boss, I'll be able to advance my profession to the second rank. In any profession, advancing to the second rank was a qualitative change. Chin Feng also didn't know what kind of metamorphosis he would have with this shadow profession. On the contrary, Ghost Spirit's Blade of Yellow Springs profession, after advancing to the second stage, could unlock a brand new profession skill, that is, transforming into a Yellow Springs evil ghost, which would not only gain a higher stealth level, but also enhance combat attributes in all aspects. In his previous life, when the Ghost Spirit massacred the Chu family, it was in the state of a Yellow Springs evil ghost that he moved. So, if she unlocked this skill earlier, she might be able to finish off those people from Dongfang Yu earlier. Qin Feng would also be more at ease. Alienated Witch Stana, LV 15. Grade, Platinum. Description, Guardian of the Evil Spirit Academy. Defeat it and you will become the master of the Evil Spirit Academy, hideout. Qin Feng arrived at the deepest magic palace and saw the platinum level boss located in the center of the palace. This boss had the rare distinction of having 4 heads composed of different elemental energies. They were facing 4 directions respectively. Not only did it possess the same physical immunity as other grievous spirit-type magical creatures, it also did not have a back. Therefore, Qin Feng's backstrike enhancement would not take effect when facing this boss. In addition, the instantaneous Shadow Slash was purely physical damage, and could not harm this boss either. Luckily, Qin Feng's current Dark Ring Blade plus Shadow Blade had equally notable dark elemental damage. Although he couldn't kill the boss in seconds like Graceful Deliverance plus instantaneous Shadow Slash, killing a platinum level boss wouldn't be too slow. Not to mention, this alienated Witch Stana, only one of the 4 heads activated at the same time. The other 3 heads would be in an invincible state. It was impossible to kill this boss in one go with Enchanted Deliverance and instantaneous Shadow Slash. Qin Feng stealthily came in, undetected by the 4-headed alienized witch, and directly raised his hand. Graceful Deliverance, Darkness Ring Blade. Instantly, the dark blade light swept across the 4 heads of the alienated witch. However, only one of the heads took damage. Minus 26,348, weakness attack. Since this alienated witch's elemental resistance wasn't low, the damage dealt by Qin Feng was nowhere near as high as the damage dealt by attacking other players. However, Qin Feng did not care because Shadow Blade, Shadow Blade, Shadow Blade. A dark elemental blade flew out from Qin Feng's hands one after another, precisely hitting the boss's activated head. Of course, due to the cooldown of the Shadow Blade being too short and released too often, not every single shot of the Shadow Blade could eat the hidden break attack bonus. Yet, it was guaranteed that the boss would never have any gain status on it. To know that this platinum level altered witch is a standard magic element boss, body gain status is especially much, every time you activate a head, then it is a variety of different elements of ranged damage, wreak havoc on the whole field. It's a good thing I switched to the Mori White Bone Blade. Every damage doubles my movement speed. Doubling his movement speed allowed Qin Feng, even if he wasn't in stealth, to be like a black shadow, dodging all the boss's skills in a silky smooth manner across the field. By now, Qin Feng's difficulty in killing platinum-level bosses had been greatly reduced. After just 2 minutes, the 4 heads of that alienated witch were successively shot out by Qin Feng's Shadow Blade. As the boss was killed and fell to the ground screaming and wailing, Qin Feng didn't check the loot dropped by the boss at the first moment. Instead, he opened the attribute panel and directly clicked on Profession Advancement. After level 15, he had kept his experience useless, otherwise he would have been level 16 or even 17 long ago. For the sake of now, your shadow profession has advanced. Currently, level 1 level 2. Professional attribute bonus, Strength 927, Physique 927, Agility 2472, Spirit 1545. New occupational passive 4, when you launch an attack in stealthy state, you will not exit stealthy state while break stealth attack is still in effect. When Qin Feng saw that newly added 4th occupation passive, his entire body was a bit dumbfounded. Attacks will not exit the stealth state? The second advancement of each profession would bring big boosts to the player. Qin Feng had known this for a long time. However, he had never imagined that Shadow, the only hidden profession, would bring about such a drastic change when the profession advanced to the second stage. Launching an attack will not exit the stealth state. One can only say, heaven-defying. For Qin Feng, his stealth level reached level 8. After unlocking this brand new career passive, he was almost completely invisible. This is carrying old 6 to the extreme? It doesn't look like there's any added damage, but in reality, my output ability has drastically skyrocketed. Qin Feng thought to himself. To him, the most important point of this ability was that it allowed all of his attacks to eat a high hidden breaking attack bonus at any time. Instead of waiting for stealth to cool down like before. How much could this raise his output? It was difficult to estimate. Taking the altered witch just now as an example, if it was the current Qin Feng, it would take less than half a minute to resolve, shortening the time by several times. Because just now, although he was releasing shadow blades with almost no cooldown, most of the shadow blades didn't have the hidden breaking attack bonus, so the damage was almost halved. Switching to now, the blades were deadly. If it's a platinum level boss or above, there's even more blood, and there's also a new damage reduction attribute. In exchange for the previous me, many of them would have to be fought for a small half hour, or even longer. But now, it's much more efficient. Of course, if it was in front of other players, this ability was actually of little use. because he would have only been out of stealth for a split second while attacking, and in less than half a second, he would have been stealthy again. Apart from the moment of attack, Ben was in a state of infinite invisibility. Besides, for players at this stage, if Qin Feng had murderous intentions towards them, it wouldn't make much difference whether they were invisible or not. Immediately afterward, Qin Feng glanced at the system prompts. This time, in addition to unlocking the fourth career passive, his basic four-dimensional attributes had also been drastically enhanced. The increase in attributes from the profession had directly tripled. Level 15. Non-tradable life, 4,510 years and 233 days. Tradable lifespan, 566. 2 years. Strength, 129147. Physique, 184202. Agility, 268316. Spirit, 101131. Life value, 2608. Physical attack power, 535. Cooldown speed, 85%. Damage resistance, 77. Physical defense, 330. Physical damage reduction, 24. 8%. Lightning elemental resistance, 458. 31. 4% lightning damage reduction. Dark elemental resistance, 304. 23. 3% dark damage reduction. Ice elemental resistance, 278. 21. 7% ice damage reduction. Fire elemental resistance, 278. 21. 7% fire damage reduction. Fire elemental resistance, 278. 21. 7% fire damage reduction. Qin Feng scanned the attribute panel and was quite satisfied with the current development. He then opened his backpack, in which there was a Evil Spirit Academy hideout, which was the key loot obtained from killing the platinum level altered witch, Stana. Qin Feng opened the guild interface and used the key in the guild interface. Will the Evil Spirit Academy hideout be set as a guild hideout? Yes/no. Qin Feng chose yes. Thus, he gained control of the Evil Spirit Academy hideout as the Shadow Guildmaster. With the hideout key in his hand, he was able to open the hideout's information panel and perform various operations. This hideout covers an area of only about 600 acres, but that's only counting the ground part. If you count the 3 underground floors, then it's more than 2,000 acres, and the actual area is larger than the soul purification land and church sanctuary in the ruins of Jianghai City combined. Most importantly, inside this hideout, it comes with 5 teleportation arrays. It was possible to teleport between the ground, the 3 underground levels, and the core hall at will. A teleportation array appeared in the room of the platinum-level boss Altered Witch, and Qin Feng walked into it and teleported to the core hall of the Evil Spirit Academy through the teleportation array. This place was a hall built in the middle of magma. The walls surrounding the hall were all translucent barriers like glass, and one could see the magma flowing and rolling outside, reflecting the entire hall in red. Cow! Even Qin Feng couldn't help but marvel at it. The entire hideout was through this magma, which was converted into energy by the magical device, thus providing a constant supply of energy to the magical defense boundary. No wonder in the last life, every siege against the Heavenly Vault Guild ended in failure. Using magma as an energy source, it's almost endless. It's impossible for anyone to break through this magic defense boundary in a year. Of course, if this hideout was extracted to reality and lost its magma environment, it wouldn't be so powerful overall. That was why Qin Feng chose to extract the land of the pure soul to reality first, as his base in reality. The greatest characteristic of the land of the pure soul was its concealment. It could ensure that Qin Feng would be able to get through the pre-mid stage extremely peacefully now. Magic defense boundary, open. Qin Feng was in the guild interface, giving commands to the hideouts. The magic defense boundary of each hideout possessed a stable structure that would not lose energy if it was not attacked. It would form a spherical transparent barrier at the edge of the hideout, which would block the entry of magical creatures and players without permissions. If it suffered an attack, it would need to consume its lifespan to replenish it. Of course, this Evil Spirit Academy of Qin Feng had magma energy as a circulation. In the early stages, there was no need for him to consume his lifespan to replenish the energy at all. From now on, this Evil Spirit Academy is my private territory. Qin Feng sighed in relief. Finally, he had a place to land in the Magic City as well. Next, it was only then that Qin Feng slowly began to check out the loot that he had fished out from the alienated witch. Only after scanning through it, a somewhat unexpected piece of equipment caught his eye. Just as Qin Feng had set up the Evil Spirit Academy as a guild hideout, several other players who were within the boundaries of this area were all expelled from the area. The young girl Ghost Spirit, who was the hidden profession blade of the Yellow Springs, hadn't even left the range of the academy yet when she was expelled and arrived at the academy's dilapidated entrance. A system prompt rang in her head. This region has become the territory of the Shadow Guild. You will be teleported to the edge of the region. Shadow Guild? Ghost Spirit froze for a moment. Before she could react, she saw several other players in front of her who had been expelled along with her. Seeing these few players, a cold color surfaced in Ghost Spirit's pair of beautiful eyes. This was because the other party was precisely one of the members of the Shura Temple Guild that had accepted Dongfang Yu's employment to hunt her down within the game. When Ghost Spirit saw these few people, the miserable green chain blade in her hand was immediately about to strike, and as a result, those few players on the opposite side immediately raised their hands in surrender. Wait, Auntie, we were wrong. We really didn't know that you and Shadow Big Brother were together. Yes, if we had known, we definitely wouldn't have had any thoughts about you. Don't worry, we will never hunt you down again. This scene made Ghost Spirit a bit dumbfounded. The Shadow's deterrent power, was it so terrifying? In front of the petite young girl in black leather armor, the Ghost Spirit, those 4 or 5 Shura Temple players all raised their hands with pleasing and nervous faces. Obviously, just now, Shin Fong had killed 9 of their players in a wave of seconds within the Evil Spirit Academy, with 2 of them actually dying, which had already made the members of this Hall of Shura completely chilled. The Ghost Spirit was related to the Shadow? Otherwise, in a place as big as the ruins of the entire Magic City, how could the Shadow appear in the Evil Spirit Academy, and even help the Ghost Spirit to kill their people? After all, they had never heard of the Shadow killing innocents. Evidently, ordinary people were not qualified to be considered opponents by the Dark Shadow either. Since they would strike, it meant that they had messed with the Shadow. This pair cast a shadow over all the 200 or so members of the Shura Temple Guild, and even in just a short while, more than 20 players had already chosen to quit the guild. Just as the Ghost Spirit was a bit stunned and still on guard, the president of the Shura Temple Guild, a young man with glasses, finally rushed over with people in a hurry. Seeing Ghost Spirit, he immediately lit up. Immediately, he wanted to come over to talk and apologize. Unfortunately, Ghost Spirit didn't even bother to pay attention to him, and without waiting for the other party to come in front of him, he casually threw out the chain blade in his hand, hooked onto an abandoned roof more than 10 meters away, and pulled her up in a single leap. A few seconds later, it disappeared from in front of the Shura Temple Guild's players. This caused the players of the Shura Temple Guild to all breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed that this little lowly girl didn't intend to get on their bad side. However, they turned to look at the translucent barrier that appeared at the edge of the Evil Spirit Academy's range, and their faces became indescribably shocked. This is the magic boundary of the hideout. That's right, I've seen it around the official Riverside Hulk. This Evil Spirit Academy is actually a hideout? Look at this area, it's several times bigger than the official Riverside ruined ship. Several times? Who are you underestimating? This is at least several tens of times bigger. Could this be the hideout of the Shadow Big Brother? Not only the nearby Shura Hall players, but also the Magic City players within several kilometers of the surrounding area, all saw the transparent boundary that rose up in the area of the Evil Spirit Academy. It took on a hemispherical shape, enveloping and protecting a large area. For a moment, countless players in Magic City boiled over. According to this scale, this was a platinum-level hideout. Just as players were speculating which guild had taken down this hideout, a small piece of news quickly spread out. Shadow. Surprisingly, he had once again taken down the platinum-level boss of the Evil Spirit Academy area by himself. It became the owner of the Evil Spirit Academy hideout. F***CK. Shadow, this is too heaven-defying, isn't it? How many platinum bosses is this? I don't know, it's rumored that over in Shanghai City, the officials have already bought a hideout from him, and it's said that the price is over 1,000 years. Hiss, this is too profitable, right? A casual boss fight is more than 1,000 years of life? A random fight? Why don't you try hitting me at random? I say Shadow will be the richest man in the new era. Who agrees? Who disagrees? Oh my god, I want to be Mrs. Shadow, just thinking about it is exciting. What do you guys think about me? Do I have a chance? Wait, isn't Shadow a player from Shanghai City? How come it's robbing us Magic City locals of our resources? What, do you need a Mordor account to kill monsters here? How big of a face do you have? Just as Chin Fong was making countless Mordor City players talk by himself, he looked at a piece of generic equipment in his hand and fell into deep thought. Which alienation ring? Emerald universal for all professions. Full attributes plus 22, cooldown speed plus 30%. Equipment requirement, level 14. Unique special effect, skill range increased by 25%, and range damage increased by 10%. The basic attributes were average, but the skill range and range damage phrases were quite rare attributes. These two attributes, even with just one of them, would be several times more expensive than equipment of the same level and grade. Adding full attributes, adding cooldowns, and also adding skill range and ranged damage. For many kinds of professions, it's a half-graduation ring. Although this was only a level 14 ring, it was no exaggeration to say that even if several years had passed, there would be many players willing to pay a high price for this ring. Because, the ranged damage was increased by a percentage, which was an additional damage multiplier area. Even for me, the boost from replacing this ring is huge. Instantaneous Shadow Slash, Darkness Ring Blade, both are ranged skills. The important thing is instantaneous Shadow Slash, a 10% damage boost isn't low. Chin Fong replaced the previous gold grade cursed ring. This gold grade ring was actually a small extreme item, as it had a 0. one weakness attack multiplier added to it, otherwise Qin Feng wouldn't have been able to bring it to this point. But now, this cursed ring was clearly inferior to this emerald grade witch alienation ring. And among the loot that the alienated witch had exploded for Qin Feng, apart from this ring, there was also a skill book that he could use. Poison Trap, Platinum Level Assassins Department / Hunters Department skill. Place a trap that has a stealth level of 5. Enemies who step on it will receive 500 points of additional damage from the poison element, and suffer a slowdown and continuous damage from the toxin for 5 seconds. Deceleration, 50%. Toxin damage per second, 100%. You can place up to 3 traps, the placement cooldown is 65 seconds, and the maximum duration of the trap is 3600 seconds. This was a trap skill. Of course, Qin Feng was happy to refer to it as Poison Mushroom. This skill. It seems a bit chickenish at the moment. Qin Feng first learned this skill but didn't evolve it for the time being. This kind of skill was usually used to deal with other players with, but now that Qin Feng was going to kill people, he didn't need to go through so much trouble at all. Qin Feng looked at it. He now had a total of 363 evolution points. It's time to evolve either Sneak Shadow or Backstroke Enhancement. These two initial skills, both of which were now epic level, could be evolved to legendary level by consuming 340 evolution points. Qin Feng thought about it and chose to evolve the Backstroke Enhancement skill. You have consumed 340 evolution points, with 23 points remaining. Backstroke Enhancement, Epic Legendary. Passive effect, when launching an attack from behind the target, damage is increased by 75% 100%. Legendary level effect, when stealthy, all your damage is considered a backstrike. Seeing the skill's evolved legendary level special effect, Qin Feng was a bit surprised. This effect is good. As long as I'm in a stealthy state, all damage will be considered as backstrikes and receive a 100% backstrike damage increase. It was important to realize that Qin Feng didn't hit the target's back every time he attacked. For example, that alienated witch just now didn't have a back. Even if it was a normal demonic creature, it was actually quite troublesome for Qin Feng to go around the target's back every time he attacked. With this special effect, for Qin Feng, it could save a lot of unnecessary maneuvers, thus further increasing the second damage. Qin Feng knew very well that originally, if he was up against an emerald-ranked boss, or a bloodline monster that was a bit stronger, he wouldn't be able to deal with it too quickly with his damage. But now, after these two sets of boosts, his output ability had doubled several times. True permanent stealth, plus a stable backstrike damage increase, although it didn't increase my damage numbers, the boost to my output is obvious. Next, Qin Feng was planning to continue to take down the other platinum level hideouts in Magic City. A platinum level hideout was a lifespan of 2,000 years. Although only the officials could afford it at the moment, there was naturally no harm in having this kind of thing in hand. However, just as Qin Feng was storing his entire body in the Evil Spirit Academy and continuing his journey, he received a private chat. Blackcloth Big Plum, Big Brother, ahem, I've come across another relic here, do you want to come and take a look? Blackcloth Big Plum, there are some murals on the stones around the entrance to the temple that look a lot like the ones inside that relic in Newbie Town. Qin Feng received this private chat. Qin Feng was a bit confused when he received this private chat. Wasn't the ruins of the novice town the place where he had obtained his initial epic level skill, Graceful Deliverance? In that place, he met a white-robed mysterious woman, eventually opening a treasure chest. To say that place had nothing to do with the ancient god's authority in his body, he definitely didn't believe it. A relic with murals that resemble each other, shouldn't it be giving me a reward for nothing again? Qin Feng was a bit skeptical. Obviously, this relic was something he had to go to. But the question was, how come it was Lin Liu again? This girl was really a bit excessive. Qin Feng laughed and replied in private chat, if you said so, of course I'm going. However, how come you guys didn't explore yourselves? With your development, you should be able to touch the platinum level bosses by now. After all, Qin Feng had taken out quite a few platinum level equipment and skill books and sold them to their team at a high price. Although not all of these supplies were for their team's use, their team was definitely one of the fastest developing teams besides Qin Feng at the moment. Hearing Qin Feng ask this, Lin Liu became a bit frustrated. QAQ, we want to fight too, but at the end of clearing the monsters, a teleportation ball of light came out, and it didn't even react when we touched it. There was a voice saying that it needs a fated person to get in. So we wondered, could Big Brother be the one? A teleportation light ball? Qin Feng was a bit surprised. The last time he was at the Temple of Faith in the novice town, there wasn't any teleportation light orb. He walked through the labyrinth and got the reward straight away. Qin Feng thought about it and said, alright, you guys wait for me, I'll go over and try. By the way, I've scored some more equipment, so prepare your lifespans and bring it back to you. Black Brush Dalek, don't. Zhanghai side of the official lifespan is not enough. Big Brother directly sold to the Magic City official on the line before we buy the hideout. Or with the Magic City official borrowed some lifespan it. I see. It seems that even if the official government prints money, it's not easy to acquire lifespan from the outside now. The populace all realized the importance of tradable lifespans. Fine. Qin Feng finally replied back and piled up all the useless loot on his body within the Evil Spirit Academy. Then he headed to the coordinates provided by Lin Liu. More than 20 minutes later, Qin Feng teleported back to the ruins of Jianghai City, maintained his stealthy state, first exited the ruins of Jianghai City, and then proceeded all the way to the south of Jianghai City, finally arriving at the coordinates that Lin Liu had given him. When he arrived at the place, he only saw the beautiful maiden prophet wearing a black vestment, riding a fluffy white goat, waiting for him. It was none other than Lin Liu. She was on the edge of the cliff, her long black hair moving with the wind, and her pair of beautiful eyes were vigilantly poking around towards the surroundings. Qin Feng stepped forward and did not show his form, coldly uttering, "I've arrived." Lin Liu was startled when she suddenly heard his voice, and her entire body tilted towards her back with a bang. She fell to the ground from the goat's ass with a depressed face. "Big brother, don't be so scary. Do you know that this place is dangerous? There are monsters everywhere?" Qin Feng appeared out. The right of the black flame leather armor wrapped around his figure like a death messenger coming out of the darkness. Looking at the young girl who fell to the ground, Qin Feng kind of wanted to laugh. But still, he held it back as he came to the young girl and reached out his hand, pulling her up. When Lin Liu saw Qin Feng, a smile appeared on her pretty face. "The entrance to the relics is below the cliff. Follow me, be careful not to slide down." Uncle Wang Mang slipped and fell to his death once. Qin Feng was a bit speechless. The entrance to the relic is under the cliff? He watched as Lin Liu carefully backed up to the edge of the cliff and then slowly climbed down towards a certain marker mark. Qin Feng moved over and poked his head out. Seeing that below Lin Liu's delicate figure, there was indeed a small slab of rock protruding out, only to see the young girl cautiously climb down and stand on that small stone slab before raising her head and waving her hand towards Qin Feng before she walked inside the mountain wall. This kind of place, how on earth did she find it? Qin Feng was puzzled. In his place, even if he had fallen from the cliff, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to discover such a small hole in the mountain wall. Immediately afterward, he did not climb down little by little like Lin Liu. Instead, he made a direct leap. With an agility attribute that was several times higher than Lin Liu's, it allowed Qin Feng to land on that small rock very easily after jumping down. Looking in the direction of the mountain wall, there was indeed a cave. Inside the cave was a passageway that went downwards. Inside the passageway, there was only Lin Liu alone. This young girl looked at Qin Feng's lightfall and couldn't help but light up. Cowardly, worthy of being a big brother. That's how Uncle Wang Mang jumped down, slipped and fell to his death. Come with me. In front of this is a section of the labyrinth. We've already cleared the monsters and the paths have all been explored. Qin Feng nodded. On the way he didn't hold back and asked, "How did you find this place?" Lin Liu quickly answered, "We bought Big Brother's hideout and arranged for all the official personnel to come in. Arranged a group of people with weaker combat power to preserve their lifespan, while the others went out to brush monsters and explore. Since I have a mount, I was sent out to explore the road. There were several times when I encountered monsters that I couldn't run away from and died outside. This place was also the place where I encountered a silver boss chasing me. I accidentally fell off a cliff and ended up with my vestments hanging on a branch just in time to see this hole. Died back and came over again, only to enter the hole and find it was a relic. Originally also thought that what good things can come out, the result of the fight to the end cannot trigger that teleportation light ball." Hearing Lin Liu's words, Qin Feng was a bit speechless. This girl is really out running around and getting something? Although it was said that she had died a few times exploring outside, her lifespan had been saved up anyway, so the loss wouldn't be great. Of course, Qin Feng still reminded her, in the future, it's better not to die if you can. Don't let the non-tradable lifespan go to zero, otherwise it's dangerous. Lin Liu nodded seriously. "I understand. I know, big brother, you just have a skill that can suck away other people's lifespans. We have precautions against it. All in all, let's explore beyond the city ruins first and then replenish the non-tradable lifespans later." Qin Feng was a bit surprised. "You guys have a stable channel to replenish?" Lin Liu pursed her lips and smiled lightly. "Yes. We lured some demonic creatures that had absorbed non-tradable lifespans inside the city ruins to a hidden location to kill them. After killing them, the untradable lifespans that popped out were kept and not absorbed away, so when we have the need, we will go over and replenish them back." This was rather a method. However, only the officials had the ability to implement it. After all, any guild other than the official would not be too strict with the real name system. And the official real name system made the official binding enough on the players under them. It would allow the personnel guarding that batch of non-tradable lifespans to not supervise the theft. Although it could not be 100% prevented, the security was still relatively able to be guaranteed. At this moment, Qin Feng followed Lin Liu as he made his way through this temple labyrinth. Qin Feng realized that although this place was a labyrinth, the map was not complicated and most importantly, there were no organs. Compared to the last time he was in the novice town, where it took him 3 hours to explore the temple, the difficulty was too much lower. Moreover, Lin Liu also said that the demons encountered along the way were also small monsters, not to mention Qin Feng, even the current Lin Liu could casually kill them. Until more than 10 minutes later, Lin Liu brought Qin Feng and arrived at the deepest part of this temple ruin. This labyrinth, even though their team of 6 had fought together, but now the others had all gone back, leaving Lin Liu alone, here to show Qin Feng the way. This is it, big brother. Lin Liu arrived in front of a white spherical ball of light that was taller than a person. When she came here, she stretched out her hand and directly reached inside that white spherical ball of light and shook it around. Even her figure in black vestments passed through the white sphere of light, but that white sphere of light did not react at all. See, the system prompted me to say that I'm not a fated person. Lin Liu was a bit depressed, then looked at Qin Feng with some anticipation. Big brother, do you want to try? We all guessed that this temple might be linked to the one in the town before. You have explored that temple, so perhaps you can trigger this teleportation light ball as well. Qin Feng nodded. He took 2 steps forward and reached out to touch that white ball of light, only to see the white light from that white ball of light immediately spread towards his entire body. This scene caused Lin Liu's eyes to light up at the side. Sure enough, there's a reaction. Before she could react, the Qin Feng in front of her was completely enveloped by the white light, and in the next moment, he completely disappeared. Lin Liu was a little excited and opened the shadow private chat channel, sending out several private chats to inquire about the situation, but unfortunately, she didn't receive any response. She didn't care too much either. After all, she also knew that many places in this godforsaken game blocked remote communication. You have arrived at the Cave of Ice Tides. Your remote communication will be blocked. Qin Feng was a bit surprised when he heard the prompt ringing in his head. Originally, he had thought that he would come to a place like a temple, but to his surprise, he came to the middle of a pitch-black cave. Cryptic shadow. Qin Feng subconsciously entered the stealth state. As the stealth state was maintained, his stealth level gradually increased and soon reached level 8. Not long after, a ray of icy blue light gradually lit up from more than 10 meters in front of him. A blue crystal? Wait, this thing seems to be. Qin Feng's gaze condensed. Recognizing the crystal emitting an icy blue glow, it was an unstable ice elemental mineral, the Ice Tide crystal. Once attacked, it would release the ice elemental energy within it, erupting into a violent and raging tide of cold ice. If one was unable to leave this cave, then as soon as the ice tide erupted, Qin Feng would definitely be dead. I definitely won't touch this crystal myself. But, Qin Feng began to observe his surroundings. As the ice blue light of the ice tide crystal lit up, the entire cave was illuminated, only to see that it was a circular cave with a diameter of more than 20 meters, and around the cave, there were a total of 7 passages that led to who knows what. As the blue light spreads outwards along the passages, soon, Qin Feng hears some sizzling sounds coming from within the 7 passages. There's a monster? It is. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. He quickly reacted that this was meant for him to protect the ice tide crystal in the center. From the 7 passages, demons were constantly emerging out. Once these fiends were allowed to attack the ice tide crystal in the center, then everything in the vicinity would be annihilated in the ice tide. Qin Feng would naturally not be spared. These 7 passages are spaced far apart from each other. The furthest is even 40 meters. They are even in separate directions. If under normal circumstances, it would be impossible for only one player to completely guard them. Even Qin Feng, with his instantaneous shadow slash and dark ringed blade, it was simply impossible to cover the entire cave. What's more, if it was a skill with too much range, and his attack hit the ice tide crystal, then the crystal would just as easily explode. Last time at the temple, I was able to safely walk to the end by virtue of summoning devout believers, and that's how I was able to get to the end. And even with summons, without enough exploration experience, I would have died at least several times in the middle. I didn't realize that this time, I was asked to guard the crystal? Looks like that skill I just learned came in handy. Poison trap. As long as you place poison traps in all 7 passages, then you can guarantee that there won't be any magical creatures that can safely pass through those 7 passages and attack the ice tide crystal in the center. How perverse. Qin Feng couldn't even help but lament. This kind of defense mission was usually prepared for teams. As a result, he was actually allowed to come alone now. If he hadn't just happened to have learned a poison trap, he would have really died here. With his current defense attributes, it was impossible to resist the outbreak of the ice tide crystal. However, with the poisonous trap, this mission looked like it would be simple. Of course, Qin Feng was not careless. Based on his rich experience, he looked up to the top of his head. Sure enough, he found that at the head of this cave, there were 2 other cave passage exits side by side. Insidious, too insidious. Even a team whose attention is drawn to the 7 passages around them, where would they notice that there are 2 more passages overhead? Halfway through the fight, 2 monsters dropped down overhead, directly causing the entire team to be annihilated. It could be said that this was a mission that was almost impossible to accomplish solo. This made Qin Feng look forward to it. What would be the reward after completing this mission? Of course, if it was just the initial platinum level poisonous trap skill, it wouldn't be able to cope with the current situation at all. After all, a platinum level poison trap could only place a maximum of 3 traps. And around this cave, there were a total of 7 passages, and there were 2 more caves with monsters coming out overhead. It can only evolve. Qin Feng still had 23 evolution points on him. He opened the skill panel and started evolving Poisonous Trap. You have consumed 1 plus 2 plus 3 evolution points, leaving 17 points remaining. Poison Trap, Platinum Emerald Diamond Epic. The Poison Trap has a stealth level of 5, 6, 7, 8. Enemies who step on it will receive 5007009001200 points of additional damage from the poison elemental, as well as slowing and toxin sustained damage that lasts for 5, 6, 7, 8 seconds. Deceleration, 50%. Toxin damage per second, 100%. Toxin damage per second, 100%. Toxin damage per second, 100%. You can place up to 3579 traps, and the traps last up to 3600 seconds. Evolving it 3 times directly evolves it to epic level. Evolving it again would require 50 evolution points, so Qin Feng could only stop. But it didn't matter. An epic level poison trap was more than enough to deal with the current situation. Go you! Qin Feng's figure moved quickly. In the cave, he first placed a poisonous trap in each of the 7 surrounding passages. It was a green highly poisonous elemental spell formation. Qin Feng was able to place it at the exit of the passageway by casually raising his hand and releasing his skill. Originally, the trigger range of this trap was 10 meters. However, under the effect of the Witch Alienation Ring, the range of this trap was increased by 25% to 12.5 meters. Not bad, just enough to cover the passageway completely. No matter where those magical creatures come from, they're bound to trigger the trap unless they're magical creatures that can fly. Qin Feng was still cautious, taking all sorts of circumstances into consideration. It wasn't just flying magical creatures that would avoid the traps, there were also some special magical creatures that came with a layer of magic immunity shield on their bodies, which would also render the highly poisonous traps ineffective. Luckily, Qin Feng could see the field of view within the effective range of all the poison traps, which was within 12.5 meters. If there was an accident anywhere, he could react to it in the first place so that he could take remedial measures. This ability alone to observe several horizons at the same time was not something that other players at this stage could do. The 7 poison traps were placed. Qin Feng immediately followed to the 2 cave exits overhead and similarly placed 2 poison traps. The placement of the poison traps had a 10-second cooldown, counting the cooldown acceleration which ended up being nearly 5 seconds. By the time Qin Feng was done preparing, there were already magical creatures advancing over towards this side in that total of 9 passages. How outrageous! They're actually all long-range monsters. If we let them run to the entrance of the passageway, wouldn't they just detonate the ice-tide crystal? Qin Feng secretly rejoiced. Right at this moment, poof poof poof. From within each of the passages around the perimeter, a burst of toxin spreading sounds came out after the traps were activated. Like mushrooms exploding. Minus 10,551. Minus 9,527. Minus 10,408. Qin Feng looked around as a screen full of damage numbers in his vision emerged from the surrounding passages. Since it was toxin damage, all of this damage couldn't eat the weakness attack bonus. It was reasonable to say that it couldn't even eat the backstrike bonus. But now, after the backstrike enhancement evolved to legendary level, as long as it was in Qin Feng's stealthy state, all of his damage would be considered as backstrike. This was no exception for toxin damage. Thus, first eating the triple damage increase from the shadow profession, and then enjoying the 100% backstrike damage increase, multiplying the math made Qin Feng's final damage reach a full 6 times its original amount. Moreover, this was only a section of damage. Epic Poison Trap, once it hit the target, it would generate 1 initial damage, plus 8 sustained damages that lasted for 8 seconds, for a total of 9 damages. From the surrounding passages, the waves of demons that came surging in were all just small monsters between level 15 to 18. These small monsters, their blood count wasn't much. They died as soon as they were blown up by a direct poison trap, and in the middle of the passageway, the corpses of all kinds of demonic creatures were scattered all over the place. Decay Ejector. Dismemberment Thrower. Demonic Blood Splatterers. Qin Feng carefully observed and did not find anything too special about the demonic creatures. However, what gave him a headache was that in these 9 passages, each wave of demons actually appeared at the same time. In other words, Qin Feng's 9 poison traps were detonated at the same time. He quickly replenished each passageway with poison traps while in stealth. Before he could finish replenishing them, the demons in 2 of the passages were on the verge of leaving the passages and arriving at this cave of the ice-tide crystal. Qin Feng directly ran to the entrance of the passage. Dark Ringed Blade. Minus 51,398, weakness attack. Minus 50,129, weakness attack. This direct damage was much higher than the poison trap. After all, it was able to benefit from the weakness attack multiplier, and the physical defense of these magical creatures seemed to be lower than their elemental resistance. Of course, when unleashing this skill, Qin Feng was always mindful of the distance between himself and the ice-tide crystal, lest he accidentally blows up the crystal himself. A skill that cleared away a wave of demons within a passageway. Immediately afterward, he arrived at the entrance of the last passageway. Towards the passageway, he raised his hand and threw out a shadow blade. Within the passageway, numbers that were almost as high as the damage of the darkness ringed blade emerged one after another. From the beginning to the end, Chinu did not leave his stealth state. The tens or hundreds of demons around him had already gone up in smoke under his various skills. The cursed tablet of the ancient god of heavenly tribulation has finished recharging. Is it to be used? Right at this moment, a system prompt resounded in Chinu mind. The ancient god's cursed tablet could be used once as long as it was fully recharged, and if it wasn't used, the recharge wouldn't continue to accumulate, meaning that it would be wasted if you continued to brush the monsters. Although Chinu's current situation was very tense. However, he still directly opened the equipment interface, ready to try his luck. Just as Chinu was guarding the crystal in the Cave of Ice Tides. Magic City Ruins. The guild leader of the Shura Temple, a young man wearing glasses, was chatting privately with a female mage codenamed Phoenix E Jotian. Phoenix E Jotian was Dongfangyu's codename in the Divine Abandonment game. Dongfangyu, who had been a human being since she was a child, didn't feel that the descent of the Divine Abandonment game would change her status in society. This codename, she was personally satisfied with. However, right now, she wasn't very satisfied with the Shura Temple's guild president, and the private chat voice contained a touch of grimness and dissatisfaction. Are you saying that your guild is giving up on hunting down Ghost Spirit because she's going along with Shadow? Shura Temple's spectacled young president replied, is there a problem? We already have 2 brothers that died at the hands of Shadow. We can't handle this matter, find someone else. Dongfangyu coldly laughed, in your opinion, the threat that Shadow poses to you is greater than the threat that I pose to you? Don't forget, I know what you look like, don't force me to reality check you. The Shura Temple president laughed, UNT right? You think I'm intimidated? Bitch, my guild has 30 assassins even including me, but we can't do Shadow, and we still can't kill you? Why don't you try and see which one of us dies first? Hearing these words, Dongfangyu almost vomited blood. Especially the word bitch made her eyes go black. Ever since she was a child, no one had ever said this about her. Behind her back there might have been, but to her face, who would dare? The words of the Shura Hall president made Dongfangyu furious. However, in this situation, she really didn't dare to speak harshly. Originally, she was only in a hiring partnership with Shura Hall's side, and once they fell out, it wouldn't do her much good. Reversed, a bunch of pariahs. Wait for me to finish off Shadow, then I'll come back to clean you up. Wouldn't really think that there's a divine abandonment game and you pariahs can turn the tables? Dongfangyu indifferently closed the private chat window. Then, she picked up her cell phone and called her husband. Husband, yes, our son thought of a way to deal with Shadow. A middle-aged man's voice came from the other end of the phone. Daughter-in-law, just call it quits. Dongfangyu was upset. He killed my mother's entire family, you're asking me to stop? The middle-aged man sighed, alas. Now if you really make a move against Shadow, even my elder brother and second brother won't be on your side now in this situation. Once you provoke Shadow, no one will be able to save you. Dongfangyu coldly laughed. Isn't it just an assassin who can't see the light of day? I have a seamless plan. Then, she went over her plan. First find a group of people to offend the Shadow. I've already decided on the candidates. According to that Shadow's character, it's impossible to spare this group of people, right? Let's arrange for that group of people to be in our fireworks factory, and then reveal the address to the Shadow. As long as the Shadow shows up and kills that group of people, we'll detonate all the fireworks. He won't have time to escape. Even if he can be invisible, he's not invincible, he'll definitely die if he's caught in the explosion. Dongfangyu finished her plan, then asked, like this, what do you think? As long as we can finish off the Shadow, there are at least a few thousand years of lifespan on him. Even if only half of it falls off, it will allow us to accumulate more capital. After hearing Dongfangyu's plan, her husband fell into deep thought. Finally, after a few minutes of consideration, her husband said, Success, this plan of yours is fine, let's do it, but it must be kept secret, this matter. My elder brother and second brother will never agree to wait until we've finished off the Dark Shadow, then we'll talk about it. Over there, Dongfangyu and her husband were planning to lure Chinu. It simply never occurred to them that Chinu had absolutely no intention of personally taking action this time. With that little lowly, ghost spirit, around, there was no need for Chinu to waste time on these people. As for the ghost spirit strike, it naturally ran directly towards Dongfangyu's original body. Although Chinu didn't know what method that girl used to find Dongfangyu in reality, but she found it in the last life, she could naturally find it in this life as well. Of course, before the ghost spirit traveled to take revenge, Chinu needed to give her a piece of advice. If she was willing to obey, then this assassination would be a perfect one. Otherwise, it would be like the last life, leaving a handle on people. The Cave of Ice Tide. Chinu had just finished dealing with a wave of demons, and the cursed tablet of the ancient god of heavenly tribulation had successfully completed recharging. He opened the equipment interface. Then he used it on the Witch Alienation Ring. You have attached the Curse of Utos to the Witch Alienation Ring. Curse of Utos. Gain, skill range increased by 75%. Negative, range damage reduced by 42%. Does it retain the curse? If the curse is retained, the Curse of Utos of Gift of Black Flame, Spiked Bone Leather Armor will be nullified. Yes/no. Chinu was puzzled when he saw the system prompt. The positive effect of this curse could be said to be quite perverse. The range of the skill was increased by 75%. This was a huge boost when put on instant shadow slash, dark ring blade or even poison trap, but the key was that the negative effect was too deadly. This would be slightly more acceptable if it was the other way around, adding damage and reducing range. Qin Feng shook his head. It could only choose to cancel it. The current curse effect on the gift of the Black Flame leather armor was not bad, and could weaken the target's defense and elemental resistance all the way to zero. The more advanced a boss was faced, the more obvious the effect of this curse became. If only there were more ancient god slabs. Qin Feng didn't think too much about it. Right after he closed the equipment interface, the next wave of demons, in the surrounding passages, began to frantically attack over. Waves of demons came. Soon, there were even some bronze and silver level bosses appearing. If these boss demons were not taken out before it was too late, then the ice-tide crystal would be extremely easy to break. Fortunately, Qin Feng's damage magnitude was completely sufficient. When a boss appeared, he would directly graceful deliverance, turn on the active effect, and throw out any skill to finish off the boss. These 9 passages were soon covered with the corpses of countless demonic creatures. Qin Feng didn't even have time to release greedy hands. He kept running around, setting traps, and if he didn't have time to set traps, he could only release other skills to clear the monsters. Luckily, the epic-level poisonous trap was very powerful. During the defense process, the entire cave of ice tides was filled with green poisonous mist emanating from everywhere. Within Qin Feng's perspective, damage caused by the toxin effect was everywhere. A kill prompt, waves of experience and lifespan were mercilessly harvested by Qin Feng. Finally, after almost an hour, Qin Feng had taken out more than 10 waves of demonic creature attacks within this cave of ice tides. Each wave of demonic creatures numbered in the hundreds. After he fended off the last large group of over 300 demons that appeared to attack at the same time, this defense mission was finally completed. Luckily it's an assassin, releasing skills doesn't require mana. If it was replaced by a mage or something with insufficient endurance, it would be really tough to do this mission. Qin Feng secretly thought to himself. When the last wave, more than 300 rotting demons were poisoned to death by him in the surrounding passages, his level directly rose from level 15 to level 16. And, in front of him, another radiant golden treasure chest did appear. An epic treasure chest. It was the same as the one in the temple last time. Last time's epic treasure chest gave me the assassin's divine skill, graceful deliverance. What can I open this time? Although Qin Feng was looking forward to it, he did not act rashly. With the ghostly blue light of the ice-tide crystal, he kept surveying the situation inside the entire cave, listening to all the movements in the distance and near the area. It wasn't until several minutes later that Qin Feng was sure there was no problem. He went up to open the box. Congratulations on obtaining Barfiki's Equivalent Exchange Agreement, Epic. Barfiki's Equivalent Exchange Agreement, Epic Assassin's Defense, Legs. Physical defense plus 198, full elemental resistance plus 198, damage resistance plus 198, damage reduction plus 19. 8%. Equipment requirement, level 15. Special, murmur resistance plus 19. 8. Equivalent exchange art, sacrifice a piece of equipment slash skillbook of no more than epic level to randomly obtain a piece of equipment slash skillbook of one's own profession, level and grade remain unchanged. Cooldown 1 hour. Epic equipment? A leg defense used by the assassin lineage. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. The special effect was the Art of Equivalent Exchange, which allowed one to take equipment and skill books from other professions and transform them into something from one's own profession. For example, a book of fireball art that was useless to Qin Feng could be transformed into assassin skills, sneak shadow, assassination, backstab, etc. Depending on what it would be. This was definitely good for Qin Feng. After all, right now, his development was too far ahead of his time, and a lot of the equipment slash skill books that he usually fought out were simply not leveled up enough for other players to use at this stage. This made it not too good for him to sell even if he wanted to. In fact by now, Qin Feng's tradable lifespan had overflowed quite a bit. He needed to focus more on improving his in-game strength rather than earning longevity anymore. This epic leg protector served the purpose of allowing Qin Feng to develop more quickly. There's still quite a lot of emerald-grade equipment and skill books at home, all of which can be converted into assassin use. Now Qin Feng was refreshed. At this very moment, in this cave shrouded in icy blue light, a white, delicate figure began to converge in front of Qin Feng. This caused Qin Feng's face to change slightly and he immediately became alert. Was it that white-robed woman from last time? Last time, Qin Feng could not see any information about the white-robed female at all. But this time, as the white-robed female's figure coalesced and molded in front of Qin Feng saw a string of text above her head. Judgment God Envoy Asahis, LV? Judgment God Envoy. This white-robed woman was indeed related to the Judgment Authority. God Envoy. Qin Feng was on the alert, only to see that the white-robed Judgment God Envoy named Asahis was already in front of him, bending her knees and bowing halfway. She was wrapped in a white robe, and it was impossible to see her exact figure. However, underneath the white hood was an exquisite and holy face. This time, Qin Feng could see clearly that she had a pair of light golden eyes in which terrifying power flowed. As she coalesced her figure at close range, Qin Feng vaguely heard an extremely ancient whisper that surrounded and stirred in his ears. M.O. Men, Ha, S.A. It was the ancient god language. Qin Feng still had a slight study of the ancient god language, and was barely able to understand a series of sacred whispers, but the key now was that Qin Feng realized something. If it's an NPC that's been sent to our Blue Star Divine Abandonment game, they'll all be endowed with the ability to speak the human languages of the various regions of Blue Star. For example, the six-fingered male wizard Vickery. Being placed outside the ruins of Daxia in Zhanghai City, he would have learned the Daxia language due to the power of the rules. This Asahi speaks the language of the ancient gods, not the Daxia language. Meaning, she was not sent here. Rather, she came over on her own power. As for where she came from, Qin Feng was inclined to be the land of order, or the higher level of the supreme heavens. 9 years into his last life, there were players from Blue Star who arrived in the land of order. As for the supreme heavens, it was a rumored existence, or at least it was still just a legend to Blue Star players. Regardless of where this Asahi's came from, Qin Feng could be certain that her level was much higher than an NPC of the six-fingered witch Vickery's level. And the ancient god's language that surrounded Qin Feng's ears was quickly understood by him. The ancient god has perished. You are the successor to the judgment authority. I will follow you to witness you become the true god of judgment. Please accept the gift I have prepared for you. Asahi's raised her head, a light golden color flowing from her eyes. As she stretched out her hands, she only saw that in the heart of her snow-white, flawless, and stunningly beautiful palms, she was holding a light golden bell. Qin Feng hesitated slightly. Then he reached out his hand and fetched that light golden bell. Asahi's summoning bell, a bell made by Judgment God Emperor Asahi's with the power of rules. You may use it once when you are at levels 25, 35, and 50 respectively to summon Judgment God Emperor Asahi's to descend. Each time you summon, you will be given a chance to challenge a special relic, and the difficulty and rewards will increase in order. Seeing the bell's introduction, Qin Feng was a bit crazy. Spicy chicken page hand game growth packs, huh? And it's also used once for level 25, 35, and 50 respectively? In that case, the level requirement for that previous temple was level 5, and the level requirement for this one was level 15? In terms of difficulty, guarding the ice-tide crystal this time was indeed much harder than exploring the Organ Labyrinth last time. Although it took less time, if it were someone else, the maze could be explored through in time, but this Guardian Ice-Tide crystal was extremely easy to fail, and it was even almost impossible to complete it solo. This difficulty leveling span is a bit big. Then what will be the difficulty of the level 25 relic challenge? What will the rewards be? Surely it's not just epic treasure chests? Immediately afterward, Qin Feng looked at the last introduction of this summoning bell. After 3 uses, this item disappears. If you successfully complete the challenge 3 times, you may invite the Judgment God Envoy Ashais to enter your hideout, providing the skill upgrade function. This was a very common feature in godforsaken games, inviting NPCs into one's hideout. However, the conditions for inviting NPCs into your hideout were very harsh. On the one hand, there was a high reputation requirement, and on the other hand, one needed to reach very harsh conditions and complete the NPC's quest. Of course, once you can invite NPC into the hideout, then it can definitely bring a great boost to the development of a guild or force. Depending on the rules of the NPC, different NPCs provided different functions after being invited. There were those that built equipment. There were those that offered special resources for sale. There was trash recycling. There were even extremely special equipment strengthening and other functions. As for Asahi's skill upgrade function, it was extremely useful. Every skill of every player had a level requirement. After learning it, if one encounters an identical skill book of a higher level, one could override it and raise the skill level, thus enhancing the skill's effect. For example, Qin Feng's Sneaky Shadow skill, with the level requirement raised from level 1 to level 10, the stealth time and stealth breaking attack were both drastically increased. The skill upgrade function that Asahi's would be able to provide by then was to consume her lifespan and directly raise the required level of the skill. In the mid to late stages, there would be no need to go through the trouble of searching for various high-level skill books, especially epic level skills. It was extremely difficult to raise the demand level. And with the skill upgrade function of NPCs, one could imagine how important it was to be able to raise the demand level of a skill just by consuming their lifespan. At this moment, Asahi's did not immediately leave when she saw Qin Feng take the summoning bell. Instead, she bowed towards Qin Feng and once again communicated in the ancient god language. Please select a skill. You have one free opportunity to upgrade a skill to your current level. Qin Feng realized that when he encountered this NPC, if he didn't know the ancient god language, he really couldn't communicate. One wouldn't even be able to understand what she was saying. Luckily, Qin Feng understood a little bit. Choose a skill for free and upgrade it to my current level 16? Then shall not choose the highest grade of graceful deliverance? For all the other skills, Qin Feng could possibly hit a higher level and just directly replace it. The only one was Enchantment Deliverance, a skill that came from the epic treasure chest of the Ruins challenge, and the subsequent probability of even killing an epic boss to pop out the Enchantment Deliverance skill book was extremely low. I choose to upgrade, Graceful Deliverance. Shinfeng looked at the list of skills that popped up in front of him and clicked to select Graceful Deliverance. When he made his choice, his Enchanted Deliverance skill finally increased from its initial level 5 level requirement to a level 16 level requirement. Enchanted Deliverance, Mythic Weakness Attack Modifier plus 300% 410%, Weakness Attack Multiplier doubled. Rank 16. Active use, causes one's next attack to inflict a cutthroat effect, dealing 200% 310% of that attack's damage per second for 3 seconds. Cooldown 15, 6, 97 seconds. An increase in the level requirement of a skill brought about only a change in the numerical aspect. This was something Shinfeng was well aware of, so this Enchantment Deliverance boost already satisfied him. After all, this was a free service. Even if the changes didn't seem to be significant, this boost had increased the active/throat effect of Graceful Deliverance from 600% to 930% in total damage. It's a good thing there's a skill list for me to choose from. Otherwise, this ancient god language, I can read a bit and understand a bit, but I can't speak it at all. Shinfeng breathed a sigh of relief. After he made the choice to upgrade his skills, the Judgment God Envoy Asahi's bowed once again, then took 2 steps back, and her delicate body wrapped in white robes gradually dissipated like starlight. When she disappeared, in the middle of the cave where Shinfeng was, white light converged into an oval portal. It was obvious that this was the exit. Shinfeng looked at the light golden bell in his hand. How does this bell look similar to the mount bell? Could it be possible to use her as a mount? Shinfeng shook his head and put it away into the 100 compartments of storage space provided by the greedy hand before walking into the portal. It looked as if Shinfeng had taken advantage of the situation. However, in truth, Shinfeng still had some wariness about this Judgment God Envoy. The NPCs of the God Abandonment game couldn't be trusted in everything they said. They weren't mechanized programs, but rather, they were intelligent, could lie, and most of them had their own interests at heart. All in all, just be more careful in everything. Of course, Shinfeng didn't need to be overly nervous. The God Abandonment game has its own rules of operation. Even if it's a true deity, it can't intervene in the process of the game's operation. So for the time being, there's no need to worry about what she'll do to me. The ruins of Jianghai City, outside the city. The entrance to the temple labyrinth under the cliff. When Shinfeng stepped into the teleportation array and returned, he found that Lin Liu was surprisingly still there. Originally, she was sitting on the stone platform next to her. When she saw Shinfeng appear, she instantly got up happily and greeted her while reaching out and patting the folds of her black vestment. This caused Shinfeng to be stunned. In the past hour, you didn't run off to upgrade and waited for me here? Lin Liu pursed her lips and smiled, had to keep watch for Big Brother, lest Big Brother comes out and gets sneak attacked. Thanks. Shinfeng smiled and shook his head. This skill book is for you, it just happens to be dropped in this relic. He handed her a platinum-grade Mage Department skill book. It was a magic shield skill book with a level requirement of 13. She couldn't learn it yet, but when she reached level 13, once she learned this skill, her survivability would be greatly increased. Lin Liu's beautiful eyes lit up. A platinum-level skill? Thank you, Big Brother. This girl was not polite and accepted the skill book with both hands. For Shinfeng, this skill book was only worth 10 or so years of tradable life. Using these 10 or so years to befriend Lin Liu, the little koi beauty, was definitely not a loss. The key was that Shinfeng had to let her develop a mindset. If there was any chance to invite Shinfeng over, Shinfeng would end up giving her favors. In this way, people would naturally send more and more opportunities to her doorstep. On the contrary, if Shinfeng didn't give you a single dime, why would people give you all the chances? Alright, we're done here, go back first. Shinfeng gestured towards the outside of the maze. Lin Liu nodded and walked ahead, leading Shinfeng all the way out. Soon, it came to the bottom of the cliff at the entrance of the ruins. Shinfeng walked to the protruding stone slab first, and with over 300 points of agility, he leapt up towards the cliff. This made Lin Liu once again lament that a big brother was a big brother. When Shinfeng reached out, he pulled her up from the stone slab and went offline first after saying goodbye to her. The system prompted that Shinfeng's hunger reached 90% in reality and needed to go back for a bit. Only then did Lin Liu open the private chat and reported to Yu, Captain, I'm done. Big Brother seems to have gotten something and gave me a platinum level skill book. And you couldn't wait to ask, how was it? How was it? When you climbed the cliff, were you on top or was Biggie on top? Lin Liu had a questioning face. What's the difference? And Yu Tskedin smiled. Of course there's a difference. If you're on top, the Great Spirit can look up and see a good look. Lin Li Fish? Captain, look less at the small yellow text. Shinfeng returned to the place of soul purification where he extracted to reality. When he returned, he realized that the interior of the hideout had changed drastically. The various furniture, home appliances, and a whole set of generator modules that had been manufactured through the Book of Divine Mandate earlier had all been installed by the mechanical maids. The soul purification hall in the middle was a circular hall with a diameter of 50 meters. The entire hall had been filled with modernized lights. A large round table in the center, various coffee tables, cabinets, and bookshelves, had been placed in different categories. In a short period of time, those 5 mechanical maids had dutifully made this place a warm place to live. Of course, the generator module created by the Book of Divine Authorization was not a perpetual motion machine, and required Qin Feng to add raw materials at regular intervals. Qin Feng chose a magnetic energy generator module, which could extract magnetic energy ore from the Book of Divine Authorization. To generate electricity, this means was quite a bit superior to the technology on the blue planet today, and the efficiency was also very high. On average, only about 10 hours of lifespan would need to be consumed to generate power for an entire month for the entire land of the Pure Soul. Qin Feng left the Great Hall of the Pure Soul when he returned. He came to the dining room on the side. Sitting on the dining table, he took out the Book of Divine Authorization and started ordering food. Until this point, Qin Feng's life had settled down and it was very convenient to eat whatever he wanted. And the prerequisite for all of this was that Qin Feng was capable enough to earn enough lifespan from the Divine Abandonment game. Although the only thing that's currently renovated is the Great Hall of the Pure Soul, and a few small rooms around it. But it's completely enough for just me anyway. And around all the hideouts extracted to reality, there were magic defense boundaries that shielded detection, able to resist fire bombardment while not even various detection means could detect the existence of the hideout. At least at this stage, the sense of security was directly pulled full circle. It was also at the time when Qin Feng returned to reality and was enjoying his meal. Within the ruins of Jianghai City, northwest region of the ruins, the entrance to the land of the Pure Soul. Look guys, there's a staircase going down here. Qin Xiaoyu's surprised voice rang out in the team channel. Her heartbeat steeply accelerated as she stood at the entrance staircase of the land of Pure Souls. Right now, all guilds realized the importance of hiding places. The Knight Templar was naturally the same. Currently, most of the small monsters within the city ruins had already been cleared out by the players and were relatively safe, so Qin Xiaoyu had also been sent out to follow a team that was searching for a hideout together. As long as they found a hideout, they could obtain the longevity rewards given by the guild. A silver level hideout could gain 500 days of lifespan. For a gold level hideout, you can get 2000 days of lifespan. Qin Xiaoyu had been eating instant noodles lately and was about to vomit, but she had no money and no lifespan, so it could be said that she was so poor that she couldn't stand it anymore. Even the instant noodles were bought for her by her best friend Xu Yan, who lives together. Now, seeing that mysterious pitch-black stairway, Qin Xiaoyu was very excited. If this was a hiding place, she would be able to obtain the guild's longevity reward. Soon, the president of the Knight Templar, Chen Wuming, learned of Qin Xiaoyu's side of the discovery. He was relieved that this money loser seemed to be of some use. Recently, we've only found a silver-level hideout. It's simply not enough for so many people in our guild. It has to be at least a gold or even platinum-level hideout, right? I hope that what Xiaoyu found on his side will be a gold level or higher hideout. Chen Wuming smiled in satisfaction. He chatted privately with Qin Xiaoyu. Good job. If it's confirmed to be a hideout, the guild will give you a reward. Thank you, Chairman. Qin Xiaoyu replied beautifully. Soon, Chen Wuming brought hundreds of members of the Knight Templar from all directions towards the vicinity of the entrance to the land of Pure Souls, and he drove away all the casual players in a surrounding area. He would first dispatch his team and head out to explore. Then make sure that no other players would come over to cause trouble when attacking the hideout. Qin Feng finished eating and went online. With a full stomach, he was ready to return to the Evil Spirit Academy first. A lot of his emerald-grade equipment and skill books were piled up over there, and now that he had the Barfiki's equivalent exchange agreement, he could sacrifice equipment or skill books from other professions and transform them into assassin stuff. When he put on the leg guard, he realized that it was a pitch-black lightweight leather leg guard with strange energies converging in it. There was even a power capable of stabilizing his mind that surrounded and enveloped him. Qin Feng knew that. This was the effect of that special attribute, murmur resistance. Equipment that had reached the diamond level would have the probability of having some special attributes attached to it. These special attributes were known as upper affixes. For example, murmur/murmur resistance, imminent death/imminent death resistance, wither/wither resistance, and many more. Take ravings for example. Basically, any boss that reached the diamond level, and some special bosses as well, would be associated with the remaining remnants of some ancient gods. Their attacks and skills, once they hit the player's body would start accumulating murmuring gauge. Even as long as they were in their vicinity, the murmuring scale would continue to rise. Once the murmuring gauge reached 100%, then the player would fall into a state of being haunted by murmuring and losing their mind. Among these upper-level affixes, the instant death affix was the simplest and crudest. Certain boss attacks will cause the player to build up an imminent death gauge, and once it reaches 100%, the player will die on the spot. The corresponding resistance attribute reduces the rate of accumulation of the corresponding status gauge. In addition, if you are out of combat, the corresponding resistance attribute can also speed up the fading speed of the gauge. Under normal circumstances, it's simply impossible for Divine Abandonment game players to come into contact with the upper-level affixes this early. Even for diamond-level bosses, those with upper-level affixes are in the minority. Xin Feng did not care too much. This kind of attribute, as many as there were, it wouldn't do any harm anyway. Xin Feng mounted the ghost wolf and headed back as fast as he could. He had planned to teleport directly to the Magic City ruins, but as a result, just as he was about to reach the teleportation array of the Jianghai City ruins, a prompt suddenly came from the system. Your hideout Land of Pure Souls is being attacked. Current entrance stone door durability, 99.9%, continuously damaged state. Current magic defense boundary durability, 100%. Is war teleportation being used? War teleportation count for the day, January 1st. War teleportation count for the day, January 1st. This system prompt surprised Xin Feng a bit. The Land of Pure Souls has been attacked? Xin Feng frowned. When one's hideout was attacked, one could use the war teleportation function to directly teleport back inside the hideout that was attacked. This function could only be used once per day. Therefore, in order to avoid not being able to return at a critical moment, Xin Feng usually did not utilize this function. No. Xin Feng chose no. It wasn't because the situation wasn't urgent, but because, right now, he was over here, so there was no need to utilize the once-a-day war teleportation opportunity. He turned the wolf's head and ran directly to the area where the entrance to the Land of Pure Souls was located. The speed of the ghost wolf was fast. However, as it approached, Xin Feng dismounted in advance. After all, the ghost wolf only had a level 1 stealth rank, so at this stage, it was easy to be discovered. When he was alone, maintaining his stealthy state and transforming into a shadowy figure, he came to this nearby area. He saw a classic scene. There were only 6 Knight Templar guild members who were chasing after a small group of ordinary players. I told you that this area has been chartered by our Knight Templar, and no one is allowed to enter. You still want to force your way in, don't you want to live? Wife, put up an ice wall to stop them. Frost wall. A guild charter? Xin Feng was speechless. This is too canonical, right? A necessary scene for pre-crossing online game novels. Only the 6 players from the Knight Templar were seen, with a complete configuration of tanks, nannies, and outputs. One of them, a female mage wearing a blue vestment with a net red face, with a teasing face, raised her hand and released a wall of ice that was more than 10 meters long, stopping in front of those 6 ordinary players. The ice wall emitted a cold aura, directly causing those 6 players to fall into a 50% slowdown state. Among those 6 normal players, there were both men and women. Among them, there was a single ponytailed girl with a pure and cute appearance. Her face turned white when she saw the situation, and she said weakly, "We were just passing by, we didn't want to force our way in." Next to her there is another long-haired woman, is strong and angry. "You Knight Templars, want to kill and rob life on straight, don't fucking find excuses, when busy, and set up a house of cards. I said you guys want to break in, you guys just want to break in." In the Knight Templar team, a young berserker with dyed yellow hair, with a disdainful face, after saying this, holding a double-bladed axe in his hand, towards the other side's crowd was a jumping chop. Boom boom! The terrifying shockwave stirred up by the jumping chop sent all 6 opposing players flying. They were about to be killed by the various skills that came along with them. Suddenly, without any recruitment, blood-colored blade light directly emerged from 4 of the Knight Templars' bodies. When the blade light bloomed, the yellow-haired berserker, the net red-faced female mage, and the other 2 players with the Slayer logo died instantly. This sudden situation caused the remaining fat priest and middle-aged shield warrior to be dumbfounded. Seeing this, the fat priest exclaimed on the spot in the team channel, "Crap, it's Crotchman? That guy came to cause trouble again?" Inside the team channel, the yellow-haired berserker who had been killed off soon roared, "Crotch and M-Man, it's Shadow. We were all taken out by Shadow." The fat priest sighed in relief. "I told you, when did Crotch and M-Man's damage get to second you guys? And oh, wait, who did you say it was? Shadow? Hiss." This fat priest's face quickly turned pale. That middle-aged shield warrior, on the other hand, was holding a round shield and backed up to a wall of ruins, holding his shield in front of him, shivering. Didn't the Shadow go to Mordor to develop? How come it's back again? Just then, Xin Feng's figure appeared from among the shadows. His face was covered by a black veil, revealing only his cold eyes, and as he casually raised his hand, flowers of death bloomed on the corpses of the 4 guys just now. It began to draw on their lifespan. Since the Slayer status was about to reach the 5th level, Xin Feng did not intend to go on a killing spree if not necessary. If he really wanted to lure that NPC here, honestly, Xin Feng wouldn't be able to fight it. Therefore, this matter, Xin Feng intended to resolve it peacefully. Now, Xin Feng knew that the people who were attacking the Land of Pure Souls were the Knight Templars. Since that's the case, Chen Wuming, you won't be able to leave so easily today if you don't pay a price. Xin Feng thought to himself faintly. Thus, he first took out the 4 slayers of the group, slightly clearing a bit of the kill value from himself, and then peacefully negotiated with the remaining 2. "Call your president here." Xin Feng, as usual, turned on his voice changer and spoke out indifferently. "Yes, big brother, I'll immediately call our president over right away." That fat priest immediately made an upright stance with an obedient face. At the same time, crap, it's Shadow. Wow, it's really my idol. My idol actually stepped in and saved me. The 6-member squad that had just been saved by Chin Feng, when they recovered from their floating state and took the first look at the situation in the field, one by one, they instantly became excited. Only that cute and soft girl with a single ponytail froze for a moment when she saw the dark shadow appear. Even though Chin Feng had turned on the facial masking function, but as soon as the girl saw those eyes of Chin Feng, she felt so familiar. Is Chin Feng? I don't think so. If it is, there's no way he'd leave his sister behind. Alas, it seems like I've missed him too much lately. I don't know how he's doing these days. This sister was in a bitter mood. She was Yang Xiaoya, originally Qin Feng's co-worker. Chin Feng had also stepped in to casually help her precisely because he saw her. However, Chin Feng didn't know that this girl had almost recognized him when she saw him in the game at a glance. One had to know that even Qin Xiaoyu had seen him before and didn't feel anything at all. It was evident that for so many years, Qin Xiaoyu had never cared about Chin Feng at all. Her understanding of Chin Feng wasn't even as good as a female colleague in Chin Feng's company who had a crush on him. Of course, Chin Feng didn't know what Yang Xiaoya was thinking, and it was even more unlikely that he would reveal his identity to her. That wouldn't be a good thing for him or Yang Xiaoya. Right after Chin Feng let loose on that Knight Templar's fat priest, very soon, the Knight Templar's president, Chen Wuming, who was riding a leopard war beast, rushed over with hundreds of guild members in a great hurry. It appeared to be a great deal of noise. However, when he arrived in front of Chin Feng, Chen Wuming immediately waved his hand. The hundreds of guild members behind him immediately shouted in unison, "Greetings, Brother Shadow. Big Brother Shadow, 1,000 years of unification." Immediately afterward, Chen Wuming asked curtly, "Big Brother has something to find me? Is there someone in our guild who has offended you? Big Brother, just say it, my guild will immediately open up for him." If he is not convinced, PY also opened for him. This guy still didn't know that the hideout he was just attacking was the hideout of Dark Shadow. Chin Feng was a bit speechless when he heard Chen Wuming say that. Having been hostile with him for so many years in his last life, he never realized that the other party had this G-licking attribute. Even in the face of officialdom, this Chen Wuming was also very tough. At this moment, although Chen Wuming had more than 100 guild members with him, in terms of the scene, he was still completely behind. It was as if these 100 or so people were surrounded by Chin Feng alone. As for the hundreds of Knight Templar guild members, they looked at Chin Feng with awe, admiration, apprehension, and even a lot of sisterly love in their eyes. It's really Shadow. I'm so honored to actually meet the Shadow, Big Brother. I can blow this wave for a year. So handsome. I felt ashamed just now when the chairman taught me the slogan, but now that I've met Big Brother, I actually shouted it out so smoothly. Then again, how did Pineapple Brother offend Shadow? Alas, I hope it doesn't involve us. I don't want to be hostile to Big Brother Shadow. Just as the Knight Templar crowd was in a complicated mood. In the crowd, there was a long-haired girl wearing a bronze-level priest's robe who was also looking at Chin Feng with a face of adoration, while there was some sorrow in the depths of her eyes. That was Chin Xiaoyu. In her opinion, she originally had the chance to get acquainted with Shadow. As a result, that opportunity was somehow missed. However, seeing that the Dark Shadow had always acted alone, Chin Xiaoyu's mood wasn't that bad. After all, this Big Brother has always been a lone wolf. He wasn't really targeting her. It was just that she was a bit apprehensive right now, not knowing how her Knight Templar guild had offended the Big Brother. Chin Feng, on the other hand, didn't notice her presence at all. He looked at Chen Wuming. "You guys just now were attacking a hideout?" Chen Wuming froze and subconsciously nodded. "Yes, that hideout shouldn't be the one that the Big Brother is looking at." "Chin Feng, that hideout is mine." Chen Wuming froze. The few guild managers behind him also froze. Most importantly, Chin Xiaoyu and the crowd froze. Just now, they were still speculating on how exactly they had offended Shadow. Could it be the yellow-haired berserker Pineapple? In that case, all they had to do was kick that guy out of the guild. But, after screwing up, the hideout they were attacking turned out to be Chin Feng's hideout. Chen Wuming was dumbfounded and subconsciously retorted, "That's not right, Big Brother. Didn't you say that your hideout is in Magic City?" Ahem. Behind Chen Wuming, a middle-aged priest wearing a silver-level priest's robe coughed and reminded in a low voice, "President, there can only be one hideout under an individual's name, but if you create a guild, you can still have one in the guild's name." Chen Wuming, "But isn't Big Brother just one person? Rebirth of the Cake Hand Milkman, you can't build a guild if you're alone?" Chen Wuming, "That's also true." They finished their discussion quickly, then suddenly realized that things seemed a bit serious. Big Brother, we really didn't know that the hideout was yours." Chen Wuming had a depressed look on his face, or rather, we weren't even sure if the hideout behind that stone door was the hideout. "Big Brother, then what should we do now? How are we going to compensate?" It was impossible to continue fighting any longer. The key now was to think about how to deal with this matter. Of course, Chen Wuming wasn't too worried anymore. After all, since Shadow had called him over, it was obvious that he wanted to negotiate a solution to this matter. As long as the Big Brother didn't go straight for the kill, everything was fine. Chin Feng opened the hideout panel and took a look at it, then said, "That stone panel is the gate to my hideout. You knocked off 0. 7% of its durability. It's going to cost quite a bit to repair it. Let's do it this way. Give me 500 years of lifespan, and this matter will be settled. What? 500 years of lifespan? Hearing Qin Feng's words, Chen Wuming's eyes closed and he fell backwards on the spot. President, what's wrong with you, Chairman? A few guild administrators immediately ran up to hold him up, only to realize that this guy, in fact, had fainted. This caused the Knight Templar crowd to be a bit dumbfounded. Qin Feng was also a bit speechless. That middle-aged priest, rebirth of the cake hand milkman, had a constipated expression on his face as he came in front of Qin Feng. Big brother, you see that our chairman has fainted. How about a little less? This guy, Qin Feng recognized. In his last life, he had dealt with the Knight Templar Guild for so many years that he was familiar with its core management. Hearing Cake Hand Milkman's words, Qin Feng said indifferently, not a bit less. Do you know how much lifespan it takes to fix that 7% durability? Cake Hand Milkman shook his head with a dumbfounded expression. I don't know. Just then, Chen Wuming suddenly gasped, jerked upright, and looked towards Qin Xiaoyu in the crowd with a sad face. 500 years off 500 years. What kind of sins did I create? Qin Xiaoyu was also dumbfounded. Originally, she was trying to discover a hiding place so that she could get a guild reward. As a result, this hideout was Shadow's? And they ran to attack it? Now, the Shadow claimed 500 years of life expectancy, equating to another 500 years of losses she had brought to the guild? Right in this situation, Qin Xiaoyu had a plan in mind and put her heart in the right place, stepping forward and saying, one person does what one person does. Brother Shadow, if you want to punish me, just punish me. I'll do whatever you want me to do. When these words came out, the scene was quiet for a moment. Chen Wuming was also a bit surprised. Good guy, this girl is a bit interesting. This way you can relieve the guild and take the opportunity to hook up with the big brother. Just as Chen Wuming was thinking this, Qin Feng patted him on the shoulder. What do you think? She's worth 500 years. Chen Wuming was tapped on the shoulder like this and immediately reacted. That damn sure isn't worth it. But big brother, we're just a small guild. We really can't take 500 years. Forget it then, it won't be difficult for you. Qin Feng shook his head and said, 100 years of lifespan is enough. For the remaining 400 years, fill it up with heads, call the people in your guild who have the Slayer status, 1 head against 1 year, no problem, right? Also, from now on, this hiding place of mine will be guarded by your guild. Get some people to take turns guarding it for me. Don't let anyone attack it again. In fact, this was Qin Feng's true purpose. Lifespan, right now, Qin Feng really didn't lack it. But the Land of Pure Souls hideout, in the ruins of Jianghai City, wouldn't work without someone watching. If a Knight Templar guild sent someone to guard it, it was basically high and dry on the Jianghai City side. And players with Slayer status were also useful to Qin Feng. Right now, with his Slayer status, he had been hovering around the 4th tier close to the 5th tier, which caused him to have his hands tied sometimes. Having the Knight Templar provide the heads of Slayer players was just right. They could be made to stand in a row and Qin Feng could settle it with a single skill, easy and enjoyable. Hearing Qin Feng's words, Chen Wuming finally breathed a sigh of relief. Big brother, that's fine, wait a moment, I'll arrange it. Even if it was only 100 years of lifespan, it wasn't a small amount for Chen Wuming. He first traded with Qin Feng and gave him 100 years of tradable lifespan. Immediately afterward, Qin Feng left the place, mounted the ghost wolf, and galloped towards the Land of Pure Souls, quickly disappearing from before them. Quickly, have the people with Slayers come over and gather. Our guild has more than 2,000 people. How many people with Slayers are there? Pay attention, don't sign up if you have more non-tradable lifespans. If you sign up, first deposit your tradable lifespans in the guild, and I'll keep track of everyone's situation. Those who are willing to sacrifice, the guild will give contribution rewards, future equipment and skill books can be prioritized needs. All engage quickly, don't waste big brother's time. Chen Wuming quickly arranged it. In the crowd, Qin Xiaoyu collapsed a bit. Originally, she still felt that she was resourceful as hell. As a result, Qin Feng's sentence she's worth 500 years? Directly gave her a dry breakdown. Suddenly, Chen Wuming came to her. From now on, you'll stay here with big brother and watch the door for him. I'll arrange for someone else to take shifts with you. Don't go anywhere else, I'm afraid you're going to screw up something for me again. Chen Wuming sighed breathlessly and after saying this, he turned around and left. Qin Feng returned to the entrance of the Land of the Pure Soul. First, he opened the stone door and entered the antechamber of the Land of Pure Souls. Repairs require stone and elemental crystals. Total cost, 7 days of life. Qin Feng picked up the Book of Divine Authorization and created the stone and elemental crystals first, then repaired it. Chen Wuming and the others would never have imagined that Qin Feng would only need 7 days of lifespan to repair this 7% durability. A few minutes later, Qin Feng opened the stone door and left the Land of Pure Soul. It was found that Qin Xiaoyu and 5 other players had been sent over to guard the coiled staircase outside the door. In his last life, this place was Qin Xiaoyu's home, but now, she had become the gatekeeper. Qin Feng naturally ignored them. Returning to the ground, he summoned the ghost wolf and left. It had to be said that Chen Wuming, the president, was still somewhat capable. He soon gathered over 200 guild members for Qin Feng, more or less with a bit of slayer status. Qin Feng directly performed a darkness ring blade. Instantly 200 kills. Lifespan light orbs, large and small, fell all over the place. Of course, Qin Feng still had professional ethics. The tradable lifespans among them were all allowed to be recovered by Qin Wuming's people. Qin Feng just stepped in and absorbed all of the non-tradable lifespans among them that could not be directly absorbed by the players with the Blossom Curse. In total, it added up to just over 40 years of non-tradable lifespan. Obviously, these players had all died many times. Having a Slayer state would have exploded at least 75% of their lifespan, but it turned out that it only added up to this much. It meant that they didn't have much of their non-tradable lifespan left in the first place. After taking care of this one, Qin Feng looked at his kill value. It had directly dropped from being close to the 5th tier Slayer status to just when it was at the 4th tier Slayer. Originally, Qin Feng was planning to wait for Chen Wuming to gather the remaining 200 or so people and kill them once more. Suddenly, another prompt came from the system. Your hideout Evil Spirit Academy is under attack. Current magic defense boundary durability, 99.9%, continuously damaged state. Do you want to use war teleportation? War teleportation count for this day, January 1st. War teleportation count for this day, January 1st. This prompt made Qin Feng feel outrageous. How come it's never ending? First the Land of Pure Souls, then the Evil Spirit Academy. The Land of Pure Souls is still understandable. After all, Chen Wuming and the others don't know that this is my hideout. But Evil Spirit Academy, hasn't it all been spread? There's really an ungrateful one who came to mess with me? Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. This situation was slightly abnormal. Just now, on the side of the Land of Pure Souls, since the entrance was too narrow, Chen Wuming and the others, they had fought for half a day before hitting that much durability. But now, the Evil Spirit Academy side was open terrain. Therefore, the durability of the magic defense boundary was decreasing at a faster rate than the stone door over here. It was evident that there were quite a few people attacking the defense boundary. Go over and take a look first. Qin Feng made a decision. He greeted Chen Wuming. There's still 180 heads. Let's talk about it next time. I have some things to do back in the magic capital, so I'll leave first. Without waiting for Chen Nameless to reply, Qin Feng directly chose war teleportation. His entire body was enveloped in a white pillar of light. In the next instant, the figure disappeared. Magic City Ruins. In the midst of the ruins of this city, which was several times larger than the ruins of Jianhai City, something was happening that was incomprehensible to many players. Evil Spirit Academy. It was a private hideout that had raised a magic defense boundary. And, word had spread. The one who had taken this platinum level hideout was the global #1, Shadow. However, in this situation, surprisingly, there was a group of players that suddenly launched an attack on this hideout. Crap, do those people want to die? They're messing with the Shadow? Oh, they're all non-nationals. Isn't it normal for them to have bad brains? I heard that the Ace of Spades, who was close to foreigners and played with them, was killed by the Shadow in reality. This group of people is not here to take revenge, right? It's possible. Ace of Spades seems to be an important figure of Qian's group. It's possible that he's a non-national hired by Qian's group, only to see around the ruined Evil Spirit Academy. A layer of semi-transparent magic defense boundary was resisting the joint attack from a team of 18 players. It was 18 dark-skinned non-nationals. Originally, there were quite a few foreigners on this side of the Magic City. It wasn't too surprising that so many non-nationals would appear. They only saw that they had a MCBDP guild name on their heads and were cursing while releasing their skills, attacking the magic defense boundary outside the Evil Spirit Academy. Originally, they were all very excited as they watched the durability of the magic defense boundary start to drop bit by bit. But suddenly, a terrifying energy surged out from the depths of the academy, directly injecting itself into this magic defense boundary. It was magma energy from the depths of the academy. The first thing Qin Feng did when he returned to the Evil Spirit Academy was to activate the magic formation in the deepest part of the academy to transform the magma energy. The durability of the entire magical defense boundary began to recover at an extremely fast rate, let alone just those 18 players. With the current attributes of the players, even if 1,800 people came, it would be impossible to shake this magic defense boundary. Immediately afterward, only then did Qin Feng pass through the teleportation array inside the hideout and arrived at the academy square. Keeping his stealthy state, he headed to the edge of the hideout, and at a glance, he saw a group of dark-skinned non-national players who were attacking the boundary while cursing. Magic Capital Black Dragon Hall? Qin Feng frowned slightly when he saw the guild name above the heads of those players. This guild composed entirely of non-national players, could be said to be infamous in the previous life. Originally, it had wanted to rush Magic City's Black Dragon Hall, which gathered almost all of Magic City's non-national players and were basically all male. In the early days, everyone on the Magic City side was busy developing, and there was not much power to take care of this guild. Even the officials, who had to maintain order in the game and in reality at the same time, had already emptied their energies and had no spare capacity to deal with it in the early stages. As a result, not long after the godforsaken game descended, this Magic City Black Dragon Hall had already reached a scale of tens of thousands of people. Not only were there dark-skinned African-American players, the most outrageous thing was that there were also some Dasha females who had also joined this guild. As to why, those who understand. All in all, this guild was not terminated until more than a year after the godforsaken game descended, when the officials and a few other big guilds of Mordor teamed up to end it. I didn't expect that these fools would come to mess with me now. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. He looked at the situation outside the entrance of the Evil Spirit Academy, where the 18 dark-skinned African-American players, one by one, laughed and cursed while attacking the magic defense boundary. Qin Feng knew with his ass that this group of fools must have been taken advantage of. As for who it was unclear for now. But no matter who it was, let's finish off this group of idiots first. Qin Feng maintained his stealthy state and ran towards the main entrance. Selling cakes. This money is too good to be true. Just attack this boundary and you'll get paid. Haha, thank you Shadow for giving us this opportunity to make money. I heard that the Dasha people are faceblind. They see that we all look the same. They can't tell who's who. Even if we make a move, the Shadow won't be able to find any of us in reality. That's right. Everyone step up and try to make a few $100 million in one wave. When we get the cash, we'll be rich. These dark-skinned Afro-descendants were gabbling so much that even Qin Feng couldn't understand what they were saying. But if he could understand them, he would definitely feel speechless. It wasn't for nothing that they were stupid. At this point in time, if you're doing something for someone, you're still accepting cash? Even if it was a few $100 million in cash, it would only be able to buy a few years of lifespan in the current era of constant devaluation. Just as Qin Feng was getting closer and closer, ready to make his move. Suddenly, there was a sudden change. Only to see that in a ruin outside the gate of the Evil Spirit Academy, there was suddenly a sound of a beast roaring, followed by a translucent soul battle lion that roared out. It directly rushed into the center of the group of Afro players with a roar. It stunned all 18 Afro players with a roar. Immediately afterward, a hailstorm fell from the sky, enveloping the group of Afro players. There was also an extremely fast boomerang that flew into the crowd, bouncing between the group of African-American players. Eventually, a translucent soul meteorite, falling from the sky, crashed into the crowd of dark-skinned players, causing a large amount of damage, and several African-American players died violently on the spot. This series of sneak attacks caught that group of Afro players by surprise. Fark! Who is it? Why did someone sneak attack? It's too cunning. Gal Baba is dead. Haha, I told you he should have piled up some life points. Idiot, why are you laughing when he's dead? Hurry up and heal us. Unfortunately, before this group of Afro players could react completely, Qin Feng's attack also arrived. Darkness Ring Blade. A dark blade light showed a ring-like bloom, spreading instantly towards the surroundings, directly slicing the remaining dozen or so Afro players who didn't die into two. And in the field, there was nothing but the blade light. Qin Feng was still in a stealthy state even when he launched his attack. This scene, in the eyes of the players who had just launched a sneak attack from the side, became extremely bizarre and terrifying. Hiss, was it Shadow who struck? How come I don't see where he is? Damn, this is too fierce. Our team had a set of sneak attacks, and many people on the other side were still half-blooded. He's got all of them with one skill? But why didn't he even show up when he attacked? Yeah, this is too unscientific. Don't be unscientific. Jinxian, quickly go out and find Shadow to talk to. Wait for the people to go away, there will be no chance. In the ruins, a group of 6 players hurriedly ran out. The leader was a young woman, wearing a dark blue vestment, wearing a black witch's hat, with a beautiful melon face, holding in her hand but not a staff, but a paintbrush, with some slight elemental energy remaining on the paintbrush. Her legs were slender and tall, and a pair of magical boots were wrapped around her calves. As she ran, the hat on her head was suddenly blown off by the wind, and a head of black hair came out in disarray, causing her to be a bit frazzled for a while. It's her? Qin Feng was just about to turn around and leave when he was a bit surprised to see this group of people running out. The other party was from the Heavenly Vault Guild. Qin Feng only recognized one of them, and that was the beautiful woman at the head wearing a dark blue vestment. She was the granddaughter of the Heavenly Vault Guild's president and her name was Zhang Jinxian. The game code name was 10 Miles of Green Mountains Far Away, and her occupation was the only hidden occupation, Soul Painter. No wonder 2 of the skills were a bit familiar just now. That translucent soul battle lion and the translucent meteorite falling from the sky are all skills that she painted. The strength of this occupation wasn't weak. It was said that it was possible to learn the skills of the law and summoning systems, but they couldn't be used directly. Instead, they needed to draw out the special effects of the skills in the void. The power and range effects of the drawn skills were much more powerful than the original skills. But the flaw lies in the fact that it takes time to draw out the skill effects, and I heard that there is also the term degree of completion. The better the drawing, the stronger the increase in the power of the skill. Under normal circumstances, this profession is strong in defensive battles, positional battles, and team battles. However, it would be at a great disadvantage in solo battles and small-scale encounters in the wilderness. Just as Qin Feng was wondering what these people wanted, That beautiful painter took the hat that was blown off by the wind in her hand and ran to the gate of the Evil Spirit Academy, looking towards the inside. Elder Shadow, is there? There's something I want to discuss with you. Her long pitch-black hair dazzled in the wind, lightly brushing across her white face. Behind her slender body were the corpses of Afro players blooming with scarlet flowers. This entire scene was like a painting, both beautiful and bizarre at the same time. What is it? Qin Feng did not show himself and only asked casually. Upon hearing Qin Feng's indifferent voice, surprise appeared on that beautiful painter's face. I would like to enter this hideout of senior and find something that is related to my profession advancement. Don't worry, I'll give enough payment. Something related to career advancement? In the Evil Spirit Academy? Qin Feng instantly understood when he heard this. No wonder, it was the Heavenly Vault Guild that occupied this Evil Spirit Academy in the last life. It should be this Zhang Jinxin who came over to look for something before she mistakenly discovered the alienated witch deep within the Evil Spirit Academy. It was only after raiding it that it occupied the Evil Spirit Academy. Only in this life, this hideout was intercepted by me in advance. The president of the Heavenly Vault Guild, the honorary president of the Magic City Chamber of Commerce, had retired for many years and was known as Old Zhang Tu. This Old Zhang Tu used to love playing games, and often played King of Kings with his granddaughter, and even took many 5 kills. It is said that the main reason is that the granddaughter lost her father a long time ago. The old Zhang head of the granddaughter is particularly good. Even the game are accompanied by play, but also play out of the Hall of Fame, became a quite famous game anchor. Even in the live broadcast world, it is also a very explosive existence. After all, this Old Zhang Tu is already more than 70 years old. When the Divine Abandonment game descended, Old Zhang Tu immediately looked like he had returned to his home turf. He established the Heavenly Vault Guild and became an unofficial Grand Guild that ranked in the top 10 in the entire Grand Xia. In its last life, the Heavenly Vault Guild had steadily developed with the Evil Spirit Academy as its foundation in the ruins of the Magic City, and its overall strength was quite a bit stronger than Qin Feng's Divine Beheading Guild. To come in and find something. Qin Feng heard Zhang Jinxuan's request, and after being surprised, he quickly had other thoughts. Of course, it wasn't any crooked thoughts. Rather, he was already planning to rent out the ground of the Evil Spirit Academy. Firstly, this Evil Spirit Academy hideout, Qin Feng mainly used the underground layers, and the core was also underground. The area on the ground was not important. Secondly, if there are guilds stationed on the surface, they can usually form an offensive and defensive alliance with Qin Feng, and things like this being attacked by non-descendant players don't even require Qin Feng to personally take action. Thirdly, by renting to a reputable big guild, Qin Feng can also have a stable lifespan income, which is equivalent to renting out an unused house, which is money for nothing. Come in and talk. After Qin Feng finished speaking, he directly opened the hideout interface and gave 10 Mile Castle Peak Far a guest privilege. This allowed her to temporarily enter the Evil Spirit Academy without being stopped by the magical defense boundary. Having received Qin Feng's invitation, the girl was a bit surprised. After a moment's thought and speaking to her teammates, she took a step alone, crossed the defense boundary and entered the academy's boundaries. Inside the Evil Spirit Academy, Qin Feng maintained his stealthy state and shook his mount bell, summoning the ghost wolf out. Ride up. Zhang Jinxian was a bit nervous. She thought that Shadow was inviting her to ride the wolf with him, making it a bit difficult for her, thinking that it couldn't be that Shadow was trying to take advantage of her, right? But soon, she realized that she was overthinking it. On the ghost wolf, there was no stealthy Shadow as she thought. She was the only one on the wolf's back. Qin Feng had let her ride the wolf purely because he wanted her to be faster. Although her legs weren't short, she was after all a law profession and ran too slowly. Soon, the ghost wolf carried Zhang Jinxian and arrived at the ruins of a building within the Evil Spirit Academy. This was the Evil Spirit Academy's library. It was a ruin now, but if it was repaired with the materials from the Book of Divine Mandate, it would be a magnificent building, and it even had an independent magic defense boundary. Inside the Evil Spirit Academy, many of the independent buildings, and even each layer of the underground area, had independent magical defense boundaries. Even if someone broke through the outermost defense boundary, the inner defense boundary was even more layered. Don't ask why so many magic boundaries were built. The question is magma energy, inexhaustible and capricious. When Zhang Jinxian rode her ghost wolf and arrived at the library ruins, she saw at a glance that Dark Shadow was sitting on a stone bench waiting for her. Facing Qin Feng, this girl behaved elegantly and graciously. She jumped off the ghost wolf and sat down opposite Qin Feng while quietly sizing him up, pursing her lips and smiling lightly. Thank you, senior, for inviting me, and I wonder if I'm the first one to be invited into this hideout? That would be a real honor. Qin Feng did not be polite with her and asked bluntly, tell me what you are looking for. Zhang Jinxian nodded and immediately spoke up. It turned out that her career advancement props were hidden within this Evil Spirit Academy. Every time her profession advanced, she needed to find the corresponding magic props before she could successfully advance. As for where exactly those things were, she didn't know. After all, she hadn't entered the Evil Spirit Academy yet. Qin Feng frowned slightly. You have to come and look for them every time you advance? Isn't that troublesome? Zhang Jinxian was also a bit embarrassed and bit her lip. It's a bit troublesome, however I can pay Senior enough every time I come in. What price does Senior think is appropriate? Chinfeng shook his head and said, I don't have that much time to watch you. How about this? How about your guild rents out the ground area of this hideout? I don't need such a big place by myself. You guys feel free to move around within the ground area from now on. If you don't find anything in the ground area, you can tell me and I'll open up access to the underground area for you alone. I'm also more at ease if we cooperate in the long run. When this was said, Zhang Jinxian was a bit confused. Wasn't it just finding something? How did it bring up renting land? However, Zhang Jinxian quickly thought that their Heavenly Vault Guild was indeed lacking a landing spot right now, and if there was a stable landing spot, such as this Evil Spirit Academy, even if it was just a ground area, it would still be over 600 acres. It was completely enough for their guild to use. Senior, wait a bit, huh? This is something I can't do alone. I'll have to ask my grandfather. Zhang Jinxian said with a soft smile. Alright. Chinfeng was not in a hurry. He had thought that the other party would have to discuss this for a while, and might even have her grandfather, old Zhang too, make a personal trip over. But what he didn't expect was that only half a minute had passed before Zhang Jinxian finished her discussion and spoke directly. Big brother, my grandfather said that it's too uneconomical to rent it. He wants to buy it out. You sold the official platinum level hideout in Jianghai City for a total price of 2,000 years of life expectancy. Then we buy out the ground area of the Evil Spirit Academy. Senior can make a price and see. This was Qin Feng's turn to be surprised. Good lord, that old Zhang too, opening his mouth as a buyout? Soon, Qin Feng understood the other party's thoughts. Renting land in this Evil Spirit Academy was a decision that could form a certain degree of offensive and defensive alliance with the world's #1 dark shadow. Quite bold. Qin Feng thought to himself faintly. This was considered to be semi-bound to him. The benefits were obvious, but the risks were also great. After all, Dark Shadow, as the #1 existence in the world, would definitely be targeted by more and more people or forces in the future. Tying up with Qin Feng right now belonged to a big gamble. If it was just a rental, without paying for the life expectancy in advance, the other party could withdraw at any time once something happened. And with a buyout, it wouldn't be so easy to withdraw. Qin Feng pondered for a while, then said in a deep voice, it's not quite right to buy it out, but it can be rented long-term. How about 3 years first? The price on my side is 500 years of lifespan. We can sign an agreement through a guild contract, where you pay 500 years of lifespan and I give your guild access to the ground area of the Evil Spirit Academy. A contract between guilds was a contract of agreement with a mandatory binding force. Once signed, it would take effect compulsorily. Qin Feng looked at the beautiful painter in front of him and continued, in addition, there is another matter, regarding the repair of the magical defense boundary, I can take full responsibility for it. Hearing this, Zhang Jinxian froze. Ah, boundary repair, you are solely responsible for it? She was a bit dumbfounded. This was too dreamy, right? One must know that their Heaven's Vault Guild had also taken down a small silver-ranked hideout, and had learned through trials that once the hideout's magical defense boundary was attacked, it would take a lot of lifespan to repair it. To put it badly, it was likely to be a bottomless pit. Of course, I have two conditions. Qin Feng said calmly. First, regarding that Magic Capital Black Dragon Hall Guild that just messed up, it's up to your Heavenly Vault Guild to get rid of it. Secondly, how about the ground buildings of this Evil Spirit Academy? You need to repair them within 3 months. Zhang Jinxian didn't even know that Qin Feng didn't need to pay anything at all for the repair of this Evil Spirit Academy's magical defense boundary. It was enough to rely solely on the magma spell formation in the underground core. Obviously, Qin Feng was a typical empty glove. Without having to pay anything, he was letting the Heavenly Vault Guild do these two things for him for nothing. Thus, Zhang Jinxian took this matter and chatted privately with her grandfather. Old Zhang too had been concerned about the negotiations over here and was shocked when he heard the conditions proposed by Qin Feng. Dark Shadow is too sincere. Isn't it just a blackguard guild? Fuck it. There are 2 more chapters, they are being written and will be posted later. Soon, old Zhang too came over with a large force of players from the Heavenly Vault Guild, in great numbers. These players, one by one, were very excited. It was amazing that they were able to enter the platinum level hideout of the Shadow. It was important to know that in the current Magic City ruins, other than Shadow's Evil Spirit Academy, there was no guild that had taken the platinum level hideout. Being able to enter this hideout, they would enter a phase of rapid development. The most crucial thing was, Big Brother Shadow is also too generous. He's actually in charge of repairing the magic boundary. That's right, if it wasn't for Shadow Big Brother's guild not accepting people, I would have wanted to jump ship, haha. Originally, I thought Shadow was a devious person, but now, whoever said Big Brother was devious, I'll chop him to death right away. That's right, we've taken advantage of it. Qin Feng quickly met with old Zhang too. In the name of the guild, he signed a guild contract with the Sky Vault Guild. After the contract was signed, old Zhang too paid 500 years of life expectancy and couldn't stop smiling. Because Sky Vault Guild had made a fortune. Not only did the guild gain a base, but they also didn't have to be responsible for repairing the magic boundaries, and they also allowed his granddaughter to look around for career advancement materials. Most importantly, making friends with the Shadow. However, Xin Feng could only say to this, "You may have made a bloody profit, but I will never lose." Because in the final analysis, he hadn't paid anything at all. The first thing he needed to do was to give the Heavens Vault Guild permission to enter and exit the ground area of the Evil Spirit Academy for the next 3 years. The second was to be in charge of repairing the magical boundaries of the entire academy. However, the former was only giving permissions. This area still belonged to Xin Feng in the end. As for the latter, it was even more so that relying on the magma spell formation was enough. However, if the Heavens Vault Guild subsequently invites some enemies, and those enemies come to attack the Evil Spirit Academy, it will indeed bring me some trouble. But it's only slightly troublesome. After all, the contract doesn't say that I need to help them fend off their enemies. In other words, even if the outer layer of the Evil Spirit Academy was breached and the Heavenly Vault Guild was swept away, that had nothing to do with Xin Feng, as long as the other party didn't provoke Xin Feng. Turning back, the magma spell formation was turned on, and it was straightforward to completely repair the magic boundary. Xin Feng was not losing anything at all. What's more, the Heavenly Vault Guild of this life was likely to develop faster and fiercer than the previous life. I'm afraid that no guild that could threaten the Heavenly Vault Guild would be able to do it alone, other than the official Granxia. As for Xin Feng's gains, they were too many. 1. 500 years of lifespan, which was 3 years of rent for the hideout, and that was only a small half of the hideout. 2. The Evil Spirit Academy could be handed over to the Heavenly Vault Guild to guard, so Xin Feng saved himself the trouble. This is not just finding some security guards, but pulling over the entire headquarters of the security company. Third, he had gained a bunch of free fighters to directly clean up the Magic City Black Dragon Hall Guild. Fourth, the various building ruins on the ground of the academy, completely repaired, a total of 2,000 to 3,000 years of life expectancy, now all handed over to the Heavenly Vault Guild is responsible for, Xin Feng and save a large sum of life expectancy. The Magic Capital Black Dragon Hall, although it's not considered a large guild, but the people are scattered everywhere. It would be too much of a waste of time for me alone to completely clear them out. But handing it over to the Heavenly Vault Guild, with tens of thousands of people working together to find and clean them up, that's much faster in terms of efficiency. There were many things where Xin Feng personally taking action was a complete waste of time. For example, this Magic Capital Black Dragon Hall. Handing it over to the Heavenly Vault Guild would be quite appropriate. Just ask, with this wave of transactions, Xin Feng had made several eagles with one arrow? At this moment, little brother Shadow, why don't we spar? Old Zhang too, wearing a grey vestment, looked at Xin Feng with an eager face. Grandpa, what are you talking about? Zhang Jinxian had a skeptical look on her face. With these old bones of yours, you're still sparring with seniors, you're not trying to touch porcelain, are you? There are so many people in the guild waiting for the arrangement, why don't you go now? She pushed old Zhang Tu out of the room in 3 tries, and only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. She turned back to Xin Feng and smiled embarrassedly. I'm sorry senior, my grandfather he's playful, don't mind. It's fine. Xin Feng sweated as he waved his hand. Go find what you want first, if you don't find it, I'll give you access to the underground area later. I'll go out and practice leveling first. After saying goodbye to them, Xin Feng first passed through the teleportation array and teleported to the core area of the Evil Spirit Academy. Taking all of the emerald-ranked equipment/skill books that he had piled up here, he took them to his body, preparing to use the Barfiki's equivalent exchange agreement to transform them into assassin stuff. Next, Xin Feng was planning to take down all of the other several platinum-level hideouts in Magic City. However, there are some bosses I haven't studied before. Need to feel out the mechanics and skills, it won't be so quick to deal with them. Xin Feng set off directly. Real world. Magic City, a certain luxurious villa area. Dongfang Yu was talking to someone on the phone. Oh, that pariah is working with the Heavenly Vault Guild? The Heavenly Vault Guild is on a big hunt for the Black Dragon Palace people? Oh, those black goods are still pressing for money? Fine, give them the address of the fireworks factory and let them come get the money. Dongfang Yu indifferently hung up the phone, still in a lofty demeanor. It was as if in her eyes, dealing with a shadowy figure was as insignificant as crushing an ant. Next to her was her husband, Chu Kunshan. Chu Kunshan was a middle-aged businessman with a big belly, the 4th oldest of the Chu family's generation, with 2 brothers and a sister above him. This matter, Chu Kunshan didn't dare to tell his brother and sister at all. Because his elder brother and sister, they would absolutely not allow him to deal with the shadow. Daughter-in-law, we need to act fast. Chu Kunshan said in a deep voice, when that group of black guys arrive at the fireworks factory, first stall them, I'll find someone to leak their address, to Dark Shadow. Dongfang Yu nodded faintly, But I didn't expect that pariah would actually cooperate with old Zhang Tu's Sky Vault Guild. Chu Kunshan frowned, he let the Heavenly Vault Guild go hunting the Black Dragon Hall's people, would he not plan to manage it himself? Will this address still lure him over? Right at this moment, Shunan Tian, who had just finished giving Teddy Arthur a bath, stepped out from the side and said indifferently, it's not that simple? First let everyone in the Black Dragon Palace go offline. The shadow can't kill anyone, so naturally they can't get angry. If you can't get angry in the game, you'll naturally want to start in reality. The family over here was planning to pit Chin Feng to death, but they didn't realize there was a petite and delicate figure that had already taken advantage of the night and arrived near this luxury villa area. The Blade of the Yellow Springs, Ghost Spirit. The reason why this girl was able to find it was of course because she had used her brain. Dongfang Yu was now acquiring lifespans in a big way. Of course she didn't have to personally appear, but rather, she let the group's subordinates take charge and acquire lifespans in reality. After acquiring the lifespan, in reality, under the protection of armed guards, it was transported to the villa where Dongfang Yu was located, to trade to her face to face. The reason why they traded in reality, it was because, inside the game, it was too dangerous. Dongfang Yu had been killed by the ghost spirit once and lost more than 200 years of her life, so she realized that, at least at this stage, she would be safer in reality. Thus, the ghost spirit first pretended to sell her lifespan, and found the subordinate of the group that helped Dongfang Yu acquire her lifespan. Then following the other party, he found his way to this luxurious villa area. Almost there. Ghost Spirit hid in the shadows outside the villa area, a pair of eyes hidden in the darkness, staring dead on inside the villa area. Currently, she didn't dare to approach the villa area, much less enter it. This was because her stealth level was only at level 3. She wasn't sure if there was a strong person capable of anti-stealth present beside Dongfang Yu. Even if there wasn't, she wasn't like Chin Feng who could be infinitely stealthy. Within this villa area, many armed guards. Once she struck, with her current strength, it would be impossible for her to escape alive. Got to advance my profession to the second rank. The Shadow God said that there is a qualitative change in the second stage of the profession. I wonder how much it will improve. To accomplish the perfect assassination, she needed to become stronger in the game. Several hours had quickly passed since Chin Feng had cooperated with the Sky Vault Guild. During that time, Chin Feng even went offline to eat once. And naturally, his harvest during these few hours was extremely lucrative, allowing him to increase his battle power across the board. He had taken out 3 platinum-level bosses before and after, and obtained 3 platinum-level hideout keys, killing the platinum-grade soft mud carrion beast boils and obtaining the key to the hideout green moss grotto. Slay the platinum-level source of dampness niggler for the hideout luminescent underground river key. Kill the platinum-level prisoner of disaster, thousand-handed infandus and obtain the key to the hideout prisoner of suffering. These 3 platinum-level bosses were all completely unseen by Chin Feng in his previous life. However, platinum-level bosses were not considered too difficult for the current Chin Feng. After casually letting the pious believer and the ghost wolf try out some of the mechanisms, they were quickly disposed of. Finally, that disaster imprisoner thousand-handed baby girl, the difficulty really startled Chin Feng, mainly because there was a high-frequency soundwave attack, and there was nowhere for him to dodge it. Even the cooldown of the shield of black light almost couldn't keep up. Luckily, in the end, with the super high burst damage, he smoothly finished it off. A platinum-level boss of this level, it would take at least several days before other guilds could raid it. Not to mention, there are only 6 platinum-level hideouts in the entire Magic City. If I get them all, I'll have a monopoly. At that time, how much can these hideouts be sold for? In addition to harvesting 3 platinum-grade hideout keys, Chin Feng's level was also directly raised to level 17. At this moment, coming out of the hideout prison of suffering, Chin Feng glanced at it, and the cooldown of Barfiki's equivalent exchange agreement was over. Art of equivalent exchange. Chin Feng once again used the special effect of these epic leather pants. You have lost the disaster spreading bow, emerald grade. You gained veil of sharp eyes, emerald grade. Out comes the head defense. Chin Feng's eyes lit up. During the majority of this day's raiding, he had sacrificed 6 other professions' equipment in exchange for 6 pieces of Assassin's Emerald Grade equipment by virtue of the Barfiki's equivalent exchange agreement. Unfortunately, 3 of them had duplicate parts. Now that the sharp-eyed veil was out, it meant that Chin Feng's entire body was now covered in Emerald Grade equipment. Sharp-eyed veil, Emerald Assassin's equipment. Physique plus 20, Spirit plus 20, plus 2 anti-crypt level, hit modifier plus 88%. Requirements, level 15. Unique effect, Sharp Eyes, gain plus 133% hit modifier when turned on, lasts 30 seconds, cooldown 120, 55. 8 seconds. Just in time to make up for the hit. Chin Feng directly changed the shadow veil on his body, putting on the Veil of Sharp Eyes. After turning on the Sharp Eyes effect, this equipment can provide me with a 221% hit correction. This attribute was a correction value for the hit rate. To use an analogy, if the target had an evasion rate of 30%, then the base hit rate when attacked would be 70%, and after the 221% hit correction, the final hit rate would be 224.7%, which was an absolute hit. If the target has a 70% dodge rate, then the base hit rate when attacked is only 30%, after 221% hit correction, the final hit rate is 96.3%. To summarize, after changing into the Sharp Eyes Veil, as long as the target's evasion rate did not exceed 68.8%, then Chin Feng's attacks were all bound to hit. On the flip side, if someone had a hit modifier of over 200, then attacking the current Qin Feng would also make Qin Feng's high evasion rate not work too well. Qin Feng checked the equipment bar. Weapon, Mori White Bone Blade, Emerald. Head, New, Veil of Sharp Eyes, Emerald. Clothing, Rite of the Black Flame, Spiked Bone Leather Armor, Emerald. Legs, Barfiki's Equivalent Agreement, Epic. Gloves, New, Fragile White Gloves, Emerald. Physical Defense plus 75, Total Elemental Resistance plus 60, Strength plus 25, Agility plus 20. Special Effect, reduces lifesteal cap by 12%, increases base attack power by 30%. Shoes, New, Invisible Treads, Emerald, all attributes plus 18, movement speed plus 27%, stealth level plus 2. Special Effect, Invisible. Removes its own collision volume for 3 seconds after use, cooldown 60, 27. 9 seconds. Necklace, Heart of Faith R, Emerald. Ring, Left Witch Alienation Ring, Emerald. Ring, Right, New, Ring of Dampness, Emerald, all attributes plus 15, Water Elemental Resistance plus 888. Effect, 179 points of Water Elemental attack added to all damage. The Fragile White Gloves and the Invisible Crawl were all exchanged through equal exchange. The Damp Ring, on the other hand, was directly exploded from the source of dampness, Negus. Among them, the special effect of Invisible Tread was equivalent to going through walls. Of course, if it didn't go through the wall within the 3-second time frame, then the player wouldn't be stuck in the wall, but would return to where they were before entering the wall. This pair of shoes was definitely a must-have for traveling at home. And during this period of time, Qin Feng's biggest gains were still the 2 Emerald Grade Assassin skill books that came out of the 2 transformations. Agility Training, Emerald Grade Assassin Skill Book. Passively increases agility by 42 points. Required level 14. Scarlet Blade, Emerald Grade Assassin System Finishing Skill. Consume 60 hit points to gather blood daggers and attack a single target at close range, adding 4,800 points of blood elemental attack. The lower the target's remaining life value, the higher the damage of this skill, up to 200%, after the target's life value falls below 30%. Upon hitting, restores 200% of the damage dealt. Overflow Restoration will be converted into Blood Elemental Shield. The former, a passive skill that boosts agility. In addition to agility training, there was also strength training, spirit training, physique training, and so on, but Qin Feng hadn't gotten them yet. As for the latter, it was the finishing technique skill book with an extremely low output rate. Any profession had finishing techniques that required the consumption of combo points to release. And combo points, as the name implied, were the number of consecutive hits on an enemy within a certain period of time. In the case of a priest-type support profession, there were 2 types of combo points, one for attacking and one for healing. The healing finisher's milk was extremely high, and could even provide a super high shield that was several times the life value. Scarlet Blade, this is a single endgame skill with super high damage. It's only Emerald level, and it's attaching 4,800 points of blood elemental attack, which is more than twice as high as any of my other current epic legendary skills. How strong would it be if it evolves to legendary level? At this moment, Qin Feng glanced at the attribute panel. After consecutively killing 3 platinum level bosses and killing various small monsters and mini-bosses along the way, Qin Feng's current number of evolution points had reached 621. Start evolving. Today, first was agility training. You have consumed 1 + 2 + 30 evolution points, with 588 points remaining. Agility training, Emerald Diamond Epic Legendary passively increases agility by 426384126 points. Required level 14. Legendary level added, your total agility attribute value is increased by 10%. Evolve it 3 times to legendary level first. In addition to a higher passive boost to the agility attribute, it also gained an added effect. The total value of your agility attribute was increased by 10%. I'm currently level 17, with a full set of Emerald Grade equipment, and originally had an agility attribute of 373 points. Counting the passive of this skill, that's 499 points. This legendary level effect alone added 50 points of agility to me. Qin Feng looked at it, and after he evolved agility training to legendary level, his agility attribute directly skyrocketed to 549 points. Counting the Mori White Bone Blade special effect, which doubles the movement speed when damage is dealt, my fastest burst movement speed now has reached 140 meters per second. This was an extremely terrifying speed. It even meant that even if Qin Feng wasn't in a stealthy state, just by relying on this speed, his figure wasn't something that an ordinary person could capture. After all, this had already exceeded 500 kilometers per hour. It had reached nearly half the speed of sound. Of course, this was the fastest burst of speed. Physical exertion would be severe if one maintained this speed. But as long as one was in a combat state, maintaining a speed of 40 to 50 meters per second was already easy for Qin Feng. After evolving this passive skill, Qin Feng followed up by evolving the finishing skill Scarlet Blade. You have consumed 1 + 2 + 30 evolution points, with 555 points remaining. Scarlet Blade, Emerald Diamond Epic Legendary consumes 60 combo points, adds 4800600072009000 blood elemental attacks upon hitting. It restores 200%, 300%, 400%, 600% of the life value of the damage inflicted. The overflow of the restoration will be converted into a blood elemental shield. Legendary level added, have the number of combo points required to unleash a skill. Base damage nearly doubled. The blood recovery effect after a hit was directly tripled. And most importantly, the number of hit points required to cast a skill has been halved, which means it only takes 30 hit points. The original 60 combo points to release it was rather annoying to Chinu. After all, a single instantaneous shadow slash was only 9 combo points. To really unleash the Scarlet Blade finisher, one would have to accumulate quite a long time of combo points. But now, it only required 30 points, making it much easier to save up. Next, Chinu still had 555 evolution points. It's possible to evolve another mythic rank skill out. Chinu scanned the list of skills, and now there were several skills that he could evolve to mythic level. Blossom Curse, Assassin's Intuition, Dark Depths, and these 2 brand new ones, Agility Training and Scarlet Blade. These 5 skills, all of them were now legendary rank. One needed to consume 500 evolution points to evolve to mythic rank. If you choose one, Dark Depths first. Chinu decided to first evolve this passive plus stealth level skill. After a full set of emerald grade equipment, Chinu stealth and anti-crypt level had both increased by 2 levels. His anti-cloaking level, now, was 7. The highest stealth level, on the other hand, was level 10. Under the effect of the legendary grade Dark Depths, Chinu's stealth damage would increase with each level of his stealth rank. Evolution was a skill that could enhance all of Chinu's damage with a wider applicability. You have consumed 500 evolution points, with 55 points remaining. Depths of Darkness, legendary mythical passively gains plus 2-3 stealth level, and for every 3-1 second that passes, increases stealth level by 1 level. This skill provides a maximum of plus 5-7 stealth levels. Legendary level effect, for every 1 stealth level you have, 200,300 points of stealth breaking attack will be added when breaking stealth. Mythic level added, when you are stealthy, the rate of lifespan loss is reduced by 90%. Chinu was a bit confused. This skill went from legendary to mythic level, giving an increase in stealth level from 5 to 7, and it only required 4 seconds of stealth to achieve it. From there, Chinu's final stealth level reached level 12. But what made Chinu the most dumbfounded was the added effect of this skill's mythic rank. When stealthy, the rate of lifespan loss slows down by 90%? This is too perverse. As of now, this effect was hardly too useful. After all, to Chinu, the natural loss of lifespan was completely worthless. However, if it was the future, going to some advanced regions, those regions all had 100, 10,000 times, or even faster rate of life expectancy loss. Even when Chinu thought about it now, some of those regions were extremely terrifying and numbing. However, this mythic level effect directly caused Chinu's lifespan to pass by at a rate that slowed down by 10 times. 100 times becomes 10 times, 10,000 times becomes 1,000 times. In these zones, the pressure Chinu needed to withstand in terms of lifespan passage was only 1/10 of the original. It just so happens that the terrifying ghost ship that's rumored to refresh the Spirit Swallower bloodline monster is a permanent berserk area. With this mythic level effect, I can live even in the terror ghost ship. Chinu closed the skill panel with satisfaction. Immediately afterward, he intended to continue taking down the remaining 2 platinum level hideouts in the Magic City ruins. However, when he arrived at the next target, he found that the platinum level boss in this place, surprisingly, already had a major guild raiding it, and it was a semi-official guild organization. Fake Heavy Industry. Here, located in the northeastern part of the ruins of Magic City, there was a magic leaning tower that was over 100 meters tall. Although this tower was ancient, it didn't turn into ruins like the other buildings around it, but instead, it was very sturdy and stood in the middle of the city's ruins. Therefore, it also attracted the attention of many guild forces. Fake Heavy Industry was a heavy industrial group in the Magic City, and after the arrival of the Divine Abandonment game, the management of this heavy industrial group quickly reacted and exchanged their limited liquidity for tradable lifespans. Forming the Fake Heavy Industry Guild, most of the guild members were former group employees. Many of the young men and women who were originally just small employees had quickly risen in status within the guild because they played the game well. Especially, the chairman of this Fake Heavy Industry was a middle-aged woman named Huang Huifan, who directly promoted 5 youngsters who played the game well, teamed up with her, and brought her upgrades in a good way. Nowadays, Huang Huifan's group was already in the guild, occupying the absolute right to speak. When Chinu arrived outside the Magic Leaning Tower, he saw from afar that a fierce battle was taking place on the top floor of the Magic Leaning Tower. This Fake Heavy Industry has cleared monsters to the top floor of the Leaning Tower? The guardian bosses of this Magic Slanting Tower hideout can be much harder than all those bosses I had before. Chinu narrowed his eyes. This Fake Heavy Industry Guild, after all, had a semi-official background. There was no need for him to directly go up and grab the boss. However, as far as this fake-heavy industry was concerned, it was simply impossible to deal with that platinum-level boss. The player levels, attributes, equipment and skills were all unqualified. So, they might need some small help. The topmost floor of the magic leaning tower that was over 100 meters high. Huang Huifan of Fake-Heavy Industry and the rest of the group were looking at the humanoid platinum-ranked boss at the top of the tower holding twin swords with a grave expression. The boss was blindfolded by a piece of rag, had a pair of black wings behind it, and was 2.5 meters tall. Its speed was extremely fast and its movements were extremely flexible. Once it unleashed its attack, it was like a black lightning bolt that could instantly decimate some brittle players. Even the warrior players who had their equipment and skills up at this stage, and who had a higher level of candor, would have a hard time resisting its stormy continuous attacks. The most important thing is, this boss does not eat hate at all. It hunts fragile mages, archers, and priests everywhere. At the top of the topmost floor of this magic leaning tower, more and more Fake-Heavy Industry players were being killed by the boss for crying out loud. However, Fisker Heavy Industries wasn't completely unprepared to bring people over to challenge the boss. Not far from the side of the magic leaning tower, they had taken down a silver-level hideout, the human face tree courtyard, and someone had guarded the human face tree courtyard, concentrating all the tradable lifespans on people. So now, the players of Fake-Heavy Industry had very few tradable lifespans dropped when they died challenging bosses. They seemed to have ample time to slowly raid this boss and figure out the mechanics of this boss. No, this boss is too fast and doesn't eat hate at all. We only hit 1% blood in half a day. Sure enough, a platinum level boss is still too much of a stretch. Geez, we have unlimited resurrection. We can stack this thing to death. Who's afraid of who? Let the resurrected brothers and sisters hold on tight. This tower is only 20 floors, resurrected to climb up in a hurry. Before entering the battlefield, remember to let the priest give you a buff. Don't care if you die or not, just deal damage. In the midst of the chaos, Fake-Heavy Industries players went forward and backward, bound to pile up that platinum-level boss Devil's Blade. Right at this moment, Huang Huifan received a private chat. The private chat was from the official side. Huifan, you guys are attacking the platinum-level boss? Shadow is right next to it. Do you guys want his help? He said that for 1,000 years of lifespan, he can help you guys take down this boss, but the boss drops go to him. That's not a bad price/performance ratio, old sister. Huang Huifan frowned slightly when she heard this news. The other party was an important official figure of Magic City, with whom she usually had a good relationship. 1,000 years of lifespan, too much. Huang Huifan smiled and replied, we can solve this boss, we don't need his help me reject it. Since you've said so, then fine. Soon after, and Yusai chatted Qin Feng privately, great god over there, Fake-Heavy Industry said that they can fight it on their own and don't need help. Qin Feng smiled, alright, I'll go then. He looked at the battle situation on the top floor of that magic leaning tower and did not take this matter to heart. That boss named Devil's Blade would not take long to advance to the emerald level if it were to go through a suicide siege in this manner. It was simply impossible for players to deal with it at this stage. In the previous generation, this Devil's Blade had evolved. It wasn't until the godforsaken game had descended for the better part of a month that it was finally taken down by the most elite official group of Magic City. Because, once advanced to the emerald grade, the Demon Blade would have the ability to drink blood. Every time it killed a player, it would restore 10% of its maximum life value. At that time, no matter how many people and how many lives were piled up, it would be impossible to take out the emerald grade Demon Blade. Of course, people didn't need help, so Qin Feng was too lazy to go out of his way. Under the current circumstances, Qin Feng still maintained a friendly and cooperative relationship with the officials. As for the Chu family on Dongfang Yu's side, although it had an official background, it was completely insignificant compared to the entire Dixia officialdom. Qin Feng wouldn't change his attitude towards the officialdom just because of the Chu family's matter. I'll make my move when it advances to the emerald grade, and I'll be able to touch the diamond grade equipment and skill books by then. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth curled. He rode the ghost wolf and turned to leave. It's raining. The sky of the always gloomy divine abandoned land was covered in dark clouds and it gradually rained. Remember that the refreshment condition for the spirit swallower bloodline monster is that it's going to rain, so we can rush over there and take a look. Magic City has a platinum level hideout besides the magic leaning tower. Let's ignore it for now. The Spirit Swallower bloodline was the biggest boost for the current Qin Feng. He had learned quite a few useless assassin skills on him now. All of these assassin skills could be devoured by the Spirit Swallower bloodline power, thus providing an attribute increase. Behind Qin Feng, at the top of the magic leaning tower, only to see that under a drizzle, the Devil's Blade sometimes opened its wings, sometimes swooped down, its twin blades blossoming with darkness, accurately and brutally harvesting the lives of players from the field. The non-tradable lifespans in the field were all absorbed by the Demon Blade as it took the time to find an opportunity to absorb them. Even the players from Fake-Heavy Industry didn't put too much pressure on the Demon Blade at all. This boss had only utilized half of its combat power, and during the battle, it was even digesting the untradable lifespans it had absorbed. Magic City Ruins, East City Gate Ruins. Qin Feng was not invisible. As he rode his ghost wolf and arrived here, a petite figure that was already waiting next to him nimbly jumped out and came before him. It was the yellow spring blade ghost spirit. Come on, let's take you to a suitable leveling area for you. Qin Feng beckoned towards her. Ghost spirit, a small lowly girl, had her facial concealment turned on just like Qin Feng and wore a set of pitch-black tight-fitting leather armor, making her even more petite and nimble. She had short black neck-length hair and a pair of soulful eyes, and without hesitation, she jumped onto the ghost wolf and sat behind Qin Feng. On the way, Qin Feng asked her about her situation. Found Dongfang Yu's place? Qin Feng was a bit surprised. This girl, she really had something. However, Qin Feng did not intend to step in to help. Anyway, this girl only needed to advance her occupation to the second stage, and after extracting it to reality, she would be completely ready to do it. Since you're already ready to do it, let me give you a reminder. Don't be merciful to anything alive. Qin Feng's words caused the ghost spirit to freeze. Any living thing? You like animals, right? Cats and dogs and stuff. Qin Feng rode the ghost wolf, carrying the ghost spirit, and ran all the way to the desolate wilderness in the rain, his voice as indifferent as death. The official has the hidden profession of beast tamer, which allows you to communicate with animals and check their memories. So, if you don't want to leave clues for the officials, you should know what to do, right? In her last life, Ghost Spirit had actually completed an almost perfect assassination. She had killed all the people she saw. But, she spared a pet dog. Later, the official beast tamer profession had communicated with that pet dog, which led them to learn that the murderer was her, thus launching a manhunt for her. Hearing Qin Feng's words, the ghost spirit was silent for a moment. She realized that if Qin Feng hadn't said so, there was a real possibility that she would have spared pets like cats and dogs when the time came for her to strike. Although she wasn't much of a dog lover, she was also considered a kind person. It was just that if she would expose her identity as a result, Ghost Spirit could still distinguish between the lesser and the greater. Thanks, Ghost Spirit whispered. She rode on the back of the ghost wolf, a pair of small hands holding Qin Feng. Due to the speed, the wind that came along the way, blew her short hair a little messy, that small body, as if it was going to be blown away by the wind at any time. Soon, Qin Feng sent her to a place more than 20 kilometers outside the ruins of the magic capital. There was a dead bone graveyard here. The characteristics of this place were that it was fast in brushing monsters and had a large number of magical creatures, but the individual strength was relatively weak. Once they appeared, they were all swarms of skeleton monsters. The reason why this place was suitable for the ghost spirit was because her exclusive weapon, the yellow spring chainblade, was able to raise its level and grade by killing demonic creatures. Therefore, a brush spot with a high number of demonic creatures would be more suitable for her. Of course, the demons in the withered bone graveyard were all level 15 to 18. At this stage, ordinary people couldn't really come here. Even if there were some official and guild forces that would send people out to explore, it wouldn't affect the ghost spirit's monster brushing. What's more, in this spirit-abandoned continent, the level of danger outside the city ruins was more than 10 times more dangerous than inside the ruins. This was because there would be many high-grade bosses that had a huge range of movement and could move freely. Unlike inside the city ruins, most of the magical creatures had their range of movement limited by force. So once you go out, it's easy to encounter unrivaled bosses. For example, when Qin Feng had just brought the ghost spirit to the withered bone graveyard, he saw a giant flesh and bone man of more than 5 meters in height, capturing those skeleton monsters as food in the graveyard. Due to the huge size of the flesh man, the half-human tall skeleton monsters that were brushed out in the field were fished out by him. Grabbing it, he took a bite and crunched it. Acidic Flesh Man, Bone Eater, LV16. Grade, Platinum. It's a Platinum boss. Ghost Spirit's little face went a little pale when she saw the 5-meter-tall Platinum grade boss from afar, only to see that strong acid Flesh Man eroded bone, with ulcerated skin all over its body, extremely long hands, huge palms, and a pair of eyes that only had the whites of the eyes. It looked extremely terrifying. Since it was a Platinum-level boss, the blood bar that lit up above its head was also much longer than all the demons that Ghost Spirit had seen. Although Ghost Spirit was not weak, he usually brushed alone. But even if it was a gold-level boss, she could only take a detour when she saw it. It's fine, I'll finish off the boss and you can practice here. If you see any other bosses that you can't beat in the follow-up, just avoid them. Qin Feng encountered a Platinum boss, so naturally, there was no way he could miss it. After saying this, he leapt up from the ghost wolf's back and entered stealth in mid-air. 3 seconds later, Qin Feng had already arrived at the feet of the 5-meter-tall boss with extreme speed. An odor of acidic decay hit his nose. Dark Ringed Blade. Qin Feng raised his hand and directly released a ranged skill. Dark blade light that spread towards the surroundings instantly. A series of 40,000 to 50,000 damage numbers emerged from Qin Feng's surroundings, and a single skeleton monster was instantly killed by him. The most important thing was, the number of skeleton monsters around him that he had killed in seconds had reached 30. This caused Qin Feng's combo points to instantly exceed 30 points. Shadow Blade. Shadow Blade. Shadow Blade. Qin Feng went down with several rounds of Shadow Blade one after another, weakening the boss's defense and elemental resistance. he saw that its blood level was about to fall to half. Scarlet Blade. That strong acidic fleshman, Bone Erosion, had only just released an acid-spewing skill when Qin Feng had already jumped to its back. The Mori white bone blade in his hand blossomed with scarlet light. It instantly stabbed into the back of that giant sinewy man. -44. 6W, weakness attack. A finishing blow that directly killed it in seconds. Originally, this boss would still enter an invincible state when it was half-blooded, and it needed to go through some mechanisms to completely decimate it. However, Qin Feng's single damage was simply too high. It directly cleared its remaining blood level of a little more than half, instantly. If it was instant shadow slash, then after dealing 1 or 2 slashes of damage, the boss would enter an invincible state. But the Scarlet Blade, it's a direct shot to the soul. This was a super high damage finishing technique. Of course, in another player's shoes, even a finishing skill wouldn't be able to achieve this effect. Qin Feng had already pulled his damage magnitude, through the evolution of his skills, to more than 100 times higher than the average person. In the distance, the little lowly ghost spirit, who was still on the back of the ghost wolf, watched the 5-meter-tall giant fleshman wail and fall to the ground, the acid in his body spewing outwards, polluting the surrounding land. The horrifying scene of Qin Feng decapitating the boss caused her eyes to widen with a feeling of disbelief. This is the Shadow? A platinum-level boss, and it's over in 3 seconds. That terrifying damage made Ghost Spirit gasp in amazement. Looking at Qin Feng again was like looking at a high mountain, a mountain that she could only ever look up to. After Qin Feng disposed of the body of the Tendon Man boss and picked up the loot, he left the Ghost Spirit here to practice. He, on the other hand, continued to head east. It's a shame this boss didn't produce any assassin stuff. Let's turn around with leather pants again later. It was only after running for more than 100 kilometers that Qin Feng gradually arrived at a rotting beach. And, at a glance, he saw a giant ghost ship stranded on the beach. Terrorizing Ghost Ship. This ship was a popular leveling treasure for players around level 20 on this side of Magic City. It was said that every time it rained, the Spirit Swallower Bloodline monster would be refreshed, making it an extremely difficult challenge for level 20 players. Once this thing was released, the players practicing here scattered. They didn't dare to stay here at all. But Qin Feng had come here specifically for this thing. The giant ghost ship, more than 300 meters long, was tipped on its side on the beach, and the entire interior of the ghost ship belonged to a separate area. Qin Feng dismounted his mount and entered the ship through one of the rotting wooden planks. You have entered the Terror Ghost Ship. This region is a berserk region. Lifespan loss rate in the area, 100 times. Qin Feng advanced towards the depths of the ship's cabin. Along the way, he saw a lot of grievous sailors, tentacle entanglers, all sorts of small monsters and mini-bosses that came out of nowhere. Qin Feng ignored all of them. Maintaining a stealthy state of up to level 12, he didn't startle any magical creatures, and arrived at the depths of this rotting and damp ghost ship, where he finally saw a blood-red altar phalanx. So it's a sacrifice class boss. Qin Feng instantly recognized it. One needed to keep killing the surrounding demonic creatures to make this altar phalanx absorb energy, and after the energy reached 100%, this altar phalanx would summon the corresponding boss. Moreover, if one wanted to summon the boss most quickly, one would have to lure all the demonic creatures into the range of the altar spell formation to kill them, so that the altar energy could rise the fastest. We can only kill the small monsters first. Qin Feng tried a little and realized that luring a small monster into the spell formation to kill it would allow the altar energy to grow by 0.1%. In other words, it meant that one needed to kill around 1,000 small monsters before the Spirit Swallower Bloodline monster could be summoned. If one were to simply kill 1,000 small monsters, it would be easy and enjoyable for Qin Feng. However, it would be particularly time-consuming to pull the small monsters into the spell formation. After all, many of the demonic mini-monsters didn't move very fast, and for Qin Feng, he still had to cancel his stealth status in order to pull those mini-monsters. Otherwise, if he stayed in stealth, no mini-monsters would be able to see him at all. At this speed, I'm afraid it'll take 5 or 6 hours to finish. Qin Feng had a bit of a headache. Originally, he was thinking, should he pick up the ghost spirit and pull monsters together? That would make the progress nearly twice as fast. But soon, Qin Feng dismissed this thought. This was because he realized that he didn't need to pull the small monsters into the spell before killing them. He could completely kill the demons directly on the spot. Although the spell energy rose less when he didn't kill in the spell formation, Qin Feng's efficiency in killing monsters could be increased by more than 10 times if he killed them in situ. Even if each little monster gave less energy, the overall speed would be faster. Just think of it as brushing up on experience. Qin Feng wasn't in a hurry and transformed into a demonic butcher within the terror ghost ship on the spot. Just as he was brushing on the terrorist ghost ship, and you suddenly sent him another message. And you suddenly sent him another private chat. Great God, great God. Fake a Heavy Industries side sent a message saying that the boss has advanced to emerald level, they can't beat it and have given up, now they want to ask you to come and help. Are you free? Hearing this message, Qin Feng smiled. Just asked you if you want to help and you said no. Now that the boss has advanced and can't be beaten, you're coming to me again? Not available right now, tell them to wait. And have to add money. Have to add money? And Yu's side was crying and laughing. She didn't really feel anything. Anyway, she was just a messenger. At the moment, there weren't many people in the Magic City officialdom who had close friends with the Shadow, so she had to be the one to deliver the message. So she asked, how many do I have to add? Xin Feng returned, the price of a platinum level hideout is around 2,000 years. Now if you let me help fight it, I'll charge 1,800 years. After all, emerald level bosses are much more difficult, so ask them if they'll accept it. In reality, Xin Feng didn't care if the other party accepted it or not. If the other party didn't accept the price, he would turn around and go kill the boss and take the key to sell it, and the other party wouldn't have any way to do so. Anyway, this boss was only for him to kill. Talking about the price with the other party is purely selling the official a favor. 1,800 years. And Yu smacked his lips a little. Shadow, this was a price increase of 800 years at once. However, she also understood that this price was indeed considered reasonable. Emerald level boss no one in the world had been able to first kill it yet. To be honest, and you had just even felt that Dark Shadow wasn't necessarily willing to take this order. Now, the Shadow was willing to help, although the price had increased by 800 years, but to put it in another way, the Shadow could now go and kill the boss and then take the hideout all by itself. Then take the key to the hideout and sell it. Selling it for 2,000 years wasn't too much of a problem. Therefore, the price of 1,800 years, or 200 years cheaper, I'm afraid this is already in the face of the official. Soon, and you communicated with the Magic City officials and then sent back, they accept this price, but Fake Heavy Industry has a bit of a big loss right now, so it's not necessarily possible to pay it all at once. At the moment, we can pay for 800 years first, there's still 1,000 years to go, so I guess we'll have to wait for 3 days, okay? Hearing in Yu's words, Xin Feng pondered for a moment. Fake Heavy Industry, perhaps the existing tradable lifespan was not enough. But as long as they had a large hideout, their subsequent development would be much more stable and rapid, and losses during exploration could be minimized. In this case, the guild could increase the tax rate, thus gaining more longevity in a short period of time. Okay, but I'm not available right now. I'll let you know when I'm done with my business. Xin Feng replied back and closed the private chat window. At this moment, Xin Feng continued to be inside the terrorist ghost ship, constantly striking down the demonic creatures around the altar phalanx. As he killed the surrounding demonic creatures, the red light of that altar spell formation became brighter and brighter, causing the entire dilapidated cabin to become even more morose and terrifying, and eeriness filled the air. At the same time, under the magic leaning tower that was hundreds of meters high, Huang Huifan led the guild members of Fake Heavy Industry, all looking for magical creatures to kill nearby. Throughout the guild channel, the atmosphere was gloomy. It was because they had failed to challenge the platinum level boss. They had wanted to use the Sea of Men tactic to pile up that platinum-level Devil's Blade. As a result, the Devil's Blade was so fast and evasive that their guild died 2 or 3 times per capita before they barely managed to grind down 20% of its blood volume. Originally, if it had continued like this, they would still have had a chance. But the key was, that Devil's Blade had suddenly advanced. It had directly changed from platinum grade to emerald grade. The Devil's Blade that had advanced to emerald level just slashed a priest, and its blood level unexpectedly recovered from 80% to 90%. Another slash killed an assassin with full blood on the spot. This situation made everyone in Fake Heavy Industry despair. A boss that kills and recovers blood? This means, this boss simply couldn't be pushed out by human tactics. Huang Huifan was also completely cold-hearted. She knew that with the current Fake Heavy Industry, it was no longer realistic to take out the emerald-level Demon's Blade. But if they gave up on this, how would they count the lost lifespan of so many people in the guild? This was not the old days. In the era of the God Abandonment game, it was highly likely that the entire guild would collapse and fall apart if they suffered such a heavy blow and had no gains to show for it. So, Huang Huifan had no choice but to look for someone once again, requesting the help of the Shadow. What? It takes 1,800 years? That's almost doubling the price. Huang Huifan almost cursed, her face turning unpleasant. But soon, she forced herself to calm down. This was a price that she had to accept right now, only that she couldn't really take that much lifespan right now. The cash flow of Fake Heavy Industry had almost all been bought into lifespans, and even so, it only added up to less than 900 years. In addition, each guild member had more or less saved life expectancy on the guild's standby personnel, adding up to more than 600 years, but this part of the life expectancy was to be returned to the guild members, and it was impossible to use it casually. Therefore, Huang Huifan could only offer to pay 800 years up front. Luckily, the Shadow agreed. But the hard part was that right now, Shadow was not available. It couldn't be that he feels that he can't beat this emerald-level boss, so he wants to stall for time, right? If this is delayed for a few days, won't my guild fall apart? Huang Huifan frowned, still apprehensive. At this moment, within Fake Heavy Industries Guild, the morale of the various squads practicing and brushing monsters was also very low. If it wasn't for the fact that the guild already had a silver-ranked hideout, the human face tree courtyard, there would definitely have been many players who had chosen to quit the guild by now. Right at this moment, Huang Huifan made an announcement on the guild channel. This magic leaning tower hideout, we are determined to get it. We've invited Shadow over to help raid the boss, and when he's done, the hideout will be our guild's. However, for this hideout, the guild needs to pay for 1,800 years of life, so after taking the hideout, the guild tax rate will be adjusted to 50% for a certain period of time, until the tax has been collected for 1,800 years and the payment is made in full. By the time the hideout is taken, every member, now, can pick a room within the magic leaning tower as a private room. It was obvious. This Huang Huifan was not going to use the guild's lifespan reserves. Instead, she had completely shifted the payment to the members. Since the Magic Leaning Tower was a platinum-level hideout, each floor had 20,000 to 30,000 square meters, and there were many ready-made rooms, which were completely sufficient for the more than 2,000 players of Faker Heavy Industry to move in now. Thus, with the longing for private rooms, the players of Fisker Heavy Industries were all willing to accept the high tax rate for a period of time. When converted, it was equivalent to each person only having to pay 200 to 300 days of life expectancy in exchange for a private room that was absolutely safe. This was already quite cost-effective in the godforsaken game world. This kind of opportunity was something that many people didn't even have if they wanted it. It's just that. The players of Faker Heavy Industry were a bit skeptical. That's an emerald level boss, even Shadow would be tough enough, right? Right now there is no emerald first kill globally. What if Shadow can't beat it either? Who cares? Anyway, he collected the money, so he should find a way to solve it. I'm afraid that he won't be able to beat it and will ask for our help. Help a hammer help. If you can't beat it, you'll get your money back. Okay, this is what you guys said yourselves. If Shadow is looking for help, you guys don't go on, I'll go on. Don't be jealous if you get the first kill of the emerald boss. If Qin Feng knew what these people were thinking, he would be speechless. Can't beat it? Not just an emerald boss? Just over 3 hours later, after Qin Feng had killed more than 3,000 demons in a row in the terrorist ghost ship, the blood-red altar spell formation finally emitted a terrifyingly eerie ringing sound, and a mass of blood-colored mist coalesced in the spell formation. The Spirit Swallower Bloodline monster is none other than an emerald-level special boss. The first kill of the emerald boss, it's all yours. It was more than 3 hours. Qin Feng had almost finished off more than half of the demonic creatures within the terrorist ghost ship. The remaining demonic creatures were also too far away from the ship's cabin, and it would be difficult to provide energy to the altar spell formation even after taking them out. Luckily, taking out these 3,000 or so demonic creatures was just enough to fill the spell formation with energy. Qin Feng was a bit thankful. One had to know that the refresh rate of the demons in the godforsaken game was very slow. For example, in the city ruins, once the initial batch of demons were taken out, the demons that refreshed every day afterward were basically only about 5 to 7% of the initial demons. Even if there were initially 100,000 demons in the city, only 5,000 to 7,000 would be refreshed every day. One could imagine how easy it would be for players to steadily brush their lifespans. The number of magical creatures was too few and far between. If you averaged it out to each player, everyone would only have a few hours of lifespan at most, not to mention, who would be willing to average it out with you? Therefore, if you want to brush monsters and earn longevity, you must leave the city ruins. However, once you leave the city ruins, it's easy to meet an untimely end and die outside. It was only in a raging area like the Terror Ghost Ship that the rate of demonic refreshment would be faster. Even so, the rate of brushing monsters within the Terror Ghost Ship simply couldn't keep up with Qin Feng's killing speed. In a berserk area with 100 times the lifespan flow rate, the demonic creature refreshment rate is 10 times that of a mild area. The number of magical creatures refreshed every day is 50% to 70% of the total number of initial magical creatures in the region. In the terrorist ghost ship region, the original number of demonic creatures totaled only 4 to 5,000. That means the number of magical creatures refreshed every day is only 2 to 3,000. If there weren't enough existing magical creatures to wait for the monsters to be refreshed, then there would be a lot of waiting. Qin Feng was quite fortunate. All in all, now that he had brushed enough small monsters and saved up energy for the spell formation, it was just enough for him to level up to level 18. Qin Feng still added all 10 free attribute points to agility. Then, the scarlet-colored spell formation in the field, a mass of red mist coalesced and gradually formed a fat man with blood and flesh sewn together. Spirit Swallower Androgil, LV20. Grade, Emerald, Bloodline. Existence countdown, 1 hour, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Existence countdown, 1 hour, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. When that particular bloodline boss coalesced, Qin Feng directly felt a terrifying invisible energy shock. It was accompanied by a bizarre ancient god murmuring that instantly enveloped the surrounding area of several hundred meters. You have heard the ravings of the ancient gods. Your rumor scale is growing. When your murmur scale grows to 100%, you will lose your mind. True enough. Not bad for a special bloodline boss. Even though it's only emerald ranked, it's already surrounded by ancient god ravings. This was the bloodline boss Qin Feng had his eye on. As long as this spirit swallower was killed, Qin Feng would be able to obtain the spirit swallower bloodline. For Qin Feng, this spirit swallower bloodline was the bloodline that best suited his talent. Qin Feng remained invisible as his eyes fell on the spirit swallower. He saw that it was a huge meatball that was 3 meters tall and 3 meters wide, blood red in color, with a total of 7 bloody mouths in the front, back, left and right, making it look hideous and terrifying. However, from another perspective, Qin Feng, who was capable of permanent invisibility and attacking without breaking out of invisibility, was no less terrifying than this thing. Murmuring scale. If it reaches 100% and loses its mind, the natural end is to be finished off by the boss. But this is not the worst. The worst part is, once killed in the state of losing one's sanity, one can't be revived for the time being, but will instead be kicked offline. Even if you return to reality, you will still be in a state of losing your mind. The higher the mental attribute, the faster the recovery would be when the time came. According to the current player's attributes, it would take at least 3 to 5 days to recover from the state of losing one's mind. Even if it was Qin Feng, whose attributes were much higher than the average player, it would take at least a day or two. During this period of time, it would be impossible to log into the divine abandonment game and one's mind would be thrown into great confusion, unable to think normally. In the previous life, many people had done many appalling things while in a state of lost sanity. For example, the famous Sakura country's East Capital massacre, the 10,000 people eating each other incident in Bangalore, Tianjin, and the human skin kite incident in North America. Compared to a dry superior suffix like instant death, raving brought more serious disasters to human society. Spirit swallowers are followers of the ancient god overeating. Therefore it will surround the ravings from the ancient god overeating. Luckily, on these leather pants of mine, I carry a 19.8 resistance to ravings. This resistance value wasn't high, but it could, to a certain extent, slow down Qin Feng's murmuring scale accumulation rate. If Qin Feng's murmuring scale would have reached 100% after staying around the spirit swallower for 10 minutes originally, then with this resistance attribute, he could last until about 12 minutes. On top of that, the murmuring scale didn't just grow naturally. Once hit by a ravishing boss attack, then the raving gauge would skyrocket by a fraction. As long as you were hit a few times, you would basically reach 100% of the raving gauge very quickly, thus falling into a state of insanity. This is the horrifying bosses that players will commonly encounter in the late stages of the divine abandonment game. In addition, even if it was just an unusual emerald level boss, its values exceeded those of platinum level bosses by a large margin. Higher defense, more blood, and stronger attacks. Luckily, since Qin Feng dared to come and challenge this level 20 emerald grade boss, he was naturally sure of himself. In this cabin filled with blood red light, Qin Feng was surrounded by ancient god murmurs. When the boss showed up, Qin Feng didn't hesitate and directly struck. Shadow Blade. That's right, Qin Feng didn't use instant shadow slash, nor did he use darkness ring blade. These two skills, both belonging to his arranged skill, in the determination of the attack range, Qin Feng cannot freely choose. Normally, for a boss that looked like the spirit swallower, the 7 mouths on that mountain of flesh should be the weak point. But this boss was the complete opposite. This spirit swallower bloodline boss had no weak points. Moreover, if an attack hit those 7 mouths, the damage would be swallowed by them, instead giving the boss back its blood. This was the most difficult part of this boss. If you attacked with ranged skills, basically 100% of the damage would hit the 7 mouths. And if you only use a single attack, it limits the output of many players. Coupled with the ancient god's ravings that surround the area at all times, the difficulty of raiding this boss has increased exponentially. Luckily, Qin Feng's current single damage wasn't low. He stayed in stealth and raised his hand to fire a shadow blade. A pitch-black shadow blade, like a shuriken, instantly hit the spirit swallower's flesh and blood. -7,616. Due to the lack of weakness damage, the damage value of Qin Feng's shadow blade was much lower than expected. Just now, when I killed that platinum-level strong acid flesh man on the road, the shadow blade was also able to deal 70,000 to 80,000 weakness damage. This emerald-level boss defense is just high. Luckily, the effect of the gift of black flame leather armor can weaken its defense. Qin Feng immediately threw out a second shadow blade. At the same time, although the spirit swallower boss could not see Qin Feng's presence, through the trajectory of the shadow blade, it directly lifted its hand and a flesh hook instantly flew out and hooked over. The blood-colored meat hook from the spirit swallower instantly hooked through the worn-out hull of the ship on the side. However, it did not touch Qin Feng in his stealthy state at all. Because Qin Feng was not a piece of wood. Every time he released his shadow blade, he would change his position, and even during the process of releasing his shadow blade, he was always on the move. Therefore, although the opponent could project Qin Feng's position through the trajectory of the shadow blade, however, what was deduced was only Qin Feng's position when he released the shadow blade. With Qin Feng's speed, even when the shadow blade had just come out of his hand, he was already out of position and had even moved more than 10 meters. Judging Qin Feng's position based on the trajectory of the projectile was simply impossible to achieve. Shot after shot of shadow blades kept landing on the boss. -8,295. -9,726. minus 10,248. As Qin Feng attacked again and again, the defense-breaking effect of the leather armor right of Black Flame kept stacking up, and the blood volume of this emerald-ranked boss totaled to over 3 million. Just 10 seconds after the start of the battle, Qin Feng had thrown out a total of 10 shadow blades, dealing a total of nearly 200,000 damage. Immediately afterward, he saw that Spirit Swallower's meaty mountain-like body expand violently, and the 7 bloody mouths on its body instantly expanded, covering its entire body. If an attack was launched against it in this state, all damage would be converted tenfold into healing, giving it back its blood. This was the reason why Qin Feng did not use Graceful Deliverance. The sustained damage from Graceful Deliverance would allow Qin Feng to deal more damage though. However, it was also damage that Qin Feng could not control in time, and once the opponent entered this swollen state, the cutthroat sustained damage from Graceful Deliverance would instantly give it back its full blood. When the Spirit Swallower entered the swelling state, Qin Feng felt a terrifying suction force that sucked him towards the boss. At the same time, at the feet of the boss, a pool of blood with a diameter of about 10 meters appeared. Once sucked into the range of the blood pool, the player would begin to continuously deduct blood and grow the murmuring scale at a very fast rate. Naturally, Qin Feng shuttled tens of meters away with an instantaneous shadow chop, getting out of the range where he was being sucked by the boss. Immediately after, a burst of basketball-sized blood-colored spheres coalesced and appeared in the middle of the space. One by one, these spheres erupted and shattered into blood clots. Even with Qin Feng's speed, if he were to be enveloped by this attack, the murmur scale would be instantly accumulated to an extremely high level, or even directly pulled up to 100%. Luckily, Qin Feng played steadily. When there was danger, he retreated tens of meters away, completely away from the boss. In this state, the Spirit Swallower would slowly recover its blood. Even after half a minute, that Spirit Swallower relied on devouring the blood-colored orbs around it and directly regained its blood level. However, Qin Feng was not in a hurry, because the broken defense status on this boss still existed. After its swelling status lasted for half a minute, it finally ended, and Qin Feng re-entered the vicinity of the boss. Shadow Blade, minus 24,388, minus 26,247. After the gift of Black Flame's defense-breaking effect stacked up to 15 layers, the Spirit Swallower's defense and all elemental resistance were completely cleared. Qin Feng stepped forward, dagger in hand, and directly fired a Scarlet Blade, minus 29. 7W. The finishing technique hit its target, and Qin Feng drew back, dodging several blood-colored meat hooks that were coming from all around. Due to the fact that Emerald-level bosses came with the damage reduction attribute, the damage dealt wasn't theoretical damage even if the defense was weakened to 0. But this damage, it was already quite astonishing. One shot knocked the boss off stage. The Spirit Swallower's blood bar plummeted by a fraction, and immediately entered the expansion state once again, starting to burst blood orbs and slowly recovering its blood level. This time, however, it couldn't recover its blood to full value. With such a pull, Qin Feng fought steadily. After a few minutes, Qin Feng watched as his raving gauge had accumulated to 50%, so he temporarily retreated outside the dilapidated cabin. In this state, his mind was already a bit groggy, and from time to time, pieces of bizarre and odd creatures would surface in front of his eyes. To a certain extent, it would affect his actions. However, after moving away from the Spirit Swallower and remaining until he couldn't hear the ancient god's ravings, Qin Feng's raving scale began to slowly decline. After a few more minutes, Qin Feng's ravings gauge returned to 0 and his sanity returned to normal. Returning to the boss again, he found that the boss blood level had recovered from 50% to around 75%. Bosses that had reached the emerald level would basically possess a variety of recovery abilities. For example, the Devil's Blade's blood recovery from kills, or the Spirit Swallower's blood orb recovery from devouring. The higher the grade of the boss, the stronger the recovery ability, and the more difficult it was to kill. Basically, it was rarely possible to eliminate such bosses through human warfare. Qin Feng was in no hurry. Right now, his damage was comparable to a top-tier elite regiment by himself. It was much faster than the boss's recovery speed. In this situation, as long as Qin Feng didn't die, finishing off this boss was just a matter of time. It was also just over 10 minutes later. Qin Feng kept an eye on the murmuring scale and temporarily retreated whenever it reached 50% and his mind became a bit foggy. After 2 times like this, when the Spirit Swallower was still left with the last 500,000 or so blood, Qin Feng held the Mori White Bone Blade in time to Scarlet Blade, since the boss's blood level was already below 30%. Therefore, Scarlet Blade's 200% damage increase ate up. It instantly exploded with nearly 600,000 damage, decapitating the Spirit Swallower. The moment the Spirit Swallower was decapitated, a system prompt rang out in the minds of all players around the globe, both in the game and in reality, and it played 3 times in succession. Player Shadow Dasha is the world's first to kill an Emerald-class boss, gaining 30 points of reputation. When this prompt rang out, countless people around the globe were, once again, shocked. Fark, we haven't even seen a Platinum boss, and Shadow has first killed an Emerald boss? God, we've just been fucked to death by a Platinum boss, and people are single-killing Emerald? We just used our lives to pile up a platinum boss and thought we'd caught up with Shadow, but we didn't realize. How on earth did Shadow do that? We also encountered an Emerald-level boss, but none of our attacks could break defense. Baka! Where are our Sakura Nation's heroes? Why didn't anyone step forward to get the first kill? It's over, Dasha has Shadow, the future is going to rise. Ashiba, who said the Shadow is from Dasha? We just investigated, Dark Shadow's ancestor came from our great Han kingdom, Similac. At the same time, the fake heavy industry players who had been discussing not long ago whether or not the Shadow would be unable to defeat an Emerald grade boss were all dumbfounded at once. Single killing an Emerald level boss. Shadow strength, just what level has it reached? Countless people had unimaginable scalps. Here in Qin Feng's place, he also received congratulations from Anyu, Lin Liu, Wang Mang and the others. However, he didn't reply for the time being, but instead focused on the fact that there was a red mist that coalesced out from that spirit swallower's corpse and converged towards the back of his hand. It formed a blood-colored O-shaped crest. Congratulations on obtaining the spirit swallower bloodline. Do you want to activate it? It goes without saying? Qin Feng directly activated it. The power from that blood-colored O-shaped crest instantly assaulted his entire body. Bloodline, spirit swallower. Strength, each point of strength converts 1 to 3 points of physical attack. Physique change, each point of physique converts 1050 points of life value, 15 points of physical defense. Physique change, each point of physique converts 1050 points of life value, 15 points of physical defense. Agility changed, agility effect increased by 32%, increase in movement speed, attack speed, and chanting speed. Spirit change, each point of spirit converts 13 points of elemental attack power, 15 points of elemental resistance. Pedigree skill 1 spirit swallowing, can swallow any learned skill, gaining additional attribute change values based on skill quality. Bloodline skill 2 big mouth, gather a bloody mouth to devour an enemy projectile, restoring one's own blood based on that projectile's damage, cooldown 60, 27. 9 seconds. Bloodline skill 3 overeating devotee, your appetite increases by 200%, but passively gains 15 points of all-up resistance. Qin Feng sighed in relief after reading the attributes of the spirit swallower bloodline. Sure enough, it's not much different from what I remember. The key is the core skill, spirit swallowing. As long as you devour a skill that has been learned, you will be able to gain additional attribute change values. To the player, the greatest effect of the bloodline was the attribute change. Originally, each point of a player's strength translated into 1 point of physical attack power. However, with a pedigree, this value would be raised. The attribute change of the spirit swallower bloodline is really defense-oriented. The life value, defense, and elemental resistance are directly pulled up by 5 times. But physical attack and elemental attack have only been pulled up 3 times. By all rights, an assassin-type profession should choose a bloodline with a higher attack conversion. For example, bloodlines such as Assassin, Abyssal Lone Wolf, and Lone Blood Disciple. With all of these bloodlines, the attack transformations were higher and the bloodline skills were also more suitable for assassins. However, Qin Feng's talent was the ability to infinitely evolve skills. There are so many types of skills in the godforsaken game. With passive skills, I can keep them all. But active skills, it's simply impossible to use hundreds of them at the same time. I only need to keep the most useful of them. All the other skills can be devoured by the devouring spirit. Moreover, I am able to evolve all the skills to epic level before devouring them, so the effect will be much stronger. Qin Feng thought back. If one just used the spirit swallowing skill to swallow an inferior or ordinary skill, the attribute change provided would basically be a value of 0.0 or so. From 1 point of strength converting 3 points of physical attack, it became something like 3.05. Swallowing more skills had an effect, but the effect wasn't too significant. But what if it was swallowing epic level skills? Qin Feng looked at the notes of the swallow spirit skill. Note, the swallowed skill will be unusable and cannot be learned repeatedly. However, there is 1 chance per day to choose a devoured skill to recover, and the corresponding attribute change value will be deducted. There is 1 chance per day to return a swallowed skill. This way, even if you occasionally swallow the wrong skill, you can still undo it. Qin Feng didn't hesitate. He unleashed his greedy hand towards the spirit swallower corpse. 5 pieces of extra loot emerged from the boss corpse in succession, several of which shone with the brilliance of diamonds. At the same time, killing the Emerald class boss provided Qin Feng with 60 evolution points. A touch of this greedy hand gave an additional 300 points. Thus, the number of evolution points on Qin Feng's body reached another 696 points. After all, he had harvested quite a few evolution points from taking out the platinum-level strong acid fleshman along the way before and killing so many small monsters when he arrived at the terrorist ghost ship. Let's first evolve this skill to epic level. Qin Feng's eyes looked towards a skill called Poison Blade. This skill was initially bronze level, and since it was a close-range attack skill with a long cooldown, Qin Feng had no intention of using it. First, he consumed 32 evolution points to evolve it to epic grade. Sure enough, the damage of the poison blade that evolved to epic grade isn't very high. there's no need to keep it on your body. To evolve it to legendary grade, it would require 210 evolution points. Qin Feng hesitated for a moment, then quickly decided to directly devour the epic level poison blade. He hadn't carefully studied the spirit swallower bloodline in his previous life, so he didn't really know how many attribute changes could be gained by devouring each grade of skills from this bloodline. So he could only try it himself. Is the skill Poison Blade, epic grade, subject to spirit swallowing? Yes/no. When Qin Feng chose yes, the Poison Blade skill inside his skill bar turned into a gray, unavailable, state. Immediately after, a prompt came from the system. You have used spirit swallowing on the skill Poison Blade, epic level. Your power has changed, each point of power converts 2 points of physical attack. It directly raised the power change value by 1. 2 fierce. Qin Feng was a bit shocked. If this was swallowed all the way to the mid to late stages, wouldn't his attribute transformation exceed others by hundreds of times? Of course, this effect was predictable. After all, what he had swallowed was an epic level skill. Without the original primary talent of infinite evolution, how could he use spirit swallowing to swallow epic level skills? One must know that right now, on Qin Feng, there was only one initial epic level skill, Graceful Deliverance. In the godforsaken game, any initial epic level skill was extremely powerful. Under normal circumstances, it was simply impossible to use the Spirit Swallower bloodline to swallow epic level skills or even diamond or emerald rank skills without being so willing to do so. Only Qin Feng, with his unlimited evolution talent, he was able to utilize the Spirit Swallower bloodline to the extreme. As long as I swallow enough skills, the benefits that this bloodline will bring me will exceed any other bloodline. What's more, within the Divine Abandonment game, players weren't only able to obtain one bloodline. Leveling up and reaching conditions would allow them to obtain a second, or even a third bloodline. For now, let's hold up the basic attributes first. When unlocking the second bloodline, then consider the type of bloodline more suitable for assassins. Immediately afterward, Qin Feng continued to pick a skill. It was the initial silver-ranked skill Marginalization, which had the effect of lowering the hate value of magical creatures towards themselves. Originally, it was for assassins to use when fighting in a group to lower their hatred, lest they let the bosses set their sights on them. However, Qin Feng had been brushing solo, so he naturally didn't need the effect of this skill. Consume 19 evolution points to evolve to epic level. Consume another 130 evolution points to evolve to legendary grade. The legendary ranked skill Marginalization unlocked a legendary ranked effect that cleared 90% of the demonic creature's hate value towards itself while stealthing. Similarly, this effect was still useless to Qin Feng. Swallow Spirit. Qin Feng directly chose Swallow Spirit. Immediately after, a prompt that shocked Qin Feng came. You have used Swallow Spirit on the skill Marginalization, legendary grade. Your physique changes, each point of physique converts 5070 points of life value and 57 points of physical defense. The life value that each point of physique could transform was 20 points higher, and physical defense was increased by 2 points. When Qin Feng had just activated the Spirit Swallower bloodline, his life value limit had skyrocketed from 2,648 points to 10,888 points, and his physical defense had skyrocketed from 334 points to 1,158 points. And when he devoured the legendary ranked Marginalization skill, his life value cap rose once again to 15,008 points, and his physical defense was raised to 1,570 points. Physical damage reduction, directly from the initial 25.3%, increased to 61.9%. It's like, if I swallow a defense skill, it raises my physical conversion? If I swallow the attack skill, it raises my strength conversion. Qin Feng discovered some possible patterns from these two skills. If it was true that the original him was a small brittle skin when he didn't put in skills, then the current him, with high life, high defense, and high evasion, he was already 10 to 20 times more resistant to being beaten up than the most meaty warrior nowadays. This was the metamorphosis that bloodlines brought to players. Players with bloodlines and those without were two completely different classes. Yes, keep swallowing. Qin Feng aimed his gaze at more skills in the skill list, prioritizing the attacking skills, of course. Just now, when dealing with the emerald-ranked Spirit Swallower, the damage had been completely insufficient to kill it in seconds. Even though it was an emerald-ranked boss that was meaty in itself, Qin Feng was naturally not satisfied. He needed higher damage. Extra shift sent, asking for some power for love. At this moment, Qin Feng's attention was focused on the skill panel. He looked towards the Poison Blade skill that had turned gray after it had already been Spirit swallowed. He had a sudden thought. This skill has been swallowed by the Spirit, it can't be used, and it can't be learned repeatedly. But since it's still in my skill bar, is it possible to consume evolution points and evolve it? It was not the first time that thoughts like this arose for Qin Feng. For example, is it possible to use the infinite evolution talent to evolve the talent itself? Or evolve equipment and other things? As it turned out, none of these would work. The unlimited evolution talent, as its introduction said, could only evolve skills, and they had to be skills that he himself had learned. Even bloodline skills were excluded. This certainly made Qin Feng a bit disappointed. However, the skill that was swallowed by the spirit, was it Qin Feng's skill? Was it a skill that he himself had learned? The answer, of course, was. And so, when Qin Feng chose to give a command to the poison blade skill that had turned gray to evolve, a system prompt came. Will you consume 210 evolution points to evolve the skilled poison blade, epic grade, to legendary grade? Yes/no. Not bad at all. Qin Feng did not rejoice too early. He first chose yes. Then looking at the gray poison blade skill, it had indeed evolved from epic rank to legendary rank, and most importantly, Qin Feng's spirit swallower bloodline effect, the attack power converted per point of strength, had increased from 2 points just now, to 5 points. The effect has been raised. It was only at this point that Qin Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. The facts proved that his guess was feasible. The skills that had been devoured by the spirit swallower bloodline had not disappeared from his skill list, they had simply become unavailable. Because of this, he was unable to repeatedly learn the devoured skills. Since that's the case, it's a good thing. A smile appeared at the corner of Qin Feng's mouth. Originally, he thought that he would have to spit out the skill, evolve it, and then swallow it again in order to maximize the effect when he had more evolution points in the future. But now it seemed that there was no need. As long as there were evolution points, one could evolve the skill at any time, thus enhancing the effect of the skill being swallowed by the spirit. At this time, Qin Feng still had several skills on him that were of little use. But there were only 305 evolution points left. It seems like what's missing is still evolution points. Qin Feng wasn't in a hurry. With these remaining evolution points, he first used them to evolve several useful skills. Consume 50 evolution points to evolve Shield of Black Light from epic to legendary. Shield of Black Light, epic legendary assassin type skill. When used actively, it converts all of one's evasion rate into an injury immunity shield for 1420 seconds. Conversion rate, converts one layer of damage avoiding shield for every 10% 8% evasion. Legendary level added effect, base attack power is increased by 30% when a damage resistant shield exists on oneself. The legendary rank effect of this skill was good, and combined with the spirit swallower bloodline gain that he had just obtained, it allowed Qin Feng's base attack power to increase greatly once again. Originally, Qin Feng's damage was mainly dealt by skill additions, but from now on, Qin Feng's base attack power also started to rise. Immediately following this, 50 evolution points were consumed to evolve the Dark Knight Ring Blade from epic to legendary. Dark Knight Ring Blade, epic legendary inflicts dark elemental damage on all enemies within 1 to 15 meters around, adding 13002000 dark elemental attack points. Legendary level new effect, for every enemy hit by the Dark Knight Ring Blade, double the number of combo points gained. This legendary level effect, it's not bad. In places where there are a lot of monsters, it's possible to stack the number of combos needed to unleash a finishing move faster. It's a pity that this effect didn't appear on Shadow Blade. Otherwise, Qin Feng would have been able to gain combo points at double speed when dealing with single targets with a half-second hand dryer. After evolving these two skills, there were still 205 evolution points left, so Qin Feng didn't move for now. Instead, he started checking out the loot that Spirit Swallower Androgil had brought him. The first Emerald Boss. I hope I'm not disappointed. Qin Feng mentally looked at the diamond equipment and skill books. As a result, he opened his backpack and saw that there were a total of 7 pieces of diamond-ranked loot, not a single assassin's among them. I'll go. Not giving any face at all? Bad luck, hard work comes to the rescue. Luckily, I obtained the equivalent exchange leather pants through my own efforts. Transform a skill book. Qin Feng sighed and chose a priest skill book. Sacrifice. You have lost life connection, diamond grade priestly skill book. You have gained double-edged proficiency, diamond grade assassin department skill book. The system prompt came, and Qin Feng's heartbeat sped up a bit. Double-edged proficiency, this was the core skill of the assassin department profession. Double blade proficiency, diamond grade. When you equip a double dagger type weapon, the basic attributes of that weapon are increased by 100%. When you equip a dagger type weapon, you can equip another dagger weapon with its attributes in full effect. This was a passive skill. The effect of its skill was either to double the attributes of a double dagger weapon or to be able to equip 2 daggers. It could be said that an assassin with this skill and without this skill were 2 completely different professions. The most important thing was still that both daggers were equipped at the same time. It's not just the basic attributes that come into effect, but also the equipment special effects. Godforsaken gain many equipment special effects. The effect is extremely strong. With this passive skill, assassin players inherently more than other professions a weapon special effects. Of course, other professions would also have some corresponding special class core skills that were not weaker than those of the assassin lineage. But the most crucial thing was that Qin Feng's skill could also be evolved. The evolution points that had just been set aside came in handy. You have consumed 1 plus 20 evolution points, leaving 184 points remaining. Dual Blade Mastery, Diamond Epic Legendary Dual Dagger attributes increase by 100%, 120%, 150%. When dual wielding daggers, dagger attributes increase by 0%, 10%, 25%. Legendary level added effect. When equipped with dual swords or dual wielded daggers, skill release speed is accelerated by 20%. Skill release speed was originally affected by the agility attribute, and the effect of this legendary level addition, speeding up the skill release speed by 20%, is an additional calculation. Let's say, for example, Qin Feng's Shadow Blade skill has no cooldown. However, there was still a skill release speed. Currently, his release speed was almost 0.5 seconds for a Shadow Blade, but with this 20% extra acceleration, it would only take around 0.4 seconds. Not too bad, I guess. I just don't know if I can have a triple blade flow or something in the future. Qin Feng played with the Emerald Grade Mori White Bone Blade in his hand, which was a single-wielded dagger. He glanced at his backpack and took out another Plague Blade from his backpack. It was a direct dual-wield dagger, and the attributes of each weapon were increased by 25%. Now there's a higher demand for high-quality weapons. There are several pieces of diamond-grade equipment from other professions left, so I'll take a look with Leather Pants conversion in a moment and hopefully I'll be able to produce a diamond-grade weapon. Qin Feng wasn't in a hurry to go back. That emerald-level boss Devil's Blade wouldn't fly away anyway, and the guardian bosses of that hideout were all not allowed to leave the hideout's range. Since I've made a trip to the terrorist ghost ship, let's completely clear out the demonic creatures within the ghost ship first. Next, Qin Feng became the scavenger within the terror ghost ship. Groups of level 15 to 20 demons all became his victims. At the same time Qin Feng was brushing monsters in the terrorist ghost ship, the little lowly, ghost spirit, quietly went offline. She listened to Qin Feng's words and prioritized her career advancement with the experience she had gained. Since Qin Feng had brought her to a place more suitable for leveling, it allowed her to level up many times faster than other players. That night, it was finally enough for her to advance her profession to the second rank. Magic City. Nightfall. Outside the luxurious villa area where Dongfang Yu was located. In the darkness, a petite and nimble figure, maintaining a stealthy state, attacked and killed like a ghost. Stayed in the hospital for a day. Today there are 2 more will be a little late equals. Equals don't wait. Wake up in the morning to read it. Magic City, night. In the most luxurious royal Fenghua villa area in all of Magic City. Around one of the villas, 2 loaded security squads were changing shifts. Finally off duty. I hope I can successfully rise to level 11 tonight. Thinking too much, right? Level 10 to level 11 takes more experience than levels 1 to 10 combined. Doesn't matter, today we get another 500 days of life expectancy pay. Back to the game we can buy 2 pieces of gold level equipment, so isn't brushing monsters how easy? Why don't you buy skill books instead of equipment? Obviously skill books are more enjoyable. That's stabilizing battle power. What do you know? If you buy equipment, you can sell it later, but if you buy skill books, you can't sell them. Who cares? Anyway, after earning 2 more days of wages and having half a set of gold equipment, I'll quit. Brush life expectancy in the game, much faster than eating wages here. That's because you have gold level talent. My fucking talent is only silver level. I have to be careful when brushing monsters. These security team members were originally from an international security company. They were partly Daxia people and partly other nationalities, and their original area of activity was all around Southeast Asia. After the god abandonment game descended, they were trapped in Mordor, obtained some weapons and equipment through special channels, and then were hired by the Chu family. Right after their shift handover, the previous squad of 6 people talked and laughed as they drove away. The 6 people who had just rotated, scattered around the villa's courtyard, while 2 of them were on the villa's balcony, observing the surroundings. With this kind of standing position, once anything happened to any of them, the other 5 could react the quickest. However, that was before. A stealthy figure had silently arrived in the courtyard of this villa. Although those 6 people, one of them possessed level 2 anti-cloaking. However, obviously, the stealth level of this petite figure was far more than level 2. If Qin Feng was here, he would be able to see that there was a petite lowly girl, wrapped in black tight-fitting leather armor, who was deftly weaving in and out of the villa's courtyard. It was none other than the Yellow Springs Blade, Ghost Spirit. However, the current Ghost Spirit looked very different from what Qin Feng had seen before. Only to see that her skin had turned pale, and in the gaps between the fingers of her hands, 3 white bone blades extended out, and a pair of small white horns had grown on her head. This was the Yellow Springs evil ghost form that was unlocked after the Yellow Springs Blade advanced to the second stage. In this form, her exclusive weapon would transform into a white bone blade, gaining a bonus to her attack power and passively gaining a stealth level of 2. This brought the Ghost Spirit's stealth level to 4. The pair of small horns on her head might have seemed quite cute if Qin Feng were to look at them instead. However, the Ghost Spirit's actions at this moment were completely incompatible with cute. Only to see her raise her small hand and release the exclusive skill Yellow Spring Gaze. This skill could cause those around her to fall into an illusion, seeing scenes that they originally thought they would see. The duration of the effect was determined based on the difference in spiritual attributes with the target. If the ghost spirit unleashed it on Chin Feng, this illusion would only last 0.2 to 0.3 seconds. However, for the surrounding security personnel who hadn't extracted much of their rank and attributes to reality yet, it would last at least 4 or 5 seconds. In fact, let alone 4 or 5 seconds. Even just 3 seconds would be enough for the ghost spirits. Under the influence of the yellow spring gaze, nothing unusual would appear in the eyes of those 6-armed security personnel. This was because the scene they originally thought they would see was a tranquil villa courtyard. This skill, in many situations, wasn't much use. But in an assassination scenario like this, it was definitely a terror weapon. Poof, poof. The ghost spirit quickly dodged, and in just 3 seconds, with the white bone-sharp blade in her hand, she silently killed those 6 people. Afterwards, with blood flowing from her white bone-sharp blade, she reverted back to her stealthy state and took a step toward the villa. Inside the villa's basement, Dongfang Yu, Chu Kunshan's couple, and their son were gathering together. The big-bellied Chu Kunshan smiled and said, "The news has been relayed to Dark Shadow through the official channels. There should be results soon." Dongfang Yu also laughed. This pariah is narrow-minded. Before he traveled all the way from Jianhai to Magic City in order to kill Chen Shishir. These black guys attacked his hideout. How could he possibly endure it? We, Nantian, have also come up with a plan to get all the people from the Black Dragon Palace offline, and old Zhang Tu's side can't find anyone to kill, so I don't believe that pariah can swallow this breath. Chu Kunshan smoked a cigarette and laughed. On the shadow, the tradable life expectancy is thousands of years anyways. As long as we finish him off, we can buy a hideout first. I've inquired, the hideout can be extracted to reality, and at that time, there will be no need for any security personnel. Dongfang Yu nodded, sitting elegantly and reservedly, and said indifferently, "I hope everything goes well. And when the time comes, we'll capture more of those students who are almost 18 years old and seize their lifespans, and we can also raise some pariahs like pigs to provide us with lifespans." Right at this moment, Chu Kunshan's phone rang. He looked at the incoming caller and realized that it was his elder brother, Daxia military dignitary Chu Big Head. He frowned and picked it up. As a result, the other party split his head and cursed, "You're really a fucking stupid pig. How did our Chu family produce such a dumbass like you? Lure Shadow to detonate the fireworks factory to kill him, right? Which crouching dragon phoenix taught you that?" Chu Nantian frowned when he heard this. "I have such a perfect plan, and you're saying that I'm a crouching dragon phoenix child?" Chu Kunshan couldn't help but ask, "Big brother, how do you know?" Chu Big Head sneered, "You asked the officials to pass a message to Shadow, take it that I don't know? I've already sent people to the fireworks factory to take down all of your people. As for those black men, I've also had people take out all of them. The current Dark Shadow is of strategic importance in our Daxia. The higher-ups clearly instructed to protect him and maintain the partnership with him." "You're good. Going against the higher-ups, are you? I know what you guys have been doing lately. You guys don't think that longevity is the most important thing after this divine abandonment game descends, do you?" When these words were said, Chu Kunshan and Dongfang Yu glanced at each other, both a bit puzzled. Chu Kunshan asked back, "Isn't longevity the most important?" Big Head Chu laughed in anger, "Bullshit. The most important thing is strength. As long as you have strength, you will have a constant supply of lifespan. Without strength, even if you have lifespan, you won't be able to keep it. You guys don't want to find a way to raise your strength in the game, but instead harbor in reality to collect lifespan? What's wrong with your brains? All in all, don't hit the shadow in the future. Also, you guys have offended too many people in the past. Be careful yourselves. I've heard that Boss G is looking for someone to deal with you." After a round of education, Big Head Chu hung up the phone. Chu Kunshan was depressed for a while. Dongfang Yu's face was even darker. "What's going on?" "Everything is ready, but the problem lies in the transmission of the message, right?" Chu Kunshan weakly said, "Otherwise, let's move to Big Brother's barracks and develop with the officials?" Dongfang Yu coldly laughed. "No way, if we wanted to go, we would have done it long ago. Why wait until now? During the special period, there are too many official restrictions, and the hundreds of years of lifespan that we have collected will have to be surrendered. Would you be happy with that? Not to mention, that shadowy figure killed my entire family. There's no way I won't." She hadn't even finished saying this. Suddenly, a stream of warm liquid violently sprayed onto her face, and at the same time, her husband Chu Kunshan's head, all of a sudden, rolled down and was subconsciously held by her. Ga? Dongfang Yu's pupils instantly contracted. Chu Kunshan suddenly landed on his head. Dongfang Yu and Chu Nantian in the field completely failed to react. Poof! Immediately followed by a miserable green chain blade, which flew out from the hands of a petite figure, instantly piercing through Dongfang Yu's abdomen, even hoisting her elegant, noble body high up. F***CK. That 17-year-old teenager, Chu Nantian, didn't have any hesitation when he saw this, and moved the mahogany chair beside him and smashed it down towards that petite figure. In his thoughts, if he smashed it down, a little girl, how would she have to have a bloody head, right? However, bang! The mahogany chair smashed on the table, directly split into pieces. The petite girl easily dodged, unharmed. Reversing her body, she kicked Chu Nantian's right leg off, and the whole person screamed miserably and half-kneeled on the ground. Dongfang Yu and Chu Nantian, neither of them died in the first place. However, their miserable screams did not reach the outside. This was all thanks to the fact that this basement of theirs had fantastic soundproofing. Previously, when they tortured other civilians here, the screams of the civilians were just as unable to be transmitted out, but they didn't expect that this time, the ones who were tortured actually turned out to be themselves. It's you? When Dongfangyu, who was hung up by the chain blade, saw what the ghost spirit looked like, her entire body fell into a state of fear. She recognized it. She had previously run over and killed a civilian woman, and threw the husband of the woman who came to cause trouble into the Huangpu River to feed the fish. This young girl in front of her, wasn't she the daughter of that couple? Originally, Dongfangyu radically despised any civilians. In her opinion, she was noble, holding the power of life and death over any civilian. Even after the godforsaken game descended, she would maintain her lofty position. But now, when her husband, who reigned over the magic city, died in front of her, and when she was pierced through the abdomen by a ghost spirit's chain blade, she suddenly realized how fragile human life was. How is it possible? How did you get in here? Dongfangyu's vision became a little blurry. She felt incredible. All this time, her mind finally echoed back to just now, the words that Big Head Chu had said over the phone. Strength. Strength was everything. Without strength, even if one had more lifespans, one would not be able to keep it at all. It turns out that all along, I've been making a fool of myself. The ghost spirit looked at Dongfangyu and Shu Nantian expressionlessly. With a lift of his hand, he withdrew the chain blade. Dongfangyu's body fell limply to the ground. She wasn't dead yet. I wanted to torture you properly and let you experience the pain of my mother being repeatedly crushed to death by you, but forget it. The ghost spirit was a little disappointed. It wasn't that she couldn't bear it. Rather, she knew that there wasn't much time left for her. Cheap. The chain blade in the ghost spirit's hand flew out, instantly penetrating the hearts of Dongfangyu and Shu Nantian. Dongfangyu never dreamed that it was her 200 years of lifespan that had been exploded within the game that allowed the ghost spirit to extract so many abilities in reality. Next, the ghost spirit did not relax in the slightest. In the basement, he searched everywhere and quickly found a shivering teddy. Any living ones can't be kept. Remembering the teachings of the Shadow Great God, Ghost Spirit sent it to the west with a single shot of chain blade. In addition to that, Ghost Spirit also found several corpses that had been gnawed and tortured beyond recognition within this spacious basement. She looked at these corpses inside, but had no intention of paying attention to them. Absorb the lifespan first, and then take the 9 corpses away. Ghost Spirit knew that officially, there were hidden professions like searcher that could go through the corpses and find the murderer. Therefore, she wouldn't leave the corpses she killed behind. Luckily, she was well prepared and had purposely purchased a 20-compartment storage bracelet and extracted it. A 20-compartment space within the game was equivalent to 20 cubic meters in reality. Living things couldn't fit inside, but dead things were fine. Right at this moment. Ka! The ghost spirit raised his hand and crushed a mosquito that flew by. Mosquitoes can't be spared either. She stomped another small bug to death. Bugs can't be spared either. She took Shadow's reminder as a life lesson, and in the end, she even threw several poison gas bottles in the basement, throughout the villa. The poisonous gas spread. No living thing would survive in the entire villa. At this moment, Qin Feng was still brushing monsters in the terrorist ghost ship. Not long after, he received a private chat from the little lowly ghost spirit. Senior, I'm done. Qin Feng replied back, all solved? Ghost Spirit, resolved, and I've learned a piece of news. The Dongfangyu couple originally wanted to harm you and lure you to some fireworks factory. Under her telling, Qin Feng learned everything, leaving him a bit speechless. Using non-nationals, luring me to a fireworks factory and then detonating and blowing me up? What a genius! Qin Feng had to admit that if he was really in an explosive environment like that, there was a real possibility that he would be injured. After all, an explosion like that would hurt too many times. Relying on the evasion rate and the shield of black light wouldn't be able to completely withstand it. But the point was, would Qin Feng go? Even if this news reached him, he wouldn't bother going. Did he really think that any cat or dog was worth his time? However, the fact that the Magic City officials would block this news for him and get rid of the fireworks factory and the non-nationals was beyond Qin Feng's expectations. It seems that the level of importance that the officials place on me is quite a bit higher than I thought. Qin Feng had a number in his heart. At this moment, Ghost Spirit gave Qin Feng a list of her kills. There are 6 armed security, as well as Dongfangyu, Chu Kunshan, and Chu Nantian totaling 9. Wait, Chu Nantian? When Qin Feng heard her list of kills, the person was a bit dumbfounded. Ghost Spirit, yeah, the son of Mr. and Mrs. Dongfangyu, was at the scene. I dealt with it together. Qin Feng. He could only say, bull. From memory in his last life, Ghost Spirit was not the first to assassinate Dongfangyu, but a certain person known as Boss G, hired a group of assassins to strike, but unfortunately failed. After that, the Dongfangyu couple sent Chunantian inside the military camp, and was protected by the military later on. Ghost Spirit took action to kill the Dongfangyu couple. A year later, Chunantian entered the game and changed into the hidden profession necromancer, and also obtained the emerald level talent, becoming the top official powerhouse of the Magic City. In the end, the Ghost Spirit Society was killed by the officials, and it had to be said that Chunantian played a key role. Unexpectedly this time, Ghost Spirit made his move in advance, and when he did, Chunantian was still on the scene, and was also killed along with the Ghost Spirit. Qin Feng could only say, "Soap slip is making people ah." The words of the ancients were still very true. More than 10 minutes later, the murder in the Royal Fenghua Villa area was discovered because the security team didn't carry out the 10-minute routine report. However, when people came over to investigate, the Ghost Spirit had long since taken the corpse and disappeared without a trace. Moreover, the Ghost Spirit had been observing the neighborhood for a long time, and even the surrounding surveillance was destroyed in advance. Only the blood spilled everywhere let people know that Dongfang Yu and the others were afraid that they were already in a bad way. Then the question came, who had moved? It wasn't Shadow, because recently, Shadow has been online all the time. There's no time for a crime. There are many people who have a grudge against Dongfang Yu, but there are definitely not many who have the ability to do this. I know, it must be Boss G. Although the official personnel guessed that it was Boss G who hired someone to do it, there wasn't much they could do. First, there was no evidence. Second, Boss G was abroad. Even the Chu family could only scold him from a distance. As for Qin Feng, he naturally ignored the official speculation. As long as the Ghost Spirit followed his instructions, then it would be impossible for the officials to find out who did this. Just then, the Ghost Spirit sent another private chat to Qin Feng. Dongfang Yu and their corpses have not been dealt with yet. I heard that you can absorb lifespan from corpses. Do you need it? Qin Feng thought about it and didn't answer directly, but instead asked a rhetorical question. Since you've gotten your revenge, what are you going to do next? The other party pondered for a moment. Only then did he say, there doesn't seem to be much of an intention, senior. Can I follow you? Qin Feng asked, why? Ghost Spirit, because I want to become stronger. This godforsaken game is so amazing. There might be a resurrection type of skill in the future, right? I want to resurrect my mom and dad. You don't worry, I won't cause you any trouble. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. Counting up, Qin Feng hadn't provided much help to this girl, just telling her to career advance first and additionally taking her to a suitable leveling spot for her. However, with these two things alone, the little girl had already realized that Qin Feng was different. One must know that her profession was the only hidden profession. How could Qin Feng know that her profession, when she advanced to the second stage, would become stronger, strong enough to take revenge? Moreover, how could he know what kind of place was suitable for her to practice in? Resurrection. This kind of means, Qin Feng had never heard of it anyway. But in his last life, he was also only one of the top 100 in the world, and the strongest person in the entire Blue Star had only just traveled to the Land of Order. As for whether there was really resurrection in this world, who knew? Alright, I'll give you an address, so bring the corpse over to me. As a matter of fact, Qin Feng's Blossom Curse could only be used on corpses that died within 300 seconds to draw on their lifespan. However, as long as it was a corpse, it was still possible to use this skill to destroy it. 1 hour later. Magic City, a certain park near the East Coast. A petite and slim figure gradually emerged from the woods, and it was none other than Ghost Spirit. She followed the address given by Qin Feng and came all the way here stealthily. However, she wasn't able to be infinitely stealthy like Qin Feng. Therefore, when her stealth was cooling down, she could only find a corner to stay in and wait until she was stealthy before moving on. Coming to this forest, she leaned her back against a big tree and waited quietly. Since it was night, or cloudy, the woods were pitch black, and the average person really couldn't see that there was a young girl hidden here. A few minutes later, a cold and merciless voice came from the side. If I were you, I wouldn't target such a suspicious girl. Hearing this voice, the Ghost Spirit's heart flinched and instantly entered a state of invisibility before leaving the same spot. The one who spoke these words was none other than Qin Feng. With a higher level and attributes and better dark vision, he saw the Ghost Spirit leaning against the large tree with a single glance. And not far from the Ghost Spirit, there was an equally stealthy figure that was sneakily approaching the Ghost Spirit. It was a young man with a baseball cap on his head. With a fruit knife in his hand, it looked like he had extracted a stealth skill and ran out to have a good time. As a result, Qin Feng's words came out. The Ghost Spirit instantly became invisible, and the entire forest became devoid of even a single ghost shadow. This gave the young man with the baseball cap the feeling that he had seen a ghost. Originally, he thought that this level 2 stealth rank of his should be very strong in reality. Yet to be discovered? Not only was he discovered, he couldn't discover the other party. This caused a chill to run through the young man. However, he had only turned around and ran out more than 30 meters when the stealth duration ended, and a somewhat wretched and terrified figure appeared in the woods. When he appeared, a miserable green chain blade violently flew out from the shadows. It instantly pierced the young man's chest. Then, the Ghost Spirit dragged the young man's corpse back. Teacher Shadow, you've come. It was my carelessness. I didn't think that someone would stealthily approach a place like this. Ghost Spirit's petite body appeared, dragging the young man's corpse behind her, hiding in the pitch-black woods, blaming herself a bit. It's fine, just get some anti-stealth skills in the future. Qin Feng said, feeling a little emotional inside. Old 6 versus old 6, whoever can anti-hide is the father. Well, in this aspect, Qin definitely deserved to be the number one in the world. Soon, a scarlet flower bloomed on the young man's corpse, destroying all traces of his body. This forest, it was as if no one had ever been here. Follow me. Qin didn't show himself, but he didn't move quickly either, he just quietly led the ghost spirit in a direction. Listening to the direction Qin voice came from, the ghost spirit nimbly followed. Soon, it came to a beach. She saw that on the beach, there was a bungalow building that looked like a restaurant facing the coast. Come in. Qin figure in black clothes appeared in the courtyard of the restaurant. This restaurant, built by Qin using the Book of Divine Authorization, cost 118. 5 days of tradable life. The structure was simple, a kitchen, a dining lobby, plus 2 bedrooms. One of them, the master bedroom, was theoretically Qin bedroom, but in reality, underneath the bedroom bed was the stone slab leading to the land of pure souls. The second bedroom, on the other hand, was for the ghost spirits. For the time being, Qin still wanted to see more of this girl's performance, and did not intend to receive her into the land of pure souls in reality. Of course, it would be possible to enroll her in the Shadow Guild within the game, so that she could go in and out of the Evil Spirit Academy's hiding place. Upon arriving at this restaurant building, the ghost spirit was obviously a bit surprised, and at the same time, she was also very formal in the face of Qin. However, it quickly cooperated with Qin and took out all of Dongfang Yu's and their corpses, allowing Qin to destroy them. After it was all done, Qin brought the girl into the bedroom prepared for her. You can stay here for now, if there's nothing else, we can go into the game. Aha! Ghost spirit nodded her head obediently, but her stomach indisputably made a gurgling sound. Qin was a bit speechless as he looked at the somewhat slim petite young girl. How long has it been since you ate? Come over, what do you want to eat? Taking her to the restaurant lobby, he used the Book of Divine Authorization to get her something to eat. Perhaps having just met with Qin, the young girl didn't have the heart to ask for too much and asked for a meatloaf first. As a result, after eating it, she touched her stomach and was a bit embarrassed. Can I have another one? After eating 5 meatloafs in a row and drinking 3 cups of pure milk, she finally got up and bowed towards Qin. Thank you teacher, I'm full. Qin surveyed the young girl's slim and delicate body and expressed his conviction. How long had this girl been hungry? Although I now have the attribute of overeating believer and eat more than her, but she's so small that she can eat so much? Even if extracting levels and attributes to reality would increase one's food intake, it wouldn't be this ferocious, would it? Qin was sweating a bit. As for her teacher title, Qin didn't bother to correct her and let her be. After eating, Qin returned to the land of pure souls and went back to the game. He saw that in his friends list, Ghost Spirit's name was also lit up, and was obviously online as well. Since she doesn't have the Book of Divine Authorization yet, she can take her to the Tower of Divine Authority outside the ruins of the magic capital and challenge her. Qin thought to himself, he couldn't keep asking him to provide food, could he? One had to realize that Qin had taken her in order to let her do her job, thus saving his own time. If it became more troublesome, it would be better not to have her at all. It just so happens that the Tower of Divine Power NPC outside the magic capital ruins is more suitable for 2 people, a man and a woman, to go there. After the challenge is completed, there are 2 more books of divine authorities that aren't available in Jianghai City, so I can purchase them as well to replenish my inventory. Each Tower of Divine Power NPC had different personalities, taboos, abilities, and types of books of divine instruction for sale. Of course, before going, Qin still organized his backpack. At this time, he had already basically cleared the demons from the terrorist ghost ship. He had leveled up to level 19. In addition, during these few hours, he had also transformed 3 diamond-grade assassin equipment, plus a diamond-grade assassin skill book. There are 2 more chapters which will be slightly late. The first was the one Qin wished to obtain the most after learning double-edge proficiency, a dagger-type weapon. Getting Tide's Blade, diamond assassin-type weapon. Elemental attack power plus 465, spirit plus 48, agility plus 55, attack speed plus 35%. Requirements, level 18. Unique effect, each time damage is dealt, there is a 40% probability of attaching 1080 points of water elemental attack, and a weak water status is attached, lowering the target's base attack power by 30% for 8 seconds, non-stackable. Note, negative statuses are less effective against bosses above diamond. Qin directly replaced the Plague Blade, dual-wielding Mori Whitebone Blade and Blade of Getting Tide. The Blade of Fiddling Tide, the additional elemental attack power, or spell attack. It was a spell spike weapon. However, it was quite suitable for Qin. After all, his Dark Ring Blade and Shadow Blade skills were dark elemental attacks, and with this weapon, it boosted the damage of Dark Ring Blade and Shadow Blade. On top of that, the 40% probability of additional water attacks per damage dealt was a very high value. It was no exaggeration to say that if this weapon was brought to other players, the output would be at least doubled by 1 or 2 times. Of course, other players weren't this high in level right now. Right now, on the leveling charts of the Jianghai City ruins, other than Qin reaching level 19, the others with the highest level were still only level 12, and that was Wang Mang and the others. As for Ghost Spirit, she was already killing randomly in reality, but she was only at level 10. This is because all her experience has been used for career advancement. It was conceivable that although Wang Mang and the others had reached level 12, none of them had progressed in their professions, or none of them had progressed to the second-order professions, and at most they had progressed once. In addition to this diamond-grade weapon, there are also 2 diamond-grade gloves. There were also 2 diamond-grade gloves. Due to the duplication of parts, Xin Feng chose one of them that suited him better. Soul-absorbing wrist guard, Diamond Assassin's hand defense. Physical defense plus 125, full elemental resistance plus 148, physical attack power plus 125, elemental attack power plus 125, hit modifier plus 101%. Requires rank 19. Special, inviolability plus 15. Unique effect, extra 24% reduction of elemental damage taken to oneself. Compared to the previous emerald-ranked fragile white gloves, this equipment provided a higher output attribute and didn't have the negative effect of minus 12% life cap. Of course, the most important thing was that special attribute. Diamond-grade equipment has a probability of attaching a special attribute that grants an upper-level affix. Invulnerable is a defense type of superior affix. It was different from the imminent death, murmuring, and nightmare type of superordinate affixes. The existence of the inviolable affix was able to immunize the player against all ordinary control effects. The so-called normal control effects were all control effects other than the upper affixes. For example, stuns, knockbacks, silences, and immobilizations were all controls that could not take effect on a player with the inviolate effect. However, the effects of upper-level affixes such as murmur, imminent death, and nightmare could not be resisted by virtue of inviolate. According to the current player's control intensity, 15 points of inviolate amount value can resist at least 10 control effects, and the inviolability value will recover 1% per second. The higher the inviolability cap, the stronger the resistance to control effects. To put it simply, the average player's control skill had a control strength of 1, and being hit once would only reduce the inviolability value by 1 point. If Xin Feng had 100 points of inviolability, he would be able to recover 1 point per second, which was equivalent to being immune to control once per second. Suffering 100 controls in a short period of time would not have any effect. Of course, the control strength of subsequent player skills would become higher and higher, and the ability to attack inviolability would also become stronger and stronger. Overall, at this stage, the inviolable phrase was almost equivalent to a hegemony effect. This effect, naturally, was also an effect when facing demons and bosses, preventing one set of second kills from being controlled by a demon or boss. As for the other diamond-grade wrist guard, it didn't come with a special affix. So Xin Feng definitely chose this soul-sucking wrist guard. First, he replaced the fragile white gloves, then continued to check the diamond-grade skill book he had just obtained. Sundering Shadow, diamond-grade assassin skill. Creates a shadow doppelganger for 3 seconds. When the shadow doppelganger exists, it will release the same skill as the main body, dealing 100% damage. Cooldown 120, 55. 8 seconds. Required level, 18. Note, the shadow doppelganger will copy all gain statuses of the main body. A super high burst skill. Although it wasn't a direct damage skill, it could directly double Qin Feng's output damage within 3 seconds. And, in Qin Feng's state of permanent invisibility, this shadow doppelganger would be just as permanently invisible. This skill, naturally, was the main skill in the future. Xin Feng directly evolved. You have consumed 1 plus 20 plus 300 evolution points with 23 points remaining. Sundering Shadow, Diamond Epic Legend Myth Shadow Doppelganger lasts for 3-4-5-7 seconds. When the Shadow Doppelganger exists, it will release the same skill as the main body, dealing 100% damage. Cooldown 120100860, 27. 9 seconds. Legendary level added effect, +1 to the number of Shadow Doppelgangers created. Mythic level added effect, the number of created Shadow Doppelgangers is once again +1. Looking at the Sundering Shadow skill that had evolved to Mythic grade, Xin Feng was shocked. It was actually possible to create 3 Shadow Doppelgangers at the same time. Wouldn't that mean that all of his damage became quadrupled during those 7 seconds? Emerald level bosses, even in front of me, have become like paper mache. Xin Feng did some math. If he were to fight Spirit Swallower Androgil again, the time required would be shortened by 10 times at the very least. Not bad. That's it for now, it's time to go. Xin Feng opened Ghost Spirit's private chat window and sent a coordinate over to her. Before going back to the ruins of the magic capital and finishing off the emerald-ranked demon blade, Xin Feng had to take Ghost Spirit to challenge the Tower of Divine Power first. This was because the Devil Capital Ruins Tower of Divine Power was located not too far from the terrorist ghost ship. Of course, Xin Feng didn't pick up Ghost Spirit, because with this girl's level 4 stealth rank, it wouldn't be too dangerous for her to move around the magic capital ruins. Thus, Xin Feng left the terrorist ghost ship. Under the cloudy and rainy weather, he rode the ghostly nocturnal wolf and headed towards the pitch-black scorched earth in the northwestern part of the country. Ever since Qin Feng had previously brought Wang Mang and the others to fight the Tower of Divine Power in Jianghai City, the Daxia officials had quickly unified their intelligence. The elite squads from all the major cities in the country had all left the ruins of their cities and went out to look for the Tower of Divine Power. The building was actually quite conspicuous. Therefore, there had been many teams so far that had completed their challenges at the Tower of Divine Right and purchased the Book of Divine Authorization. Of course, what other players could accomplish at this stage was, at best, teaming up to challenge the most basic gold-level bosses. As for the solo challenge where Qin Feng had taken the first kill, only a very small number of people had completed the easiest first-tier difficulty challenge, earning a 1-point prestige reward. Even the 200% intensity second-tier difficulty was not something that anyone was currently able to complete. Not to mention soloing the 500% intensity 5th-tier difficulty like Qin Feng. Just as Qin Feng and the Ghost Spirit were splitting up to rush to the Tower of Divine Right. Outside the ruins of the magic capital, the Tower of Divine Right. The single ponytailed girl, Evening Night Shimmering Rain, with a gold-grade powerful crossbow hanging from her waist, led her official team that had just stepped out from the Tower of Divine Right. There were 6 people in the group, and they looked a little frustrated in their expressions. We can't even solo a tier 2 difficulty boss. How on earth did that shadow beat the 5th floor? And that was just the other day. By the way, have you guys heard the gossip in Jianghai City? I heard that shadow is a psychopath who has already dismembered and split up several innocent civilians, and even hung them up with their hands and feet air-dried. Don't talk nonsense, there is currently no evidence that the shadow did it, but it's rumored that the time of death of those civilians just happened to coincide with Shadow's downtime. Listening to the chatter of the people in the team, Evening Night Shimmering Rain frowned. She said, I do think that the shadow isn't like the kind of psychopath you guys are talking about. He's always been very dry with his hands. The Jianghai City side is already investigating. Don't jump to conclusions until the results of the investigation are known. There was a tall, burly and strong man in the team, codenamed Uncommon. This burly man smiled. There are 2 possibilities for this kind of thing. The first possibility, Shadow is indeed that perverted murderer. The second possibility, the murderer is related to Dark Shadow's close friends and knows Dark Shadow's exact up and down times. Evening Night Shimmering Rain said helplessly, that's where the key lies. We don't know who Dark Shadow's friends list has. Some of Jianghai City's officials are quite a lot of people who know Dark Shadow's up and down times, but they have gone through a self-checking process, and none of them have the time of the crime. Uncommon nodded inside. It's not convenient to directly question Shadow right now. If it's really him, it'll surely spook the snakes. They had a chat. Suddenly, watch out. Evening Night Shimmering Rain saw a line of 6 figures, all maintaining stealth, rapidly approaching. Her profession was Demon Hunter, and she had learned an anti-concealment skill, as well as an anti-concealment equipment that allowed her to see through no more than level 2 stealth. The opposing team, with a full range of professions, looked to be a group stealth effect. Therefore, the stealth level was not high, and it was directly seen through by Evening Night Shimmering Rain. It's those 5 foreigners from the Ace of Spades team that recruited another female player from Daxia? Evening Night Shimmering Rain only had time to sweep a glance, and raised his hand to draw his crossbow. Poof poof poof. Poof 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 poof. There were 9 crossbow arrows in a row, shooting out towards the other side. Fark. It's been detected. It's okay, control them first. Mei Jing, give us a magic-free shield. The aircraft-headed white youth at the head, Tony, who was wearing heavy armor and holding a halberd, had a confident and cruel smile on his face as he instantly swung his halberd and slammed it down towards the ground. An earth-colored seismic wave, from where he smashed down, quickly rolled towards the 6 people of the Evening Night Shimmering Rain team. Once they were hit by the seismic wave, they would be sent flying. However, the 6 members of Evening Night Shimmering Rain's team were all the Magic City's top elite openers. Seeing this, all of them dodged to both sides as fast as they could. Even the slowest middle-aged priest was not affected by the seismic wave. All dodged. Swish swish swish. When they looked up, they only saw that all 6 of Tony's bodies had a layer of purple shield on them, a kind of magic immune shield. Counterattack. Evening Night Shimmering Rain didn't have any hesitation and directly ordered. Although the Ace of Spades was dead, Tony and the 5 of them were still killing people everywhere in the ruins of Magic City, and were still wanted by the Magic City officials. The main reason was that their equipment, after Qian Shirshir's funding, was very luxurious. It was now basically a full set of gold equipment. Facing the average player was a complete descending blow. But Evening Night Shimmering Rain they were naturally not afraid, and counterattacked on the spot, with all kinds of skills accurately thrown towards the female priest in the opponent's crowd. That female priest was still a female player from Daxia. It could be seen that she was very excited and was even proud to follow Tony 5. Wall of thick earth. An African-American boxer raised his hand and blasted the ground, directly building a wall of thick earth to protect the female priest in the team. That earth wall directly resisted a series of long-range attacks from Late Night Shimmering Rain and the others. As both sides were current top-tier players, this battle became a bit of a scorcher. Tony and the others wanted to finish off Evening Night Weatherstorm's 6 people and obtain the lifespans officially collected by Dasha from them. On the other hand, Late Night Weather and the others naturally wanted to take out the wanted criminals and weaken the other side. Wushang held a huge sword and violently leapt into the opposing crowd, swinging it around and spinning it up, turning on the Great Windmill mode. The sword light kept sweeping across, instantly dispersing the opposing crowd. Evening Night Shimmering Rain led the team to set fire to a white mage of the other side, although she herself was also encountering the other side set fire, but her Demon Hunter profession passive allowed her to dodge 2 meters away every time she launched an attack. This effect was known as skateboarding shoes. While launching crossbow attacks, she slid around, dodging the various long-range attacks of the opponent. With her nimble movements, her single ponytail constantly swayed, making the enemy hate her. As for the damage of both sides' attacks, once they hit, they were all ranging from 500 to 1500 points. If one didn't pay attention to dodging skills, they could easily be set on fire and killed in seconds. The Evening Night Shimmering Rain, the official top team of Magic City, had killed many gold-level bosses and many wanted players together, and their cooperation was extremely skillful. Soon after, they seized the opponent's positioning error of a mage and directly stunned him on the spot. Then a wave of outbursts first broke its magic shield, followed by its last sliver of blood. He was about to kill his target. As a result, that Dasha female priest raised her hand with a healing spell, followed by a shield, and preserved that white mage. Do you know what you're doing? Evening Night Shimmering Rain gritted her teeth and looked indifferently at that Dasha female priest. That female priest smiled disdainfully. What, in this society, you still want to restrict my personal freedom? Jealous of seeing me with a handsome foreigner? Mei Jing, don't bullshit with them. The airplane-headed Tony held a halberd with an earth-colored shield surrounding his body. His face was quite grave. Our firepower isn't as fierce as theirs. Retreat first. After all, these Dasha officials love to call for reinforcements. The archer player of their team raised his hand and released a group acceleration skill. It allowed the 6 of them to accelerate by 30% and quickly retreat. Damn, running really fast. Irregularly holding his greatsword, he cursed as he saw that he couldn't catch up with the other team. However, right at this moment, just as the opponent escaped, a circle of dark blade light instantly bloomed from the middle of the opponent's camp and spread out towards the surroundings. Tony's 6 people hadn't even reacted yet, and as a result, they were cut in two by that black blade light that appeared out of nowhere. The terrifying damage of that black blade light caused the blood bars above their heads to instantly disappear. One by one, their eyes widened, and their respective upper bodies fell helplessly to the scorched black ground. 6 large and small spheres of lifespan light burst out from their corpses. 1/6 kills in an instant. The appearance of this scene caused the Evening Night Shimmering Rain and the Uncommon 6 to all stare in astonishment on the spot. The burly and strong man Uncommon failed to hold back, and 2 words subconsciously popped out of his mouth. Crap? It's Shadow. Evening Night Shimmer forced himself to remain calm, but his heart rate was getting faster and faster. They thought they were already the top squad of the godforsaken game. Not just in Dasha Magic City, even if they looked around the world, their overall strength was ranked at the top. With their strength, they had tangled with Tony's squad for so long without being able to truly suppress each other. But now, the Shadow didn't even show his face, a skill went down, and the other 6 were instantly secured at the same time? The scene that happened dozens of meters away from Evening Night Shimmering Rain's 6 people made them freeze at the same time. However, Evening Night Weiyu quickly reacted. She opened her friends list and quickly sent out a private chat. Attention, the remnants of the original Ace of Spades men have just been killed. Block the resurrection point, don't let them escape. As this period of time passed, the strength of the Great Summer officials gradually became stronger, and all aspects gradually stabilized. Once a wanted criminal was killed, then there would be people guarding the corpse at the middle resurrection point in the city ruins. At this moment, in the ruins of all the major cities in Grand Xia, there were at least hundreds of official players, squatting near the resurrection points. As long as a player who hadn't obtained a hiding place died, they could only be resurrected at this public resurrection point. Obviously, Tony and the others did not obtain a hiding place. When they were killed by Qin Feng in seconds and resurrected at the resurrection point in the ruins of Magic City, they were immediately struck by the official elite team from Magic City. Although Tony's and their individual strength wasn't weak. But, they were not Qin Feng. How could they possibly break out surrounded by hundreds of people? Qin Feng was too lazy to think about what happened to Tony and the others. After he resolved these 6 people, he directly released the Blossom Curse on their corpses, absorbing all of their tradable lifespans. As for the non-tradable lifespans, they weren't much better. Because they had done so much evil, the Slayer status they carried on their bodies had also reached 2 to 3 layers. Even the female priest Mei Jing, who was new to the team, had also reached 2 layers of Slayer because she had killed many other players with Tony. Previously, this team had taken out quite a few Mordor players and snatched a lot of lifespans. Now, after being taken out by Qin Feng, all of them were returned. The 2-tier Slayer status meant that once one died, it was equivalent to dying 3 times in a row, dropping 87.5% of one's remaining lifespan. A 3-tier Slayer state would even drop 93.6% 75% of the remaining lifespan upon death. Finally, Qin Feng absorbed it once more with the blossoming curse. The opponent's remaining non-tradable lifespan was once again halved. This wave, it's really bloody profitable. Qin Feng glanced at the system prompt. Just these 6 people had directly brought him 126 years of tradable lifespans, plus 427 years of non-tradable lifespans. Regardless of how many lifespans they originally had, as long as they were killed by Qin Feng, it would mean an instant collapse. If they were killed once or twice more by the official corpse guards of Grand Xia, the 6 were not far from death. When the scarlet flower of death bloomed, Qin Feng did not show himself. Maintaining his stealthy state, he passed by Evening Night Weiyu and the others and silently walked towards the Tower of Divine Power. As for Evening Night Shimmering Rain and the others, they did not know where Qin Feng was. But still, together, they bowed and saluted in the direction of those 6 corpses. Many thanks for the help. Evening Night Shimmering Rain sincerely thanked her and then didn't stay long, leading her people to quickly leave. Qin Feng looked at the back of her capable figure and did not respond. This woman recovered quite quickly from the gunshot wound on her thigh. Qin Feng was thinking faintly. Suddenly a private chat message came from the granddaughter of the Heavenly Vault Guild president, Zhang Jinxian. 10 Mile Castle Peak is far away, senior, there is a thing. I don't know if you know that our guild channel are chatting about a gossip, saying that you are a perverted murdering devil. Jianghai City side, someone was split up, the limbs were still air-dried and hung in the park. They said that the official test results, the time of those people's deaths, matched the time you went offline. Of course, I believe that senior is not such a person, but it's also rumored outside right now. I'm afraid that it will bring any bad influence on senior. Qin Feng was a bit surprised to hear the sister's news. Jianghai City, someone was split up? The time of death coincided with the time he went offline? Who is this trying to harm me? Qin Feng narrowed his eyes and immediately guessed the greatest possibility. If someone wasn't deliberately trying to harm him, it would be impossible to spread this kind of news. As a matter of fact, Qin Feng had recently been in Magic City. And in the eyes of outsiders, although the last time he appeared was in Magic City, taking out Qianshishir, but a long time had passed since that incident. No one knew where the current dark shadow was in reality. Making me take the blame and making a big deal out of it again. Trying to use the fishing wheel to put pressure on the officials to deal with me? Qin Feng sneered. First, he thanked Sister Zhang Jinxian. Then after chatting a little, he learned that this sister had already found the props required for her first career advancement in the ground area of the Evil Spirit Academy. As for the second advancement, she was still far too early. The experience difference was too much. Qin Feng waited for the ghost spirit to arrive while thinking slightly about the matter in Jianghai City. This matter, if he were to rely on himself alone, it wouldn't really be easy to handle. But, who made him just abduct a Yellow Springs blade? The Yellow Springs evil ghost form also has an ability to track down the murderer based on the odor left on the corpse. This is a more reliable means of tracking down murderers than a search officer. Qin Feng knew that when the search officer profession was not advanced, it could only search corpses within 2 hours of death to find the murderer. If you advanced once, you could search corpses within 6 hours of death. Only by advancing to the second level of search officer could they search corpses within 24 hours of death. Obviously, right now, the Xia officials hadn't even trained any second-order search officers. The number of first-order search officers was not even high. First of all, the murderer knows my exact downtime. Secondly, the murderer knows the official capabilities well enough to know when to release the body without being traced by the officials. Qin Feng looked at his friends list. In the godforsaken game, only his friends could see other people's online status, and he didn't have many friends. The 4 of them were Wang Mang, Inyu, Lin Liu, and Guishue. Ghost Spirit, 10 Mile Green Mountain Far, and Old Zhang too. There was also the president of the Night Templar, Chen Wuming, who was codenamed Hui Yao Wudi. As for Milky Snowy, whom he had once added as a friend, and a triangular-eyed youth who had contacted Qianshishir or something, naturally, he deleted them as soon as things were done. Ghost Spirit, Zhang Jinshan and Old Zhang too, all of them are in Magic City. Basically we can rule out the possibility. Chen Wuming, even though I blackmailed him, it's still recent that I friend him. Chatting with Zhang Jinshan, he learned that when that split body case first happened, Qin Feng hadn't added friends with Chen Wuming yet. In that case, the problem lay with the 4 Wang Mangs. However, it's not necessarily their problem. Jianghai City officials, they must have recorded my up and down times. There's definitely a chance for someone with a heart to find out if they want to. All in all, Qin Feng didn't think much about it. With Ghost Spirit around, he didn't need to rack his brain to guess who the murderer was. All he needed to do was to let the Ghost Spirit make a trip to Jianghai City, and with his Yellow Springs evil ghost form, he would be able to easily find out the murderer, and no matter who the murderer was, he would be able to kill him. Just then, Qin Feng saw a stealthy figure running towards this tower of divine power. The young girl Ghost Spirit in the form of a Yellow Springs evil ghost, her hands with white bone blades flashing with white light, a pair of cute little snow-white horns on top of her head, her petite and flexible figure, rapidly approaching. You have invited player Ghost Spirit to join the team. Qin Feng directly threw out a teaming invitation. All in all, let's finish challenging this Tower of Divine Authority first and by the Book of Divine Authorization. Qin Feng turned around and looked towards the Tower of Divine Right that was tens of meters tall in front of him. The NPC guarding this Tower of Divine Right was known as Old Mother in the previous life. Compared to the previous six-fingered male witch Vickery, this Old Mother was much more normal, but of course it was only more normal on the surface. Outside the ruins of the magic capital, the Tower of Divine Right. In the beginning, it was guarded by the NPC Queen of the Lunar Absence Vertsini. Before becoming the NPC guarding the Tower of Divine Power, Veltsini had a pair of children who were killed in front of her, causing her to go insane. She fantasized that her children were still alive. If a player came over and challenged her, she would issue a quest for the player to help find her son and daughter. But the truth was that this quest couldn't be accomplished at all. The real way to take advantage of this NPC was to have a young man and a woman come over and team up for a challenge. For many players in the early stages, it was extremely difficult for two people alone to challenge the gold boss. But in the middle and late stages with the cheats, there are still a lot of people who can do it. As long as it was a young man and a woman teaming up to challenge it, then Veltsini would treat them as if they were her dead son and daughter. When you finally buy the Book of Divine Authorization, you can buy it at a 10% discount. One could even get it for free for nothing if some conditions were triggered. This is why in the last life, this NPC was called Old Mom by the players. Even in the middle, the players who walked into this Tower of Divine Right were all young men and women. These players have account 1, all by Veltsini's children, resulting in Veltsini's children all over the country. As a result, Veltsini had been selling the Book of Divine Mandate at a loss, even subsidizing her lifespan to produce the Book of Divine Mandate for her children, leading to her death when her lifespan finally ran out. When Qin Feng was reborn, the guard NPC of this Tower of Divine Authority had already changed. It had to be said that this NPC's story was quite tragic, but all Qin Feng could do was to not let her lose money. Otherwise, if he gave her any more, it would end up being cheaper for the other players who came after him. Player Ghost Spirit joins the team. Qin Feng brought the young girl, Ghost Spirit, into the Tower of Divine Power. Directly, he saw a noble woman with a gentle white glow emanating from her body, wearing a moonlit vestment and a magician's pointed hat, her body sometimes illusory and sometimes solid. This was Veltsini's doppelganger, a level 20 gold-ranked boss. For challenges in the Tower of Divine Power, the boss level was a minimum of level 20, but if the average level of the challenging players exceeded level 20, then the boss level would be the same as the challenger's average level. All my children, you have finally returned. When Qin Feng and Ghost Spirit came in, the noblewoman looked at them, a pair of eyes that were originally a bit cloudy becoming soft and loving. You guys came back because you want the Book of Divine Authorization? Although it is tempting to give it to you directly, according to the rules of the Tower of Divine Authority, you must complete the challenge. Come on, defeat Mom. What? The teenage Ghost Spirit was a bit confused when she heard those words. Child? Mom? What is this? Qin Feng patted her shoulder to bring her back to her senses. Don't think too much, listen to my command later. The words fell. Qin Feng immediately struck, sundering shadow, instantaneous shadow chop. In this instant, the entire field of shadows and slashes swept across the field, surprisingly, directly killing that Veltsini's gold-level detachment boss in seconds. The Ghost Spirit was once again confused. She had just raised her hand to prepare for battle. As a result, she saw the light of the blade blossom on that gold-level boss before it exploded into a burst of snow-white shattered light. Ghost Spirit silently lowered her hand. She realized that when she was teaming up with Shadow, it seemed like she didn't need to do anything at all. It was enough for her to just follow behind and shout 666. This made her a bit ashamed. Compared to teacher, I'm too much of a rookie, must work twice as hard. When Qin Feng killed that Veltsini doppelganger in seconds, a white light descended from the top of the tower and enveloped him and the Ghost Spirit. Immediately afterward was Veltsini's main body, bathed in holy moonlight, descending in front of the two. Alan, Anna, let mommy hug you. A happy look appeared in Veltsini's eyes as she hugged up towards the two. And at Qin Feng's instigation, the Ghost Spirit weakly and tentatively said, love you, Mom. These words directly triggered the keyword. Anna, Mom loves you too. Velzen's tearful eyes twinkled as she waved her hand and took out the 9 books of divine instruction, handing them over to the Ghost Spirit, completely free of charge. As for Qin Feng, he didn't say this. Using a discounted price of 10%, he purchased 2 books of divine impartation that were not available in Jianhai City. They were Book of Divine Instruction, Daxia Tobacco, and Book of Divine Instruction, Chips. That's right. The Book of Divine Authorization sold by Vickery did not have the tobacco category. If Jianhai City players didn't come to Mordor to challenge them, they wouldn't even be able to smoke in the future. Thus, Qin Feng spent 100 days of lifespan on each of these 2 books of divine authorization, which were actually of little use to him, but there was no harm in collecting them. Anna, if you encounter danger, don't leave brother. Brother will protect you. Listening to the NPC's soft words, Ghost Spirit became increasingly confused. She silently accepted the 9 books of divine authorization, which she didn't want for nothing. Only after the NPC finished his words did Qin Feng lead her away from the Tower of Divine Right and told her the NPC's backstory. This made the ghost spirit worship Qin Feng even more. Even knowing the story of this kind of NPC, this knowledge was too broad, wasn't it? But immediately afterward, this young girl probably remembered her own mother and couldn't help but ask, so is it really okay to whore herself out like this? Will she be alright? Qin Feng shook his head. All I know is that the cost for an NPC to produce the Book of Divine Authorization is a 10-day lifespan. I paid for 200 days, so she won't lose out as all. From this, it could be seen how greedy the six-fingered witch Vickery was. The base price was sold for 1,000, and if the player was stronger, the price would go up. Because of this, in the last life there were players who had gained divinity who rallied together and directly took out Vickery. This perverted guy was so dark that many strong people were pitched to death by him. After his purpose was accomplished, Qin Feng left this Tower of Divine Right with the ghost spirit. Next, it was time for business. Qin Feng planned to go back to the Magic City ruins first and finish off the Emerald-ranked demon blade. As for the Jianghai murderous demon, he would just let the ghost spirit do the job. Thus, the two sides parted ways. Before leaving, Ghost Spirit asked with a bit of hesitation, that, teacher, do you think it's good for me to call you teacher or brother from now on? It seems like it's not bad to be called brother. Qin Feng immediately waved his hand, don't, other than brother, anything else can be called teacher is also quite good. Laughing death. In this life, Qin Feng will not be able to have any more sisters. Whoever comes is not good. Oh. The young girl was slightly disappointed. She was hearing the words of Veltsini just now and felt that brother seemed to be a bit more affectionate than teacher. As a result, she didn't expect Qin Feng to reject it so decisively. Was there some tragic past? After receiving the mission explained by Qin Feng, Ghost Spirit went offline first. Then seeing a mount bell on the table was none other than the Ghost Knight Wolf bell Qin Feng had prepared for her. If she was going to be allowed to go to Jianhai on an errand, she couldn't be allowed to run back on foot, could she? Thus, the Ghost Spirit picked up the mount bell. At night, a ghostly wolf carried the young girl, remaining invisible, and left the beach restaurant, running towards Jianhai City. Right at this moment, in Jianhai City, inside a secret closed basement, there were all sorts of torture tools, chainsaws, drills, and so on hanging on the walls, while there was a hospital bed right in the middle. A man with a scar on his face, wearing skull-patterned black gloves, was cleaning up the blood and pieces of flesh on the hospital bed. Suddenly, the cell phone in his pocket rang. The man picked up the phone and glanced at the message on it, preparing for the next prey. It's time to pick another lucky one. How about this one? He looked to the web page aside, a perverted look in his eyes. Landscape impression, 11th building, 11th floor, house for sale, price 380 days life expectancy, contact, Imus. Qin. This was precisely Qin Feng's original residence in Jianhai City. Now that the house sale information had been put up online, it was obvious that Miss Qin was Qin Xiaoyu. Right at this moment. Landscape impression, 11th building, 11th floor. In the room where the original Qin Feng resided, there was a short-haired beautiful young girl who was none other than Qin Xiaoyu's bosom friend Xu Yan. Beside her, there was a round woman who was busy with something, with various light effects floating in front of her body. This woman, her face is round, her body is round, her legs are round, and her weight is not less than 200. Suddenly, she exclaimed, Xiao Yan, it's over. Divination out of the results, this bosom friend of yours brother, the location is more than 200 kilometers away to the east over there is the sea. He must have been killed and then dumped into the sea. Xu Yan was dumbfounded, huh? Xiaomei, are you sure? Didn't you just say that there's too little information here and that there would be errors in divination? The other party's name was Jia Xiaomei, a hidden profession diviner, and the godforsaken game code name Sunny Cheerful Big Girl. Jia Xiaomei was from Mordor, her father was a professor at a university in Mordor, and her mother was a board member of a large securities company. After the godforsaken game came to an end, Jia Xiaomei's mom and dad had a good relationship with old Zheng too, and the whole family joined the Heavenly Vault Guild which was booming nowadays. However, Jia Xiaomei's grandparents, however, had remained in their old home in Jianhai City. This made her entire family anxious to death. Fortunately, her grandparents were helped by the people from the Dream Sand River Guild in Jianhai City and brought to level 3, thus avoiding the fate of being trapped in the godforsaken game. And the one who brought her grandparents to upgrade was none other than Xu Yan. Thus, through her grandparents, Xu Yan got to know Jia Xiaomei. Learning that Jia Xiaomei was a hidden profession diviner, Xu Yan had an idea. She felt that now that Qin Xiaoyu was in a storm, if she could find Qin Feng, wouldn't it make Qin Xiaoyu's life better? No matter what, Qin Xiaoyu was her BFF, so maybe she could still salvage it a bit. So she requested Jia Xiaomei's help to see if she could divine Qin Feng's location. Then just now, the divination results came out. In the sea? Killed and dumped? When Jia Xiaomei heard Xu Yan's skepticism, she smiled and said, if there is a blood relation, the divination result is going to be more accurate. But this room was lived in by the other party, and there is quite a bit of residual information. The error of the divination's location won't be more than 30 kilometers. Xu Yan was a bit helpless. There is land 30 kilometers away from that place, right? So it's still possible for him to be alive? Jia Xiaomei shook her head. That area is a bird's nest, especially after the godforsaken game came down. Who would run from Jianghai City to stay in that place? Trust me, he must have been killed and dumped in the sea. Xu Yan didn't say anything. In fact, she was already a bit convinced. After all, with the Qin Feng character she remembered, if he was still alive, it was impossible for him to completely leave Qin Xiaoyu behind. She secretly sighed. Then she left Qin Feng's room and came to the hall, seeing Qin Xiaoyu who was packing up her things. Spilling the beans on Jia Xiaomei's divination results. Xu Yan comforted, but Xiaomei's divination has errors, so don't worry. As a result, Qin Xiaoyu laughed. Worry about what? Dead is dead. Who let him at that time do not apologize to me, and also cut off relations with me? If he had joined the Knight Templar Guild like me, wouldn't he be fine? Even if he's still alive, I don't need him. Can he be as powerful as the Knight Templar Guild? Besides, a lot of people have died these days. He's not the only one. Even Brother Song Fei died. Saying this, Qin Xiaoyu's eyes seemed a little red. Xu Yan looked in her eyes and silently didn't say anything. She realized that this bosom friend of hers seemed to be a bit seriously ill. Since people themselves are indifferent, she is an outsider, there is no need to get involved. Xu Yan was just a little sad. Xiaoyu's brother, so handsome, was still so good to her. Soon after, Xu Yan and Jia Xiaomei prepared to leave together. Xiaoyao, I'm moving to the gymnasium with my friends from the Dream Sand River Guild. If there's anything in the future, you can send me a message. Jianghai City officials had extracted the platinum-level church sanctuary to reality. It was situated in the Jianghai City Gymnasium. Covering an area of 800 acres, the oversized hideout not only accommodated all the official personnel of Jianghai City, but also invited members of the public interest guild Dream Sand River to move in together. In the pre-chaotic period, the appearance of the Dream Sand River Guild had helped the officials a great deal. Therefore, Xu Yan could be said to have come out of her misery. As for Jia Xiaomei, she had come to Jianghai from the Magic City with her parents, to bring her grandparents to live in the Magic City. Coming over to help with divination was just in passing. Good. Qin Xiaoyu looked at Xu Yan with a bit of envy. In fact, she now regretted a little. If she had joined the Dream Sand River like Xu Yan, wouldn't she also be backed by the officials now? In fact, she knew that if she wanted to quit the Knight Templar now, Chen Wuming should agree, and if both sides agreed, the guild contract could be lifted early. With Xu Yan's connections, it shouldn't be a problem for her to join Dream Sand River. But for one, Qin Xiaoyu was truly sick of going for any public service. For two, she was unwilling. I'm now guarding the door to Dark Shadow's hideout. There's still a chance to recognize Shadow. Hold on, you can't give up. Not to mention, the Knight Templar has also just scored a gold-level hideout, so as long as it's extracted, I should be able to be invited to live in it as well, right? Qin Xiaoyu couldn't help but think. Right after Xu Yan and Jia Xiaomei left, Qin Xiaoyu was packing up her things when she suddenly received a phone call. Want to buy this suite of mine? Cheaper? Original price 380 days, cheapest is 365 days. Can't be any less. Want to see the room first? It's possible, I happen to be over here right now. Qin Xiaoyu sighed in relief. After the god abandonment game descended, many people wanted to sell their houses to reserve their lifespans, but ended up not being able to sell them at all. Looks like my luck is still weirdly good? It's only been hung up for half a day before someone contacted to see the house. As long as the house is sold, with all this life expectancy, you can buy a lot of food from the official, and you don't have to worry about food. Qin Xiaoyu thought prettily. But what she didn't know was that she was indeed the lucky one. The man on the phone with her had a scar on his face. When the man hung up the phone, he put on a black trench coat and black gloves with a skeleton pattern, hiding a perverted smile, and set off from the basement full of chainsaws, drills, and torture devices. More than half an hour later, Jianghai City, the official station platinum-level hideout, church sanctuary. It was a large complex that occupied the original Jianghai City Gymnasium, and in the middle of it, a large church that was more than 30 meters tall had become the official office hall of Jianghai City today. A young police officer was carrying some documentation. Suddenly he received a message. Taking out his cell phone, he looked. The prey is ready. The young police officer smiled slightly. This person, Hara and Yuzlik Ji Ma Nai Liang. Wait for my message before you make your move. As usual, don't do anything extra, or I won't be able to save you if you're found out as evidence. Ma Nai Liang returned a message, then smilingly greeted and chatted with the other police officers, not showing any abnormality at all. No one noticed that deep within a pair of his eyes, gloom flashed. Shadow, if all the people think that you are a psychopathic murderous monster, how can you react? Right now, it's just the beginning. Every time you go offline from now on, I'll have someone slaughter a person. It won't take long for public opinion to explode and society will be in chaos. The officials just don't want to deal with you, but they have to, haha. Ma Nailiang thought back to everything that had happened recently, and his inner grudge against Shadow grew deeper and deeper. Originally, before the divine abandonment game descended, and you still occasionally talked to him or something. But now, and you, whom he had always begged for, already had only dark shadow in her eyes. Even reprimanded him last time for having his brain eaten by creepers? Where could Duke Ma, who had never suffered or been wronged since he was a child, stand this aggravation? Even though he knew very well that Shadow was now far more powerful than him, he was still not willing. In his eyes, people would die if they were killed, and no one was unkillable. As long as the officials were willing to make a move, with heavy firepower, what was so difficult about killing an assassin? Would stealth keep him alive? By chance, Manhwa met the scar-faced man codenamed Man Butcher. The other party is a psychopathic murderer. Manhwa could have arrested the other party, but a plan flashed straight into his mind in order to deal with Shadow. Let Dark Shadow take the blame. First, the last time Dark Shadow appeared was in Mordor to finish off Qianshishir, and since then, no one knows where he is in reality. This point was a prerequisite for framing Dark Shadow. Dark Shadow was too mysterious, no one knew where Dark Shadow was in reality, and Dark Shadow couldn't prove to himself that he wasn't in Zhanghai City. Then the Dark Shadow would have no alibi for the murder case in Zhanghai City. Secondly, I can find a way to get Dark Shadow's up and down time, and card the time for Man 2 to lay his hands on him. Officially in Zhanghai City, only the secretive strategy department had relevant information, but Manhwa was Chief Ma's son. Isn't it easy to find an insider? The third and most important point. As long as the time of the body dumping is controlled, even the hidden professions search officer won't be able to search for the murderer, much less suspect me. This point, too, relied on the convenience brought about by the divine abandonment game. Compared to the old days, the most difficult aspect of law enforcement now was that there was absolutely no way to search anymore. Anyone who rose to level 10 and extracted a storage backpack could store things in it. As long as people didn't take it out voluntarily, then even if the person died, no one else would be able to open that storage bag. This was the rule of the godforsaken game. If you kill someone, you can only gain half of the other person's lifespan, and you can't take away the other person's belongings. For Manhwa, he could use a secret communication cell phone no matter if he was communicating with human slaughter or the inner circle of the strategy department. Usually placed in his storage backpack, he would take it out when he needed to pass on a message, send a short message and throw it back again. It was completely unnoticeable. The previous experience of Chiohanan from Magic City had long since sounded the alarm for Manhwa. Who puts 3 cell phones on their body these days? Putting them in a storage backpack, no one could find them, or even force a search. Even if Man 2 falls into the net and testifies against me, no one will be able to find evidence of my collusion with him. This was the most crucial reason why Manhwa considered himself infallible. Under this premise, even if Manhwa knew that the plan was rough, it didn't matter. If it could come to fruition, it was naturally good. If it didn't work, it didn't matter. Anyway, he himself had no losses at all, and there was absolutely no possibility of any rollover. He only needed to secretly find someone to spread the rumor that Shadow was a murderous fiend. Even if he could disgust Shadow, Manhwa's heart would be very comfortable. Even though there would be many civilians who would be abused and killed because of this, but what did this have to do with him, Mr. Ma? However, what this Duke Ma would never have imagined was that the Yellow Springs blade that Qin Feng had abducted possessed the ability to track down the murderer. The most important thing was, officials are all about evidence, but Qin Feng, you want evidence from me? Do you know the gold content of not eating beef? At the same time, within the God Abandonment game, the ruins of Zhanghai City, the church sanctuary hideout, the core area. The 4 of them, Wang Mang, Enyu, Lin Liu, and Gu Ishua, watched together as Shadow came back online after being offline for more than 10 minutes in the friends list. Enyu pursed her lips and said, the last time the great god went offline, we didn't report the news up, and up until now, we haven't found any new body-splitting cases. Lin Liu hummed lightly, I told you that Big Brother couldn't possibly be a psychopathic murderer. Any normal person can see that Big Brother only wants to become stronger, and kills people with his bones and ashes, but he's still playing with you by splitting up the bodies? It's obvious that someone is framing him. And you smiled helplessly, you're right, but eggs can be fried and eaten, boiled and eaten, and made into egg tarts. Maybe Big Brother will change his taste? Of course, I never thought that the great god would be some kind of psychopathic murderer either, but the public is different. Once the rumors spread, it's likely to cause unpredictable chaos. So, even if we don't necessarily find the murderer that quickly, we must clear the suspicion of the great god as soon as possible, or else the situation, which has been slightly stabilized with difficulty, could collapse at any time. Now, as long as we don't report to Shin's downtime, there are 3 possibilities for the follow-up. First, there is no split body case. Second, the split body case still happened but it doesn't match up with Dishin's downtime. Third, the split body case continues to happen and it still matches up with Dishin's downtime. If it's the first 2 scenarios, the great god will basically be cleared of suspicion. As for the third possibility, that has nothing to do with us officially, but I believe it also has nothing to do with the great god, and the probability is that the great god's gaming buddies are having problems. Hearing Enyu's words, Wang Mang nodded. Then this lanky burly man said in a deep voice, I've asked Director Dai's side to speed up. As long as we can train a second-order search officer as soon as possible, we can try to find the murderer. And you nodded. If it's not possible, let's contact the Great God privately and look for the Great God to take a photo when the Great God is offline, so that if a body-splitting case also occurs at this time, it will also allow the Great God to clear his suspicions. This was the last resort. After all, in Yu's opinion, spreading this matter now was already causing trouble for Dark Shadow. She definitely preferred to solve it herself if she could. Not to mention, Dark Shadow had almost never shown up in reality, making it clear that she didn't want to expose her position. Is it because you're worried about being hit by official firepower? And Yu smiled bitterly. All in all, if she was Shadow, she wouldn't easily expose her position in reality, and she naturally wouldn't rashly ask Shadow to do so. Right at this moment, Ghost Spirit, who was riding the ghost Nightwalking Wolf, had already entered the Jianghai city limits silently. However, after entering Jianghai city, Ghost Spirit realized a very serious problem. She was lost. Jianghai city, she had never been here before. Which way to Jinji Lake Park 0? The little loli was confused. It wasn't long. Ma Niliang pretended to organize the information while feeling that something was wrong. According to the previous pattern, Shadow would go offline every 6 to 8 hours. But right now, it's been almost 8 hours since he last went offline, and there's still no news of him going offline? Every now and then, Ma Niliang took out a secret cell phone from his storage backpack, and when he found no messages, he stuffed it back in. In No Man's Land, his face was a bit cloudy. After extracting his level and attributes to reality, the demand for food will increase. It's impossible for him not to go offline to eat. The only possibility is that Wang Mang and the others didn't report it. Ma Niliang guessed the intentions of Wang Mang and the others. He frowned, feeling a bit troubled. If there's no news for too long, I can't help but do something. That psychopathic murderous demon man too had put Ma Niliang under pressure as well. That guy was really addicted to killing. If he couldn't satisfy the other party, Ma Niliang didn't know what would happen. It's better to let Man Butcher do it first and satisfy him by killing 3 people a day. As for the corpses, they can be disposed of at intervals of 1 day with professional means before being thrown out, making it impossible for people to accurately determine the exact time of death. Ma Niliang thought like this, then took out his other secret cell phone and sent out a short message. 1. A number 1 is the signal that means it's time to strike. Request failed, combat status unable to enter godforsaken game. Request failed, battle status unable to enter godforsaken game. Qin Xiaoyu, who had her eyes closed, heard the loud system prompts coming from her mind, and became more and more alarmed inside. Her entire body was lying flat on her back, tied to a hospital bed by iron locks, her mouth stuffed with her own socks. The entire room was gloomy, the lights not far away were dim, and an extremely heavy smell of blood permeated everywhere. When Qin Xiaoyu was in danger, her first reaction was to enter the game. But unfortunately, being tied up, she was considered to be in a combat state and was unable to enter the godforsaken game. When she opened her eyes and looked at the man dressed in black with skeleton-patterned black gloves under the dim light not far away, who was somewhat impatiently wiping a chainsaw, her body couldn't help but shiver. Fear that had long since spread throughout her body. Suddenly, the man in black seemed to have received a message and suddenly stood up, raising the chainsaw in his hand in the process. Qin Xiaoyu's pupils instantly dilated as she struggled hard. Qin Xiaoyu was incomparably desperate. The level of danger in this world was far beyond her imagination. She was just selling a house, and when the opposite party came to see the house, they actually mesmerized her, and when she woke up again, she found herself tied up here. She was terrified, she was shaking all over. When the man in black stood up with a chainsaw, it was even more so that she struggled with all her might. It was a pity. Her strength attribute wasn't high. Although it reached level 10, she simply didn't have that much life expectancy to extract her abilities into reality. No matter how much she struggled, she couldn't change her situation. The truth was, such a danger had always existed even in the original world. It was only that the descent of the divine abandonment game had amplified the desires of some people, making the dangers more intuitive and more prevalent. And she had heard something about the murderous maniac in Jianghai City. But in order to sell her house and get a large amount of life expectancy, she subconsciously ignored it, always feeling that it was far away from her. Never in a million years did she expect that she would run straight into it. No, I don't want to die. Qin Xiaoyu struggled hard, but with her mouth stuffed with her own socks, she could only let out a whimpering sound, only to see the man dressed in black with skull-patterned black gloves slowly stand up with a chainsaw, but suddenly stood still for a moment. Turning around, he picked up another power drill. Power drill or chainsaw first? You pick one, sister. Oh, I forgot you can't talk, so call out. 1 scream is the power drill, 2 screams is the chainsaw. A cold, perverted, raspy voice rang out. At the same time the man raised his head. Through the dim light, Qin Xiaoyu saw the knife scars on the man's face and the crazy, perverted expression in his eyes. Frightened, Qin Xiaoyu even twisted her features. She struggled even harder. Oh, 6 voices, even number, let's start with the chainsaw then. The man approached with a sick and cruel smile. Chainsaw, start. Hearing the zipping sound of that thing starting up, Qin Xiaoyu's mind became blank. At a time like this, there should be a hero on the scene. For sure there will be. Someone come and save me. She fantasized that a strong person would appear at this time and suddenly finish off the perverted murderous demon in front of her. But unfortunately, the hero always appeared on time at the most crucial moment. That was just a scene from a TV show. In fact, the hero who could save her now, Ghost Spirit, had only just found his way because he was lost. It was simply too late to rush over to save her. Thus, the next moment, Man Butcher gestured the chainsaw in his hand towards Qin Xiaoyu's bound calf, and then, suddenly lowered it. Qin Xiaoyu instantly shuddered like an electric shock. Like falling into an abyss. She had never suffered such pain before. If Qin Feng was here, he would have spared his life to save me, right? Amidst the extreme pain, Qin Xiaoyu's spirit quickly drifted off. She subconsciously thought of Qin Feng. Once upon a time, if she encountered something similar, no matter who bullied her, Qin Feng would always stand up for her. She had never really encountered any danger. It was because Qin Feng had always protected her. But now, Qin Feng wasn't there anymore. Just as Qin Xiaoyu was about to be unable to withstand that intense pain, suddenly, in front of her, a white glow appeared. It was a healing light. The white light enveloped her calf wound and was stopping the bleeding. A warm feeling spread throughout her entire body. Is someone coming to save me? Qin Xiaoyu's face was already full of tears and she couldn't help but think with a moved heart. But soon, she fell into deeper despair. Because she saw that the one who released a healing spell on her was clearly that perverted scarred man. To introduce myself, my codename is Human Slaughter. The scarred man's breathing was a bit rapid, his face was splattered with some blood, and it was obvious that he was very excited. Originally, when I entered the game, I wanted to randomize a hidden profession. I didn't expect that I was given a priest. I didn't think that a priest would go well with me. Never thought that this is the most suitable profession for me. Without the healing ability, it's too boring for the prey to casually play 2 times and lose consciousness, but with this hemostasis skill. Ha 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 ha, said Nima. Qin Xiaoyu cried, finally fainting in fear. Little sister, when you wake up, we'll play slowly. Next time, it's the power drill. Oh, it's here, right? It was only until then that Ghost Spirit finally arrived outside this abandoned warehouse. It was with great difficulty that she found the Jinji Lake Park, which was the dumping site of one of the body-splitting cases. Although the scene had long been blocked off by the police, Ghost Spirit transformed into a Yellow Springs evil ghost, and with her level 4 stealth rank, she sneaked directly into it. The corpses at the scene had naturally been moved away long ago, but the Ghost Spirit still sniffed out the murderer's odor. Then, a direction was locked. After determining the direction, her speed was fast. It quickly arrived outside the abandoned warehouse where the human butcher was located. Before she even went in, she barely heard a female whimpering sound by virtue of her higher-than-normal attributes, and it was clearly a wail of pain rather than a scream of fear. The murderer is committing murder? The ghostly spirit dived in silently. The movement that came to her ears let her know that the victim seemed to have fainted. She didn't care, and quickly found the entrance to the basement, found it locked, and threw a chain blade straight through the iron door panel. Whoo! The loud noise coming from the entrance caused the human butcher in the basement to react at first. However, he had only just turned his head back when a miserable green chain blade already flew and attacked in front of him. Holy shit! The human butcher had also extracted his rank and attributes, his reaction speed was quick, and in his haste, he seemed to have forcefully avoided the vitals of his heart, and the sharp chain blade instantly penetrated through his right chest. Under the dim light, Ghost Spirit's petite figure was revealed after launching her attack. In fact, she had intentionally missed the vitals. It was because she was mindful of Qin Feng's instructions. The murderer was not necessarily the one who wanted to harm Qin Feng. You are not the mastermind. Honestly explain who is behind you and I can spare your life. The Ghost Spirit spoke out coldly. The human butcher's right chest was penetrated, but his physical attributes were higher than normal and he wouldn't die in a short period of time. Hearing the Ghost Spirit's voice, the man laughed coldly and raised his hand, preparing to release a healing spell on himself. However, kick! The Ghost Spirit stepped forward and kicked the man's face, interrupting his healing spell release action and putting it on cooldown. Speak! Ghost Spirit pressed again, while the chain blade in his hand flew out, instantly piercing through one of Man 2's thighs. Ah! The human butcher screamed out, cold sweat pouring out. This person couldn't even think of where this unassuming small potato in front of him came from. As for the Ghost Spirit, she just looked at Qin Xiaoyu, who was tied to the hospital bed and had fainted. How pathetic, the legs are gone. But in this day and age, maybe it can be connected with a healing spell? Ghost Spirit didn't really understand it either. But she was too lazy to care about that. After all, she was here to kill people, not to save them. As Ghost Spirit approached step by step towards the human butcher, holding a bloodstained chain blade, she made the human butcher, whose healing spell had been interrupted, look terrified. Don't come over.